1,000 years ago, the blood moon descended, space rifts appeared, giant beasts came across time and space, sweeping the entire world. Human cities fell one after another, and civilization was on the verge of extinction. At this time, the emergence of beast soul masters brought new hope to mankind. These powerful individuals can awaken and transform into ferocious beasts. With their extraordinary strength, they fight against monsters and become the last line of defense for the blue planet. Nowadays, the beast soul awakening ceremony has become a necessary path for everyone's growth. The strong are kings, and the weak have no place to stand. My name is Lin Yuan, and I am from Earth. After being reborn in the parallel world of Blue Star, I found myself becoming a student. Blue Star is different from Earth. Everyone can awaken their beast souls, and the strength of their beast souls directly determines their fate. This world is full of ferocious beasts, and only those who awaken powerful beast souls can gain a foothold in this desolate world. The Beast Soul Awakening Ceremony is a ritual that everyone must go through when they turn 18. However, the level of the awakened beast soul talent varies greatly. From E level to SSS level, a powerful beast soul means being able to become a strong person with wealth, status, and endless power. But what I woke up was an E-level beast soul, a black lizard. It looked very insignificant, not even an ordinary war beast. Other students have awakened B-level, A-level, or even S-level beast souls. Everyone is envious of them, but I have become a laughing stock. Everyone's eyes were focused on me. Some people laughed at me and said that E-level beast souls were just trash. Wu Mashuan from the class even mocked me, saying that if I couldn't become a beast soul master, I might be able to make a living by repairing city walls. At that time, I just listened to these words silently, not paying attention to them. They didn't understand my past experiences at all, and they didn't even understand my principles in dealing with people. My soul does not belong to this world. I come from Earth and am a top assassin, codenamed Wolf. In the past, I became the only S-level killer in the organization with my unparalleled assassination skills. However, it was precisely because I knew too many secrets of the organization that I was betrayed and died in an accident during a mission. For me, death is not a big deal. When I embarked on the path of assassination, I never thought that there would be a good ending. But God actually favored me, allowing me to travel to the Blue Star and giving me a chance to be reborn. When I came to this world, I was not disappointed because my beast soul was E-level. After all, I was lucky to be alive alone. If everything went wrong, I could just go back to my old job and continue my assassination work. Just as I was thinking about all this, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in my ears. It told me that I had successfully awakened the beast soul and started to bind to a system called Monster Upgrade Evolution System. Hearing this, my eyes lit up slightly. This system is not simple. It allows me to obtain evolution points by devouring other life forms, thereby improving my beast soul. Every time I win a battle, I can get a treasure chest. The levels of the treasure chests range from black iron to mythical, and the rewards I get from them can help me become stronger. After the system binding was completed, I started to experiment. When I got home, I bought 5 pounds of raw beef from the market to test the system's effectiveness. By thinking about it in my mind, I activated the Beast Soul Fusion and instantly turned into the palm-sized black lizard. The detailed information of the beast soul appeared on the system panel, talent rating, E-level. I didn't feel depressed because this was a chance to turn things around. So I started to eat the beef without hesitation. With every bite, my evolution points accumulated. Although the beast soul is only E-level and its ability is very weak, with the help of the system, I know that as long as I continue to devour it, I will gradually become stronger. Soon, my stomach began to swell, but along with it came an increase in size and strength. After a few rounds of devouring, my size grew from the size of a palm to the size of an adult hound, and my level also rose from a low-ranking beast to a 1-star war beast. Although I am still not very strong now, this is just the beginning. After swallowing enough evolution points, my body will continue to grow, and my beast soul will gradually evolve into a truly powerful existence. Thinking of this, I am full of confidence. Next, I used the system's capabilities to its fullest. To further test the system, I purchased 100 live rabbits. After I put the rabbits in the yard, I immediately activated the animal soul fusion and transformed into a giant black lizard. The meat rabbits seemed to sense the threat and retreated in fear. Then, I began my hunt. Every meat rabbit became my evolved food. I tore them apart with my teeth and swallowed them into my stomach. Every time I devoured a meat rabbit, my evolution points continued to increase. After winning the battle, I also got a black iron treasure chest. Although these treasure chests were of the lowest level, I was still very happy. After all, this was a reward from the system. As I continued to devour, My stomach was like a bottomless pit, eating more and faster. An hour later, I had devoured all 100 rabbits. My evolution points increased significantly, and the number of black iron treasure chests also became considerable. When I opened these treasure chests, the first rewards disappointed me. They were all evolution points, and the number was not much. But when I opened the last black iron treasure chest, there was a random skill book in it. I opened the skill book with great anticipation, and the system prompted me that I had learned the A-level skill, White Heat Light. This skill is simply a monster-level killer move. It can emit white energy rays with a maximum temperature of 100,000 degrees, enough to melt steel. Thinking that I now possessed such a powerful skill, I felt empowered. I began to use the accumulated evolution points to improve my defense, attack, and size. Gradually, my size grew and my strength increased. Not long after, my beast soul finally broke through to the level of a 7-star war beast, and my talent rating was also upgraded to level B. I was no longer at the bottom of the food chain, and I even began to feel my control over the world. Now, I no longer need to rely on others. I already have enough strength to protect myself. At this time, Wumashwan and other geniuses are no longer the ones I need to pay attention to. I know that the real target is the true geniuses, especially those from the Beast Soul family. They're the ones I need to catch up with. Now that I have been reborn into this world, I want to see the peak scenery. I whispered. Chapter 3. At 8 o'clock the next morning, I arrived at the classroom on time. The classroom was noisy, and most of the students were discussing things about the Beast Soul. Obviously, although a weekend had passed, everyone was still very fresh about the awakening of the Beast Soul. Soon after, teacher Zhang Yu walked into the classroom wearing a white shirt and black skirt as usual. She looked around the class and then put a black box on the podium. "Students, please be quiet for a moment," she said. "I will distribute cultivation resources to everyone next." Zhang Yu continued to introduce, "The resource that the school has prepared for you this time is Beast Soul Crystal. She paused and then said, "You should know that when powerful monsters die, their flesh and blood will blend into the soil and form Beast Soul Crystal ore. These Beast Soul Crystals contain powerful energy, which is suitable for Beast Souls to absorb and will greatly help the growth of Beast Souls." Hearing this, the classroom suddenly became quiet. Everyone focused their attention on teacher Zhang Yu. Beast Soul Crystals are a valuable resource in the world of Beast Soul Masters, equivalent to currency. The higher the level of Beast Soul Crystals, the higher their value. Low-level Beast Soul Crystals can be sold for 1,000 yuan, while high-quality ones can be sold for up to 10,000 yuan. Zhang Yu continued, "The Beast Soul Crystals issued by the school this time will be distributed according to your Beast Soul talent ratings." She said calmly, "This is to make you understand that the world of Beast Soul Masters is cruel, and everything depends on strength." She paused, then added, "The strong are respected, and the weak are eliminated. Survival of the fittest, this is the greatest fairness in the world of Beast Soul Masters." After saying this, Zhang Yu glanced at the entire class. She had no idea how many of these students could become true Beast Soul Masters. Then, Zhang Yu began to distribute the Beast Soul Crystals one by one. Wumashwan, Awakened Beast Soul Skeleton Reptile King, Talent Rating S level. Distribute 10 high-quality Beast Soul Crystals. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar in the class. 10 high-quality Beast Soul Crystals. That is equivalent to 100,000 yuan. The school's support for these geniuses is quite strong. After all, students who awaken S-level Beast Souls have a great chance of becoming powerful Beast Soul Masters in the future. Wu Mashwan's face was full of excitement as he walked forward to receive 10 high-quality Beast Soul Crystals. "Thank you, teacher." He smiled at Zhang Yu. "You're welcome. Keep working hard." Zhang Yu responded with a smile and then continued to distribute resources. Jiang Lei, Awaken the Beast Soul Giant Rock Beetle, Talent Rating A, and issue 5 medium Beast Soul Crystals. Li Feng, Awaken the Beast Soul Hurricane Wolf, Talent Rating B, and issue 5 low-grade Beast Soul Crystals. Yi Yonan, Awaken the Beast Soul Poison Ivy Beast, Talent Rating C level, issued 2 lower-grade Beast Soul Crystals. Zhang Yu called out everyone's name one by one and distributed the Beast Soul Crystals one by one. The atmosphere in the classroom became increasingly tense, and everyone was paying attention to the Beast Soul Crystals that others had obtained. Finally, it was my turn. Lin Yuan, Awaken the Beast Soul Black Lizard, Talent Rating E, 5 inferior Beast Soul Crystals issued. Chapter 4. After Zhang Yu said that, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the classroom. "Ha ha ha, Lin Yuan, you are amazing. With E-level talent, you can almost break the school's historical record, right? Because of you, teacher Zhang Yu will definitely lose her bonus for this semester. That's right. I think you should just give up being a Beast Soul Master and find another way." Wu Mashwan's sneer was full of obvious contempt. Inferior Beast Soul Crystals? This kind of thing can be bought for a sack for $1,000 outside. and it's full of nuclear radiation. I don't even want this kind of rubbish, even if it's given to me for free." Hearing these words, Lin Yuan turned his head abruptly, his eyes piercing towards Wu Mashuan like a knife. "What did you just say?" Lin Yuan was once the world's top assassin, so he naturally carried a kind of oppressive force. That unconscious aura made Wu Mashuan take a few steps back. After coming back to his senses, Wu Mashuan curled his lips and responded coldly. "I'm right. Many powerful monsters were destroyed by nuclear weapons. The beast soul crystals they left behind after their death are basically inferior crystals contaminated by nuclear radiation." Hearing this, Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. So, the inferior beast soul crystals really contain nuclear radiation? He had never thought of this before. Seeing this, Wu Mashuan smiled smugly. "But you can give it a try. Your lizard beast soul is not that good either. Maybe after absorbing these radiations, it can mutate." As soon as these words came out, the whole classroom burst into laughter again. But no one noticed that an unusual light suddenly flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. 4 ordinary beast souls. Absorbing the nuclear radiation from these inferior crystals is indeed very risky. But for Lin Yuan, these radiations may not be so scary. After all, nuclear radiation is essentially a kind of energy, and he has the monster upgrade evolution system. Thinking of Godzilla feeding on nuclear radiation, Lin Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips. Seeing his expression, everyone was slightly stunned. Could this guy have been so shocked that he went crazy? Zhang Yu looked at Lin Yuan's expression, and a hint of pity flashed across her eyes. To be honest, if Lin Yuan's beast soul was not so useless, he would have a chance to become an excellent beast soul master. Unfortunately, there is no if in things. She sighed and decided to make a decision. She put away the inferior crystal that she had intended to give to Lin Yuan, took out another superior crystal, and handed it to him. Inferior crystals do contain high concentrations of nuclear radiation and are not suitable for feeding beast souls. Since you have decided not to give up, the teacher also hopes that you can continue to persevere. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Zhang Yu to do this. He said softly, "Teacher, thank you for your kindness." Then he asked cautiously, "Could you please exchange this high-quality crystal for an inferior one?" Zhang Yu was stunned and felt a little at a loss for a moment. She rubbed her temples and sighed. "I know you are eager to increase the strength of the beast soul, but the nuclear radiation of inferior crystals is too harmful to monsters, especially to beast souls that have not yet grown." After Lin Yuan finished listening, the expression on his face changed slightly, and he thought to himself, "Forget it, it doesn't matter." He decided to sell this high-quality crystal and exchange it for more inferior crystals. Zhang Yu looked at Lin Yuan with a frown on her face, and suddenly she felt an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. Why did she feel that this boy seemed a little disappointed? At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly turned his head, his eyes calm but with a hint of challenge. "Teacher, if you encounter any trouble in the future, remember to come to me." Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Yuan to say that. Although she felt that Lin Yuan was a little unreliable, she was still touched by his words. However, she still didn't take it to heart. After all, her beast soul was already a 9-star netherworld cat demon. If she couldn't solve the problem, could Lin Yuan help? At this moment, Wu Mashuan saw the opportunity and sneered, "Lin Yuan, stop dreaming. It would be a waste for your skinny black lizard to absorb any good crystals. Can you pass the beast refining test in 7 days? If you can, I will eat up a sack of inferior crystals." Beast refining is an assessment that all beast soul masters must pass. Only by passing it can they enter the higher education academy and become a reserve beast soul master. This test is very strict, and only geniuses with A-level talent or above can pass it successfully. Wu Mashuan saw that Lin Yuan's talent was so low that it was impossible for him to pass the test. Lin Yuan turned his head and smiled calmly. "Are you sure you want to bet like this?" Wu Mashuan was a little scared by Lin Yuan's gaze, but he still said stubbornly, "What's there to be afraid of betting with a loser like you?" "Okay, that's settled then." Lin Yuan smiled and said nothing more. In fact, he had no intention of confronting Wu Mashuan, but this guy kept running into his gun. Chapter 5. After Zhang Yu distributed the beast soul crystals, she left the classroom. The atmosphere in the class quickly became heated. After all, this was the first time for most of the students to come into contact with such a precious beast soul crystal. As for the bet between Wu Mashuan and me, it was nothing but a joke in their eyes. An E-level beast soul also wants to pass the beast training? This is simply a daydream. I could feel that Wu Mashuan was like a star in the class. The flattery and compliments from the side made me frown, but I still didn't have any special reaction. In contrast, no one standing next to me wanted to get close to me. They all seemed to treat me as a plague god. I looked around, and although everyone was avoiding me, my face remained calm. My state of mind had long been different from that of these people. In the past, I have always walked in the dark, and loneliness has never frightened me. Although these people in the class have just reached adulthood, they have already learned how to seek benefits and avoid harm. If they approach me at this time, it will only cause Wu Mashwan to be disgusted. Compared with me, the benefits of being on good terms with Wu Mashwan are obviously greater. After all, he has an S-level beast soul, while I only have an E-level lizard. At this moment, the back door of the classroom suddenly opened, and a beautiful figure slowly walked in. As soon as she appeared, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on her. She wore a light blue long-sleeved sweater with a white suspender, which showed her delicate collarbone and fair neck. She wore a JK skirt with black stockings on her lower body, which showed her perfect calf curve. Her long black hair fell softly on her shoulders, framing her delicate oval face and beautiful features. As soon as she walked into the classroom, she immediately caused a commotion. Fuck, this girl is so beautiful. Don't you know who she is? She is Su Mushiwe. Su Mushiwe? Why does this name sound so familiar? Wait, is she the Su Mushiwe who awakened the S-level beast soul, Nine-tailed Snow Fox? What? She also awakened an S-level beast soul? Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Because in this beast soul awakening ceremony, only 2 people from Jinhai No. 1 Middle School successfully awakened the S-level beast soul. In addition to Wu Mashwan, the other awakener was Su Mushiwe in front of him. After seeing her, even Wu Mashwan couldn't help but be stunned. Such a beautiful girl, and like me, she is also an awakened S-level beast soul. That indescribable feeling makes my heart beat faster. I walked up to him and gave him a polite smile. Are you Su Mushiwe? What are you doing in our class? Su Mushiwe looked at me with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Who are you? I answered confidently. I am Wu Mashwan, the only one besides you who has awakened an S-level beast soul. I thought my introduction would attract her attention, but she just nodded calmly and then said, Excuse me, I'm here to look for Lin Yuan. Is he in the class? This sentence instantly stunned me and the students around me. Su Mushiwe actually came to see me. We actually know each other? I finally saw her eyes fall on me. At that moment, her smile was as warm as the sun shining into the ice and snow. Lin Yuan. She waved to me, walked around me, and ran to me briskly like a coquettish kitten. Seeing this, my smile froze a little. It's you? Why are you here? It was only then that I noticed Su Mushiwe. I was so absorbed in thinking about the beast soul crystal that I didn't notice when she entered the classroom. Su Mushiwe didn't care and said happily, You know what? Because my nine-tailed snow fox was rated as S-level, the school gave me 10 high-quality beast soul crystals. Really? I replied with a smile, That's great. I could feel that Su Mushiwe really wanted to share her joy with me. Then, she held her chin up and said with a smile, So, I want to give you half. I was slightly stunned. Give me half of what? What else could it be? Of course it's the beast soul crystal. Su Mushiwe said as a matter of course, You see, your beast soul is E-level. If you want to become stronger, you need more beast soul crystals. Hearing this, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if you were right, I can't take your beast soul crystal, right? Why not? She asked anxiously. I can't use so many beast soul crystals by myself. Then she pouted, her eyes as innocent as a little rabbit. Look, you helped me so much before. I finally got the chance to help you once, but you don't even appreciate it. Our conversation sounded normal, but the students in the classroom were shocked. Su Mushiwe actually wanted to give me the beast soul crystal? This is simply incredible. The beast soul crystal is so precious, but she just gave it away so easily? What kind of luck did I have to be treated like this? Chapter 6. Talking about how Su Mushiwe and I met. It's quite interesting. Su Mushiwe's appearance is definitely the campus beauty level in Jinhai No. 1 Middle School. There was a constant stream of suitors around her. One young man pursued her fiercely, even bringing a group of people to block the school gate every day. Su Mushiwe was very annoyed, but she could do nothing about it. As for me, I have always been low-key, so of course I would not care about these things. I have my principles, and I don't want to cause trouble. But I didn't expect that trouble would come to me even though I didn't go looking for it. To be honest, Su Mushiwe and I don't have any special relationship. It was just because our homes were in the same direction, and we often took the same bus together when we went to school in the morning. Sometimes we would sit together, and Su Mushiwe would occasionally talk to me. Such a simple relationship angered the young man. He directly found a few thugs and blocked the bus stop where I got off, intending to humiliate me in front of Su Mushiwe. He was so arrogant just to let everyone know that no man could get close to Su Mushiwe except him. Unfortunately, he found the wrong person this time. Although I don't like trouble, it doesn't mean I can tolerate others provoking me. Although I don't have the physical strength of my previous life, my fighting skills are top-notch. I was once a world-class assassin, and my fighting instincts were still there. In less than 5 minutes, I had beaten all those thugs to the ground. Moreover, I showed mercy. If I had really taken action, they would have become corpses now. Su Mushiwe was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect that I, who usually keep a low profile, actually have such strength. The young man was so frightened when he saw this that he ran away immediately. But could he run away? 3 days later, he mysteriously disappeared. When he was finally found, he had been thrown into the school toilet like garbage, with a bruised face and several broken ribs. What's even more ridiculous is that there was no evidence at the scene, and he himself didn't even see who did it. Even though everyone knew it was me, without evidence, no one could do anything to me. As for that young man, after his injury healed, he transferred to another school and didn't even return to school. That's how Su Mushiue and I became friends. She looks very cold, but actually has a good personality. When we take the bus together in the morning, she will bring me snacks. And every time I am harassed, Su Mushiue will take the initiative to hold my arm and use me as a shield. Of course, all of this was agreed to by me. This also made her suitors hate her. However, despite our good relationship, I still didn't expect that Su Mushiue would be so generous and willing to give me half of the Beast Soul Crystal. But even if she was willing to give it to me, it didn't mean I was willing to accept it. I smiled and said, in a few days, the beast refining will begin. Are you really not worried that you won't be able to pass it? Why are you giving me the Beast Soul Crystal? She wrinkled her nose and said proudly, you underestimate me. I am an S-level Beast Soul 9-tailed snow fox. Even without Beast Soul Crystal, I can still pass the beast refining. I chuckled and said, okay, that's it. I'll accept your kindness when you can pass the beast training. Her eyes lit up all of a sudden. Are you serious? Of course. I replied, so, you should prepare well. Yes, definitely, she replied excitedly. Then, Su Mushiue suddenly whispered, by the way, don't be too sad. Even if it's an E-level beast soul, it may not be without opportunities to grow. I couldn't help but laugh, and reached out to rub her head. You little girl, you're actually comforting me. Before school was over, I went to the Beast Soul Hall. This is a place dedicated to serving Beast Soul Masters, and ordinary people are not allowed to enter. I came here for one purpose, to exchange the superior Beast Soul Crystal that Zhang Yu gave me for inferior crystals. In the Beast Soul Hall, the price of superior crystals is 10,000 yuan, while inferior crystals only cost 100 yuan. Although cheap, almost no one would buy inferior crystals. After all, these crystals contain a lot of nuclear radiation, which can easily cause serious damage to the Beast Soul. Any responsible Beast Soul Master would not easily absorb these inferior crystals. I paid a handling fee of 500 yuan and finally exchanged one high-quality crystal for a full 100 inferior crystals. When exchanging the crystals, the person in charge kept looking at me strangely, obviously not expecting me to exchange the high-quality crystals for these low-quality crystals. But what he saw as trash was treasure to me. After leaving the Beast Soul Hall, I went straight home without any hesitation. I closed the door and took out all the inferior crystals. Taking a deep breath, I began to fuse the Beast Soul and transformed into a giant black lizard. Then, I stretched out my claws, grabbed a low-grade crystal, and began to absorb it. I couldn't wait to see if my monster upgrade evolution system could convert the nuclear radiation in these crystals into energy. Chapter 7. As time passed, I could clearly feel that the energy-carrying nuclear radiation was being continuously absorbed into my body. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in my ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. It really works. I opened my eyes suddenly, with irrepressible joy flashing in my eyes. The dark golden eyes of the beast were filled with excitement. With the help of the system, I can easily absorb even dangerous energy like nuclear radiation. And I only absorbed it for less than 5 minutes, and I got 1,000 evolution points. You know, before, I only got 50 evolution points when I devoured a meat rabbit. This is a full 20 times difference. More importantly, I still have 100 inferior beast soul crystals in my hand. If I can absorb all of these inferior crystals, my strength will definitely skyrocket as if I had been given a cheat code. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but get excited. To me, beast refining was not difficult at all. Now, my only goal is to show my strength in the beast training with a strong attitude. As for Su Mushiue's kindness, I never intended to accept it from the beginning. The reason why I declined her kindness was that I wanted to wait until after the beast refining so that she could see for herself how strong I was. 7 days passed quickly, and today was the day of the beast training. Led by their teachers, students from each class set out with their ID cards and admission tickets. In less than 10 minutes, we arrived at the Beast Soul Hall. In addition to serving Beast Soul Masters, this is also the examination site for the Beast Refining Assessment. Before the test officially started, we were all arranged to wait in the open space. I stood there and could hear the tense discussions of my classmates. Alas, I have absorbed all the Beast Soul crystals issued by the school, and my Beast Soul has only reached the 4-star Battle Beast level. I don't know if I can pass the Beast Refining. Fuck, you're 4 stars? Then your Beast Soul must be at least B-level talent, right? My talent is D-level, and now I'm only 2 stars, there's definitely no hope. It's okay. There are 3 chances to take the beast refining test. If you fail this year, you can come back next year. Yes, most of those who can pass it in one try are geniuses with A-level talents. Hiss, a genius with A-level talent? There are probably only a few of them in our school. However, I heard that there are 2 monsters in our class who have awakened S-level beast souls. That's right. One is Wu Mashwan, who awakened the skeleton reptile king, and the other is Su Mushiwei, who awakened the 9-tailed snow fox. They are both geniuses. I heard that Wu Mashwan's skeleton reptile king has already become an 8-star war beast. In our class, I'm afraid only he and Su Mushiwei can enter Yinjing Beast University or Moda Beast University. If I could get into these top schools, I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Alas, the gap between people is really too big. At this moment, Wu Mashwan appeared in front of me. He had a playful smile on his face. Lin Yuan, how are your preparations going? Can the beast soul crystal that teacher Zhang Yu gave you help your little black lizard break through to the 1st-star battle beast? I raised my head, glanced at him, and replied calmly, how are you preparing? Heh. He raised his chin with a proud look on his face. My beast soul is already at the 8-star battle beast level. It's easy for me to pass the beast refining. I shook my head and said calmly, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, are you ready to eat a sack of inferior soul crystals? When I said this, the students around me were all stunned. Obviously, no one expected me to be so arrogant. Just as Wu Mashwan was about to explode, Zhang Yu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Attention, students. The beast training test is about to begin. Please bring your ID card and admission ticket and enter the examination room in order. Hearing this, Wu Mashwan gritted his teeth, glared at me fiercely, and whispered, I'll settle the score with you after the beast refining is over. I ignored him and followed everyone into the examination room. The 3rd floor of the Beast Soul Hall was the area for this beast refining assessment. It is divided into hundreds of independent examination areas, which can accommodate more than 500 candidates at the same time. Each area is equipped with 2 examiners, one responsible for maintaining order and the other for collecting data. Exam number 95821. Candidate Lin Yuan, please prepare to take the exam. When I heard the invigilator calling my name, I walked directly into the examination area without any hesitation. The layout of the area was simple, with only a combat simulation chamber and a data detector. Seeing my identity information, the invigilator frowned slightly. You awakened an E-level beast soul? I nodded, yes. The invigilator was silent for a moment, shook his head, and patted my shoulder. Come on. Obviously, he thought it was impossible for me to pass the beast training, but he still encouraged me. Then, I lay in the actual combat simulation chamber, put on the simulation helmet, and connected to the brain waves. This way, I can unleash the full power of my beast soul in the actual combat simulation. Countdown to the actual combat simulation begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, I felt dizzy. When I opened my eyes again, I saw a wasteland in front of me. Chapter 8. I looked around and realized that I was standing in the combat simulation area. Here, I can fully exert my beast soul power. Although I will feel pain in the simulated combat, I will not be really injured. Everyone can fight with confidence. I looked around. It was a desolate wasteland with no terrain advantages to take advantage of. Suddenly, I heard a wolf howl. A woo. Then, a tawny-furred wasteland wolf emerged from behind the sand dunes, staring at me fiercely. It was a 2-star war beast, the wasteland wolf. This was the first enemy in the beast training assessment. However, this first level is not difficult and is basically just for us to practice. To really pass the level, we have to go through 3 rounds of assessment. When the steppe wolf saw me, a fierce light flashed in its eyes, and then it suddenly rushed towards me. If a candidate without practical experience saw this beast rushing towards him, he would definitely be scared and unable to move. But this 2-star beast was nothing to me. The moment it pounced on me, I dodged its attack with ease. The next second, I moved as fast as lightning and quickly grabbed the wolf's neck. Crack! With just a crisp sound, the wasteland wolf's neck was broken by me. For a monster of this level, I don't even need to fuse the beast's soul. After I dealt with this wasteland wolf, 4 new wasteland wolves appeared in front of me. They were obviously larger in size, and their strength had also increased to the 3-star war beast level. This is a good opportunity to stretch my muscles. I narrowed my eyes slightly, and a hint of brutal murderous intent flashed in my eyes. If I fuse the beast's souls, defeating these wolves will be a piece of cake. But even without fusing the beast's souls, I can easily deal with them with my original strength. I haven't exercised for a long time. If I don't take this opportunity to stretch my muscles, my body will probably rust. Huh, this kid actually passed the first level? One of the invigilators couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the data. He originally thought that with my E-level beast soul, I should have been eliminated in the first round. He quickly called up the actual combat simulation screen and saw me confronting 3 sturdy wasteland wolves. To his surprise, I didn't fuse the beast's soul. Just as he was wondering, I suddenly moved. I rushed towards the steppe wolf as fast as a ghost. Crack! Before the invigilator could react, I had already broken the neck of a steppe wolf. Seeing this scene, the invigilator's pupils suddenly shrank. How could this kid easily kill a 3-star or beast-level wasteland wolf without the power of a beast soul? Gulyulu, he swallowed hard, then turned to another invigilator and said, "Come and take a look." "What's wrong?" Another invigilator was pulled over in confusion. In the picture, I was attacking the remaining 2 steppe wolves. Swish! I put 2 fingers together and quickly stabbed them into the eyes of a wolf, directly poking its eyeball out. The steppe wolf howled in pain and swung its claws at me. I was not afraid at all. I quickly pulled back my fingers and kicked the wolf's waist with my right foot. The wolf's bones made a crisp sound, and my kick caused it great pain. In less than 3 minutes, I finished off the remaining 2 steppe wolves. Looking at the scene in front of them, the 2 invigilators looked at each other, too shocked to speak. This kid is simply a monster. Without a fused beast soul, he could actually defeat a 3-star or beast-level wasteland wolf? Do you think this is cheating? One of the invigilators scratched his head and asked in confusion. In theory, the beast refining test is to test the strength of the beast soul, but Lin Yuan didn't use the beast soul at all. Every time he attacked, he was as fierce as a beast, full of murderous aura, which made the 2 beast soul masters shudder. You know, those who can serve as invigilators must be strong beast generals or above. But they were completely shocked by the strength displayed by Lin Yuan. After a moment's silence, the original invigilator spoke up. Although what he did is not considered cheating, it is indeed a bit against the rules. However, as long as he fails to pass the 3rd round of assessment, the beast refining will not be considered complete. Another invigilator nodded in agreement. After all, the first 2 levels were just to help us get used to the actual combat rhythm, and the 3rd level was the key to victory. Moreover, with the strength Lin Yuan had shown so far, it was almost impossible for him to pass the 3rd level. Even though he looks like a monster now, his beast soul is only E-level. Thinking of this, the invigilator felt a little regretful. If Lin Yuan's beast soul was a little stronger, based on his current performance, his future potential would be unlimited. Chapter 9. I easily defeated 3 wasteland wolves and successfully passed the 2nd round of assessment. Then, another wasteland wolf appeared in front of me. However, this time the wasteland wolf was obviously larger than before. Its eyes were scarlet, its fur stood up like steel needles, and its body was covered with red animal patterns. I immediately realized that this wasteland wolf was no ordinary beast. It was a 6-star war beast level wasteland wolf king. Only by defeating it could I truly pass the beast training. For most candidates, 6-star war beast level enemies are almost impossible to defeat. After all, everyone's beast souls have only been awakened for 10 days. It is simply a fantasy to expect them to be able to improve to a level that is capable of fighting against 6-star war beasts in such a short period of time. This is why only geniuses with A-level talents or above are qualified to pass the beast training in the first year. The Wasteland Wolf King in front of me is 3 meters tall, and it is definitely not something that ordinary humans can deal with. Even if I have high fighting skills, it will be very difficult to defeat it. It seemed that I had no choice but to use the power of the beast soul. I whispered, "Beast soul fusion." The next second, my body shape changed dramatically and swelled up instantly. Hard black scales grew on my body. A few seconds later, I turned into a gigantic black lizard, 10 meters tall. After absorbing the nuclear radiation from those 100 inferior beast soul crystals, my size and strength experienced a qualitative leap. Now, I have the strength of a beast general. Beast soul, giant black lizard status, growth talent rating, S-class rank, 3-star beast general. Height, 10.7 meters weight, 3,540 kilograms attack method, bite, claw attack skills, white hot light. This is my current strength, 10 meters tall, 3,500 kilograms in weight. And the combat power of a 3-star beast general. From the weakest E-level lizard to the current S-level black lizard, the changes along the way are simply unimaginable. The pressure I exuded made the Wasteland Wolf King unconsciously take a few steps back. Its originally ferocious eyes were now filled with fear. I scared this Wasteland Wolf King away just by my aura. However, the one who was most shocked was not the Wasteland Wolf King, but the 2 invigilators who were watching the battle outside. Seeing the changes in me after fusing with the beast soul, both of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. They even looked at each other, with disbelief written all over their faces. Hiss. The two invigilators took a breath of cold air at the same time. A thought came to their minds. This kid's beast soul is actually an E-level talent. Are you sure he's really an E-level talent? One of the invigilators was a little skeptical. I'm not blind. Look at the information on his admission ticket. He is indeed E-level. Another invigilator responded helplessly. So what is going on? Did the beast soul misjudge his talent when it awakened? The first invigilator asked again. Maybe. A beast of this size must be at least at the level of a beast general. The second invigilator said with shock in his tone. Too scary. It's only been a few days since his beast soul awakened, and he has already reached the level of a beast general. This must be at least an S-level talent. No, even an S-level person can't be that strong. Only a SS level or even SSS level talent can reach this level. The two looked at each other and were silent for a moment. They were both shocked by the situation before them and could hardly believe it. An SSS level beast soul master? When has Jinhai City ever had such a peerless genius? Is today the moment for us to witness history? Their thoughts were disrupted, and when they looked back at the screen, I had already started fighting with the Wasteland Wolf King. However, this battle was more of a massacre, because the difference in strength between us is too great. Every look from me can frighten the Wasteland Wolf King. It was still roaring angrily, opening its bloody mouth and showing its sharp fangs. It pounced on me and tried to bite me. But what greeted it was my giant black claw. Boom! In the face of absolute power, any attack seemed futile. I slapped it with my claws, and the Wasteland Wolf King was pressed into the ground. With a muffled sound, the flesh and blood of the Wasteland Wolf King burst like a watermelon. This scene stunned the two invigilators again. They looked at each other with horror in their eyes. This kid actually killed a 6-star war beast-level Wasteland Wolf King with one claw. Obviously, their previous guess was correct. This examinee, named Lin Yuan, already possesses the strength of a beast general. You stay here and continue to record his data. I will report the situation to the chief examiner. One of the invigilators made a quick decision. Okay, go quickly. Their hearts were pounding, because they knew that a genius who was enough to astound the world was finally going to appear in Jinhai City. Chapter 10. After instantly killing the Wasteland Wolf King, I slowly retracted my huge black claws. To be honest, I am quite satisfied with my current strength. Those 100 inferior beast soul crystals gave me nearly 100,000 evolution points, which allowed me to progress so quickly. I secretly decided that I would definitely get some inferior beast soul crystals when I had the chance. This thing is very cheap. 100 yuan can buy 100 pieces. In the eyes of others, they are garbage with huge side effects, but in my opinion, they are priceless resources for practice. After killing the Wasteland Wolf King, I have passed the first stage of the beast training. However, the actual combat assessment is not over yet. To truly pass the beast refining, you need to pass 3 rounds of assessment, and this is just the passing line. If you want to achieve better results, you must continue to challenge. When prestigious schools recruit beast soul masters, they often refer to the results of the beast training assessment. So, I have to keep moving forward and can't stop. The 4th round of assessment soon began. This time, a more dangerous enemy appeared, a Wasteland Wolf King and 10 Wasteland Wolves. This level tests the beast soul master's ability to respond on the spot. Some beast soul masters are very comfortable in a one-on-one situation, but once there are more enemies, they are easily confused. Although the 10 Wasteland Wolves are only 3-star war beasts, this is nothing to me. I roared. My eyes instantly turned cold and fierce. A powerful aura swept towards them. At this moment, all the steppe wolves, including the steppe wolf king, took a step back. They didn't expect that I could scare them away with just my aura, but I wouldn't let them go. I turned into a shadow and quickly rushed towards the Wasteland Wolf King. Bang! With one claw, the head of the Wasteland Wolf King was shattered by me. I chose to kill the strongest enemy first, so the Wasteland Wolf King was naturally my primary target. The remaining 10 steppe wolves were no threat to me at all. In front of my huge body, they were as small as ants. Bang! I stepped down hard, and the other wolf was instantly crushed into pieces by me. To me, the 3-star war beast-level steppe wolves were nothing. In less than 2 minutes, I had dealt with all of them. I don't know how many levels there are in beast training. I stood there, looking forward to the next round of challenges. Now, I just want to exert my strength to the fullest and see how strong I can be. What happened? What made you rush to see me? The chief examiner frowned and asked unhappily. The invigilator hurriedly explained. Examiner Zhao, one of the candidates is behaving very abnormally. I have to ask you to come and take a look. Abnormal? Examiner Zhao was stunned for a moment. What's abnormal? His talent rating does not match his demonstrated strength. Examiner Zhao disagreed. What's wrong with this? Some candidates are practical types. They have low talent ratings, but their actual performance can be better than A level or even S level. The invigilator hesitated for a moment and finally said, "This situation may be a little different." Different? Examiner Zhao frowned. What's different? Forget it. Take me over there to have a look. The examiner finally decided to go over there to have a look. Soon, they came to the examination area where I was. Examiner Zhao looked at my admission ticket and couldn't help but sigh. E-level talent? This kid actually dared to participate in the beast training. He is really brave. At this time, the invigilator said, "Examiner Zhao, please watch the actual combat scenes before drawing any conclusions. You called me here specifically for a candidate with an E-level beast soul?" Examiner Zhao looked a little strange. "Let's talk about it after watching the screen." The invigilator responded helplessly. Zhao looked at the screen and frowned. In the screen, I have turned into a 10-meter-tall beast, with black scales glittering and eyes revealing a fierce and tyrannical aura. He was stunned, realizing that what he saw was totally wrong. This kid. E-level talent? Examiner Zhao muttered to himself, his face full of shock. I just said that this guy has at least the strength of a beast general. The invigilator smiled bitterly. Examiner Zhao couldn't believe it. This is impossible. He is only awakened for a few days, and he can achieve this level. Impossible. It must be at least S-level talent, or even SS level or SSS level. Examiner Zhao's eyes were filled with shock, completely unable to comprehend the situation before him. After a few seconds of silence, he finally realized that this might be a moment to witness history. He turned his head to look at the screen again. I was already challenging the 10th level of the beast refining. Chapter 11. After killing the Wasteland Wolf King in seconds, I slowly retracted the black giant claw. To be honest, I am very satisfied with my current strength. The 100 inferior beast soul crystals provided me with nearly 100,000 evolution points, which made my strength progress rapidly. It seems that if I have the chance in the future, I still need to get more inferior crystals. This thing is very cheap. 100 yuan can buy 100 pieces, and what others see as waste is actually a priceless practice resource for me. Killing the Wasteland Wolf King, I have passed the first stage of beast refining. However, the actual combat assessment is not over yet. The ultimate goal of beast refining is to pass the 3 rounds of assessment, which is just the passing line. To get better results, you must continue to challenge. Many famous schools will select beast soul masters based on the results of beast refining. If you want to enter these schools, the results are very important. The 4th round of assessment began. This time, 10 Wasteland Wolf Kings appeared in front of him. These Wasteland Wolf Kings were stronger than the previous ones. All of them were 7-star war beasts. This level mainly examined the on-the-spot combat capabilities of beast soul masters. After all, some beast soul masters could exert their full strength in a single fight, but once faced with more enemies, they would easily fall into chaos. Although the 10 Wasteland Wolves were only 3-star war beasts, they were enough to cause trouble for most candidates. However, for me, this was not a challenge at all. Roar. I roared, my eyes were cold, and my fierce aura instantly swept towards them. At this moment, all the Wasteland Wolf Kings, even the strongest one, took a step back. This was not enough. I would not let them go. I quickly turned into a shadow and rushed towards one of the Wasteland Wolf Kings. Bang! With one claw, the head of the Steppe Wolf King was shattered by my blow. I chose to kill the strongest enemy first, and the other 10 Steppe Wolves could no longer threaten me. My huge body was like a mountain that overwhelmed everything. Bang! I stomped down hard, and the other Wasteland Wolf was also crushed into pieces. For me, these 3-star war beast level Wasteland Wolves were no problem at all. In less than 2 minutes, all the Wasteland Wolves had died under my claws. Are there 6 more? I looked around and looked at the remaining 6 Wasteland Wolf Kings. In that case, I'll finish you off in one go. The moment I said this, the 6 Wasteland Wolf Kings seemed to feel threatened and subconsciously took a step back. Then, I opened my huge mouth, and a huge amount of heat quickly condensed into a ball of scorching white light in a short period of time. Boom! With a loud roar, I blew out an extremely hot incandescent light. This is the A-level skill I mastered, incandescent light. The high-temperature scorching beam instantly swept towards a Wasteland Wolf King, and the extremely high temperature directly burned through its body. Sizzle. The sound of flesh burning was extremely harsh, and the smell of burning filled the air. It took only 2 seconds for the incandescent light to cut the body of the Wasteland Wolf King into charcoal. I adjusted the direction and sprayed the incandescent light again, continuing to kill the remaining Wasteland Wolf Kings. In less than half a minute, I completely slaughtered all the Wasteland Wolf Kings. Only the charred corpses were left on the ground, and even the complete shape could not be seen clearly. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in my ears. Candidate Lin Yuan, you have successfully passed all the levels of beast training. Please wait patiently for the results to be announced. I wish you good luck. My eyes lit up, and I heard the system prompt sound. I finally completed the beast refining assessment. To be honest, this assessment was easier than I thought. After passing it, I knew that I had achieved good results. Although there were doubts around me, I did not intend to hide my strength. I understand that only by showing enough strength can I attract the attention of others. Only the weak will hide their abilities, and the truly strong will let the world see their potential and thus get more opportunities to practice. This time, I not only have to pass the beast training, but also let all the famous schools notice my existence. I want everyone to understand that even an E-level beast soul can show absolutely powerful strength. Soon, I came out of the actual combat simulation. When I opened my eyes, I saw Zhao Shanhe and the other two invigilators looking at me with surprise in their eyes. At this time, the combat simulation instrument displayed my strength data. Name, Lin Yuan. Gender, male. Age, 18 years old. Awakened beast soul. Lizard. Talent rating, E-level. Strength test, 3-star beast general level. This data is derived from the strength shown by the candidates in the combat simulation. There may be some errors, for reference only. After seeing this data, the three examiners couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Although they roughly guessed my strength, they were still shocked after seeing the instrument data. I am only 18 years old, and I have just awakened my beast soul for less than 2 weeks, and I have reached the strength of a 3-star beast general. Such talent is simply a monster. Zhao Shanhe was silent for a few seconds, and finally said, "Congratulations, you have successfully passed all the levels of beast training. Do you know what this means?" I smiled and responded calmly. "Does it mean that my grades are not bad?" The invigilator next to me interrupted. "With the talent and strength you have shown now, I'm afraid that both Yanjing Beast University and Magic City Beast University will rush to accept you." "Okay." I nodded, and then asked, "When will the results be announced?" The invigilator didn't seem to expect me to be so calm. Logically, the other candidates should have been excited and ecstatic. After a few seconds of hesitation, he replied, "If nothing goes wrong, the results will be announced this afternoon." "Thank you," I said, and prepared to leave. But just as I turned around, Zhao Shanhe suddenly stopped me. "Wait, anything else?" I turned around and looked at him. Zhao Shanhe finally couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. "Why is your talent rating only E? Was there a problem when the beast soul awakened? If there is a problem, you can tell me and I will help you solve it." Generally speaking, the beast soul awakening will not go wrong. This is related to the future achievements of the beast soul master and is extremely important. But my current strength is obviously inconsistent with the E-level rating, which makes Zhao Shanhe confused. I shook my head and said calmly, "There is nothing wrong with the awakening of the beast soul. It was indeed very weak when it first awakened. There is no problem with being rated as an E-level talent. The examiners don't have to worry." After saying that, I turned and left. Since the beast refining assessment has ended, I have no reason to stay here. Next, I just need to wait for the results to be announced. The admissions officers of the prestigious schools will contact me soon. After leaving, the invigilators looked at each other. "Examiner, do you think what he said is true?" One of them asked. Zhao Shanhe pondered for a moment and whispered, "He doesn't act like he's lying." What surprised me even more was this kid's character. It's truly commendable that he can remain so calm despite having such impressive results. With such talent and character, in the future, he will definitely become a powerful beast soul master. Upon hearing this, the other invigilator looked at each other in shock. As the chief examiner, Zhao Shanhe possessed lord-level strength. It was surprising that he gave such a high evaluation. Outside the Beast Soul Hall, many candidates who had just finished the beast training assessment gathered. They gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss their results, either happy or sad. After all, Jinhai City is a small place, and only a few people can pass the beast training assessment in the first year. When I was about to take a rest, a familiar voice came to my ears. "Lin Yuan, I'm here." I turned around and saw Su Mushiwe standing under the tree, waving at me. Before I could react, she had already rushed to me. Looking at her pretty appearance, I smiled and asked, "How is it? Did you pass the beast training?" Chapter 13. Well, I passed. Su Mushiwe blinked and said with a smile, "And the result is pretty good." "Really? Which round did you pass?" I asked. "The 9th round." She raised her little face with a little pride, like a child expecting praise. "That's not bad." I was a little surprised. I didn't expect her to pass the 9th level. I remember that to pass the 9th level, you have to defeat at least 5 7-star Wasteland Wolf Kings and 20 Wasteland Wolves. Su Mushiwe's strength is stronger than I thought. At this time, Su Mushiwe seemed to want to ask something, but she quickly realized something and stopped talking. I guess she wanted to ask about my results, but she didn't ask because she was probably considering my self-esteem. After all, an E-level talent beast soul may not even be able to pass the first level. But what she didn't know was that I not only passed the beast training assessment, but also cleared all the levels directly. When the results are announced, my results will definitely shock everyone. Let's go. After the exam, I'll treat you to a meal. I said with a smile. It's also a celebration for you. What do you want to eat? Okay, then I won't be polite. She blinked, thought for a moment and answered, I want to eat malatang. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Little girl, why are you so unsophisticated? How can you have no pursuit for malatang? As long as it tastes good. She pouted, looking dissatisfied. Let's eat the one you took me to last time. I've been craving it for a long time. That one? It's a bit far from the school, so don't miss the results announcement later. Never mind, the results have been determined anyway, and only the ranking will be announced. Okay, let's go eat. Seeing that she didn't care, I didn't say anything more. As for the results of the beast refining test, if nothing unexpected happens, no one should be able to surpass me. At 1:50 p.m., many candidates gathered outside the Beast Soul Hall. Everyone was waiting for the results to be announced, and the rankings on the light screen would be displayed one by one. For the candidates, the results are important, but the ranking is more concerned. It was already very good to pass the beast refining assessment, but the opportunities and resources of famous schools were limited. The top 5,000 in Jinhai City were eligible to enter the Key Beast Soul University, and the top 100 had the opportunity to enter the top universities. The competition pressure was very high. At this time, Wu Mashuan walked over confidently, with his arms folded and a smile of confidence on his face. His appearance immediately caused discussions among the candidates around him. Who the hell is this guy? So arrogant. Wu Mashuan, I heard that this time Jinhai No. 1 Middle School has produced 2 Beast Soul Masters with S-level talents. The principal of Jinhai No. 1 Middle School should be so happy. Good talent does not mean strong in actual combat. We need to look at the results of beast training. Everyone thought Wu Mashuan's performance was not bad this time, and there were even rumors that he had cleared the 7th round. Cleared 7 rounds? So strong. Last year's top scorer only had 7 rounds. Wu Mashuan should be the top scorer this year. S-level Beast Soul, really strong. With such a good performance, Yinjing Beast Master and Moda Beast Master will both fight for him, right? Everyone cast envious glances at him, and he obviously enjoyed the attention. However, he knew that the real climax was still to come, and once the results and rankings were announced, his name would definitely be at the top. Wu Mashuan had obviously made sufficient preparations. In addition to absorbing the top-grade Beast Soul crystals issued by the school, he also asked his parents to spend money to buy the Beast Spirit Pill, which greatly stimulated the potential of the Beast Soul. He firmly believed that he was invincible and that no one could surpass him. He even thought that Su Muxue could not surpass him. By the way, why don't I see that guy Lin Yuan? Wu Mashuan suddenly looked around and asked. He must have found a place to hide. Haha, with E-level talent, he dared to bet with the boss. I am dying of laughter. I am dying of laughter. If it were me, I would have found a crack in the ground and crawled into it long ago. The people around him laughed at me mercilessly. Wu Mashuan sneered and said, forget it. Since he doesn't want to show up, let him be a coward for the rest of his life. Just then, 2 figures hurried over. I said the spicy hot pot was too far away. It's okay, just in time for the results to be announced. I'm so full. Su Muxue and I walked over, and Wu Mashuan frowned, obviously not expecting me to dare to appear in front of him. Chapter 14. Hey, isn't this Lin Yuan? Wu Mashuan took a few steps forward and deliberately blocked my way, saying with sarcasm, you look so relaxed. It seems that your performance in beast training is pretty good. I smiled and replied calmly, not bad. At least I am quite satisfied with it. As soon as the words fell, the people around Wu Mashuan couldn't help laughing. Still satisfied? You are being modest. When you say satisfied, do you mean you didn't even pass the first level? Haha, can't you pass the first level with a hand? There won't be anyone who can't even pass that level. It's good enough for an E-level beast soul to participate in the assessment. Hearing these words, I noticed that the people around me cast sympathetic glances at me. Obviously, they didn't expect that a seemingly handsome black-haired young man like me would only have an E-level beast soul. But they didn't understand that all these words were just to please Wu Mashuan. Lin Yuan, do you remember the bet? Wu Mashuan sneered at me. I scratched my head. I didn't expect someone to bump into me. Since you mentioned it, are you ready to lose to me? As soon as I said this, the classmates around me were stunned. They didn't expect that I would ask Wu Mashuan so naturally whether he was ready to lose. Lose? Wu Mashuan was so angry that he almost went berserk. How could I lose to a piece of trash like you? At this time, the clock pointed to 2 o'clock. The results are announced. The results are announced. Almost everyone subconsciously turned to the light screen. The names displayed above are ranked according to the results of the beast refining. The better the results, the higher the ranking. Wu Mashuan didn't bother to argue with me and immediately started looking for his name on the light screen. His results must be ranked very high, so it's no surprise that he started from the front. He saw his name at first glance, ranking third. Third place, Wu Mashuan. Final result. Passed the 7th round of beast refining. He was stunned. Third? How is it possible? He immediately looked up, anxiously wondering who was above him. At this time, the second place result appeared on the screen. Second place, Su Mushue. Final result. Passed the 9th round of beast training. Wu Mashuan's eyes flashed with disbelief. Su Mushue actually ranked ahead of him. She actually passed 9 rounds of trials. A deep sense of defeat surged in his heart. If she can only be second, then who is the first place? He wondered. At this moment, the name of the first place appeared on the light screen. First place, Lin Yuan. Final result. Passed the 10th round of beast training. Lin Yuan? How could it be him? Wu Mashuan's eyes widened instantly, his face full of surprise and shock. I actually ranked first? The candidates around him also started to discuss. Who is this Lin Yuan? He actually passed all 10 rounds of the trial. I've never heard of his name. This is simply a direct breakthrough into the beast refining. What kind of beast soul did he awaken to be this strong? He is the dark horse this year. Even Su Mushue and Wu Mashuan were surpassed by him. Su Mushue's performance was also very strong. She broke the record, but she was still surpassed by him. At this time, Wu Mashuan's face became increasingly ugly. Suddenly, my nonchalant voice rang in his ears. Since you've lost, shouldn't you fulfill the bet? I smiled and said, do you want to eat that sack of inferior crystals plain or with some sauce? Chapter 15. The real purpose is revealed. The challenge from Wu Mashuan. At this moment, except for Wu Mashuan, who had an extremely ugly expression on his face, the few people who had previously surrounded him all looked at Lin Yuan in front of them with shock on their faces. How could they have imagined that Lin Yuan, who had only awakened an E-level beast soul, could actually pass the beast refining assessment directly and completely? Not to mention them, even Su Mushue, who was standing next to Lin Yuan, couldn't help but look surprised. She also didn't expect that Lin Yuan's ranking was actually higher than hers. No wonder, when I told him the results, Lin Yuan didn't seem that surprised. But the problem is, how did Lin Yuan do it? This is impossible. At this moment, Wu Mashuan finally exploded. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Lin Yuan like a wild beast. How could a waste like you with E-level talent have such a good result? You must have cheated. Wu Mashuan's roar instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him. Cheating? Is this true? Is there anyone who can cheat in the beast training assessment? Isn't that Wu Mashuan? So, the person standing in front of him is Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan? Is that the Lin Yuan who ranked first in the assessment? And Su Mushue, the second-ranked Su Mushue, is also standing next to them. Fuck, it's true. This is going to be exciting. I'm ready to watch. Lin Yuan looked at Wu Mashuan with a half-smile and said lightly, cheating. Do you really think that I need to cheat in order to win against you? As he spoke, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, like a ferocious wolf waiting to devour its prey. The moment he met Lin Yuan's eyes, even Wu Mashuan couldn't help but feel shocked and took a few steps back. But then, Wu Mashuan gritted his teeth and said loudly, you said you didn't cheat. Then tell me, how could you pass 10 rounds of trials with your E-level beast soul? When Wu Mashuan said this, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. You know, among all the candidates, not many know Lin Yuan. No one expected that Lin Yuan, who had passed 10 rounds of trials, had only awakened an E-level beast soul. E-level beast soul? Isn't this the worst beast soul? Shit, how did he pass all 10 rounds of the trial? Did he really cheat? No way. I've never heard of anyone cheating in the beast training test. Yeah, that's a complete simulation of actual combat. You can't bring anything from the outside world in. How can you cheat? At this moment, Lin Yuan smiled and spoke again. Who said that an E-level beast soul can't pass the beast refining test? There doesn't seem to be such a provision in the assessment manual, right? Wu Mashuan's face twitched violently, and he shouted loudly, Lin Yuan, don't be too proud. I will apply for arbitration from the Beast Soul Hall. I will make your despicable methods public. Facing Wu Mashuan's threat, Lin Yuan shrugged calmly. If you like, it's up to you. However, if you are sure that I did not cheat, you must remember to fulfill the bet. If you have any questions about the test results, you can indeed apply for arbitration from the Beast Soul Hall. However, it is very rare to apply for arbitration from the Beast Soul Hall because of other people's achievements. Just as Wu Mashuan was about to speak, a sound like thunder suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Why is there so much noise outside the palace? Accompanied by the sound of this voice, a tall figure walked slowly out of the Beast Soul Hall and appeared in front of everyone. The person in front of him was none other than the chief examiner of this beast refining test, Zhao Shanhe. After he appeared, A giant bear shadow as huge as a mountain suddenly emerged from behind him, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. The terrifying pressure instantly swept in all directions. All the candidates who felt this pressure felt as if a mountain was pressing on their backs, and even breathing became difficult. This is the pressure of a Lord-level Beast Soul Master. A Beast Soul Master of this level does not even need to fuse the Beast Souls. He can easily condense a Beast Soul Phantom and release pressure. Of course, Zhao Shanhe was already able to control the pressure he released. Otherwise, how could these students who haven't even reached the Beast General level withstand his pressure? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Shanhe. There were even whispers of discussion among the crowd. He must be the examiner Zhao Shanhe, right? It is said that his Raging Earth Bear has already reached the realm of the Lord level 7 stars. Oh my god, this is considered quite powerful among the Lord level Beast Soul Masters, right? Nonsense, he is a talented Beast Soul Master from our Jinhai city. If he hadn't taken the initiative to apply, he would never have come to our small place to be the chief examiner. So, Examiner Zhao Shanhe is quite humane. At least he is not ungrateful. Amid the discussion among the crowd, Zhao Shanhe looked around and said indifferently, "Who just applied to the Beast Soul Hall for arbitration?" As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to Wu Mashuan. Wu Mashuan stepped forward and bowed to Zhao Shanhe, then said, "I applied for arbitration. I think the score of candidate Lin Yuan is not reasonable. He only awakened an E-level Beast Soul, but he passed 10 rounds of the Beast Refining test. This is totally unreasonable. Regarding this matter, I would like to request a reasonable explanation from the Beast Soul Hall." At this moment, Wu Mashuan's true intentions were revealed, and he attacked Lin Yuan without hesitation. However, what no one expected was that in the face of Wu Mashuan's doubts, Zhao Shanhe said calmly, "This is really quite a coincidence. When candidate Lin Yuan was taking the Beast Refining test, I happened to be present. I could be said to be supervising the entire process, and I didn't notice anything unusual. Or, are you suspecting that I helped him cheat?" After hearing this, Wu Mashuan felt like his scalp was about to explode. How could he know that the person in charge of supervising Lin Yuan was Zhao Shanhe? In other words, if one wants to prove that Lin Yuan cheated, either Zhao Shanhe helped him cheat, or he cheated under Zhao Shanhe's nose. Whatever the possibility, it's unbelievable. Why would a Lord-level Beast Soul Master lower himself to help a candidate cheat? What's more, doing so would involve huge risks. Once discovered, even though Zhao Shanhe is a Lord-level Beast Soul Master, he will still have to bear extremely severe punishment. Wu Mashuan naturally did not dare to doubt Zhao Shanhe, but he was also unwilling to believe that Lin Yuan had achieved such results with his own strength. Thinking of this, Wu Mashuan immediately said, "Examiner Zhao is the pride of our Jinhai city. It is impossible for me to doubt you." However, during the Beast Soul Awakening ceremony, the Lizard Beast Soul awakened by candidate Lin Yuan was only rated as an E-level talent. I believe everyone present here should know what E-level talent means. I really can't imagine how the candidate Lin Yuan passed the 10 rounds of trials with only an E-level Beast Soul. So, I think that Examiner Zhao should at least show the video of the battle between examinee Lin Yuan and others, so that he can convince everyone. After Wu Mashuan said this, the candidates around him nodded one after another, showing expressions of agreement. To be honest, they were also very curious about whether Lin Yuan was really capable or whether he had resorted to unfair means, as Wu Mashuan said. However, Zhao Shanhe shook his head and said calmly, "I'm sorry, I can't agree to this request. According to the Beast Soul Hall regulations, examiners are not allowed to disclose candidate information without special circumstances." Zhao Shanhe was not talking nonsense. This was indeed the rule of the Beast Soul Hall, and its purpose was to protect the candidates. But Wu Mashuan seemed to have anticipated this and immediately said, "Since we can't release the battle video, if we want to verify the authenticity of Lin Yuan's results, we can only use another method." Wu Mashuan's words instantly aroused the interest of everyone present. They also wanted to know if there was any other way to verify whether Lin Yuan cheated. Zhao Shanhe nodded slightly, motioning Wu Mashuan to continue. Wu Mashuan raised his head and said in a deep voice, "My method is very simple. That is to let Lin Yuan fight with me. If he can win, it will naturally prove that there is no problem with his results. But if he can't even beat me, then it's enough to prove that his results were obtained by cheating." Suddenly, the whole audience was in an uproar. Obviously, this is Wu Mashuan's real intention. He had been laying the groundwork for so long just for this moment. He wanted to personally uncover Lin Yuan's fig leaf in front of everyone. Wu Mashuan wanted everyone to witness. The guy in front of me is not a genius at all, but just a waste who has only awakened an E-level beast soul. Chapter 16, the showdown begins. Lin Yuan versus Wu Mashuan. Before Zhao Shanhe could respond, Wu Moshuan spoke again. Examiner Zhao, challenging others should not be within the limits of the Beast Soul Hall, right? It's natural. Zhao Shanhe nodded and said. However, we also need to ask the opinions of the parties involved. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yuan again. Everyone was waiting for Lin Yuan's reply. Will he choose to accept Wu Moshuan's challenge? To be honest, things have evolved to this point, and Lin Yuan has no say in the matter. If Lin Yuan refuses the challenge, he will definitely be considered a cheater by everyone. If you want to prove your innocence, you must accept the challenge. This was Wu Moshuan's purpose, to force Lin Yuan to fight him. Only in this way can he regain his lost dignity. After getting Zhao Shanhe's agreement, Wu Moshuan immediately turned around and looked directly at Lin Yuan. Do you dare to fight? Faced with the aggressive Wu Moshuan, even Su Muxue couldn't help but pull Lin Yuan's sleeve. If you are not sure, you can choose not to fight. Obviously, Su Muxue was also not very confident about Lin Yuan's strength. However, Lin Yuan grinned and revealed a bright smile. He still remembered that when he first entered the industry in his previous life, the teacher who taught him the art of assassination once told him this. If someone comes to provoke you, it's useless to be patient. Only by breaking his bones can you make him know fear. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately said, I will take this battle. After Lin Yuan accepted the challenge, everyone present couldn't help but feel encouraged. They obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan would choose to fight so straightforwardly. Looking back at the beast refining assessments over the years, when has there ever been such an exciting and thrilling scene? However, at this moment, Zhao Shanhe suddenly looked at Wu Moshuan. To be honest, I don't think this battle is necessary. You are ranked 1st and 3rd respectively. You are both the pride of Zhenhai City. There is no need to fight to the death over such a small matter. I've already said that I can make sure that he didn't cheat during the assessment. After Zhao Shanhe said this, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. This guy? Could he really have any relationship with Lin Yuan? Otherwise, why would he be so biased towards Lin Yuan? Although Zhao Shanhe's tone was extremely sincere, Wu Moshuan still didn't buy it. He stared at Lin Yuan intently and said, since he didn't cheat, let him have a fair fight with me. Examiner Zhao, please be the witness of this battle. I will let you see how I tear this guy into pieces. Wu Moshuan's face was full of ferocity. After feeling his determination, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but sigh slightly. In that case, you can compete on the battle stage in the Beast Soul Hall. Anyone who wants to watch can come over. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan and Wu Moshuan successively stood on the fighting stage in the Beast Soul Hall. This fighting arena is extremely wide, 2 or 3 times larger than a football field. Only a spacious venue like this can allow Beast Soul Masters to fight to their heart's content. Surrounding the fighting stage are circular audience seats, one circle after another, like a staircase. Rather than being a fighting arena, it is more like an ancient Roman gladiatorial arena. At this moment, the surrounding audience seats were already filled with onlookers. Among these people, the vast majority are candidates for this beast refining assessment. And of course, there are also some Beast Soul Masters who come here specifically to watch the fun. Although the duel has not yet begun, the atmosphere on the stage has already become tense. If both sides are ready, then they can start the showdown now. Zhao Shanhe stood in the middle of the platform and said calmly, this battle is just a competition. You can go all out, but no one is allowed to die. As long as one side admits defeat, the battle ends. Also, during the battle, you are not allowed to use any external objects. Once you violate the rules, you will also be considered defeated. Do you understand? Clear. Lin Yuan and Wu Moshuan both nodded slightly. The rules of the duel are simple. Apart from not being allowed to use external forces, there are no restrictions on them. Since you are all ready, I declare, the battle officially begins. After saying this, Zhao Shanhe jumped off the fighting stage. He was just a referee, so he naturally couldn't stay on the stage and affect the duel between the two. Although the duel has begun, neither side is in a hurry to attack. Wu Moshuan stared at Lin Yuan with cold eyes and said in a deep voice, you should know that everything that happened today was your own fault. Lin Yuan looked at him, chuckled and said, yeah, I didn't expect that you would make such a big fuss just to avoid paying the debt. It's really hard for you. You're looking for death. After hearing this, Wu Moshuan's face instantly turned gloomy. The next second, he launched the Beast Soul Fusion without hesitation. S-level Beast Soul, Skeleton Reptile King. Roar. Accompanied by a roar that shook the earth. Wu Moshuan has already completed the fusion of Beast Souls. An extremely huge Skeleton Reptile King immediately appeared on the battle stage, exuding a powerful aura and astonishing pressure. The Skeleton Reptile King looks like a giant lizard, with a snake-like tail and a skull-like face. In addition to a giant tail, the skeleton reptile king also has two extremely strong front claws, allowing it to use its giant claws to adjust its body shape while crawling like a snake. After feeling the amazing aura emanating from the skeleton reptile king, everyone present couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise in their eyes. What a terrifying beast. The length of this skeleton reptile king must be at least 5 meters, right? Is this an S-level beast soul? It really is a talent visible to the naked eye. As expected of a genius who ranks third in the final results, his strength is indeed impressive. It hasn't been long since he awakened his beast soul, but he already has such strength. It won't be long before he can break through to the beast general level. The third place is so powerful, so Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwei must be even stronger than him, right? It's hard to say. Didn't you hear Wu Mashwan say that Lin Yuan only awakened an E-level beast soul? What if his score was really obtained by cheating? That would be fun. There is no doubt that most of the audience present had the same idea. It is precisely because of this that at this moment, everyone's eyes are fixed on Lin Yuan. They all wanted to see what kind of strength Lin Yuan could display after fusing with the beast soul. Chapter 17 Extremely Brutal. Brutal Crush. Roar. Accompanied by a roaring sound. Wu Mashwan, who had merged with the soul of the skeleton reptile king, suddenly swung his tail. The giant tail covered with hard scales, like a copper pillar, swept towards where Lin Yuan was. However, facing Wu Mashwan's extremely powerful attack, Lin Yuan remained calm and leaped backwards into the air, just avoiding the sweep of the giant tail. Looking at the scene in front of them, the audience in the auditorium couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Lin Yuan. After all, from their perspective, Wu Mashwan's giant tail that swept out almost brushed past Lin Yuan's face. If Lin Yuan had retreated slower, his head would have exploded under the heavy blow of the giant tail. After Lin Yuan dodged this attack, a hint of violence flashed in Wu Mashwan's eyes. He raised his head and roared at Lin Yuan. "You useless guy. You don't even dare to merge with the beast soul?" Wu Mashwan's words made all the audience present react. Yes, in a duel between beast soul masters, you don't even fuse the beast souls. What's the meaning of that? Does this guy still want to rely on his own strength to defeat the skeleton reptile king in front of him? Looking at the scene on the fighting stage, a hint of worry flashed across Su Mushiwei's eyes. She was also present when Lin Yuan awakened his beast soul, so she naturally knew what kind of beast soul he had awakened. Just looking at the palm-sized black lizard, it looks like it has no fighting power at all. It is completely reasonable to be rated as an E-level talent. Although Su Mushiwei didn't know how Lin Yuan managed to pass 10 rounds of trials. But she knew in her heart that if Lin Yuan's beast soul had not undergone any mutation, he would never be a match for Wu Mashwan. At the same time, she also made up her mind that if Wu Mashwan dared to endanger Lin Yuan's life, she would take action even if Zhao Shanhe did not take action. With her strength, it is more than enough to suppress Wu Mashwan. At this moment, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly sounded faintly in Wu Mashwan's ears. "Since you are so eager for me to fuse the beast souls, I will satisfy you." Just as Lin Yuan finished his words, a majestic and terrifying aura suddenly spread out from around him. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Yuan directly completed the fusion of beast souls. A 10-meter-tall monster that looked like a demon appeared in front of everyone with a majestic and terrifying posture. The aura emanating from Lin Yuan was so terrifying that even Wu Mashwan couldn't help but take a step back. Looking at the scene before them, everyone in the audience couldn't help but widen their eyes with expressions of shock. After completing the fusion of the beast soul, Lin Yuan's nearly 10-meter-tall body brought a great visual impact to everyone present. "Are you sure this is an E-level beast soul? Are you crazy?" After coming to his senses, a hint of fear couldn't help but emerge in Wu Mashwan's eyes. "This is impossible. You have awakened an E-level beast soul. How is it possible that you have grown so fast?" Wu Mashwan's fear was not without reason. The black giant lizard in front of him completely crushed him just in terms of size. What happened to the E-level beast soul? Who stipulated that? E-level beast souls must be weaker than S-level beast souls. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan raised his giant claws and suddenly slapped down in the direction of Wu Mashwan. After feeling the strong wind blowing in his face, Wu Mashwan immediately felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The next second, he burst out with all his speed and dodged to the side. Bang! Accompanied by the splashing of gravel. Lin Yuan's claw actually created a deep pit on the ground. Such terrifying explosive power. After feeling Lin Yuan's amazing power, Wu Mashwan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If that claw had hit him just now, he would have been half dead if not dead. Judging from the power displayed by this claw, Lin Yuan at least possesses the strength of a beast general. But how is this possible? How could a beast soul master with E-level talent have the strength of a beast general in just a few days? This doesn't make sense at all. But before he could figure out how Lin Yuan did it, the latter's giant black claw slapped down again. The whistling sound breaking through the air exploded in Wu Mashwan's ears. The speed of Lin Yuan's claw was even faster than before. It was so fast that Wu Mashuan didn't even have any room to dodge. Since there is no way to avoid it, the only choice is to take it head-on. Wu Mashuan gritted his teeth, immediately mobilized all his strength, and lashed out with the giant tail. But at this moment, Lin Yuan's creepy voice rang in his ears again. I really didn't expect that you would dare to fight back. Just as the giant claw and the giant tail collided, Lin Yuan directly grabbed Wu Mashuan's giant tail with his backhand. The difference in strength made Lin Yuan's giant claws act like a pair of pliers, tightly gripping Wu Mashuan's giant tail. Wu Mashuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and an ominous premonition suddenly flashed through his heart. What the hell do you want to do? What do you think I want to do? Lin Yuan grinned, grabbed Wu Mashuan's giant tail, and slammed it towards the ground. He really doesn't like to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean he doesn't hold grudges. This guy has been jumping up and down like a clown and disgusting him for so long. It's time to make him pay the price. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yuan grabbed Wu Mashuan's giant tail tightly and slammed his body to the ground again and again. Every collision will cause a dull thud. After swinging the sword left and right for 20 or 30 times, 2 huge pits appeared on the ground. As for Wu Mashuan, he was in an extremely miserable state. The scales all over his body were cracked and shattered, and his entire body was a bloody mess. Brutal, cruel, tyrannical. It is not an exaggeration to use these words to describe Lin Yuan's aura at this moment. Before the battle, probably no one could have predicted that such a one-sided situation would occur. This isn't even a competition, it's just pure slaughter. In front of Lin Yuan, even Wu Mashuan, a genius who had awakened an S-level beast soul, could only be brutally crushed. Looking at the black giant on the fighting stage, all the spectators present had only one thought in their minds. That is, this guy is really too cruel. Chapter 18. You were even more useless than I thought. Is this Lin Yuan's strength? At this moment, everyone in the audience couldn't help but swallow their saliva, because the scene before his eyes was too brutal and shocking. They originally thought that Zhao Shanhe dissuaded them from fighting in order to favor Lin Yuan. Now it seems that Examiner Zhao is simply afraid that Wu Mashuan will be tortured too badly. With such terrifying strength, it's no wonder that Lin Yuan was able to pass 10 rounds of trials. Su Muxue, who was sitting in the audience, was also in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. To be honest, after Lin Yuan awakened the E-level beast soul, although she felt sad for Lin Yuan, she was also secretly happy at the same time. Because, in this way, no one else would be able to see the light emanating from Lin Yuan. Even if Lin Yuan's strength would be very weak, Su Muxue didn't care at all. At worst, she will be the one protecting Lin Yuan from now on. Girls' little thoughts are sometimes so strange. When she regards something as a treasure, she wants to keep it well and does not want others to discover the existence of this treasure. However, the strength Lin Yuan demonstrated today was completely beyond her expectations. E-level beast soul. Can he possess such powerful strength? Su Muxue's beautiful eyes sparkled. At this moment, her mood was extremely complicated. There is surprise and pride, but also nervousness and uneasiness. How can a golden fish stay in a pond? It will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds. Lin Yuan finally showed his brilliance in front of everyone. On the battle stage, the battle was still going on, because Wu Mashuan hasn't admitted defeat yet. According to the rules, the battle is not over until one side admits defeat or completely loses the ability to fight. However, what Lin Yuan did not expect was that Wu Mashuan was so resilient. Even in this situation, he did not choose to give up. Click. At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came to Lin Yuan's ears. When he reacted, there was only a broken tail left in his hand. Under such circumstances, Wu Mashuan actually chose to cut off his tail and escape. However, even though he escaped Lin Yuan's confinement, he now looked extremely miserable. Almost half of the scales covering his body were cracked and shattered, and some were even embedded in his flesh and blood, making him look like a mirror covered with cracks. Lin Yuan raised his head and looked at Wu Mashuan in front of him, and said calmly, "You lose." "Who said I lost?" Wu Mashuan's eyes turned bloodshot, and he let out a low growl. At this moment, without anyone noticing, he rolled out a pill that had been hidden under his tongue and chewed it without hesitation. The next second, a ball of scarlet blood suddenly burst out from around Wu Mashuan, making him seem to be shrouded in blood mist. Looking at this scene in front of them, everyone in the audience couldn't help but feel excited. They obviously didn't expect that Wu Mashuan actually had a backup plan. However, looking at the scene in front of him, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but frown. An ordinary Beast Soul Master might not be able to see it, but as a Lord-level Beast Soul Master, he could see the clue at a glance. The growth of Wu Mashuan's strength is obviously not normal. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have taken the Blood Burst pill. This is a very powerful medicine that can greatly enhance the strength of the Beast Soul in a short period of time. The scarlet blood mist surrounding Wu Mashuan was the best proof that he had taken this medicine. However, Although the bloodburst pill is extremely effective, it also comes with significant side effects. After taking this medicine, Wu Mashwan will have to lie in bed for at least a month before he can recover. At this moment, under the enhancement of the blood rage pill, Wu Mashwan's strength soared all the way, and he soon possessed the strength of a beast general. Beast General level 1 star. Beast General level 2 stars. Beast General level 3 stars. Beast General level 3 star peak. With the help of the medicine, Wu Mashwan soared from the peak of the 8-star battle beast level to the peak of the 3-star beast general level. The aura emanating from him at this moment was actually stronger than Lin Yuan's. After feeling Wu Mashwan's current strength, Zhao Shanhe frowned and immediately prepared to take action to end the fight. After all, according to the rules, neither side is allowed to use any external force in this duel. And Wu Mashwan's behavior at this time has obviously violated the rules. But just as Zhao Shanhe was about to intervene in the battle, he suddenly noticed Lin Yuan's eyes. What he didn't expect was that even under such circumstances, Lin Yuan's eyes did not change at all. Cold, indifferent, and contemptuous. It was like a truly ferocious beast. Looking at Lin Yuan's eyes, even Zhao Shanhe, a lord-level beast soul master, couldn't help but feel dazed. Can this kid really deal with Wu Mashwan who has taken the bloodburst pill? With this thought in mind, Zhao Shanhe stopped what he was doing for some unknown reason. I want you to die. Just when Zhao Shanhe was hesitating, Wu Mashwan's figure suddenly rose up, like a cannonball, and rushed towards Lin Yuan at an extremely fast speed. His face was ferocious, and his blood-red eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. Now he has completely fallen into madness. At this moment, there was only one thought left in Wu Mashwan's heart. Only by killing Lin Yuan can he completely wash away the shame he has endured. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan lowered his head, and his cold and indifferent eyes happened to meet his gaze. Wu Mashwan, you were even more useless than I thought. After hearing this, Wu Mashwan's heart suddenly felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar, and he inexplicably felt a fear deep in his bones. No, how is this possible? His current strength is obviously stronger than Lin Yuan. At the same time, Lin Yuan also opened his huge mouth, and a ball of energy light emitting a burning breath suddenly began to condense and take shape in his mouth. What kind of energy is this? Wu Mashwan's pupils suddenly shrank, and fear spread uncontrollably in his heart. But at this moment, there is no turning back for him. Wu Mashwan screamed, and a pair of huge black claws suddenly slapped towards Lin Yuan's head. At this moment, the burning ball of light in Lin Yuan's mouth finally condensed into shape. Roar. Accompanied by a roar. The scorching energy beam suddenly burst out with dazzling light and pierced through in the direction of Wu Mashwan. 100,000 degree high temperature. Incandescent light. Chapter 19 An olive branch from Demon City Beast King. Boom. A white-hot light emitting high temperature gushed out from Lin Yuan's mouth, instantly releasing an incomparable amount of energy. Accompanied by a loud bang. Wu Mashwan's huge body was actually blasted away. So what if I took the bloodburst pill? The power obtained through external forces is not your own after all. Even without using incandescent light, Lin Yuan could still defeat him easily. The use of incandescent light is only to end the battle more quickly. After being hit by the white-hot light, Wu Mashwan flew backwards for dozens of meters before falling heavily to the ground. Under such circumstances, Wu Mashwan naturally could not continue to maintain the state of beast soul fusion and directly turned back into human form. There was a charred bloody hole on his abdomen, and he had fainted, completely losing consciousness. At this moment, Zhao Shanhe also walked onto the battle stage and said loudly, I declare that Lin Yuan has won this duel. Moreover, Wu Mashwan also took illegal drugs during the duel and forcibly increased his strength. After hearing this, everyone in the audience showed contempt on their faces. He can't even win even after taking drugs. This Wu Mashwan is really useless. However, on second thought, with Wu Mashwan's strength, he is already considered a top-notch beast soul master among his peers. So, it's not that he is too weak, but that Lin Yuan is too strong. Who on earth was so blind that he rated his beast soul as an E-level talent? Have you ever seen an E-class chasing after an S-class? Now, does anyone have any objections to the result of candidate Lin Yuan? Zhao Shanhe looked around and asked. However, after he said this, the whole audience fell silent. After all, they all saw Wu Mashwan's miserable condition. You still dare to question Lin Yuan's achievements. What's the difference between that and seeking death? Seeing that no one answered, Zhao Shanhe walked directly to Wu Mashwan's side, picked up the unconscious ladder with one hand, and handed him over to another examiner off the stage. Take him to the medical room for treatment. Although his injuries are not fatal, the side effects of taking the blood rage pill are enough to keep him in bed for 10 days to half a month. The examiner shook his head and said regretfully, in this case, I guess no prestigious school would dare to accept him. Originally, with Wu Mashwan's grades, although not as good as Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwei, it would still be easy for him to get into the top 10 universities in the country. But now, not only did he make himself half disabled, but he also left everyone with the impression that he had bad character. After all, if it was a fair defeat, it would be understandable. But Wu Mashuan violated the rules during the duel and took the blood-burst pill, and ended up being defeated by Lin Yuan, which was a very ugly act. You know, those famous schools not only value the talent of beast soul masters, but also their character. This time, Wu Mashuan shot himself in the foot. Afterwards, Zhao Shanhe came straight to Lin Yuan and said, "Congratulations, you won this game." Lin Yuan glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Thank you, examiner." Zhao Shanhe raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Thank me for what?" Lin Yuan smiled and said calmly, "Of course, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to severely injure him." Of course, he knew that with Zhao Shanhe's strength, he was able to forcibly stop him before his white-hot light burst out. However, Zhao Shanhe did not choose to do so, and this is why Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude. After Lin Yuan said this, a strange look flashed across Zhao Shanhe's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan's insight was so sharp that he could figure out so quickly that he did it on purpose. Even he had to admit that the boy in front of him, besides being extremely talented, was also mature and sophisticated. Zhao Shanhe did not see any youthful innocence in him at all. Instead, he gave off a sinister vibe. At this moment, even he couldn't see clearly what kind of achievements this young man in front of him would make in the future. However, there was one thing he could be sure of. That is, a genius of this level will definitely be the object of scramble from all sides. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanhe naturally stopped hesitating and immediately said, "Boy, in addition to being the chief examiner of this beast training assessment, I also have another identity, that is, the admissions teacher of the Magic City Beast University." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Of course, he had heard of the name of Demon City Beast King. You know, the Demon City Beast University is as famous as the Yanjing Beast University. These two Beast Soul Master Academies are at the top of the pyramid even among many famous schools. Its status is as high as that of Tsinghua University and Peking University in Lin Yuan's previous life. Every year, countless candidates try their best to get into these two colleges. But the cruel truth is that only the geniuses among geniuses and the most evil among evildoers are qualified to enter these two academies. But now, Zhao Shanhe, representing the Demon City Beast University, took the initiative to extend an olive branch to him. However, after Zhao Shanhe said this, Lin Yuan's expression did not change at all. Being favored by the demonic Beast King, you should at least show some joy, right? This is one of the two highest-level institutions. Zhao Shanhe even doubted whether Lin Yuan heard what he said. Or is this guy so surprised that he doesn't know what expression to show? Just when Zhao Shanhe was feeling confused, Lin Yuan's voice sounded faintly in his ears. "Teacher Zhao, are all your famous schools recruiting people so casually?" Zhao Shanhe was stunned for a moment, then immediately explained, "Of course not. I have comprehensively assessed your talent, strength, and your performance in the beast training assessment, so I invited you." "You misunderstood, that's not what I meant." Lin Yuan shook his head and said sincerely, "I want to ask, doesn't your school promise any benefits when recruiting students?" "No matter what, with my grades, I am still the top scorer in Jinhai City, right? You're just trying to get something for nothing. I'm afraid that's not a good idea, right?" After hearing these words, the corners of Zhao Shanhe's mouth twitched violently twice, and he felt his whole body numb. Is this kid in front of me a normal person? Faced with the olive branch thrown by Madu Beast University, the first thing he considered was what benefits the school would give him. Chapter 20. Top talents that prestigious schools are vying for. Although, with the results Lin Yuan achieved in the beast training assessment, he does have the right to bargain with the school. But there is no such thing as getting benefits right away, right? Seeing that Zhao Shanhe did not respond, Lin Yuan spoke again. "Teacher Zhao, as a top-level university, it is impossible that the Magic City Beast University cannot offer any conditions, right?" "Of course not," Zhao Shanhe immediately said. "As long as you are willing to enter the Magic City Beast University, I can apply for a full amount of resource subsidies for you." "Full resource subsidy?" Lin Yuan immediately became interested. "What are they?" "It includes 500,000 yuan for admission, 20 high-quality beast soul crystals, 5 beast spirit pills, and a beast general-level beast divine weapon." After hearing the conditions offered by Zhao Shanhe, even Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. He obviously didn't expect that Zhao Shanhe could offer such generous conditions on behalf of the Demon City Beast University. You know, the value of those 20 top-grade beast soul crystals alone is as high as 200,000. In addition, there are 500,000 scholarships, 5 beast spirit pills, and a beast general-level beast weapon. Lin Yuan had heard of beast spirit pill. This kind of elixir is of great help in improving the potential of beast souls. The price of the beast spirit pill is naturally much higher than that of the high-grade beast soul crystal, and the price is as high as 50,000 per piece. 5 beast spirit pills, that would be 250,000. As for the beast god weapon, Lin Yuan didn't know much about it. All I know is that this is a special weapon equipped specifically for beast souls. However, even if this beast weapon is not counted, the value of the scholarship, beast soul crystals, and beast spirit pills alone adds up to a value of nearly 1 million. I have to say that these prestigious schools are really generous when it comes to recruiting geniuses. Of course, this is mainly due to the strong talent that Lin Yuan has demonstrated. If you were just an ordinary genius, you wouldn't receive such treatment. Seeing that Lin Yuan hadn't expressed his opinion, Zhao Shanhe thought that he was dissatisfied, so he immediately said again, "Believe me, this is the highest standard of treatment I can offer. This represents both my sincerity and the sincerity of the Demon City Beast University." Just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, another figure jumped up from the audience and directly onto the fighting stage. "Zhao Shanhe, you shameless fellow. Enrollment hasn't even started yet, and you're already trying to trick this kid into joining your Magic City Beast University?" The man in front of him was tall and burly, and looked like a ferocious tiger, but he exuded a cold aura. When facing Zhao Shanhe, he was not polite at all and started to scold him for being shameless. Looking at the scene before them, everyone present was stunned. Who is this man in front of me? How dare he be so presumptuous towards Zhao Shanhe, a lord-level beast soul master? "Cheng Yuhu, don't talk nonsense." Zhao Shanhe snorted coldly and responded bluntly. "The enrollment matter is based on mutual consent. Besides, how do you know that this kid doesn't want to join our Demon City Beast University?" Cheng Yuhu didn't intend to continue arguing with him, but turned his head and looked at Lin Yuan. "Boy, don't be fooled by him. Although the Demon City Beast King and the Yanjing Beast King are equally famous, they have been suppressed by us in all these years. So, you don't have to think too much. Joining our Yanjing Beast University is the right choice. Also, Yanjing Beast University can also offer you very generous conditions. As long as you are willing to join us, you will be able to receive a 500,000 yuan scholarship, 40 high-quality beast soul crystals, and 10 beast spirit pills." After hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but look shocked. They obviously didn't expect that the Cheng Yuhu who suddenly appeared in front of them was actually the admissions teacher of Yanjing Beast University. The conditions he offered to Lin Yuan were also extremely generous. Except for the lack of a beast general-level beast weapon, the number of beast soul crystals and beast spirit pills have doubled. As expected of the Yanjing Beast Master, he is indeed very wealthy. Alas, is this how top talents are treated? Not only are they fought over by 2 prestigious schools, but they are also given all kinds of resources. Nonsense. If you can pass the 10 rounds of beast training, you can also enjoy this treatment. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. "It's not enough to just pass the 10th beast refining. Didn't you see how strong this guy is? Others can pass 10 rounds of the trial. That's because they can only pass 10 rounds. He passed all 10 rounds of trials. That's because the beast training only has 10 rounds." After these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. Yes, for a genius of Lin Yuan's level, 10 rounds of beast training has not even reached his limit. At this moment, Zhao Shanhe was furious and yelled at Cheng Yuhu. "How dare you steal my girl in front of me, you bastard!" As Zhao Shanhe roared, the shadow of the beast soul angry earth bear also emerged from behind him. The overwhelming pressure instantly swept in all directions like a raging tide, causing everyone present to tremble in their hearts. Lin Yuan, who was the closest, even had to mobilize his own beast soul power to resist this pressure. But Cheng Yuhu didn't seem to be affected at all. Instead, he snorted coldly and said bluntly, "Zhao Shanhe, who are you trying to scare here? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Just as he finished speaking, a phantom of a beast soul also appeared behind Cheng Yuhu. The difference from Zhao Shanhe's angry earth bear was that what appeared behind Cheng Yuhu was a giant tiger with dark purple hair, emitting an extremely cold and dark aura. Obviously, this is Cheng Yuhu's beast soul. Lord-level beast soul, netherworld ghost tiger. It is obvious that Cheng Yuhu, as an admissions teacher at Yanjing University of Beasts, is also very capable. At the very least, he is not inferior to Zhao Shanhe. "You too. It's just about recruiting students. Why are you making such a fuss?" At this moment, a fat man with a smile on his face also walked up from the fighting stage. The next second, the shadow of a beast soul emerged from behind him, and it turned out to be an extremely fat monster. This strange beast has thick, long, fluffy fur, a short, round head, small ears hidden in its fur, a short tail, and eyes that are lazily half-closed. It looks fat and lazy, like a giant sloth. But what surprised everyone was that after the fat man's beast soul shadow emerged, it actually suppressed the momentum of the earth-angry bear and the netherworld ghost tiger. Could it be that this fat guy's strength is even greater than that of Zhao Shanhe and Cheng Yuhu? Just as everyone was feeling surprised, Cheng Yuhu frowned and said, "Fatty Ding, are you here to stop the fight? You have no right to interfere in what happens between Zhao Shanhe and me." "Of course not." The fat man shook his head and said with a smile, "Only Yanjing Beast University and Modu Beast University are allowed to recruit students. Are we not allowed to cherish and love talents at Chuanshan Beast University?" Chapter 21. The Shuchuan Beast is big, and the silver treasure chest. Is Shuchuan Beast big? The fat man in front of me actually came from Shuchuan Beast University. You know, although the fame of Shuchuan Beast University cannot be compared with that of Yanjing Beast University and Modu Beast University, it is also a top university ranked in the top 5 all year round. It seems that the talent and strength displayed by Lin Yuan made most of the Shuchuan beasts unable to help but come out to snatch people. Cheng Yuhu sneered. "Ding Lushan, I was wondering why you had the time to get involved. It turns out you were attracted by this kid's talent. It's just that since Demon Beast King is fighting with us, we just accept it. You Shuchuan beasts are so powerful, why do you dare to fight?" Cheng Yuhu's words were simply overbearing, but what supported his overbearing attitude was the confidence given to him by the Yanjing Beast. Looking at the whole of China, the only beast that can be compared with Yanjing Beast King is Modu Beast King. Are other universities worthy of being called famous universities? Facing the extremely powerful Cheng Yuhu, Ding Lushan was not angry at all and still smiled like Mithriya Buddha. "If it's a fair competition, then we Shuchuan beasts can't win against you naturally. But the problem is, I dare to come out and fight, which naturally shows that I have the confidence." After he said this, Zhao Shanhe was obviously interested. He chuckled and asked back, "Then tell me, where do you get your confidence from?" Ding Lushan replied with a smile, "Of course we are willing to spend money. Boy, as long as you are willing to join our Shuchuan Beast University, after enrollment, we will immediately give you a 3 million scholarship, plus 50 high-quality beast soul crystals and 10 beast spirit pills. In addition, you will be given 20 high-quality beast soul crystals every semester until you graduate. Believe me, we at Shuchuan Beast University will definitely spare no effort in cultivating geniuses." After hearing the conditions offered by Ding Lushan, everyone present couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. That's a full 3 million. It's enough to buy a house. Moreover, in addition to this, top-grade beast soul crystals are free of charge. 50 pieces will be given out upon admission, and 20 pieces will be distributed in each subsequent semester. The Shuchuan beast is big. This is a bit too rich. To be honest, let alone these candidates who have not seen much of the world. Even Zhao Shanhe and Cheng Yuhu couldn't help but gasp. When did Shuchuan Beast become so arrogant? Damn, no wonder Fatty Ding was so confident. It turns out he came prepared. To be honest, if they were in Lin Yuan's position, it would be hard not to be tempted. After all, the conditions offered by Shuchuan Beast University were really too generous. What's more, although Shuchuan Beast University is not the first or second-ranked famous university, it is also ranked stably in the top 5. In the surrounding audience seats, the candidates' voices of discussion could be heard. I never thought that Shuchuan Beast University would be so generous in recruiting students. Yeah, I hadn't considered Shuchuan Beast King before, but now it seems like a good choice. How can a top 5 prestigious school be bad? It all depends on whether the school values you. Yes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Instead of going to Yanjing Beast University and Modu Beast University and being the last one, it's better to go to Shuchuan Beast University. Maybe the school will devote more training resources to you. You know, as a Lord-level Beast Soul Master, even without the fusion of Beast Souls, the 5 senses are extremely sharp. The discussions around them were naturally heard by Zhao Shanhe and Cheng Yuhu. They obviously did not expect that Shuchuan Beast University could directly reverse the impression of it in the minds of the candidates with this wave of operations. In this way, even if Lin Yuan rejected their admission invitation, they would definitely not lose out. In fact, not only Zhao Shanhe and Cheng Yuhu saw this, but even the admissions teachers of other schools also saw this. How could they miss this free way to promote their school? All of a sudden, admissions teachers from all the prestigious universities stepped onto the competition stage. Little friend Lin Yuan, why don't you consider our Jinghang Beast University? Our ranking is not lower than that of Shuchuan Beast University, and we are willing to offer the same treatment. As long as you are willing to come to our manhwa Beast University, which is also a top-notch institution, you can apply for a 5 million scholarship as soon as you are admitted. Manhwa Beast University? A college that is always ranked outside the top 20 dares to call itself a top school? Brother Lin Yuan, our Tiannan Beast University is your best choice. Come to our North China University of Beast Science. We were ranked 8th last year. No matter what conditions other colleges offer you, we are willing to increase them by 50. Don't listen to them. Cultivation resources are just external help. More is not necessarily better. If you want to become a powerful beast soul master, you still have to rely on your own efforts. Come to our Purple Gold Beastmaster University. I can apply for a Beast King level Beast Soul Master to teach you. On the one hand, these admissions teachers really wanted to recruit Lin Yuan into the school. On the other hand, we are also taking this opportunity to promote our school as much as possible. After all, nearly 80 of the candidates gathered in the audience. In an instant, the entire fighting arena was as noisy as a vegetable market. Looking at the scene before them, the examinees in the audience were almost dumbfounded. When have they ever seen such a scene? Dozens of prestigious schools scramble for one candidate? Are you crazy? Is there such an operation? Ordinary candidates would try their best to get into a prestigious school. Why is the style of painting different when it comes to Lin Yuan? Damn, if they continued to watch, they felt their eyes would turn red with envy. At this moment, Lin Yuan, who was standing on the opposite platform, was also extremely helpless. To be honest, he didn't expect that things would turn out this way. He was clearly just having a duel with Wu Xuan. How did it turn into a recruitment meeting for all the famous universities? Moreover, the person who was sought after by all the prestigious universities was none other than himself. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking this, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. You have successfully defeated a Beast General level Beast Soul Master, and you have obtained Silver Treasure Chest X1. After hearing the prompt tone in his ear, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Of course, he knew that this was the reward for winning the battle. You know, the system is set up so that after each battle victory, there is a certain chance of getting a treasure chest. The higher the level of the Beast Soul Master or monster you defeat, the higher the quality of the treasure chest you obtain. However, what Lin Yuan did not expect was that Wu Xuan, who had taken the Blood Rage pill to temporarily improve his strength, was actually judged by the system as a Beast General level. Perhaps it is precisely because the system needs to make a judgment that the reward prompt sound this time comes a little later than before. The reward for defeating a Beast General level enemy is a Silver level treasure chest, which is 2 levels higher than the Black Iron level treasure chest. Chapter 22 Yanjing or Magic City. Lin Yuan's choice. At this moment, Lin Yuan was extremely curious about what kind of rewards could be obtained from the Silver level treasure chest. However, just as he was about to open the Silver treasure chest, suddenly, Cheng Yuhu's voice rang in his ears. Brother Lin Yuan, what do you think? After hearing Cheng Yuhu's words, Lin Yuan came back to his senses. It turns out that all the prestigious universities have already set their own conditions. And now, just waiting for Lin Yuan's response. To be honest, Lin Yuan had already made up his mind. The choice he would make in the end would be between Yanjing Beast King and Moto Beast King. Even though other prestigious schools offered more favorable conditions, they were still not within Lin Yuan's consideration. Because only these 2 colleges are truly worthy of being called top institutions of higher learning. Among the many academies, only Yanjing Beast University and Moto Beast University can be said to be unique. No matter when, you should take a long-term view. If you are tempted by the small gains in front of you, you will be the only one who regrets it in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan bowed slightly and said, "Thanks for your kindness. I am really flattered. But first, I want to say sorry to everyone here. Except for Yanjing Beast University and Demon City Beast University, I probably won't consider other colleges for the time being." After Lin Yuan said this, everyone except Zhao Shanhe and Cheng Yuhu looked regretful. However, they just felt a little regretful. After all, a large number of them did not expect Lin Yuan to choose to accept their invitation. They just wanted to take this opportunity to promote their own college. Moreover, Lin Yuan's response was quite appropriate. There was no intention of keeping them hanging, and there was no trace of arrogance in his tone. For a teenager of this age, Lin Yuan's performance is already quite good. Many people couldn't help but show a little more admiration in their eyes. Since there is nothing for us to do, let's just go home first. Everyone, see you at the enrollment meeting in 3 days. I don't know who took the lead and said something, but everyone else followed suit and left the fighting stage. After all, Lin Yuan has made it clear that he would not choose any other school. If they continue to stay here, it would be too boring for them. However, among these people, only Ding Lushan was still somewhat unwilling. He took 2 or 3 steps to Lin Yuan, took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuan. Young people like to choose the best, which I can understand. But sometimes, the right one is the best. If you change your mind, you can come to me anytime. Sichuan Beast will not let you down. Of course, if you need any help, you can come to me. It's like making a good relationship. After finishing speaking, Ding Lushan patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder before turning around and leaving. To be honest, Lin Yuan had a good impression of the fat middle-aged man in front of him. After all, the other party is a Lord-level beast soul master, and he doesn't put on airs at all. Moreover, this fat man in front of him who looks kind and friendly, if we look at his strength alone, is even better than Zhao Shanhe and Cheng Yuhu. It really is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover. After Ding Lushan left, in front of Lin Yuan, only Zhao Shanhe and Cheng Yuhu were left. Cheng Yuhu was obviously impatient, and he immediately asked, "Boy, have you considered it carefully, whether to choose Yinjing Beast University or Moda Beast University?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then said, "Two seniors, this matter is of great importance to me. Please allow me to think about it for a few days. I will give you two seniors a reply before the enrollment meeting begins." Zhao Shanhe nodded. "Yes, the choice of college is related to your future development, so you'd better consider it carefully." Cheng Yuhu said anxiously, "What is there to consider?" "Of course, we should choose Yinjing Beast University. Although Yinjing Beast Master is as famous as Moda Beast Master, in terms of overall strength, we are definitely number one." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "I also understand what you said, senior. However, I still want to think carefully about this matter." "Okay then. If you've thought it over, remember to contact me as soon as possible." Since Lin Yuan had already said this, Cheng Yuhu naturally couldn't say anything more and could only leave his contact information to Lin Yuan. The same is true for Zhao Shanhe. However, after leaving his contact information to Lin Yuan, he also left him a message. To be honest, in terms of overall strength, Yinjing Beast University can indeed be considered the best in the country. However, since the Demon City Beast University is as famous as the Yinjing Beast University, it proves that our Demon City Beast University also has its own unique strengths. After everyone left, Lin Yuan also walked down from the fighting stage. But Su Mushiwei had been waiting for him for a long time. "Let's go, we should go back too." Su Mushiwei walked to Lin Yuan's side very naturally and spoke. "Well, let's go back." To be honest, for Lin Yuan, too many things happened in that day. First, he participated in the beast refining assessment, and then had an appointment to fight with Wu Mashuan. After defeating Wu Mashuan, he was sought after by major prestigious schools. Even Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little tired and just wanted to go back and have a good rest. At this moment, Lin Yuan seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "Logically speaking, since you have passed 9 rounds of trials, you should also have been contacted by a prestigious school, right?" After hearing this, Su Mushiwei couldn't help but laugh. "Then you underestimated them. Not to mention after the results came out, many students have already contacted me after awakening their beast souls. The conditions they offered me were also very generous, but they can't compare to yours." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He obviously didn't expect that these teachers in charge of admissions would become so inward-looking. Surprisingly, after the beast soul awakening ceremony ended, an academy had already contacted Su Mushiwei in advance. But if you think about it carefully, this is normal. After all, how could a beast soul master who had awakened an S-level beast soul possibly perform so badly in the beast training assessment? Then, Lin Yuan asked again, "Have you ever considered which college to go to?" To be honest, Lin Yuan is still hesitating whether he should choose Yinjing Beast University or Moda Beast University. Chapter 23 Beast God Weapon, Red Flame Claw. As for me, I will probably choose between the two academies, Yinjing Beast University and Demon City Beast University. After Su Mushiwei pondered for a moment, she said, "You should also know that although there are many famous schools, among all the famous schools, only these 2 colleges can be called unique." "Well, of course I know that." Lin Yuan asked again, "I just want to ask, between these 2 colleges, which one would you choose?" Su Mushiwei smiled playfully. "You don't want to go to the same university as me, do you? If it's possible, that would be the best. We can have someone to take care of us." Lin Yuan said, "However, I should have my own choice." To be honest, for Lin Yuan, Su Mushiwei is a good friend. But it wasn't important enough to easily change his mind. After hearing Lin Yuan's answer, Su Mushiwei couldn't help but purse her lips, looking a little unhappy. Afterwards, Su Mushiwei pursed her lips and replied softly, "To be honest, if we talk about comprehensive strength, Yinjing Beast University has a stronger foundation. But if it were me, I would probably choose Moda Beast King." A hint of surprise appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. "Why is this?" Su Mushiwei said calmly, "Because there is someone in Yinjing Beast Hall who I don't want to see." But her answer made Lin Yuan even more confused. Because of this matter, he had never heard Su Mushiwei mention it before. Is there someone in Yinjing Beast Palace that she doesn't want to see? Lin Yuan was a little puzzled. Who on earth made Su Mushiue feel so disgusted that she was willing to give up the Yinjing Beast King and avoid the other person? However, Lin Yuan did not choose to continue asking. Since Su Mushiue didn't tell the reason, it proves that she didn't want to tell it. If I still want to ask Su Mushiue about the whole story, it would be impolite. After getting Su Mushiue's answer, Lin Yuan had to consider his own choice next. After leaving the Beast Soul Hall, Lin Yuan naturally returned to his home. Without any hesitation, he took out the silver treasure chest and chose to open it. Then, the system prompt sound rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining 10,000 evolution points. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining a Beast General level beast weapon. Lin Yuan obviously didn't expect that he could actually get 2 rewards directly from the silver treasure chest. Moreover, one of the rewards is the Beast God weapon. You know, among the conditions Zhao Shanhe had offered before, one included a Beast General level beast weapon. Lin Yuan didn't know much about the Beast God weapons. He only knew that they were weapons or protective gear to assist the Beast Souls in combat. However, what really interested Lin Yuan was the value of the Beast God weapon. Fortunately, the internet in this world is quite developed. A lot of information can be found on the internet. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately turned on the computer and searched for relevant information about Beast Divine Weapon. The first thing that caught his eye was a series of news. A Beast King level Divine Beast weapon suddenly appeared at the Tianfeng auction, and the price was as high as 5 billion. The Lord level Beast God weapon forged by the forging master Ouyang Yin will be auctioned in Yuhang City in 5 days. Shocking. A young man found a beast weapon at a street stall. After the seal was removed, it turned out to be a top-grade Beast King level beast weapon. Recently, Tianhai City successfully destroyed an underground place that forged inferior beast soul soldiers and seized 83.5 million in illegal profits. The content about the beast god soldiers is dazzling and endless. However, most of those who are qualified to appear in the news are beast weapons above the Beast King level. Obviously, this level of beast weapon is not something that Lin Yuan can get his hands on for the time being. But after Lin Yuan's search, he quickly learned the approximate prices of beast weapons of different levels. The grading of beast soldiers, like that of beast soul masters, are divided into war beast level, beast general level, beast king level, lord level, and beast emperor level. Among them, most of the war beast level beast weapons are mass-produced using ordinary materials and do not even require forging by blacksmiths. Under such circumstances, the price of this kind of beast weapon is naturally the cheapest. The price of a cheap war beast grade beast weapon is generally around 5,000, which is not even as expensive as a top grade beast soul crystal. However, even the most expensive war beast level beast weapon would not cost more than 50,000. After all, for most beast soul masters, the battle beast level is just the most basic level. Any beast soul master who has awakened a B-level beast soul or above will not stay at the battle beast level for too long. Under such circumstances, it is understandable that the price of war beast level beast weapons is relatively low. In comparison, the price of a beast general level beast weapon is much more expensive. Even the cheapest beast general level beast weapon costs as much as 50,000. As for the more expensive ones, the prices range from 100,000 to 500,000. Even some top-grade beast weapons are priced at more than 500,000. This price was far beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. He obviously didn't expect that a beast weapon of just the beast general level would be so expensive. However, beast weapons above the beast general level already require special materials for forging, and the raw materials alone are a considerable expense. In addition, professional blacksmiths are needed to carry out the forging. Under such circumstances, it is understandable that the beast general level beast weapons are expensive. As for the higher level beast king level beast weapons, there is no need to mention the price. Lin Yuan looked around and found that even the cheapest beast king level beast weapon cost more than 1 million. As for those high-quality beast king level beast weapons, the selling prices are easily hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. Lin Yuan saw the most expensive beast weapon, which was priced at 55 million. Such a price was so high that it made Lin Yuan smack his lips. It seems that this beast weapon is really a good thing. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately took out the beast weapon he obtained from opening the silver treasure chest from the system space. The next second, a pair of huge red claws like flames appeared in front of Lin Yuan. There is no doubt that this is the beast weapon he got from the silver treasure chest. Afterwards, the attributes of this beast weapon also appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Claw of Red Flame Beast God Weapon. Level: Beast General. Introduction. When attacking an enemy, flames will ignite on the claws, causing additional fire damage to the enemy. It seems that with the help of the system, he can also directly check the attributes of the Beast God Weapon. This is quite convenient for him. Although Lin Yuan didn't know what the quality of this beast weapon was. But he thought, since it was a reward from a silver-level treasure chest, it shouldn't be too bad, right? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan walked out of his room and came to the backyard. Afterwards, he held his breath and focused, directly starting the beast soul fusion. With just a thought, Lin Yuan instantly transformed into a 10-meter-tall black giant beast. Fortunately, the neighborhood where he lives is relatively remote, so even if he performs beast soul fusion here, it will not attract too many people's attention. After completing the fusion of the beast soul, Lin Yuan immediately took out the red flame claw and attached it to his front paw. Click, accompanied by a slight sound. Claws of red flame actually fit perfectly with Lin Yuan's claws. A burning sensation came from Lin Yuan's giant claws. He looked down and saw that his giant claws had turned red and looked like they were burning with flames. The reason why the beast weapon is so consistent with the size of Lin Yuan's giant claws is not because the two sizes are exactly the same, but because the beast weapon usually contains a special metal called memory alloy. This metal can change its shape freely. Under such circumstances, it is naturally not a difficult task to make the red flame claw fit together with Lin Yuan's own giant claws. Moreover, Lin Yuan could indeed feel that the red flame claw, worn on his giant claws, did enhance his strength and explosive power. Laugh. Lin Yuan raised his giant claws and suddenly swung them out with all his strength. A whistling sound that tore through the air suddenly exploded. A scorching flame also ignited on Lin Yuan's giant claws, and a dazzling firelight burst out in the air. Although Lin Yuan now only has the strength of a 3-star beast general, but he could feel that this claw of his directly burst out with the power of a 5-star beast general level. At the same time, Lin Yuan's attack can also cause fire damage to the opponent. And this is the improvement that this beast weapon brings to him. Chapter 24 Hidden Dragon List, Beast King List, Beast God List. After testing the power of the Beast God weapon, Lin Yuan also released the state of fusion between the beast and the god and returned to his room. To be honest, the effect of the Beast God Soldier was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. He obviously didn't expect that the Beast God weapon could bring such a huge strength improvement to a Beast Soul Master. If Lin Yuan had possessed this beast weapon before, then he doesn't even need to use the incandescent light. He can easily kill Wu Mashuan, who has taken the Blood Rage pill, in seconds. Afterwards, Lin Yuan began to look up relevant information about Yanjing Beast King and Moda Beast King. Lin Yuan was quite cautious when it came to choosing a school. After all, this is a major matter that concerns his future development. After browsing the content for nearly 2 or 3 hours, Lin Yuan finally had a general understanding of these two colleges. It goes without saying that the Yanjing Beast is huge, with hundreds of years of inheritance and extremely profound foundation. Not only is the faculty strong, but the entire academy is filled with geniuses and evildoers. To be qualified to teach at Yanjing Beast University, one must at least be a Lord-level Beast Soul Master. Even, every once in a while, a Beast King-level Beast Soul Master would come out in person to teach and accept disciples. What does it mean to be a Beast Soul Master at the Beast King level? Even if we look at the entire world of Beast Soul Masters, they are at the top of the pyramid. Moreover, Yanjing Beast King is home to many powerful warriors. A scholar once did a statistics and found that in 1 year, 40 of the new Beast King level Beast Soul Masters in the country had studied at Yanjing Beast University. And 30 of the new Lord level Beast Soul Masters once studied at Yanjing Beast University. What a terrifying statistic. Among the new powerful Beast Soul Masters, those who came from Yanjing Beast University alone accounted for half of the total. It is precisely because of this that, in the eyes of most people, in terms of comprehensive strength, Yanjing Beast University is undoubtedly the best in the country. However, this made Lin Yuan even more curious. Since Yanjing Mandai is so powerful, how did Majimandai become as powerful as Yanjing Mandai? To Lin Yuan, this was simply unbelievable. With such doubts, Lin Yuan immediately looked up relevant information about the Demon City Beast University. An hour later, Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a look of shock in his eyes. Indeed, in terms of comprehensive strength, Moda Beast is indeed inferior to Yanjing Beast. Even in terms of the number of Beast Soul Masters trained, it cannot compare with the Yanjing Beast Master. But even so, Majimanda can still be on par with Yanjing Manda. The reason is that the Demon City Beast University has trained many top Beast Soul Masters. The top level here does not refer to the Beast King level or the Lord level, but refers to the Beast Emperor level that truly stands at the top of the pyramid. Take last year for example. A total of 7 Beast Soul Masters successfully advanced to the Beast King level. However, among these 7 Beast King level powerhouses, 4 were born in the Demon City Beast University. This ratio is also terrifying. There is even such a saying circulating on the internet. That is, Yanjing Beast University cultivates strong people, while Moda Beast University cultivates top-level strong people. Afterwards, Lin Yuan used the facts to deduce the process and quickly figured out the reasons that led to this result. However, the reason was simpler than Lin Yuan had imagined. That is, the demonic Beast King, a martial artist. That's right, These two simple words are the reason why Magic City Beast University can cultivate top-level beast soul masters. There is a lot of competition in this top institution. If you want medicinal resources, you have to fight with others. If you want powerful beast weapons, you also have to fight with others. In fact, if you don't fight for it, you won't even be qualified to listen to the teacher's lectures. In the Magic City Beast University, no matter how talented you are, if you don't fight, you will be trampled underfoot. Even the Magic City Beast University has specially set up 3 major rankings: Hidden Dragon List, Beast King List, Beast God List. Among them, only freshmen who have been enrolled for less than 1 year are eligible to be on the Hidden Dragon List. If you want to enter the Beast King List, you must have been enrolled for more than 1 year, and your own realm must reach the Beast King level. If you have been enrolled for a full year and your strength has not yet reached the Beast King level, then I'm sorry, you are not eligible to be on either the Hidden Dragon List or the Beast King List. As for the conditions for being on the Beast God List, they are even more stringent, because there are only 500 people who can enter the Beast God List. Moreover, this list is not only for students currently studying at the Magic City Beast University, but also includes those Beast Soul Masters who have already graduated. Therefore, the so-called Beast God List is more like the honor list of the Demon City Beast University. All the strong men who came out of the Demon City Beast University are qualified to be on the Beast God List, and they are proud to be on the list. Now, the top of the Beast God List is the old principal of Demon City Beast University, the Black Dragon Emperor Chu Longwang. In addition to being the former president of Demon City Beast University, he is also China's leading Beast King level powerhouse, and is at the top of the Beast God List, which is naturally well-deserved. Moreover, these 3 lists of Madu Beast University are not set up in vain. Anyone who is on the list will receive rewards from the school every month. At the same time, the higher your ranking, the richer the rewards you can get. If you want to rank higher, it is very simple. That is to challenge those opponents who are ranked ahead of you. Defeat him, and you will be able to take his place. Under such circumstances, the strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. If you want anything, you have to fight for it yourself and crush everyone who stands in your way. It is no exaggeration to say that the Monster City Beast has taken the jungle law of survival of the fittest to the extreme. This is the martial spirit of Magic City Beast University. After Lin Yuan learned the information about the 2 universities, it was already dark outside. He opened the window and looked at the night view outside, having already made up his mind. If Yanjing Beast University is a hotbed of the strong, then Modu Beast University is a cruel arena. Only the strongest and most ferocious beasts can stand out from this extremely cruel arena. This is why, although Yanjing Beast Master can train a large number of powerful Beast Soul Masters, most of the truly top Beast Soul Masters come from Demon City Beast Master. Hidden Dragon List, Beast King List, Beast God List. As long as you have the strength, you can get everything you want. Everything about the Demonic City Beast University made Lin Yuan feel excited. Outside the window, the bright moon hangs high in the sky and the night breeze blows. But Lin Yuan's eyes were passionate and firm. Since there will always be someone who stands above millions of people, why can't that person be me? Chapter 25. The less you have, the more you have to risk everything. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan then called Zhao Shanha. Hello? Who are you looking for? After the call was connected, Zhao Shanha's voice immediately rang out from the other end of the phone. Senior Zhao, it's me, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. After hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Zhao Shanha instantly became alert. He cleared his throat and asked, have you decided? Well, it's decided. Lin Yuan said, I plan to join the Magic City Beast University. Very good. Zhao Shanha cried out in surprise, but soon realized that he had lost his composure and quickly coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Believe me, Madu Beast will not let you down, and you will not regret your choice today. Zhao Shanha said, to be honest, I applied for it yesterday, hoping to see if I could get you more subsidies. After all, no matter what, you are considered a top genius who has passed the 10 rounds of beast refining. However, the school's regulations are very strict. No matter how outstanding the students are, they will never increase the amount of subsidies. Those old-timers in the school's upper echelons are all very arrogant. They prefer that students join voluntarily, and they disdain to use cultivation resources in exchange for talented students. Of course, the situation should be the same with Yanjing Beast. Lin Yuan nodded and said, I understand. I am very grateful that you have this kind thought. Ha 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 ha. No need to be so polite. Zhao Shanha said, we will all be in the same school from now on. You don't need to call me senior, just call me teacher. By the way, does Cheng Yuhu know that you are planning to join our Magic City Beast University? Lin Yuan replied, I haven't had time to tell Senior Cheng yet, but I will call him later. It's okay. If you're too embarrassed to speak up, I can help you speak. Okay, then I'll leave it to Teacher Zhao. It's just a small matter, a small matter. Zhao Shan's tone was full of pride. To be honest, he couldn't wait to see how wonderful the expression on Cheng Yuhu's face was. So what if you, Yanjing Beast University, are the best in overall strength? The one Lin Yuan chose. Isn't it our Demon City Beast University? At this moment, Zhao Shan suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, boy, I'm very curious. Why did you suddenly decide to join the Magic City Beast University? Because compared to Yanjing Beast, Demon City Beast is more fair. More fair. Zhao Shanha was slightly stunned, obviously not understanding what Lin Yuan meant. Yes, to me, the Demon City Beast Conference is more fair. Lin Yuan said calmly. Because the Demonic Beast King is a martial artist. Whatever you want, you have to fight for it with others. I have no family background, let alone any connections. For someone like me who has nothing, the Demonic City Beast University is the best choice. Because here, I can get everything I want. After Lin Yuan said this, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but be stunned. He obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan would join the Demon City Beast University for such a reason. From Lin Yuan's calm tone, he heard the madness of a desperate gamble. Zhao Shanha suddenly felt that the person he was talking to was not a teenager under the age of 20, but a crazy gambler who had nothing. Precisely because you have nothing, you have to risk everything. Either fail miserably and lose everything. Either win battle after battle and win everything. Only then did Zhao Shanha realize that perhaps he had underestimated this kid. After hanging up the call with Zhao Shanha, Lin Yuan also began to think about his next plan. Since I have already chosen the Magic City Beast University, there is nothing to worry about. There are still nearly 2 months until school starts. What I should consider now is how to improve my strength as much as possible within these 2 months. With the strength of a 3-star beast general, in a small place like Zhenhai City, naturally there is no one of the same age who can match him. However, this is not Lin Yuan's capital for pride and complacency. After all, within the Demonic City Beast University, there are truly geniuses as many as clouds, and evildoers are rampant. Lin Yuan looked up the average strength of all the freshmen at the Demon City Beast University. With his current strength, he could only be ranked in the upper middle at best. I'm afraid it's not possible to rank at the top of the Hidden Dragon list. To be honest, after knowing this, Lin Yuan was still a little surprised. He obviously did not expect that his ability to pass 10 rounds of beast training could only rank in the upper middle among the freshmen of Demon City Beast University. It seems that my vision is still too narrow, and I have no idea how many geniuses there are in this world. However, this also aroused Lin Yuan's fighting spirit. Genius? So what? As long as your strength is strong enough, you can still trample those so-called geniuses under your feet. After entering the Demon City Beast University, Lin Yuan's first goal was to top the Hidden Dragon list. The Hidden Dragon list is named after the meaning of hidden dragon in the abyss. Only freshmen who have been enrolled for no more than 1 year are eligible to be included in the Hidden Dragon list. It is for this reason that the Hidden Dragon list is also called the newborn list. Only the most talented and the most monstrous among the freshmen are qualified to be at the top of this list. Similarly, if one can rank at the top of the Hidden Dragon list, he or she will be eligible to receive a large amount of resources distributed by the Magic City Beast University. Topping the Hidden Dragon list. This is the goal Lin Yuan set for himself. Since I have lived this life again, it would be too boring if I don't see the peak scenery. Therefore, Lin Yuan wants to put all the geniuses under his feet. When the resource subsidies from the Demon City Beast University are distributed, I will be able to get 500,000 yuan for admission, 20 high-quality beast soul crystals, 5 beast spirit pills, and a beast general-level beast divine weapon. 500,000 yuan for admission is not a small amount of money for Lin Yuan. After all, an inferior beast soul crystal is only 100 yuan each. If all this money was used to purchase inferior beast soul crystals, then one could buy a total of 5,000 inferior beast soul crystals. According to Lin Yuan's previous experience, an inferior beast soul crystal can provide him with 1,000 evolution points. 5,000 inferior beast soul crystals. That's a full 5 million evolution points. Just thinking of this number, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel his breathing quicken. I don't know to what extent 5 million evolution points can improve his strength. Chapter 26. Su Mushue's background. Soon, Lin Yuan and Su Mushue filled out their letters of intent to enroll. After collecting the 2 people's letters of intent to enroll, Zhao Shan's face was almost wrinkled with laughter. At this point, Lin Yuan and Su Mushue two unique geniuses, have both become preparatory students at their Magic City Beast University. This time, he finally defeated Cheng Yuhu completely. After all, apart from these two people, there are almost no geniuses in Jinhai City. Of course, if you really want to talk about it, Wu Maxuan can barely be considered a genius. After all, he awakened an S-level beast soul. Under normal circumstances, Wu Maxuan would definitely be a genius they wanted to recruit. It's a pity that this guy's character is really not good. In the battle against Lin Yuan, in order to win, he even took the drug Blood Burst pill, which had serious side effects. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, even if he submits a letter of intent to enroll in Yanjing University of Beastology, he probably won't be accepted. After all, in addition to valuing the talent and strength of Beast Soul Masters, Yanjing Beast Academy also attaches great importance to the character of Beast Soul Masters. People with bad moral character will no longer be considered for admission. Okay, go back and leave the rest to me. Zhao Shanha smiled and said, after school starts in 2 months, you too will be alumni. His words really touched Su Mushua's heart. The latter immediately lowered his head slightly and revealed a shy smile. Su Mushua's little thoughts naturally could not escape Zhao Shanha's eyes. Although Zhao Shanha didn't say anything, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This boy Lin Yuan is really lucky in love. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly said, wait, Teacher Zhao, I have one more thing I want to ask. What's up? It's not a big deal. Lin Yuan paused for a moment and said, I just want to ask, when can the subsidy promised by the school be paid out? In theory, they will not be distributed until school starts. Zhao Shanha glanced at him and said, however, if you are in a hurry, I can also ask the logistics department to send it to you in advance. I, Zhao Shanha, still have some face. After hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately laughed. Then I'll leave it to Teacher Zhao. To be honest, in the eyes of others, Lin Yuan might seem a little profit-driven, but Zhao Shanha can understand him very well. After all, Zhao Shanha himself came from a civilian family, so he knew very well how difficult it was for a civilian beast soul master to make a name for himself. Even he himself has gone through a lot of hardships before achieving his current success. At the beginning, he was just like Lin Yuan, calculating carefully every day, wishing he could break a beast soul crystal into 2 parts to use. Therefore, if Zhao Shanha could do something convenient for Lin Yuan, he would naturally do it. Then, Zhao Shanha looked at Su Mushue again and asked, what about you? Do you need an advance payment? Su Mushue nodded immediately and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Although Su Mushue also chose to advance resources, Zhao Shanha noticed that she did not have the same urgency and desire as Lin Yuan. It seems that her family background should be much better than Lin Yuan's. Then, Zhao Shanha smiled and said, okay, I will inform you as soon as I have any news. I hope you can show stronger abilities after school starts, and that will be a way to win my heart. After Lin Yuan and Su Mushue left, Zhao Shanha returned to his leisurely state as at the beginning. I saw him holding the teapot, pouring tea while humming a song uncontrollably, obviously in a very good mood. At this moment, an extremely tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed a teacup without any hesitation. Cheng Yuhu, what's wrong with you? Instead of recruiting students properly, you come here to drink tea with me. Zhao Shanha raised his head with a look of dissatisfaction. I don't need to look to know it's you. When you came in, the cold air hit me in the face. It was more effective than air conditioning. Zhao Shanha, stop being so ungrateful after getting such an advantage. Cheng Yuhu snorted coldly and said, I'll let you get a bargain. What's wrong with me ordering some tea from you? If you don't agree, let's go out and fight now. If I don't beat you till you cry for your parents, I'll write my name upside down. Zhao Shanha chuckled. It was clearly something we both agreed on. How can it be considered that I got a bargain? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your Yanjing beast for being too unattractive and not catching that boy's eye. Cheng Yuhu said disdainfully, come on, who knows if you gave that kid some kind of magic potion? He didn't choose our Yanjing beast master. That's his loss. Zhao Shanha smiled and said, from what I hear from you, it sounds a bit like sour grapes. But there is one thing I must correct you on. Cheng Yuhu frowned and asked, where? Zhao Shanha said with a smile, this time, I didn't just pick up 1 bargain, but 2 bargains. Buy 1, get 1 free. You didn't expect that, did you? What's the mess? Cheng Yuhu glared and cursed, Zhao Shanha, just speak clearly and stop playing tricks on me. Seeing that Cheng Yuhu was on the verge of losing his temper, Zhao Shanha didn't dare to tease him anymore and immediately said, did you know that Su Mushue, who ranked 2nd in the beast training this time, also chose our Demon City Beast University? However, what Zhao Shanha did not expect was that after he said this, the expression on Cheng Yuhu's face became extremely strange. What's the meaning of that expression? If you're envious, just say it. I won't laugh at you. Zhao Shanhe glanced at Cheng Yuhu and couldn't help but feel suspicious. This guy, could it be that he has overstimulated himself? After a few seconds of silence, Cheng Yuhu finally spoke slowly. To be honest, I am not surprised at all that this little girl would choose your Magic City Beast University. You know her. After Cheng Yuhu said this, a hint of surprise flashed across Zhao Shanhe's eyes. Judging from his tone, it was as if he had already known that Su Muxiwei would choose the Magic City Beast University. It's more than just acquaintance. Cheng Yuhu lowered his voice and said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. When we get to the Magic City Beast University, you'd better take good care of her. This little girl's background is not simple." Chapter 27 Special Physique. Anti-nuclear radiation physique. I have to say that Zhao Shanhe is very efficient. On the third day after submitting his letter of intent to enroll, Lin Yuan received a subsidy from the Magic City Beast University. Just as Zhao Shanhe promised before. The demonic beast king gave him a subsidy of 500,000 yuan, 20 high-quality beast soul crystals, 5 beast spirit pills, and a beast general level beast magic weapon. However, unlike the claws of red flame he had obtained before, the beast weapons distributed by the Demon City Beast were more like defensive gear. Blackthorn Armor Beast God Weapon. Level: Beast General. Introduction. After equipping this beast weapon, your scales will become harder and your back will be covered with spikes. When the enemy attacks you, they will also suffer counterattack damage from the spikes. With the help of the system's introduction, Lin Yuan quickly understood the general purpose of this beast weapon. If he understood correctly, the function of this Blackthorn armor is to defend and counterattack. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this beast weapon is quite practical. Besides, it suits him quite well. Now, he has 2 beast weapons, one for attack and one for defense, and his own strength has also been greatly improved. And after receiving the subsidy from the school, the first thing Lin Yuan did was to come to the Beast Soul Hall and exchange all the 500,000 in his hand for inferior Beast Soul crystals. For Lin Yuan, this inferior crystal containing a large amount of nuclear radiation is the most cost-effective resource for cultivation. After all, an inferior crystal only costs $100, but can provide him with 1,000 evolution points. What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? Lin Yuan used the 500,000 to buy a total of 5,000 inferior Beast Soul crystals. The quantity was so huge that it filled 10 sacks. Lin Yuan naturally couldn't take away 10 sacks of inferior Beast Soul crystals by himself. So, he just called a small truck and took the 10 sacks home. To be honest, Lin Yuan's action stunned all the staff of the Beast Soul Hall. Just buy inferior crystals. You're buying it by the sack. Are you buying so much to feed the pigs? After transporting these 10 sacks of inferior Beast Soul crystals back home, for Lin Yuan, the 2-month training is about to officially begin. To be honest, even he himself is looking forward to seeing to what extent his strength will grow in these 2 months. Afterwards, Lin Yuan directly took out an inferior Beast Soul crystal, held it in his hand, and began to absorb the nuclear radiation in it. This is what he discovered after his research, that is, even if he has not entered the state of Beast Soul fusion, he can still use the system to absorb energy. However, the absorption speed will be slightly slower. But for Lin Yuan, this was no big deal. After all, his current size is really too huge. Maintaining such a huge size would be too conspicuous and inconvenient. Soon, after 15 minutes, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. In just 15 minutes, 1,000 evolution points were credited to his account. However, for Lin Yuan, this is just the beginning. He did not waste time and continued to grab another inferior Beast Soul crystal and began to absorb it. The sky gradually darkened. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon had passed. During this period of time, Lin Yuan sat there motionless like an old monk in meditation. All around him were empty shells of Beast Soul crystals. In just one afternoon, he had absorbed 34 inferior Beast Soul crystals and gained 34,000 evolution points. It seems that it is not an easy task to absorb all these 5,000 inferior Beast Soul crystals. On average, Lin Yuan has to absorb 84 inferior Beast Soul crystals every day before he can absorb all the crystals before school starts. In that case, that would be a full 5 million evolution points. I don't know whether 5 million evolution points are enough to support my promotion to the Beast King level. If I can break through to the Beast King level, I will be more confident in competing for the list. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking this, the system prompt sound rang in his ears again. Ding, congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Your body has undergone a mutation while absorbing nuclear radiation, and you have gained a physique that is resistant to nuclear radiation. Something strange happened to your body? Anti-nuclear radiation physique? After hearing this prompt tone, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that in the process of absorbing the inferior Beast Soul crystals, he would get an unexpected gain. Afterwards, Lin Yuan directly opened the personal attribute panel. An introduction to this physique immediately appeared in front of him. Anti-nuclear radiation physique, special physique. Introduction. After possessing this physique, you will not be afraid of any concentration of nuclear radiation. Are you not afraid of nuclear radiation? After seeing this introduction, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. This is really becoming more and more like Godzilla. Before, he could only convert a small amount of nuclear radiation into evolution points with the help of the system. After acquiring this physique, Lin Yuan can now simply ignore nuclear radiation. Although this physique seems a bit useless, it is actually quite useful. After all, in order to destroy those powerful monsters, many countries chose to use nuclear weapons. It is precisely because of this that there are many restricted areas with excessively high nuclear radiation concentrations around the world. At the very least, after acquiring this physique, Lin Yuan can enter these restricted areas freely. After figuring out the function of this special physique, Lin Yuan closed the personal attribute panel in front of him and started absorbing the inferior beast soul crystals again. This was a habit he developed in his previous life. No matter what he did, he had to focus on it. The only thing he had to do now was to convert all these inferior beast soul crystals into evolution points, and then use them to improve his own strength. Conference Hall of the Monster University in Modu. Both sides of the conference table in the hall were filled with people. Sitting on the main seat was a middle-aged man with a dignified face. He was dressed in a black suit, his back was as straight as a javelin, and he exuded a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Although his facial features cannot be called handsome, he gives people a tough feeling, especially his tiger eyes. People who are swept by his eyes feel like they are being stared at by a tiger in the jungle. Everyone, you have worked hard these days. The tiger-eyed man said in a deep voice. So far, the enrollment work of our Magic City Beast University has been successfully completed. Obviously, the dignified man with tiger eyes in front of him is the current principal of Magic City Beast University, Wang Ting, one of the strongest Beast Kings and the demonic Beast King. The person sitting in front of Wang Ting was naturally the teacher in charge of admissions for this academic year. Although most of these admissions teachers were Lord-level Beast Soul Masters, they didn't even dare to breathe in front of Wang Ting. I have also read all the information about the new students that you have collected. Wang Ting crossed his arms and bowed slightly. This time, the quality of the new students seems to be higher than in previous years. Of course, it's not just our Demon City Beast Master that's like this. The Yanjing Beast Master, the Shuchuan Beast Master, those top Beast Masters all seem to be in the same situation. It seems that this year is destined to be a year when geniuses and evildoers emerge in large numbers. To be honest, we are all looking forward to seeing how many truly strong people will emerge from this class of freshmen. What Wang Ting said was indeed correct. Only geniuses who have grown up through hardships can become strong. As for those geniuses who died prematurely, no one will remember their names, no matter how brilliant they were at the time. At this moment, all the admissions teachers' eyes were focused on Wang Ting, because they knew in their hearts that Wang Ting had his own purpose in saying these words. Sure enough, after a pause, Wang Ting quickly chuckled and said, "It's just that it will take too long to wait for these geniuses to grow up. If I really wait until then, I'm afraid I will have retired." So, I discussed it with the principals of other schools. Since the quality of this year's freshmen is so good, why not take this opportunity to hold a national freshman networking competition? Chapter 28. Song Lan, the #1 scholar in the Magic City. National Freshman Social Contest? After hearing this, all the teachers present looked at each other with confusion on their faces, because there was no such precedent before. To be precise, even if there is, it is only within one school. However, what Wang Ting meant by what he said just now is obviously to include all the schools in the country. Principal Wang Ting, this is a big deal. After a long silence, someone among the teachers finally spoke first. Then, everyone started talking. The National Freshman Mixing Competition is a really good idea. It can bring together the geniuses from all the universities to compete with each other. That's right. How can a mere beast training test possibly differentiate those geniuses? This is a good opportunity to let those geniuses who think highly of themselves know that there are always people better than you, and there are always better things better than you. So, don't we have something interesting to watch? It's hard to say. How long have these freshmen just awakened their beast souls? Even if they are very talented, their strength is bound to be limited. If it were you, I'd say this competition wouldn't be that exciting. Look at what you said. It's as if you didn't grow up from the battle beast level. Isn't this National Freshman Friendship Competition just a chance for these brats to hone their skills? I still feel that this is inappropriate. These new students have just entered school. Shouldn't they be concentrating on training and waiting for the time to make a breakthrough? Wasting time on fighting at this time is probably a bit inappropriate, isn't it? How can this be considered a fight of courage and ruthlessness? Have you forgotten the school motto of our Magic City Beast University? Isn't the reason why our school is as famous as Yinjing Beast University because of the ruthlessness in our bones to dare to fight and compete? Seeing that everyone had different opinions, Wang Ting had to step forward to maintain the situation. Okay, be quiet. Although Wang Ting did not release any pressure, no one dared to disobey what came out of his mouth. After everyone quieted down, Wang Ting looked around and said with a smile, "The National Freshman Friendship Competition has actually been confirmed, but I'm only informing you now. So there is nothing to discuss about this matter. The reason I called you here is just because I hope you can give me a list. After all, you are all the teachers in charge of this enrollment, so you should know more about this class of freshmen at our Magic City Beast University." After Wang Ting finished speaking, a teacher immediately asked, "Principal Wang Ting, how many people will represent our Magic City Beast University in this battle?" Tentatively, it will be 12 people. Wang Ting explained. Among them, there are 10 main members and 1 substitute member. It's not just like our Magic City Beast University, other schools are like this as well. After Wang Ting said this, all the teachers nodded thoughtfully. Only 12 people can be selected? It seems that the competition is quite fierce. Yeah, no one would be willing to miss this opportunity, right? But why bother with so much trouble? Wouldn't it be better to just decide based on the ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking? You're right. The ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking is not exaggerated at all. Obviously, these teachers have a very high degree of recognition for the Hidden Dragon list. After all, this is one of the 3 major lists of Mod Beast University. As a freshman, as long as your strength is strong enough, you will be able to have a place on the Hidden Dragon list. To be honest, I have considered your suggestion. Wang Ting smiled and said, however, if we only use the ranking on the Hidden Dragon list as the standard, I am afraid that some omissions will inevitably occur. After hearing this, a teacher couldn't help but ask in confusion, shouldn't the Hidden Dragon ranking be the most fair list? How could it be missing anything? Of course. Wang Ting said, because the ranking on the Hidden Dragon list actually measures your actual combat ability more. As long as your actual combat ability is strong enough, you will be able to challenge for a higher ranking and replace the opponent. But have you ever thought that the strength of a Beast Soul Master sometimes depends not only on his combat ability? For example, the freshman I am going to recommend next. Wang Ting's words instantly whetted everyone's appetite. They were all very curious about what Wang Ting was laying the groundwork for by saying so much. Could it be that the principal is planning to give people a backdoor? Then, Wang Ting continued, his name is Song Lan. He achieved very good results in this Beast Soul assessment and is the top scorer in our Magic City. To be able to become the top scholar in our Magic City, I believe in his talent. No one should doubt it. And he is also very powerful. When his Beast Soul just awakened, it possessed the strength of a Beast General. Although he has only awakened his Beast Soul not long ago, before the Beast training test began, his strength had already reached the 7-star Beast General level. Beast General level 7 stars? After hearing this, all the teachers present couldn't help but gasp. As admissions teachers at the Magic City Beast University, they naturally have a broad vision. But even so, they still felt extremely shocked. If what Wang Ting said was true, then Song Lan's talent was definitely terrifying to a certain extent. The teacher who had previously speculated that Wang Ting might be trying to give someone a backdoor now wanted to slap himself in the face. Does a monster with this kind of talent need someone to open a backdoor? A teacher immediately said, if nothing unexpected happens, this kid will definitely be able to win a place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. However, since Principal Wang Ting mentioned him, there must be a reason for it, right? That's right. Wang Ting smiled and said, although Song Lan has a high talent, his Beast Soul is extremely special. The Beast Soul he awakened is called 7-colored glazed butterfly, and it is a support-type Beast Soul. It is precisely because of this that Song Lan's own combat power is not that strong. At most, he is only a 2-star or 3-star Beast General. As you all know, this year is a year of many talented people. Based on this level of combat power, Song Lan may not even be able to make it into the top 10 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. But doesn't he have the qualifications to represent our Magic City Beast University in the National Freshman Friendship Competition? You know, with his Beast Soul ability, coupled with a Beast General level 9-star Beast Soul Master, he can even compete with a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. He has such a strong auxiliary ability, but he was not selected because the rules are too rigid. Isn't that a loss for our Magic City Beast University? After Wang Ting said this, all the teachers present fell into deep thought. I have to admit that what Wang Ting said is indeed not unreasonable. Although many Beast Soul Masters do not have strong combat capabilities, their Beast Souls possess various special abilities. Just like Song Lan, his auxiliary Beast Soul will definitely play a huge role in the National Freshman Friendship Competition. They should naturally take Beast Soul Masters like this into consideration. Principal Wang Ting, we understand. A teacher stood up and said, what you mean is that we should use the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list as a reference, but we are not bound by the rankings. If we find any special talents, we will compile them and report to you as soon as possible. That's a good summary. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Wang Ting's eyes, and he continued, this is indeed the first national freshman friendship competition, but it may not be the last. Also, this competition needs to be broadcast nationwide. I believe you understand the meaning of this better than I do. So, I hope you can put more thought into this freshman competition and try to show the style of our Magic City Beast University. After the meeting, the admissions teachers in the conference room also packed up their things and prepared to leave. Zhao Shanhe, why are you smiling so happily? An admissions teacher came over and said, did you find a good candidate during the enrollment? If I remember correctly, the enrollment area you are responsible for this time seems to be in your hometown, right? What's the place called? Shanghai City? Yes, it's Shanghai City. It's just a small place, not very famous. Zhao Shanhe glanced at him and said with a smile, Meng Laogui, how's the situation over there? Have you recruited any new students worth training? Hey, don't mention it. The teacher in front of him said with a depressed look on his face, the crappy place I went had few good talents. I finally found a genius who passed the 10 rounds of beast training, but in the end he was recruited by Yanjing Beast University. Zhao Shanhe laughed dumbly and said, that's really infuriating. Yeah, it really frustrates me. The other party looked depressed, and then changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about this. Brother Zhao, can you show me the good seedlings you harvested in your hometown? No problem, Meng Chanan. I have found a treasure this time. Zhao Shanhe was quite generous. He took out a stack of letters of intent to enroll from his bag with a smile and handed them to the other party. Is this true? Is it that exaggerated? Meng Chanan looked unsure and immediately began to flip through the letter of intent to enroll in his hand. This stack of letters of intent to enroll contains all the information of new students recruited by Zhao Shanhe. After Meng Chanan casually flipped through a few pictures, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Because, judging from the information, the talents of these new students are very ordinary, and they barely meet the threshold for entering the Magic City Beast University. In a small place like Shanghai City, he might be considered a genius, but in the Demon City Beast University, he is totally not good enough. When did Zhao Shanhe's vision become so bad? However, after flipping through a few pictures, Meng Chanan's eyes lit up. This new student named Su Muxue seems to be pretty good. She even passed the 9-round beast training. She is a good candidate. There may be only 1 or 2 geniuses of this level in one place. However, Zhao Shanhe smiled and said, turn it over again. Meng Chanan was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, is there another surprise behind this? Then he turned another page. The next second, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and the expression on his face became strange. Zhao Shanhe, you are not kidding me, right? Meng Chanan pulled out the letter of intent to enroll and asked in surprise, how come you even admitted students with E-level talents? Zhao Chanan smiled and said, take a closer look. Meng Chanan frowned and immediately looked at the letter of intent in his hand again. I'm not mistaken, it's an E-level talent. Candidate Lin Yuan, Beast Soul, Lizard, Talent Rating, E-level, Beast Training Results. When he reached this point, Meng Chanan's voice suddenly stopped, as if a tape recorder had gotten stuck. Zhao Shanhe looked at him with a smile and said jokingly, read it. Why don't you continue reading it? The result of the beast training. 10 rounds? Meng Chanan rubbed his eyes and finally read out the second half of the sentence with an unbelievable look on his face. Chapter 29 S-Level Skill. Atomic Breath. Completed the 10 rounds of beast training. How the hell is this possible? After a few seconds of silence, Meng Chanan finally spoke. Is this kid really an E-level talent? Zhao Shanhe said, do you think I still have the right to modify the talent rating of a Beast Soul Master? If I really had this ability, the Beast Soul Hall would have invited me for tea a long time ago. Meng Chanan scratched his head and said, then how did this guy do it? This doesn't make sense at all. How could a Beast Soul Master with E-level talent pass 10 rounds of beast training? Are you sure this is his first year participating in the beast training? Could it be that he cheated during the exam? Zhao Shanhe smiled and said, I knew you would say that. However, I can tell you responsibly that this kid is participating in the beast training in his first year. As for cheating, I forgot to tell you that I was the one in charge of supervising this kid during the beast training test. Moreover, the strength he demonstrated in the beast training assessment has at least reached the level of 3 stars in the beast general level. Hiss. After hearing this, Meng Chanan couldn't help but take a breath. If what Zhao Shanhe said was true, then it would be too outrageous. A candidate who was rated as an E-level talent actually relied on his own strength to kill through the beast training. Damn it, even novels wouldn't dare to write like this. Meng Chanan immediately asked, what's so strange about this kid? How should I know that? Zhao Shanhe smiled and said, maybe this is genius. Isn't it normal that geniuses have some special qualities? The corners of Meng Chanan's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. You call a Beast Soul Master with E-level talent a genius. Do you have any misunderstanding about the word genius? However, if we ignore his talent and only consider his achievements, Lin Yuan can indeed be called a genius. No wonder Zhao Shanta smiled so happily. After pondering for a moment, Ming Chaman lowered his voice and asked, "Do you think, with this kid's talent and strength, is it possible for him to represent our Magic City Beast University in the freshman competition? I dare not guarantee this. It all depends on how strong this kid is after school starts." Zhao Shanhe is not being modest, but being realistic. With Lin Yuan's current strength, it is not difficult for him to be on the hidden dragon list, but it may not be so easy to be among the top 10. After all, the Magic City Beast base is a gathering place for geniuses and monsters, and this year is a year of genius blowout, which makes it even more difficult to break out of the siege. However, what Zhao Shanhe did not say was that for some reason, deep down in his heart, he had an inexplicable confidence in Lin Yuan. Zhao Shanhe believed that after school started, the boy with wolf-like eyes would definitely give him a surprise. 1 month later, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in his room as usual, concentrating on absorbing the inferior beast soul crystals. However, compared to a month ago, the number of inferior beast soul crystals piled up beside him has been reduced a lot. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang again in Lin Yuan's ears. "Ding, congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. In the process of absorbing nuclear radiation, you successfully realized the S-level skill, atomic breath. Do you want to spend 1 million evolution points to learn? S-level skill, atomic breath?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. After absorbing nuclear radiation for a month, he finally triggered the event again. What is different from the special physique last time is that this time, Lin Yuan actually directly comprehended the skill, and it is an S-level skill. Lin Yuan knew something about the skill, atomic breath. After all, this is Godzilla's signature move. Lin Yuan still remembers that in the movie, the huge Godzilla stepped out of the waves, causing the waves to roll. He roared to the sky, and a beam of dazzling blue light burst out, illuminating the sky. The scene was magnificent and shocking. In comparison, human warships and fighter planes are like ants in front of Godzilla and are destroyed in an instant by his atomic breath. This is the power of atomic breath. Even when the power of atomic breath is exerted to the extreme, it can even penetrate the Earth's crust and reach the core of the Earth. However, in order to learn this skill, one has to spend an extra 1 million evolution points. It would be a lie to say I don't feel sad. After all, in order to collect 1 million evolution points, Lin Yuan would have to absorb at least 1,000 inferior beast soul crystals. But even so, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it is a good deal to exchange 1 million evolution points for an S-level skill. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately said, "I choose to study." The next second, the system prompt sounded in his ears. "Evolution points have been deducted. You have successfully learned the S-level skill, atomic breath." Fortunately, Lin Yuan had not used the evolution points he had accumulated. Otherwise, he might not be able to afford 1 million evolution points. After spending 1 million evolution points, Lin Yuan only had 1.5 million evolution points left. That's right. During this month, Lin Yuan absorbed a total of 2,500 inferior beast soul crystals. His daily life was extremely monotonous, consisting of only eating, sleeping, and absorbing inferior beast soul crystals. Without any entertainment activities, it can be said that he lives a life like an ascetic. The only time Lin Yuan can relax is the 2 hours before going to bed. During these 2 hours, he will look up some data and information about Beast Soul Masters so that he can better understand the world of Beast Soul Masters. In fact, Lin Yuan had wanted to do this a long time ago. In this world, there is an extremely clear boundary between Beast Soul Masters and ordinary people. However, only after awakening the Beast Soul and becoming a Beast Soul Master will one gradually unlock the authority to access this information. This is not only the privilege of Beast Soul Masters, but also a protection for ordinary people. Lin Yuan's move was still very effective. During this month, Lin Yuan learned a lot of information that he had never known before. In fact, if your parents are also Beast Soul Masters, you don't need to look up information online for many things, you can just ask your parents directly. However, Lin Yuan's parents in this life work abroad all year round. Apart from sending him living expenses regularly every month, they rarely come back, even during the Chinese New Year. This is also the reason why Lin Yuan can be so free. At the same time, this also led to the fact that Lin Yuan did not have a very deep impression of his parents, and he didn't even know what their jobs were. But perhaps because he was an orphan in his previous life, Lin Yuan in this life still attaches great importance to family affection. Although he rarely meets his parents, they still occupy an important place in Lin Yuan's heart. At this moment, looking at the 1.5 million evolution points in front of him, Lin Yuan made a decision in his heart. Since half of the time has passed, it is time to test the results. Lin Yuan wanted to see to what extent these 1.5 million evolution points could enhance his own strength. Chapter 30 School officially starts, heading to the Magic City Beast University. Call. Lin Yuan stood up and let out a breath. Then, he immediately said, consume 500,000 evolution points to increase your size. For monsters, size is naturally the most important. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and directly used 1/3 of the evolution points to improve his body size. Then, Lin Yuan spoke again. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase the hardness of the scales. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase the sharpness of the beast's claws. Consume 150,000 evolution points to increase the sharpness of the teeth. Consume 300,000 evolution points to increase the capacity of the biological nuclear reactor. After Lin Yuan successfully comprehended the S-level skill atomic breath, his body structure naturally changed as well. In his abdomen, there was a biological nuclear reactor. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, Godzilla also had a similar biological nuclear reactor on his body. This biological nuclear reactor is equivalent to Godzilla's energy core. This organ can convert nuclear fuel into the energy needed for Godzilla's life activities through atomic reactions. Similarly, the energy required to eject atomic breath is naturally converted from the biological nuclear reactor. Therefore, Lin Yuan deliberately spent 300,000 evolution points to increase the capacity of the biological nuclear reactor. In this way, he will be able to reserve more energy. If this is compared to a game, then this is equivalent to his blue bar. Only when the blue bar is long enough can he release more skills. As the evolution points were constantly consumed, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that his body size was also growing. A huge amount of power, like a volcanic eruption, surged out of his body. Time passes by every second. A full 1.5 million evolution points were finally used up by Lin Yuan. And his own strength has also increased unprecedentedly. Lin Yuan opened his personal attribute panel immediately without any hesitation. Then, his current attributes also appeared in front of him. Beast Soul, Giant Black Lizard. Status, Growth Stage. Talent Rating, S level. Level, Beast General level 7 stars. Height, 15.7 meters. Weight, 4,840 kilograms. Attack Method, Bite, Claw. Skills, White Hot Light, A level. Atomic Breath, S level. Beast God Weapons, Claws of Red Flame, Beast General level. Black Scale Armor, Beast General level. Evaluation. You have now become a leader among the Beast Generals. As long as you take one more step forward, you will be able to touch the threshold of the Beast King level. Beast General level 7 stars. Directly broke through 4 star levels in one go. The 1.5 million evolution points consumed by Lin Yuan directly enabled him to complete the leap from a 3-star Beast General to a 7-star Beast General. I thought I could break through to the Beast King level in one go. Am I really too greedy? Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but talk to himself. To be honest, for an ordinary Beast Soul Master, being able to achieve such a huge breakthrough in such a short period of time would probably make them go crazy with excitement. However, Lin Yuan remained very calm. In fact, he was not only calm, but also a little disappointed. Because he originally thought that these 1.5 million evolution points could at least help him break through to the 8th star of the Beast General level, or even the 9th star of the Beast General level. Now it seems that his idea was too idealistic. Even if he did not consume the 1 million evolution points to learn atomic breath, but used them all to evolve his own strength, perhaps he could reach the 9th star of the Beast General level. This also made Lin Yuan understand that the later the evolution, the more evolution points needed for advancement. Now he is merely at the Beast General level, and the evolution points needed to advance are already counted in the millions. It is hard to imagine how huge the evolution points required for advancement will be when you break through to the Beast King level, Lord level, or even the Beast Emperor level. Now, I still have 2,500 inferior Beast Soul Crystals in my hand. If all of it is absorbed, at least 2.5 million evolution points can be converted. I don't know if these 2.5 million evolution points are enough for me to break through to the Beast King level in one fell swoop. If I can't break through, I must consider selling the high-quality Beast Soul Crystals and Beast Spirit Pills I have. Lin Yuan muttered to himself, thinking about everything that would happen next. No matter what, he had to break through to the Beast King level in the shortest possible time. Only in this way can he have the right to compete for the rankings after school starts. Fortunately, he still has a lot of resources for cultivation in his hands. When Lin Yuan purchased these 5,000 inferior Beast Soul Crystals, he only used the 500,000 Yuan scholarship. Therefore, he still had in his hands 20 top-grade Beast Soul Crystals and 5 Beast Spirit Pills distributed by the Demon City Beast. The total value of these cultivation resources is as high as 700,000. If all these 700,000 were exchanged for inferior beast soul crystals, it would definitely be enough to satisfy my cultivation for the next 2 or 3 months. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan picked up another inferior beast soul crystal. The excitement of a breakthrough is only temporary. Now that he has a clear idea of what path he should take next, all he has to do now is to persevere. In terms of talent, he initially only had the lowest level E-grade talent. In terms of family background, mine can only be considered ordinary and cannot be compared with those children from aristocratic families. Therefore, all Lin Yuan can rely on is the system and his own efforts. This is his advantage. If you can't even grasp your own advantages, how can you expect to see the scenery at the top? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately put aside all distracting thoughts in his mind and began to absorb the energy from the inferior crystals. Ding, congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Ding, congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Ding, congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation. Under Lin Yuan's focused practice, a month passed quickly. Today is the day that Lin Yuan will report to the Magic City Beast University. To be honest, this is the first time that Lin Yuan has left Zhenhai City since he was reborn. After all, in this world where monsters are rampant, traveling has become extremely inconvenient. If ordinary people want to travel across provinces or cities, they must take special trains, and the cost is shockingly expensive. Because when the train is running in the wild, it is very likely to be attacked by monsters. It is precisely because of this that any train carrying passengers must be equipped with 2 or more Lord-level Beast Soul Masters. But even so, it is still impossible to avoid all risks. Once you encounter a beast tide or a powerful Lord-level monster, you will also be at risk of destruction. And this is not an isolated case. It is precisely because of this that even a short-distance train ticket can cost tens of thousands. If it is a long-distance train, the ticket price is between 100,000 and 1 million. After all, the cost of hiring a Lord-level Beast Soul Master is not low. If you want safety, you have to spend money. Of course, if you really don't have that much money and you still have to travel, there are ways. That is taking a black car. The black cars here refer to the fleets that are not officially recognized. The fare for illegal trains is usually 1/5 to 1/10 of the official train fare. Of course, if you want to be safe, that's not possible. It is already very conscientious to have a Beast King-level Beast Soul Master escorting the convoy. Some teams even dare to set off with only a dozen Beast General-level Beast Soul Masters. Of course, the death rate of this type of illegal taxi is also extremely high. The authorities have done a statistics, and the death rate of those riding in illegal taxis is as high as 35. The mortality rate of passengers taking official trains is less than 3. And sometimes, what is truly dangerous is not the monster, but the human heart. Many times, the high death rate of those riding in illegal taxis is due to the fact that those Beast Soul Masters are greedy for money, and so they choose to kill and rob people for their money. After all, when the convoy travels to the wilderness, without the constraints of law and order, desires will expand like a sponge soaked in water. It is precisely because of this that no one is willing to take a black car unless it is absolutely necessary. Lin Yuan had checked the ticket prices before. The train from Zhenhai City to the Magic City Beast University runs once every 5 days. Because Zhenhai City is far away from Mada Beast University, the ticket price is surprisingly expensive. Even if it's just a second-class seat, the ticket price is as high as 200,000 yuan per ticket. Although Lin Yuan could afford such an expensive ticket, he still felt a little painful. After all, 200,000 was even enough for him to buy 2,000 inferior Beast Soul Crystals. That's a full 2 million evolution points. It hurts just thinking about it. Fortunately, the demonic beast is quite generous. As a preparatory freshman at the Magic City Beast University, all transportation expenses will be borne by the school. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the train station with a backpack and a suitcase. There is a bustling crowd here, and the noise is deafening. In addition to the passengers waiting for the train, there are also various stalls selling food, making it very lively. There is at least half an hour before the train departs. In other words, ticket checking will not begin for at least 15 minutes. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Lin Yuan, here. Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Muxue. I really didn't expect that this little girl has already arrived. Just as Lin Yuan was about to walk towards Su Muxue, his eyes suddenly caught the person standing next to Su Muxue. For a moment, Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Teacher Zhao. The person standing next to Su Muxue was none other than Zhao Shana. Zhao Shana smiled and said, Why? Are you surprised to see me? Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, a little bit. Haven't you already reported back to school? Why are you here? Normally, the teachers in charge of admissions should report back to school as soon as possible after completing the admissions work, and Zhao Shanha is no exception. Zhao Shanha smiled and explained, "Of course I have already gone back to report, but I just came here again. Have you forgotten Jinhai City is my hometown? Isn't it normal for me to come back?" "That's great. I can pick you two up and report back to school together." After listening to Zhao Shanha's explanation, Lin Yuan finally understood what was going on. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately said, "In that case, thank you very much, Teacher Zhao." "You are welcome." Zhao Shanha waved his hand and asked, "By the way, have you eaten yet? Do you want to buy some snacks here? There are actually a few good snacks at the train station. We can buy some to eat on the way." "Yeah." Su Muxue counted on her fingers excitedly. "I want to eat glutinous rice balls, octopus balls, kidney bean rolls, bean-filled sesame cakes." Stop. Are you just ordering the dishes?" Zhao Shanha looked at her helplessly and said, "You bought so much, can you finish it? It's the teacher's treat anyway, so it's a waste if I don't eat it." Su Muxue said with a smile, "Besides, I'm not the only one eating. Lin Yuan is also here." To be honest, Lin Yuan was not interested in these snacks at first. But since Su Muxue said so, he didn't plan to say anything more. What's more, after a long journey, you do need to prepare some food. "Okay, then you guys wait here. I'll go buy it now." Zhao Shanha was also very straightforward. He left the two of them where they were and went to buy food himself. After he left, Su Muxue immediately turned around and looked at Lin Yuan with an unhappy face. "What have you been doing for the past 2 months? Why didn't you reply to my messages? Teacher Zhao couldn't contact you and asked me to help find you. How would I know where you were?" At this moment, Su Muxue looked like a resentful young wife, and with her beautiful and delicate face, it was easy for people to feel pity for her. Lin Yuan then remembered that in order to ensure that he could focus on his cultivation, he had cut off all means of communication. "It's normal that Su Muxue can't contact me." No wonder Zhao Shanha appeared with Su Muxue. It turned out that neither of them could contact him, so they had to wait for him at the train station in advance. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan himself felt a little embarrassed. "Sorry, I have been busy practicing during this period of time. I thought no one would contact me, so I closed all communication methods." What he said was, of course, the truth. Lin Yuan is used to being alone and his social circle is not that wide. The only person he can be considered close to is Su Muxue. What's more, those people in their class had followed Wu Mashuan in mocking him before. Now, even if Lin Yuan has demonstrated his strength, those people will not have the face to contact him again. In fact, Su Muxue knew in her heart that Lin Yuan must be busy practicing. So, even if Lin Yuan didn't reply to her message, she didn't bother him too much. Then, Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "You should have made considerable progress in these 2 months, right?" "Of course." Su Muxue said confidently, "I haven't neglected my practice. Not only did I successfully break through to the Beast General level, but I also reached the Beast General level 3 stars. But I remember you were already a 3-star Beast General 2 months ago, right? Then you should be stronger now." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. "I guess so. It is indeed a little bit stronger than 2 months ago. Damn it, are you really an E-level talent? I can't catch up with you even though I practice so hard." Su Muxue clenched her fist with a depressed look on her face, but the smile in her eyes betrayed her current mood. Obviously, Lin Yuan became stronger, but she didn't feel jealous at all. Instead, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Very good to have made such great progress. "Really? Of course it's true. Hige, then after school starts, I'll let you see my strength." "Why? You want to compete for the top spot too?" "Of course. Now that I've been admitted to the Magic City Beast University, how can I not fight for the potential dragon ranking? After this year as a freshman, there will be no chance in the future." "Well, what you said makes sense, so let's do our best." Even Lin Yuan had to admit that Su Mushue's talent was indeed very high. If he remembered correctly, 2 months ago, Su Muxue was only a 9-star War Beast level. In just 2 months, she not only broke through to the Beast General level, but also broke through 3-star levels in a row. Although Lin Yuan broke through faster than her, it was entirely due to the system. It seems that in the world of Beast Soul Masters, talent is indeed the deciding factor in everything. Chapter 31. This world belongs to the strong. Just as Lin Yuan and Su Muxue were talking, Zhao Shanha, who had bought some snacks, also walked over from not far away. "What are you talking about? You seem so happy." Su Muxue smiled and said, "We didn't talk about anything, just about our recent cultivation." "Yeah." After this topic was mentioned, Zhao Shanha instantly became interested, because he was also very curious about how much Lin Yuan had improved in these 2 months. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanha immediately turned his gaze to Lin Yuan and asked, "How has your strength improved during this period of time?" "Well enough." Lin Yuan replied, "I just broke through not long ago." Zhao Shanha was slightly stunned, then subconsciously asked, "Is this your first breakthrough in 2 months?" Lin Yuan shook his head and said, to be precise, this should be the second time. The second time? Zhao Shanha thought for a moment. If he remembered correctly, when Lin Yuan finished the beast training assessment, his strength should have been 3 stars at the beast general level. If it is said that there were 2 breakthroughs, then Lin Yuan now should have the strength of a 5-star beast general. In 2 months, he broke through 2-star levels. Although this speed cannot be said to be fast, it is definitely not slow. To be precise, it has reached the growth rate of an ordinary genius. However, Zhao Shanha was still a little disappointed in his heart. Because, in his opinion, Lin Yuan is special and different. If Lin Yuan had only shown the talent of an ordinary genius, he would easily be lost in the crowd among the geniuses in the Demon City Beast University. Although Zhao Shanha was somewhat disappointed, he did not show it. He just said, the strength of a 5-star beast general is pretty good among the freshmen. At the very least, I have the qualifications to be on the Hidden Dragon ranking. However, if you want to get a high ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking, you may have to work harder. Zhao Shanha's words were naturally meant to encourage Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan looked at him in surprise. I don't think I have ever said that my current strength is a 5-star beast general level. That's right. It was true that Lin Yuan had made 2 breakthroughs during these 2 months. However, that one time he broke through from 3 stars at the beast general level to 7 stars at the beast general level. And another time, he broke through from the 7-star beast general level to the beast king level in one go. Just 3 days before school started, Lin Yuan used a full 2.5 million evolution points without hesitation to break through himself. Among them, just the breakthrough from the 9-star beast general level to the 1st-star beast king level consumed Lin Yuan's full 1.5 million evolutionary points. And such a huge number of evolution points did help him break through the shackles. Lin Yuan now possesses the strength of a beast king. Although it is only 1 star in the beast king level, it has already opened up a huge gap with the beast general level. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Yuan, who has broken through to the beast king level, can easily slaughter more than 99 of the 9-star beast general level beast soul masters. After all, there is a huge gap between star levels, let alone between 2 different realms. There is an insurmountable gap between the beast king level and the beast general level. Speaking of which, it was understandable that Zhao Shanha would misunderstand what he meant. Normal beast soul masters make breakthroughs 1 star at a time. Who could have imagined that the span between Lin Yuan's 2 breakthroughs would be so huge? Not long after, the train began to check tickets. After completing the ticket checking, Zhao Shanha took them both directly onto the train. Speaking of which, the train in front of him was somewhat similar to the high-speed train in Lin Yuan's previous life. However, in order to prevent attacks from monsters, the outer shell of the train in front of us is made entirely of special alloy, and the material is extremely hard. In fact, it is only possible to break it under the full force attack of a Lord-level monster. After boarding the train, Lin Yuan naturally started looking for his seat first. However, Zhao Shanha and Su Muxiue looked at him in surprise. What are you doing? What else can I do? Find a seat. Lin Yuan asked in confusion. Why don't you look for it? After hearing this, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but laugh. Su Muxiue, didn't you tell him? I just forgot by accident. Su Muxiue said with a smile. Lin Yuan, we don't need to find a seat. We can just use Teacher Zhao's lounge. Lounge? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and still hadn't reacted. Su Muxiue explained. Yes, because Teacher Zhao is the beast soul master responsible for escorting this train. Of course, he can use the lounge on the train. Zhao Shanha smiled and said, that's right. Anyway, I happened to be going back to the Magic City, so I took the task of escorting the train as a part-time job. After hearing this, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. There is actually such a thing? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, how much can you earn from this trip? Zhao Shanha thought for a moment and said, if you count the round trip, it would be about 3 million. And the time is up to me. I will be assigned the train I want to escort. Hiss. After hearing Zhao Shanha's answer, Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a breath. Can you make 3 million this way? This money comes too easily, doesn't it? You know, as the top scholar in Jinhai City, the rewards he received did not exceed 3 million. Zhao Shanha seemed to see through Lin Yuan's thoughts and said with a smile, boy, work hard to become stronger. This world will always belong to the strong. When you reach the Lord level, you will find out how easy it is to make money. Even if you do nothing, money will continue to flow into your pocket. Lin Yuan nodded. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. I'll remember it. Not long after, Zhao Shanha brought the 2 of them to the lounge. The facilities here can almost be said to be fully available. There is a refrigerator full of wine, a cabinet full of food, a comfortable sofa, even a soft big bed, and a separate bathroom. Moreover, the area of this lounge is by no means small. Even if 3 or 4 people stay here at the same time, they will never feel crowded. Even if it is a first-class seat, it is absolutely impossible to enjoy such treatment. Being able to have such a lounge on a train where every inch of space is valuable is the ultimate in luxury. And this is how this world treats the strong. Chapter 32 Beast Tide is coming. Actual combat training. Wow, this bed looks so soft. Su Mushiwa simply opened her arms and fell on her back on the bed. Zhao Shanha smiled and said, "If you feel sleepy, you can take a nap now. But I probably won't be able to sleep for too long. If nothing goes wrong, we will be able to reach the demonic city Beast University in the evening." Su Mushiwa immediately sat up and said with a smile, "I won't sleep. It's not easy to take a train. I want to see the scenery along the way." While the two were talking, Lin Yuan had already walked to the window and looked out. As the train is traveling at high speed, windows are not allowed to be opened. What is different from the high-speed trains in previous lives is that there are no tracks underneath the train. After all, the cost of laying railroad tracks in the wild is too high. What's more, even if the railway is built, it may be destroyed by monsters. Moreover, the trains in this world are not powered by electricity, but by the energy within the beast soul crystals. The train needs to consume one high-quality beast soul crystal every time it travels 10 kilometers. From this perspective, the cost of train travel is quite high. For one trip, the cost of fuel alone would probably be as high as millions. Lin Yuan originally thought that with such high ticket prices, the train industry must be making huge profits. Now it seems that after deducting the fuel costs and the fees that need to be paid to the beast soul masters, the profit may not be that high. At this time, Zhao Shanha also walked to Lin Yuan's side and said with a smile, "When the train reaches the middle section, you may be able to see monsters fighting each other. If you're lucky, you can even see Beast King level monsters fighting each other. For you who have lived in the city for many years, this scene should not be seen often, right?" Zhao Shanhe was right. Lin Yuan had never left Jinhai City since he was born, so it was impossible for him to have witnessed the fight between monsters with his own eyes. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Since there are a lot of monsters in the wild, do monsters attack trains from time to time?" "It does happen from time to time, but it's not a big problem," Zhao Shanhe said. "Basically, most of the monsters that attack the train are beast general level monsters. A beast of this level can't even break through the train's defenses, so it naturally poses no threat. As for the beasts above the Beast King level, they have developed a certain level of intelligence. They know that human trains are usually escorted by Lord-level Beast Soul Masters, so they will not rashly attack the trains, and may even take the initiative to bypass them. So, there are actually only 3 situations that can pose a real threat to trains. The first situation is a large-scale beast tide. The second scenario is that several Lord-level monsters jointly besiege the train. The third possibility is that a Beast King-level beast attacks the train. But you don't have to worry too much. No matter which of these 3 situations, the probability of occurrence is extremely small. Besides, even if it happens, I will risk my life to escort you and everyone else on the train to escape." Zhao Shanhe raised his head slightly, chuckled and said, "When you are in a position, you should do your job. Since you have taken the money, you have to do your job. This is your responsibility. With my strength, if I fight to the death, I might be able to hold back the Beast King level beast for 5 minutes. This period of time should be enough for most people to escape." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. However, what really shocked him was not Zhao Shanhe's awareness, but it's the huge gap between the Lord level and the Beast King level. With Zhao Shanhe's strength, he could only hold back a Beast King level beast for 5 minutes. It seems that the existence of the Beast King is far more terrifying than one could have imagined. While the two were talking, the train had already started speeding across the endless wilderness. The scene outside the window kept passing by, like a movie scene that was played in reverse. Because he had just left Jinhai City, Lin Yuan did not see any ferocious beasts other than the desolate scene. The first half of the journey was quite peaceful. Lin Yuan would occasionally chat with Zhao Shanhe and Su Mushiwa, but most of the time, he would look at the scenery outside the window, enjoying this rare comfort and tranquility. "It's been a long time since I've had such a smooth journey." Zhao Shanhe crossed his hands behind his head and lay down on the sofa in a very comfortable manner. "We will arrive in the Magic City safely in 3 hours. When we get to the Magic City, I'll treat you to a feast." However, at this moment, a knock on the door suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Tap, tap, tap. Zhao Shanhe frowned and said immediately, "Come in." Soon, a man who looked like a waiter came in and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhao, our radar detected that there is a beast tide approaching us at high speed 10 kilometers away. If we don't stop it, we'll probably run into a train in 10 minutes. After hearing this, Zhao Shanhe's face turned black. "Damn it, it really is true that you can't say anything careless, and what you said is really what is coming true." However, the beast tide on the train was no small matter. Zhao Shanhe immediately asked, "What is the scale of the beast tide?" It's just a small-scale beast tide. The waiter answered, it consists of about 3 beast kings, more than 50 beast generals, and 200 to 300 war beasts. After hearing this, Zhao Shanha's expression couldn't help but soften a little. In any case, as long as no monsters above the Lord level appear, the problem will not be too big. Then, Zhao Shanha asked again, do the other 2 beast soul masters on the train know about this? On the train to the Magic City, there was not only 1 Lord level beast soul master, but 3 Lord level beast soul masters and several beast general level beast soul masters. They have already been notified. The waiter replied, if nothing unexpected happens, they should be on their way with someone. Good. Zhao Shanha nodded, and then as if he remembered something, he looked at Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwei and said, by the way, do you 2 want to come with us? Su Mushiwei blinked her beautiful eyes and asked in surprise, can we go too? Of course, there's nothing wrong with that. Zhao Shanha smiled and said, just think of it as a practical training before school starts. But don't worry, I'm here and won't let you get into any danger. You just need to practice. Su Mushiwei nodded and said immediately, then I'll go. Good. Zhao Shanha turned to look at Lin Yuan again. What about you? Of course I'll go too. Lin Yuan said, but, Mr. Zhao, this should be considered as working for you, right? Zhao Shanha laughed and scolded. Boy, do you still want to ask me for salary? That's not what I meant. Lin Yuan said, I just want to ask, if I killed the monster, can the spoils belong to me? Of course that's no problem. Zhao Shanha said, you are really obsessed with money. However, don't hold your hopes too high. This is your first time facing a real monster and a huge beast horde. It would be great if you can kill 1 or 2 beast commander level monsters. The most important thing is to ensure your own safety. Okay, I understand. Lin Yuan nodded, and then suddenly asked, by the way, Mr. Zhao, how much can the corpse of a beast general level monster be sold for? The most valuable thing about monsters is the crystal core inside them. Zhao Shanha said, the crystal nuclei that grow in their bodies are not only their life cores, but also their energy sources. Generally speaking, the value of a beast general level crystal core is between 50,000 and 200,000. Between 50,000 and 200,000? That means, if you kill a beast general level monster, you can get at least 50,000? After hearing this number, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. In fact, it's not that he is greedy for money, but he is too poor now. It was only 2 months, but Lin Yuan had already used up most of the resources provided by the school and was almost penniless. If he wants to continue his practice, Lin Yuan must find ways to make money. Only by earning enough money can you maintain the expenses required for practice. As for what Zhao Shanha said about putting safety first, Lin Yuan didn't take it to heart at all. After all, Zhao Shanha had no idea that he now possessed the strength of a beast king. In other words, in this beast tide, only beast king level monsters can threaten him. Chapter 33 Is one of you a normal person? After Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwei both gave affirmative answers, Zhao Shanha took them directly to the end of the train. In order to enable them to quickly approach the beast tide, the train was specially equipped with a light-powered locomotive. This light-powered locomotive looks somewhat similar to a motorcycle and of course is also powered by beast soul crystals, with a maximum speed of 200 yards per hour. And, most importantly, this locomotive is equipped with levitation technology, which allows it to retract its wheels and extend steering paddles and a vector-powered fan when necessary. It can hover, rise and fall, and move forward and backward by changing the direction of the air blowing. In this way, no matter how complex the terrain is, this light-powered locomotive can easily cross it. Zhao Shanha turned his head, looked at the 2 people, and asked, can you ride? Lin Yuan nodded and said, it shouldn't be a big problem. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this light-powered locomotive should be no different from a motorcycle. Even if the speed is a little faster, it can still be managed. Su Mushiwei seemed a little timid. I have never ridden before. It's okay, you and Lin Yuan can just ride in the same car. After saying this, Zhao Shanha immediately turned over and rode on the light-power motorcycle next to him. Okay, follow me, it's time to set off. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by the roar of the engine, Zhao Shanha rode away on a light-power motorcycle. This guy is really irresponsible. Lin Yuan was quite helpless, and also rode on the light-power motorcycle beside him, then looked at Su Mushiwei, come on. Su Mushiwei was obviously still a little scared, and asked timidly, Lin Yuan, can you really ride? Lin Yuan glanced at her and asked, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course it's the truth. The truth is, I've never ridden one before. Ah, and you said you can ride? This thing shouldn't be that difficult. You can learn it by riding it, right? Su Mushiwei, what does it mean to learn while riding? Listen to yourself. Are you speaking human language? Just as Su Mushiwei was in a mess in the wind, Lin Yuan spoke again. Well, if you don't come up, then we may not be able to catch up with Teacher Zhao. After hearing this, Su Mushiwei finally gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and rode on it astride. The next second, Lin Yuan's voice rang in her ears again. Hold on tight, I'm going to drive. Su Mushiwei was slightly stunned, then subconsciously hugged Lin Yuan's waist. Just when she thought that Lin Yuan still needed to familiarize himself with the operating procedures of the light power locomotive, unexpectedly, the latter stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom. Accompanied by a whistling sound breaking through the air. The light-powered locomotive shot out like an arrow with a fully drawn bowstring. The strong wind blew on my face, just like a knife cutting my face. At this moment, Su Mushiwei closed her eyes in fear and felt her brain go blank. It's over, it's over, it's over. I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. Come to think of it, if Lin Yuan and I really died like this, could it be considered a suicide for love? Su Mushiwei's head was full of random thoughts, but her body was stiff with fear. She only knew to wrap her arms tightly around Lin Yuan's waist. However, as time passed, it seemed that nothing had happened except the whistling of the wind in my ears. Su Mushiwei hesitated for a few seconds, and finally plucked up the courage to open her eyes. Then she discovered that the light-powered motorcycle she was riding was running at an incredibly stable and high speed. In fact, she didn't even feel the slightest bump during the ride. Lin Yuan, who was driving the motorcycle, also had a calm look on his face. What he expected turned out to be correct. The way of driving a light-powered locomotive was no different from driving a motorcycle. At most, it was just a little faster. In Lin Yuan's previous life, his two favorite means of transportation were motorcycles and sports cars. Because only these two types of transportation can bring him the ultimate enjoyment of speed. At this moment, the speed of the light locomotive has reached an astonishing 270 yards. Such a fast speed gives people a feeling of adrenaline rushing, and the ears are filled with whistling wind. Even the scenery on both sides begins to become blurred, as if traveling through time. Of course, this is also due to the fact that Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwei are both beast soul masters, and their physical fitness is much higher than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, without any protection, the motorcycle was accelerated to such a fast speed that he might not even be able to open his eyes. After the initial fear, Su Mushiwei actually began to enjoy this exciting feeling. She hugged Lin Yuan's waist tightly, leaning against his back. Although her heart was pounding, she felt unprecedented peace of mind. And at this moment, Zhao Shanhe in front finally remembered them. Only then did he realize that he might have rushed too fast. He didn't even consider whether Lin Yuan could keep up with his speed. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but slow down and was about to stop and wait for Lin Yuan. However, at this moment, a gust of howling wind blew past, and a shadow instantly flew out from beside him, almost overturning him and his car. After Zhao Shanhe finally managed to stabilize the motorcycle, he discovered that the motorcycle in front of him had turned into a black dot and was about to disappear at the end of his sight. This is so fucking. Could it be that kid Lin Yuan? After this thought popped up in his mind, Zhao Shanhe felt like he was going to go numb. His speed was already fast enough, but he didn't expect that Lin Yuan was even crazier than he imagined. This kid, is he going to die? The most important thing is, besides him, Su Mushiwei was also sitting in his car. When he thought of this, Zhao Shanhe instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If something really happened to Su Mushiwei, he would have to die. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanhe gritted his teeth and immediately stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, trying to catch up with Lin Yuan's speed. 7 or 8 minutes later, Zhao Shanhe finally caught up with Lin Yuan. To be precise, Lin Yuan had already arrived at the destination and stopped the light power locomotive, so Zhao Shanhe was able to catch up with him. How can you ride so fast, you little bastard? Damn, I don't know how to wait for the teacher. After seeing that Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwei were both safe and sound, Zhao Shanhe finally felt relieved. Lin Yuan asked back, didn't you, Teacher Zhao, say that we should get there as soon as possible? I'm right in saying this, but you're too, forget it. Zhao Shanhe waved his hands weakly, walked to Su Mushiwei's side, and consoled her, are you scared? So exciting. Su Mushiwei blinked, her eyes full of excitement. Lin Yuan at the side chuckled and said, isn't it exciting? This is my first time driving, so I'm not very experienced yet. I'll try to drive faster next time. Su Mushiwei nodded excitedly. Zhao Shanhe, is one of you two a normal person? Chapter 34 The True Strength of a Lord-Level Beast Soul Master. Teacher Zhao, there should be a beast tied ahead, right? At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed forward. In the direction of his finger, there were indeed a large number of beast soul masters fighting monsters. The ground was covered with the remains of monsters, and even the air was filled with the smell of blood. It seems that this is where the beast tide is. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhao Shanhe immediately turned his head and said, before joining the battle, I still have to remind you. If you encounter a beast that you cannot handle, remember not to fight it too long, but to distance yourself from it as soon as possible. Compared to the trial, your life safety is the most important. Also, no matter what, don't stay too far away from me. Only in this way can I ensure that I can support you at any time. Do you understand? Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwen nodded immediately. I understand. Good. Zhao Shanhe took a deep breath and said, now that you understand, let's prepare for the battle. As the words fell, Zhao Shanhe also entered the state of beast soul fusion. As an incomparable pressure was released, Zhao Shanhe in front of him actually transformed into a giant bear as big as a mountain. Before this, Zhao Shanhe had also released the pressure of the beast soul. However, what he released at that time was only the pressure of the beast soul's phantom. When he truly entered the state of beast soul fusion, Lin Yuan truly felt how powerful the Lord-level beast soul master was. Although he also possessed the strength of a beginner beast king, in front of Zhao Shanhe, his strength was as dim as the bright moon and stars. Okay, let's go and fight. Zhao Shanhe laughed and said, remember this. This is your first battle as a beast soul master. After saying this, Zhao Shanhe suddenly jumped down from the high hill and plunged into the tide of beasts. His actions soon attracted the attention of the ferocious beasts in the beast tide. 7 or 8 giant demon wolves with gray fur and a body length of 5 meters immediately surrounded Zhao Shanhe. These giant demon wolves all had ferocious looks on their faces and drooled at their mouths, as if they were ready to pounce and tear Zhao Shanhe into pieces at any time. However, looking at the scene in front of them, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but sneer. A few beast commander-level monsters dare to act violently in front of me. Do you think I'll give you face? Just as he finished his words, Zhao Shanhe's figure instantly turned into a shadow, so fast that even Lin Yuan couldn't see it clearly. In just a blink of an eye, Zhao Shanhe appeared behind a giant demon wolf. The next second, Zhao Shanhe raised his bear claw directly. On the giant claw that was like a millstone, there was a dark yellow halo lingering, just like the color of the earth. Then, under the gaze of Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwe, Zhao Shanhe's bear claws suddenly slapped down. Bang! Accompanied by a dull loud bang. Under Zhao Shanhe's claw that unleashed all his strength, the body of the beast general-level demon wolf suddenly exploded and instantly turned into a blood mist that filled the sky. With just one claw, a beast general-level beast was killed without a complete body. The strength of a lord-level beast soul master is so terrifying. After witnessing Zhao Shanhe's terrifying strength, the giant demon wolves around him all showed expressions of fear and fled in all directions. Even a ferocious beast has the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. At this moment, they have already seen the gap between them and Zhao Shanhe, and their first reaction is naturally to run away. It's a pity that Zhao Shanhe obviously wasn't going to give them this opportunity. You want to run away from me like this? Isn't that a bit too disrespectful to me? Zhao Shanhe's tone was extremely cold. Then, he raised his bear claws again and slammed them down to the ground. Claws of the earth. His beast soul, the angry earth bear, possesses the ability to manipulate the power of the earth. As Zhao Shanhe's claw slapped down, a dark yellow light immediately burst out from the ground. Immediately afterwards, the ground below suddenly collapsed. Moreover, the cracks that had collapsed were still spreading towards those giant demon wolves. Although those giant demon wolves fled at an extremely fast speed, the cracks in the ground that spread towards them were even faster than their speed. Accompanied by a few shrill howls, these giant demon wolves all fell into the ground crack. Then, something even more unbelievable happened to Lin Yuan. These abyss-like cracks in the ground actually closed up again, completely erasing all traces of the existence of these giant demon wolves. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. Is this the strength of a lord-level beast soul master? With just a wave of your hands and a step, you can split mountains and crack rocks. And a mere lord-level beast soul master can achieve such a level. Doesn't the beast king-level beast soul master have the power to move mountains and fill the sea and change the world? After killing these giant beast general-level demon wolves, Zhao Shanhe turned around and looked back at Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwe. What are you two waiting for? If we don't move faster, the beast tide will be wiped out. With Zhao Shanhe's insight, he naturally noticed the shock on Lin Yuan's face. This made him secretly happy. It was indeed a joy to be able to show off in front of these geniuses. When this kid enters the Demon City Beast University and truly broadens his horizons, I'm afraid my 2 tricks won't be able to scare him. Moreover, using this move also consumed a lot of Zhao Shanhe's physical strength. If he hadn't done this specifically to show off in front of Lin Yuan, there would have been no need for him to use this trick just to deal with a few beast general-level beasts. After Zhao Shanhe said this, Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwe looked at each other. That's right, they followed Zhao Shanhe here not just to watch him slaughter ferocious beasts. Now that you are here, you should do your best. The next second, Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwe chose to fuse the beast souls without any hesitation. After fusing with the beast soul, Lin Yuan directly transformed into a black giant beast, like Godzilla. Su Muxue transformed into a nine-tailed fox with fluffy and delicate fur, as white as snow. This is the S-level beast soul awakened by Su Muxue, the nine-tailed snow fox. After seeing the two complete diffusion of beast souls, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but laugh. The animal souls of these two people, one black and one white, are a perfect match. However, what surprised Zhao Shanhe was Lin Yuan's size. Logically speaking, even if Lin Yuan possessed the strength of a 5-star beast general, his size couldn't be so huge. Moreover, the pressure emanating from Lin Yuan seemed to be more than just a 5-star beast general level. However, at this time, Zhao Shanhe was at least 1,000 meters away from Lin Yuan. Therefore, he could not feel the aura emitted by Lin Yuan clearly, and naturally could not accurately judge the former's strength. Just when Zhao Shanhe was feeling confused, Lin Yuan had already joined forces with Su Muxue to charge into the beast tide. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded in his ears. Zhao Shanhe, you're here, but don't even know how to lend a hand? Hurry up, help me deal with this big guy. Zhao Shanhe immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a giant python with black flames burning all over its body fighting with an extremely huge blood-red demon ape. And the one who spoke in human language was the giant black flame python. Obviously, the black flame python in front of him was not a ferocious beast, but a Lord-level beast soul master like Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe then remembered that among the two Lord-level beast soul masters who were accompanying him, one of them did have the black flame snake as his beast soul. The blood-colored demon ape in front of him was obviously quite powerful, otherwise it would not have been able to fight with the Lord-level beast soul master for so long. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhao Shanhe frowned and said unhappily, Qin Jiang, you low-star waste, how come you can't even deal with a beast king-level beast? Fuck you, stop making sarcastic remarks. Qin Jiang gritted his teeth and said, this blood-colored demon ape has at least the strength of a 9-star beast king. Come quickly and help me deal with it. The relationship between the two was obviously pretty good, and they didn't have too many reservations when talking to each other. However, in Zhao Shanhe's opinion, although Qin Jiang is a good person, his strength is disappointing. As a Lord-level beast soul master, he actually needed help even to deal with a beast king-level ferocious beast. This guy's strength is probably only between 1 and 2 stars of the Lord level. To say that he is a low-star waste is absolutely true. However, although Zhao Shanhe's words were a bit harsh, his actions were not slow at all. Bursting out at his full speed, in just a dozen seconds, he had already rushed in front of the blood-colored demon ape. Roar. Looking at Zhao Shanhe who showed up halfway, the blood-colored demon ape let out an angry roar, and then punched him fiercely. Zhao Shanhe sneered, and also burst out with all his strength, suddenly slapping out with a palm. Bang! The giant palm of the Earth Rage Bear and the giant fist of the Blood Demon Ape suddenly collided in mid-air, with such force that even the air around them began to tremble. Under Zhao Shanhe's amazing strength, the blood-colored demon ape was actually forced to retreat several steps. Do you really think I'm that useless guy as Qin Jiang? I'm going to let you see what a true Lord-level beast soul master is. Zhao Shanhe roared, and a dark yellow light burst out from his claws again, and he slapped the blood-colored demon ape's chest again. Crack! He used all his strength in this palm strike, and actually slapped the bloody demon ape's chest so hard that it caved in, and even heard the sound of the sternum breaking. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Jiang on the side couldn't help but flash a look of shock in his eyes. I have to say, apart from the fact that he speaks harshly, Zhao Shanhe is really capable. The 9-star beast king, who had been able to fight with him for so long, couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Chapter 35 The 4th Beast King Level Beast. Just when Zhao Shanhe was fighting with the bloody demon ape, Lin Yuan and Su Muxue also rushed into the beast tide. The cooperation between the two of them is extremely tacit. Su Muxue froze the ferocious beasts, and then Lin Yuan took action and smashed the heads of the beast with one claw. I have to say that Su Muxue is still capable. She can easily freeze any ferocious beast below the beast general level into an ice sculpture. Even if it is a high-star beast at the beast general level, she can use ice to restrict its movement. The talent of an S-level beast soul is so powerful. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the 9-tailed snow fox is not only a combat-type beast soul, but also possesses extremely strong auxiliary capabilities. But in fact, Su Muxue was even more shocked than Lin Yuan. Because she began to feel a little confused as to how powerful Lin Yuan really was. At the beginning, it was okay. She and Lin Yuan teamed up to kill more than a dozen war beasts and several low-star beast general-level beasts. However, ferocious beasts also possess a certain degree of intelligence. Not long after, Su Muxue and Lin Yuan were targeted by some powerful and ferocious beasts of the high-star level of beast generals. The first one to target them was a black-scaled porcupine. It was not only huge in size, but also had thick skin and flesh. Its body was covered with dense black scales, and it possessed extremely amazing defensive capabilities. According to Su Mushue's perception, this black-scaled porcupine has at least the strength of a 7-star beast general. After it rushed towards Lin Yuan, Su Mushue immediately condensed the ice and snow into frost blades and shot them towards the black-scaled porcupine. With her strength, it was impossible for her to cause too much damage to the black-scaled porcupine. Su Mushue's original intention was to restrain the monster as much as possible to buy time for Lin Yuan to escape. However, what Su Mushue did not expect was that Lin Yuan not only did not escape, but instead allowed the black-scaled porcupine to rush in front of him. Immediately afterwards, before Su Mushue could even react, scorching flames suddenly ignited on Lin Yuan's giant claws, and he directly slapped the body of the black-scaled porcupine with one claw. Bang! Accompanied by a dull bang. The body of the black-scaled porcupine immediately flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. After flying more than 10 meters away, he fainted. Afterwards, Su Mushue rushed directly towards the direction where the black-scaled porcupine was. However, the scene that appeared before her made her eyes widen involuntarily. You know, the most powerful feature of the black-scaled porcupine is its amazing defense. The black scales covering its body are so dense that they look like armor. However, even such an extremely hard layer of scales was like brittle paper in front of Lin Yuan. The black scales on the black-scaled porcupine in front of him were all shattered, leaving only a claw mark deep enough to see the bone. Su Mushue couldn't imagine how powerful the explosive power of Lin Yuan's attack was to be able to penetrate the black-scaled porcupine's defense so thoroughly. In fact, for Lin Yuan, this was not difficult at all. After all, he now possesses the strength of a 1-star beast king, and is equipped with the Red Flame Claw, a beast general level beast weapon, which greatly enhances the lethality of the giant claw. Under such circumstances, if Lin Yuan couldn't even break through the defense of a black-scaled porcupine, then he would have no reason to live. Train, inside the control room. An in-turn observer frowned as he looked at the radar used to detect monsters. After observing for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Senior, come and take a look. Is there something wrong with this detection radar? It's broken? How is that possible?" After hearing this, the middle-aged man next to him immediately looked suspicious and turned his head. "Look here. Logically speaking, shouldn't the purple light be a Beast King level monster? The function of the monster radar is to classify the energy fluctuations emitted by the monster after detecting them and display them on the screen. Generally speaking, battle beast level monsters correspond to the color white. Beast general level monsters correspond to the color green. The corresponding color for Beast King level monsters is purple. The purple light spot does correspond to a Beast King level monster." The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "Wait, something is wrong. Why are there 4 purple spots?" Prior to this, the monster radar had only detected 3 Beast King level energy fluctuations. Therefore, they concluded that there were only 3 Beast King level monsters in this small beast tide. However, now, a 4th purple light spot appeared on the screen of the monster radar. Does this mean that the information they had previously obtained was wrong, and that there was actually a 4th Beast King level monster in the beast tide? Just as the middle-aged man was thinking this, a strange scene happened. The purple light that the intern pointed at suddenly disappeared out of thin air. "Look, it's gone again." The trainee observer muttered, "I knew this thing was broken." The purple light spot appears and disappears. Looking at the scene in front of him, the middle-aged man was stunned at first, and then he felt a chill rushing straight to the top of his head. No, that's not right. It's not the monster radar that's wrong. In the beast tide, there is a Beast King level monster that is extremely good at hiding its own aura. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was full of panic. No, this information must be passed on quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Quick, find a way to contact the 3 Lord-level Beast Soul Masters on the front line. Sizzle. Accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn. A pitch-black claw tore open the chest of a Beast Soul Master. The Beast Soul Master stared at the black beast in front of him with despair on his face, but the blood foam that kept gushing out of his throat made him unable to utter a word. Then, a horrifying scene occurred. The black monster in front of him actually took his heart directly from his torn chest. Boom boom, boom boom. The heart connected to the blood vessels is even still beating. No, don't. The Beast Soul Master opened his mouth weakly, trying to stop the black beast in front of him. However, at this moment, the black monster in front of him actually gave him a very humane sneer of contempt. After seeing the expression on the face of the black monster, the Beast Soul Master suddenly felt his scalp tingling. The black monster in front of me is actually a Beast King level monster. It is impossible for ordinary ferocious beasts to possess such intelligence. The next second, the black beast tore his heart apart and threw it into its own mouth. Click, click, accompanied by a teeth-grinding chewing sound. The Beast Soul Master's eyes also completely lost their luster, quickly dimmed, and lost all vitality. Chapter 36. Close your eyes and don't let the blood splash on you. Lin Yuan, How many beast general level monsters have we killed in total? Su Mushue's voice suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ears. I don't know. There should be at least a dozen of them, right? Lin Yuan turned his head and saw that behind him, the corpses of the monsters had already piled up like a mountain. If the crystal core of a beast general level monster can be sold for at least 50,000, then the corpses here are worth at least over 1 million, right? For Lin Yuan, this is already a considerable amount of money. While he and Su Mushue were hunting monsters, Zhao Shanhe was also not idle. You know, he is a lord-level beast soul master. It can be said that there are quite a few beast general level monsters that died at the hands of Zhao Shanhe. Even 2 of the 3 beast king level monsters in this beast tide died at the hands of Zhao Shanhe. Among them is the bloody demon ape from before. This ferocious beast possesses the strength of a 9-star beast king and can even deal with a lord-level beast soul master. It's a pity the person it met was Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe, who had merged with the beast soul of Angry Earth Bear, tore the blood-colored demon ape into 2 pieces with his bare hands. Seeing that the beast tide had almost been cleared, Zhao Shanhe turned his gaze to Lin Yuan and Su Mushue. Then, he quickly noticed the mountain of monster corpses behind the 2 men. After seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed across Zhao Shanhe's eyes. These 2 little guys are quite capable. Just as Zhao Shanhe was thinking this, a voice suddenly came from his earphone. This is the command center of train number 9647. The previous intelligence was wrong. There is a 4th beast king level monster hidden in the beast tide, and it is extremely good at hiding its own aura. All beast soul masters, please pay attention. I'll repeat, the previous intelligence was wrong. There is a 4th beast king level monster hidden in the beast tide. This news obviously wasn't just passed on to Zhao Shanhe. All of a sudden, all the beast soul masters present who learned the news became alert. You know, they are not lord-level beast soul masters like Zhao Shanhe. Beast king-level monsters are still a big threat to them. In particular, this beast king-level monster is extremely good at concealing its own breath, and even the monster radar could not detect its existence before. At this moment, Zhao Shanhe suddenly remembered something and immediately looked in the direction of Lin Yuan and Su Mushue. You know, the 2 of them were not the beast soul masters escorting the train, so naturally they did not wear communication earphones. In other words, they were completely unaware of the news. Just as Zhao Shanhe was about to open his mouth to remind him, something strange happened before his eyes. The space in front of Su Mushue suddenly twisted strangely. Before she could react to what was happening, a black claw as sharp as a blade suddenly slashed towards her neck. Along with the appearance of this black claw, a black beast that looked like an alien also appeared in front of Su Mushue. The face of this black monster was filled with ferocity and brutality. The sharp claws that attacked Su Mushue were so fast that they seemed to cut the space in half. Looking at the ferocious beast that suddenly appeared in front of her, Su Mushue couldn't help but freeze in place. She wanted to escape, and she wanted to react. But the problem is that this is Su Mushue's first time actually fighting a monster. How can she not panic in such a situation? After this strange black beast appeared, Zhao Shanhe noticed its existence at the first moment. This is the aura of a beast king. For a moment, Zhao Shanhe felt as if he was struck by lightning and his head was dizzy. How could it be? How could it be such a coincidence? The 4th beast king level beast hidden in the beast tide unexpectedly appeared right next to Su Mushue and Lin Yuan. Damn it, damn it. At this moment, Zhao Shanhe's eyes were bloodshot like a mad beast. He was at least 1,000 meters away from Su Mushue. Although the distance is not long, it is impossible to reach it in an instant. After all, his Earth Rage Bear is not a speed-type beast soul. Chen Jiang, who was standing next to Zhao Shanhe, also noticed the scene here. Is that the 4th beast king-level beast? Chen Jiang frowned, and a hint of pity appeared in his eyes. So it's the dark claw beast. No wonder it can hide its own aura so thoroughly. These 2 unlucky guys probably won't survive. Under such circumstances, they had no time to rescue the 2 men. By the time they arrive, these 2 people will probably have already become dead souls under the claws of the dark claw beast. At this moment, Chen Jiang suddenly felt an extremely terrifying pressure coming from beside him. He was slightly stunned and subconsciously turned his head and found that this terrifying pressure was emanating from Zhao Shanhe. In addition to this terrible pressure, he also felt a raging rage from Zhao Shanhe that was as violent as a tsunami. Only then did Chen Jiang remember that these 2 young men seemed to be brought by Zhao Shanhe. Seeing that Su Mushue's neck was about to be torn apart, the black monster couldn't help but let out an excited growl. Looking at the black claws so close, a feeling of despair spread in Su Mushue's heart. However, at this moment, A giant claw burning with flames suddenly swung over and killed him. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded in her ears. Close your eyes. Don't let the blood splash into your eyes. After hearing this familiar voice, Su Mushua suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of security and subconsciously closed her eyes. Calm. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of metal clashing. A stream of warm blood also splashed onto Su Mushua's face. Before Su Mushua could react, what was happening? A shrill wail of extreme pain suddenly rang in her ears. Su Mushua slowly opened her eyes, but the scene before her was so surprising that her pupils suddenly shrank. In front of her, the sharp claws of the black beast were actually cut off, and even dark red blood was still flowing from the broken ends. At this moment, a huge black beast was standing beside her, protecting her like a guardian angel. There is no doubt that this black giant beast is Lin Yuan. But how is this possible? You know, the black beast in front of you is a beast king level existence. However, Lin Yuan's claw actually cut off the opponent's claw directly. Chapter 37. Are you tickle me? In fact, Su Mushua was not the only one who was surprised. Even Zhao Shanhe and Chun Jiang were equally shocked. You know, although the strength of this dark claw beast cannot be compared with that of the blood demon ape, it is also a real beast king level monster. However, even the full strength attack of such a ferocious beast was directly blocked. No, not only did he block it, he even cut off its sharp claws. Who is this guy in front of me? Thinking of this, Chun Jiang couldn't help but turn his head and asked, Zhao Shanhe, is this little brother you brought a beast king level beast soul master? However, Zhao Shanhe now has no time to deal with him. He originally thought that Su Mushua was definitely going to die this time. However, this sudden turn of events shocked Zhao Shanhe at the same time, but also made him extremely surprised. He immediately shouted towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, hold on. The teacher is coming to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Shanhe burst out at full speed without hesitation and rushed towards the dark claw beast. Zhao Shanhe's body was so huge that he was like a mountain. When he started running, even the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Chun Jiang's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of astonishment. Could these two people in front of me be Zhao Shanhe's illegitimate son and daughter? Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why Zhao Shanhe could be so anxious. Damn it. Looking at his posture, it seems like he wants to eat that dark claw beast alive. Roar! The dark-clawed beast, one of whose claws was cut off by Lin Yuan, was now staring at him with hatred on its face, growling continuously from its mouth. It was obvious that this guy was full of hatred towards Lin Yuan, but he was also somewhat afraid of his strength and did not dare to act rashly. In fact, according to Lin Yuan's feeling, the dark claw beast in front of him at least possesses the strength of a 2-star or even 3-star beast king level. However, it should be better at concealing its own aura and launching surprise attacks rather than fighting head-on. It was precisely because of this that Lin Yuan was able to cut off its sharp claws with one claw. What? Are you angry out of shame? Looking at the dark claw beast in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sneer. A guy like you who can only hide his head and show his tail, you only dare to pick on the weak, right? At this moment, the space before his eyes twisted again. The figure of the dark claw beast also disappeared out of thin air in front of Lin Yuan, and even its breath disappeared completely. Even Lin Yuan had to admit that this guy's hiding skills were indeed amazing. However, Lin Yuan was not afraid that it would attack him, but was worried that this guy would launch another surprise attack on Su Mushua. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately turned his head and said, "Be careful, don't give it a chance to sneak attack." Su Mushua nodded, "I know." However, just when Lin Yuan was distracted and reminded Su Mushua, a black beast shadow emerged silently from behind him, and then suddenly pounced towards Lin Yuan. Obviously, this dark claw beast still targeted Lin Yuan. No matter what, it must avenge its broken claw. With a heart full of hatred, the dark claw beast unleashed all its strength with this claw. It wants to tear Lin Yuan's scales and tear his flesh apart. Calm. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the sharp claws of the dark claw beast collided heavily with the scales on Lin Yuan's back. Immediately afterwards, a series of sparks burst out from the collision point. The expected scene of flesh and blood being torn apart did not occur. The dark claw beast's claw only left 3 shallow claw marks on the scales on Lin Yuan's back. For a moment, dark claw beast felt his head was a little dizzy. Now there is only one thought left in its mind. That is, how can the scales on this guy's body be so hard? In fact, this dark claw beast had no idea that in order to lay a solid foundation, Lin Yuan used a large number of evolution points to strengthen the strength of its scales. This resulted in the scales on his body becoming extremely hard. Even though Lin Yuan's level is only 1-star Beast King, even a 5-star Beast King may not be able to break through Lin Yuan's defense. Not to mention, Lin Yuan was also equipped with the Black Thorn Armor, a beast weapon specially designed to enhance defense. After a moment of daze, a hint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the dark-clawed beast again. Obviously, it did not give up and wanted to attack Lin Yuan again. With a sharp scream, the dark-claw beast's sharp claws swung out again. However, this time, it still only left 3 claw marks on Lin Yuan's back. Laugh. At this moment, a black spike suddenly pierced out from Lin Yuan's back and pierced directly through the sharp claws of the dark claw beast. There is no doubt that this is the effect of the Blackthorn armor. The pain of having its sharp claws pierced through immediately caused the dark claw beast to let out a wail. And Lin Yuan's voice also sounded faintly in its ears. I say, are you tickling me? At this moment, the dark claw beast's eyes were filled with fear. But unfortunately, its claws were pierced by the spikes, and it was unable to enter the hidden state immediately. Suddenly, the spikes on Lin Yuan's back slowly retracted. But before the dark claw beast had time to be happy, Lin Yuan had already turned around. Moreover, Lin Yuan grabbed it, and his 2 huge black claws, like iron clamps, clamped its body tightly. Lin Yuan's power was so great that no matter how the dark claw beast struggled, it could not break free from his restraints. Now, is it my turn? Looking at the dark claw beast in front of him, a smile broke out on Lin Yuan's face. Seeing the smile on Lin Yuan's face, the dark claw beast suddenly felt extremely terrified and began to scream crazily. Unfortunately, it's too late. Click, click. Lin Yuan's giant black claws grabbed its upper and lower jaws respectively and pried the mouth of the dark-clawed beast open. Immediately afterwards, a faint blue light suddenly surged out from Lin Yuan's dorsal fin. An extremely terrifying energy wave spread out in all directions with Lin Yuan as the center. For a moment, all the beast soul masters present, including Zhao Shanhe, couldn't help but focus their eyes on Lin Yuan. What on earth does this guy want to do? At this moment, Lin Yuan finally spoke again. Come, give me a good taste of atomic breath. As the words fell, vast and powerful nuclear energy suddenly condensed and took shape from Lin Yuan's huge mouth. A dark blue beam of energy burst out, piercing directly into the dark claw beast's forcibly open mouth. Chapter 38 Atomic Breath, Killing the Dark Claw Beast. Boom. The dark blue atomic breath was directly poured into the mouth of the dark claw beast in front of him. Instantly, a violent energy burst out from the dark claw beast's body, tearing its body apart instantly. Countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered in all directions. In the end, only a crystal core half the size of a palm fell to the ground. And just at this moment, Zhao Shanhe had just arrived here. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He never thought that Lin Yuan actually killed this Beast King-level monster. And, in a way that was almost brutal. In fact, Zhao Shanhe was not the only one who felt unbelievable. At this moment, all the Beast Soul Masters who were paying attention to the situation here had expressions of shock on their faces. After all, the visual impact that Lin Yuan's atomic breath brought to them was too powerful. The dark blue energy beam seemed to be extremely violent. It poured directly into the huge mouth of the dark claw beast, causing its body to explode in an instant. Such a scene is really shocking. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Lin Yuan immediately bent down and picked up the monster crystal core on the ground. I don't know what price this Beast King-level crystal core can be sold for. At this moment, Lin Yuan happened to see Zhao Shanhe walking towards him and subconsciously hid the monster crystal core behind him. Zhao Shanhe obviously noticed his little action and his face immediately turned dark. Damn, who does this kid think he is? Would I try to steal his spoils? What's more, he might not even look at a mere Beast King-level crystal core. Zhao Shanhe stared at Lin Yuan for a long time, then asked in a deep voice, "How did you do it?" Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "How did you do that?" Zhao Shanhe said unhappily, "Nonsense, of course I'm asking how you killed this dark claw beast. That's how I killed him." Lin Yuan replied with a confused look on his face. "Teacher, didn't you see everything just now?" Zhao Shanhe hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, "You didn't take any drugs that could increase your strength in a short period of time?" Lin Yuan scratched his head and said, "That thing should be quite expensive, right?" After hearing Lin Yuan's answer, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but take a deep breath. He now roughly understood that Lin Yuan defeated this Beast King-level Dark Claw beast by relying on his own strength. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanhe immediately asked, "Lin Yuan, tell me the truth. What level have you reached in terms of strength?" "I just broke through to the Beast King level, which is only 1 star." A good one is. The corners of Zhao Shanna's mouth twitched fiercely twice, and he couldn't help but say, "Didn't you tell me before that you are only a 5-star beast general?" Lin Yuan, the teacher treats you well. Why are you hiding this from the teacher? Looking at Zhao Shanha, who looked distressed, Lin Yuan couldn't help but said, "Teacher, but I never said that I only have the strength of a 5-star beast general." Zhao Shanha's eyes widened, and he said, "It was you who said that you have only broken through twice since the beast training assessment. If a beast general level 3-star level is broken through twice, doesn't that mean it will be a beast general level 5-star level?" However, after hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh and said seriously, "Teacher, this is not the way you calculate it. I did break through twice. However, the first time, he broke through from Beast General level 3 stars to Beast General level 7 stars, and the second time, he broke through directly from Beast General level 7 stars to Beast King level. Look, isn't this exactly 2 times? Zhao Shanha. What? What are you talking about? Is there anyone who has such a breakthrough as you? When others make breakthroughs, they do so step by step. You're so good, you just got on the elevator." Although Zhao Shanha was unwilling to believe that such a thing would happen, the problem was that the facts were right in front of him. Lin Yuan indeed used his own strength to kill a Beast King level monster. This made Zhao Shanha even more curious, and he stared at Lin Yuan. "Then can you tell me how you did it? Let alone E-level talent. Even SSS level talent probably wouldn't have such a terrifying growth rate." Looking at Zhao Shanha's expression of being determined to get to the bottom of things, Lin Yuan knew that if he didn't give a reasonable explanation today, this matter might not be so easy to let go. After pondering for a moment, an idea suddenly came to Lin Yuan's mind. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Teacher, actually this is my secret, but I told you because I trust you. I hope you won't reveal it." Zhao Shanha was stunned for a moment, but after realizing that Lin Yuan was not joking, he nodded heavily and said, "Okay." Lin Yuan gave him a meaningful look and whispered, "In fact, there was nothing wrong with the Beast Soul awakening ceremony. The Beast Soul I awakened is indeed an E-level talent. What kind of secret is this? Can an E-level talent break through to the Beast King level so quickly? What the hell are you doing here, kid?" Zhao Shanha couldn't help but glance at Lin Yuan with a look of suspicion on his face. Lin Yuan naturally noticed Zhao Shanha's emotions and continued, "However, the Beast Soul I awakened has a special feature. That is, the ability to absorb nuclear radiation. Moreover, it can also transform the nuclear radiation absorbed into the body into its own strength." Absorbing nuclear radiation? Zhao Shanha was stunned for a moment, as if he vaguely realized something. At this moment, Lin Yuan spoke again. "Teacher, you should know that inferior beast soul crystals contain a lot of nuclear radiation, right? It is precisely because of this that no beast soul master would choose to absorb inferior beast soul crystals to prevent side effects on their own beast souls." After Lin Yuan said this, Zhao Shanha finally reacted. At this moment, he felt as if his scalp was about to explode. That's right, because the inferior beast soul crystals contain nuclear radiation, the price is extremely low. And because of the characteristics of your beast soul, you can absorb a large amount of inferior beast soul crystals, and you don't have to worry about any side effects. No, not only that, you can also transform the nuclear radiation contained in the inferior beast soul crystal into your own power. No wonder you were able to break through to the Beast King level so quickly. Chapter 39, I also want to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. At this moment, Zhao Shanha felt like he had discovered a new continent. Lin Yuan looked at him helplessly and said, "Teacher, if you don't keep your voice down, the whole world will know my secret." "Oh, sorry. Zhao Shanha then realized his own gaffe and quickly lowered his voice. "To be honest, I have never heard of a beast soul characteristic like yours." Lin Yuan thought to himself, if you had heard of this, it would be really strange. Because this is not a characteristic of the beast soul at all, but a function of the system. Lin Yuan knew that there were many things that he would not be able to hide if he tried to conceal them. Therefore, it is better to say it in another form, which can dispel other people's concerns. Then, Zhao Shanha seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "How many inferior beast soul crystals did you absorb to break through to the Beast King level?" "If you don't count the odds, there are probably about 5,000. Lin Yuan reported the number calmly. However, there seemed to be a huge storm in Zhao Shanha's heart. You know, it takes time to absorb the energy within the beast soul crystal. If one had to absorb a total of 5,000 inferior beast soul crystals within 2 months, then apart from eating and sleeping, there would be almost no free time. In other words, during these 2 months, Lin Yuan has been living like an ascetic monk. Indeed, this animal soul characteristic of Lin Yuan did bring him great potential. But if the potential is not tapped, it will always be just potential. But the black-haired young man in front of him has a heart as firm as a rock. It was precisely because of this that he was able to absorb a total of 5,000 inferior beast soul crystals in just 2 months, exploiting this characteristic to the extreme. Even if I were that age, I probably wouldn't be able to do what he does. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but reach out and pat Lin Yuan on the shoulder. Lin Yuan, the teacher is proud of you. Teacher, next time before you tap my shoulder, could you please be more careful with your strength? After Lin Yuan's voice sounded faintly, Zhao Shanhe noticed that he had not been able to control his strength for a moment and almost broke Lin Yuan's scales. Even more, the power from his casual slap was transmitted to the earth, and several cracks appeared on the ground. It was an accident. It was purely an accident. Zhao Shanhe looked embarrassed. He originally wanted to encourage Lin Yuan, but he almost gave Lin Yuan internal injuries. Lin Yuan also once again realized how big the gap is between the Beast King level and the Lord level. You know, even the Dark Claw Beast's full-strength attack might not be able to break even his defense. However, Zhao Shanhe's casual slap made him feel as if all his internal organs were displaced. Don't worry, the teacher will keep this secret for you, Zhao Shanhe said. But, in fact, even if this secret is exposed, it doesn't matter. In the Demon City Beast University, no one dares to do anything to you. You can even use your own uniqueness to gain more resources for yourself. Lin Yuan nodded immediately. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Just when Zhao Shanhe wanted to say something else, Su Muxue had already rushed over. At this moment, she had already released herself from the beast soul fusion state and transformed into a human form. She looked at Lin Yuan anxiously. Lin Yuan, are you okay? Lin Yuan smiled and said, Do I look like I'm in trouble? Zhao Shanhe standing by had an even more strange expression on his face, thinking that this little girl was really overwhelmed by worry. Didn't she see that the Dark Claw Beast was reduced to pieces of flesh on the ground? This kid Lin Yuan is really ruthless. It's all right. It's all right. After seeing that Lin Yuan was fine, Su Muxue's eyes instantly turned red. Just now, I thought I was going to die. To be honest, if Lin Yuan had not acted in time, Su Muxue would have really died at the hands of the Dark Claw Beast. After all, it is extremely easy for a 3-star Beast King level beast to instantly kill a 3-star Beast General level Beast Soul Master. It can be said that Su Muxue had truly escaped from the gates of hell. Looking at Su Muxue, who was trembling with fear, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but show a hint of guilt on his face. It's all the teacher's fault. I didn't expect the 4th Beast King level beast to appear, which is why I couldn't come to support you in time. If Lin Yuan hadn't been here, the consequences would have been disastrous. However, before Su Muxue could speak, Lin Yuan shook his head. No, this can't all be blamed on the teacher. After all, anything can happen on the battlefield. Monsters are our enemies, so they will naturally try every possible means to kill us. Therefore, there are many things that we cannot predict in advance. At this moment, Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at Su Muxue and said word by word. Just like this time, you could have done better, but you were afraid. Fear makes your brain lose the most basic judgment, so at that moment of life and death, you do nothing. After Lin Yuan said this, Su Muxue couldn't help but stand there in a daze. She obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan would question her at this time. But she also knew in her heart that what Lin Yuan said was not wrong. The moment the Dark Claw attacked her, she felt her brain go blank and her body seemed to be out of her control. Su Muxue blushed with shame and asked in a low voice, Then, what should I do? I think you should have been taught this in the practical theory class at school, right? Lin Yuan glanced at her and said calmly, When you are attacked by a monster, the most important thing is to keep a distance from it. If you can't create distance, then find a way to limit it, or try to avoid the vital points. And you didn't do any of these. In fact, if you can freeze the claws of the Dark Claw Beast with frost, and then adjust your body shape to avoid its vital parts as much as possible, you can at least withstand its attack without dying. This way, you have bought yourself at least 5 seconds of survival time before the Dark Claw Beast launches its next attack. Su Muxue said in a low voice, But in this situation, 5 seconds is not enough for me to do anything. 5 seconds is indeed a short time, but it's enough for you to think about your current situation. Lin Yuan said in a deep voice, If you feel that you still have a chance of survival, then do your best to fight for it. If you think you are doomed. At this moment, Su Muxue and Zhao Shanhe's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan, wanting to hear his answer. Then do your best to inflict as much damage as possible on this monster to give your companion a chance to survive. Lin Yuan's tone was extremely calm, as if he was explaining a trivial matter. Because that's who he is. Even if death is about to come in the next second, he will use his last breath to do something he thinks is meaningful. After hearing Lin Yuan's answer, Su Mushiwei couldn't help but fall into silence. At this moment, Zhao Shanhe smiled and said, "In fact, what Lin Yuan said is indeed correct. But don't be too harsh on Su Mushiwei. It was only her first time really fighting a monster, and she encountered a situation like this. It's inevitable that she would panic." However, Su Mushiwei suddenly asked, "Teacher Zhao, can you do it?" Zhao Shanhe was slightly stunned. Then he replied, "Of course I can do it." "Then do you think Lin Yuan can do it?" Zhao Shanhe obviously didn't expect that Su Mushiwei would ask such a question. But in his mind, the calm and indifferent look in Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed. That is a defiance of death. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanhe nodded immediately and said, "I think he can do it." After hearing this, Su Mushiwei couldn't help but pursed her lips, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. If Lin Yuan can do it, then I can do it too. She didn't want to be protected by Lin Yuan all the time and become a burden to him. She also wanted to become strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yuan. Chapter 40 Storage Badge. After the 4 Beast King level monsters were dealt with one after another, the beast tide was naturally wiped out quickly. After simply cleaning up the battlefield, Zhao Shanhe took Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwei back to the train. Lin Yuan reaped a lot of rewards from this beast tide. After all, he not only killed a Beast King level monster, but also worked together with Su Mushiwei to kill 20 or 30 Beast General level monsters. As for the number of War Beast level monsters that died at his hands, they were countless. However, the monster crystal core of the War Beast level is not valuable, so Lin Yuan didn't care much about it. Naturally, all these monster crystal cores were handed over to Zhao Shanhe for safekeeping. Zhao Shanhe promised Lin Yuan that after arriving in the Magic City, he would sell all the crystal cores and deposit the proceeds into Lin Yuan's card. And now he finally understood why Lin Yuan was so short of money. After all, although inferior beast soul crystals are cheap, it is only the unit price that is cheap. Just like Lin Yuan, in just 2 months, he absorbed a total of 5,000 inferior beast soul crystals. If this is converted into market price, it would cost at least 500,000. In other words, Lin Yuan spent all of his scholarship money on it. Lin Yuan naturally chose to accept Zhao Shanhe's kindness. He was unfamiliar with the place and didn't know where to sell monster cores. What's more, carrying so many monster crystal cores in one's hands is not only a hindrance, but also takes up a lot of space. It would be great if Zhao Shanhe was willing to help. However, just when Lin Yuan was still wondering where Zhao Shanhe would store these monster crystal cores, he saw him take out a silver badge that looked very well made from his pocket. Then, Zhao Shanhe tapped the silver badge. The next second, a silver light suddenly burst out from the badge. The monster crystal cores that were piled up like a hill and covered by this silver light disappeared out of thin air in front of Lin Yuan. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but flash a look of astonishment. What is this? Have you never seen the storage badge? Zhao Shanhe looked at Lin Yuan in surprise, then said, "I almost forgot that you are also from a commoner family. It's normal that you don't understand this. To be honest, I'm not very clear about the principle of this thing. However, you can understand that this is a special beast weapon, and its use is to store things. My storage badge is actually specially made. Only Beast Soul Masters with Lord-level strength can apply for it from the Beast Soul Hall, and they also need to pay a manufacturing fee of 10 million. Although it's a bit expensive, this thing has 100 cubic meters of independent space and is very convenient to use." Lin Yuan. "I suspect you are in Versailles, but I have no proof." However, after Zhao Shanhe's explanation, Lin Yuan finally understood the purpose of this storage badge. In his opinion, this is similar to the space ring in fantasy novels. Lin Yuan obviously didn't expect that in the world of Beast Soul Masters, there would be such a special storage tool. However, I have to admit that if I could have such a storage badge, it would indeed bring a lot of convenience. At the very least, when you go out hunting monsters, you don't have to worry about storing the spoils. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan asked again, "If that's the case, then for Beast Soul Masters whose strength has not reached the Lord level, is there any way to obtain the storage badge?" "Of course there is," Zhao Shanhe explained. "A Beast Soul Master who has reached the Beast King level can apply to the Beast Soul Hall for a bronze badge. This is not only a symbol of your status as a Beast King level Beast Soul Master, but it also has 10 cubic meters of storage space. Of course, to apply for the bronze badge, you also need to pay a production fee of 1 million. 1 million. After hearing this number, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is enough for him to buy a full 10,000 inferior Beast Soul crystals. However, he knew in his heart that sometimes value could not be measured in this way. For him, a beast weapon with storage function is still very necessary. Even if it costs 1 million, it's worth it. Zhao Shan has seemed to see through Lin Yuan's thoughts and chuckled as he spoke. In fact, what the Beast Soul Hall charges is just the cost. If you go to a store outside to buy it, the price will definitely be higher, not lower. 10 cubic meters of storage badges would cost at least 2 to 3 million. As for a 100 cubic meters storage badge, like mine, it would be impossible to buy it without 40 to 50 million. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nodded. In fact, he knew in his heart that as an official organization, the Beast Soul Hall was very preferential to Beast Soul Masters. Moreover, the stronger you are, the more preferential treatment you will receive. This can be seen from this incident. That day, at 5 p.m., the train finally slowly entered the Magic City. Although this trip encountered some twists and turns along the way, it was still relatively smooth. I have to say that the considerations of Madu Beast University are quite thoughtful. As soon as you get off the train, what comes into view is the special bus to the Magic City Beast University. Moreover, as long as you are a teacher or student of the Magic City Beast University, you can ride for free, which can be said to be a one-stop service. Lin Yuan and Zhao Shanhe were naturally happy about the convenience. Only Su Muxue was a little unhappy. She muttered, "I thought I could go shopping in the night market in Shanghai, but I had to go to school as soon as I got off the bus. I heard that the night view of Shanghai is very beautiful." Lin Yuan at the side smiled and comforted him. "It's okay, there will still be opportunities in the future." "That's right. Once you get to school, remember to arrange accommodation as soon as possible." Zhao Shanhe also joked, "If we can't finish the process today, you might end up sleeping on the street." After hearing this, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Are all the dormitories at the Magic City Beast University single? Single bed? What good things are you thinking of?" Zhao Shanhe glanced at Lin Yuan and couldn't help laughing. "Do you know how many new students Magic City Beast University recruits every year? If we really want to give you each a dorm, we can just use all the land in the school to build dormitories for you." Su Muxue on the side said, "But this is very inconvenient. Even if you want to practice, you still have to take care of the people around you." Zhao Shanhe said, "The school has naturally taken this into consideration. The dormitory is a place for you to sleep and rest. If you want to practice, you can go to the special practice room, which is open to students 24 hours a day and does not require any fees." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he really had to live in a 4-person dormitory, he would be the most inconvenient one. After all, the way he practices is different from everyone else. If other people really found out that he was improving his strength by absorbing inferior beast soul crystals, it would probably attract the attention of the school very soon. Before his strength becomes stronger, Lin Yuan doesn't want to get into unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, the training room opened by the school temporarily solved Lin Yuan's urgent problem. If the training room is really open 24 hours a day, then Lin Yuan estimates that he will have to spend at least 2/3 of his day in it. "Even if I go back to the dormitory, it's just to sleep or take a shower." At this moment, Zhao Shanhe suddenly said, "Actually, there are ways to apply for a single dormitory. The first way is to spend money. As long as you donate 5 million to the school, you will be able to have your own independent dormitory for the next 4 years, and it will even have a yard." After hearing this method, Lin Yuan didn't even consider it. 5 million? Why the hell don't you go and rob the money? I probably didn't spend that much money to break through from the War Beast level to the Beast King level. The people who can really use this method are probably the children of wealthy families who have too much money to spend, right? However, what Lin Yuan did not expect was that after Zhao Shanhe proposed this method, Su Muxue on the side actually showed a look of contemplation on her face. After observing this detail, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. This little girl, could it be that she is really moved? Although Lin Yuan and Su Muxue have a good relationship, Lin Yuan knows very little about the latter's family background. But now it seems that Su Muxue's family background doesn't seem to be simple. However, what puzzled Lin Yuan was that if Su Muxue really came from a prominent family, how could she go to school in a small place like Shanghai City? Before Lin Yuan could figure out what was going on, Zhao Shanhe spoke again. "Actually, for you, this second method is even simpler. That is, to be ranked in the top 100 on the Hidden Dragon ranking of the Magic City Beast University, and to stay there for a full month. If you can do that, you can also enjoy the treatment of a separate dormitory." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After being on the Hidden Dragon ranking, there is actually such preferential treatment? Of course, Zhao Shanhe said, "The benefits of being at the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking are far more than you can imagine. Especially, This year is extra special. What's special about this year? Zhao Shanhe looked at Lin Yuan deeply and said meaningfully, this year, if you can enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, you will have the opportunity to represent the Magic City Beast University to participate in the National Freshman Friendship Competition. Chapter 41. Information Dealer Wang Jinza. National Freshman Social Competition. A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. This was the first time he had heard of this event. Zhao Shanhe explained, well, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Because this National Freshman Friendship Competition is actually the first competition hosted by Yanjing Beast University and our Magic City Beast University for freshmen across the country. Now, you should be able to roughly understand how important this competition is, right? After listening to Zhao Shanhe's explanation, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nodded. Such a large-scale event, and the first one at that, is enough to show its importance. What's more, this was hosted by Matamanda and Yanjing Manda. This means that these two colleges are under greater pressure. Of course, this is easy to understand. It was you who took the lead in organizing the competition, but in the end the first prize was won by other schools. Isn't that a laughing stock? Therefore, this time, Yanjing Manda and Majamanda both tried their best to win the championship of the first National Freshman Friendship Competition. Other schools will naturally not miss this great opportunity. If we can achieve excellent results in such a national competition, it will be more useful than any advertisement. Because this is the proof of the school's strength. After hesitating for a while, Lin Yuan asked, if I win a place on behalf of the school, will I get a bonus? Zhao Shanhe, it's already this late, and you're still thinking about the bonus? Are you obsessed with money? You have to know that this competition is related to the honor of the school. Zhao Shanhe said in a deep voice, if you can really help the school win the championship, let alone the bonus, you can get any reward you want. Besides, let alone winning the championship, as long as you are selected, you will definitely get a lot of benefits. After all, you are representing the academy. The strength you show represents the reputation of the school. Do you think it's possible that the school treats you unfairly? I have to say that what Zhao Shanhe said is indeed not without reason. As long as you are able to enroll in school, you will definitely receive a lot of resource support. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited, and immediately asked, has the list of players been confirmed? Not yet, Zhao Shanhe said. However, the school already has a few candidates that we like. The National Freshman Mixing Competition will probably be held in a month and a half. So, by next month, the list will be almost finalized. There are 12 spots in total to represent the school, including 10 main members and 2 substitute members. So, if you can rank among the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking before next month, you will have a high chance of being selected into the list. Lin Yuan nodded. Okay, I understand. You know, being on the Hidden Dragon list was originally his goal. Now, as long as you can rank among the top 10, you will have the opportunity to represent Shanghai Beast University in the National Freshman Social Competition and receive a lot of resource support. Lin Yuan would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. There is still a long distance from the train station to the Magic City Beast University. When Lin Yuan and the others arrived at school, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. After a simple meal, Zhao Shanhe took them to check in. If you do not apply for a single dormitory, the accommodation fee at Shanghai University is still very cheap, only 500 yuan for a school year. Obviously, the school has no intention of making money from this. After completing the accommodation procedures, Lin Yuan wrote down his dormitory number and said goodbye to Zhao Shanhe and Su Muxue. Perhaps because the school has just started, there are still quite a few people in the school. Lin Yuan held the map in one hand and the luggage in the other, and soon found the campus where the boys' dormitory was located. Not long after, Lin Yuan found the dormitory where he would be staying. After pushing open the dormitory door, 2 pairs of eyes in the room immediately looked at him. It seems that 2 roommates have already moved in before him. After Lin Yuan opened the door, a roommate immediately stood up, walked up to him with a smile, and took the initiative to extend his hand to him. Hello, my name is Zhao Ming. I'm also a freshman this year, and my beast soul is an 8-winged snake. The man in front of me had neat short black hair, regular and heroic features, and a bright smile on his face. Just looking at him gave people a sunny and friendly feeling. Seeing the other party's enthusiasm, Lin Yuan couldn't refuse, so he stretched out his hand, shook hands with him gently, and said with a smile, Lin Yuan, from Shanghai City. Shanghai City? I've never heard of this place. Zhao Ming smiled and introduced him. Including you, there is only one person left in our dormitory. The guy sitting on the bed is called Wang Jinza. He sleeps on bed number 4, and I sleep on bed number 1. The remaining beds 2 and 3 are both empty. You can pick whichever you like. Thank you very much. Lin Yuan looked around and finally chose bed number 2, which was closer to the door, and then prepared to put his luggage under the bed. At this time, Zhao Ming said again, "Do you need help?" "Thank you, but no, I don't have much luggage anyway." To be honest, even though Lin Yuan has lived 2 lives as a human being, this is his first time experiencing this kind of boarding-style collective life. This also resulted in Zhao Ming's enthusiasm making him feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, after he refused, Zhao Ming went about his own business. But before Lin Yuan could clean up for long, the little fat boy who was sitting on the bed before came over on his own initiative. He lowered his voice and asked, "Are you Lin Yuan, the #1 scholar in Jinhai City?" After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but stop what he was doing. He turned his head and asked in surprise, "Do you know me?" Logically speaking, no one in Demon City Beast University should know him. What's more, he had no impression of the little fat man in front of him. "I don't know you, but I've seen your file." Wang Jinzi said, "Brother, this is awesome. An E-level beast soul can even be admitted to the Magic City Beast University." "It was just a fluke." Lin Yuan said, "You just said, you read my file? Where did you see it? Can freshmen's files be viewed at will? Of course you can't just look at the archives casually." Wang Jinzi said with a smile. "But, of course, I have my own way. There is nothing in this school that I don't know. I can tell you anything you want to know. For example, among the freshmen enrolling this year, who are the tough ones, the top scorers in each province and city, and their personal information, I can help you get them. Of course, intelligence is valuable. The intelligence fee is of course indispensable." At this point, Wang Jinzi stretched out his thumb and index finger, rubbed them together, and made a gesture of counting money. "Since we are roommates, I can give you a 20 discount. How is it? Pretty decent, right?" Looking at Wang Jinzi's serious expression, Lin Yuan finally understood. The little fat man in front of me is an information dealer. However, since this guy could even get his own information, it proved that he did have some abilities. But Lin Yuan doesn't need any information right now. Just as Lin Yuan was about to refuse, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you have the ranking of the Hidden Dragon list?" However, after Lin Yuan said this, Wang Jinzi looked at him with an extremely strange look. "Brother, it's only the first day of school. There's no way the Hidden Dragon ranking can be sorted out so quickly. But if you're interested, I can give you a list. This list records the freshmen who are most likely to be ranked in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but have some thoughts. You know, his goal is to enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list. Thinking of this, he immediately asked, "How much do you want to sell this list?" When Wang Jinzi heard that there was a business, he licked his lips excitedly and asked, "Do you want a detailed or brief one?" Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and asked, "How detailed can it be?" Wang Jinzi said seriously, "It's so detailed that he even knows whether he likes salty or sweet tofu pudding, and whether he likes sweet or salty rice dumplings." Lin Yuan, "You're being too detailed. Just give me a brief copy. How much does it cost?" "Thank you for your review. The price is 5,000 yuan. Wang Jinzi said, "After the 20 discount, just give me 4,000. The card number is." All he heard was Wang Jinzi skillfully reading out his card number in one breath. Then he pulled out a stack of papers from his pocket, took out a piece of paper, and handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at him in surprise and couldn't help asking, "Do you carry all this information with you?" "Of course, this is my bread and butter," Wang Jinzi said with a smile. "If you want to buy information, you can come to me anytime. Of course, if you want to sell information, you can come to me. My price is absolutely fair. By the way, did you write down the bank card number just now? Do you want me to get a piece of paper and write it down for you?" "No, I've memorized it." After saying this, Lin Yuan directly read out Wang Jinzi's bank card number in full. "Is this correct?" "Sure, bro." Wang Jinzi looked at Lin Yuan in amazement. It was such a long string of numbers, and there was no pattern at all, but Lin Yuan memorized it after just listening to it once. In fact, this is not difficult for Lin Yuan. Memory can also be trained. His career as a killer in his previous life has enabled him to develop the ability to remember everything he sees and hears. After all, any piece of information could mean the difference between life and death. Under extreme conditions, Lin Yuan only needs to listen to it once to remember hundreds of numbers with no pattern in a short period of time. Then, Lin Yuan unfolded the paper in his hand and looked at it carefully. The information above is very concise, just the name, beast soul, and strength. Shen Song, the awakened beast soul, is Sangshu Abaya, and the estimated strength is Beast King, level 1 star. Shen Mu, the awakened beast soul, is Green Demon Tree, and his estimated strength is Beast General, level 9 stars. Wuxuan Gu, the awakened beast soul is Golden Winged Centipede King, and the estimated strength is Beast King level 3 stars. There were a total of 37 names written on the paper, with strength ranging from 7 stars at the Beast General level to 3 stars at the Beast King level. I have to say, there are indeed many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the demonic city. Even among the freshmen who have just started school, there are already 3-star Beast King level students. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that Zhao Ming's name was also written on this piece of paper. Zhao Ming, his awakened beast soul is 8-winged snake, and his estimated strength is Beast General level 8 star. After seeing this line of information, Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Zhao Ming, who looked so easygoing, actually possessed the strength of an 8-star Beast General. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but turn his gaze to Wang Jinza. To be honest, he was also very curious about this guy's strength. Although Wang Jinza's strength was not listed on the paper, Lin Yuan didn't think that this guy would be stupid enough to write his name on it. Even if Wang Jinza really sold his information, it would definitely not be at this price. Lin Yuan also had no idea whether this guy was a pure intelligence dealer or a genius with outstanding strength. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking about this, the dormitory door was pushed open again. Looks like the last one is here. Zhao Ming immediately stood up again, a smile appearing on his face again. However, just as he was about to reach out his hand, he couldn't help but freeze in place. Wang Jinza was still a little puzzled. Zhao Ming, did you miss your voice? You stood up for a long time without saying anything. How can our new roommate feel our enthusiasm? But when he saw the face of the person who pushed the door, Wang Jinza, who was still chattering, seemed to be choked by someone, and his voice stopped abruptly. Lin Yuan quickly noticed something strange and immediately turned around and looked towards the dormitory door. The next second, he understood why Zhao Ming and Wang Jinza reacted in such a way. Standing at the door of the dormitory was a burly man who was nearly 1.9 meters tall. He was only wearing a black vest and a pair of sports shorts. His skin was also dark, and he looked like an iron tower. More importantly, the black man in front of him looked ferocious, just like the Yiksha in Buddhist scriptures. With this temperament, it wouldn't be out of place even if he was asked to play a wanted criminal, but I think he needs to restrain himself a little. Even Zhao Ming couldn't help swallowing his saliva and carefully stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Zhao Ming. I am also a freshman this year, and my beast soul is an 8-winged snake. The fierce man looked down at him, and also stretched out his hand, and said in a low voice like thunder, Song Lan, please give me more advice. Chapter 42 Demon City's #1 scholar, Song Lan. Song Lan, Song Lan. Zhao Ming repeated the name twice, then suddenly widened his eyes. Are you the #1 student in Magic City this year? After hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that the ferocious-looking black man in front of him was actually the top scholar in Demon City this year. You know, Demon City is different from a small place like Shanghai City. If you want to stand out from the crowd and come out on top in the beast training assessment in Demon City, that's like 1,000,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. At this moment, Lin Yuan quickly remembered that Song Lan's name seemed to be written on the piece of paper that Wang Jinza gave him. Song Lan, the awakened beast soul is 7-colored glazed butterfly, and the estimated strength is Beast King level 2 star. Although Song Lan looked extremely ferocious, as if he could stop a baby from crying at night, the beast soul he awakened happened to be the auxiliary type, 7-colored glazed butterfly. However, although this beast soul is an auxiliary beast soul, it is also one of the top auxiliary beast souls. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, the talent rating of 7-colored glazed butterfly was rated as SSS. This is already the highest level in the current beast soul rating system. Song Lan's strength was also impressive. Even though he had just entered school, he already possessed the strength of a Beast King level 2 star. In other words, Song Lan's strength on paper is even stronger than Lin Yuan's. For a moment, Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. It seems that the dormitory he lives in is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Not only does Zhao Ming possess the strength of an 8-star beast general, but now there is also Song Lan, a 2-star beast king. As for the intelligence dealer Wang Jinza, Lin Yuan doesn't know his background yet. However, although Wang Jinza looked harmless, Lin Yuan always felt that this guy was not simple. At this moment, Wang Jinza's eyes suddenly lit up, and he rushed forward, pushed Zhao Ming aside, and grabbed Song Lan's hand. Oh my god, it's really you. Wang Jinza said excitedly, I was assigned to the same dormitory as the top student in Demon City. This is such an honor for me. Sure enough, there is a gap between the top scorers. Even though I am the top scholar in Shanghai City, my fame is not as high as theirs. Fortunately, Lin Yuan doesn't care about these things at all. On the contrary, Song Lan felt a little embarrassed by Wang Jinza, and his dark face couldn't help but turn red. Am I that famous? You guys are making me feel a little embarrassed. From now on, we are roommates living under the same roof. There is no need to be so formal. You're right. Roommates should be united and help each other. Wang Jinza nodded his head like crazy and finally revealed his true intention. Brother Song Lan, if you need information in the future, you can come to me. Since we're roommates, I'll give you a 20% discount. Zhao Ming at the side said with a smile, he is the #1 scholar in Demon City. Why don't you consider giving him a bigger discount? Go away. What do you want to do? Wang Jinza glared at him and said, the 20% discount is already a special treatment for you. Outside, even if others want to pay for my information, it depends on my mood. Song Lan was confused. Intelligence? What intelligence? There are all kinds of information. There's nothing I don't know, except what you can't think of. Wang Jinza patted his chest with a solemn oath and said, for example, if you have any rivals or enemies in this school, I can help you get all his information at the first time. For example, if there's a girl you want to date, I can get her information for you right away, even down to her measurements. Of course, here at Fatty's, it's not all outgoing and no incoming. We can also exchange what we have with each other. You can bring your information to me in exchange for money. The price is absolutely fair and I will not cheat anyone. After hearing this, Zhao Ming at the side couldn't help but laugh. What he said is true. I sold my own information to him for 2,000 yuan. I can just use it to treat you to a meal later. By the way, Song Lan, you are the top scholar in Demon City. Your information must be more valuable than mine. Maybe you can sell it for a lot. After Zhao Ming said this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but look at him in surprise. I have to say, this guy is really generous. He actually sold himself for $2,000. After hearing this, Song Lan finally understood what it meant. He scratched his head and said with an embarrassed look, sorry, I don't need any information for the time being, and I don't plan to sell my personal information as a commodity. So, I'm really sorry. Although Song Lan refused, Wang Jinza didn't care at all. He still said with a smile, it's okay, there's a long way to go. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future? Who knows? However, after this conversation, Lin Yuan's opinion of Song Lan changed significantly. He didn't expect that although Song Lan looked ferocious, he actually had a surprisingly good temper. Then, Wang Jinza turned around and looked at Zhao Ming. Hey, you just said you would treat us to a big meal. Does that still count? Of course it counts. Zhao Ming said, you probably haven't eaten yet, right? I heard there's a good Sichuan restaurant outside the school. How about I treat you guys to a meal there? Sure. Wang Jinza grinned and said, I'm a very casual person. As long as someone treats me, I can order anything. What about you too? Zhao Ming looked at Song Lan and Lin Yuan again. I'm fine. I can eat spicy food. Song Lan shrugged, showing that he was fearless. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I've already eaten, but since this is the first time we meet today, I can eat with you. What are you waiting for? Let's pack up and go. Wang Jinza touched his stomach and couldn't help but say, damn, I've been busy all night and almost forgot about eating. Zhao Ming joked, then you have to eat more later and try to make back the 2,000 yuan you paid me. Wang Jinza said cheerfully, don't worry about this. When it comes to eating, I, Fatty, have never been afraid of anyone. After a simple tidying up, the few of them quickly went out. It was not early anymore. Under the cover of night, the campus of Magic City Beast University seemed particularly quiet. There was no trace of the bustling scene before. To be honest, getting into the Magic City Beast University has always been my dream. Halfway along the way, Zhao Ming suddenly couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that I would actually realize this wish. Even now, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Wang Jinza on the side teased. It doesn't matter if you dream now. Just don't dream when you pay the bill later. Just then, two girls suddenly came towards us. One of the two girls was wearing a black baseball cap and seemed to have deliberately pulled the brim of the cap down very low. She was wearing a loose baseball jacket and tight jeans. Her legs were long and graceful, and her beautiful figure was displayed to the fullest. However, her temperament is rather cold, giving people a feeling of keeping strangers away. As for the other girl, she looked more eye-catching. Her face was beautiful and pretty, and her delicate features seemed to be flawless. Even though she was wearing the most ordinary college uniform, it still couldn't hide her almost perfect figure. Under her black miniskirt was a pair of straight and slender long legs, which looked dazzlingly white against the backdrop of the night. After seeing the two girls walking towards them, Zhao Ming and Wang Jinza were staring at them. Even Song Lan, who had always appeared very calm, couldn't help but take a few more glances. After all, they were just a few teenagers in their early 20s. It was normal for them to be attracted by the scene before them. At this moment, Zhao Ming suddenly lowered his voice and said, Fatty, since I'm treating you to a meal, how about you help me get a contact number? When you need help from me, you just call me Fatty? Wang Jinza looked at him with disdain and said calmly, however, if you want to pursue them, don't blame me for not reminding you that these two girls are not just pretty girls. The girl on the left is Yu Qingxiu, and her beast soul is an S level, extreme ice silkworm. As for the prettier one on the right, her name is Su Mushiwe, and her beast soul is an S level, nine-tailed snow fox. Among the girls in our school, their talents are definitely among the best. Zhao Ming looked at Wang Jinza in surprise and said, "You, how can you know so much?" Wang Jinza looked at him meaningfully and said calmly, "Now you know, right? This is the power of intelligence. As long as the money is in place, I can even find out their home addresses for you. Of course, I can't remember everyone. You probably don't know that in addition to the Hidden Dragon ranking, our school also has a school beauty ranking. Yu Qingqiu and Su Mushiwe can both make the list, especially Su Mushiwe, who is almost a foregone conclusion. There is actually such a list?" Zhao Ming's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, beautiful girls are always popular wherever they go. However, at this moment, Su Mushiwe, who was walking towards them, seemed to have seen something. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she actually walked over directly with Yu Qingqiu. For a moment, Zhao Ming, Wang Jinza, and Song Lan were all stunned. Only Lin Yuan did not seem surprised, just a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Lin Yuan, long time no see." After approaching, Su Mushiwe immediately waved at Lin Yuan with a happy face, and her expression was as excited as a puppy who saw its owner come home. Lin Yuan smiled helplessly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't we just meet this afternoon?" At this moment, Wang Jinza and Zhao Ming couldn't help but widen their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. They obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwe had known each other for a long time. Moreover, the relationship between the two seems to be unusual. Zhao Ming glanced at Wang Jinza and couldn't help but whispered, "Aren't you an intelligence officer? How come you don't even know that they know each other?" The corners of Wang Jinza's mouth twitched fiercely, and he cursed in a low voice. "Damn it, you also know that I am an intelligence agent, not a matchmaker. How can I know what their relationship is?" Su Mushiwe didn't respond to Lin Yuan's question at all, and asked with a smile, "Are they all your roommates?" "Yes, we are all his roommates." Before Lin Yuan could speak, Wang Jinza answered first, then smiled and said, "We are preparing to go out for dinner and have a good exchange of feelings. Do you want to join us?" Su Mushiwe was obviously excited at the thought of having dinner with Lin Yuan. However, after taking a look at the girl in the baseball uniform next to her, she shook her head and said, "Forget it today. I have an appointment to have dinner with my roommate. Qingqiu, this is Lin Yuan, whom I mentioned to you. He was admitted from Zhenhai City just like me. He is my good friend. Lin Yuan, this is Yu Qingqiu, my roommate in the same dormitory." After Su Mushiwe introduced each other, Yu Qingqiu immediately raised his head, revealing his beautiful face that was previously hidden by the brim of his hat. To be honest, in terms of the refinement of facial features, Su Mushiwe is naturally better. If Su Mushiwe's appearance is 99 points, then Yu Qingqiu's appearance is probably around 95 points. However, Yu Qingqiu's cool temperament added a lot of points to her. Especially the indifference and alienation revealed in her eyes, which added a sense of brokenness to her and made people involuntarily want to protect her from the bottom of their hearts. Afterwards, Yu Qingqiu glanced at Lin Yuan and took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello, Yu Qingqiu." Looking at the fair and slender hand in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned, but after hesitating for a moment, he still reached out and gently shook the other person's hand. "Nice to meet you." After seeing this scene, Wang Jinza couldn't help but feel jealous and immediately poked him with his elbow. "Lin Yuan, why don't you introduce us?" Lin Yuan glanced at him, then turned around and said to Yu Qingqiu directly. What he meant is that he also wants to shake hands with you. "Wang Jinza, who asked you to translate what I meant? Do you have any emotional intelligence?" Wang Jinza now strongly suspects that this bastard Lin Yuan just wants him to die on the spot. Chapter 43, The Effect of Beast Spirit Pill. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Yu Qingqiu was stunned at first, and then couldn't help laughing. The smile of an iceberg beauty is the most touching. Although the smile was fleeting, it had already captivated Wang Jinza and Zhao Ming. Even Song Lan couldn't help but lose consciousness for 2 seconds. Then, Yu Qingqiu turned around and said to Su Mushiwe, "Mushiwe, your friend is quite interesting." "Yes." Su Mushiwe said happily, "If there is a chance in the future, the three of us can play together." 3 people playing together. What kind of lewd words are these? Wang Jinza almost had a nosebleed just thinking about it. It's a pity that from beginning to end, Su Mushiwe's gaze was always on Lin Yuan. Even a fool could tell who she was thinking about. Although the flower is beautiful, it already has an owner. It seems that the only one who still has a chance to take action is Yu Qingqiu, the flower of the high mountain. However, judging from Yu Qingqiu's attitude of keeping strangers away, it may not be easy to conquer this extremely cold and aloof ice beauty. Since Su Mushiwe was going to have dinner with Yu Qingqiu, she said hello to Lin Yuan and left with the latter. On the way to the Sichuan restaurant, Wang Jinza suddenly asked, "Who do you think is prettier, Su Mushiwe or Yu Qingqiu? Zhao Ming hesitated for a moment, then replied, if you ask me, Su Mushiwe is prettier and more suitable to be together. Although Yu Qingqiu is pretty, she is too cold. She is only suitable for admiration, not for a relationship. Wang Jinza glanced at him, sneered and said, what does it have to do with you? Why are you still picking on me? Zhao Ming, isn't this the question you asked? Then, Wang Jinza looked at Lin Yuan and said, Lin Yuan, what do you think? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, what do you mean? Nonsense, of course it's the question I asked before. I'm not very interested in that. Lin Yuan smiled and said, if I really have to choose, I think Su Mushiwe is better looking. After all, we have been together for a long time, so I am more used to her. After hearing this, Wang Jinza immediately turned around and said to Zhao Ming with an angry look on his face, you see, this is called not knowing how lucky you are. Zhao Ming nodded in agreement. You are right. At this moment, Song Lan suddenly said, I think Yu Qingqiu is better looking. After he said this, a look of shock appeared on the faces of Wang Jinza and Zhao Ming. They obviously didn't expect that Song Lan, who looked very calm, would actually join in their discussion. Wang Jinza nudged him with his elbow and whispered, Song Lan, tell me the truth. You are not really attracted to Yu Qingqiu, are you? Don't misunderstand. Song Lan immediately explained in a panic. I just like her aloof and cold feeling and her stubborn eyes, which makes me feel she and I are the same type of people. After hearing this, Wang Jinza and Zhao Ming couldn't help but smile at each other. You even pay attention to the other person's eyes, and you still say you don't like that person? Afterwards, Wang Jinza patted Song Lan on the shoulder and said, okay, no need to explain. Explanation is cover-up, and cover-up is the beginning of crime. If you ask me, you still have a competitive advantage. With your looks and physique, just standing next to Yu Qingqiu can scare away your suitors. Zhao Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, yes, Brother Song, your ferocious appearance looks like a first-class merit in the eyes of the police. Song Lan, what you two said is so sensible. You two have almost taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Fortunately, Lin Yuan finally came to his rescue and said, instead of thinking about these things, you might as well think about what to eat later. That makes sense. Wang Jinza was instantly cheered up. Talking about love is a small matter. Filling your stomach is a big matter. When we get to the restaurant, I'll order boiled fish, mapo tofu, spicy chicken, kung pao chicken, husband and wife lung slices, and dompa pork elbow. Zhao Ming, why are you telling me the names of dishes? The Sichuan restaurant that Zhao Ming mentioned was not far away, and they arrived there quickly. Although the environment of this Sichuan restaurant is ordinary, it has a strong local flavor. Most of the people who come here to eat are students from Shanghai University of Science and Technology. The dishes are fresh, fragrant, salty, and spicy, which makes everyone's appetite grow. Even Lin Yuan, who had already eaten, couldn't help but eat a few more bites. As for the other few people, they ate to their heart's content, and at the end they almost had to hold on to the wall to leave. The relationships between men are not so complicated. After having this meal together, everyone quickly became more familiar with each other. This was also Lin Yuan's first time getting along with his roommates, and for him, this feeling was particularly novel. However, after finishing the meal, Lin Yuan did not go back to the dormitory with them, but went to the training room in the school alone. The so-called practice means that you must never slack off for even a single day. For Lin Yuan, today was a rare day of relaxation. Just as Zhao Shanha said, the training room in the school is not only open 24 hours a day, but also open to students free of charge. However, there was one thing Zhao Shanha did not mention to him. That is, the training rooms in the school are also divided into different levels. The only rooms open to students free of charge are the elementary training rooms. As for the medium and advanced training rooms, they all charge a fee. A medium-sized training room would cost $1,000 an hour. Of course, if you book it for the whole day, it will be cheaper, only 20,000 yuan a day. As for the price of the advanced training room, it is naturally more expensive. It costs 5,000 yuan to open it for 1 hour. The price for a full-day package is as high as 200,000 yuan a day. Of course, expensive things usually have only one disadvantage, which is that they are expensive. There is a reason why the price of opening an advanced training room is so high. Every high-level training room consumes a large amount of high-level beast soul crystals every day to supply energy for the training room. Under such circumstances, practicing in an advanced training room would definitely allow the beast soul to grow faster. In addition, the advanced training room also comes with a series of functions such as strength testing, simulated combat training, and beast soul growth planning. Of course, the price of 200,000 a day is not something that ordinary students can afford. I'm afraid that only the children of wealthy families can afford such a high price. It is precisely because of this that the number of powerful beast soul masters who come from aristocratic families is several times greater than that of beast soul masters who come from civilian families. This is the so-called class barrier. Only talent, hard work, and perseverance can break this barrier. It is precisely because of this that Lin Yuan is more aware that he cannot relax for even a moment. Especially after entering school, Lin Yuan realized that with his current strength, he had no time to relax. Even among the freshmen who have just entered the school, there are already 3-star Beast King level strongmen. Therefore, Lin Yuan couldn't stop either. Soon, he arrived at the training room in the school. Ding, your training room is A305. Please enter within 5 minutes. After swiping his student card, Lin Yuan immediately opened a free entry-level training room. After entering the training room, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that the energy concentration here was much higher than that of the outside world. Practicing here will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Such a practice room is actually open to students for free, which can only be understood as a welfare of the school. Even an entry-level training room can have such energy concentration. One can imagine how high the energy concentration is in the high-level training room. However, just as Lin Yuan was about to start practicing, he suddenly discovered a very serious problem. That is, his inferior beast soul crystals have been used up. That's right. A total of 5,000 inferior beast soul crystals had been consumed before Lin Yuan came to school. Originally, Lin Yuan was thinking of changing it after arriving at school. After all, it is inconvenient to carry a large number of inferior beast soul crystals. You can't carry 2 sacks with you to school, right? However, it is already so late today, it is definitely too late to change now. Moreover, the nearest Beast Soul Hall is several kilometers away from the school. Just transporting those inferior Beast Soul crystals over is a hassle. It seems that I still need a storage type of treasure. If I could have a storage badge, like Zhao Shana's, it would make everything much easier for me. Although the inferior Beast Soul crystals have been used up, Lin Yuan is still not ready to give up practicing. Of course, if he only absorbed the energy from the training room, the speed would be obviously too slow and could not meet Lin Yuan's needs at all. Fortunately, Lin Yuan still had 2 things in his hands. Those are the high-level Beast Soul crystals and Beast Soul pills. Before this, Lin Yuan had never tried to absorb these 2 things. After all, whether it is the high-level Beast Soul crystal or the Beast Soul pill, the price is too high. One high-level Beast Soul crystal is worth 10,000, which is equivalent to 100 inferior Beast Soul crystals. The value of the Beast Soul pill is as high as 50,000, which is equivalent to 500 inferior Beast Soul crystals. Since he didn't have many resources for cultivation, Lin Yuan was naturally reluctant to use such precious resources. In his opinion, the most cost-effective option is to exchange high-level Beast Soul crystals and Beast Spirit pills for equivalent inferior Beast Soul crystals. However, now that the inferior Beast Soul crystals have been used up, he can only choose to use these 2 things. It just so happened that Lin Yuan also wanted to take this opportunity to see if absorbing high-level Beast Soul crystals and Beast Soul pills would have any special effects. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated. He directly took out a high-level Beast Soul crystal, held it tightly in his hand, and began to try to absorb it. He could clearly feel that the energy within the high-level Beast Soul crystal was indeed very powerful, dozens of times more than that of the inferior Beast Soul crystal. Moreover, this energy seems to have spirituality. Lin Yuan had just thought about absorbing this energy when he felt the energy in the high-level Beast Soul crystal. Time passes by every second. In less than 10 minutes, the energy within this high-level Beast Soul crystal was completely absorbed by Lin Yuan, and it became an empty shell. At the same time, the system prompt sound rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully absorbing the high-level Beast Soul crystal and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. After hearing the system prompt sound in his ear, Lin Yuan's face instantly darkened. He obviously didn't expect that the evolution points provided by the high-level Beast Soul crystals were exactly the same as those of the inferior Beast Soul crystals. However, if you think about it carefully, this is understandable. After all, when he absorbed the inferior Beast Soul crystals, he was not actually absorbing the energy in them, but the nuclear radiation in them. Nuclear radiation, which has extremely serious side effects on other Beast Soul masters, is an energy that can be absorbed by Lin Yuan. What a pity, a high-level Beast Soul crystal was wasted. A hint of regret flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. For him, this is $10,000. I will definitely not absorb high-level Beast Soul crystals again in the future. The cost-effectiveness of absorbing this thing is too low. There is no need at all. Afterwards, Lin Yuan set his eyes on the Beast Spirit pill beside him. Will the Beast Soul pill be like the high-level Beast Soul crystal and have little effect on me? Thinking of this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. The value of this Beast Spirit pill is as high as 50,000 yuan. If it were wasted like this, Lin Yuan would still feel a little painful. It's only $50,000. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Then, he picked up the beast spirit pill and swallowed it into his mouth. The next second, a strange energy spread out from his body. This feeling is as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Moreover, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that under the nourishment of this strange energy, his beast soul was gradually transforming. You know, unlike high-level beast soul crystals, beast soul pills are specifically used to enhance the potential of beast souls. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately closed his eyes and began to concentrate on absorbing the medicinal power of the beast spirit pill. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes again and let out a long breath. At this moment, he had completely digested the medicinal power of the beast spirit pill. Then, the system prompt sound rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully swallowing the beast spirit pill and gaining Talent +1. Chapter 44 Desire for Money. After hearing the system prompt sound ringing in his ears, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Talent +1? What is this talent? There doesn't seem to be a talent attribute on the system's personal attribute panel, right? Could it be that this is a hidden attribute? Just as Lin Yuan was thinking this, he suddenly discovered that the speed at which he absorbed energy from the outside world seemed to have increased. Although it didn't seem to get much faster, Lin Yuan just had this subtle feeling. Afterwards, Lin Yuan closed his eyes again, wanting to feel this feeling more carefully. Then, he quickly discovered that this was not his illusion. But the speed at which he absorbed energy from the outside world did increase. However, the extent of the increase is also limited. Compared to before, it has increased by about 5. If nothing goes wrong, this is the benefit brought by talent improvement. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. The higher the talent rating of a beast soul, the faster it will absorb energy from the outside world. Because only in this way can the beast soul grow as quickly as possible. But for Lin Yuan, this was a pleasant surprise. Before this, he obviously didn't know that taking the beast spirit pill would have such benefits. Although taking a beast spirit pill can only increase the energy absorption speed by 5. But sometimes, quantitative change can also lead to qualitative change. If he took 100 beast spirit pills, Lin Yuan's energy absorption speed would be at least 6 times faster than before. Thinking of this, a burning look involuntarily flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. There is no doubt that the beast soul pill is different from the high-level beast soul crystal. The beast spirit pill, which can enhance the potential of beast souls, also has a significant effect on Lin Yuan. However, the beast spirit pill is too expensive. The price of a beast spirit pill is as high as 50,000. This is even 5 times that of a high-level beast soul crystal. Fortunately, after Lin Yuan chose the Demon City Beast University, the school also gave him 5 beast spirit pills. After taking 1 pill, he now has 4 pills left in his hand. In that case, let's take these beast spirit pills tonight before leaving. Lin Yuan quickly made up his mind, and then took out all 4 beast spirit pills, stuffed one of them into his mouth, and swallowed it whole. To be honest, the beast spirit pill has no taste and tastes like chewing wax pills. But the next second, the familiar strange energy began to spread in Lin Yuan's body again. This time, although Lin Yuan was already familiar with the process, it still took him a full half hour to completely absorb the medicinal power of the beast spirit pill. It seems that it will take at least 2 hours to completely absorb the remaining 4 beast spirit pills. After the medicinal power was completely absorbed, the system prompt sound rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully swallowing the beast spirit pill and gaining Talent +1. After the system prompt sounded, Lin Yuan once again felt the speed at which he absorbed energy. Sure enough, compared to before, his speed of absorbing energy became faster again. The effect of the beast spirit pill was the same as he had expected. And, most importantly, with the help of the system, he can absorb beast spirit pills without limit. That's right, although the beast soul pill is very effective, it also has certain limitations for beast soul masters. An ordinary beast soul master can only take 1 beast soul pill at a time. In addition, there must be at least a month's wait before taking the beast spirit pill next time. This is naturally to ensure that the medicinal power of the beast spirit pill can be completely absorbed by the beast soul. Otherwise, if the medicinal power continues to accumulate in the body, it will not only fail to enhance the potential of the beast soul, but will also have a negative impact on the beast soul. Moreover, if the drugs are abused without restraint, the beast soul master may even be in danger of exploding and dying. This kind of thing is not without precedent. Of course, not all beast soul masters must follow the restriction of taking 1 beast soul pill per month. Generally speaking, the more talented a beast soul master is, the faster he will absorb the medicinal power. Some beast soul masters with great talents can even shorten the interval between taking beast soul pills from 1 month to 7 days, and it will not have any impact on the beast soul. As for Lin Yuan, he doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. This is because the medicinal power of the beast spirit pill was actually all absorbed by the system and then fed back to him in the form of increased talent. In this way, Lin Yuan doesn't have to worry at all that the medicinal power of the beast spirit pill will accumulate in his body. And this is Lin Yuan's advantage. As long as he wanted, he could devour as many beast spirit pills as possible and raise his own talent to an extremely terrifying level. But the problem now is, beast spirit pills also cost money to buy. One beast spirit pill costs $50,000. 100 beast spirit pills, that's a full 5 million. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for Lin Yuan now. Damn it, I wish I was from a noble family. At this moment, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but swear. The two things he lacks most now are money and resources for cultivation. But in fact, cultivation resources can also be bought with money. So, in the final analysis, he just lacks money. The ancients said that wealth, friends, laws, and land are the most important things, which is indeed true. The first thing is money. Without money, how can one practice? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot. Although his expression was calm, his eyes were like a hungry wolf. No, if I want to grow my strength quickly, I must get more money. This was the first time since Lin Yuan's reincarnation that he had such a strong desire for money. Lin Yuan also knew very well what he should do if he wanted to achieve this goal. There were 3 paths before him. The first way is to accept commissions, complete various tasks, and earn commissions. With his strength at the level of a beast king, even if he just signed up with any company, he could probably earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. However, this amount of money is enough for ordinary people to live a comfortable life, but for Lin Yuan, it is not enough. The second way is to go out of the city and hunt monsters. This approach is naturally high risk and high return. Hunting a beast general level monster would bring in at least 50,000 yuan, which was even enough for Lin Yuan to exchange for a beast spirit pill. And if he can successfully hunt down a beast king level monster, the benefits he will gain will be even greater. However, even though Lin Yuan is already a beast king level beast soul master, the wild is still extremely dangerous for him. After all, no one can guarantee whether or not they will encounter lord level or even beast king level ferocious beasts in the wilderness where monsters roam. As for the third path, it is naturally to challenge the hidden dragon list. Once the hidden dragon ranking is released, as long as you can get a rank on it, you will be able to receive rewards from the school. Moreover, the higher your ranking on the hidden dragon list, the richer the rewards you can get. Chapter 45, 10,000 Inferior Beast Soul Crystals. For Lin Yuan, the first method, although safe, can only earn too little money. The second method, although you can make a lot of money, but it comes with great risks. Therefore, for Lin Yuan, the third method is undoubtedly the most suitable. As long as you can get a good ranking on the hidden dragon list, you will be able to obtain a large amount of resources as a reward from the school. For Lin Yuan, this is simply a good thing that makes a lot of money without any investment. However, the school has just started, and there are still several days before the hidden dragon list is officially opened. Therefore, during this period of time, the only thing Lin Yuan could do was to wait patiently. It's like a tiger lying on a barren hill, lurking with its claws and fangs, enduring in fear. By the time Lin Yuan had absorbed 5 beast spirit pills and was ready to go back, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Although it is only September, the wind in the early morning still carries a hint of chill. Lin Yuan was walking on the way back to the dormitory, but he didn't feel sleepy at all. Because now, his mind is full of thoughts about how to improve his strength as quickly as possible. When a person devotes his whole heart to something, even if he exhausts all his energy, he will not feel tired at all. Instead, he will feel more excited. Lin Yuan is in this state now. He has already stepped into the magnificent world of Beast Soul Masters. What he wants to do is to reach the pinnacle step by step in the world of Beast Soul Masters. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Yuan discovered that his roommates had already gone to bed. However, this is also normal. Generally speaking, few people stay up until 3 in the morning. After a quick wash, Lin Yuan also lay down on his bed. Then he closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already daybreak. The morning light shone in from the balcony, giving people a warm and comfortable feeling. Lin Yuan picked up the phone beside him and took a look. The time was exactly 7 o'clock in the morning, not a minute off. This is the alarm clock he set for himself. As long as Lin Yuan is willing, he can wake up at any time, accurate to the minute and the second. This was a habit he developed when he was a killer in his previous life. Another habit he developed was that he could fall into deep sleep at any time, no matter where he was or whether the environment was comfortable or not. Deep sleep, also known as golden sleep, usually only accounts for 25% of the total sleep time. However, studies have shown that only in deep sleep can people eliminate fatigue and restore energy to the greatest extent. It was precisely because of this that, even though Lin Yuan only slept for less than 4 hours yesterday, he did not feel the slightest bit tired after waking up. This habit, of course, could not be innate, but was developed by Lin Yuan through acquired training. Of course, in order to develop such a habit, Lin Yuan also suffered a lot. Fortunately, fate is always fair. You will get what you pay. The sleeping method that Lin Yuan learned through training allows him to restore his energy in the shortest time possible. If a normal person needs 8 hours of sleep, then he only needs 4 hours or even less. After getting up, Lin Yuan found that Wang Jinze was the only one left in the dormitory. Wang Jinze was seen half lying on the bed in a posture almost like Guyu, with piles of papers piled beside him. Lin Yuan glanced at him and asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" "What else can I do?" "Of course, I have to organize the information." Wang Jinze grinned and said, "In a few days, the Hidden Dragon ranking will be officially open. By then, the competition will be very fierce. I plan to organize the information of those talented freshmen more comprehensively so that I can sell them for a good price when the time comes. When the Hidden Dragon ranking is released, it will be hard for me, Fatty, not to get rich." Afterwards, Wang Jinze looked at Lin Yuan again and said seriously, "By the way, I don't have much information about you. You seem to have popped out of nowhere. There is no other information except your beast soul, talent rating, and beast training test results." Lin Yuan, "To be honest, if you are willing to sell your information, I can consider purchasing it for 50,000 yuan. 50,000. After hearing this number, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Wang Jinze would attach so much importance to his intelligence. You know, he only spent 2,000 yuan to buy Zhao Ming's information, and he got half of it back. If Zhao Ming knew the offer Wang Jinze made to him, he would probably faint in the toilet from crying. However, it is normal that there is little information about Lin Yuan. After all, Zhenhai City is a small place, and during his 3 years in high school, Lin Yuan rarely showed up in public until the beast training assessment. Although 50,000 yuan was a lot of money, Lin Yuan rejected Wang Jinze's proposal without even thinking about it. "Forget about 50,000 yuan. When my net worth rises to 500,000 yuan, you can come and discuss it with me again." After hearing this, Wang Jinze couldn't help but curl his lips. 500,000? When you can top the Hidden Dragon ranking, maybe it will be worth the price. Lin Yuan smiled and asked casually, "By the way, where are Zhao Ming and Song Lan?" "Zhao Ming went out for a morning run." Wang Jinze answered, "As for Song Lan, he should have gone to the training room early in the morning." After hearing this answer, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nodded. It seems that he is not the only one who is self-disciplined. On the campus of Shanghai Beast University, there are many geniuses who are both hard-working and talented. If you are not careful, you might be overtaken by others. It seems that I can't slack off. Afterwards, Lin Yuan went to the balcony to wash his face and wake himself up completely. His plan today was very simple, which was to go to the Beast Soul Hall, which was closest to the Demon City Beast University. No matter what, I have to buy a batch of inferior Beast Soul crystals. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to start practicing. After washing his face, Lin Yuan put on a black short-sleeved shirt and walked directly out of the dormitory. However, before he walked out of the hospital, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. "What a coincidence, Teacher Zhao." After walking in front of the figure, Lin Yuan immediately stopped and nodded slightly towards the other party. Because the person who appeared in front of him was none other than Zhao Shanha. "What a coincidence. I just came here to find you." Zhao Shanha glanced at him and asked, "Why are you getting up so early? Where are you going?" Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "I am preparing to leave school and go to the Beast Soul Hall." Zhao Shanha said, "Go buy inferior Beast Soul crystals?" Lin Yuan nodded, "Yes." Lin Yuan had nothing to hide from Zhao Shanha. Although he has not spent a long time with Zhao Shanha, in Lin Yuan's eyes, Zhao Shanha, like Su Muxue, is a trustworthy person. At this time, Zhao Shanha suddenly laughed. "It seems that I really came at the right time. If I had come any later, you might have already left." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, obviously not understanding what Zhao Shanha meant. But then, Zhao Shanha took out his silver badge and handed it to Lin Yuan. "I happened to go to the Beast Soul Hall yesterday and disposed of all the crystal cores we harvested during the Beast Tide. You and Su Muxue have seized a total of 44 War Beast level crystal cores, with a total selling price of 120,000. 16 Beast General level crystal cores, the total price is 1,280,000. And a Beast King level crystal core, priced at 1.5 million. If you add them all together, it would be 2,900,000. After hearing the series of numbers, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. Only then did he realize that the crystal cores he had harvested from the Beast Tide could actually bring him such lucrative returns. Then, Zhao Shanha spoke again. "However, this part of the profit is not entirely yours. Among them, most of the Battle Beast level and Beast General level monsters should have been hunted by you and Su Muxue together, right?" So, half of the 1.4 million yuan in profits should be given to her. Do you think that's reasonable? Lin Yuan immediately shook his head. I have no objection. Although Lin Yuan contributed more in the process of hunting monsters, Su Muxiwei also played a significant role, so there is nothing to worry about in terms of equal distribution. In that case, that's 700,000, plus the 1.5 million from selling the Beast King Crystal Core. Zhao Shanhe smiled and said, total, 2.2 million. Congratulations! You've already made a small fortune before you even start school. 2,200,000. After hearing this number, even with Lin Yuan's temperament, he couldn't help but feel his breathing become a little rapid. For Lin Yuan, who was short of money, 2,200,000 was already a lot of money, which could just alleviate his urgent needs. Then, Zhao Shanhe spoke again. However, I took the initiative to exchange 1 million of them for 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals. If I remember correctly, you should have almost used up the inferior beast soul crystals you have on hand, right? I say, you are really a freak. You can actually use this kind of thing to practice. Yesterday, when I said I wanted to exchange for 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals, everyone in the Beast Soul Hall looked at me like I was a fool. Hey, kid, don't say I'm not good to you. I'll lend you this silver badge for now. Inside it are the 10,000 crystals and the remaining 1.2 million. Damn, if I didn't have the storage badge, I really wouldn't be able to store so much. After hearing this, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. However, his heart was deeply touched. His judgment of Zhao Shanhe was not wrong. Zhao Shanhe was indeed someone he could trust. Moreover, Lin Yuan could also feel that Zhao Shanhe was treating him well sincerely. Chapter 46, Concentrate on Practice and Become the Top of the Hidden Dragon List. You know, it was already very late when we got back to school yesterday. But even in this situation, Zhao Shanhe still thought about going to the Beast Soul Palace to purchase the inferior beast soul crystals needed for his cultivation. For Lin Yuan, this is already a great favor. And these 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals are enough for Lin Yuan to practice for a long time. If the previous training progress was followed, these 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals would be enough for Lin Yuan to use for at least 4 months. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan took out the bank card directly from the silver badge. This bank card contains the profits he received this time. After deducting the 1 million used to purchase inferior beast soul crystals, there is still 1,200,000 left. Teacher Zhao, can you do me another favor? Zhao Shanhe raised his eyebrows and asked, what can I do for you? If there is a chance, I hope you can help me exchange all these 1.2 million for beast spirit pills. After hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Zhao Shanhe's face. According to the market price, this 1.2 million is enough to buy 24 beast spirit pills. What do you need so many beast spirit pills for, kid? Don't you know that if you take too many beast spirit pills at once, it will cause side effects? Lin Yuan smiled and said, Teacher, don't worry, I know my limits. Well, if I have time, I will go to the Beast Soul Hall again. Although Lin Yuan still didn't tell him what he needed so many beast spirit pills for. However, everyone has their own secrets, and Zhao Shanhe does not intend to delve into them. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Before leaving, Zhao Shanhe patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and said, in a few days, the Hidden Dragon ranking will be officially launched. Work hard. As long as you can make it into the top 10, I will try my best to get you the opportunity to represent the Magic City Beast University in the freshman competition. Yes, teacher, I know. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, but there seemed to be a fire hidden in his calm eyes. His goal has never been to be in the top 10. He wants his name to be at the top of the Hidden Dragon list. After saying goodbye to Zhao Shanhe, Lin Yuan went straight to the training room. Then, he raised his hand and took out 100 inferior beast soul crystals, piling them in front of him like a small hill. I have to say that the storage badge is very convenient. With this special treasure, no matter where Lin Yuan goes, he can carry a large number of inferior beast soul crystals with him. It's a pity that this silver badge was only lent to him temporarily by Zhao Shanhe. If he wants to have a storage badge of his own, Lin Yuan must prove to the Beast Soul Hall that his strength has reached the Beast King level, and then pay a production fee of 1 million before he can receive it. For Lin Yuan now, although he can afford 1 million, he does not need it for the time being. After all, good steel should be used on the blade. If this 1 million is used to improve his own strength, it will definitely greatly enhance his strength. Under such circumstances, there is naturally no need to rush to redeem the storage badge. Anyway, Zhao Shanhe said that he would lend him this silver badge temporarily, but he didn't say how long. As long as he doesn't urge me to pay it back, I might as well keep using it. For Lin Yuan, the most important thing now is to improve his own strength. In a few days, the Hidden Dragon list will be officially opened. and Lin Yuan must improve his strength to the extreme before that. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all. He immediately grabbed an inferior beast soul crystal, closed his eyes, and tried to absorb the nuclear radiation in it. This time, it only took him 10 minutes to completely absorb the nuclear radiation in an inferior beast soul crystal. The system prompt sound also rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. However, at this moment, a hint of confusion flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. Why did he feel that the time required to absorb the inferior beast soul crystals had been reduced? If he remembered correctly, it would take at least 15 minutes to absorb an inferior beast soul crystal. But this time, it only took him about 10 minutes to complete the absorption. Moreover, the evolution points obtained did not decrease at all. Is it a coincidence, or? There was a strange light flashing in Lin Yuan's eyes. Without giving it much thought, he grabbed another inferior beast soul crystal. Not long after, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. This time, it was still exactly 10 minutes. His judgment was correct. The time required to absorb the inferior beast soul crystals was indeed shortened. Moreover, it has been shortened by nearly 1/3. This is naturally a good thing for Lin Yuan. This means his training speed will be greatly improved. But the question is, why does this happen? Lin Yuan frowned slightly and began to review the situation calmly. Soon, he had two guesses in his mind. The first possibility is that he broke through to the Beast King level. After breaking through to the Beast King level, his efficiency in absorbing energy also improved. The second possibility is that he took the Beast Spirit Pill. Last night, he took 5 Beast Spirit Pills in a row, which increased his talent by 5 points. After his talent improved, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that the speed at which he absorbed energy from the outside world had become faster. If that is the case, is my ability to absorb the energy from the inferior beast soul crystals faster also affected by my improved talent? It's a pity that Lin Yuan no longer has any beast spirit pills in his hands. Otherwise, he could use experiments to verify his guess. Since the reason is not clear for the time being, Lin Yuan can only calm down and practice. One inferior beast soul crystal after another was absorbed by Lin Yuan and turned into empty shells, which he threw aside. Before he knew it, Lin Yuan had been in the training room for a full 10 hours. During these 10 hours, although Lin Yuan's strength did not change much, he absorbed a total of 60 inferior beast soul crystals and obtained a full 60,000 evolution points. However, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to use these 60,000 evolution points to strengthen himself. Now he already possesses the strength of a 1-star beast king. The further you advance on the path of a beast soul master, the more difficult it becomes to advance. A mere 60,000 evolution points were not enough for him to make the leap from Beast King level 1 star to Beast King level 2 star. However, during these 10 hours, Lin Yuan did not eat a single grain of rice or drink a single drop of water. When he stood up again, hunger and fatigue came over him at the same time, almost making him unable to stand. When Lin Yuan walked out of the training room, he found that it was already dusk outside. He still remembered that it was still morning when he came out, but by the time he left the training room, it was already evening. Touching his hungry stomach, Lin Yuan immediately walked towards the cafeteria. No matter how important cultivation is, you cannot go without eating. It would be totally not worth it if I starved myself to death just to improve my strength. It seems that if I want to practice in seclusion next time, I have to at least prepare some food in the storage batch. Chapter 47 Freshman Meeting. 5 days passed in a flash. During these 5 days, Lin Yuan only did one thing, which was practicing. His life was extremely regular and fixed. I get up at 6 in the morning and go to the practice room. I return to the dormitory at 2 in the morning, wash up, and go to bed. Lin Yuan even had his 3 meals a day in the training room. He stored a lot of high-calorie fast foods such as compressed biscuits, beef jerky, instant noodles, and chocolate in the silver batch. If I feel hungry during the practice, I will eat something to replenish my energy. Of course, in addition to going back to the dormitory to sleep, Lin Yuan would also go back to take a shower every 2 days. Keeping your body and mind happy is also helpful for cultivation. Maybe for others, this is like a life of asceticism. But for Lin Yuan, it was a sweet treat. In his previous life as a killer, he had experienced countless days that were even more tormenting than this. He once set up a sniper rifle in the dark and humid tropical rainforest, lying motionless, dormant like a ghost. Even in hot and humid weather, he had to wear heavy camouflage clothing, allowing large amounts of sweat to be secreted from his body and stick to his clothes. Even if he was bitten by a poisonous insect, he had to endure it, just like a sculpture, and must not move even a little. The food he had was just a small bottle of water, a piece of compressed biscuit, and an energy bar. Even in such a difficult environment, Lin Yuan persisted for 3 days. Because even he didn't know when the target would appear. It might be in the next second, or it might not pass by here at all. This is a marathon with an unknown end, which is enough to make all those with weak wills feel despair. But Lin Yuan managed to hold on. Like a sculpture, he lay dormant in the rainforest for 3 days without sleep, and finally waited for his target to appear. And the moment the target appeared, Lin Yuan pulled the trigger without hesitation. He had enough confidence that the moment he pulled the trigger, he knew that his mission was accomplished. Lin Yuan still remembers that in that assassination mission, he used the AWM sniper rifle, also known as the Super Magnum. The initial velocity of the bullet leaving the barrel could even reach 910 meters per second. The bullet fired from the sniper rifle whistled through the air and finally pierced the target's temple. After completing this mission, Lin Yuan rested for 3 days. When he took off his camouflage suit, his entire body was covered with red and swollen marks from poisonous insect bites, and there were even a dozen leeches clinging to his legs. Compared to that time, Lin Yuan's life now is like a vacation. In fact, sometimes people are like this. In this life, you will encounter many things. While those things bring you pain, they will also increase your threshold for enduring pain. In other words, all the suffering you endure will become medals in your life. Just when Lin Yuan returned to the dormitory, he was surprised to find that all 3 people in the dormitory were there. It would be fine if Wang Jinza was there. After all, this guy often stays in the dormitory to organize information. But Song Lan and Zhao Ming are also at the level of the king of roles. Zhao Ming basically gets up at 6 o'clock every day for a morning run. After running, he goes back to the dormitory, takes a shower, and then goes to the practice room to start practicing. As for Song Lan, he originally went to the practice room at 7 in the morning and stayed there until 12 at night. But after seeing Lin Yuan's schedule, he quietly adjusted his own wake-up time to 6 o'clock. Compared to before, it was an hour earlier. If it wasn't impossible for Song Lan to enter a deep sleep state at any time like Lin Yuan, he had no doubt that Song Lan would go to bed and wake up at the same time as him. What is most lacking here is talent. Talent is just a stepping stone. Only with extraordinary efforts and perseverance can one create a gap between oneself and others. Only after entering the Magic City Beast University can you feel how great the competitive pressure is here. Even though the Hidden Dragon list has not been officially opened yet, the freshmen dare not slack off in the slightest. Lin Yuan looked at them in surprise and asked, "Is today a special day? Why are there so many people here?" After he said this, Wang Jinza couldn't help but look at him with a strange expression. "Lin Yuan, are you pretending to be confused, or are you really confused? Have you forgotten what day it is today? Today is the first day of school. All freshmen will go to the auditorium to attend the freshman meeting. After the meeting is over, the Hidden Dragon ranking will also be open. I have been collecting information for so long, and now it can finally be put to good use." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Only then did he remember that today was the day the school was holding a freshman orientation meeting. After the freshman meeting, school will officially start classes. At the same time, the Hidden Dragon list that Lin Yuan and the others have been looking forward to will also be officially opened. By that time, all the talented students among the freshmen will emerge on the Hidden Dragon list. Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have thought of this." Zhao Ming on the side joked, "Yeah, if you hadn't come back today, I'm afraid you would still be in the practice room when we were attending the freshman meeting. You and Song Lan are simply monsters. You only practice every day. Don't you feel bored? You'll get used to it." Lin Yuan said, "After all, if you have poor talent, you should work harder. I almost forgot that your talent rating is only E." Zhao Ming immediately stepped forward and patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we're all in the same dormitory. If anything happens, I'll protect you. By the way, after these days of hard training, I have successfully broken through to the 9th star of the Beast General level. After the freshman meeting is over, how about I treat everyone to a meal? Are you all free?" Wang Jinza immediately agreed. Yes, definitely." Song Lan also smiled and said, "Congratulations, you broke through so quickly. It seems, when the Hidden Dragon ranking is officially opened, your name will definitely be on the list." Zhao Ming scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Come on, with my strength that is not even at the Beast King level, I can only be in the top 100 at best. It would be a blessing to be in the top 50. Then, he changed the subject and said, "However, with your strength, you should definitely be able to make it into the top 10 of the hidden dragon list, right?" "Top 10? I'm afraid that's unlikely," Song Lan said calmly. "Although I am a Beast King level Beast Soul Master, the Beast Soul I awakened is an auxiliary type, and I am not good at fighting. What's more, the Demon City Beast University is full of talented people, and this year's freshmen are stronger than each other. I don't have much confidence that I can be among the top 10 under such circumstances." Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful look on his face. He obviously didn't expect that Song Lan, who possessed the strength of a 2-star Beast King, was not sure of being able to enter the top 10 of the hidden dragon list. It seems that the competition this year is particularly fierce. "Okay, both of you stop flattering each other." At this time, Wang Jinzi said, "The freshman meeting is about to begin, so hurry up and get there." There are still 15 minutes left before the freshman meeting officially begins. But in the auditorium, most of the freshmen had already entered. Everyone is waiting for the freshman meeting to begin. I heard that Principal Wang Ting will personally give a speech at this year's freshman convention. Is this true? Principal Wang Ting is a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. Even if he is a Beast King level Beast Soul Master, he is still the principal of our Magic City Beast University. I heard that he attaches great importance to our freshmen. Nonsense. Don't you know that we are going to hold the first national elite school freshman social competition this year? This is related to the reputation of our school. It would be strange if Principal Wang didn't take it seriously. TSK Tisk, representing the Demon City Beast King in battle. This is an unprecedented honor. I wonder who will get this opportunity in the end. If you don't have the ability, then forget it. I heard there are only 12 spots in total. You have to at least be in the top 12 of the Hidden Dragon ranking to have a chance to be selected. Alas, in that case, there is really little hope. Lin Yuan listened to the discussions around him and quickly found a seat in a corner to sit down. However, at this moment, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Lin Yuan turned his head and saw a familiar face. It was Zhao Shanha. After seeing Zhao Shanha, Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "Teacher Zhao? Why are you here?" Zhao Shanha smiled and asked, "Why can't I be here? Don't you know that in addition to you freshmen, our teachers also have to attend the freshman meeting? However, the teacher seats are all in the front row, and I just happened to think of coming over to see you. So that's how it is." After hearing this, Lin Yuan finally understood what was going on and nodded immediately. At this moment, Zhao Shanha looked towards Lin Yuan's side and soon saw Song Lan and the others. "They should all be your roommates, right?" The next second, before Lin Yuan even had time to introduce himself, Wang Jinzi had already extended his hand with a smile on his face. "Teacher Zhao, I have long admired your great name." After seeing Wang Jinzi's smiling fat face, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but feel that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was for a moment. "Who are you?" Although Zhao Shanha did not recognize him at first, Wang Jinzi did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he spoke more enthusiastically. "Teacher Zhao, you may not have seen me. My name is Wang Jinzi, and I am Lin Yuan's roommate. I've heard of your name before, and now I finally see you in person." Wang Jinzi? After hearing this name, Zhao Shanha seemed to remember something, and his eyes became strange. At this moment, Lin Yuan seemed to feel that the situation was a bit awkward, and immediately came to Wang Jinzi's rescue, saying, "Teacher Zhao, this is my roommate, who specializes in intelligence work." However, after hearing this, Zhao Shanha's eyes became meaningful again. He stretched out his hand and patted Wang Jinzi on the shoulder as if to encourage him. "Yes, it is true that a good father will have a good son." Wang Jinzi grinned and said, "Teacher Zhao, you are too kind." Looking at the scene in front of them, Lin Yuan, Zhao Ming and others couldn't help but be stunned. From what he said, it seems like these two people know each other. Chapter 48 Wang Jinzi's family background. Afterwards, Lin Yuan introduced Zhao Ming and Song Lan to Zhao Shanha respectively. When Song Lan was introduced, a gleam of approval flashed across Zhao Shanha's eyes. Obviously, as the top scholar of this year's Magic City, Song Lan is still very famous. It's not surprising that Zhao Shanha knew him. After the introduction, Zhao Shanha pulled Lin Yuan aside to chat. Zhao Ming nudged Wang Jinzi with his elbow and whispered, "Who is this Mr. Zhao? Don't you know him?" Wang Jinzi looked at Zhao Ming in surprise and said, "Haven't you heard of the angry earth bear, Zhao Shanha?" Zhao Ming shook his head in bewilderment. "To be honest, I don't know much about the teachers in our school." "Then I'll tell you this." Wang Jinzi said, "Teacher Zhao is already an 8-star Lord level Beast Soul Master, and he is not even 40 years old yet. Among the younger teachers at the Magic City Beast University, he is one of the most promising candidates to break through to the Beast King level. After hearing this, a look of shock appeared in Zhao Ming's eyes. Although he didn't know who Zhao Shanhe was, Wang Jin's explanation was enough for him to realize how strong Zhao Shanhe was. Before he was 40, he already possessed the strength of an 8-star lord. This means that Zhao Shanhe is very likely to go one step further in his lifetime, reach the pinnacle of Beast Soul Master, and become a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. No wonder Wang Jinzi respects him so much. Then, Zhao Ming couldn't help but ask, then why did he say that you are a son of a good father? Could it be that he knows your father? Wang Jinzi looked at him with a smile. Do you really want to know? Nonsense. Zhao Ming said unhappily. Why else would I ask you? This is classified information. Wang Jinzi said, give me 500,000 yuan for the information and I will tell you. Are you crazy about money? Zhao Ming was so annoyed. Can this be sold as intelligence? And for $500,000? Wang Jinzi replied seriously, the price of my information is absolutely fair. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it. The corners of Zhao Ming's mouth twitched fiercely twice. At your price, only a ghost would buy it. 500,000 is enough for me to buy 10 beast spirit pills. I'd rather eat one and throw one away than be cheated by an information profiteer like you. Wang Jinzi said with a smile, if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. Why are you saying it so harshly? Also, let me repeat, the information I have here is all worth the price I offer. The other side. Teacher Zhao, you and my roommate knew each other before? Lin Yuan obviously noticed the strangeness in Zhao Shanhe's words and couldn't help but ask. You mean the little fat guy? Zhao Shanhe chuckled and said, that guy's background is not simple. Originally, I thought that he would be admitted to Yinjing Beast University like his brother. I didn't expect that he would eventually come to the Magic City Beast University and was assigned to the same dormitory as you. After Zhao Shanhe said this, a strange look appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. So, Wang Jin's identity doesn't seem simple? Moreover, from what Zhao Shanhe said, he seemed to have an older brother who was studying at Yinjing Beast University. In fact, when Lin Yuan learned that Wang Jinzi was of great importance, he was not surprised. Because, in his heart, he had already made a certain prediction about Wang Jinzi's identity. If Wang Jinzi came from a normal civilian family, it would be impossible for him to collect so much important information on the campus of Demon City Beast University. It's not easy to be an information dealer. If you have no power or background and want to make a living by selling intelligence, it will be harder than climbing to the sky. At this moment, Zhao Shanhe spoke again. I believe you must be curious about this guy's family background, right? Well, I am a little curious. Lin Yuan did not shy away from the question but nodded in acknowledgement. However, Zhao Shanhe did not directly answer his doubts, but smiled and said, it doesn't matter, you will be able to see this guy's father in a while. He is a real big shot. I hope you won't be too surprised then. Wang Jin's father? And he's a big shot? The amount of information in Zhao Shanhe's words was so great that Lin Yuan was unable to react for a moment. However, at this moment, a gentleman in a navy blue suit and a pair of black-framed glasses walked slowly out from behind the scenes and onto the podium in the auditorium. Then he stood in front of the microphone and looked around. Students, please be quiet for a moment. His voice is not very high, but it gives people a gentle and mellow feeling. It makes people feel comfortable as if they were bathed in the spring breeze, and they can't help but want to obey him. After seeing this gentleman wearing glasses, Lin Yuan couldn't help but turn his head and asked in a low voice, is he also a teacher in our school? To be precise, it's the principal's assistant, Li Daoqian. His beast soul is the thousand-eyed jellyfish. We usually call him Thousand Eyes in private. Zhao Shanhe chuckled and said, but don't underestimate his strength. This guy looks gentle and polite, like a civilian, but he is actually a Lord level 9-star beast soul master. He is more ruthless than anyone else when he fights. Even I am no match for him. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. A Lord level 9-star beast soul master, isn't this just one step away from the Beast King level? More importantly, even Zhao Shanhe was no match for him. You know, Lin Yuan understands Zhao Shanhe's temper. The fact that he could make such an arrogant person admit defeat proves that Li Daoqian's strength is definitely strong to a certain extent. Thousand-eyed jellyfish, Li Daoqian. Lin Yuan silently memorized this name in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Li Daoqian, who was standing on the podium, spoke again. First of all, freshmen and teachers, welcome to this freshman meeting. On behalf of the Demon Beast Master, I send you my sincere greetings. From now on, the freshman meeting will officially begin. Next, Principal Wang Ting will give you a speech in person. After Li Daoqian said this, everyone in the auditorium was stunned at first, and then burst into thunderous applause. Everyone couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. You know, this is the principal of the Demon City Beast University, a true beast king. How could they not feel excited and thrilled to witness such a powerful person in person? Just after Li Daoqian finished speaking, a middle-aged man in black clothes and with a dignified face walked out from behind the scenes with the gait of a dragon or a tiger. There is no doubt that this middle-aged man with a burly figure and a majestic face like an emperor is the current principal of the Magic City Beast University, Wang Ting. Wait, Wang Ting. After remembering the name of the principal of the Demon City Beast University, Lin Yuan subconsciously connected him with Wang Jinza. Plus what Zhao Shanha said earlier. Could it be that Wang Jinza is Wang Ting's son? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel dizzy. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Wang Jinza, only to see this guy picking his ears nonchalantly. While all the freshmen were looking at Principal Wang Ting with fanatical eyes, Wang Jinza seemed to feel nothing at all. Afterwards, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Zhao Shanha again. But Zhao Shanha gave him a meaningful smile. It was as if it was saying to him, "Boy, don't be too surprised." Lin Yuan took a deep breath and finally calmed himself down. Now he is certain that Wang Jinza is the son of Principal Wang Ting. No wonder this guy was able to get so much information. It turns out there was a reason for it. Zhao Shanha was right when he said that Wang Jinza came from a prominent background. Lin Yuan could never have imagined that his roommate, whom he lived with day and night, would be the principal's son. Chapter 49 Wang Ting's Speech. Wang Ting stood on the podium in the auditorium. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall. His black tights could not hide his muscles that were as strong as steel. Although Wang Ting did not exude any aura, just standing there he was like a tiger or leopard, giving people the feeling of a top predator. Of course, this is also normal. After all, Wang Ting is a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. If Beast Soul Masters also have a food chain, then Wang Ting, who is at the Beast King level, would be at the top of the food chain. What's more, he is the principal of the Magic City Beast University. Both personal strength and status have reached the peak. But Lin Yuan really finds it hard to imagine. The middle-aged man on the podium, who looked as majestic as an emperor, turned out to be Wang Jinza's father. The difference in image between these two people is too big. There is not even a trace of Wang Ting in Wang Jinza. This is as outrageous as someone suddenly telling you that your friend who you have played with since childhood is Wang Sikong, the son of the richest man in the country. Looking at Wang Jinza's cheerful and kind fat face. This reminds me of what Zhao Shanha said just now. A good father will have a good son. Lin Yuan really wanted to ask, when he said this, didn't his conscience hurt? And at this moment, Wang Ting on the podium finally spoke. Good evening, teachers and students from the Magic City Beast University. I believe you all know me. I am the principal of Magic City Beast University, Wang Ting. It's an honor for you all to be here and listen to some long-winded and useless nonsense from me, the principal. After Wang Ting said this, everyone in the auditorium couldn't help but smile knowingly. It seems that although the president of the Magic City Beast University looks majestic, he is actually very approachable. Then, Wang Ting spoke again. To be honest, this time of year is the time I look forward to the most. Because, in my eyes, you are not only the freshman of Demon City Beast University, but also the hope for the future of Demon City Beast University. Since everyone has chosen Magic City Beast University, I believe everyone should know what kind of university our Magic City Beast University is. I believe that in the eyes of many people, the greatest advantage of our Demon City Beast University is that it can be on par with Yanjing Beast University. There are even many people who regard us as a substitute for Yanjing Beastmaster. But what I want to tell you is that Madu Beast is Madu Beast. We will never be anyone's replacement, because we are unique. At this moment, everyone's expressions became serious. In fact, the Demon City Beast University is indeed inferior to the Yanjing Beast University in many aspects, whether it is the teaching staff, the source of new students, or the training facilities. But if that's the case, why are we still as famous as Yanjing Beast? The reason is simple, because we dare to fight. Only those who have nothing lack the courage to give it a try. Although we are not completely without anything, we, the students of the Magic City Beast University, are the least lacking in such courage. Next, I will announce a set of data to you. Last year, a total of 7 Lord-level Beast Soul Masters successfully advanced to the Beast King level. Among these 7 Beast King level masters, 4 of them are from the Demon City Beast University. After hearing this, all the freshmen present couldn't help but reveal a burning look in their eyes. Naturally, they all knew the data that Wang Ting mentioned. In fact, they chose the Demon City Beast University just for this reason. After all, those who can be admitted to the Magic City Beast University must be the chosen ones from all over the country. Everyone has his or her own pride in his or her heart. If the path of a beast soul master can be compared to the Tower of Babel, then their goal is the top of the Tower of Babel. In other words, become a beast king level beast soul master. Even though there are only a handful of people who become beast king level beast soul masters every year, it does not prevent countless geniuses from following in their footsteps. Most geniuses who become famous at a young age have never experienced setbacks, just like a sword that has just been sharpened. If you can't become the strongest, then what's the point of embarking on this path? But at this moment, Wang Ting spoke again. I believe this data. Many of you should have heard of it. But you may not know the data I'm going to talk about next. That is, the student mortality rate at Magic City Beast University last year was as high as 12.2. This means that every year, out of every 100 students, nearly 12 will die. This is the most criticized statistic of our Magic City Beast, because the mortality rate in our school is the highest, even 2 to 3 times higher than other prestigious schools. At this moment, all the freshmen fell into silence, silently staring at Wang Ting on the podium, because they all know in their hearts how cruel such a death rate is. To be honest, there are many parents of students who come to the school to cause trouble after their children die. Wang Ting calmly glanced around and said, because they think that the mortality rate of our Magic City Beast University is too high. It is our school that killed their children. They think that our Magic City Beast University is not even worthy of being called a famous school. But I only said one word to them. I said, from the day you become a Beast Soul Master, you should be prepared to die. Even if he graduates from the Demon City Beast University alive, does that mean he won't have to face ferocious beasts in the future? Everything in this world has its price. While you enjoy the privileges of a Beast Soul Master, you should also shoulder the responsibilities on your shoulders. So, in my eyes, the high mortality rate of the Magic City Beast University has never been something to be criticized, but the glory of our school. Because this is where our school is stronger than Yinjing Beast University. Our students are truly willing to risk their lives to fight for it. Perhaps you think that those who died were those with poor talents and weak strength. But in fact, this is wrong. Among the students who die every year, at least half of them can be called geniuses. But geniuses are more likely to die young. Because they are pursuing a higher goal, they will naturally work harder than anyone else. Even if they died on the path they were supposed to take. That's what I want to tell you. In the demonic city, if you don't fight, you will get nothing. Similarly, in the Magic City Beast University, you can fight for whatever you want. If you can't win, then fight with all your might, and put your life on the line as a bargaining chip. The success of a general is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of men. I hope that, in the future, there will be a beast king among you all, who can stand at the highest peak. Chapter 51 Million in Intelligence Fees. Wang Jin's Show of Goodwill. Fight. The strong must fight. This is the foundation of the Magic City Beast University. Although many people know this concept of Magic City Beast University, but when this idea came out of Wang Ting's mouth in person, it still made all the freshmen present feel their blood boiling. Even Lin Yuan had to admit that the principal of the Demon City Beast University was indeed quite capable. With just a few words, he stirred up the students' emotions. I believe that since they have chosen our Magic City Beast University, there is not a single wimp, not a single coward, and not a single wimp. Wang Ting looked around and grinned, revealing an extremely brilliant smile. Starting tomorrow, you will have your first round of competition. Because, starting tomorrow, the Hidden Dragon ranking of the Magic City Beast University will be officially open to all freshmen. As long as you can maintain your rank on the Hidden Dragon ranking, you will be able to receive rewards from the school every 7 days. The top of the Hidden Dragon ranking will receive 100 high-quality Beast Soul Crystals, 20 Beast Spirit Pills, and 1 million in cash every week. The top 3 on the Hidden Dragon ranking will receive 70 high-quality Beast Soul Crystals, 15 Beast Spirit Pills, and 500,000 in cash every week. The top 10 on the Hidden Dragon ranking will receive 50 Premium Beast Soul Crystals, 10 Beast Spirit Pills, and 300,000 in cash every week. The top 50 on the Hidden Dragon ranking will receive 30 high-quality Beast Soul Crystals, 5 Beast Spirit Pills, and 200,000 in cash every week. The top 100 on the Hidden Dragon ranking will receive 20 high-quality crystals, 3 Beast Spirit Pills, and 100,000 in cash every week. After Wang Ting announced the rewards for the Hidden Dragon ranking, all the freshmen present couldn't help but look shocked. If all the rewards for being the top of the Hidden Dragon list were converted into money, it would be worth at least 3 million. Moreover, this is just 1 week's reward. 3 million a week. That's a full 12 million a month. Even a Lord-level beast soul master probably doesn't have such high treatment, right? It has to be said that the Magic City Beast University attaches great importance to the Hidden Dragon list. Judging from the reward amount given by Wang Ting, the amount of money invested by Modu Beast University in the Hidden Dragon list must be at least tens of billions. In addition, the higher your ranking on the Hidden Dragon list, the higher the permissions you can unlock in the Demon City Beast University. In short, there is only one sentence. The higher your ranking, the more benefits you get. If you are unwilling to fight, then wait for others to step on your heads. Destiny is always in your own hands. So what if their talent is not so good? Are all the Beast King level masters the most talented geniuses when they were students? Not at all. Talent doesn't mean everything. As long as you fight for it, you can still change your fate. That's all I want to tell you. As freshmen who have just entered the Demon City Beast University, you are proud of the Demon City Beast University today. I hope that in the future, the Demon City Beast University will be proud of you. Wang Ting's words were so powerful that all the freshmen present couldn't help but feel excited. Immediately afterwards, thunderous applause broke out in the auditorium. After the freshman meeting, the freshmen gathered in the auditorium naturally dispersed. However, Lin Yuan could sense that everyone was holding back a lot of energy in their hearts. Those who can be admitted to the Magic City Beast University are naturally geniuses. Most geniuses never want to admit defeat. Everyone wants to be at the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking, especially with the incentive of massive rewards. After all, the higher your ranking on the Hidden Dragon list, the more training resources you can get, and the faster your strength will grow. And this leads to a problem. That is, the strong become stronger, and the weak become weaker. In the breeding poison mode of the Magic City Beast University, the jungle law of survival of the fittest can be said to have been brought to the extreme. Lin Yuan can already foresee that in the next week, the competition for the ranking on the Hidden Dragon list will become extremely fierce. Lin Yuan, have you ever considered competing for a ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking? Just as they were returning to the dormitory, Wang Jinzi suddenly came up to Lin Yuan and asked in a sly tone. Lin Yuan glanced at him, smiled and said, "Why are you asking me this?" "Hee, curious, just pure curiosity." Wang Jinzi said, "Like in our dormitory, Song Lan and Zhao Ming both have their own goals. Zhao Ming's goal is to be in the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Of course, it would be even better if he could make it into the top 30. As for Song Lan, you know his character. Although he is modest, he actually has his eyes set on the top spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking. However, he is a support-type beast soul. He may still have a chance to enter the top 10, but I'm afraid his hope of reaching the top is slim. To be honest, among all the people in our dormitory, I am most curious about you." Lin Yuan looked into Wang Jinzi's eyes and said with a half-smile, "Same here. I'm just as curious about you." After he said this, Wang Jinzi was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help laughing. "It seems that Teacher Zhao has told you everything about me." Then he lowered his voice and asked, "Lin Yuan, what is your current strength? If you want, I can buy all your information for 1 million. 1 million. After hearing this number, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. I have to say that Wang Jinzi is indeed very generous. He is actually willing to spend 1 million directly to purchase his information. You know, when he fought against the Beast Tide and even killed a Beast King level monster, he only earned a little over 2 million. But Lin Yuan also knew in his heart that there was no free lunch in this world. The 1 million from Wang Jinzi was not just to buy his information, but also an investment in him. In short, Wang Jinzi saw his potential and was deliberately trying to show his favor to him. However, in Lin Yuan's opinion, the secret of him cannot be bought with just 1 million. Therefore, no matter how much money Wang Jinzi offered, he would not be tempted. "I'm curious, how did you notice me?" Lin Yuan said. "Compared to Zhao Ming and Song Lan, I don't seem to be that eye-catching, right?" "That's just because you didn't feel it." Wang Jinzi curled his lips and said, "Among the people in our dormitory, you are definitely the one who practices the most crazily. Even Song Lan can't catch up with you." Lin Yuan said, "But there are so many people who are working hard to cultivate. You should not only pay attention to me because of this, right?" He was also very curious about how Wang Jinzi determined that he was a suitable investment target. "It's very simple, actually." Wang Jinzi shrugged his shoulders and said, "Because I only believe what I see with my own eyes." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "What do you mean?" Wang Jinzi suddenly changed the subject and said, "Teacher Zhao Shana, did you come to see you today? You know, a Lord-level 8-star Beast Soul Master is respected wherever he goes. Even among the teachers in the Demon City Beast University, he is considered a strong one. Wang Jinza has already said this. If Lin Yuan still can't react, it would be too stupid. So, even though I don't really know you, Wang Jinza grinned and said, but I am willing to believe in teacher Zhao Shan's vision. Clear. Lin Yuan nodded. Then, Wang Jinza asked again, what do you mean? To be honest, I appreciate your kindness, but I have a big appetite, and 1 million may not be enough for me. Lin Yuan said calmly, when I reach the top of the hidden dragon ranking, come and discuss the value of my intelligence with me. After Lin Yuan said this, Wang Jinza's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Because the information revealed in Lin Yuan's words is already enough. That is, he is also ready to compete for the top spot on the hidden dragon list. Moreover, from this point of view, Lin Yuan's strength is at least comparable to Song Lan. It seems that he had underestimated his roommate before. Chapter 51 The Hidden Dragon List is released. The next day, 12 o'clock noon. The Hidden Dragon List will be announced soon. For all the freshmen of Magic City Beast University, this is undoubtedly a day that deserves the most attention. As one of the 3 major lists, the Hidden Dragon List, like the Beast King List and the Beast God List, is in the form of a stone tablet, standing in the center of the Demon City Beast University. Here, there stand 3 stone tablets, each of which is dozens of meters high. At this moment, many students have already waited here in advance, just waiting for the announcement of the Hidden Dragon List. It's already 12 o'clock. Why haven't the results been released yet? Why are you in such a hurry? The results won't be announced at the hour. They will be announced in 5 minutes. Speaking of which, how is the ranking just released determined? How else can we be sure? Of course, it depends on your performance in the Beast Training Assessment. Isn't the highest level of the Beast Training Test 10 rounds? Wouldn't there be a lot of people with the same ranking? If you have to clear 10 rounds, then it will naturally depend on how fast you clear them. Generally speaking, the faster you clear levels, the higher your ranking will naturally be. While listening to the discussions around him, Lin Yuan walked towards the direction of the stone tablet. He was also very curious about how the rankings were arranged when the Hidden Dragon List was first released. But after listening to what these people were discussing, he quickly understood. It turns out that it was based on the results of the Beast Training Assessment. Moreover, if the scores are the same, the ranking will be determined according to the speed of completing the level. From this point of view, my ranking should not be very high. Although he had passed 10 rounds of Beast Training, when he took part in the Beast Training Assessment, in order to warm up, he forced his way through the first 2 rounds of trials without fusing the Beast Soul. Although it helped Lin Yuan regain some of his previous fighting feelings, it also wasted a lot of time. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for Lin Yuan to complete the 10 rounds of Beast Training quickly. 5 minutes passed quickly. A light curtain appeared on the stone tablet representing the Hidden Dragon List in front of him, and rows of names quickly appeared. First place, Wushuan Gu, Awakened Beast Soul, Golden Winged Centipede King. Second place, Shun Song, Awakened Beast Soul, Sangshu Abaya. Third place, Wang Linhu, Awakened Beast Soul, Red Flame Violent Tiger. 10th place, Song Lan, Awakened Beast Soul, 7-colored Glazed Butterfly. The information published on the Hidden Dragon List is very concise. There are only 3 pieces of information: ranking, name, and Awakened Beast Soul. I have to say that Wang Jinza's information is quite accurate. At the very least, Lin Yuan had seen most of the names of the top 50 people on the Hidden Dragon List in the intelligence provided to him by Wang Jinza. Even Wang Jinza's information was more detailed, and the approximate strength of each person was marked. Just like the number 1 ranked Wushuan Gu, the intelligence estimated his strength to be 3 stars at the Beast King level. However, this is just an estimate. Predictions on paper are never accurate. I'm afraid no one knows how powerful Wushuan Gu is except himself. What's more, several days have passed since school started. Who can guarantee that during this period of time, Wushuan Gu's strength will not make further breakthroughs? In addition, Lin Yuan also saw Song Lan's name at the 10th place on the Hidden Dragon List. It seems that within the Demon City Beast University, there are really many geniuses and evildoers. Even Song Lan, who was the top student in Demon City, could only rank 10th. Afterwards, Lin Yuan kept looking down and finally saw his name at the 312th place. In other words, based on his results in the Beast Training Assessment, he could only rank 312th among the freshmen. It seems that in the Demon City Beast University, a conservative estimate is that there are about 400 freshmen who have passed the 10 rounds of the Beast Training Assessment. However, Lin Yuan also knew in his heart that the current Hidden Dragon List was only temporary. Within a few days, the rankings on the Hidden Dragon List will undergo earth-shaking changes. After all, there is a huge error in using the results of the Beast Training Assessment to measure the strength of a Beast Soul Master. After the rankings of the Hidden Dragon list were announced, the rules of the Hidden Dragon list quickly spread among the freshmen. Although Lin Yuan did not pay special attention, he still heard most of what others were talking about. The rules of the Hidden Dragon list are very simple. The first rule is that people with lower rankings can only challenge people with higher rankings, and the difference in ranking between the two parties must not exceed 20 places. If the challenge is successful, the opponent's ranking can be replaced. In other words, Lin Yuan's current ranking is 312th, so the person he can challenge at most is 292nd. As long as he wins, Lin Yuan's ranking will rise to 292nd. The second rule is that each person has only one challenge opportunity per day, and the challenged person cannot refuse the first 3 challenges each day. After 3 challenges, you can freely choose whether to accept the challenge. This rule is relatively humane. If there is no limit on the number of challenges, the top 10 freshmen would probably have to accept dozens of challenges a day. If that happens, I might not even have time to practice. The third rule is that each person has one opportunity per week to challenge a higher-level player, which can expand the ranking range of the challenge from 20 to 100. The fourth rule is that during the challenge, the use of banned drugs is not allowed, but the use of beast weapons is allowed, provided that the beast weapons used are consistent with one's own level. In other words, a Beast Soul Master at the Beast King level can only use Beast Divine weapons at the Beast King level and below, and cannot use Lord level Beast Divine weapons. This rule is naturally to maintain the fairness of the competition. After all, a high-level beast weapon can greatly enhance the strength of a Beast Soul Master. The fifth rule is that during the challenge, if one party admits defeat or loses the ability to fight, the challenge should be terminated immediately. If a Beast Soul Master dies during the challenge, the school will participate in the adjudication. If it is determined to be malicious murder, the student's student status will be revoked, and the student will be punished according to relevant laws. It can be seen that the regulations of the Demon City Beast University on the Hidden Dragon list are quite comprehensive, with almost no loopholes. If you want to be at the top of the Hidden Dragon list, there is no other way except to rely on your own strength. If your own strength is not enough, no matter how high your ranking is, you will be eliminated soon. The competition in the Hidden Dragon list is so cruel. Lin Yuan could already predict that the next week would be a time of chaos and all kinds of geniuses would emerge. And the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list will inevitably undergo drastic changes. Chapter 52. A gentleman keeps his abilities to himself and waits for the right time to act. Looking at the Qianlong stele that announced the rankings, the crowd began to discuss again. Who on earth is this Wu Xiangu? The results have just been announced, and he's already ranked first. It's nothing great. If he's still number 1 after 7 days, then I'll truly admire him. Don't even mention 7 days. According to past practice, it will only take 3 days for the rankings on the Hidden Dragon ranking to undergo a major reshuffle. Yes, by then, the ranking on the Hidden Dragon list will be truly valuable. Fuck, is it really that mysterious? Damn it. I finally made it to the top 30. I don't want to be eliminated so easily. I'm going back to practice now. I am a 7-star beast general, but I am ranked outside the top 400? I don't accept it. I can't do this. Those who are ranked above me must be stronger than me. Just within the few minutes when the ranking of the Hidden Dragon list was announced, there are already quite a few freshmen who have challenged those who are ranked higher than themselves. After all, the higher your ranking on the Hidden Dragon list, the richer the rewards you can get. Under such circumstances, naturally everyone hopes that their ranking will be as high as possible. What's more, each person has only one challenge opportunity every day. If you don't count the opportunity to challenge a higher level person, the highest challenge that can be made is to challenge someone who is within 20 places of the previous level. In other words, Lin Yuan is now ranked 312th. If he wants to reach the top of the Hidden Dragon list, it will take at least 16 days. Fortunately, the opportunity to challenge opponents of higher levels once a week can help him shorten this time significantly. Lin Yuan could even imagine how popular Wang Jin's intelligence business would be after the release of the Hidden Dragon list. After all, if you can get relevant information about your opponent before challenging him, your chances of winning will definitely be greatly improved. There is no doubt that with this opportunity, Wang Jinza will definitely make a fortune. However, to be honest, Lin Yuan still isn't quite sure what the significance of Wang Jinza's actions is. Although the intelligence business is indeed very profitable. But here's the thing. As the son of Wang Ting, the principal of Magic City Beast University, Wang Jinza should not be short of money, right? Moreover, as the principal, Wang Ting must know that Wang Jinza was doing these things in the school. Since he knew it but did not stop it, it proves that he condoned Wang Jinza's behavior. As a result, even Lin Yuan couldn't guess what Wang Ting was thinking. Fortunately, he didn't have to think about it. Listening to the noisy discussions of the new students around him, Lin Yuan immediately turned around and left, walking towards the direction of the training room. He was indeed looking forward to the announcement of the Hidden Dragon list. But Lin Yuan also knew that even if he wanted to get a higher ranking on the hidden dragon list, there was no need to rush. Of course, we have to fight. However, strategies and methods are also required. For Lin Yuan, now is not the best time, because this is the most chaotic period in the rankings of the hidden dragon list. It will take at least a week or even half a month for everyone's ranking to match their strength. During this period of time, Lin Yuan had no intention of striving for a higher ranking. At this time, fighting with others to the death and stepping on others to get to the top is certainly inspiring, but it will also attract many unwilling challengers and a lot of unnecessary trouble. There is gain only when there is sacrifice. If he gives up competing for the rankings during this period, he can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. When it comes to cultivation, there is one thing that is more important than working hard, and that is being able to endure loneliness. Many freshmen are willing to risk their lives to challenge those who are stronger than them, just to compete for a place on the potential dragon list. But they often cannot stand the loneliness and concentrate on their cultivation, and are too easily disturbed by the outside world, especially during the period when the hidden dragon list is just announced. But Lin Yuan can do it. Even with his strength, he can easily rank among the top 100 or even the top 50 of the hidden dragon list. But he was able to suppress the impulse in his heart, put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and continue to practice with concentration. When Lin Yuan walked towards the training hall without looking back. However, he did not notice that Wang Jin's eyes were always on him. At this moment, Zhao Ming on the side also felt something strange about Wang Jinza, and also looked in the direction the latter was looking at, and soon saw Lin Yuan. After being stunned for a few seconds, Zhao Ming couldn't help but say, "Oh my goodness, is Lin Yuan going to the training hall to practice again? This guy is just like an emotionless training machine." On such an important day as the announcement of the hidden dragon ranking, he actually took a look and went back to practice. It's hard to imagine. Isn't he going to move up in the rankings? However, Wang Jinza on the side did not answer, because Lin Yuan once told him that he wanted to compete for the top spot on the hidden dragon list. The reason why he didn't take any action was simply because he was too lazy to fight at this time. A gentleman keeps his abilities to himself and waits for the right time to act. He wanted to wait until his ranking on the hidden dragon list was roughly stable before making a move to win the top spot. Thinking of this, Wang Jinza couldn't help but shudder. If this is true, then this guy is too calm and confident. After arriving at the training hall, Lin Yuan directly opened a primary training room for himself. Afterwards, he walked into the training room and immediately took out a few beast spirit pills from the silver batch. These beast spirit pills were exactly what Zhao Shan had delivered to him yesterday. The remaining 1.2 million of Lin Yuan was exchanged for a total of 24 beast spirit pills. Although the cost is not small, if the beast spirit pill really has the effect as one imagines, then no matter how high the cost is, it will be worth it. Lin Yuan found an open space, sat cross-legged, threw a beast spirit pill into his mouth, and began to concentrate on digesting the medicinal power in it. Not long after, the first beast spirit pill was completely absorbed by Lin Yuan. At the same time, the system prompt sound rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully swallowing the beast spirit pill and gaining talent +1. A mere beast spirit pill might not have such an obvious effect. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all and threw several beast spirit pills into his mouth again. In an instant, the powerful power of the medicine burst out in his body like a volcano erupting. It was like a flood, sweeping madly towards his limbs and bones. If other beast soul masters swallowed so many beast soul pills in one breath, they would have exploded and died from the huge medicinal power. Lin Yuan completely relied on his own system. No matter how powerful the medicine was, as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to absorb it completely. Time passes by every second. Every once in a while, Lin Yuan would hear a system notification tone. Ding, congratulations on successfully swallowing the beast spirit pill and gaining talent +1. Ding, congratulations on successfully swallowing the beast spirit pill and gaining talent +1. Ding, congratulations on successfully swallowing the beast spirit pill. Not knowing how many hours had passed, Lin Yuan only remembered that a total of 9 system prompt sounds rang in his ears. This means that the medicinal power of the 9 beast spirit pills had been completely absorbed by him. Including the beast spirit pill that he absorbed when he first entered the training room, that's 10 beast spirit pills in total. After obtaining the 10-point talent bonus, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that the speed at which he absorbed energy from the outside world was indeed much faster. At this moment, the energy supply in the primary training room has even begun to fail to keep up with his absorption speed. Lin Yuan didn't even need to do anything. His body was like a glutton, constantly absorbing energy from the outside world, to the extent that an energy vacuum zone has formed around him. Of course, for Lin Yuan, this is not the most important thing. He just wanted to know whether his speed of absorbing inferior beast soul crystals would also be improved after his talent was improved. This was just Lin Yuan's guess before. But now, he finally has the opportunity to verify his guess. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, took out an inferior beast soul crystal from the silver badge, held it in his hand, closed his eyes, and while absorbing the nuclear radiation contained in it, he silently calculated the time in his heart. Ding, congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. When the system prompt sounds, Lin Yuan also opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were full of surprise. 7 minutes. This time, it only took him 7 minutes to absorb the energy within this inferior beast soul crystal. Compared to the previous 10 minutes, the time required to absorb an inferior beast soul crystal has now been shortened by another full 3 minutes. This also proves that Lin Yuan's previous guess was indeed correct. Taking the beast soul pill can indeed increase the speed at which he absorbs inferior beast soul crystals. Chapter 53, The Year of Talent Boom. Top Freshman Showdown. For Lin Yuan, this is definitely a good thing. After all, when it comes down to it, evolution points are the basis for his improvement in strength. And absorbing the nuclear radiation within the inferior beast soul crystals is the fastest way for him to gain evolution points. Under such circumstances, the higher his absorption efficiency, the faster he will obtain evolution points. Originally, it took him 15 minutes to absorb the nuclear radiation from an inferior beast soul crystal, and at most 4 crystals per hour, which was 4,000 evolution points. Even if he spent 15 hours a day, continuously absorbing inferior beast soul crystals, he could only earn a maximum of 60,000 evolution points a day. But now, after taking the beast soul pill to improve his talent, the time it takes Lin Yuan to absorb an inferior beast soul crystal has been shortened to half of the previous time. This means that if there are sufficient inferior beast soul crystals, he can obtain at least 120,000 evolution points a day. This is the benefit of improved efficiency. And now, he still has 14 beast spirit pills in his hand. I also don't know if after absorbing all 14 beast soul pills, the time it takes me to absorb the inferior beast soul crystals can be shortened to less than 1 minute. Just when Lin Yuan was about to give it a try, his cell phone suddenly rang. Beep, beep, beep. After hearing the notification tone of the mobile phone ringing beside his ear, a look of surprise appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. At a time like this, who would come to find me? Lin Yuan took out his cell phone and saw Zhao Shanha's name on the caller ID. This is strange. Why is Zhao Shanha contacting me at this time? Could it be that it was because of the announcement of the hidden dragon list? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately picked up the phone. Teacher Zhao, what's the matter? You kid, can't I give you a call if nothing happens? Zhao Shanha muttered a few words, then changed the subject and said, you should have known about the announcement of the hidden dragon ranking, right? Yes, I know. Lin Yuan said, I was still there at noon, but unfortunately it took me a little longer to pass the beast training test, so I only ranked 312th. 312th place is pretty good, but with your ability, you're definitely ranked higher than this. Zhao Shanha asked, by the way, what are you doing now? What else can I do? Of course, I can practice. You are really determined. The situation outside is in chaos, but you still have the energy to practice here. There was a hint of surprise in Zhao Shanha's tone. Lin Yuan just calmly explained, since the goal is to be the top of the list, there is no need to rush. After hearing this, Zhao Shanha was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh. You're right. But there is one thing I think you might be interested in. What's up? In 10 minutes, the duel between Wang Linhu and Wu Xiangu will begin. The location will be on the number 3 arena on campus. Zhao Shanha said, this is a duel between the 3rd and 1st place on the hidden dragon ranking. This is a rare opportunity. Wu Xiangu and Wang Linhu. After hearing these two familiar names, Lin Yuan reacted quickly. On the hidden dragon list that was just released today, these two people were indeed ranked 1st and 3rd respectively. From this, it seems obvious that Wang Linhu has determined that his strength is stronger than Wu Xiangu, so he chose to challenge the latter today, wanting to pull him down from the top of the list. The showdown between the 1st and 3rd place also attracted the attention of countless freshmen. Even Lin Yuan had to admit that the battle that was about to begin had indeed aroused his interest. He also wanted to see the strength of the freshmen who were currently at the top of the hidden dragon list. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately said, the game will start in 20 minutes? Then I'll go over now. Well, hurry up. Zhao Shanha said, if you miss this opportunity, you may not be able to find it again. It's said that this year is the best year for recruiting new students. I want to see if these so-called talented new students are really worthy of the title. The training hall is not too far from the competition area. It took Lin Yuan less than 10 minutes to reach the area where the number 3 arena was located. Most of the arenas in the ring area are built in the style of the ancient Roman Colosseum, which not only ensures sufficient space for fighting, but also provides great convenience for spectators. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that when he arrived here, the spectator seats near the number 3 arena were already crowded. In the spectator seats, in addition to the freshmen, there were even quite a few senior students and teachers. It can be seen that many people attach great importance to this matchup. However, this is also normal. After all, this duel is about who will be at the top of the hidden dragon list. You know, as long as you can hold on to the top spot, you will receive a large amount of resources distributed by the Magic City Beast every 7 days. This year's freshmen are really amazing. It is said that this Wu Xuangu has just entered school and already has the strength of a 3-star Beast King. Is that true? How did you know? This is information I bought from someone else at a high price. I'm taking this opportunity to verify the authenticity of this information. If nothing else, if he really has the strength of a 3-star Beast King, he would definitely be ranked top even among all the freshmen in history. Yeah, I remember last year's number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking was only a Beast King level 2-star, right? The situation this year is different from last year. Haven't you heard this year is a year of explosive growth and talent? The students from all the famous schools are more than 1 level higher than in previous years. Yes, I have heard about this as well. I can only say that it is not necessarily easy to maintain the top spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking with only the strength of a 3-star Beast King. Fuck, if you say so, then this year is simply a fight between gods. As Lin Yuan walked into the spectator seats, the discussions around him continued to reach his ears. Is this year a blowout year for talent? This is the first time it has heard such a statement. However, Lin Yuan didn't care whether this year would produce many geniuses. In his opinion, the stronger the people around him are, the more motivated he will be to move forward. Just as Lin Yuan was about to find an empty seat to sit down, Zhao Shana's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Yuan here. After hearing this familiar voice, Lin Yuan immediately turned his head and looked in the direction where the voice came from, and happened to see Zhao Shanha waving at him. There was an empty seat next to Zhao Shanha, which was obviously reserved for him. I have to say that his teacher was quite considerate of him. Lin Yuan immediately walked up quickly, greeted Zhao Shanha, and sat down next to him. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside Zhao Shanha. Zhao Shanha, I say you really treat this kid like a treasure. You have to bring him with you when you go out to watch a game. Otherwise, you might as well just tie him to your belt. Chapter 54 Red Flame Violent Tiger vs. Golden Winged Centipede King. After this voice sounded, Lin Yuan immediately looked towards Zhao Shanha in confusion, only to see a middle-aged man with an elegant face. Zhao Shanha glanced at him and said unhappily, Ming Chang'an, if your mouth can't speak, you can donate it to people in need. It was obvious that Zhao Shanha knew this elegant middle-aged man, and it seems that the relationship is pretty good. At the very least, Lin Yuan could see that Zhao Shanha was not at all angry about the other party's previous joke. Then, Zhao Shanha introduced to Lin Yuan, this is Ming Chang'an, my friend, and one of the teachers at the Magic City Beast University. Hello, Teacher Ming. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and greeted with a smile. Hello. Ming Chang'an smiled and said, your name is Lin Yuan, right? Zhao Shanha has mentioned you to me many times. How is it? You have just enrolled and probably haven't decided on a tutor yet? Would you like to consider becoming my disciple? Before Ming Chang'an could finish his words, Zhao Shanha glared at him fiercely. Ming Chang'an, don't force me to cut you. You are such a shameless person. How can you poach people in front of others? Ha 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 ha. Just kidding, just kidding. Ming Chang'an laughed a few times and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. The game is about to start. Just focus on watching the game. By the way, Wang Linhu and Wu Xiangu, who do you think has a better chance of winning? How would I know? They are not my students. Zhao Shanha shrugged and said indifferently. Anyway, I'm just here to watch the fun. Whoever wins has nothing to do with me. Then, Zhao Shanha turned around and looked at Lin Yuan on the side. What about you? Among these two people, is there anyone you support? Lin Yuan shook his head and said, no, I'm not very familiar with them. I'm afraid we have to wait until the game starts to determine who has a better chance of winning. At this moment, Ming Chang'an suddenly said, look, those two have already entered the arena. After Ming Chang'an said this, Lin Yuan and Zhao Shanha immediately looked in the direction of the arena, and indeed saw two figures stepping onto the arena one after another. One of them, wearing only a pair of extremely loose black trousers, walked onto the ring barefoot. His skin was bronze in color, and around his neck hung a necklace made of wolf teeth. He looked full of wild beauty. The other man was also shirtless, but he was extremely burly, and his muscular body seemed to contain explosive power. At the same time, behind him, there were red tattoos that looked like flames. From a distance, it looked like a tiger's head burning with flames and roaring angrily. There is no doubt that this burly young man with a tiger tattoo is naturally Wang Linhu. The person who stepped onto the stage before was the current #1 on the hidden dragon list, Wu Xiangu. At this moment, outside the ring, there are countless pairs of eyes watching them. Because everyone wants to know whether the first and third place on the hidden dragon list are really as powerful as they imagine. Or is it just a vain name? In this duel, Wang Linhu, who ranks third on the hidden dragon ranking, will challenge Wu Xiangu, who ranks first on the hidden dragon ranking. During the competition, both sides are allowed to use beast weapons that match their own levels, but they are not allowed to use any banned drugs. When one side admits defeat or loses the ability to fight, the battle is considered over. After the duel is over, both parties should stop attacking immediately, otherwise it will be considered a serious violation. Do the two sides have any objections to the rules of the game? The referee, standing on the ring, quickly read out the rules to the two of them. Wu Xiangu and Wang Linhu said at the same time, "No objection." "Good." The referee nodded and said in a deep voice, "Then please prepare yourselves. I declare, the duel officially begins." As soon as the referee finished speaking, the atmosphere in the ring immediately became tense. Although Wu Xiangu and Wang Linhu did not merge their beast souls immediately, an invisible pressure spread directly in all directions. "You are the first one to challenge me. Do you think I am a pushover?" Wu Xiangu was the first to break the silence. He raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Wang Linhu in front of him with a smile, but his eyes were indescribably cold. "No, you just happened to stand in front of me." Wang Linhu took a step forward, and an aura like that of a ferocious beast emanated from his body. "The top spot on the hidden dragon ranking belongs to me." "Really? It seems like you are very confident." Wu Xiangu suddenly changed the subject and said in a stern voice, "It's a pity. The people I like to teach a lesson to the most are those who are self-righteous." The next second, without any hesitation, he directly chose the beast soul fusion. And his beast soul is none other than the golden-winged centipede king. A giant centipede, more than 10 meters long, with green light flashing all over and a golden head, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This giant centipede has a pair of long antennae and a pair of eyes. Its mouthparts consist of a pair of large jaws and a pair of small jaws. The back of its trunk is dark green and the ventral side is yellowish-brown. It is divided into 21 segments, and each segment has a pair of foot segments. The most important thing is that on the back of this giant centipede, there are translucent wings emitting a faint golden glow. Is this the SSS-level beast soul golden-winged centipede king? It is indeed extraordinary. This pressure, Wu Xiangu at least possesses the strength of a beast king. No wonder he was able to top the hidden dragon ranking on the day it was announced. His strength really should not be underestimated. TSK. This time Wang Linhu hit a brick wall. Don't jump to conclusions so early. The showdown has just begun. After Wu Xiangu completed the fusion of the beast soul, discussions in the audience began to rise. Even Zhao Shanhe and Meng Chang'an couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in their eyes. Obviously, Wu Xiangu's strength was also somewhat beyond their expectations. Lin Yuan was also staring at the golden-winged centipede king on the stage. Although the battle has not yet begun, Lin Yuan can already roughly judge the opponent's strength through the pressure emitted by the Wu Xiangu. If he guessed correctly, the current Wu Xiangu at least possessed the strength of a 4-star beast king. Compared with the strength Wang Jinza estimated based on the intelligence, it is even higher. However, despite completing the fusion of the beast soul, Wu Xiangu still did not rush to launch an attack. Because Wang Linhu has not yet completed the beast soul fusion, Wu Xiangu's arrogance makes him disdain to take advantage of others in distress. He stared coldly at Wu Xiangu with his dark golden eyes and said in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for? I have to say, you really didn't disappoint me." Wang Linhu grinned, his eyes flashing with excitement. It seems there are also opponents worth looking forward to in the Demon City Beast University. As soon as Wang Linhu finished speaking, he performed the beast soul fusion without hesitation. Roar, accompanied by a deafening roar of a wild beast. The beast that made this roar had light yellow fur, black lines running across its body, and above its dark yellow eyes, there was a word king, outlined by thick black lines. This is Wang Linhu's beast soul, the red flame violent tiger. At this moment, a giant tiger with flames burning all over its body stood on the stage, also emitting the pressure of a beast king. Chapter 55 The Trap of Wu Xiangu. These two guys seem to be pretty good. Meng Chang'an looked at Wu Xiangu and Wang Linhu, who had completed the fusion of beast souls one after another, and couldn't help but sighed. When I was as young as they are, I didn't have such strong strength as them. Zhao Shanha smiled and said, that's why they say each generation is stronger than the previous one. I told you a long time ago that this year's freshmen are not simple. Each one is more monstrous than the last. While the two were sighing, the first round of confrontation between Wu Xiangu and Wang Linhu had already begun. Wang Linhu opened his huge mouth and let out a loud tiger roar. Immediately afterwards, a fireball emitting scorching heat suddenly condensed and formed from his bloody mouth and directly blasted towards Wu Xiangu with a whistling force. The characteristic of the Scarlet Flame Tiger Beast soul is that it can control the power of fire. Facing the red fireball in front of him, Wu Xiangu did not dare to be careless at all. His body suddenly arched, and then the tail of the golden-winged Centipede King lashed directly towards the red fireball in front of him. Bang! Accompanied by a dull bang. This red fireball was actually blown apart by Wu Xiangu's centipede tail and scattered into sparks all over the sky. Is this all you have got? Wu Xiangu's chuckle immediately rang in Wang Linhu's ears. The purpose of his saying this was obviously to influence the latter's mentality. But Wang Linhu was not affected by him. Instead, he said in a deep voice, it won't be too late to say this after you defeat me. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Linhu's figure instantly turned into a red afterimage and disappeared on the spot. Looking at the scene before them, everyone in the audience couldn't help but flash a look of amazement in their eyes. What a fast speed. What amazing explosive power. You know, as the king of beasts, the tiger is extremely comprehensive in all aspects. Whether it is strength, physique, speed, or explosive power, it can almost be said that it has no shortcomings at all. And Wang Linhu's red flame violet tiger beast soul brings out the tiger's ferocity to the extreme. At an extremely fast speed, the distance between Wang Linhu and Wu Xiangu was almost instantly shortened. The latter's pupils suddenly contracted, obviously smelling danger from Wang Linhu. However, Wang Linhu's momentum was so swift that when Wu Xiangu wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Crack! Wang Linhu raised his tiger claws that were burning with flames and slapped them hard on the back of the golden-winged Centipede King. Along with a crisp sound of bone cracking, the shell on the back of the golden-winged Centipede King actually collapsed directly, and dark green blood flowed out from the crack. It is conceivable how powerful Wang Linhu's attack was. The severe pain caused Wu Xiangu to let out a shrill howl. It looks like Wang Linhu has the upper hand now. Meng Chaman chuckled and commented, judging from the current situation, Wu Xuangu's #1 position on the Hidden Dragon ranking is more or less unworthy of its reputation. On the contrary, Wang Linhu, who ranked 3rd, has quite a few remarkable qualities. This kid was very cautious. He first tested the opponent's strength through long-range attacks, and then used his own speed to quickly close the distance with Wu Xuangu, catching the opponent off guard. After hearing Meng Chaman's comments, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but nodded. You are right. Wang Linhu is indeed very experienced. At this age, it's already pretty good to have such combat instincts. Then, Zhao Shanha turned his head and looked at Lin Yuan, smiling and said, Lin Yuan, do you feel pressured when watching the fight between them? These two are your peers. If you want to top the Hidden Dragon ranking, you can't bypass them. After Zhao Shanha said this, Meng Chang'an on the side couldn't help but look surprised. He obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan's goal would be so high. Although he also admitted that as a beast soul master with E-level talent, it was a miracle that Lin Yuan was able to be admitted to the Demon City Beast University as the top scorer in Jinhai City. But isn't the idea of wanting to top the Hidden Dragon list a bit too unrealistic? Of course, Meng Chang'an only thought about these words in his mind and did not say them out loud. No matter what, Lin Yuan is a student that Zhao Shanha values. It would be too much of a downer to pour cold water on him at this time. What's more, as young people, it is not a bad thing to have higher ambitions. Just after Zhao Shanha asked this question, he found that Lin Yuan was still staring at the arena in front of him. Looking at Lin Yuan, who was so focused, a hint of confusion flashed across Zhao Shanha's eyes. Could it be that he was shocked by the strength displayed by Wang Linhu? But at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly said, "This is a trap." "What did you say?" Zhao Shanha was slightly stunned. Lin Yuan calmly explained, Wang Linhu was fooled. This is a trap set by Wu Xuangu. After he said this, Zhao Shanha and Meng Chanan couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. How did Lin Yuan see what none of them noticed? Meng Chanan was the first to ask, "How do you know this is a trap?" However, before Lin Yuan could answer, the situation on the stage suddenly reversed. After Wang Linhu succeeded in his attack, he wanted to pursue the victory. But at this moment, the Wu Xuangu suddenly moved. I saw his body suddenly and quickly moving towards the direction where Wang Linhu was. The sharp foot joints, like long nails, pierced into the body of the red flame tiger, making itself tightly entangled on the opponent's body. "Get out of my way." The severe pain made Wang Linhu furious. With a roar, he desperately burst out his own strength, trying to forcibly break free from the restraints of Wuxuangu. However, the power of the golden-winged centipede king's coiling and tightening is equally astonishingly great. Immediately afterwards, a hint of coldness suddenly flashed across Wuxuangu's dark golden compound eyes. The next second, he opened his ferocious mouthparts and spewed out a cloud of dark green poisonous mist. Poison bite. This cloud of poisonous fog quickly enveloped Wang Linhu. Moreover, this ball of poisonous fog seemed to have life. Even though the latter had held his breath, it still forced its way into his mouth and nose like a snake. Chapter 56 Lin Yuan's Insight. Wu Xiangu wins. Wu Xiangu's sudden counterattack caught everyone present off guard. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone in the audience widened their eyes. Isn't this Wu Xiangu too cruel? It actually reversed the situation so quickly. Now it depends on how Wang Linhu responds. If he can't break his move, he will probably lose soon. Number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. He really shouldn't be underestimated. This year's freshmen are really not simple. With their strength, if they were in our class, they could easily take the first place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Listening to the discussions of the people around them, the most shocked were Zhao Shanhe and Meng Chang'an. They looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. Finally, Meng Chang'an couldn't help but ask, "You were right. How did you know that this was a trap set by Wu Xuangu?" "It's nothing, actually." Lin Yuan calmly explained. When both sides are unaware of each other's strength, proactively showing weakness to the enemy is the best way to set a trap. When Wang Linhu took the initiative to attack, Wu Xuangu didn't make any effective response. This is completely unreasonable. Either he is an idiot, or else, this is the flaw he revealed on his own initiative. Since Wu Xuangu was able to top the Hidden Dragon ranking, regardless of whether his strength is worthy of this ranking, it can definitely prove that he can't be a brainless idiot. So, in this case, the conclusion is self-evident. After hearing these words from Lin Yuan's mouth, a look of shock appeared on Meng Chang'an's face. He obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan's insight would be so amazing. Lin Yuan's analysis was so thorough that there was not a single flaw. To be honest, with their combat experience, they should be able to take this into consideration if they were fighting the enemy. But now they are just watching the battle. It was the relaxed mood while watching the game that made them ignore many details and not think too much about them. Lin Yuan was right. Even if the current Hidden Dragon list has not been completely finalized, how could the person who topped the list when the list was first announced be a mediocre person? Meng Laogue, you can't do it anymore. Zhao Shanhe smiled and said, "Your judgment is even inferior to that of today's young people." Meng Chang'an glared and said unhappily, "How dare you criticize me? You don't see it yourself." Zhao Shanhe laughed loudly but said nothing. "I didn't see anything good in it, but my students did." At this moment, on the ring, Wang Linhu launched a counterattack again. Since he couldn't break free from the Wu Xuangu's shackles with his own strength, he had no choice but to try other means. Red flame, burn, accompanied by a roar like a tiger. The scorching flames suddenly swelled up around Wang Linhu. It emitted high-temperature flames, continuously spewing out tongues of fire, burning the body of the golden-winged centipede king. Under such circumstances, even the Wu Xuangu could not withstand such a high temperature and was forced to give up continuing to entangle the red flame violent tiger. It quickly retreated to the side and kept a certain distance from the latter. However, although Wang Linhu seems to have escaped from trouble, his current situation is still not optimistic. After all, he had suffered serious injuries while being entangled by the golden-winged centipede king just now, and had absorbed a lot of poisonous mist spewed out of the mouth of the black goo. But at this moment, Wang Linhu took action again. He attacked Wu Xuangu with greater speed and ferocity. The latter's pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately stepped aside, trying to avoid Wang Linhu's fierce attack. However, Wang Linhu's momentum was too strong. Flames were burning around him, like a giant fireball moving at high speed. In just a moment, he had rushed to the front of Wu Xuangu. Crack! As the tiger claws burning with flames slapped down, the shell on Wu Xuangu's body shattered again. The smelly dark green blood splashed onto Wang Linhu's face. However, he didn't even blink. At this moment, Wang Linhu's eyes were filled with ferocity and brutality. The ferocity in his heart has been completely aroused by him. There was only one thought left in his mind. He wanted to win this battle. He wanted to tear Wu Xuangu into countless pieces. Under Wang Linhu's fierce attack, Wu Xuangu was in a very miserable state, and it could almost be said that he was retreating step by step. Looking at the scene in front of them, the audience in the auditorium couldn't help but widen their eyes. It has to be said that this battle really did not disappoint them and was full of twists and turns. First, Wu Xiangu set a trap for Wang Linhu. After breaking free from the restraints, Wang Linhu used his powerful strength and extremely ferocious fighting style to reverse the situation. This battle was so exciting. It was so enjoyable to watch. Wang Linhu is really amazing. He was able to turn the tide in this situation. Yes, and the Scarlet Flame Violent Tiger is only an SS-level beast soul. In terms of talent alone, it is probably a step behind the Golden Winged Centipede King. However, the Red Flame Violent Tiger is best at frontal attacks. Wang Linhu has brought the characteristics of the beast soul to its full potential. Damn it, Wang Linhu. Work harder and tear that damn centipede into pieces. Obviously, the vast majority of the audience in the auditorium support Wang Linhu more. This is not only because Wang Linhu currently has the upper hand, but also because Wang Linhu's ranking is below Wuxuangu. The story of the weak defeating the strong and the new king replacing the old king is always talked about with relish. What's more, Wang Linhu's aggressive fighting style is also extremely entertaining. It is completely understandable that it can be appreciated and favored by the audience around. At this moment, Meng Chang'an suddenly asked, Lin Yuan, do you think Wuxuangu is going to lose? No. Lin Yuan shook his head and said calmly, Wang Linhu is going to lose. Oh, a flash of surprise flashed across Meng Chang'an's eyes, and he asked, why do you think so? Zhao Shanha at the side also smiled and said, yeah, no matter how you look at it now, Wang Linhu has the upper hand, right? Facing the two people's questions, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Two teachers, is this considered a test for me now? After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Meng Chang'an was surprised, while Zhao Shanha laughed even more happily. You kid really are. You figured out all this? Lin Yuan smiled and said, yes, because I think it is impossible for the two teachers not to see this. Although Wang Linhu's attack was fierce, he showed impatience everywhere. If I'm not mistaken, he should want to end the battle quickly and get rid of Wuxuangu as soon as possible. And the reason why he is so anxious, I guess, is because the toxins in his body are about to explode. Hearing this, Zhao Shanha and Meng Chang'an did not say anything, but just looked at each other silently. Obviously, Lin Yuan's judgment was no different from theirs. The poisonous mist that Wang Linhu had inhaled before did not have no effect on him. It was simply because he used his own strength to forcibly suppress the outbreak of the poison. But in this situation, Wang Linhu must fight quickly and decisively. Otherwise, when the poison can no longer be suppressed and breaks out completely, his defeat will naturally be doomed. Although Wuxuangu seemed to be suppressed by Wang Linhu, he actually didn't need to worry at all. As long as he could wait until the poison erupted, he would be able to win easily. It was precisely because of this that he fought with Wang Linhu so leisurely and did not care at all even if he suffered some minor injuries. For him, this is the real way to win the match at the lowest cost. In this duel, although Wang Linhu performed very fiercely, there was still a huge gap between his strength and Wuxuangu. Sure enough, after the two sides fought for 2 or 3 minutes, Wang Linhu's expression suddenly turned ugly. Even his blood vessels were covered with dark green poisonous patterns. Hoo-hoo! Wang Linhu was breathing heavily, his eyes full of unwillingness. In front of him, Wuxiangu looked calm and composed. Give up, you have no chance. If you admit defeat now, you may still have time to go to the infirmary to remove the poison. If you continue to resist the toxins in your body, it may even cause irreversible damage to your body. However, what responded to Wuxuangu was a tiger's roar. Roar! Along with the tiger roar, raging flames burned again on Wang Linhu's body, and he pounced towards Wuxiangu again. Obviously, even under such circumstances, Wang Linhu was still unwilling to admit defeat. However, the toxins that erupted in his body greatly limited his explosive power. Compared with before, Wang Linhu's current speed is much slower than before. Looking at Wang Linhu who was rushing towards him, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Wuxiangu's eyes. You are an ignorant fool. The next second, just as the red flame violent tiger was about to pounce, Wuxuangu suddenly exerted force, and the extremely hard centipede tail swept towards Wang Linhu. Bang! Accompanied by a dull collision sound. Wang Linhu's body was actually blasted away and fell heavily outside the ring. According to the rules, once you leave the ring, you will be considered to have lost the game. There is no doubt that Wuxuangu won this battle in the end. Chapter 57: The Gap Between Us and the Top Geniuses. Wuxuangu wins. Relying on his own strength, he maintained the first place in the Hidden Dragon list. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this result. In fact, in his eyes, the outcome of the battle had been decided from the moment Wang Linhu fell into the Wuxuangu trap. However, although Wuxuangu maintained its top position, this was only temporary. No one knows whether there will be a stronger challenger next. It's over. Zhao Shanha said with a hint of regret. What a pity. If Wang Linhu hadn't been poisoned, this battle might have been even more exciting. Ming Chang'an smiled and said, "Yes, but this is also part of the battle. I can only say that Wang Linhu is still too young." Then, he set his eyes on Lin Yuan. "If he could have the same judgment as you, perhaps the outcome of this battle would be different." To be honest, the battle between Wu Xiangu and Wang Linhu was indeed amazing. Whether it is Wu Xiangu's strategy or Wang Linhu's bravery, they're all eye-opening. But the freshman who left the deepest impression on him was not one of these two. But Lin Yuan, who was sitting next to Zhao Shanhe. This kid's insight is so subtle. During the battle, no detail escapes his eyes. If the first time he saw through the trap set by Wu Xuangu was an accident, then the second time he saw through that Wang Linhu wanted to end the battle quickly because he was poisoned, it would have proved how sharp Lin Yuan's combat thinking was. It was really hard for Ming Chang'an to imagine that a freshman who had little combat experience at all could be so meticulous. He was like a seasoned hunter who understood the psychology of his prey very well. If this is talent, that's too scary. At this moment, Zhao Shanhe suddenly spoke. "Lin Yuan, you should know why I asked you to come and watch this game today, right?" "Yes, I know." Lin Yuan said, "You want me to see the strength of other new geniuses." "That's right. Being complacent and working in isolation will only make you fall behind." Zhao Shanhe said, "Only when you realize the strength of your opponents can you know where you stand. Didn't you say you wanted to top the Hidden Dragon ranking? Since you have such a goal, you must be prepared to regard all these people as your opponents." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you for your teachings, teacher." Listening to the conversation between Zhao Shanhe and Lin Yuan, Ming Chang'an couldn't help but feel a little stunned. He obviously didn't expect that Zhao Shanhe actually wanted to help Lin Yuan reach the top of the Hidden Dragon list. In Zhao Shanhe's eyes, is this kid's strength really that amazing? Ming Chang'an suddenly realized that just now, Lin Yuan had demonstrated monstrous-level combat thinking and insight. If he is matched with the corresponding strength, maybe this kid can really make it to the top of the Hidden Dragon list? After watching the duel between Wang Linhu and Wu Xiangu, it was already late. Lin Yuan first went to the cafeteria to have a simple dinner, and then returned to the training hall to continue his training. However, when Lin Yuan arrived at the training room, he did not start practicing immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to recall the previous battle. He had to admit that in this duel, the strength displayed by Wu Xiangu and Wang Linhu also greatly exceeded his expectations. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the strength displayed by Wu Xuangu has at least reached the level of a 4-star Beast King. And even if Wang Linhu's strength is not at the 4-star level of the Beast King, it is definitely at the peak level of the 3-star level of the Beast King. Moreover, this is just the strength on paper. In fact, both Wu Xuangu and Wang Linhu possess their own special abilities. Wang Linhu is good at violent attacks and can control the red flames at will. This characteristic has greatly increased his strength. It was precisely because of this that he was able to forcibly suppress the latter even though he was weaker than the Wu Xuangu. As for Wu Xuangu's special ability, it is the poisonous mist he releases. During his battle with Wang Linhu, Lin Yuan witnessed how terrifying his poisonous fog was. In just less than 5 minutes, the poison of the Wu Xuangu forced Wang Linhu to lose his ability to fight. And this is just one of the special abilities displayed by the Wu Xuangu. No one knows whether he has other cards in his hand. Lin Yuan now realized how important intelligence was. If Wang Linhu had known in advance that the Wu Xuangu could release such a terrible poisonous fog, he probably would not have been fooled so easily. It seems that if Wang Jinzi can really get some secret information, then his business will definitely not be too bad. However, if I were to face one of Wu Xiangu and Wang Linhu, what would be the outcome? If it were Wang Linhu, he might still be able to fight. Even though the opponent at least possessed the strength of a 3-star Beast King, and Lin Yuan only had a 1-star Beast King, victory or defeat was never determined solely by strength on paper. Lin Yuan's greatest advantage lies in his powerful fighting skills and keen combat intuition. Based on this alone, Lin Yuan was confident that he could deal with Wang Linhu for a while despite being at a disadvantage in strength. However, if it really comes to a life-and-death duel, the chances of winning or losing between them are probably 30 to 70. Lin Yuan 3, Wang Linhu 7. As for the Wu Xuangu, there is no need to mention it. The poisonous mist of the golden-winged centipede king alone is troublesome enough. Even if Lin Yuan would not be stupid enough to fall into the trap like Wang Linhu, the poisonous fog would definitely greatly restrict him. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan's chance of defeating Wu Xuangu can be described as extremely slim. In other words, although both are at the Beast King level, there is still a big gap between Lin Yuan and the top geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list. But Lin Yuan knew in his heart that this was only temporary. Compared with these top geniuses, his talent is indeed not worth mentioning. However, his advantage has never been his talent, but the system he is bound to. From the beginning of school until now, he has accumulated millions of evolution points. If all these evolution points were used to evolve himself, it would at least help him evolve to the second star of the Beast King level. And now he still has nearly 8 or 9,000 inferior Beast Soul Crystals in his hands. If all of these inferior Beast Soul Crystals were converted into evolution points, the evolution points accumulated by Lin Yuan would even be able to break through the 10 million mark. A full 10 million evolution points. Even Lin Yuan himself found it hard to imagine to what level these 10 million evolution points could help him evolve. But absorbing inferior Beast Soul Crystals also takes time. Even if we calculate based on the current efficiency of absorbing one inferior Beast Soul Crystal every 7 minutes, it would take at least 36,000 minutes to absorb the remaining 9,000 inferior Beast Soul Crystals. 36,000 minutes, that's 600 hours, or 25 days. In other words, Lin Yuan needs to work nonstop for a full 25 days to accumulate 10 million evolution points. If we include the time for eating and sleeping, it would probably take at least 2 months. Lin Yuan naturally couldn't afford to wait for such a long time. After all, the National Freshman Social Competition will officially begin in a month at most. Lin Yuan must prove his strength before that. Only in this way will he have the opportunity to be selected into the list of 12 and receive more resources. In other words, the most important thing for Lin Yuan now is not to waste time competing for the rankings, but to increase the rate of absorbing inferior Beast Soul Crystals as much as possible. Fortunately, Lin Yuan has found this solution. That is to improve one's talent by taking Beast Spirit Pills. The higher the talent, the faster the energy absorption rate will naturally be. In this way, he would be able to convert all the inferior Beast Soul Crystals into evolution points in the shortest possible time and use them to enhance his own strength. Chapter 58 Lin Yuan breaks through and reaches the peak of Beast King level 2 stars. 7 days later. Inside the practice room, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and let out a breath. Then, he thought about it and directly opened his own attribute panel. Beast Soul, Giant Black Lizard. Status, Growth Stage. Talent Rating, SS Level. Level, Beast King Level 1 Star. Height, 20.7 meters. Weight, 7,840 kilograms. Attack Method, Bite, Claw. Skills, White Hot Light, A Level. Atomic Breath, S Level. Beast God Weapons, Claws of Red Flame, Beast General Level. Black Scale Armor, Beast General Level. Remaining Evolution Points, 325,000. Evaluation. You have successfully entered the threshold of the Beast King level and become a strong Beast Soul Master, but in the world of the strong, you are still the lowest level. During these few days, Lin Yuan has been staying in the training room, absorbing a lot of energy from the outside world, and his strength has also improved to a certain extent. But the energy in the primary training room is too thin. The energy he absorbed in the past few days was not enough to support Lin Yuan's breakthrough from Beast King level 1 star to Beast King level 2 star. Fortunately, Lin Yuan never expected to break through by absorbing energy from the outside world. For him, the energy absorbed from the outside world is just the icing on the cake. The only thing that can truly rapidly improve his strength is evolution points. It is precisely because of this that in the past few days, Lin Yuan has spent almost all of his time absorbing inferior Beast Soul Crystals. At this moment, the evolution points he had accumulated had reached 3.25 million. This is already a considerable sum. You know, when Lin Yuan broke through from the 9th star Beast General level to the 1st star Beast King level, this kind of breakthrough in Realm only cost him 1.5 million evolution points. Lin Yuan was very curious about to what extent these 3.25 million evolution points could improve his own strength. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately began to use these evolution points to strengthen himself. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase the hardness of the scales. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase the sharpness of the beast's claws. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase the sharpness of the teeth. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase the capacity of the biological nuclear reactor. Lin Yuan did not use up all his evolution points in a rush for quick success, but instead gradually strengthened himself in a step-by-step manner. After all, it takes a certain amount of time for the body to adapt to the enhanced strength. It's like suddenly giving a child the power of an adult. He may not be able to fully utilize it. Slowing down the pace of reinforcement can also be considered a process of adaptation. What's more, Lin Yuan also wanted to know how many evolution points he would have to spend to break through from Beast King level 1 star to Beast King level 2 star. Time passes by every second. As the evolution points were consumed, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that his strength was gradually increasing. Finally, after consuming a full 1 million evolution points, Lin Yuan finally felt that he had reached the limit of the 1-star Beast King level. This feeling was like touching shackles, as if there was a thick barrier blocking him, waiting for him to break through. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan spent another 500,000 evolution points without any hesitation. These 500,000 evolution points were like a torrent that broke through the shackles and pushed his strength to continue growing. In other words, Lin Yuan spent a full 1.5 million evolution points to achieve the breakthrough from Beast King level 1 star to Beast King level 2 star. And this was even after he had been at the 1-star Beast King level for a long time and had accumulated a certain foundation. It seems that the later the stage, the greater the number of evolution points required for upgrading. After successfully breaking through to the 2nd-star Beast King level, Lin Yuan only had 1.75 million evolution points left. With these evolution points, it is probably impossible to continue to break through to the 3-star Beast King level. But Lin Yuan did not choose to stop, because after he gets out of the customs, he will officially start competing for the list. Under such circumstances, even a little more strength would be a good thing for him. This evolution lasted for nearly half an hour. When Lin Yuan had exhausted the remaining 1.75 million evolution points, his own strength was also fixed at the peak of the 2-star Beast King level. Just as Lin Yuan expected, these evolution points were not enough for him to break through to the 3-star Beast King level. But his current strength has already made him very satisfied. After staying in the training room for so long, it's time to go out and take a look. Lin Yuan muttered to himself, stood up, and walked out of the training room. During these 7 days, in order to ensure his training efficiency, he even rarely returned to the dormitory. If you feel really tired, just close your eyes and take a nap in the practice room. When you feel almost recovered, open your eyes and continue practicing. After walking out of the training hall, Lin Yuan even felt that the sun outside was a bit dazzling. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan walked directly towards the dormitory. The main reason he returned to the dormitory was that he wanted to find Wang Jinza. If nothing unexpected happens, the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list should have undergone earth-shaking changes in these 7 days. If you want to get this information, the most convenient way is to find Wang Jinza and buy a copy of it. However, when Lin Yuan returned to the dormitory, he found that the door was closed. Why close the door in broad daylight? A hint of confusion flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. Then he simply reached out and knocked on the door. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp knock on the door echoed. However, there was still no one answering in the dormitory. Could it be that there is no one in the dormitory? Just when Lin Yuan was about to take out the key to open the door, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Lin Yuan, why are you back? After hearing the voice, Lin Yuan immediately turned around and happened to see Wang Jinza's fat face. Lin Yuan smiled and asked, "This is my dormitory. Why can't I come back?" "That's not what I meant. You've been practicing so hard that you've almost gone crazy. I can't see you all day long." Wang Jinza opened the door with his key and explained, "So it's rare to see you, so I'm just a little surprised." Lin Yuan followed Wang Jinza into the dormitory and asked, "By the way, where are Song Lan and Zhao Ming? Why can't I see them? It seems that you really don't know anything about what happened in the past few days." After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wang Jinza couldn't help but look at him. Lin Yuan frowned and asked in surprise, "What happened in the past few days?" Wang Jinza took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Ming was seriously injured while competing for the ranking. He is still lying in the infirmary. I came back to the dormitory to get him some clean clothes. As for Song Lan, he is probably still training now. In order to help Zhao Ming, he has made an appointment to fight with someone else, and the time is set for tonight." Chapter 59, Emerging Organization, List Hunter. Zhao Ming was seriously injured? Song Lan wants to challenge someone to a fight? Wang Jinza's words made Lin Yuan stunned. He obviously didn't expect that so many things would happen during the time when he was concentrating on cultivation. Then, Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Was Zhao Ming intentionally beaten and severely injured while competing for the ranking?" The reason why Lin Yuan asked this was because he understood Song Lan's character. If Zhao Ming was only injured during the competition for the ranking, Song Lan would definitely not stand up for him. After all, the competition in the Hidden Dragon list is already extremely fierce. During the confrontation between the two sides, causing some injuries to the other side is completely within the scope permitted by the rules as long as it is not fatal. The reason why Song Lan chose to stand up for Zhao Ming only proves that there is another hidden story involved. There is a high possibility that someone deliberately seriously injured Zhao Ming during the battle, which made Song Lan so angry. You guessed right. The man who severely injured Zhao Ming did it on purpose. Moreover, they deliberately went to Zhao Ming because of the conflict between them. Lin Yuan frowned and said, "With Zhao Ming's personality, he would actually have conflicts with others?" In his eyes, Zhao Ming is a sunny boy who is extremely enthusiastic towards everyone he meets. Lin Yuan really found it hard to imagine, with Zhao Ming's personality, who he could have a conflict with. At this moment, Wang Jinza suddenly said, "You probably don't know about the existence of List Hunter yet, right?" List Hunter. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "What is this?" This is a new group organization among the freshmen of Magic City Beast University this year. Wang Jinza said, their goal is to manipulate the Hidden Dragon ranking as much as possible, so that members of the organization can rank higher on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Manipulating the list? A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. How did you do this? It's nothing more than huddling together for warmth. Wang Jinza shrugged and said, the List Hunters organization has a very clear division of labor. They will let the stronger freshmen compete for the top spots, and then voluntarily lose to the weaker members of the organization, thus smoothly handing over the spots to them. Of course, this is not a charity organization, so members who get high rankings must pay certain fees to the organization. Even if you join this organization, you must pay a certain membership fee every week in order to receive the organization's protection. After listening to Wang Jinza's explanation, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. He obviously did not expect that during the few days when he was in seclusion, the changes in the school would be so great that such an organization would emerge. At this moment, Lin Yuan seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, but this approach doesn't seem to be very reasonable. If a person doesn't have enough strength but is ranked in a position that doesn't belong to him, won't he be eliminated very quickly? Wang Jinza snorted coldly. This is the domineering nature of the List Hunter organization. I should have told you just now that as long as you pay a certain membership fee every week, you can be protected by this organization, right? And any member who is protected by their organization will not be allowed to be challenged by others. Once you dare to challenge a member protected by the List Hunters, you will face endless sniping. Is this actually possible? Lin Yuan was stunned and said, these people are so arrogant and domineering. Doesn't the school care? Some students have indeed reported this matter to the school. Wang Jinza said, however, the school's attitude is also very clear, that is, no interference and no action. You also know that the Demonic Beast University encourages fighting among students the most. Even, the Hidden Dragon ranking was established to encourage freshmen to fight with each other and adapt to the atmosphere of the Magic City Beast University as quickly as possible. How can you still hope that the school will intervene under such circumstances? The existence of the List Hunter organization is indeed very unfair to the vast majority of freshmen. But are there any absolutely fair things in this world? Those who complain all the time are weak, while those who can adapt to the environment are strong. Since the Demon City Beast University is a school that is determined to cultivate strong people, they naturally won't care about the demands of the weak. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the demonic beast is far more cruel than he imagined. There are indeed rules and restrictions here, but as long as you stay within the scope of the rules, no matter how outrageous your actions are, the school will not interfere with you. Because the Magic City Beast University is such a place. They provide cultivation resources to students, allow them to compete for them by various means, and cultivate strong people in a way that is almost like raising insects. But for Lin Yuan, such an environment is perfect for him. Then, Lin Yuan asked again, so, quite a few people should choose to join the List Hunter organization, right? Wang Jinza nodded and said, up to now, at least 1/3 of the freshmen have chosen to join the List Hunter organization and pay membership fees regularly. Of course, many of them did not join voluntarily, but they had to bow their heads because they were under someone else's roof. As for those who did not choose to join, most of them were too proud to be associated with them, let alone be exploited by them. But the lives of these people are not easy either. Not only are they unable to get a ranking that matches their own strength, but they also have to watch those who are not as strong as them step on their heads and enjoy more abundant cultivation resources than them. Lin Yuan said in a deep voice, under this situation, no one would be convinced. After all, the resources allocated by the school are fixed. If some people benefit, others will lose. I guess. Zhao Ming had a conflict with the List Hunter organization because of this, right? That's right. Wang Jinza rubbed his temple and said helplessly, if you ask me, that guy is a complete stubborn person. In fact, List Hunter wanted to invite him to join in the beginning. Moreover, with his strength, he can definitely serve as a thug in the organization. Not only does he not need to pay dues, but he can also get a certain amount of dividends. However, I don't know where Zhao Ming got his sense of justice from. Not only did he not accept it, but he scolded the other person. He felt that the existence of the List Hunter greatly undermined the fairness of the Hidden Dragon list. If that's all, then that's fine. But in the following period of time, Zhao Ming chose to directly ignore the rules set by the List Hunters and challenged the members of this organization again and again. After hearing this, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. Lin Yuan didn't even know whether to describe Zhao Ming's behavior as arrogant or reckless. Lin Yuan said, "The organization, List Hunter, will not tolerate his behavior. It's more than intolerable." Wang Jinzi said in a deep voice, "The List Hunter has only been established for a few days and is looking for someone to establish its authority." Zhao Ming's action was equivalent to running directly into the muzzle of someone's gun. So, just the day before yesterday, List Hunter sent someone to challenge Zhao Ming and directly beat him so badly that he had to stay in bed for at least half a month. At this point, Wang Jinzi's face once again showed a look of disappointment. How stupid is this guy? If you really can't beat him, why not just admit defeat? If you insist on fighting to the death in the ring, you'll be in trouble if you don't get attacked by others. Lin Yuan could tell that Wang Jinzi still cared about Zhao Ming. After all, we are all roommates in the same dormitory. Although we have not been together for a very long time, we have already accumulated some feelings. Then, Lin Yuan asked again, who founded the List Hunter organization? Logically speaking, if one is qualified to establish such an organization, his own strength must not be weak, right? In fact, it shouldn't be difficult for you to guess. Wang Jinzi lowered his voice and said, "The organization, List Hunter, was founded by Wu Xiangu." Chapter 60. The new top of the list, Shu Tianyi. Black and Black Gu. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Isn't he the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking? Speaking of which, he had also seen the battle between Wu Xiangu and Wang Linhu. I have to admit that Wu Xiangu is indeed very powerful. However, Wang Jinzi shook his head and said, "Now, Wu Xiangu is no longer at the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking." Lin Yuan asked in surprise, "Has anyone challenged him?" "Yes, that's right." Wang Jinzi said, "There are many hidden talents among this class of freshmen. It is extremely difficult to maintain the top position on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Without absolute strength, it is simply impossible to do so." Where does Wu Xiangu rank now? Third place. Wang Jinzi's answer was somewhat beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. He obviously didn't expect that with Wu Xiangu's strength, he could only rank third on the Hidden Dragon list. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately asked, "Who are the first and second?" "Well, take a look for yourself." Wang Jinzi directly opened his mobile phone, tapped it a few times, and then handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took the phone and found that it displayed the latest ranking of the Hidden Dragon list. First place, Shu Tianyi, Awakened Beast Soul, Black-Crowned Golden Eagle. Second place, Shun Song, Awakened Beast Soul, Sanshu Abaya. Third place, Wu Xiangu, Awakened Beast Soul, Golden Winged Centipede King. Fourth place, Li Qingnan, Awakened Beast Soul, Sky Blue Demon Vine. Fifth place, Wang Linhu, Awakened Beast Soul, Red Flame Violent Tiger. 18th place, Song Lan, Awakened Beast Soul, Colorful Glazed Butterfly. During these 7 days, the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list have indeed changed dramatically. Wu Xiangu's ranking slipped from 1st to 3rd. Wang Linhu's ranking slipped from 3rd to 5th. Song Lan's ranking even dropped from 10th to 18th. It is conceivable how fierce the competition on the Hidden Dragon list was during this week. However, Shen Song's ranking did not change. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, he was ranked 2nd when the Hidden Dragon list was first released. The fact that he can still maintain his original ranking now proves that his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. However, what surprised Lin Yuan was that the names ranked 1st and 4th on the Hidden Dragon list were all names he had never heard of before. Shu Tianyi, Li Qingnan. Lin Yuan remembered very clearly that when the Hidden Dragon list was first announced, the names of these two people were not even among the top 20. It seems that what Wang Jinzi said is right. There are truly many hidden talents among this class of freshmen. At this time, Wang Jinzi spoke again. On the second day after the Hidden Dragon ranking was released, Wu Xiangu founded the organization List Hunter. In addition, it has also successively absorbed a number of powerful people such as Shen Song and Li Qingnan. If nothing unexpected happens, Wu Xiangu should have promised them a lot of benefits. You also know that if ordinary freshmen want to join this organization, they naturally have to pay membership fees. But if you want freshmen of Shen Song and Li Qingnan's level to join the organization, you naturally have to pay a certain price. So, among the top 5, only Shu Tianyi, who ranked 1st, and Wang Linhu, who ranked 5th, did not choose to join the organization created by Wu Xiangu. Among them, Wang Linhu did not choose to join because he could not stand Wu Xiangu's behavior. As for Shu Tianyi's reason, I'm not sure. However, this guy is a ruthless person. His original ranking was only around 100th. As a result, it only took him 4 days to reach the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Even during the process of reaching the top, many members of the List Hunters also became stepping stones for Shu Tianyi. Lin Yuan said, Wouldn't the Black Gu be very angry? Certainly. Wang Jinzi said. Wu Xiangu believed that Chu Tianyi was provoking them. In order to maintain the dignity of the organization, he chose to take the initiative to lower his ranking and challenge Chu Tianyi. And then what? Isn't the result obvious? Wang Jinzi shrugged and said, if Wu Xiangu wins, Chu Tianyi will naturally not be able to top the hidden dragon ranking. Moreover, in the battle between Wu Xiangu and Chu Tianyi, not only did they lose, but they also lost miserably. Lin Yuan's heart moved, and he asked, is there a big gap in strength between the two of them? You know, Lin Yuan is aware of the strength of Wu Xuangu. The hard power of the 4-star Beast King level, coupled with the poisonous fog characteristics of the golden-winged Centipede King, makes the combat effectiveness of the Wu Xuangu extremely powerful. But even under this situation, he was defeated miserably by Chu Tianyi. It is conceivable how powerful Chu Tianyi is. Wang Jinzi said, in fact, the difference between the two strengths is not that big. When Chu Tianyi started to rush to the top of the list, he had just broken through to the 5-star Beast King level. Although he was stronger than Wu Xuangu, he was not to the extent of crushing it. The main reason is that his beast soul is too restrained by the black insect. You should know that Wu Xuangu's most important means is the poisonous fog it releases. But facing Chu Tianyi's black-crowned golden eagle, his poison mist had no effect at all. Whenever he spews out poisonous mist, Chu Tianyi will immediately pull himself into the air, wait for the poisonous mist to dissipate, and then swoop down to attack Wu Xuangu. And his claws are extremely sharp and can easily pierce through the carapace of the golden-winged Centipede King. Under this situation, Wu Xuangu can be said to have no way to deal with him at all. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment, then he said, but I remember that the beast soul awakened by Wu Xuangu, that is, the golden-winged Centipede King, also has wings, doesn't it? Wang Jinzi waved his hands. Hey, his little broken wings haven't even grown fully yet. They're just for show. At most, they can flap twice. They are not enough to support him flying in the sky. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, it seems that the beast soul with the ability to fly can have a great advantage in the battle. This is only temporary. Wang Jinzi said, once you reach the Beast King level, you can easily make your beast soul fly just by relying on the energy in your body. That's true, but how easy is it to reach the Beast King level? Lin Yuan smiled and said, at least, before reaching the Beast King level, the advantages of flying beast souls cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, it might not be that easy for Chu Tianyi to reach the top of the hidden dragon ranking. Well, you are indeed right. Wang Jinzi nodded, then turned around, opened Zhao Ming's closet, and began to search. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I still have to pack some clothes for Zhao Ming. Lin Yuan immediately said, why don't I go with you? Do you want to go with me to see Zhao Ming? Yes, I want to see how badly he's hurt. Lin Yuan said, and who is Song Lan going to fight tonight? Could it be Wu Xuangu? Chapter 61. He was born as Kuanping above the 9 heavens. The monster city is huge. In the infirmary, Zhao Ming, who was wrapped in bandages all over, barely raised his head and looked at Wang Jinzi and Lin Yuan, who pushed the door open. Zhao Ming, here are your changes of clothes. I brought them all to you. Thanks, brother. After thanking Wang Jinzi, Zhao Ming also saw Lin Yuan standing behind the former. Lin Yuan, why are you here? I heard that you were injured, so I came with Wang Jinzi to see you. As Lin Yuan spoke, he placed the fruit basket at the head of Zhao Ming's bed. Eat more fruit. It will help your body recover. Thank you. Zhao Ming obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan, who always kept to himself, would care about him so much. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Then, Lin Yuan asked again, were the injuries on your body caused by those people in the List Hunter organization? After hearing this, Zhao Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. There's nothing to say. I'm just not as skilled as others. Wang Jinzi frowned, his tone carrying a hint of anger. Even if the other party is stronger than you, you wouldn't resort to such a dirty trick, right? The other party is simply going to destroy you. These scums dare to act so recklessly, stepping on the bottom line of the rules. Do they really think that no one can deal with them? Lin Yuan then remembered that Wang Jinzi seemed to be qualified to say such words. After all, he is the son of Wang Ting, the principal of Magic City Beast University. However, Lin Yuan knew in his heart that since Wang Jinzi did not take the initiative to reveal his identity, it proved that he did not want others to know his identity. Under such circumstances, Wang Jinzi would not easily bring up his father unless it was absolutely necessary. By the way, the fight between Song Lan and that guy seems to be tonight, right? At this moment, Zhao Ming suddenly asked. Wang Jinzi nodded. Yes, tonight, arena number 7. This incident was all caused by me. I caused trouble for Song Lan. Sitting on the hospital bed, Zhao Ming lowered his head and clenched his fist involuntarily. If only I could be stronger. Perhaps it was because Zhao Ming clenched his fist too hard, and his tense muscles caused the wound on his arm to split open again. The scarlet blood slowly seeped out of the bandage. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. Just this level of force is enough to cause the wounds on the body to burst. It is conceivable how serious Zhao Ming's injuries are. For a freshman who has just enrolled, the time of recuperation in bed will make Zhao Ming lose at the starting line. Okay, stop moving. Look at you. The wound that just healed has opened again. You have to bandage it again. Wang Jinzi stepped forward and said helplessly, Song Lan is not held back by you. He has been annoyed with those bastards of the list hunters for a long time. Damn, what a bunch of bastards, just clinging to a few big guys. They really don't know their own surnames. What's more, Song Lan may not lose in tonight's duel. No matter what, he is also a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. As your roommate, do you have so little confidence in him? Zhao Ming pursed his lips twice, but in the end, he said nothing. In fact, they all knew very well in their hearts that Song Lan was indeed a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. But his biggest flaw was that what he awakened was an auxiliary Beast Soul. Auxiliary Beast Souls are not without use. On the contrary, they can play a huge role in the team. Even if you look at the entire Beast Soul Master world, they are very popular. But there is always a trade-off. The biggest disadvantage of auxiliary Beast Souls is that their own combat effectiveness is usually not strong. This also means that Song Lan will be at a disadvantage in the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list, which relies entirely on personal strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to drop so quickly from 10th place to 18th place in just 7 days. Earlier in the dormitory, Lin Yuan also learned in advance who Song Lan would be facing tonight. Number 25 on the Hidden Dragon list, Yuan Lian, has awakened his beast soul to the four-armed ape demon. Although Yuan Lian is ranked below Song Lan, it does not mean that his strength is necessarily weaker than Song Lan. This was because Yuan Lian had no intention of competing for the list. His main way of acquiring cultivation resources was to serve as a hunter of the organization, List Hunters. The so-called hunter, to put it simply, is a thug. In order to ensure its dominance over the Hidden Dragon list, Wu Xiangu also hired a group of thugs. While providing ranking protection for members of the organization, they would also specifically target those who deliberately went against them. Zhao Ming was one of the victims. The injuries on his body were caused by Yuan Lian. In Yuan Lian's eyes, Zhao Ming was just a restless prey. As long as he is eliminated, he will be rewarded by the organization. This is much faster than the ranking rewards, which are only issued once a week. In other words, the number 25 ranking on the Hidden Dragon list was just a random ranking that Yuan Lian gave himself, and it was not his ultimate ranking. For a mercenary like him, ranking is not important at all. As long as the organization needs it, he can lower his ranking at any time and then challenge his prey. Moreover, according to the information revealed by Wang Jinzi, Yuan Lian, like Song Lan, possesses the strength of Beast King level 2-star. But the difference between Yuan Lian and Song Lan is that the beast soul of four-armed ape demon that he awakened is a real offensive beast soul. After the sunset, night naturally fell. Perhaps because it was a cloudy day, there was no trace of stars in the sky, as if a dark curtain covered the entire sky. Lin Yuan and Wang Jinzi walked towards the direction of arena number 7. Because that is where Song Lan and Yuan Lian are going to fight it out. We're finally here. Wang Jinzi looked around and said, it looks like there are quite a few people. Lin Yuan also looked around and found that there were indeed quite a few people sitting in the audience, at least 400 or 500. However, compared with the duel between Wu Xiangu and Wang Linhu, there is still some gap. The auditorium was full of people that day. According to Lin Yuan's rough estimate, there are at least thousands of people. But this is also normal. After all, Wu Xiangu was at the top of the Hidden Dragon list at that time, and Wang Linhu was also ranked 3rd on the Hidden Dragon list. A confrontation of this level would naturally be more eye-catching. In contrast, in the duel between Song Lan and Yuan Lian, the former ranked 18th on the Potential Dragon list, while the latter ranked 25th on the Potential Dragon list. With this ranking, he could only be ranked in the 2nd tier at best among the new talents. The reason why these 400 to 500 people were attracted to come and watch was probably because of Song Lan's identity as the top scholar in Demon City. Many people are curious about what kind of strength Song Lan, the top scholar in Demon City, possesses. Soon, Lin Yuan and Wang Jinzi found a seat near the front and sat down. Since the game hasn't started yet, the two are not in a hurry. Wang Jinzi even took out a bag of tomato-flavored potato chips from the storage batch. After tearing open the package, he grabbed a handful, stuffed it into his mouth, and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. However, he had just eaten halfway when he realized that Lin Yuan had been staring at him. What's wrong? Is it because I eat too ugly? Wang Jinzi scratched his head and handed over the potato chips in his hand. Would you like to try some? This flavor of potato chips is delicious. No, I'm just curious why you also have a storage badge. Lin Yuan stared at the silver badge on Wang Jinzi's chest and asked in confusion, Isn't this something that only Lord-level beast soul masters can get? Oh, you're talking about this. Wang Jinzi smiled and said, this was specially customized for me. It cost me a lot of money. If you don't believe me, take a look. It is somewhat different from the storage badge I got from the Beast Soul Hall. Lin Yuan looked at it carefully and found that the silver badge worn by Wang Jinzi was different from the silver badge lent to him by Zhao Shana. The biggest difference lies in the pattern on the badge. The silver badge produced by the Beast Soul Hall is engraved with the exclusive pattern of the Beast Soul Hall and is easy to distinguish if you observe carefully. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan realized that it was time for him to return the silver badge to Zhao Shana. Although Zhao Shana hasn't asked him for it yet, Lin Yuan still feels a little embarrassed for always keeping other people's things with him. But if I don't have the storage badge, it will become inconvenient for me. It seems that I have to go to the Beast Soul Hall and receive a bronze badge when I have the chance. Although the space of the copper badge is only 10 cubic meters, it is barely enough for Lin Yuan now. Anyway, he just used it to store inferior beast soul crystals. 10 cubic meters of space was enough for him to store tens of thousands of inferior beast soul crystals. However, even if the Beast Soul Hall only charged the cost price for the badge production, a copper badge would cost at least 1 million. But Lin Yuan now cannot come up with so much money. Moreover, Lin Yuan also wanted to continue purchasing beast spirit pills to continue improving his talent. But one beast spirit pill is worth 50,000, which means it will cost a lot of money. Unconsciously, lack of money has become the biggest problem facing Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked, how much did you pay for this silver badge? It seems only about 15 million? Wang Jinzi smiled and said, this storage badge has a total of 50 cubic meters of independent space. Logically, it should cost more than 15 million. However, I know the person who customized the storage badge, so I asked him to give me a preferential price. You know, I usually collect a lot of information. Without a storage badge with a larger space, it would be impossible to store it all. 1,000, 5 million. Lin Yuan widened his eyes and his pupils suddenly contracted. This number really shocked him. You know, the amount he has spent from the time he started practicing till now probably hasn't exceeded 15 million, right? Wang Jinzi spent a full 15 million just to buy a storage badge. The rich second generation is indeed arrogant. Seeing Lin Yuan's shocked expression, Wang Jinzi said nonchalantly, you must think that this is the money my father gave me, right? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Isn't that the case? Wang Jinzi smiled and said, in fact, since I entered the Magic City Beast University, he has not given me any help, let alone a penny. I earned all of this 15 million by selling intelligence. I am different from you geniuses. I don't have the same fighting talent as you. It's not easy to be admitted to the demonic beast capital. I don't know if teacher Zhao Shanha has told you that I have an older brother who is a true genius. In addition, in order to prevent others from thinking that he was relying on his father's influence, he chose to be admitted to Yinjing Beast University. Compared to him, I am just a piece of trash. Most of my father's eyes were on him. However, since I was born into a good family, even if I am useless, I have to cheer up, right? Otherwise, how can I be worthy of my family background? Wang Jinzi shrugged, his face full of smiles. Since you don't have the talent for fighting, then let's start with other aspects. The goal I set for myself is to become the biggest intelligence dealer in China. Of course, this goal is still too big for me. So, my requirement for myself now is to master the intelligence system of the Magic City Beast University first. After all, you have to eat one bite at a time. After Wang Jinzi finished saying this, Lin Yuan's gaze towards him couldn't help but change slightly. He obviously didn't expect that Wang Jinzi had such a clear and definite plan for his future. Controlling the entire Chinese intelligence system is no small matter. If Wang Jinzi can really do it, then his status may even be higher than that of the Beast King level Beast Soul Master. Then, Lin Yuan asked again, are you doing all this just to let your father see your achievements? Do you also want to be like him and get your father's approval? Of course not. Wang Jinzi shook his head and said with a smile, he is my brother, do I have to compete with him for favor? What's more, if you meet him, you will know that people like him are born to be Kuanping above the 9 heavens. As for me, I just need to be a supporting role for him. So, everything I do is to be able to better assist him in the future. For me, that's what I do. After hearing this, a look of astonishment appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Wang Jinzi would give such an answer. Everything he did was so that he could better assist his brother in the future? This made Lin Yuan curious. What kind of personality charm did Wang Jinzi's brother have that could make him willingly do this? Just as Lin Yuan was thinking about this, two figures stepped onto the number 7 stage in front of him one after another. The two people who stepped onto the stage were Song Lan and Yuan Lian. After seeing Song Lan and Yuan Lian enter the court one after another, Wang Jinzi also sat up straight and said in a deep voice, get ready, the game should start soon. Chapter 62 Four-Armed Ape Demon vs Colorful Glazed Butterfly. Seeing that the competition was about to begin, Lin Yuan's expression gradually became serious. I have to say that Song Lan's aura is still very strong. Whether it's his ferocious face or his tower-like body, he looks like a gangster boss in the movies. To be honest, just looking at Song Lan's appearance, it is really hard to imagine that his beast soul would actually be the auxiliary type, 7-colored glazed butterfly. Afterwards, Lin Yuan quickly turned his gaze to Yuan Lian, who was standing in front of Song Lan. This guy's aura is not inferior to Song Lan at all. Not only is he burly, but he is also 1.9 meters tall. It is worth mentioning that Yuan Lian's arms are extremely long and look like an upright gibbon. Are you the one who wants to stand up for that loser? After both parties stood still, Yuan Lian raised his head and stared at Song Lan with an almost provocative look. Song Lan was not frightened, but looked at Yuan Lian calmly and said in a deep voice, "You have gone too far." "Overdoing it?" Yuan Lian sneered. "Do you mean to seriously injure your useless roommate? He himself is not strong enough, but he needs others to help him. Doesn't he find it ridiculous?" Song Lan took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "Don't you, list hunters, really have no scruples when doing things?" "Scruples?" Yuan Lian laughed and said, "If even the school doesn't care about it, why should we worry about it? Besides, do you have the strength to make me worry?" At this point, Yuan Lian narrowed his eyes dangerously and changed the subject. "What a bullshit Demon City #1 scholar. In my eyes, you are as useless as that Zhao Ming." As the atmosphere on the field became increasingly tense, the audience in the stands all cheered loudly. They don't care what grudge there is between Song Lan and Yuan Lian. They just want to watch the two of them fight it out to decide the winner. Song Lan stared at Yuan Lian with cold eyes and said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then I will do as you wish." Beast Soul Fusion. After saying this, Song Lan did not hesitate at all and directly chose to perform the Beast Soul Fusion. The next second, Song Lan's figure transformed directly into a colorful butterfly, emitting a glazed glow all over its body. Looking at the scene before them, the audience in the auditorium couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Is this Song Lan's Beast Soul? Oh my god, it's so different from his appearance. Yeah, this guy looks ferocious, but his beast soul is actually a butterfly? I've heard that Song Lan has awakened a top-level auxiliary beast soul, the 7-colored glazed butterfly. Today, I finally got to see its true appearance. Auxiliary beast soul? Isn't this too outrageous? Then how is he going to fight Yuan Lian? Aren't auxiliary beast souls basically incapable of combat? We'll know once we read on. Maybe there's something special about Song Lan's beast soul. This Yuan Lian is no pushover. Even among the list hunters, his strength is considered to be among the strongest. After Song Lan completed the fusion of the beast souls first, Yuan Lian in front of him burst into laughter. "Is this your animal soul? Ha 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 ha. A cute butterfly. Do you think you're playing a child's game of house? A beast soul like yours should not come here. Just go to the playground. That place is more suitable for you. Ha 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 ha." Facing Yuan Lian's ridicule, Song Lan's expression did not change at all. He suddenly flapped his wings, causing the air to flow rapidly. 2 wind blades condensed out of thin air and slashed towards the direction where Yuan Lian was. Looking at the whistling wind blade, Yuan Lian's expression suddenly changed. He obviously didn't expect that Song Lan would act so decisively. Fortunately, he reacted immediately and rolled backwards. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he still managed to narrowly avoid the 2 wind blades that were attacking him. Kong keng. Accompanied by the sounds of metal clashing, the 2 wind blades hit the ground directly, leaving 2 extremely conspicuous white marks. You know, the floor of the arena is made of special materials. Even a Beast King level attack would hardly leave a mark on it. It is conceivable how powerful Song Lan's 2 wind blades are. Song Lan, is this all you can do? Sneak attacks? Yuan Lian raised his head and his face became gradually ferocious. Song Lan said calmly, "Those who don't respect their opponents will naturally not be respected by their opponents. If you still don't plan to fuse the beast soul, I don't mind making you lose now." "Good, very good." Yuan Lian grinned and said, "You asked for this." Beast Soul Fusion. Accompanied by a beast-like roar, Yuan Lian also merged his own beast soul. And his beast soul is exactly the SS-level beast soul, the four-armed ape demon. In terms of talent, Yuan Lian's SS-level beast soul is indeed a level lower than Song Lan's SSS-level beast soul. But the biggest advantage of the beast soul four-armed ape demon is that it is a real offensive beast soul. After the fusion of the beast souls was completed, a terrifying monster as tall as a mountain appeared in front of everyone. This is a giant ape that is 18 meters tall, covered with black and gray fur all over its body. For huge muscular arms grow on its sturdy body, which looks extremely terrifying. Although Yuan Lian, like Song Lan, both possess the strength of a 2-star Beast King, the pressure he exuded after completing the fusion of beast souls was so great that it could be said that the entire audience was shocked. Oh my god. Is this the beast soul that Yuan Lion awakened? What a terrifying pressure. The four-armed ape demon Yuan Lion is indeed extraordinary. I heard that if Yuan Lion hadn't been working for the list hunter at any time, with his strength, he would definitely be qualified to challenge the top 10 of the hidden dragon list. Alas, the list hunter has gathered so many strong people. It's obvious that they don't want to give us, the independents, any chance to survive. Yeah, either choose to join and pay the membership fee on time every week, or you can only watch those who are weaker than you climb over your head one by one, and you have no way to deal with them. You can't be so absolute. Look at Chu Tianyi. He didn't pay any attention to them at all, but he still climbed to the first place, didn't he? I can only say that in the face of absolute strength, any targeting is a joke. On the way to the top, Chu Tianyi killed gods and Buddhas. He directly stepped on Wu Xuangu to the top, and the latter didn't even dare to fart. It's a pity that there is only one Chu Tianyi. People like us who have no strength and no background should not even think about competing with him. I hope Song Lan can defeat Yuan Lion, which can also dampen the enthusiasm of the list hunter. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. He turned around and said to Wang Jinzi, "It seems that there are many freshmen who are dissatisfied with the list hunter." "That's natural." Wang Jinzi sneered and said, "It was a good list, but it was messed up by Wu Xiangu and his people. It would be strange if everyone didn't feel resentful. However, there is nothing we can do even if we are resentful. More than half of the top-ranked experts on the hidden dragon ranking are their people. Except for Chu Tianyi, who truly managed to break out of the encirclement. Who else dares to say anything more?" Then, Wang Jinzi lowered his voice and said, "You don't know how lucrative it is to monopolize the list. As far as I know, Wu Xuangu gets more than 20 million every week. There is also Shen Song, who ranks second on the hidden dragon list. He is just a name on the list hunter list. He doesn't even need to make any moves. He can still get 5 million dividends every week." After hearing this, a look of astonishment appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. "So much? You know, even if you are at the top of the hidden dragon list, the weekly reward given by the school is only 3 million. And the list hunter, created by Wu Xiangu, can actually provide him with nearly 20 million in income every week? This is a bit too exaggerated. No wonder those who rank high on the hidden dragon list are willing to join the list hunter. It turns out that it is really profitable. To put it bluntly, these people are just sucking blood." Wang Jinzi curled his lips and said, "They want to monopolize the hidden dragon ranking, suck blood from the people in the middle and lower ranks, and extract membership fees from them to satisfy their own selfish interests. This is normal. People are selfish." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "If the list hunter invites me, I probably won't refuse. After all, if you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you'd be a jerk." Hearing the foul language coming out of Lin Yuan's mouth, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but look at him in surprise. "You are more flexible than Zhao Ming, that stubborn guy." "Yes," Lin Yuan said calmly. "Unfortunately, from the moment Zhao Ming was injured, I had already crossed out this option. Since they want to play, then have fun with them." Wang Jinzi turned his gaze back to the arena in front of him. "So who do you think will win between Song Lan and Yuan Lion?" Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "I can't tell for now. In terms of momentum and beast soul characteristics, Yuan Lion is definitely better. However, Song Lan is not a reckless person. Since he chose to challenge Yuan Lion, it proves that he must have been prepared." Wang Jinzi nodded. "I think so too." At this moment, the battle is still going on the ring. Both Song Lan and Yuan Lian have completed the fusion of beast souls. Compared to Song Lan's 7-colored glazed butterfly, Yuan Lian's 4-armed ape demon appears to be more powerful, like a demon descending to the earth. However, even so, Song Lan did not show the slightest fear. He flapped his wings again, and once again condensed several wind blades, which flew towards the direction where Yuan Lian was. However, looking at the attack in front of him, a hint of contempt flashed across Yuan Lian's eyes. He just took a step forward, roared, spread out his 4 muscular arms, and actually used his chest to take all the wind blades. Looking at the scene before them, all the audience present couldn't help but widen their eyes with expressions of disbelief. Yuan Lion's action, isn't it too arrogant? But the next second, an even more shocking scene appeared. The extremely sharp wind blade only left a few very shallow blood marks on the chest of the 4-armed ape demon. To be precise, injuries of this degree are not even flesh wounds. "Is this your attack? It's just like tickling." Yuan Lian's face was full of mockery. The next second, his body arched and his 4 arms dropped at the same time, pressing against the ground. Looking at the actions taken by Yuan Lian, a sense of crisis suddenly surged into Song Lan's heart. At this moment, the huge body of the 4-armed ape demon suddenly jumped up and shot directly towards the direction where Song Lan was like a cannonball. Immediately afterwards, Yuan Lian's roar also exploded in Song Lan's ears. "Watch carefully. How I tear your wings to pieces." Chapter 63: The ability of the colorful glass butterfly. Yuan Lian's decisive kill. Yuan Lian's sense of oppression can be said to be terrifying to the extreme. The four-armed demon ape, as huge as a tall building, jumped high into the air and reached out with both hands to grab in the direction where Song Lan was. Looking at the scene before them, everyone present couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, as if they had foreseen the scene of Song Lan being torn to pieces by the four-armed demon ape. However, at this moment, Song Lan flapped his wings again. The next second, an ancient word emitting a faint purple light suddenly emerged from his body. Speed. This ancient word seems to contain a mysterious power. The dark purple light quickly merged into Song Lan's body. In an instant, Song Lan's speed suddenly increased, and his figure instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared directly in front of Yuan Lian. For a moment, even Yuan Lian couldn't help but widen his eyes. What a fast speed. He obviously didn't expect that Song Lan's speed could increase to such a level in such a short period of time. Before Yuan Lian could react, Song Lan had already used his own speed to force his way behind him. Then, an ancient character emitting a green light appeared on Song Lan's body again. Disease. As the green light merged into Song Lan's body, he flapped his wings again. Several extremely sharp wind blades also slashed towards the back of the four-armed demon ape. However, the wind blade created by Song Lan flapping his wings was accompanied by a green light, and it looked like a tempered blade. Squeak, squeak, squeaka. The strengthened turquoise wind blade obviously has stronger attack power than the previous wind blade. The moment it hit the four-armed demon ape, it instantly tore the flesh on its back. The pain of his skin and flesh being torn apart made Yuan Lian raise his head and let out a roar that sounded like a whine. One can imagine how powerful the turquoise wind blade is. Looking at the scene on the stage, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but show a strange look in his eyes. Is this Song Lan's ability? Wang Jinza nodded and said with a smile, to be precise, this is the ability of the seven-colored glazed butterfly. His amplification can not only be given to others, but also to oneself. Moreover, the ability of the seven-colored glazed butterfly is not limited to this. So, even though Song Lan is a supporting beast soul, if Yuan Lian underestimates the enemy because of this, he will also suffer. After hearing what Wang Jinza said, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nodded. To be honest, this battle greatly changed Lin Yuan's impression of auxiliary beast souls. It turns out that auxiliary beast souls are not without any combat capabilities. The key lies in how the beast soul master uses his own abilities. After a successful attack, Song Lan quickly seized the initiative in the battle. Relying on his own flying ability, as well as the two major amplifying abilities of speed and quickness, Song Lan can almost be said to have completely manipulated Yuan Lian. Although Yuan Lian's strength and explosive power are strong, as long as Song Lan does not reveal any flaws, with his amplified speed, he can completely prevent the former from even touching him. Under such circumstances, Yuan Lian could be said to be extremely frustrated. Fortunately, Song Lan's aggressiveness is not that strong. Even if it was a strengthened green wind blade, it would not be able to cause fatal injuries to Yuan Lian unless it hit the vital points. But Song Lan was not in a hurry. He knew in his heart that as long as he didn't reveal any flaws, Yuan Lian would be unable to do anything to him. As long as the battle continues, you will definitely be the winner. A good battle gradually turned into a tug of war. To be honest, no one expected such a situation. The audience in the auditorium seemed even more astonished. I never thought that an auxiliary beast soul could be so powerful. Nonsense, this is an SSS-level beast soul, seven-colored glazed butterfly. Although the beast soul is powerful, it still depends on the performance of the beast soul master. There is no doubt that Song Lan has used the characteristics of the beast's soul to the extreme, so he can do it so easily. It doesn't seem that easy. The attack ability of the auxiliary beast soul is still too weak after all. I can only say that Yuan Lian has been completely controlled. If there are no changes, it can be said that he is almost certain to lose. If he really loses like this, he will probably be so frustrated that he dies, right? Yeah, he didn't touch Song Lan even once during the whole process. If I were him, I think my blood pressure would have risen. Just when everyone thought that Yuan Lian would be defeated, the latter took action again. Suddenly, a roar erupted from his mouth, and then he rushed towards the direction where Song Lan was. Song Lan's face turned stern, and he flapped his wings again, firing several green wind blades towards Yuan Lian. However, what he did not expect was that in the face of his attack, Yuan Lian did not show any intention of retreating. He let the sharp wind blade tear his body apart, leaving bloody marks, but he didn't even frown, and still rushed towards the direction where Song Lan was. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Jinza couldn't help but ask, is this guy crazy? No. Lin Yuan shook his head and saw Yuan Lian's purpose at a glance. He should want to force Song Lan into a blind spot on the ring. He wanted to limit the space available for Song Lan to move, thus creating opportunities for himself to attack. Wang Jin's eyes widened. You can actually do this? Certainly, Lin Yuan said calmly. This is what makes a ring battle different from an outdoor encounter. Because the combat area of the ring battle is limited, therefore, as long as Yuan Lion continues to compress the space available for Song Lan to move, it is actually equivalent to weakening his speed in disguise. Then, isn't Song Lan's situation very bad? It's hard to say. It depends on how he plans to deal with it. While the two were talking, Yuan Lian had already forced Song Lan to the corner of the ring. If Song Lan retreats again, he will inevitably face the outcome of being out of bounds. But both sides were blocked by Yuan Lian, leaving no space at all. If you want to break through by force, you must face Yuan Lian's attack. But the explosive power of the four-armed demon ape is too amazing, and the defense of the seven-colored glazed butterfly is quite average. If Song Lan was hit by Yuan Lian's full-strength attack, he would be half dead if not dead. Song Lan, your death is coming. Yuan Lian's face was distorted and he roared at Song Lan. At this moment, his body was covered in blood and wounds of varying sizes, all of which were torn apart by the wind blade. Just by looking at his miserable appearance, one can imagine how angry Yuan Lian is right now. Before this, he had never been suppressed in such a frustrating way. The next second, the muscles in Yuan Lian's forearms bulged, bursting out with all his strength, and he rushed towards Song Lan to kill him. Looking at the scene before them, the audience in the auditorium all had expressions of astonishment on their faces. They could all see that Yuan Lian's attack was just out of genuine anger or even murderous intent. Some girls who were a little less courageous even closed their eyes out of fear. However, facing Yuan Lian's fatal move, Song Lan had no place to retreat. If he retreats any further, he will be outside the boundaries of the ring. Doing so would be tantamount to admitting defeat. But the problem is, under such circumstances, even if he did not choose to admit defeat, it would be impossible for him to withstand Yuan Lian's powerful blow. The audience in the auditorium watched the scene on the stage intently. Everyone wants to know, under this situation, what choice will Song Lan make? Chapter 64, the final reversal, Blackscale Fist Blade. And at this moment, Song Lan finally moved. He flapped his wings, and a pair of ancient gray-white words quickly condensed in front of him. Decline. The next second, the gray-white ancient text suddenly turned into gray-white scales all over the sky and drifted towards the direction of the four-armed ape demon. As the gray-white scales merged into Yuan Lian's body, his movements also became slower. Even the power of his punches was much weaker than before. Looking at the scene in front of them, the audience in the auditorium all widened their eyes with expressions of astonishment. They obviously didn't expect that Song Lan actually had such hidden abilities. As an auxiliary beast soul, the colorful glazed butterfly can not only enhance its own abilities, but also weaken the enemy's abilities. Such ability is too comprehensive. No wonder the colorful glazed butterfly is recognized as an SSS-level beast soul. After Yuan Lian's strength was forcibly weakened, Song Lan easily avoided his attack and once again relied on his speed advantage to go behind him. In this way, Song Lan's range of movement will be much wider. He can continue to pull Yuan Lian until the latter is exhausted to death. Although such a battle was destined to be not very exciting, for Song Lan, this was the limit of what he could do. When you deliberately injured Zhao Ming that day, you should have thought of the outcome today. But I can give you a chance. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Song Lan's voice rang coldly in Yuan Lian's ears. However, what he did not see was that Zhao Ming, who had his back to him, had a sneer of contempt on his face. Give up. Are you kidding me? A piece of trash like you is worthy of making me admit defeat. At this moment, a black boxing glove appeared out of thin air in Yuan Lian's hand. I don't know what material this black boxing glove is made of, but it looks like countless densely packed black scales stitched together. Moreover, at the end of the glove, there was a long black blade extending out, emitting a cold metallic luster. Because he was in a blind spot, Song Lan did not see the movements of Yuan Lian's hands, but flapped his wings again. His idea is simple. Since Yuan Lian was not ready to admit defeat, he would naturally continue to attack until the latter completely lost his ability to fight. In an instant, countless extremely sharp green wind blades attacked Yuan Lian's back again. At the same time, Yuan Lian suddenly put the black-scale fist blade on his right arm. There is no doubt that this black-scale fist blade is a beast weapon, and a beast king-level beast weapon at that. The moment it was put on, the black-scale fist blade fit perfectly with Yuan Lian's right arm. Then, Yuan Lian turned around abruptly, ignoring the sweeping wind blade, and punched out suddenly. At this moment, Song Lan still kept a certain distance from him. In other words, his punch was doomed to miss. It was like punching the air. Just as Song Lan was feeling surprised, His eyes suddenly fell on Yuan Lian's black-scale fist blade. The next second, Song Lan finally realized something, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Unfortunately, it's too late. Swish, swish, swish. The black scales on the black-scale fist blade shot towards Song Lan like bullets. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In just a moment, Song Lan's wings were shattered into pieces by these hard and sharp black scales. Under such circumstances, Song Lan's figure inevitably fell downwards at a high speed. Now, it's my turn to torture you, you idiot. Yuan Lian's expression was fierce and ferocious, and the black-scaled fist blade on his right arm pierced towards Song Lan again. Laugh, accompanied by a slight sound of flesh being torn. The black-scale fist blade easily pierced through Song Lan's abdomen. The pain of having his abdomen pierced through instantly was so severe that even Song Lan couldn't help but groan. Then, Yuan Lian threw Song Lan to the ground with his hand, as if he was throwing away garbage. Is this what you are capable of? Trash. Yuan Lian laughed while raising his foot and stomping towards Song Lan without any hesitation. Bang! The four-armed ape demon stomped down with all his strength, and even the entire arena shook. Song Lan's body was fragile to begin with, and after suffering such a heavy blow, he even spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Yuan Lian's extremely brutal behavior, even the audience around him couldn't bear it anymore. Isn't this guy too inhumane? Song Lan has clearly lost his ability to fight, but he still wants to torture his opponent like this. Damn, where's the referee? Why hasn't he come out to announce the result of the match yet? Yes, if the referee doesn't show up, Song Lan is really going to be trampled to death. Fuck, the people from the List Hunter are so ungentlemanly. Don't they really have any moral principles at all? You don't understand. This is Yuan Lian's fighting style. As long as the opponent doesn't admit defeat, he will continue to torture the opponent until the referee comes out. Not only were the audience around them filled with indignation, even Lin Yuan and Wang Jinzi couldn't help but stand up. Wang Jinzi's hands tightly grasped the seat in front of him, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared in a low voice. I wish I could rush up right now and tear this guy apart with my bare hands. No, I want to go up and admit defeat for Song Lan. If this continues, he will really be beaten to death. At this moment, Lin Yuan held his shoulders and said in a deep voice, Don't be impulsive. If you show up now, it will be equivalent to Song Lan breaking the rules. But this guy is so insidious. Wang Jinzi clenched his fists so tightly that his nails seemed to be digging into his flesh. No one expected that the situation would be reversed so quickly. Song Lan forcibly suppressed Yuan Lian for the entire game, but in the end the opponent used a Beast King-level beast weapon to successfully break the deadlock. The reason why Wang Jinzi thought the other party was insidious was naturally because Yuan Lian did not use the Beast God weapon at the first time, but only used it against Song Lan at the last moment. This also made the latter completely unprepared, thus achieving the effect of winning with one blow. But in fact, the use of beast weapons is allowed by the rules. Yuan Lian's behavior can also be explained as his tactics. So, even if Wang Jinzi was extremely angry, he still couldn't do anything to him. Chapter 65 14 days later, I will challenge you. Now, do you regret yelling at me? Yuan Lian laughed grimly and stepped on Song Lan again. Damn it, auxiliary beast soul, just hide behind me obediently. You have no ability, but you still want to stand out. Remember today's lesson, understand? Idiot. Even as he was speaking, Yuan Lian raised his foot again, apparently preparing to trample on Song Lan again. And just at this moment, the referee finally appeared. A pressure from a Lord-level beast soul master immediately spread out, forcing Yuan Lian to pause. Student Yuan Lian, it's almost done. The referee calmly announced the result. Student Song Lan has completely lost the ability to fight. You win this duel. According to the rules, you will replace Song Lan and become the 18th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Does this count as my victory? It's really not satisfying enough. Yuan Lian raised his lips slightly, looking down at Song Lan with contempt. Hey, if you are still not convinced, you can challenge me next time. I will accompany you to the end at any time. However, before that, I'm afraid you'll have to lie down in the infirmary for a few days. This is a good opportunity for you to keep your poor roommate company. Ha 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 ha. Just as Yuan Lian was laughing wildly, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Yuan Lian, you list hunters are really becoming more and more reckless in your actions. A shirtless, black-haired young man with flame tattoos all over his body appeared on the stage at some point. If you want to fight, you can come and challenge me. No matter how big the game is, I will play with you to the end. King Scale Tiger? After hearing this voice, Yuan Lian couldn't help but turn his head, narrowed his eyes dangerously, and stared at the other party. There is no doubt that the sturdy young man standing in front of him is Wang Linhu, who is ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon list. Although there have been rumors for a long time, Wang Linhu and List Hunter do not get along well. But no one expected that he would stand up for Song Lan under such circumstances. Afterwards, Yuan Lion couldn't help but sneer. Wang Linhu, this is a private matter between Song Lan and me. Why are you interfering in it? If you want to find someone to fight, why don't you go find Wuxuan Gu? I think he would be happy to accompany you. Yuan Lian's words undoubtedly hit Wang Linhu's sore spot. After all, he was defeated by Wuxuan Gu in the past. Therefore, there are also many rumors that the bad relationship between Wang Linhu and List Hunter is due to this reason. As expected, after hearing this, Wang Linhu's face instantly turned gloomy. If you say another word, I will tear your mouth apart. Do you believe me? Ha 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 ha. Are you threatening me? Yuan Lion was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. Before you prepare to threaten me, you should first find a way to lower your ranking. You have to know that on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the higher ranking ones cannot challenge the lower ranking ones. However, even if you really lower yourself to deal with me, it would be breaking the rules, and Wuxuan Gu will not let you go. So, Wang Linhu, do you really think I'm afraid of you? After Yuan Lian said this, Wang Linhu couldn't help but frown, because he knew in his heart that what the other party said was indeed the truth. If Yuan Lian wanted to avoid fighting, he had countless ways to choose from. And if I insist on dealing with him, it would be equivalent to making an enemy of the entire List Hunter. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the two. The rules of the Hidden Dragon ranking do stipulate that those in higher positions are not allowed to challenge those in lower positions. In that case, let me, a lower ranking person, challenge you. After this voice sounded, not only Wang Linhu and Yuan Lian, but also the entire audience's eyes were focused on the person who spoke. However, what surprised them was that the person who spoke was a stranger they had never seen before. Who is this person? I don't know. I've never seen it before. It seems that this guy is not among the top few on the Hidden Dragon list. Let alone the top few. Even in the top 50, there is no one like him. Then he still dares to challenge Yuan Lion. Is he looking for death? Not to mention them, even Wang Jinza in the audience had a look of shock on his face at this moment. He obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan was just advising him not to be impulsive. As a result, Lin Yuan had already walked onto the ring just as the referee announced the end of the game. What does this guy want to do? Is he planning to avenge Song Lan? Yuan Lion glanced at Lin Yuan coldly. Who are you? Lin Yuan ignored him and just walked forward and picked up Song Lan, who had regained his human form, by the waist. Song Lan was seriously injured. His abdomen was almost completely pierced. Blood was constantly flowing out of the wound, and his breath was extremely weak. However, even in this situation, Song Lan still managed to hold on and not fall into a coma. After seeing Lin Yuan, Song Lan pursed his lips twice and finally forced out a bitter smile. Sorry, I still lost. It's okay, you did good enough. Lin Yuan said softly, have a good rest, leave the rest to me. Hey, can't you hear me talking to you? Yuan Lion frowned and said in a deep voice, who are you? Lin Yuan then looked at him and said calmly, I am Song Lan's roommate, Lin Yuan, ranked 312th on the Hidden Dragon list. But none of this matters. What matters is that I want to challenge you. After Lin Yuan introduced himself, all the audience members couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. As for Yuan Lian's expression, it was extremely wonderful. Challenge me? Did I hear you correctly? Ha 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 ha. Number 312 on the Hidden Dragon list. You said you wanted to challenge me, but do you know that according to the rules, you don't even have the qualifications to challenge me? Birds of a feather flock together. I say, you guys keep coming here one after another. Do you want me to send your entire dormitory to the infirmary? Lin Yuan looked at him and said calmly, I am indeed not qualified to challenge you now. But after 14 days, I will be eligible. Chapter 66 The First Battle, Beast King Level B Soul Master. 12 days? Why 12 days? Everyone present looked puzzled. However, someone reacted soon. You know, Lin Yuan's current ranking is 312th. Yuan Lian ranked 18th. That is to say, if Lin Yuan wants to challenge Yuan Lian, even under the most extreme conditions, it would take 12 days. That's why he could say such words. This also means that during these 12 days, Lin Yuan must win every challenge in order to achieve his goal. For a moment, even Yuan Lian couldn't help but look at Lin Yuan in surprise. 12 days? Are you sure? Yuan Lian sneered and said, since you are so confident, I will wait for you for 12 days. However, I also hope that you understand that there is a price to pay for speaking harshly. If I don't wait for you, I will come to your door and crush your bones one by one. After saying this, Yuan Lian turned around and walked straight down to the ring. Then, Lin Yuan walked directly in front of Wang Linhu and asked, are you Song Lan's friend? I guess so. Wang Linhu nodded slightly. Before, he and I both disliked List Hunter, so we chatted a little more. Anyway, thank you for standing up for him today. Didn't you stand up for him, too? Wang Linhu smiled and said, okay, let's not talk about all that useless stuff. Send him to the infirmary as soon as possible. Good. Lin Yuan didn't say any more nonsense and carried Song Lan on his back as he rushed towards the infirmary. Wang Linhu looked at his departing back and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. This is really an interesting guy. When Song Lan was sent to the infirmary, he had already passed out due to excessive blood loss. Fortunately, as a Beast King level Beast Soul Master, Song Lan's physique has also been strengthened to a certain extent. Although he was temporarily unconscious, his life was not in danger for the time being. Moreover, the school's infirmary is also staffed with medical Beast Soul Masters with outstanding capabilities. You only need to pay a certain fee to enjoy good medical treatment. During this process, Wang Jinza naturally followed behind Lin Yuan. After settling Song Lan down, Wang Jinza couldn't help but ask, are you serious about what you said on the stage today? Lin Yuan glanced at him and said, do you think I'm joking? Or, do you think I can't deal with you online? Wang Jinza was silent for a moment, then spoke again. What is your current strength? To be honest, among his roommates, he knew the least about Lin Yuan. He also knew that with Lin Yuan's character, he would never do anything irrational because of anger. Therefore, Wang Jinza wanted to know what kind of strength Lin Yuan possessed that gave him the confidence to challenge Yuan Lian. What exactly am I capable of? Lin Yuan smiled and said calmly, wait until 12 days later, then you will know, right? Although Lin Yuan's tone was extremely calm, Wang Jinza couldn't help but feel an invisible sense of oppression. This feeling is like seeing a tiger with its claws and fangs sharpened to an extremely sharp level, about to be released from an iron cage. The next day, 12 o'clock noon, on the number 57 stage. Since Lin Yuan's ranking was too low, he was only assigned a small arena after challenging his opponent. Not only is the arena small, but even the audience seats surrounding it have been reduced in size. However, a battle of this level would not have many spectators watching. Even if there were 20 or 30 spectators, most of them were spectators of yesterday's battle. The reason they came here was just because they were curious about Lin Yuan's strength. After all, Lin Yuan boasted yesterday that he would challenge Yuan Lian in 12 days. This means that during these 12 days, Lin Yuan cannot lose a single battle. Only in this way can he be qualified to challenge Yuan Lian. After Lin Yuan stepped onto the stage, his opponent also quickly chose to step onto the stage. This time, the opponent he challenged was Chen Hai, who was ranked 262nd on the Hidden Dragon list. That's right, Lin Yuan took advantage of the opportunity to challenge a higher-level opponent on the first day, and directly chose to challenge a freshman who was ranked 50 places higher than him. You were so arrogant that you actually jumped over 50 ranks to challenge me. Chen Hai in front of him looked tall and strong. Although his facial features were not handsome, his appearance was above average. At this moment, he was staring at Lin Yuan and said in a deep voice, I have heard something about you. I heard that you declared war on Yuan Lian yesterday, and you even threatened to challenge him in 12 days. I really admire your courage. However, to make harsh words, you also need strength. If you can't even beat me, there's no need for you to even think about becoming an enemy of Yuan Lian. Afterwards, Chen Hai looked around and said with a smile, but it's all thanks to you. Before this, there had never been so many people watching. Lin Yuan looked at him and said, in that case, let's not waste any more time. Fuse the beast souls and fight. It seems that you are really impatient. Chen Hai nodded and immediately chose to merge his own beast soul. His beast soul is a giant sea snake of extremely large size. The scales on its body are as big as a palm, and they sparkle with a cold blue luster under the sunlight. At the same time, Lin Yuan also merged his own beast soul, revealing the true form of the beast soul. The animal souls of these two are quite interesting. One is a giant lizard, and the other is a giant sea snake. Yes, they should all be mutants. I don't think I have seen similar beast souls before. I don't know what the talent ratings of their beast souls are. If you're interested, just go buy 2 copies of the intelligence. With a ranking like theirs, the cost of the intelligence shouldn't be that expensive. I know a little about Chen Hai's situation. I heard that his beast soul is an S-level mutated sea snake, and now he has the strength of an 8-star beast general. 8-star beast general? This strength should at least rank in the top 200, right? Originally, I would have definitely been ranked in the top 200, but the list hunters muddied the waters of the Hidden Dragon list. Even if I have the ability, I may not necessarily get a suitable ranking. After clarifying Chen Hai's strength, the audience in the auditorium once again focused their attention on Lin Yuan. Although the strength of an 8-star beast general is not too strong, it is definitely not weak. They all wanted to know whether Lin Yuan could defeat Chen Hai. Although Lin Yuan had already merged with the beast soul, he did not reveal any sense of pressure. This also led to the fact that they were unable to judge Lin Yuan's strength based on the aura he leaked. Be careful. Chen Hai raised the huge sea snake head and spoke in a deep voice. The next second, his huge body suddenly turned into a dark blue afterimage and rushed towards Lin Yuan. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Yuan had not even reacted before Chen Hai had already entangled his body. You know, the power that a sea snake unleashes when it entangles its enemy is quite terrifying. If it is a battle of the same level, once you are entangled by the giant sea snake, it means you have already lost half the battle. The audience in the auditorium all looked stunned. No one expected that the strength displayed by Lin Yuan would be so unbearable. He didn't even put up any resistance before the giant sea snake wrapped around his body. At this moment, Wang Jinzi was the only one in the audience with a calm expression. Come on, Lin Yuan. Let me see your strength. Although the process was unexpectedly smooth, Chen Hai was obviously not going to miss this excellent opportunity. His sea snake body began to shrink continuously, trying to strangle Lin Yuan in one breath until he completely lost his ability to fight. At this moment, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. The moves are pretty good, but unfortunately, your strength is a little weak. After hearing this, Chen Hai couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. The next second, a huge force suddenly erupted, forcibly stretching his sea snake body apart. This power was so terrifying that he had no chance to resist at all. In just a short moment, Lin Yuan forcibly broke free from the giant sea snake's entanglement. This is the power of the Beast King. After feeling the power erupting from Lin Yuan's body, Chen Hai was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help swallowing. He obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan standing in front of him would actually be a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. Okay, time to end it. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan stretched out his huge claws and grabbed his neck. I give up. Despite having his neck strangled, Chen Hai still managed to make a sound with great difficulty and chose to admit defeat without hesitation. He deserved to lose this battle. In front of a Beast King level Beast Soul Master, he naturally had no room for resistance. After Chen Hai chose to admit defeat, many audience members in the audience stood up excitedly and looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. I never thought. This guy is also a Beast King level Beast Soul Master like Song Lan. A Beast King level Beast Soul Master is actually ranked outside the top 300. Could it be that there was no competition for the ranking before? No wonder he has the confidence to challenge Yuan Lion. He is indeed very capable. It looks like the rankings at the top of the Hidden Dragon list are going to change again. Chapter 67 Wang Jinzi's Plan. Opening the Market. Lin Yuan's first battle ended in a crushing manner. Although the strength of an 8-star Beast General was not too weak among the freshmen, he had no chance to fight back in front of the Beast King level Lin Yuan. Even if he hadn't chosen to admit defeat, he would never have been able to defeat Lin Yuan. Therefore, instead of making a fool of yourself in the ring, it is better to choose to admit defeat decisively. At least you can save some face for yourself. The battle between Lin Yuan and Chen Hai also allowed many people to witness his strength. It turns out that when Lin Yuan said he wanted to challenge Yuan Lian, he wasn't just talking. Lin Yuan, you hit it well enough. After the battle, Lin Yuan just got off the field when he met Wang Jinzi, who came to find him on purpose. TSK, I never thought that your strength has reached the Beast King level. Lin Yuan glanced at him, chuckled and said, Why? Are you trying to get my information again? That's not the case. Wang Jinzi shook his head. How much can you get just by selling your information? But I do have a way to make money. Are you interested? After Wang Jinzi said this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but look at him again. You know, what Lin Yuan lacks most now is money. It costs money to buy inferior beast soul crystals. It also costs money to buy beast elixirs. Creating storage badges, purchasing beast weapons, all of these cost money. In short, if you want to improve your own strength, it is inseparable from spending money. But the problem is that the only way Lin Yuan can get money now is the reward from ranking on the list. Moreover, the rewards for ranking on the list are only distributed once every 7 days. Therefore, Lin Yuan was very curious about what methods Wang Jinzi could use to make money. Wang Jinzi said mysteriously, the intensity of yesterday's battle was quite high. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? This means, the news that you want to challenge Yuan Lion has spread to most of the school. Wang Jinzi said slowly, what's more, you have demonstrated the strength of a Beast King today, which means that this matter will attract more attention. So what? Lin Yuan still didn't understand what Wang Jinzi wanted to do. At this moment, Wang Jinzi laughed. You have to know that popularity means wealth. I won't keep you in suspense. I'm going to open a market. Hearing this, Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, you want to open the market? That's right. Wang Jinzi said in a deep voice, let's open the bet to see if you can go undefeated in these 12 days. So what do you need me to do? Of course I need you to win all the games. Only in this way can we win the money. Wang Jinzi lowered his voice and said, tell me the truth. What is your current strength? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, probably. Beast King level 2-star peak. He did not choose to hide his strength. After all, he would be fighting against Yuan Lian in 12 days. By that time, his strength will naturally be revealed, and he will not be able to hide it even if he wants to. Hiss. After hearing Lin Yuan's answer, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Isn't that stronger than Song Lan? Before this, he always thought that Song Lan was the strongest one in their dormitory. Unexpectedly, there is a guy like Lin Yuan who pretends to be a pig but is actually a tiger. However, Wang Jinzi soon became excited and asked, how confident are you that you can win all 12 games? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, probably more than 95. Those ranked outside the top 20 on the Hidden Dragon ranking should not pose any threat to me. So, if nothing unexpected happens, I shouldn't lose a single game. Wang Jinzi nodded immediately and grinned. That couldn't be better. After the market opens, I will bet 10 million on you to win. We will split the profits 60 to 40. 64. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, isn't it a bit too much? He obviously didn't expect that he could get a 40 profit without doing anything. Of course not. After all, if you want to make money, you are the key. Wang Jinzi said, there are only two things you need to do. The first thing is not to lose a single game. The second thing is to act. And you have to act as realistically as possible. Lin Yuan looked puzzled. Acting? Yes, it's acting. Wang Jinzi said, once the market opens, the odds will naturally change in real time. If the odds are too low, even if you bet 10 million on your winning streak, you probably won't win much. So, if you want more people to press against us, you can't show your full strength. It's better to win every game with difficulty, as if you have done your best. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally reacted. You mean, you want me to play a fake game? How can this be a fake match? Wang Jinzi said seriously. Anyway, you win in the end, right? It just makes the process a little more tortuous. Lin Yuan nodded. Okay, then do as you say. If one can really make money as Wang Jinzi said, then it would naturally be a good thing for Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan believed that with Wang Jinzi's instigation, this matter would inevitably ferment quickly. Fortunately, Wang Jinzi is in charge of everything, so I don't need to worry at all. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan walked towards the direction of the training hall without any hesitation. Although Lin Yuan didn't think that anyone could stop him from achieving victory, he was still prepared to improve his strength as much as possible during this period of time. Only in this way, he will be more confident in the battle with Yuan Lian 12 days later. Demon City Beast University, second cafeteria, third floor. A tall young man with arms as long as an ape was sitting at the table. In front of him, there were 4 or 5 iron plates, all filled with cooked food such as braised chicken and smoked meat. The long-armed young man had no scruples at all. He simply rolled up his sleeves, stretched out his hand, and wolfed down the meat in front of him. The cafeteria was huge and crowded with people, but no one sat at the same table with him. Obviously, they all chose not to get close because they were afraid of this long-armed young man. At this moment, a dark-skinned young man wearing a bone and tooth necklace walked up to him. The long-armed young man didn't even raise his head, still eating heartily, chewing the meat in his mouth, and seemed to have a good appetite. The dark-skinned young man took out a bank card from his pocket, placed it on the table, and moved it in front of the other party. Remember to keep it. This is your reward this time. Chapter 68. Duel with Qi Ying, Lin Yuan's acting skills. The long-armed young man who was eating voraciously was naturally Yuan Lian, who had defeated Song Lan before. After the dark-skinned young man handed the bank card to him, he finally reacted. He turned around, took a look at the bank card, and asked, how much money is in it? 1.5 million. Good. Yuan Lian nodded with satisfaction, put away the bank card, and finally grabbed a piece of braised beef, put it into his mouth, and began chewing it in big mouthfuls. According to the old rules, the organization would pay him 1 million as a reward for dealing with a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. The reason why there are 1.5 million this time is probably because Song Lan's strength is stronger than that of an ordinary Beast King level Beast Soul Master. Even Yuan Lian had to admit that the organization was indeed generous. It is precisely because of this that he is so willing to work for the List Hunter. The young man with dark skin and wearing a bone and tooth necklace who now appeared in front of him was none other than Wu Xiangu. After Yuan Lian took the bank card, Wu Xiangu sat down in front of him very naturally. Yuan Lian looked up at him and asked, anything else? Can I chat with you if I have nothing to do? Wu Xiangu smiled and said, I heard that after you and Song Lan finished their duel yesterday, someone threatened to challenge you. Yuan Lian sneered. He's just a clown ranked outside the top 300. He doesn't even have the qualifications to challenge me. Do you think I would care about such a person? It seems that you are still relatively isolated from the news. What's the meaning? That guy's ranking has now risen to 262nd. Wu Xiangu smiled and said, moreover, in today's duel, he also demonstrated the strength of a Beast King. Beast King level. Yuan Lian frowned slightly, with a look of astonishment in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and said in a cold voice, so what if he really has the strength of a Beast King? Are there not enough Beast King level Beast Soul Masters who have been defeated by me? Of course I know that. Wu Xiangu smiled and said, I don't have any other intentions. I just happened to hear the news and thought I'd stop by to remind you. Yuan Lian glanced at him again and said calmly, don't worry, I will take care of this guy and will never let him cause any unnecessary trouble to the organization. In that case, it couldn't be better. Wu Xiangu stood up and laughed, waiting for your good news. After Wu Xiangu left, Yuan Lian's face gradually became gloomy. Beast King level? I want to see how powerful you are. Time passed quickly, and it was the third day. Since he had just used the opportunity to challenge a higher-level opponent the day before, Lin Yuan could only choose to challenge a freshman who was ranked within 20 places higher than him this time. After defeating Shanhai yesterday, Lin Yuan's ranking rose to 262nd. In other words, the maximum number of opponents he could challenge this time was only 242. It is worth mentioning that in addition to this, the victory in this battle also allowed Lin Yuan to obtain a silver treasure chest as a system reward. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, the last time he obtained a silver treasure chest was after his battle with Wu Mashuan. The two rewards issued by the system allowed Lin Yuan to summarize certain rules. That is, as long as you fight against Beast General level enemies and win, you can get a silver level treasure chest. In addition, there is a certain probability of obtaining treasure chest rewards, and you will not be able to obtain a treasure chest every time you win a battle. Just like last time, I clearly defeated the Beast King level Dark Claw Beast, but the system did not give out the treasure chest reward. If my guess is correct, then as long as I defeat the Beast King level opponent, I will have a good chance of obtaining a gold level treasure chest. Lin Yuan was still very much looking forward to the treasure chest rewards. After all, before this, he had gotten a lot of good rewards from the treasure chest. At noon, on the 53rd stage, Lin Yuan arrived as expected. This time, the opponent he challenged was Qi Ying, who was ranked 242nd. According to the information provided by Wang Jinza, this guy's strength is slightly higher than Shanhai's, reaching the level of 9-star Beast General. Moreover, his beast soul is the Moon Shadow Leopard, which is famous for its speed. I have to say that being roommates with Wang Jinza, an information dealer, does have a lot of benefits. At the very least, Lin Yuan can get all the information about his opponents at the first time and know it clearly. After stepping onto the stage, Lin Yuan looked around and found that there were a lot more spectators today than yesterday. It seems that the battle between him and Shanhai yesterday has made many people understand his strength. Moreover, Wang Jinza also opened the market yesterday. With his help, the popularity of this matter will surely continue to rise. In this situation, as long as you can achieve complete victory within 12 days, you will be able to get extremely generous dividends. Therefore, whether it is to help Song Lan get revenge or for his own interests, Lin Yuan will never lose. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Are you Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan immediately looked up and saw a tall, handsome, silver-haired young man who had also stepped onto the stage and stood in front of him. If nothing unexpected happens, the person in front of him should be his opponent this time, Qi Ying. I'm so unlucky. I was challenged by a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Qi Ying couldn't help but sigh and said to herself, although the chances of winning are slim, I won't give up easily. It's rare to meet a talented freshman, but it would be too boring if we didn't fight. Come on. Let me see how strong you are. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Ying chose the Beast Soul Fusion without any hesitation. The next second, a slender and strong leopard with silver-white fur appeared in front of Lin Yuan. There is no doubt that this is Qi Ying's Beast Soul, the Moon Shadow Leopard. Seeing that the other party was so decisive, Lin Yuan did not waste time and also chose the Beast Soul Fusion. Immediately afterwards, a giant beast like Godzilla also appeared on the ring. After feeling the pressure emanating from Lin Yuan, Qi Ying couldn't help but look stern. It is indeed the pressure of the Beast King level. However, facing a Beast King level warrior for the first time did not make Qi Ying feel timid at all. Instead, he became extremely excited. You know, he himself possesses the strength of a 9-star Beast General. It is only one step away from entering the Beast King level. He wanted to take this opportunity to see where the gap between himself and the Beast King level Beast Soul Master lies. Qi Ying's eyes were extremely hot. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly towards the direction where Lin Yuan was, and actually took the initiative to attack. Looking at the scene before them, the audience in the auditorium couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He actually dared to attack proactively. Isn't Qi Ying too reckless? That's how it looks good. If you keep hiding timidly, it's not interesting at all. Beast General versus Beast King. It's good that they didn't admit defeat right away. Yeah, this guy is really courageous. I don't know how many stars of Beast King level Lin Yuan has. If he is just at the initial stage of Beast King level, then Shi Ying might still be able to fight him. But if he is above 2 stars of Beast King level, then Shi Ying has no chance of winning. After these words were spoken, everyone around showed expressions of agreement. That's right, even among Beast King level Beast Soul Masters, there are differences in strength. Moreover, once one's own strength reaches the Beast King level, the strength gap between each star level will be further widened. If the difference in strength between a 1-star Beast General and a 2-star Beast General is the difference between 1 and 2, then the difference in strength between a 2-star Beast King and a 2-star Beast King is 10 to 20. While everyone was discussing, the Moon Shadow Leopard had already rushed to Lin Yuan with its extremely fast speed. In an instant, the Moon Shadow Leopard's sharp claws swung towards Lin Yuan to kill him. To be honest, although Shi Ying was very fast, in Lin Yuan's eyes, he was full of flaws. The reason was that his intention of attack was so obvious that Lin Yuan saw through his attack route at a glance. As long as Lin Yuan wanted to, he could kill him instantly. However, Lin Yuan did not choose to do so, because he had already discussed it with Wang Jinzi yesterday. Even if you want to win, you can't win too cleanly. If I show all my strength, the odds will definitely not be that high. And if you want the odds to be high enough, you have to act. It was precisely because of this that, facing the Moon Shadow Leopard that had already rushed in front of him, Lin Yuan pretended that he was unable to react and forcibly took the opponent's claw. Laugh. Accompanied by a tearing sound. 3 bloody marks appeared on Lin Yuan's body. Seeing that the attack was successful, a hint of joy could not help but appear in Shi Ying's eyes. He actually injured a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. However, after a moment of excitement, Shi Ying quickly calmed down, because he knew in his heart that he had only gained some advantages by relying on his own speed. Before Lin Yuan demonstrates his strength, he must not take it lightly. Fighting against a Beast King level Beast Soul Master is like walking on thin ice, and you cannot make any mistakes in any step. Thinking of this, Shi Ying narrowed his eyes and became calmer. His biggest advantage is his speed. Therefore, if you want to defeat Lin Yuan, you must maximize your own advantages. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally chose to take action. He just raised his huge black claw and suddenly slapped it in the direction of Shi Ying. Here we come. Looking at the giant black claws coming towards him, Shi Ying's spirit was stretched to the extreme. Without any hesitation, he immediately accelerated his speed to the fastest. The next second, his figure instantly turned into a shadow, and he easily avoided Lin Yuan's claw attack. At this moment, even Shi Ying himself was slightly stunned. Even he himself did not expect that he could avoid the opponent's attack so easily. Moreover, Lin Yuan's claw attack did not seem to be as fast as he had imagined. Could it be that the strength of a Beast King level Beast Soul Master is just this level? No matter what, Shi Ying would definitely not miss this excellent opportunity to counterattack. He quickly went behind Lin Yuan and swung out with his claws, leaving another blood mark on Lin Yuan's back. At this moment, Shi Ying felt that he had completely entered combat mode. That's right. As long as you maximize your speed advantage, you will be able to dodge the opponent's attacks while continuously causing damage to him. It seems that the Beast King level Beast Soul Master is not invincible. Looking at the scene on the stage, the audience in the audience seats all looked stunned, because the scene before them was so different from what they had imagined. Originally, they thought that this battle would be a one-sided crushing victory. But now it seems that Shi Ying's performance is extremely eye-catching, while Lin Yuan has no way to deal with her. Chapter 69. Is this all the strength you have? Is Shi Ying really that strong? He is a Beast General level Beast Soul Master, but he can fight against a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. Is there a possibility that it's not that he is strong, but that Lin Yuan is too weak? Yeah, I've seen Beast King level Beast Soul Masters fight before, and this is totally different from the other level. To be honest, based on the strength he has shown now, he has only just entered the Beast King level at most. TSK, I thought he was so strong, but with this strength, he dares to challenge you online. Let alone challenging you online. Judging from the current situation, it would be great if this guy could make it to the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. It's no wonder that these people have such a low opinion of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's performance today was really disappointing. However, listening to the discussions of these people around him, Wang Jinzi almost laughed out loud. Lin Yuan's acting skills are really good. To be honest, if he didn't understand Lin Yuan's strength, he would probably have been fooled by Lin Yuan. At the very least, judging from the battle between the two, it was impossible to tell that Lin Yuan was acting. All that could be seen was that he was restrained by Shi Ying's speed. This is naturally a good thing for him. The more people question Lin Yuan's strength, the more people will choose to bid against him. This way, you can win more money. On the ring, the battle continues. Shi Ying burst his speed to the extreme, his figure constantly turning into afterimages, wandering around the edge of Lin Yuan's attack range. As long as he finds the right opportunity, he will choose to attack without hesitation, leaving a claw mark on Lin Yuan's body. In less than 5 minutes, dozens of claw marks appeared on Lin Yuan's body. However, during this period of time, Lin Yuan was unable to attack Qiying even once. At this moment, the audience in the stands were already watching the game with a completely joke-like attitude. You know, they were just here to watch the fun. If Lin Yuan was strong enough, perhaps they would cheer him on. But judging from the strength Lin Yuan has shown now, let alone compared with Yuan Lian, there is still a big gap even compared with the average Beast King level Beast Soul Master. If Lin Yuan, a Beast King level Beast Soul Master, was finally defeated by Qiying, a Beast General level Beast Soul Master, it would be truly a laughingstock. On the other hand, Qiying was extremely excited at this moment. He felt that his condition was getting better and better. Every time he dodged Lin Yuan's attack, it was so easy. The timing of every counterattack is so perfect. As long as he could continue to maintain this state, perhaps, he could really achieve the feat of defeating a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. Qiying thought so in her mind, but her movements did not stop at all. Her figure turned into a shadow again, and she instantly circled to Lin Yuan's flank. However, this time, just as his sharp claws were about to swing out again, a huge black claw shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. For a moment, Qiying's pupils suddenly contracted. He subconsciously wanted to avoid the black claw shadow that was coming towards him, but was horrified to find that the black claw shadow had blocked all his escape routes. Bang! Accompanied by a dull bang. Qiying's figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily outside the ring. Looking at the scene in front of them, the audience in the auditorium couldn't help but widen their eyes. They obviously didn't expect that the situation would turn around so quickly. Qiying, who was still fighting with Lin Yuan, was actually slapped out of the ring by the former's claw. It seems that there is still a big gap between the Beast King level Beast Soul Master and the Beast General level Beast Soul Master. Yes, Lin Yuan can make countless mistakes, but if Qiying makes one mistake, he will be dead. If you ask me, this has a lot to do with the characteristics of their Beast Souls. Qiying's Moon Shadow Leopard is a speed-type Beast Soul, and its attack power is pitifully low. It can barely break through Lin Yuan's defense. Although Lin Yuan does not have an advantage in speed, his strength is extremely amazing. As long as he hits him with one blow, Qiying will not be able to withstand it. That's true, but the fact that a Beast King level Beast Soul Master and a Beast General level Beast Soul Master fought like this shows that his strength is still not good enough. With this little ability, he wants to challenge Yuan Lion. It's ridiculous. I heard that someone opened a handicap yesterday, betting on whether Lin Yuan could win all 12 days. With his strength, it might be difficult for him to win all the 12 days, right? It's more than just a little difficult. If he encounters a slightly stronger Beast King level Beast Soul Master, he will definitely not be able to win. If you ask me, this guy can only bully those freshmen at the Beast General level. I'm going to place a bet later. This is simply picking up money. After Lin Yuan defeated Qiying, the freshmen in the audience once again gave sharp comments on Lin Yuan's strength. There is no doubt that after this battle, the number of people betting that Lin Yuan will not be able to win within 12 days will increase greatly. At this moment, Qiying, who was knocked out of the ring by Lin Yuan's claw, finally recovered. However, his eyes were still filled with confusion. Because, until now, he still didn't realize how he lost. He couldn't understand why Lin Yuan would attack towards that position. Could it be that he predicted his attack in advance? Or is it just a case of a blind cat catching a dead mouse? However, there is one thing that Qiying is clear about. That is, although the power unleashed by Lin Yuan's claw was not too strong, the angle was extremely tricky, blocking all his routes and leaving him no room to dodge. Even though he replayed the scene in his mind countless times, the conclusion he came to was the same. That is, he has no way to dodge this attack. This feeling is like being sunk into the deep sea with a suffocating despair. It's not unfair to lose. Qiying released the state of Beast Soul Fusion, slowly stood up, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that there is still a certain gap between my strength and that of the Beast King level Beast Soul Master. However, what made him curious was whether Lin Yuan's claw came close by chance or was intentional. Qiying raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan on the stage. If this last blow showed Lin Yuan's true strength, then the guy in front of him was definitely more terrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 70 Lei Qiming, the battle to restore his reputation. You have successfully defeated a Beast General level Beast Soul Master, and you have obtained Silver Treasure Chest X2. After defeating Qiying, the system prompt sound rang in Lin Yuan's ears. What he didn't expect was that after winning the battle, he actually got 2 silver-level treasure chests. It seems that Qiying's strength is indeed stronger than Qin Hai's. That is why the rewards are so much more generous. After stepping down from the ring, Wang Jinza immediately came up to him with a smile. Of course, I didn't expect that you have such a good acting skill. Wang Jinzi smiled and spoke in a low voice. There are still some flaws. Lin Yuan said. The last attack almost exposed the truth. Those with sharp eyesight should be able to easily see that this last claw is completely different from my previous attacks. Wang Jinzi shrugged and said indifferently, after all, it's the first time. It's pretty good to be able to act like this. Anyway, I didn't see anything. Even if someone does find out, that's fine. The worst that can happen is that I won't take their money. Someone told me before, don't be too greedy and think about making money from everyone. Just make money from fools. Fortunately, there are enough fools in this world. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. What you said does make some sense. Well, if you have nothing else to do, go ahead and do your work. I'm also going to practice now. You are such an ascetic. Don't you have anything else to do besides practicing all day long? Now that you've finally gotten into college, you should at least have a relationship and enjoy life, right? At this moment, Wang Jinzi suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, where is the girl who greeted you before? What's her name? Yes, Su Mushiwei. Why haven't I seen her lately? I thought she would come to watch your game, too. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Only then did he remember that he seemed to have not seen Su Mushiwei for a long time, and he could even say that he had no news of her. I don't know what this girl is busy with recently. After arriving at the training hall, Lin Yuan once again opened an entry-level training room for himself. However, after entering the training room, Lin Yuan did not rush to absorb the inferior beast soul crystals. Instead, he took out the 3 silver-level treasure chests first. Afterwards, Lin Yuan chose to open it without any hesitation. Then, the system prompt sound rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining 10,000 evolution points. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining a beast general level beast weapon. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining 10,000 evolution points. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining 10 high-level beast soul crystals. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining 10,000 evolution points. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining 5 beast spirit pills. The 3 silver treasure chests gave Lin Yuan a total of 6 rewards. A total of 30,000 evolution points, 10 high-level beast soul crystals, 5 beast spirit pills, and a beast magic weapon. Among them, high-level beast soul crystals cost 10,000 each, and 10 of them cost 100,000. 5 beast spirit pills, 50,000 each, 5 of them is 250,000. The most valuable one is the beast weapon. Even the cheapest beast general level beast weapon costs at least 50,000. As for the more expensive ones, the prices range from 100,000 to 500,000. Lin Yuan took a look at the beast weapon he got out of the silver treasure chest this time. It was called Frost Beast Claw. Like the Red Flame Claw he had opened before, both were offensive beast weapons. However, in comparison, the characteristics of Red Flame Claw are more suitable for Lin Yuan. As for this Frost Claw, since I can't use it, I might as well sell it. According to the quality of this beast weapon, it should be no problem to sell it for 200,000 or 300,000. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. It seems that if you have a system, it is not difficult to make money if you really want to. During these 2 days, he only fought 2 battles. The rewards obtained from the battle added up to more than 500,000. As long as he keeps winning, he will get more and more treasure chests. Even if the defeated opponent is strong enough, the quality of the treasure chest will also improve. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had found another way to get rich. In the next few days, Lin Yuan's ranking has been rising steadily. In just 5 days, Lin Yuan defeated 5 opponents one after another, and his ranking has soared from 242nd to 142nd. Unfortunately, in these 5 battles, Lin Yuan only obtained 4 silver-level treasure chests. This was because, among these 5 opponents, 2 were members of the organization list hunters, and their own strengths were extremely inconsistent with their rankings. Under the protection of the organization, we can usually maintain our current ranking. It's a pity that Lin Yuan won't give them this face. Therefore, after facing Lin Yuan's challenge, the 2 of them chose to admit defeat without any hesitation. Since he had admitted defeat before the fight even started, Lin Yuan naturally couldn't get the treasure chest for winning the battle. Moreover, among these opponents, not one possesses the strength above the Beast King level. This also means that Lin Yuan still has no chance to obtain treasure chests above gold level. Fortunately, tomorrow is a new week. In other words, tomorrow, Lin Yuan will be able to challenge everyone who is ranked in the top 50 among him again. The place that is 50 places higher than 142nd is 92nd. Lin Yuan's first reaction was to go to Wang Jinzi to ask for information about his opponent. After he returned to the dormitory, Wang Jinzi was sorting out the information at hand. After seeing Lin Yuan, he didn't seem to be surprised, but instead seemed to have expected it. "You're here to ask me for information, right?" Wang Jinzi smiled and said, "It has been prepared for you a long time ago and has been sent to your phone. You can take a look for yourself." "Thank you very much." Lin Yuan thanked him, then took out his phone and started checking the other party's information. Number 92 on the hidden dragon list, Lei Qiming, his awakened beast soul is Thunder Beast. This beast soul is a powerful offensive beast soul. It looks like a giant blue beast with thunder surrounding its body. It can manipulate thunder at will, and its speed and explosive power are extremely amazing. He once fought against the Beast King level 1-star Beast Soul Master Lu Chanfeng and won. He once fought against the Beast King level 1-star Beast Soul Master Wang Daoshi and won. He once fought against Yuan Lion, a 2-star Beast Soul Master at the Beast King level, and was defeated. Estimated strength, Beast King level 1-star, peak Beast King level 2-star. I have to say that the intelligence collected by Wang Jinzi is quite comprehensive. This information not only contains Lei Qiming's beast soul characteristics and estimated strength, but even his previous battle records are recorded in great detail. It is worth mentioning that Lei Qiming had fought against 1-star Beast Soul Masters at the Beast King level twice and won both times. This means that he definitely has the strength of a Beast King. However, according to intelligence records, the only time Lei Qiming was defeated was at the hands of Yuan Lian. It is probably because of this reason that the intelligence estimates Lei Qiming's strength to be between the peak of Beast King level 1-star and Beast King level 2 stars. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, what are our odds now?" Wang Jinzi grinned and said, 1 to 1.5. In other words, if you can really achieve a complete victory, then the 10 million I invested can at least earn 15 million in return. After hearing this number, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smack his lips and said, "So high. Even if he can only get 40 of the profit of 15 million, that would still be 6 million. For Lin Yuan, this is definitely a huge sum of money. If all this money were exchanged for beast spirit pills, that would be a total of 120 pills. If he could really get this money, Lin Yuan's strength would also make a qualitative leap." At this time, Wang Jinzi said, "Actually, this is nothing. Until now, the odds have been rising. After all, it is generally believed that you can't be a match for Lei Qiming. I can only say that your acting skills have indeed misled a large number of people." After hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. During these few days, his acting skills can be said to have become more and more mature. In these battles, Lin Yuan perfectly controlled his strength to the level of just entering the Beast King level. Just like the duel with Qiang, even a 9-star Beast Soul Master at the Beast General level could exchange a few moves with him. Under such circumstances, these people naturally would not think how strong Lin Yuan was. Then, Wang Jinzi spoke again. "If nothing unexpected happens, I will be ready to close the bet when the odds go up a bit more. Otherwise, when you defeat Lei Qiming, many people will probably react. By that time, I'm afraid we won't be able to maintain such high odds. It's true that we should quit while we're ahead." Lin Yuan nodded first, then quickly reacted. "Does that mean that I don't have to hide my strength in this battle between Lei Qiming and me?" "Of course. Also, I forgot to tell you that Lei Qiming is also a member of the List Hunter. After being defeated by Yuan Lion, he chose to join this organization. So, when you take action, you don't have to worry about anything." At this point, Wang Jinzi grinned, revealing an extremely brilliant smile. "This battle will be the battle for your reputation." Chapter 71. Where is Lin Yuan? The monster city is huge. Training hall. Inside the high-level training room, a beautiful girl was sitting cross-legged and practicing. What is different from the entry-level training room is that the energy here is extremely rich and abundant. Even if you don't actively absorb it, energy will continue to flow into your body. If the energy in the primary training room is just a gurgling stream, then the energy in the advanced training room is a vast ocean. In addition to this, there were dozens of high-level beast soul crystals placed next to this girl. Each of these high-level beast soul crystals was placed in a fixed position, forming an energy-gathering array that not only gathered the energy within the crystals, but also absorbed the surrounding energy. At this moment, the girl was sitting cross-legged at the center of the formation. Every minute and every second, huge amounts of energy were pouring into her body, just like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. Such a cultivation environment is enough to make anyone envious and jealous. Beep beep. Just when the girl was practicing with peace of mind, suddenly, a voice came from the communicator on the waist. Before entering the training room, she had turned off her cell phone, so the only way to contact her was through the communicator. However, logically speaking, if there was no emergency, no one should disturb her. The girl hesitated for a moment, then slowly stood up and left the center of the formation, causing the energy-gathering formation to stop working. Then she took out her communicator and answered the call directly. The next second, a video screen appeared directly in front of her. And what appeared within the light curtain was a familiar figure. This is the advantage of using a communicator to communicate. Not only can you hear the other person's voice, but you can also see the other person's face, which is equivalent to a holographic video call. Yu Qingqiu? What do you want from me? The person who appeared in front of the girl was her roommate Yu Qingqiu. It's nothing serious, it's just that your boyfriend is going to fight Lei Qiming tonight. Yu Qingqiu said, didn't you tell me to remember to tell you if I have any news about him? So, I thought I'd come over to remind you. He's not my boyfriend yet. The girl's pretty face turned slightly red, and she seemed a little shy. Yu Qingqiu jokingly said, if he's not your boyfriend, why do you care about him so much? We're just friends from the same place. It's normal to care about him. The more Su Muxiue spoke, the softer her voice became, and it was obvious that she was lacking in confidence. Then, she asked again with a little nervousness, by the way, how strong is Lei Qiming? And you said you didn't care. Yu Qingqiu smiled and said, Lei Qiming's strength is pretty good. He ranks 92nd on the Hidden Dragon ranking. He has at least the strength of a peak 1-star Beast King. Beast King level 1-star peak? Su Muxiue nodded slightly, and the expression on her face softened a little. Yu Qingqiu obviously noticed the change in her demeanor, and chuckled as he asked, why? After hearing about Lei Qingming's strength, you are no longer worried. Su Muxiue smiled and said, I have confidence in him. I don't know what kind of magic potion this kid has given you. Yu Qingqiu shook his head, then spoke again. Then do you want to watch the duel between him and Lei Qiming tonight? No. Su Muxiue said, I promised Master that I would stay here in seclusion. Before you break through, never leave the training room. Yu Qingqiu nodded and said, okay, I'll go and watch for you. If there's any news, I'll let you know as soon as possible. Thank you, Qingqiu. A hint of gratitude appeared in Su Muxiue's eyes. Obviously, even though she had no way to leave the training room, she still cared about Lin Yuan. It's just a small thing. What's there to thank for? At this moment, Yu Qingqiu seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, by the way, why don't you challenge the Hidden Dragon ranking? With your current strength, it should be no problem for you to enter the top 50, let alone the top 20, right? It should be fine. Su Muxiue hesitated for a moment, then said, but my master won't let me. She thinks it's a waste of time to challenge for that little reward. Yu Qingqiu, if those people out there who are fighting for the top spot hear what you said, I don't know how many people will be heartbroken. However, even she had to admit that Su Muxiue's master was indeed a little too good to her. Not only did he cover all her expenses for cultivation, but he also gave her the best of everything. A high-level training room costs 200,000 a day, and one package is enough for a month. Spending 6 million just so that Su Muxiue could practice with peace of mind. Not only that, he also used high-level beast soul crystals to set up a high-level energy gathering array for Su Muxiue in the training room. Such luxurious training treatment, even if given to a pig, can make the pig's strength increase dramatically. Not to mention, Su Muxiue is a genius with S-level potential. Thinking of this, Yu Qingqiu couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that you two look nothing alike, I would have doubted whether you were your master's illegitimate daughter. 7 o'clock in the evening. Demon City Beast University, Competition Area, Arena number 26. The duel between Lin Yuan and Lei Qiming will take place on this stage in 10 minutes. Why are there so many people? After entering the waiting area, Lin Yuan looked around at the audience seats. He was slightly stunned and spoke subconsciously. What he didn't expect was that the auditorium was full of people. The number of spectators this time was even greater than the previous match between Song Lan and Yuan Lian. Wang Jinza smiled and said, what's so strange about this? Among the people who came here, at least half of them participated in the handicap bet. As for the remaining half, they are here to watch the fun. What? Are you doubting my ability to stir up excitement? I've made a deal with you. After I finish promoting it, not only the people, but even the dogs squatting at the gate of Magic City Beast University will know that you are going to challenge Yuan Lion for 12 consecutive days. After hearing this, even Lin Yuan couldn't help laughing and gave Wang Jinza a thumbs up. Great. Of course. Wang Jinza looked very proud, but my work has been completed. Next, it's up to you. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. At this moment, a burly bald man stepped onto the stage with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. His face was dignified and his expression was firm. He emanated an aura of majesty without even being angry. His eyes, like those of a tiger or leopard, seemed to flash with thunder. After the bald man stepped onto the stage, he immediately looked around. Then he spoke in a deep voice, his voice like thunder in the clouds. Where's Lin Yuan? Chapter 72 The Terrifying Power, Lei Qingming's Shock. After this thunder-like sound rang out. In an instant, Everyone's eyes were focused on the bald, strong man. As for his identity, it is naturally self-evident. Number 92 on the hidden dragon list, Lei Qiming. Is this Lei Qiming? He looks quite impressive. Of course, among the new students who have broken through to the Beast King level, he is considered to be a relatively strong one. No matter what, he is definitely stronger than Lin Yuan. I have watched Lin Yuan's recent duels. He is unworthy of the title of Beast King level Beast Soul Master. Ha 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 ha, great minds think alike. So I just placed a big bet that Lin Yuan won't be able to win for 12 days in a row. What a coincidence. I also bet that he wouldn't be able to win consecutively. Hee, if nothing unexpected happens, today will be the day of harvest. There are actually people who bet on Lin Yuan to win. I really don't know what they are thinking. You know what? If it weren't for these idiots betting against us, we might not have won the money. Ha 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 ha. That's true. It makes sense. There were constant discussions all around. Among the audience present, at least 70 of them were not optimistic about Lin Yuan. This is not surprising. After all, judging from his performance in the past few days, even when facing 8-star or 9-star Beast Soul Masters at the Beast General level, he rarely showed overwhelming strength. There are even many people who privately call Lin Yuan the weakest Beast King. After Lei Qin's screaming formation, Lin Yuan immediately turned around and said to Wang Jinza, "I'm leaving." Wang Jinza nodded and waved his fist at Lin Yuan. "Come on. Rest assured." After saying this, Lin Yuan immediately walked onto the stage and stood opposite Lei Qiming. After seeing Lin Yuan coming on stage, Lei Qiming immediately set his gaze on him, and a playful look appeared on his face. "You are the one who threatened to win all the games in 12 days and challenge Yuan Lion." Lin Yuan raised his head, glanced at the other person, and calmly asked, "Is it not possible?" "Sure." Lei Qiming sneered and said, "It's a pity that your understanding of your own strength doesn't seem to be very accurate. So, let me help you sober up." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Okay." Lei Qiming obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan would give such a reaction. For a moment, he felt as if he had punched cotton and couldn't help feeling suffocated. Fortunately, he quickly realized that there was no point in arguing with the other party. The only thing he had to do now was to defeat Lin Yuan head-on on the ring. Thinking of this, Lei Qiming chose the Beast Soul Fusion without any hesitation. The next second, a giant beast with an extremely huge body and lightning all over its body appeared in front of Lin Yuan. This Thunder Beast is Lei Qiming's soul. Although the talent rating of the Thunder Beast is S level, the growth potential of this beast soul is in no way inferior to that of an SS level beast soul. It is precisely because of this that Lei Qiming is able to possess such strength within less than a month of entering school. What are you waiting for? Lei Qiming took a step forward, releasing a terrifying force, and his voice sounded like thunder. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you merge your beast soul?" Lin Yuan smiled, and also chose to merge his own beast soul. Immediately afterwards, a black giant beast like Godzilla suddenly appeared on the ring. However, because Lin Yuan deliberately restrained his own power, judging from the momentum alone, he was completely unable to compare with Lei Qiming. After Lin Yuan completed the fusion of the beast soul, Lei Qiming spoke again. "I heard that your beast soul's talent rating is only E level. I have to admit that it is not easy to cultivate an E level beast soul to this point. It's a pity that in the face of talent and strength, your efforts are simply insignificant. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. I bet $5 million that you can't win consecutively. Ha 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 ha. Thanks to you, I can actually have some extra income." After hearing this, Lin Yuan finally reacted. He looked at Lei Qiming in front of him and asked, "You bet 5 million on me to lose?" Lei Qiming frowned, sneered and asked, "Do you want me to bet on you winning?" After Lei Qiming said this, those audience members who had bet on Lin Yuan not to win consecutive games immediately felt more relieved. Originally, they were a little worried whether Lei Qiming would play a fake game. Now it seems that this is no longer possible. After all, even he himself bet on himself to win, and he bet a full 5 million. At this time, Lin Yuan spoke up. "It's nothing. I just wanted to thank you. To be honest, 5 million is not a small amount." Lei Qiming's 5 million at least raised the odds to a higher level. This is naturally a good thing for Lin Yuan. However, Lei Qiming's eyes could not help but flash with confusion. "Thank me? Why do you want to thank me?" "You'll know in a moment." According to Wang Jinza, the odds of the handicap have been locked. This means that in this battle, he no longer needs to hide his strength. Lin Yuan suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the direction where Lei Qiming was. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lei Qiming's pupils suddenly contracted. He obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan's speed could be so fast. Didn't the intelligence say that this guy's beast soul is of the power type? Could it be that the information is wrong? Before Lei Qingming had time to think about it, the black giant beast in front of him had already rushed towards him like a chariot. The next second, a giant black claw whizzed through the air and suddenly came towards him. Lei Qingming's eyes flashed. Lin Yuan actually wanted to confront him head-on? Fortunately, what he is least afraid of is a head-on confrontation with others. After all, the strength of the thunder beast lies in its speed and explosive power. A low roar came out of Lei Qingming's mouth, and his strength was instantly concentrated on his right claw. The violent blue lightning also lingered on his right claw, and it suddenly swung out to kill. Boom! In an instant, Lin Yuan's black giant claw and Lei Qingming's thunder giant claw suddenly collided with each other, and a loud bang broke out. Even the air around it began to vibrate. This is the noise caused by a Beast King level battle. Looking at the scene in front of them, the audience around were all excited. And in the next second, something happened that no one expected. After the giant claws of both sides collided with each other, Lei Qingming's figure was forced back more than 10 meters. But at this moment, the most shocked person was Lei Qingming himself. After stabilizing his body, Lei Qingming looked at Lin Yuan again, his eyes full of disbelief. He obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan's power could be so terrifying. When the giant claws collided, he only felt an incomparably powerful force coming from Lin Yuan's giant claws, forcing him to retreat backwards. The force was so great that he still felt a dull pain in his right claw, as if the bone was about to break. Chapter 73: The Final Killer Move, Atomic Breath. Is this true? Lei Qingming was actually forced to retreat by this guy? Is this guy's power so terrifying? Why didn't I see it before? Shit, is Lei Qingming going to lose? No, I bet 500,000. If I lose, I will lose everything. Why are you in such a hurry? This is just the beginning. Lei Qingming's strength has not yet been revealed. You're right. Speed is Lei Qingming's advantage. If he unleashes his speed, Lin Yuan's attack won't even be able to hit him. After Lin Yuan gained the upper hand, the spectators who had placed heavy bets on Lin Yuan's failure to achieve consecutive victories couldn't help but panic. They originally thought that Lin Yuan could never be a match for Lei Qingming. But now it seems that things are not going as they expected. At this moment, Lei Qingming also calmed down. It seems I have indeed underestimated Lin Yuan. This guy's power is greater than I imagined. Not only that, strength alone may not necessarily lead to victory. Thinking of this, Lei Qingming did not hesitate at all and immediately burst out at his full speed. In an instant, the scales on his body began to emit dazzling lightning. At this moment, Lei Qingming's whole body was covered with lightning, as if he had turned into thunder. At the same time, his speed also reached its peak. With a flash of lightning, Lei Qingming rushed to Lin Yuan in an instant, and his sharp claws filled with thunder also swung out to kill. Laugh. The giant claws of thunder instantly tore apart Lin Yuan's scales, leaving several bloody marks. Lei Qingming did not linger in the fight. After a successful attack, he once again relied on his speed advantage to quickly distance himself from Lin Yuan. His way of fighting is similar to that of Qi Ying before. However, his speed is much faster than Qi Ying's. Lei Qingming can be said to have absolute confidence in his speed. Although his own strength is only at the peak of the 1-star Beast King level, but with the blessing of lightning, his speed is comparable to that of the 2-star speed-type Beast Soul of the Beast King level. What's more, his attack is even more powerful than Qi Ying's. Before, Qi Ying only had the strength of a 9-star Beast General. His attack couldn't even break Lin Yuan's defense. But it was different for himself. Lei Qingming was confident enough that within his 5 claws, even if Lin Yuan didn't die, he would be half crippled. However, just as Lei Qingming was thinking this, a huge black beast shadow appeared directly in front of him. Lei Qingming was stunned at first, but after he reacted, a look of horror couldn't help but flashed in his eyes. Because the black beast shadow that appeared in front of him was Lin Yuan. But the question is, how is this possible? How could this guy possibly keep up with my speed? Lei Qingming never expected that even his speed, which he was most proud of, was crushed by the opponent. No matter how stupid Lei Qingming is, he should have realized that something is wrong by now. The strength that Lin Yuan is showing now is completely different from before. In other words, before this guy had been hiding his strength. Damn it, you forced me to do this. After seeing through the truth of the matter, a hint of brutality and cruelty emerged in Lei Qingming's eyes. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to win, there was only one way left. That is to fight Lin Yuan to the end. Lei Qingming did not hesitate at all and immediately pushed his strength to the extreme. Violent lightning surged out from around him, dazzling to the extreme. Then, he opened his huge mouth, and the violent thunder instantly condensed into a huge thunderball in his mouth, emitting almost destructive energy fluctuations. Looking at the scene before them, All the audience present couldn't help but become serious and stared at the scene in front of them intently, because they knew in their hearts that Lei Qiming was going to get serious. In the audience, a young girl with a cold face was also silently watching the scene on the stage. This cold and aloof girl was Yu Qingqiu. Even she had to admit that Lei Qingming's strength should not be underestimated. The ball of thunder condensed from his mouth did make her feel extremely oppressive. The problem is, can Lin Yuan in front of him really withstand Lei Qingming's attack? Yu Qingqiu set his gaze on Lin Yuan. To be honest, she was very curious about how capable the person was who could make Su Muxue fall in love with him. At this moment, the thunderball in Lei Qingming's mouth finally took shape. What surprised him was that during this process, Lin Yuan did not try to stop him, but allowed him to accumulate energy to the extreme. No matter what Lin Yuan was thinking, this was definitely a good thing for him, because only in this way can his power be fully unleashed. However, just as Lei Qiming was thinking this, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Wouldn't it be better if you could show your true abilities earlier? You wouldn't have wasted so much time. After hearing this, a look of anger involuntarily appeared on Lei Qingming's face. This guy actually looks down on me so much. But at this moment, a faint blue and cold energy light suddenly burst out from Lin Yuan's dorsal fin. Lei Qiming was slightly stunned, and before he could even react, an unprecedented sense of crisis had already surged into his heart, because he felt an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation from Lin Yuan. In an instant, Lei Qiming made a decision. No matter what Lin Yuan wants to do, I must stop him before he can. Thinking of this, Lei Qiming did not hesitate at all. With a roar, the thunderball in his mouth spewed out directly and shot towards the direction where Lin Yuan was. But what Lei Qiming didn't expect was that at the moment the thunderball shot out, Lin Yuan's energy was also accumulated. The faint blue light on his dorsal fin was dazzling to the extreme. Destructive nuclear energy gathered and formed in Lin Yuan's huge mouth, and then suddenly turned into a beam of energy emitting a faint blue light, and suddenly shot out towards Lei Qiming in front. This is Godzilla's ultimate skill, and also Lin Yuan's trump card. Atomic breath. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. The energy fluctuations that were close to destroying the heavens and the earth suddenly swept in all directions. Chapter 74. The Beast King level divine weapon, the Claw of Blue Thunder. The atomic breath that exuded a destructive aura immediately collided with the violent thunderball. The next second, the lightning ball in front of him suddenly began to twist violently. Bang. Immediately afterwards, there was a dull bang. This violent lightning ball was actually directly pressed by the atomic breath and exploded, scattering into lightning all over the sky. Looking at the scene before them, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. Even Lei Qingming's eyes couldn't help but flash with a look of extreme horror and disbelief. This is impossible. He could not accept that an attack in which he had used all his strength was crushed so easily by Lin Yuan. After piercing through the thunderball, the atomic breath remained powerful as it continued to penetrate in the direction of Lei Qiming. Boom. At such a close distance, Lei Qiming had no way of dodging. The atomic breath hit his body like an angry dragon. The terrifying energy fluctuations instantly tore apart the scales on his chest. The huge impact force blasted him directly out of the ring. Looking at the scene before them, everyone in the audience couldn't help but look shocked. Before the battle began, no one had expected that the duel between Lin Yuan and Lei Qiming would end in this way. The previously arrogant Lei Qiming was actually killed instantly by Lin Yuan. Even Yu Qingqiu's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. But what shocked her was not that Lin Yuan could kill Lei Qiming in seconds, but the strength that Lin Yuan displayed. Even though he was sitting in the audience, Yu Qingqiu could still feel how powerful Lin Yuan's atomic breath was. You know, Yu Qingqiu's strength is even stronger than Lei Qiming, reaching the level of 2-star Beast King. However, when Yu Qingqiu brought his perspective into Lei Qiming, she discovered that even she could not withstand Lin Yuan's attack. After they realized what was happening, the audience in the auditorium immediately became completely excited. Fuck, is this true? Lin Yuan actually won. Ha 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 ha, that's awesome. Fortunately, I had a keen eye and bet 200,000 on Lin Yuan. It's only 200,000, and you look so happy. Hee, a small profit is still a profit. It's better than betting heavily on Lei Qiming. Damn it, how could Lei Qiming be so trash? He is just a waste, it's so unlucky. Come on, stop yelling about losing money. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lei Qiming is already strong enough, but Lin Yuan is only stronger. You're right. It's unbelievable. This guy is actually an E-level beast soul. E-level beast souls can possess such terrifying strength. They are simply the most ruthless of ruthless people. After hearing this, everyone remembered that Lin Yuan's talent rating seemed to be only E. At this moment, these people felt that their cognition was about to be overturned. E-level talent can actually be this strong? Are you kidding me? After defeating Lei Qiming, The system prompt sound also rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Beast King level Beast Soul Master and receiving the reward, Gold Treasure Chest X1. After hearing the system prompt sound in his ear, a hint of joy appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. Sure enough, just as he expected, the stronger the enemy, the higher the level of the treasure chest he would get. And the one who defeats the Beast King level opponent will receive a gold level treasure chest. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan chose to open it without any hesitation. Only Lin Yuan himself can see the treasure chest rewarded by the system, which saves him a lot of trouble. Along with a flash of dazzling golden light, the gold-level treasure chest that had just been obtained opened directly in front of Lin Yuan. Then, the system prompt sound rang in Lin Yuan's ears again. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the gold treasure chest and obtaining 50,000 evolution points. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining a Beast King level beast weapon. The gold treasure chest is the same as the silver treasure chest and also only has 2 rewards. However, the number of evolution points increased from 10,000 to 50,000. Of course, the most important thing is that this time, Lin Yuan directly took out a Beast King level beast weapon from this golden treasure chest. You know, the value of a Beast King level beast weapon is much higher than that of a Beast General level beast weapon. The price of a Beast General level beast weapon is usually between tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. Basically, a price of more than 500,000 is considered a high price. But the Beast King level beast weapons are completely different. Even the cheapest Beast King level beast god weapon costs over 1 million. As for those high-quality Beast King level beast weapons, the selling prices are easily hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. Before this, the most expensive beast weapon Lin Yuan had ever seen was priced at 55 million. This is simply a sky-high price for him. However, it is easy to understand why the Beast King level beast god weapons are so expensive. Because, for many people, the Beast General level is just a transitional stage. Just like Lin Yuan, he actually did not stay at the Beast General level for too long, and was quickly promoted to the Beast King level. After his own strength reached the Beast King level, the increase in his strength from the Beast General level Beast Divine weapon was no longer very significant. Under such circumstances, anyone with some financial means would choose to purchase better Beast King level beast weapons. At the same time, it is not so easy to break through from the Beast King level to the Lord level. Generally speaking, a Beast King level beast weapon should be able to be used for a long time. It is precisely because of this that the price of the Beast King level Beast Divine weapon is so much higher than that of the Beast General level Beast Divine weapon. After finding a Beast King level beast weapon, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately opened his backpack, wanting to see what kind of beast weapon it was. He saw a pair of giant claws that seemed to be surrounded by violent lightning and immediately appeared in front of him. Under Lin Yuan's gaze, the attributes of the pair of giant thunder claws also appeared before his eyes. Claw of Thunder Beast God Weapon. Level: Beast King. Introduction. When attacking the enemy, violent lightning will linger on your claws, increasing your attack speed while causing a large amount of lightning damage to the enemy. Thunder will tear everything apart. Chapter 75. Even a lion needs to use all its strength to fight a rabbit. After seeing the attribute description of the pair of Song Lei claws in front of him, a look of surprise appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that he would actually draw out another beast claw-type beast weapon. Moreover, it has thunder attribute. In terms of attributes alone, this pair of Song Lei claws is definitely stronger than Lin Yuan's previous Crimson Flame claws. This has nothing to do with the attributes, it's just that these two beast weapons, one is at the Beast King level, and the other is at the Beast General level, so there is no comparability between them. Therefore, after obtaining the Song Lei claws, the Song Yin claws will be eliminated. Even if it is a Beast General level beast weapon, it can be sold for a good price if it is taken to the Beast Soul Palace. Just as Lin Yuan was still studying the beast weapon he had just obtained, Wang Jin's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Yuan, what are you doing? Come down quickly. Lin Yuan then realized that he was still on the stage. Without any hesitation, he walked straight down the stage. Wang Jinza immediately came up to him like a lackey and said with a grin, Lin Yuan, you won beautifully. Didn't you see the expressions of those people in the audience? They looked as if they had eaten a fly. Ha 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 ha, this group of people actually looked down on you before. Now it's probably too late for them to regret it. Lin Yuan chuckled and said, if they think highly of me, how can we make money? After hearing this, Wang Jinza was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Great, that's the truth. However, soon, Wang Jin's laughter suddenly stopped. Because a figure blocked their way. Lin Yuan looked up and found that the person in front of him was tall and had arms as long as an ape. It was Yuan Lian. After seeing Yuan Lian, Lin Yuan and Wang Jin's faces couldn't help but become gloomy. However, Yuan Lian clapped his hands gently and said with a smile, I watched the match between you and Lei Qiming. It was really exciting. I have to admit that you are indeed qualified to challenge me. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Wang Jinzhe on the side said coldly, "So, what do you want to say?" "Nothing." Yuan Lion smiled and said calmly, "I just want to ask, how are your two roommates recovering? Is he still lying in the infirmary?" Lin Yuan looked at him and said calmly, "I'm afraid this is not something you should care about, right? Just asking casually." Yuan Lion gradually stopped smiling and said jokingly, "After all, in a few days, you should go and accompany them. Oh, by the way, I didn't spend as much time as you did when I defeated Lei Qiming. Goodbye, and good luck." After saying this, Yuan Lian walked straight past Lin Yuan and Wang Jinzhe without even looking back at them. After Yuan Lian left, Wang Jinzhe couldn't help but clench his fist and said angrily, "This guy actually wants to demonstrate in front of us. This is simply too much." However, Wang Jinzhe discovered that from beginning to end, Lin Yuan's expression did not change at all. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. "Aren't you angry?" "There's nothing to be angry about. Just treat it as a dog barking." Lin Yuan said calmly, "The happier he is laughing now, the uglier his death will be." In the next few days, Lin Yuan's ranking is still steadily improving. 92, 72, 52, 32. In just 3 days, Lin Yuan's ranking jumped from 92nd to 32nd. Although the opponents during these 3 days were all Beast King level beings, Lin Yuan was able to easily win every time. Even after equipping the Tsang Lei Claw, Lin Yuan did not even need to use the atomic breath to kill those 1-star Beast King level Beast Soul Masters in seconds. This also means that Lin Yuan finally has the qualifications to challenge Yuan Lian. Although Yuan Lian defeated Song Lan and replaced Song Lan's ranking, he was only ranked 18th. There is only a gap of 14 places between the 18th and 32nd place. By tomorrow, Lin Yuan will be able to challenge Yuan Lian. Of course, before that, Lin Yuan was also preparing to improve his strength one last time. During this period, although Lin Yuan had to challenge an opponent every day, he still stayed in the training hall during the rest of the time, absorbing the energy within the inferior beast soul crystals. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan's accumulated evolution points have reached 2.4 million. Of course, not all of these evolutionary points were obtained by Lin Yuan absorbing nuclear radiation. Another part was opened by Lin Yuan from the golden treasure chest. After all, during these 3 days, Lin Yuan defeated 3 Beast King level opponents in a row, and naturally obtained 3 golden treasure chests. It's a pity that among these 3 golden treasure chests, Lin Yuan did not get any good things like the Beast King level Beast Divine Weapon. Most of them are things like Beast Spirit Pills, high-level Beast Soul Crystals, evolution points, etc. But no matter what, using these evolution points to break through to the 3-star level of the Beast King is definitely more than enough. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately prepared to start evolving. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and spoke silently in his heart. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase the hardness of the scales. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase the sharpness of the beast's claws. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase the sharpness of the teeth. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase the capacity of the biological nuclear reactor. This time, Lin Yuan chose to gradually consume evolution points just like before. In this way, we can not only ensure the efficiency of evolution, but also enable the body to adapt to the intensity after evolution as quickly as possible and maximize the utilization of evolution points. As the evolution points continued to be consumed, the aura emanating from Lin Yuan also began to gradually rise. Finally, after consuming 1 million evolution points, the bottleneck that restricted Lin Yuan like shackles was directly broken through. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt that the blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and the power in his body continued to surge out, as if it were inexhaustible. Roar. Lin Yuan raised his head and couldn't help but let out a roar from the depths of his throat. With this beast roar, even the entire beginner training room began to tremble. When the qi and blood in his body gradually calmed down, Lin Yuan's own strength also successfully broke through from the peak of Beast King level 2-star to Beast King level 3-star. This means that his strength has reached a new level again. After consuming 1 million evolution points, Lin Yuan only had 1.4 million evolution points left. It is naturally impossible to break through to the 4-star Beast King level with 1.4 million evolution points. Even breaking through to the peak of the 3-star Beast King level might not be enough. After all, as one's own strength level becomes higher and higher, the number of evolution points required for breakthroughs also increases. However, even if there was no way to break through, Lin Yuan still chose to use all the remaining evolution points to strengthen his own strength. No matter what, it is good to be able to make yourself stronger. What's more, tomorrow will be the decisive battle between Lin Yuan and Yuan Lian. You know, even a lion needs to use all its strength to fight a rabbit. There is no way Lin Yuan would take such a thing lightly. 15 minutes later, The remaining 1.4 million evolution points were also consumed by Lin Yuan. Just as he expected, these evolution points only helped him consolidate his current strength, and at most he barely reached the mid-3-star level of the Beast King. But no matter what, this is already the limit of what Lin Yuan can reach now. What he has to do next is to wait for the showdown with Yuan Lian tomorrow. Chapter 76. I bet on myself to win the 6 million. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day. Wang Jinzi got up very early for the first time. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes on his bed in the dormitory, he had already started washing up. It was even still light outside. Lin Yuan got up, walked to Wang Jinzi's side, turned on the faucet, and washed his face with cold water to make himself feel more energetic. Then, he turned around and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Why are you getting up so early?" "I can't help it. I'm too excited to fall asleep. I just got up." Wang Jinzi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Whether it's for our dignity or for the injured Song Lan and Zhao Ming, you have to beat up Yuan Lian today." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you get up earlier. The game will still start at 1 p.m. If you feel sleepy later, you can sleep for a while." "How can I sleep like this?" After saying this, Wang Jinzi seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "By the way, I have already transferred the dividends to your card. The total revenue is 15 million. According to the previous distribution plan, I will get 60 and you will get 40. I will give you a total of 6 million. Lin Yuan nodded. "Thank you." It just so happened that the inferior beast soul crystals were almost absorbed. Lin Yuan was just planning to find some time to go to the beast soul hall to buy some things he could use, such as beast soul pills, inferior beast soul crystals, storage rings, and armor-type beast king-level beast weapons. But purchasing these things would definitely cost a lot of money. The 6 million from Wang Jinzi can be said to have solved his urgent needs. And Lin Yuan would not be jealous of Wang Jinzi for getting 9 million without doing anything. After all, even the 10 million yuan of capital was put up by him, so in a sense, he also took certain risks. If he was really selfish, he wouldn't even give Lin Yuan any of the 6 million. Then, Wang Jinzi spoke again. "By the way, just 2 days ago, I opened a new market." After hearing this, Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. "What is the odds between me and Yuan Lian?" Wang Jinzi snapped his fingers. "Congratulations, the answer is correct." Lin Yuan immediately asked, "What are the odds?" 1 to 1.2. Wang Jinzi shook his head and said, "After you showed your strength, those people have learned their lesson and are no longer willing to place big bets, so the odds are not very high. That is to say, if I bet 10 million and you win, we can only get 12 million in profit. How about it? How about we split the profits 50 to 50 like before?" However, Lin Yuan said, "No need." Wang Jinzi obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan would give such an answer. After being stunned for a few seconds, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but ask, "You are not confident that you can beat Yuan Lian, right?" "Of course not." Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "It's just that I have money now, so I can place my own bets. Didn't you just give me 6 million in dividends? I'll take this money and bet it all on myself to win." After hearing this, Wang Jinzi's eyes lit up again. He patted Lin Yuan's shoulder fiercely and said unhappily, "Damn, you scared me. I was wondering how you could be so unconfident." Lin Yuan smiled and didn't respond. Then, Wang Jinzi spoke again. "By the way, since the competition doesn't start until 1 p.m., what are you going to do in the morning? Are you going to practice again?" It is no wonder that Wang Jinzi would make such a guess. After all, based on his understanding of Lin Yuan's character, this guy is indeed capable of doing such a thing. "There's only half a day left, so I won't practice." Lin Yuan said, "If you're all right, come with me to the infirmary to see Zhao Ming and Song Lan after breakfast." Wang Jinzi was slightly stunned at first, then nodded heavily. "Okay." The two of them had a quick breakfast in the school cafeteria and then went straight to the infirmary. Since Zhao Ming was injured early, he recovered faster. When Lin Yuan and Wang Jinzi went there, they happened to see Zhao Ming getting up and exercising. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to recover to normal. After seeing the two of them, Zhao Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "Why are you here? Does a father need a reason to look after his son?" Wang Jinzi smiled frivolously and threw the bun in his hand over. "Come on, Dad just bought you some meat buns from the third canteen. They're still hot." Zhao Ming steadily caught the bag of hot buns, took one out and stuffed it into his mouth impatiently. The moment he bit open the bun skin, the gravy inside splashed out and the meaty aroma instantly filled his entire mouth. After just 2 or 3 bites, Zhao Ming finished the meat bun. He then couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said with admiration, "The buns in the third canteen are so delicious. The skin is thin and the meat is thick. I've been craving this for a long time." "Okay, don't eat them all. Remember to leave a few for Song Lan." Wang Jinzi looked Zhao Ming up and down and couldn't help but say, "I see you've almost recovered. Why are you still hanging around here?" "What do you mean by staying here?" "I just want to observe for a few more days. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone." Besides, it hasn't even been 100 days yet. Zhao Ming grabbed another bun, but his eyes drifted to Song Lan beside him. Besides, if I stay here, I can also accompany Song Lan. After hearing this, Lin Yuan and Wang Jinza both understood. In fact, given Zhao Ming's recovery, you should be able to leave the infirmary. The main reason why he stayed here was to accompany Song Lan. After all, in his eyes, Song Lan was injured because he stood up for him. At this moment, Lin Yuan and Wang Jinza also noticed Song Lan on the other bed. Song Lan was seen with bandages wrapped all over his body. His face looked a little pale. He just lay there quietly, not saying a word, as quiet as a plant. From Song Lan's pale face, it is not difficult to tell that his injuries have not yet fully recovered. Of course, there is a reason for this. After all, the injuries Song Lan suffered at the time were too serious. Even his entire abdomen was pierced and torn apart by Yuan Lian's black-scale fist blade. If Song Lan himself was not a Beast King-level Beast Soul Master with a strong enough physique, and if he had not been sent to the infirmary for treatment immediately after the battle, he might not even have survived such serious injuries. From this, it is not difficult to see how cruel Yuan Lian's methods are. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but become even colder. After eating 2 meat buns, Zhao Ming brought the remaining buns directly to Song Lan's bedside and said with a smile, "Have some buns." Lin Yuan and Wang Jinza brought them to us from the 3rd canteen. Song Lan raised her head and glanced at Zhao Ming first, then turned her head and glanced at Lin Yuan and Wang Jinza, and said softly, "Thank you." Then he reached out, picked up a bun, put it in his mouth and began to chew it slowly. Lin Yuan could notice that Song Lan looked lonely and dejected. Of course, he knew in his heart that the reason why Song Lan was so depressed was not entirely because his injuries had not yet recovered, but because of his state of mind. What Yuan Lian crushed was not only Song Lan's body, but also his heart and dignity. A gifted child like Song Lan, who was admitted to the Magic City Beast University as the top student in the Magic City, no matter how calm and humble he appears, he is still arrogant in his heart. But this arrogance was shattered by Yuan Lian himself. When people experience failure, the first reaction is to doubt themselves. If you can get out of it, you will be able to usher in transformation and rebirth. But if you can't get out of it, you will be trapped for the rest of your life. And no one can help him with this kind of thing. Looking at the black man who was as tall as an iron tower chewing the bun in his hand silently, even Wang Jinza couldn't help but feel sad. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "Okay, stop looking serious. Today is the day when Lin Yuan and Yuan Lian will face off. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to avenge you two today." After hearing this, Song Lan's expression finally changed. He looked up and said in astonishment, "Today, Lin Yuan is going to duel with Yuan Lian." Chapter 77. The feud is over. Not to mention Song Lan. Even Zhao Ming, who was standing by, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Looking at the expressions of the two people, Wang Jinza couldn't help scratching his head and said, "Don't you know anything about this?" Zhao Ming said frantically, "Nonsense. We are both lying in the infirmary. How could we possibly know? Tell me quickly what's going on." Wang Jinza did not keep Zhao Ming in suspense and directly told him the whole story. After listening to the whole story, Zhao Ming's eyes widened even wider, full of disbelief. "Fuck, Lin Yuan. No way. When did you become so fierce? You only took 12 days to go from over 300th place to 32nd place. You are too strong." This incident seemed to have really shocked Zhao Ming so much that he began to stutter when he spoke. Before this, he only knew that Lin Yuan was a cultivation maniac. As for Lin Yuan's strength, in Zhao Ming's opinion, it was at most equal to his. After all, Lin Yuan's initial ranking on the Hidden Dragon list was only 312th. Wang Jinza also said that what Lin Yuan awakened was just an E-level beast soul. He never thought that Lin Yuan's strength could be so strong. 12 consecutive days of victory. In the last 3 games, they were even fighting against Beast King-level Beast Soul Masters. Although Zhao Ming still doesn't know how strong Lin Yuan is, this has completely overturned his cognition. Song Lan, who was standing by, also had a look of surprise in his eyes. However, he didn't behave as out of control as Zhao Ming. After recovering from his shock, Zhao Ming couldn't help but ask, "Lin Yuan, are you really confident that you can beat Yuan Lian?" Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Wang Jinza spoke first. "Don't worry, Yuan Lian is nothing. Lin Yuan can smash his head in a minute." "Fuck, if you say that, I'll be excited." Zhao Ming immediately said, "No, I want to watch today's game too." Lin Yuan at the side couldn't help but laugh and said, "You are so easy to fool. You believe whatever Wang Jinza says." "Of course I don't believe him. I believe you." Zhao Ming said seriously, "I believe you can smash Yuan Lian's head. At the very least, that grandson must be unable to get out of bed for half a year." An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, that's fair. At this moment, Song Lan suddenly said, be careful. Yuan Lion is very strong. After hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately looked in the direction where Song Lan was. Then, Song Lan continued, even if you are strong, you must be careful when facing Yuan Lion. During this time, I have been replaying the battle between him and me in my mind. Originally, I thought that he used the power of the beast god weapon to injure me so badly. But then I realized that's not the case at all. In fact, even without that beast weapon, I would most likely not be his opponent. I initially thought that I was on par with him, but that was just my wishful thinking. Moreover, after reviewing the final match, I realized that in the match between Yuan Lion and me, he might not have even tried his best. Not trying your best. After hearing this, Wang Jinza couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise in his eyes. Because, in his opinion, the duel between Song Lan and Yuan Lian could be regarded as a contest between top talented freshmen. If Song Lan wasn't an auxiliary beast soul and Yuan Lian also possessed a beast king level beast weapon, the duel might not have been so easily decided. However, Song Lan now says that Yuan Lian at that time did not try his best. While Song Lan was speaking, there was no trace of surprise in Lin Yuan's eyes. He just kept his gaze on Song Lan's face. Because he and Song Lan made the same judgment. That is, what Yuan Lian showed in that battle might not necessarily be his full strength. What really surprised Lin Yuan was Song Lan's character. Lin Yuan obviously did not expect that even after experiencing such a tragic failure, Song Lan could still calm down, review, and analyze the gap between himself and Yuan Lian. It seems that I was worrying too much. This failure is not enough to trap Song Lan. What doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. Then, Lin Yuan said softly, thank you for the reminder, but I won't lose. Noontime. The time has come to 12:30. Although the duel between Lin Yuan and Yuan Lian would not begin for another half an hour, at this moment, the audience seats around the number 3 ring were full of people. Those who come late can only sit in the back row. After seeing the scene in front of him, Zhao Ming was shocked. Why are there so many people? Zhao Ming looked around and said blankly, this probably attracted more people than the previous duel between Song Lan and Yuan Lian. Of course, after all, this matter has been brewing for 12 days, and almost half of the school knows about it. Wang Jinza lowered his voice and said, what's more, I opened the odds. Zhao Ming was slightly stunned. Odds? What odds? Wang Jinza did not hide anything and immediately explained it to Zhao Ming. After listening to Zhao Ming's explanation, the expression on Zhao Ming's face can be said to be extremely wonderful. There is actually such an operation. After a moment of shock, Zhao Ming couldn't help but ask, then I want to bet on Lin Yuan now. Is there still a chance? It's too late. Wang Jinza shook his head and said, the game was closed 2 hours before it started. Although I opened this betting, there is still a notary public, so I can't be partial. It's just a market opening. Why make it so complicated? Zhao Ming curled his lips and said, since I can't bet on it, then let it go. I don't have much money anyway. At this moment, Zhao Ming seemed to suddenly discover something. He stretched out his hand and pointed towards the front row of the audience seats opposite him, saying, look, even Wu Xuangu is here. After hearing this, Wang Jinza immediately raised his head and looked in the direction of Zhao Ming's finger. Sure enough, he saw a young man with dark skin and wearing a bone and tooth necklace in the front row. It was Wu Xuangu. This guy really came. Wang Jinza narrowed his eyes and sneered, but this is also normal. Among Lin Yuan's 12 consecutive victories, at least 1/3 of the victories were won by members of the list hunters. If we take into account the previous conflicts, the feud between us and the list hunters is over. Let's just die together. Zhao Ming didn't care. Such an organization should not exist. It has made such a good list a mess. Those who are ranked at the top are all members of the list hunters. Those who are capable of being on the list are pushed to the back. What the hell is going on? Wang Jinza smiled and said, even if you don't like it, you still have to consider your own strength, right? People like you, who have no ability but still like to stand out, end up with their bones broken. Zhao Ming was choked by Wang Jinza's words and was speechless. His face flushed as he argued, broken bones are nothing. I have the right path in my heart. At this moment, a low and heavy voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Is anyone here? If no one is here, can I sit here? Chapter 78, I wish I could be like Chu Tianyi. This sudden voice naturally attracted the attention of Zhao Ming and Wang Jinza. They both turned their heads and saw a burly young man in black clothes standing in front of them. And on his arm, there is a flame tattoo that is not covered by his clothes. There is no doubt that this burly young man is Wang Linhu, who is ranked 6th on the current potential dragon list. Even though Wang Linhu was defeated by Wu Xiangu before, and his ranking later dropped from 3rd to 6th, no one would question his strength. After all, among the freshmen of Magic City Beast University, Wang Linhu is still at the top of the pyramid. After being stunned for a few seconds, Wang Jinza finally reacted. Of course, there is no one here. Just sit down if you want. Thanks. Wang Linhu nodded slightly, and then sat down directly. Zhao Ming blinked and asked curiously, "Are you here to watch the duel between Lin Yuan and Yuan Lion as well?" "Why? Can I come?" Wang Linhu smiled and then asked, "By the way, how is Song Lan's injury?" "I'm almost recovered. I think I'll be able to be discharged from the hospital soon." Zhao Ming said, "Your relationship with Song Lan seems pretty good." "Well, I'm his friend," Wang Linhu said calmly. "In many things, he and I share the same ideals. I was there the day Song Lan was injured. To be honest, I also want to stand up for him, but unfortunately, I don't have the courage of your friend." Wang Jinza on the side shook his head and said, "It's not your fault. If you had taken action against Yuan Lion, you would have definitely attracted the attention of Wu Xiangu. After all, it's still because of my own lack of strength." Wang Linhu smiled bitterly and said as if to mock himself, "If I could have the strength of Chu Tianyi, why would I be so hesitant and timid?" Among the freshmen at the Magic City Beast University, Chu Tianyi has become a legendary figure. You know, when Chu Tianyi was climbing the Hidden Dragon list, he never lost. Moreover, it can almost be said that he stepped on the list hunter to get to the top. Whether it was Shun Tsang who was ranked 2nd, or Wu Xiangu who was ranked 3rd, they were all defeated by him and were never taken seriously by him. He didn't care at all what the list hunter did. For Chu Tianyi, list hunter is just an obstacle in front of him. Since it is an obstacle, just clear it away. From the beginning to the end, his eyes were only on the top spot on the Hidden Dragon list. And Chu Tianyi actually did it. He used his own strength to prove to everyone who is the most powerful among all the freshmen in Demon City Beast University. At this moment, Wang Jinza suddenly changed the subject and asked, "So who do you think will win in today's duel?" Wang Linhu smiled and said calmly, "I bet 10 million on Lin Yuan. What do you think?" After hearing Wang Linhu's answer, the corners of Wang Jinza's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. Even if you really believe that Lin Yuan can win, you can't bet so much at once, right? At this moment, Wang Jinza really wanted to curse in his heart. No wonder Lin Yuan's odds are so high. It turns out this guy bet 10 million. Although the handicap he opened was for all freshmen, 10 million was still a considerable amount in the entire betting pool. At least it could raise the odds by 1 point. However, after hearing this, Wang Linhu's smile became even brighter. "If you don't bet more, how can you make more money? If I'm not mistaken, this handicap should be opened by you, right? Just because others can't see through the tricks you and Lin Yuan play doesn't mean I can't see through them. But thanks to you, I made a lot of money. So this time, I'm still betting on you to win. I hope you won't let me down." Wang Jinza cursed in his heart. Damn, this kid looks rough, but I didn't expect him to be so insidious. He and Lin Yuan were eating meat, and this guy actually wanted to have a share. However, fortunately, few people have the vision of Wang Linhu. Otherwise, this business would be unprofitable. At this moment, Zhao Ming suddenly said, "Hey, look, Yuan Lion has already stepped onto the stage." After he said this, Wang Jinza and Wang Linhu immediately looked towards the direction of the arena. I saw a tall and long-armed figure who had indeed stepped onto the stage. Wang Jinza was surprised and asked, "Hasn't the duel started yet? What on earth does this guy want to do?" At this moment, everyone in the audience couldn't help but focus their eyes on Yuan Lion. Is he Yuan Lion? He looks quite impressive. Nonsense. This guy is known as the #1 fighter in the list hunters. Many freshmen who provoke this organization have been dealt with by this guy. So, this Yuan Lion is very powerful? Of course. Without some strength, how can he be a figurehead for the ranking hunter? If he really wants to get on the list, it's not impossible for him to even get into the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list. So scary? Doesn't that mean Lin Yuan has no chance of winning? That's not necessarily true. Lin Yuan is also a ruthless person. In order to challenge Yuan Lion, he won 12 consecutive games and rushed all the way up from the 312th place on the Hidden Dragon list to the 32nd place. Yes, and in the following battles, he almost won all of them overwhelmingly. Fuck, now that's the case, this duel is really worth watching. Just as everyone in the audience was talking about it, Yuan Lian on the stage suddenly raised his head and glanced around calmly. Although there was no emotion in his eyes, they seemed to conceal a ferocious beast that would choose its prey. Finally, Yuan Lion spoke, his voice as low as thunder. "I know that everyone came here today to watch the duel between Lin Yuan and me. You want to know who is stronger and who is weaker between me and Lin Yuan. But I can tell you right now, the final winner will definitely be me. And I also hope that after this duel, more people will be willing to join us, list hunters, and work with us to safeguard the dignity of the organization and our own interests. It won't be someone else foolish enough to challenge the dignity of our list hunters. Chapter 79, the much-anticipated duel, Lin Yuan versus Yuan Lion. At this moment, no one present had expected that Yuan Lian would actually say such words on the ring. At this moment, Wu Xiangu, who was sitting in the front row of the audience, stood up and applauded. Well said. As Wu Xiangu was the first to stand up and applaud, soon all the members of the List Hunter organization present chose to stand up and applaud. For a moment, whether it was sincere or false, the entire audience burst into thunderous applause. As for the freshmen who did not join the List Hunter organization, their faces were filled with resentment and they couldn't help but clench their fists. Because all the interests that the List Hunter created by Wu Xiangu have occupied are their own. It is precisely because of the existence of List Hunters that the Hidden Dragon list cannot even achieve the most basic fairness and justice. If you want to get on the list, you must avoid the members of the List Hunter organization. If the rules set by the other party are violated, the fate of Song Lan, Zhao Ming and others will serve as a warning to us. Naturally, there are many freshmen who are dissatisfied with List Hunter, but no matter how dissatisfied they are, the most they can do is choose not to join. After all, not everyone is a genius like Chu Tianyi who can ignore everything. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. No matter how aggrieved you feel, you have no choice but to endure it. After hearing the thunderous applause, Wang Linhu's face darkened. These dogs are really getting more and more out of line. Do they really think that the Magic City Beast University was opened by them? Zhao Ming couldn't help but clench his fists and said in a deep voice, Wu Xiangu is building momentum for Yuan Lion. I hope Lin Yuan won't be affected too much. Don't worry, this little noise won't affect Lin Yuan. Wang Jinzi snorted coldly and said, they are not only trying to build momentum, but also to establish their authority. They know how popular this duel is, so they want to take this opportunity to thoroughly establish the prestige of the List Hunter. To be honest, ever since Chu Tianyi stepped on the List Hunter to rise to the top, the prestige of this organization has lost its former strength. Wang Linhu said calmly, now, everyone knows that as long as you have strong enough strength, you can break the monopoly of List Hunter. Perhaps, it is precisely because of this that Wu Xuangu is so eager to establish his authority. You are right. Wang Jinzi narrowed his eyes and whispered, but if Yuan Lion loses this duel, I'm very curious about what kind of expression Wu Xiangu will have. Just when the applause had just died down, another figure slowly walked onto the stage. It's Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is on stage too. After this figure appeared, there were bursts of exclamations from the audience. In fact, many people are not familiar with Lin Yuan. The reason why they support Lin Yuan so much is simply because they are dissatisfied with the organization List Hunter. Anyone who joins this organization will be exploited by it. But if you choose not to join the organization, you will be restricted everywhere. Sometimes, the longer you suppress something, the more you need to release it. Precisely because of this, the vast majority of freshmen hope that someone can stand up for them and completely overthrow this organization. Chu Tianyi had indeed done it before. However, his goal is only to be at the top of the Hidden Dragon list. After achieving his goal, although Chu Tianyi did not choose to join the List Hunters, he did not become an enemy of this organization either. Therefore, after Lin Yuan's rise, many people placed their hopes on Lin Yuan. If I remember correctly, there should be about 10 minutes left before our duel begins. After stepping onto the stage, Lin Yuan immediately looked towards Yuan Lian and spoke lightly. However, a mocking smile appeared on Yuan Lion's face. But it seems that there is no rule that I can't go on the stage in advance, right? Of course not, it's your right. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I just didn't expect that someone would be so eager to die. After he said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. No one expected that Lin Yuan would be so arrogant. Yuan Lion's eyes suddenly darkened. Say it again if you dare. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I say, if you are so eager to die, I can send you off right now. Did you hear it clearly this time? At this moment, the audience around were so shocked that they were speechless. No one expected that Lin Yuan could be so arrogant. Before this, Lin Yuan had never shown this side of him. However, Yuan Lian was not angered by Lin Yuan. He took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became colder like the frosty ground in the cold winter. If this is how you piss me off, congratulations on doing it. Yuan Lian took a step forward and said in a deep voice, next, I will crush your bones one by one. I want you to kneel down in front of me and beg for mercy and pain. As Yuan Lian finished speaking, he performed the beast soul fusion without hesitation. Roar! The next second, there was a roar that shook the earth. An extremely huge four-armed demon ape, with an extremely ferocious posture, suddenly appeared in front of everyone with a roar. The terrifying aura emanating from this four-armed demon ape was like a torrent, sweeping towards the surroundings. After feeling Yuan Lian's aura, even everyone in the audience couldn't help but hold their breath. Didn't you say I was in a hurry to die? Yuan Lian slowly lowered his head. On his four ape arms covered with black fur, the muscles bulged like a dragon, demonstrating his extremely violent power. Then, he roared at Lin Yuan again. Come, let me see what you are capable of. Lin Yuan didn't say much and also chose to fuse the beast souls. After the fusion of the beast souls was completed, a black giant beast whose size and momentum were no less than Yuan Lian's appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the scene before them, all the audience present couldn't help but sit up straight. At this moment, the atmosphere on the ring has become tense. No one expected that this much-anticipated battle would begin so early. Chapter 80. In this battle, the winner will become famous. Roar! With a roar, Yuan Liashan's figure instantly turned into a black afterimage. His huge body did not affect his speed at all. In just a moment, he rushed in front of Lin Yuan. Then, he burst out with all his strength without hesitation, and his four arms blasted towards the direction where Lin Yuan was like cannonballs. Bang! What no one expected was that Lin Yuan did not dodge or retreat, but took Yuan Lian's attack head-on. Accompanied by a dull bang, Yuan Lian's fist hit Lin Yuan's chest scales heavily. The enormous force even caused the hard scales to crack and shatter. However, just as everyone was amazed at Yuan Lian's strength, they were also shocked by Lin Yuan's amazing defense. Under Yuan Lian's full-strength attack, Lin Yuan's figure was as solid as a rock, and he did not retreat even a single step. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Yuan Lian's expression changed slightly. You know, if it was an ordinary Beast King level 2-star Beast Soul Master, he would have been sent flying backwards under this attack. At this moment, a tingling sensation suddenly came from his fist. Yuan Lian looked carefully and found that it was countless sharp black thorns extending from Lin Yuan's scales and piercing into his flesh. This is exactly the ability of the Beast God weapon, Black Thorn Armor. However, the Beast God weapon at the Beast General level was obviously not enough to cause too serious damage to Yuan Lian. Of course, this was obviously not Lin Yuan's counterattack. The next second, Lin Yuan suddenly raised his head and emitting scorching high-temperature energy, which suddenly condensed into shape from his mouth. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a white-hot light, like a laser, shot out directly in the direction where Yuan Lian was. Damn it! Only then did Yuan Lian realize the seriousness of the situation. After cursing inwardly, he immediately burst out at the fastest speed, trying to distance himself from Lin Yuan. However, the speed at which the white-hot light shot out was even faster than he had imagined. Laugh! The white-hot light instantly flashed across one of his arms, leaving a charred burn mark on his arm. The intense pain made Yuan Lian involuntarily gasp. But this is not the end yet. Before he could check his injuries, white-hot light, like a laser, continued to sweep towards him. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yuan Lian growled, and without hesitation took out his black scale fist blade and quickly put it on his forearms. You know, this is a Beast King level beast weapon. Whether it is the material or the hardness, it is first class. Afterwards, Yuan Lian actually crossed his forearms equipped with black scale fist blades in front of him, hoping to use this method to forcibly block Lin Yuan's white-hot light. Under the gaze of everyone, the white-hot light that spewed out of Lin Yuan's mouth was actually blocked by Yuan Lian. Even though the black scale fist blade was roasted red by the scorching heat of the white-hot light, Yuan Lian did not retreat even a single step. Yuan Lian raised his head slightly and looked at Lin Yuan, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. You think you can deal with me with just this little bit of ability, aren't you a little too naive? Obviously, most of the energy of the incandescent light has been forcibly absorbed by the black scale fist blade. If the stalemate continues, Lin Yuan will inevitably run out of energy. Although the incandescent light does not consume as much energy as atomic breath, it is obviously not an easy task for Lin Yuan to maintain the incandescent light for a long time. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly grinned and revealed a brilliant smile. The next second, a faint blue light suddenly appeared on Lin Yuan's dorsal fin. This faint blue light is the nuclear energy escaping from the atomic reactor in Lin Yuan's body. And what he was preparing to release was his trump card, the S-level skill, atomic breath. Boom. In an instant, the scorching white-hot beam of light instantly transformed into dark blue atomic breath. The energy fluctuations emitted by the atomic breath are more violent and terrifying than incandescent light. The process was so fast that even Yuan Lian couldn't react. The dark blue atomic breath instantly broke the black scale fist blade in Yuan Lian's hand. Immediately afterwards, the violent energy, as if a floodgate had been opened, suddenly hit Yuan Lian's chest. Bang! Accompanied by a dull bang, Yuan Lian groaned, and his body was blown away like a tattered sack blown by the wind, and fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the scene before them, everyone present couldn't help but show a look of surprise on their faces. No one expected that the battle had just begun and the confrontation between the two sides had already reached such an intense level. No one could have imagined that Lin Yuan's strength could be so strong. After the battle between the two sides broke out, Lin Yuan was able to forcibly suppress Yuan Lian in such a short time, and force the latter to be almost unable to fight back. This is enough to show how terrifying Lin Yuan's strength is. Even Zhao Ming, who was sitting in the audience watching the game, couldn't help but widen his eyes and subconsciously swore. Fuck, this guy Lin Yuan. When did he become so strong? Wang Jinza at the side chuckled and said, he has always been so strong, but you just don't know it. Damn, I didn't expect that Lin Yuan, who usually keeps a low profile, would be so fierce when he fights. Zhao Ming rubbed his hands excitedly and said in a deep voice, it seems that Yuan Lion is no match for Lin Yuan at all. If we can defeat Yuan Lion head-on, then Lin Yuan's moment of fame will be today. Everyone knows how heated the duel between Lin Yuan and Yuan Lian is. It is no exaggeration to say that no matter who wins or loses in the end, the result of the game will spread throughout the entire Magic City Beast University in the shortest time. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he became famous. However, at this moment, Wang Linhu suddenly spoke. It may not be that easy to defeat Yuan Lion. Look, that guy is standing up again. Chapter 81, Beast God Weapon. I have it too. After Wang Linhu said this, both Zhao Ming and Wang Jinza looked in the direction where Yuan Lian was. Sure enough, in the midst of smoke and dust, Yuan Lian slowly stood up again. Obviously, Lin Yuan's attack failed to knock Yuan Lian down completely. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the scene before us became clearer. Yuan Lian's chest was covered in blood, and there was scarlet blood at the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries, and this injury was caused by Lin Yuan's atomic breath. However, since Yuan Lian was still able to stand up, it meant that he still had the strength to fight. I have to say, your strength is beyond my expectations. Yuan Lian stared at Lin Yuan with a deep gaze, then slowly raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lin Yuan sneered and said, the fact that you were able to stand up was beyond my expectation. Don't be so cocky. Yuan Lian snorted coldly, and his figure turned into a black afterimage again, and rushed towards the direction where Lin Yuan was at an extremely fast speed. Lin Yuan frowned, and without the slightest hesitation, he opened his huge mouth and sprayed out another beam of scorching white-hot light. Boom, 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 boom. The white-hot light swept across the entire area, and wherever it passed, even the floor tiles on the arena broke into pieces. But Yuan Lian's speed was so fast that he was like a ghost. The white-hot light that spurted out of Lin Yuan's mouth was simply unable to keep up with his speed. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Beast King level 3 stars. If he guessed correctly, the speed Yuan Lian was currently bursting out at least reached the level of 3 stars of the Beast King grade. Not only Lin Yuan, but even the audience in the audience seats noticed something. How can this guy be so fast? Could he have made a breakthrough? If nothing unexpected happens, Yuan Lian should have broken through to the Beast King level 3. How long has it been since he last fought Song Lan? He has already broken through to the 3-star level of the Beast King. This is the world of geniuses. For them, breakthroughs are as easy as eating and drinking. It seems that Lin Yuan's situation is not very good. 3 stars in the Beast King rank is already a level of strength that can compete for the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. While everyone was discussing, on the stage, Yuan Lian had already used his amazing speed to attack Lin Yuan. Go to hell. A hint of brutality and cruelty flashed across Yuan Lian's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the sharp black scale fist blade suddenly swung towards Lin Yuan. Under no circumstances, Lin Yuan had to stretch out his claws, trying to forcibly block Yuan Lian's attack. However, Yuan Lian's beast soul is a 4-armed ape demon with a total of 4 arms. How could Lin Yuan possibly stop the opponent's attack with just his claws? Come. Along with the sound of metal clashing, the scales on Lin Yuan's chest were torn apart by the black scale fist blade, leaving a deep X-shaped scar. Lin Yuan could feel the intense pain coming from the wound, and the scarlet blood continued to flow out from the wound. It feels good to bleed, right? As Yuan Lian's hideous laugh sounded, his figure once again turned into a black afterimage. By the time Lin Yuan reacted, Yuan Lian had already circled around him again, obviously preparing to attack again. Although Lin Yuan reacted immediately, it did not mean that he could withstand Yuan Lian's attack. After all, the four arms of the four-armed ape demon are his greatest advantage. Even if Lin Yuan successfully blocked two of the arms, there would still be the other two arms that would use their black-scale fist blades to leave deep wounds on his body that could be seen to the bone. Since both sides possess the strength of three-star Beast King, the key to this battle lies in who can maximize their advantages. At this moment, all the spectators were staring at the scene on the ring. Obviously, they all wanted to know how Lin Yuan would respond to Yuan Lian's attack. If Lin Yuan cannot stop him, then his chances of winning this duel will be slim. Laugh. Yuan Lian's black-scale fist blade once again tore through Lin Yuan's armor. In fact, the power of his attack was even greater, directly tearing the flesh under the scales. In just a moment, Lin Yuan's body had 4 wounds deep enough to see the bones. After seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned and looked surprised. However, what really surprised them was not how fierce Yuan Lian's attack was, but what Lin Yuan did. What no one expected was that facing Yuan Lian's attack, Lin Yuan did not make any defensive moves, but allowed the sharp black-scale fist blade to tear his body apart. Even Yuan Lian did not expect such a situation to happen, and his eyes were full of surprise. Is this guy crazy? However, in the next second, the astonishment in Yuan Lian's eyes disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a solemn look. Amidst the solemnity, there was also a bit of panic, because what lit up in front of him was a violent and dazzling flash of lightning. Moreover, the place where this violent lightning flashed was not anywhere else, but right on Lin Yuan's giant claw. The source of the lightning was the Beast King level beast weapon that Lin Yuan had obtained before, Song Lei Claw. This beast weapon can not only greatly enhance Lin Yuan's explosive power, but also allow his attacks to have thunder damage. The moment Yuan Lian made his move, Lin Yuan had already equipped himself with a pair of Song Lei Claws. The reason why Lin Yuan did not choose to defend was because he wanted to take advantage of Yuan Lian's attack to create an excellent counterattack opportunity for himself. For this opportunity, Lin Yuan would not hesitate even if he suffered serious injuries, because he knew in his heart that as long as his attack could succeed, it would be a fatal blow. This beast weapon is something that you don't just have. Lin Yuan's voice sounded faintly in Yuan Lian's ears. For a moment, Yuan Lian's pupils suddenly contracted. He obviously realized that something was wrong. He seemed to have fallen into Lin Yuan's trap. However, at this moment, it was too late for him to withdraw. Lin Yuan's thunder claw, carrying violent thunder, suddenly tore towards Yuan Lian. With the help of the Song Lei Claw, Lin Yuan's explosive power has reached an extremely astonishing level, leaving no room for Yuan Lian to dodge. Laugh, laugh, accompanied by 2 slight sounds of flesh being torn. Lin Yuan's Song Lei Claws were like 2 lightning nails, piercing into Yuan Lian's left and right shoulders. The intense pain of his flesh being torn apart made Yuan Lian uncontrollably let out a shrill howl. However, Lin Yuan's offensive has not ended yet. Everything he had done before was just a preparation for the final blow. The real killer move can only be revealed now. Just as Lin Yuan's sharp claws pierced into Yuan Lian's shoulder, he also opened his huge mouth. The next moment, an extremely dazzling blue light suddenly burst out from Lin Yuan's dorsal fin. Looking at the scene in front of them, many people have already reacted. There is no doubt that the move Lin Yuan used was the same one he just used. Moreover, at such a close distance, the power of this move will only become more powerful. No. Yuan Lian's eyes widened, his eyes full of panic. Of course he wanted to escape, but the problem was that Lin Yuan's thunder claws forcibly penetrated his left and right shoulders, like 2 thunder nails, imprisoning him in place, unable to move at all. It's over. Lin Yuan's eyes were extremely cold. Just as he finished speaking, the dark blue atomic breath suddenly condensed into a destructive energy beam, pouring out from Lin Yuan's huge mouth like a flood that would destroy the world. Boom! This extremely violent nuclear energy, like a blue angry dragon, suddenly bombarded Yuan Lian's chest. The latter's figure was like a kite with its string cut, and was blown away dozens of meters. However, Just as Yuan Lion was about to be blown off the stage, a roar suddenly erupted from his mouth. Then, he used up all his strength, suddenly stretched out his arms, forcefully grabbed the edge of the ring, and hung himself in the air. No one expected that even under such circumstances, Yuan Lian could still do such a thing. As long as you have not completely lost your fighting ability, have not voluntarily admitted defeat, and have not left the ring, the fight will be considered to continue. There is no doubt that even though the outcome of this battle is almost certain, Yuan Lion is still unwilling to admit defeat. At this moment, even the freshmen who were not happy with what Yuan Lian did had to admit that this guy was indeed a man of blood. Hoo. Yuan Lian was breathing heavily and hung all four arms on the ring. He wanted to use his last bit of strength to help himself climb onto the stage. However, at this moment, an extremely huge black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, looking at him with indifference. Chapter 82, I will fight to the end, until I die. The huge black shadow that appeared in front of Yuan Lian was Lin Yuan. After seeing Lin Yuan, a hint of despair emerged in Yuan Lian's eyes, and his heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar. However, even so, Yuan Lian's four arms still tightly grasped the edge of the ring, unwilling to let go. This scene truly moved everyone present. Regardless of whether Yuan Lian's actions were good or bad, he also possessed the pride of a genius. Even if you know you are bound to fail, you must grit your teeth and hold on until the last moment. This was the case with Song Lan before, and it is the same with Yuan Lian now. Yuan Lion raised his head, stared at Lin Yuan in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you act quickly?" Lin Yuan looked at him and said calmly, "To be honest, sometimes I also enjoy this feeling of being superior. Only in this way can I feel that the power is on my side. To be honest, if it were any other time, I might have let you go. Because all I care about is the result. But today, it's different. From the beginning, I have decided that the accounts of Song Lan and Zhao Ming will be put on your head. I want you to feel their pain, so that it can be counted as an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Just as Lin Yuan was speaking, scorching energy suddenly gathered and took shape from his huge mouth. The next second, a scorching white-hot light shot out directly from Lin Yuan's mouth and burned directly towards one of Yuan Lian's hands that was clinging to the edge of the ring. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Along with a burning sound, a stench of burning flesh and blood suddenly spread. The intense pain caused Yuan Lian to let out a shrill howl, and he was forced to let go. However, Lin Yuan obviously had no intention of letting him go, and the scorching white light once again burned towards Yuan Lian's other hand. Looking at the scene before their eyes, even the audience present couldn't help but feel a chill. This Lin Yuan is really cruel. If Yuan Lian was just brutal and cruel, then Lin Yuan could truly be described as ruthless and merciless. Just looking at Yuan Lian's extremely painful expression was enough to make them feel creepy. At this moment, many freshmen have reached a silent consensus in their hearts. That is, no matter what, don't provoke Lin Yuan easily. Under the burning of the white-hot light, in just a blink of an eye, Yuan Lian was forced to release his three hands. Now, he only had one hand left, still clinging to the edge of the ring, supporting Yuan Lian so that he would not fall. However, at this moment, the white-hot light condensed in Lin Yuan's mouth suddenly dissipated. After Lin Yuan made this move, everyone in the audience looked confused, because they had no idea why Lin Yuan did this. Could it be that he is planning to let Yuan Lian go? Just when everyone was confused, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. "I'll give you one last choice. Admit defeat now, or I'll blast your palm open with my atomic breath." Lin Yuan's tone was cold and indifferent. Of course, a broken palm can be restored. It just takes some time. But if nothing unexpected happens, you will miss the National Freshman Networking Competition. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Yuan Lian's expression became extremely ugly. He knew in his heart that Lin Yuan was forcing him to admit defeat. It is true that he can choose to admit defeat, but the price he will pay is that his state of mind will be damaged. Although the state of mind sounds mysterious, it does exist. Many geniuses often never recover after experiencing one or two major setbacks. Just like when Song Lan was defeated by Yuan Lian before, for him, it was also a test of his state of mind. Fortunately, Song Lan finally came out of it and did not sink into the shadow of failure. And now, Lin Yuan wanted to use his own method to return the favor and force Yuan Lian to admit defeat in order to completely shatter his self-esteem, which he was most proud of. Yuan Lion's eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast ready to devour its prey. "Lin Yuan, you are going too far. I'm just repeating what you did." Even as he was speaking, A faint blue light once again lit up on Lin Yuan's dorsal fin, and it was obvious that he was ready to release his atomic breath again. My patience is limited. You'd better make a choice quickly. Otherwise, I will help you choose. After hearing Lin Yuan's cold words, even the audience in the audience couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Now that things have developed to this point, why do they feel that Lin Yuan is more like the villain? Lin Yuan, I advise you not to go too far. At this moment, a surge of energy suddenly rose up from the front row of the audience, and a voice like thunder exploded in everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned in the direction where the sound came from. The one who spoke was none other than Wu Xiangu. Things had developed to this point, and he finally couldn't sit still anymore. Immediately afterwards, before Lin Yuan could speak, Wang Linhu, who was sitting next to Wang Jinza and Zhao Ming, stood up. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and the aura he exuded was no weaker than that of Wu Xuangu. He said with a look of contempt, I am very curious, why is it too much? Isn't it excessive for you list hunters to dominate the hidden dragon list? What's wrong? Can't your people afford to lose? Seeing the two people confronting each other so sharply, the audience around them couldn't help but talk in a low voice. These two should be Wu Xuangu and Wang Linhu, right? They are so powerful that they can emit such momentum even without fusing with beast souls. They are old rivals, but if we really talk about strength, Wu Xuangu is still better. What's the point of just looking at strength? Just because Wang Linhu hasn't joined the hunter list. Yet, I respect him as a man. You're right. The organization created by Wu Xiangu is simply a cancer in our demon city. Alas, what a pity, among the top 10 of the hidden dragon list. It seems that only Chu Tianyi and Wang Linhu have not joined the list hunter. If this continues, we don't know when the hidden dragon ranking will be able to return to normal. Damn it, from today on, I will support whoever goes against the list hunter. Listening to the discussions around him, Wu Xiangu's expression became increasingly uglier. Of course he knew that there were definitely many freshmen who were dissatisfied with the list hunter. Only by relying on absolute strength and establishing absolute prestige can we forcibly suppress these people's dissatisfaction and continue to maintain the healthy development of the organization. But today, Wu Xiangu's plan failed. He never imagined that Yuan Lian, who possessed the strength of 3 stars at the Beast King level, would be defeated by an unknown person like this. With the defeat in this duel, the prestige of List Hunter will also plummet. If they want to recover the losses, the only way is to make Lin Yuan pay the price and let everyone see the consequences of going against them. Only by killing the chicken to scare the monkey can we set a warning to others. Thinking of this, Wu Xiangu raised his head, stared at Wang Linhu with cold eyes, sneered and said, Since when did the defeated general dare to speak loudly in front of me? After hearing this, Wang Linhu couldn't help but clench his fists, and a hint of anger appeared on his face, but he did not choose to refute, because it was an indisputable fact that he was defeated by Wu Xuangu. Afterwards, Wu Xiangu ignored Wang Linhu and turned his gaze to Lin Yuan again, saying in a deep voice, Lin Yuan, I hope you can think it over carefully. If you hadn't gone too far today, perhaps there would still be room for maneuver between us. Otherwise, your act of usurpation will be regarded as a declaration of war, which means you will become the enemy of the entire list hunter. After Wu Xiangu said this, the whole audience fell into silence. At the same time, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan, because they all wanted to know what answer Lin Yuan would give. Should he choose to bow to Wu Xuangu and list hunter, or choose to continue to fight to the end? After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan finally spoke. I say, is there any misunderstanding between us? Misunderstand? Wu Xiangu frowned slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Could it be that Lin Yuan is taking the initiative to show goodwill to him? But in the next second, an extremely brilliant smile bloomed on Lin Yuan's face. Yeah, I thought I had already declared war on you bunch of trash. In that case, then it's not too late for me to declare war now, right? If you haven't heard it clearly, then I can repeat it again. From today on, I, Lin Yuan, officially declare war on you, the list hunters. No matter how you plan to target me, I am willing to fight to the end, until I die. Now, do you understand? Silence. Deathly silence. After Lin Yuan said this, one could almost hear a pin drop in the entire audience. No one expected that Lin Yuan could be so crazy. No, this is no longer madness. This is insanity. This guy actually dared to declare war on the entire list hunter, right in front of Wu Xiangu. Chapter 83 Yuan Lian was defeated miserably and got a gold-level treasure chest. After Lin Yuan said this, Wu Xiangu was stunned for a moment, and then his expression quickly became gloomy. He stared at Lin Yuan on the stage, his eyes like a wolf choosing its prey, and said in a deep voice, "Do you know what you were talking about?" And just at this moment, a lazy voice sounded. "What are you arguing about? I don't think I ever said the game was over." A middle-aged man with a lazy look stood up from the side of the ring and said calmly, "If you interfere with the competition again, don't blame me for expelling you from the venue." Even as he was speaking, the shadow of a giant beast surrounded by dark purple poisonous mist emerged from behind the middle-aged man. After the middle-aged man opened his mouth, both Wang Linhu and Wu Xiangu shut their mouths obediently and did not dare to say another word. After all, the middle-aged man in front of him was none other than the referee of this competition. What's more, being able to condense the phantom of the beast soul behind you without fusing the beast soul is a unique mark of a Lord-level beast soul master. In other words, this seemingly lazy middle-aged man is actually an extremely powerful Lord-level beast soul master. Then, the middle-aged man turned his head, glanced at Lin Yuan, and signaled, "The game continues." After he said this, Lin Yuan once again looked at Yuan Lian's face. After all, Yuan Lian is now like a fish on the chopping board. As long as Lin Yuan is willing, he can knock him off the ring at any time. However, under Lin Yuan's gaze, Yuan Lian's expression gradually became ferocious. "Want me to admit defeat? Ha ha ha. I'm telling you, there's no way." Yuan Lion's growl was just like the roar of a wild beast. "Kill me if you have the guts. I, Yuan Lion, will never admit defeat, even if I die." He has guts. After hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The next second, the faint blue light appeared again on Lin Yuan's dorsal fin. Violent energy emitting a destructive aura quickly condensed and formed from his huge mouth. Boom! The atomic breath spurted out again, directly towards Yuan Lian's palm that was clinging to the edge of the ring. Accompanied by a loud bang, Yuan Lian's palm suddenly exploded, and his body fell directly off the stage. Yuan Lian was already seriously injured, and now the intense pain from his palm exploding made him faint. Looking at the bloody scene before their eyes, everyone in the audience couldn't help but widen their eyes. No one expected that Lin Yuan would act so decisively. In the duel between Lin Yuan and Yuan Lian, both Lin Yuan's strength and decisiveness exceeded most people's expectations. No one expected that the previously unknown Lin Yuan turned out to be such a ruthless person. More importantly, Lin Yuan did not give Wu Xiangu any face this time, and even rubbed the prestige of the list hunter on the ground repeatedly. If nothing unexpected happens, after this battle, Lin Yuan and the list hunter will be at war to the death. Otherwise, Lin Yuan could be like Chu Tianyi, stepping on the list hunter to climb to the top of the hidden dragon list and let everyone know his name. Otherwise, under the suppression of Wu Xuangu, he would become a genius who died halfway and no one would care about him from then on. However, no matter what, the outcome of this confrontation cannot be changed. Yuan Lian not only suffered a crushing defeat, but was also seriously injured. It would take him at least 10 days or half a month to recover. Even if his injuries recovered, his palm that was shattered by Lin Yuan's atomic breath would not recover in a short time. Under such circumstances, Yuan Lian's combat effectiveness will inevitably be greatly reduced. If nothing unexpected happens, Yuan Lian will not have the opportunity to participate in this year's National Freshman Friendship Competition. I declare that the winner of this duel is Lin Yuan. The middle-aged referee walked onto the stage and announced the result to everyone. The next second, thunderous applause suddenly broke out from the entire audience. Wu Xiangu's face was gloomy, but he didn't say much. He simply took people to send Yuan Lian, who had been released from the beast soul fusion state, to the infirmary. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Beast King level Beast Soul Master and receiving the reward, Gold Treasure Chest X1. Just as Lin Yuan walked down from the stage, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Another golden treasure chest is obtained. Lin Yuan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a smile. The rewards from the gold treasure chest are one level higher than those from the silver treasure chest. Afterwards, Wang Jinza and Zhao Ming quickly gathered around. That's great, Lin Yuan. Zhao Ming patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and said in amazement, I didn't know you were so powerful before. Wang Jinza grinned and didn't say much. He just made a gesture of counting money towards Lin Yuan. After seeing this gesture, Lin Yuan already understood what it meant. The odds of this match are 1 to 1.2. Wang Jinza bet 10 million and could get a profit of 12 million. Although Lin Yuan only bet 6 million, he was able to get a profit of 7.2 million. In other words, after this battle, Lin Yuan's total assets have successfully exceeded 10 million. This amount of money was not small for Lin Yuan. Not only was it enough for him to buy a storage badge, but the remaining money was also enough for him to buy a lot of beast spirit pills and inferior beast soul crystals for cultivation. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. You have to be careful, Wu Xuangu won't let you go so easily. After hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately looked up and found that the person who spoke was Wang Linhu, who was following behind Wang Jinze and Zhao Ming. However, Wang Linhu's figure had been blocked by Wang Jinze and others before, which was why Lin Yuan did not notice him. Afterwards, Wang Linhu spoke again. I know Wu Xiangu very well. This guy is vindictive. Once you offend him, he will cling to you like a poisonous snake and won't stop until he achieves his goal. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but look at Wang Linhu and asked calmly, Then who do you think Wu Xiangu will find to deal with me? Chapter 84. This world is inherently unfair. After Lin Yuan defeated Yuan Lian, there were actually not many people in the List Hunter organization who could defeat him. All in all, there are only 3 people, Shen Tsang, Wu Xiangu, and Li Qinan. And these 3 people are ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the Hidden Dragon list. Therefore, Lin Yuan was very curious about who Yuan Lian would send to deal with him. At this time, Wang Linhu also gave the answer. If nothing unexpected happens, Wu Xiangu should send Li Qinan to challenge you. Li Qinan. After hearing this answer, a strange look flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. To be honest, this name is still a little unfamiliar to him. Lin Yuan only knew that Li Qinan was the 4th freshman ranked on the potential dragon list. As for the beast soul he awakened, if Lin Yuan remembered correctly, it should be the plant type, sky blue demon vine. You know, plant-type animal souls are not very common, and this can be considered Li Qingnan's unique symbol. However, Lin Yuan was still a little puzzled. Why is it Li Qinan? Logically speaking, both Wu Xuangu and Shen Tsang should be ranked higher than Li Qinan, and their strength should also be stronger. But why did Wang Linhu say that Wu Xuangu would send Li Qinan to deal with him? Wang Linhu immediately explained. In fact, Wu Xuangu rarely takes action on his own because he cherishes his feathers too much. You know, he is the backbone of the List Hunter organization. If he loses, it will be quite troublesome and the prestige of the organization will be greatly reduced. As for Shen Tsang, his connection with the organization is actually not that deep. You can understand it, as Wu Xiangu paid a considerable price to let him get a name. So, if you want Shen Tsang to attack you, the prerequisite is that Wu Xiangu can pay enough. In this case, Wu Xiangu's best option is to send Li Qinan to deal with you. That way, he still has room for success or failure. Lin Yuan nodded. So that's how it is. This does seem like something that Wu Xuangu would do. Then, Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Jinze standing aside. In that case, Wang Jinze, do you have any detailed information about Li Qinan? Don't worry about that. There is no information in the Demon City Beast University that I, Wang Jinze, cannot obtain. Wang Jinze patted his chest and promised, as long as you need it, let alone Li Qingnan's information, even if it's Chu Tiany's information, I can still get it for you. That's troublesome. Lin Yuan knew too little about Li Qingnan. It would be great if we could get some information about the opponent from Wang Jinze. However, at this moment, Wang Linhu on the side suddenly said, No need for any information. If you want to know anything, just ask me directly. I have fought with Li Qingnan before, so I know him quite well. Zhao Ming was slightly stunned and asked curiously, You have fought each other? Who won in the end? To be honest, after saying this, Zhao Ming really wanted to slap himself. This question is so fucking stupid. If Wang Linhu won, how could his ranking be lower than Li Qingnan? Fortunately, Wang Linhu didn't care, but calmly replied, In the end, of course, I lost. Li Qingnan is indeed very strong. More importantly, his beast soul is a bit weird. Is there something strange? After Wang Linhu said this, everyone was slightly stunned, with looks of surprise on their faces. After the battle between Lin Yuan and Yuan Lian ended, the freshmen in the audience naturally dispersed quickly. The originally bustling arena number 3 suddenly became deserted. However, the middle-aged referee did not leave. Instead, he watched the video of the fight between Lin Yuan and Yuan Lian and recorded the results of the fight. Just like hosting the game, this is also his job as a referee. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside the middle-aged referee. Kong Jiao, are you responsible for hosting this game? The sudden sound startled the middle-aged referee. He immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and after seeing the person coming, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Principal, do you know that scaring people can scare them to death? The person standing next to him was none other than the principal of Magic City Beast University, Wang Ting. Then, Kong Jiao asked again, Principal, what are you doing here? What? Can't I pay attention to the competition between these freshmen now? Wang Ting chuckled and said, I watched the entire match, including this one. The guy called Lin Yuan did perform really well. Yes, not only is he strong, but he is also very experienced in combat. Kong Jiu pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, just looking at this battle, his performance doesn't seem like a freshman at all. The ruthlessness and decisiveness he showed are simply not something that ordinary freshmen can achieve. To be honest, Yuan Lion is really unlucky to meet such an opponent. Wang Ting nodded slightly and said, I heard that Lin Yuan's talent rating is only E-level? Yes, that's what the information shows. Kong Jiu scratched his head and said, I almost thought the information was wrong. Based on the strength this kid has shown, his beast soul talent rating should be between S and SS at the very least. I really don't understand how the beast soul was rated when it awakened. Don't worry about it. Wang Ting said calmly, whether he is a true genius or a flash in the pan, time will tell. What we need to do is to provide them with the most free environment for growth, so that they can fully release their own brilliance. What the principal said makes sense. This is exactly our responsibility. Kong Jiu nodded, and then as if he remembered something, he asked, if I remember correctly, Yuan Lion seemed to have injured the freshman that you valued, right? What was the new student's name? Let me think. Oh, yes, Song Lan. That's his name. Wang Ting glanced at him, smiled and said, your memory is not bad. In fact, it was for this reason that I wanted to come and see Yuan Lion's performance. I didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise. As for Song Lan, it depends on whether he can overcome this hurdle. His strength is not weak, but due to the characteristics of the beast soul, he is inferior in combat. If he can overcome this hurdle, I believe that with Song Lan's potential, there is still a lot of room for growth in the future. After hesitating for a moment, Kong Jiu spoke again. Principal, do you know whether it is the duel between Song Lan and Yuan Lion, or today's duel, it is not for the purpose of competing for the ranking on the hidden dragon list? Yes, I know. Wang Ting said calmly, didn't Wu Xiangu and his gang set up some kind of organization? It seems like they want to monopolize the rankings for their own benefit. This is probably because of this, right? After hearing this, Kong Jiu couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. So you know all this? Nonsense. Wang Ting laughed and scolded angrily. Do you really think that I, as the principal, am a hands-off manager? I don't care about anything. Kong Jiu asked, do you think it is necessary to take care of this Wu Xuangu? Now, the vast majority of freshmen are wailing. After all, what this organization has done is simply sucking their blood. Because the Wu Xuangu organization has absorbed most of the strong freshmen, the remaining freshmen are almost completely unable to overthrow such a behemoth and can only choose to surrender. Even if someone is stronger like King Scale Tiger, he can only protect himself at best. Care? Why should I care? Wang Ting raised his lips and revealed a meaningful smile. Have you forgotten the motto of our Magic City Beast University? In this school, no matter what you want, you have to fight for it. Only what you fight for is yours. Since Wu Xuangu didn't violate the school rules, why should we interfere with him? If you ask me, this guy is quite talented for being able to think of creating such an organization. As for fairness, the world itself is unfair, so why should we create a false sense of fairness for them in school? The strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. This is the law of survival in this world. When they leave school and go out into the world, they will realize that school is actually a pure land. The world outside will only be more cruel and unfair. After Wang Ting finished speaking, even Kong Jiu couldn't help but fall into silence, because he knew in his heart that what Wang Ting said was indeed true. Then, Wang Ting smiled and said, Kong Jiu, do you feel that there are many more geniuses emerging this year than in previous years? I do feel that way. In fact, I feel that the overall quality of this freshman class is very good. Kong Jiu couldn't help but sigh. This year is worthy of being called the year of genius explosion. It is in this kind of world that the competition between geniuses will become more intense. Wang Ting raised his head, slowly put away the smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, only when geniuses collide with geniuses and evildoers fight with evildoers can a truly supreme powerhouse be born. I just hope this day can come sooner. After all, the pressure that humans are facing now is increasing. As he said this, Wang Ting's gaze became deep and distant. Obviously, for a strong man of his level, what he cares about is no longer the gain or loss of a city or a pond, but the fate of all mankind. Chapter 85 Review After the Battle, Blue Crystal. After the battle, Lin Yuan went straight back to the training hall to continue his training. As for Wang Jinza and Zhao Ming, they went to the infirmary immediately to report the good news to Song Lan. After all, in Zhao Ming's opinion, Lin Yuan's brutal beating of Yuan Lian today was also a way to vent Song Lan's anger. After arriving at the training hall, Lin Yuan immediately swiped his student card. However, this time, he chose to open not a free entry-level training room, but a high-level training room that cost 200,000 a day. After all, after defeating Yuan Lian, Lin Yuan could get at least 7.2 million. Adding the previous 6 million, the total is 13.2 million. Calculated in this way, Lin Yuan became rich suddenly. Now that you have money, there is naturally no need to be so frugal. Lin Yuan was still very happy to spend money to increase his cultivation speed. However, just as Lin Yuan swiped his card, his information suddenly appeared on the screen in front of him. Ding, freshman Lin Yuan, you are ranked 18th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. You will enjoy a 50 discount when you open the high-level training room this time. The cost is 100,000 yuan. The training room is A117. Please enter within 5 minutes. After hearing the prompt sound in his ear, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that being at the top of the Hidden Dragon list would have such benefits. After a 50 discount, Lin Yuan only needs to spend 100,000 yuan to open a high-level training room for one day. In this way, even if it is a monthly subscription, it will only be 3 million. For Lin Yuan now, it is completely affordable. No wonder so many people are trying their best to get a higher ranking on the Hidden Dragon list. It turns out that in addition to the rewards distributed regularly every week, there are also these hidden benefits. Soon, Lin Yuan found the advanced training room he had opened and walked into it. It has to be said that the energy richness in a high-level training room and the energy richness in a low-level training room are not at the same level at all. If the energy in the initial stage training room is compared to a lake, then the energy in the high-level training room is like a vast ocean. Even if Lin Yuan didn't need to do anything, energy was still flowing into his body. When practicing in this environment, the speed of practice will naturally be much faster than usual. No wonder people like Wu Xiangu and Yuan Lian can grow in strength so fast. In addition to their own talents, it is estimated that all the training conditions are also maxed out. After all, they are not short of money at all. Even if we put aside their family background, the money they made from the List Hunters organization is enough for them to squander. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the training room, but did not start practicing immediately. Instead, he reviewed today's battle. This was a habit he developed in his previous life. Every time he completed a mission or ended a battle, he would calmly review it afterwards to analyze whether he could have done better. Only by analyzing your own battles from a bird's-eye view again and again can you make use of limited experience and make greater progress. You know, sometimes experience can save lives. Yuan Lian's strength is indeed not weak. Originally, Lin Yuan thought that he only had the strength of a high-level 2-star Beast King at most. Unexpectedly, when fighting with him, the strength displayed by Yuan Lian reached the 3-star level of Beast King. It seems that during the battle between him and Song Lan, this guy still had some hidden abilities. Yuan Lian's advantage lies in his extremely strong strength, speed, and explosive power, but his defense is slightly weak. As for his greatest advantage, it lies in his 4 muscular ape-like arms. When Yuan Lian used his 4 ape demon arms to attack Lin Yuan at the same time, even Lin Yuan was unable to resist. However, even under such circumstances, Yuan Lian still lost, and it was a crushing defeat. Apart from Lin Yuan's own strength, the most important reason is that Lin Yuan blocked his weapon. Since Yuan Lian's offensive means were so strong, Lin Yuan simply let him attack. While resisting Yuan Lian's attack, he directly pierced his left and right shoulders with his thunder claws, restricting his movements. Afterwards, Lin Yuan seized upon Yuan Lian's weak defense and used an atomic breath to severely injure him. Block your opponent's weapons, find your opponent's weaknesses, and play to your own strengths. In this battle, Lin Yuan did it all. Even if we review it now, we can't find anything wrong. All I can say is that Yuan Lian was indeed too reckless and lacked some combat experience. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily fooled. But the review has not yet ended. Lin Yuan closed his eyes again and put himself into Yuan Lian's perspective. If the identities of both parties were exchanged, what chances would I have of winning? A few minutes later, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, with a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. In the past few minutes, Lin Yuan conducted a real-life combat simulation in his mind. If the identities of both parties were swapped and Yuan Lian used this tactic against himself, his chance of winning would still be able to reach 70. Lin Yuan was already quite satisfied with being able to achieve such a winning rate. After all, his overall strength must be above Yuan Lian. Of course, this was just a battle that Lin Yuan simulated in his mind. If it were really put into actual combat, anything could happen. After completing the review, Lin Yuan took out the golden treasure chest from the system space again and opened it without hesitation. After all, this was the spoils he had just obtained today. He also wanted to know what kind of rewards could be found in this golden treasure chest. Soon, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the gold treasure chest and obtaining 50,000 evolution points. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining a Beast King level beast weapon. After hearing the prompt sound of the treasure chest opening, a hint of joy flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. This time, in addition to 50,000 evolution points, he actually got a Beast King level beast god weapon. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately took out this Beast King level beast weapon from the system space. What he didn't expect was that the Beast King level beast god weapon he opened this time was not a weapon, nor a piece of armor, but a diamond-shaped crystal emitting a faint blue luster. Chapter 86 this time, I bet 20 million. What is this? After seeing the dark blue crystal in front of him, a strange look flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. After all, he had never seen this style of beast weapon before. Then, as Lin Yuan's mind moved, the attributes of this beast weapon also appeared before him. Energy storage crystal, beast god weapon. Level, Beast King. Introduction. The user can infuse his own energy into it. When the energy in the energy storage crystal reaches full value, the power of the user's next energy attack will be enhanced by 50. The accumulated power can penetrate everything. Lin Yuan obviously did not expect that the function of this beast weapon would be so special. It can actually accumulate its own energy and strengthen its next energy attack. If it can work on atomic breath, the power of atomic breath will be increased by 50, and the destructive power will be quite terrifying. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately chose to fuse the beast's souls and held this energy storage crystal in his giant claws. The next second, the dorsal fin behind Lin Yuan lit up with a faint blue light. Obviously, the atomic reactor in his body started to work. The nuclear energy in Lin Yuan's body began to be continuously absorbed into this energy storage crystal. Time passes by every second. Half an hour later, a dazzling blue light suddenly burst out from the energy storage crystal, but it quickly dimmed. But Lin Yuan knew clearly in his heart that this was a sign that the energy storage crystal was fully charged with energy. It seems that filling up this crystal is not such an easy task. Half of the energy in his body was used up before he could fill up this crystal, and it took him half an hour. It seems that it is almost impossible to charge the crystals during battle. However, this does not hinder the fact that this energy storage crystal will become Lin Yuan's trump card. During the battle, if the power of atomic breath can be suddenly increased to a higher level, it will definitely cause a devastating blow to the enemy. In a sense, this energy storage crystal improves Lin Yuan's combat power even more than the previous Song Lei Claw. With this beast weapon, no matter what kind of opponent Lin Yuan faces next, he will be more confident. However, Lin Yuan was not overwhelmed by this sudden surprise. Soon, he adjusted his mindset, calmed himself down, and prepared to continue practicing. Because Lin Yuan knew in his heart that no matter how powerful the beast weapon was, it was ultimately just an external object. Only the improvement of one's own strength is the real foundation. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan once again took out a large amount of inferior beast soul crystals from the storage badge, held them in his giant claws, and began to absorb them. The system's notification sound kept ringing in his ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Ding, you have successfully absorbed energy from the outside world and obtained 1,000 evolution points. Ding, congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Ding, you have successfully absorbed energy from the outside world and obtained 1,000 evolution points. By absorbing inferior beast soul crystals in the high-level training room, Lin Yuan's efficiency in obtaining evolution points can be described as getting twice the result with half the effort. Because, while Lin Yuan was absorbing the radiation from the crystal core, energy from the outside world was also continuously pouring into his body. Under such circumstances, the speed of obtaining evolution points is naturally extremely fast. The number of evolution points accumulated by Lin Yuan soared like a rocket. At this moment, Lin Yuan was completely immersed in cultivation, and he didn't even notice the passage of time. After an unknown amount of time, the voice of the communicator suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Beep, beep, beep. After hearing this urgent communication, Lin Yuan finally came out of the flow state of concentration and cultivation. After he came to his senses, he discovered that he was surrounded by empty crystalline shells that had been drained of all their energy. It seems that I have stayed in this advanced training room for at least 10 hours. Afterwards, Lin Yuan answered the call without any hesitation. The next second, Wang Jin's image was projected in front of him. Since you didn't go back to the dormitory, I knew you must still be in the training hall. Lin Yuan smiled and said, besides here, I don't have anywhere else to go. You are really a cultivation maniac. Wang Jinzi curled his lips, then looked around. After seeing the training room where Lin Yuan was, he couldn't help but grin. Not bad. They are using a high-level training room. Money is earned and should be spent. Lin Yuan said, "What's more, I have been targeted by Wuxuangu now. If I don't improve my strength as soon as possible, how can I deal with them? Okay, stop beating around the bush and just say what you want to say. What are you looking for me for?" Wang Jinza pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "Wang Linhu was right. Just now, Li Qinan, who was ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, challenged you. After I got the news, I came to inform you as soon as possible. Damn, these dogs are so impatient that they can't even wait for a day. They want to kill you right now." Lin Yuan smiled and said jokingly, "It's beyond my expectation that they could endure until the evening. So what are you going to do?" Wang Jinza whispered, "Are you ready to fight?" Lin Yuan sneered and asked, "Do you think, if I don't fight back, will the Wuxuangu gang let me go? From the moment Yuan Lion was defeated by me, the situation between them and me has become a life and death struggle. Or, they will eliminate me. Or maybe I defeated them all." Wang Jinza couldn't help but feel his blood boiling after hearing Lin Yuan's words. That's right. Wang Jinza clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with excitement. These dogs deserve to be punished. As long as we beat them all into submission, they will stop barking. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly said, "Actually, I think, compared to notifying me, you should have more important things to do." Wang Jinza was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "What's the matter?" "Of course, we open a market." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Don't you think this is actually the best time for us to make money? This time, I'm betting 20 million on myself, just betting that I can win." Chapter 87 Li Qingnan's Challenge. Super high odds. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wang Jinza's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, isn't this the best time to open the market? Although Lin Yuan has demonstrated his strength, this time, his opponent's strength is equally strong. You know, Li Qinan is ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list. Even Wang Linhu was defeated by him. This means that once the handicap is opened, the odds will definitely not be too low. And under this circumstance, if Lin Yuan can still win, he will make a huge profit. Thinking of this, Wang Jinza's body even began to tremble slightly with excitement. Lin Yuan glanced at him, chuckled and asked, "How much money are you going to bet on me this time?" 10 million. "No, I want to bet 30 million. Wang Jinza gritted his teeth and spoke in a decisive tone. 30 million? After hearing this number, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Yuan's face. "With such a big bet, aren't you afraid that I will lose? If you lose this, you will really lose everything, and even the previous profits will be vomited out. Damn, if you want to gamble, then gamble big." Wang Jinza's breathing became rapid, and he said in a deep voice, "I believe in you, and I won't regret it even if I lose. Li Qinan has arranged to fight you at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. There isn't much time left. I will try to set up the odds now." After saying this, Wang Jinza hung up the phone directly, apparently to handle the matter. However, Lin Yuan continued to concentrate on his practice, as if nothing had happened. Lin Yuan stayed in the training room all night. I have to say that Wang Jinza is very efficient. That night, the odds for Lin Yuan versus Li Qinan were opened. Moreover, with Wang Jinza's hard work in promoting the event, most of the freshmen at the Magic City Beast University soon heard about it. In fact, there is no need for Wang Jinza to promote it, as the popularity of this matter is already quite high. After all, the freshmen who are qualified to be ranked in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list are all the strongest geniuses among this class of freshmen. Naturally, their every move attracts much attention. Not to mention, Li Qinan is ranked 4th among the top 10. As for Lin Yuan, although he is not among the top 10 on the Hidden Dragon list, the discussion about him is no less than that of Li Qinan. After all, Lin Yuan had just defeated Yuan Lian and officially declared war on the list hunter. In the eyes of many freshmen, Lin Yuan is a brave man who fights the dragon. In fact, in just less than a day, Lin Yuan already had a lot of supporters. In addition to Wang Jinza's publicity and the high attention paid to the duel itself, Wu Xiangu is also trying to increase the popularity of this duel. After all, he also wanted to take this opportunity to completely wash away the failure and shame that List Hunter had suffered before. It was precisely because of this that he deliberately set the time of the duel at 7 o'clock the next evening, so that the heat of this matter could be fermented as much as possible. At the same time, Wu Xuangu didn't care at all whether Lin Yuan would choose to avoid the battle. If Lin Yuan refuses Li Qingnan's challenge, they will use this as a basis to publicize it, and also let everyone realize that except Chu Tianyi, no one can challenge the majesty of the List Hunter. Driven by many factors, by noon, more than 80 of the freshmen were already aware of the 7 p.m. match. The campus of the Monster University in the Magic City was filled with discussions about this battle. I heard that Lin Yuan will fight Li Qinan at 7 o'clock tonight? Yeah, I don't know who will win. Nonsense, Li Qinan must win. He's ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Do you think I'm kidding? It's hard to say. I heard that Li Qingnan's strength is only at the peak of the 3-star Beast King level. If both sides are at the same level, it's hard to say who will win. Li Qinan is indeed at the peak of the 3-star Beast King level, but don't you forget that Wang Lin who, a 4-star Beast King level, was also defeated by him, right? There's nothing we can do. His plant-type beast soul is really too weird. People who don't understand it will suffer a great loss. Damn it, no matter what, as long as Lin Yuan is against the list hunter, I will support him. I even bet $100 on him to win. Ha 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 ha, you're such a good guy. You really get along when something happens. You're killing me with laughter. You didn't bet 100 on Lin Yuan, and then bet 1,000 on Li Qinan. Ahem, seeing the truth but not speaking it out is easier for the face. Support is support, but who can resist money? Is that the truth? Alas, we finally have someone willing to stand up for us freshmen. Stop making sarcastic remarks here. Haven't you been exploited enough by Wu Xiangu and his gang? Stop talking. Who doesn't want Lin Yuan to win? But the problem is, facing a monster like Li Qinan, Lin Yuan may not have much chance of winning. While these freshmen were discussing, Wang Jinza was walking towards the training hall. After hearing their conversation, a smile appeared on Wang Jinza's face. To be honest, a large number of people still believe that Lin Yuan could not be a match for Li Qinan. Wang Jinza had already seen this from the odds. Odds don't lie. The odds for the match between Lin Yuan and Li Qinan are 1 to 1.5. In other words, as long as you bet 10 million on Lin Yuan, if Lin Yuan wins, you can get back 25 million with interest. In fact, this is the result that many freshmen want to support Lin Yuan from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for these people, the odds of this matchup would probably be even higher. After all, Li Qinan has been ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list for such a long time, and his strength has been recognized by everyone. In comparison, Lin Yuan is just a rising star. Even if Yuan Lian is defeated, it doesn't mean anything. In the organization of list hunters, Yuan Lian is at best a gold medal fighter. If Li Qinan wanted to defeat him, it would be easy as well. Lin Yuan, whether we can make a lot of money this time depends entirely on you. Wang Jinza took a deep breath, his eyes flickering slightly, and continued walking towards the direction of the training hall. Chapter 88 Wu Xiangu's Provocation. The showdown is coming. 5:30 in the evening. Lin Yuan finally walked out of the training hall. Wang Jinza, who was standing outside, had been waiting for him for a long time. I really admire you too. Wang Jinza couldn't help but sigh. You knew you were going to fight Li Qinan at 7 o'clock tonight, but you were still able to calm down and practice. Lin Yuan smiled and said, what else? If I act more nervous, will my chances of winning be higher? Instead of worrying about whether you can win, you should spend your time practicing. Time won't lie. What you spend your time on is what you will gain. Wang Jinza curled his lips and said, all right, stop talking about these big principles. What should we do now? Should we go to the ring and wait, or let's go have a meal first? Lin Yuan said, anyway, the competition doesn't start until 7 o'clock, so there's plenty of time. Wang Jinza then remembered that Lin Yuan seemed to have not eaten for the whole day. Thinking of this, Wang Jinza quickly said, we have to eat a good meal first, otherwise it will affect our condition, and that will be bad. Well, go to the second floor of the 3rd cafeteria and order whatever you want. It's my treat today. Lin Yuan looked at him in surprise and asked curiously, did you take the wrong medicine today? Why are you suddenly so polite? Nonsense. I bet 30 million on you. Wang Jinza said unhappily, before the game is over, you are my ancestor. Don't even mention eating. You can even eat my flesh if you want. Lin Yuan glanced at him from head to toe, then said with a smile, come on, I'm not interested in your fat body. Let's go to the cafeteria. 20 minutes later. The second floor of the 3rd cafeteria in the Magic City Beast University. Wang Jinza widened his eyes and looked at the dining table in front of him. On the table in front of him, there was a plate of green pepper and shredded pork rice, a plate of iron plate rice cake, a box of braised chicken with rice, a spicy hot pot, 2 baskets of steamed buns, a plate of fried dumplings, a piece of filet steak, and a few pieces of mousse cake for dessert. Looking at the food on the table, Wang Jinza couldn't help but swallow. Are you sure that the 2 of us can finish what you ordered? Lin Yuan raised his head, looked at him in surprise, and said, you must be mistaken. I didn't order for you. These are what I want to eat. If you want to eat, order them yourself. Wang Jinza, listen to yourself. Do you sound like a human being? Okay, don't be so stingy. You've been hungry all day, so it's not too much to eat something good, right? While talking, Lin Yuan had already started to wolf down his food. Besides, if I don't eat enough, how can I have the energy to fight? After hearing this, Wang Jinza was instantly cheered up. Yes, you are right. The harder you eat, the more powerful your attacks will be. Eat to death now, and beat Li Qinan to death later. Damn, if we win this game, we'll make a net profit of 45 million. While eating, Lin Yuan looked up at him and said, your father is the principal of the Magic City Beast University, and he is also a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. Even if he is not very good, He should not be short of this little money, right? However, Wang Jinzi shook his head and said seriously, "You don't understand. The money at home is completely different from the money you earn yourself. Besides, I'm not going to ask for any help from my family. I will create a career of my own with my own strength. I want to prove to my dad that I, Wang Jinzi, am not a loser. As long as I work hard enough, I can be my brother's biggest help." After Wang Jinzi said this, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He obviously didn't expect that even after achieving this extent, Wang Jinzi still wanted to be his brother's helper in his heart. This made Lin Yuan curious. What kind of person was Wang Jinzi's brother that he could make him so convinced? At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that Wang Jinzi seemed to have mentioned before that his brother chose to join Yanjing Beast University in order to avoid suspicion. If I had a plan, I could ask around to see if there was a gifted young man named Wang in Yanjing Beast University. Judging from Wang Jinzi's performance, his brother should be at least a genius of the same level as Chu Tianyi in Yanjing Beast University. By the way, I still don't know what your beast soul is. Halfway through the meal, Lin Yuan raised his head again and asked curiously. Logically speaking, being able to be admitted to the Demon City Beast University should prove that one's beast soul talent is definitely not bad. However, Wang Jinzi repeatedly kept silent about his own beast soul. Among all his roommates, Lin Yuan was the only one who didn't know what Wang Jinzi's beast soul was. However, even in the face of Lin Yuan's question, Wang Jinzi still shook his head and said helplessly, "If you have the chance, you will see my beast soul. But when that time comes, you will know how ridiculous my beast soul is." After finishing his meal in the cafeteria, Lin Yuan immediately followed Wang Jinzi towards the direction of Arena Number 1. Any duel involving the top 10 on the Hidden Dragon list will be decided on Arena Number 1. This is an established rule within the Demon City Beast University. The area of Arena Number 1 is the largest among all the arenas and can accommodate a large number of spectators. When Lin Yuan and Wang Jinzi entered the number 1 ring, they discovered that the auditorium was already full of spectators and the surrounding environment could only be described as bustling with people. Why do I feel like there are more spectators coming to this duel than the previous one between Wu Xuangu and Wang Linhu? Lin Yuan looked around and couldn't help but speak. Wang Linhu grinned and said, "You are talking nonsense, aren't you? I have been working hard to promote you, and Wu Xuangu's List Hunter is probably not idle either. Both sides are so active in promoting this matchup, it's hard to believe the popularity of this matchup is low. However, there is no need to be nervous even if there are a lot of people. Just try your best to display your due strength." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "You are just like an old woman when you keep nagging." "Nonsense, can I stop rambling?" The corners of Wang Jinzi's mouth twitched fiercely, and he said with a grin, "Together, we have bid a total of 60 million. To be honest, I'm more nervous than you." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't you say before that winning or losing doesn't matter, as long as you relax your mind?" Wang Jinzi couldn't help but roll his eyes and said unhappily, "Then what else do you want me to say? I can't just say that if you lose, I'll tear you into pieces when you come back, right? Okay, relax. I'm just kidding. Just trust me." Looking at Wang Jinzi's appearance, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He immediately reached out and patted the other's shoulder. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly saw a familiar figure in the front row of the audience. Dark skin and a unique bone and tooth necklace, these two highly recognizable features have already revealed this person's identity. Black and Blackgill, ranked 3rd on the Hidden Dragon list. The founder of the List Hunter organization. It is also Lin Yuan's enemy. When Lin Yuan saw Wu Xuangu, the latter was also looking at Lin Yuan. To be more precise, Wu Xuangu had been watching Lin Yuan the whole time. It was because of this that Lin Yuan was able to sense his presence. When the two sides looked at each other, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that Wu Xuangu's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Afterwards, Wu Xuangu slowly stretched out his hand, put his palms together like a blade, and gently stroked the neck, making a neck-wiping gesture towards Lin Yuan. This is Wu Xuangu's attitude towards Lin Yuan. He wants to put Lin Yuan to death. Chapter 89 Li Qingnan's ability, regeneration. Faced with Wu Xuangu's provocation, Lin Yuan did not make any response. Because he knew in his heart that only by winning this duel could he best counterattack against Wu Xuangu. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately turned his head and asked calmly, "How long will it take?" Wang Jinzi took out his cell phone, checked the time, and said, "There are still 15 minutes. Okay, then I'll go on stage first, so as not to keep people waiting." Lin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but there was a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then, without any hesitation, he walked straight towards the ring. He was never an easy guy to get along with. However, the principles he followed were very simple. That is, whoever offends him will be killed. And now, it's time to see blood. After Lin Yuan stepped onto the stage, The eyes of everyone present were instantly focused on him. Is this Lin Yuan? He looks quite handsome, and I think he has a gentle personality, right? Gentle? You didn't watch the match between him and Yuan Lion. This guy's methods can be said to be extremely cruel. I don't know who will win or lose in his duel with Li Qingnan today. I think Li Qingnan has a better chance of winning. The top 10 on the Hidden Dragon ranking are all tough guys, not to mention that Li Qingnan is ranked 4th. But if Lin Yuan can really beat Li Qingnan, then he can be regarded as the biggest dark horse after Chu Tianyi. Yes, whether a genius falls or a new king is born depends on today. Listening to the discussions around him, the expression on Lin Yuan's face did not change at all. He looked around and shouted like thunder, "Where is Li Qingnan?" After Lin Yuan's voice sounded, the whole place fell into silence instantly. At this moment, a figure dressed in green appeared in front of everyone. He was tall but not burly. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, had a handsome face and skin as white as jade, and looked like a scholar. However, there was a kind of strange aura emanating from him, making people feel that he was not like a human, but rather like a strange plant. When the man in green appeared, everyone's attention was immediately focused on him. Because the man in green in front of him was none other than Li Qingnan, the heavenly demon Green Ivy, who was ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list. After Li Qingnan appeared, he immediately raised his head and looked at Lin Yuan on the stage. He said lazily, "The duel between you and me will not start for more than 10 minutes. Why are you making such a fuss? Tell me, let me out, what's the matter?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and said calmly, "Go forward and die." After these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Although many people have witnessed Lin Yuan's arrogance, they obviously did not expect that he would dare to be so arrogant in front of Li Qingnan. However, Li Qingnan was not angry, but a gentle smile appeared on his face. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he stepped onto the stage step by step. To be honest, I've seen a lot of people like you. If you have never experienced a beating or a taste of hardship, you don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Li Qingnan said as he walked. To be honest, among the freshmen of Magic City Beast University, the only ones I can remember are Chu Tianyi, Shin Tsang, and Wu Xiangu. And someone like you is not even worthy of my attention. So, here's some advice for you. From now on, don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with. Li Qingnan's tone was very calm. But beneath this calmness lies a deep sense of arrogance and contempt. Obviously, in Li Qingnan's eyes, Lin Yuan was not worthy of being his opponent. It is precisely because of this that he would not get angry because of Lin Yuan's provocation. At this moment, the two were already standing opposite each other on the stage. A solemn and murderous atmosphere suddenly spread. At this moment, a slightly lazy voice sounded in everyone's ears. Since both players have arrived early, do you want to start the game early or wait a little longer? The person who spoke was the referee of this game, Kong Jiao. He was responsible for hosting the previous duel between Lin Yuan and Yuan Lian. After he said this, Li Qingnan shrugged casually and said calmly, "I'm fine with it. Let's start now so that we don't waste my time." Then, Kong Jiao looked at Lin Yuan again. Lin Yuan also nodded. "I have no objection either." "Good." Kong Jiao waved his right hand and said, "In this case, I declare, the competition officially begins." After the duel began, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately performed the Beast Soul Fusion. Roar! Along with a roar, Lin Yuan's body grew rapidly, and black scales appeared around him. In just a few seconds, Lin Yuan successfully merged with the Beast Soul and transformed into a black giant beast that was several stories tall and looked like Godzilla. The terrifying and astonishing pressure was immediately released in all directions. However, Li Qingnan in front of him remained calm and was not at all frightened by the aura exuded by Lin Yuan. After all, he himself possesses the strength of a peak 3-star Beast King. In the next second, Li Qingnan finally merged his own beast soul. Dozens of extremely thick green vines suddenly grew and spread from his body. This is his plant-type beast soul, the Azure Demon Vine. Kill! As Li Qingnan's voice rang out, dozens of sky-blue demon vines suddenly rushed towards Lin Yuan's direction like long whips, whistling through the air. Looking at the scene in front of him, a hint of coldness suddenly flashed in Lin Yuan's dark golden eyes. He did not dare to delay at all, and immediately equipped his giant claws with the Tsang Lei Claw, and swung it fiercely towards the demon vine that was coming to kill him. Knock, knock, knock. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that these green and blue vines in front of him, which didn't look hard, were actually as hard as steel. Even though he was equipped with a Beast King-level Beast God weapon, he still needed to expend a great deal of effort to cut through the vines in front of him. Along with the flash of lightning on the giant claws, pieces of broken green demon vines fell in front of Lin Yuan. Looking at the scene before them, everyone in the audience couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They obviously didn't expect that Li Qingnan's first round of attack would be resolved so easily by Lin Yuan. Zhao Ming, who was standing next to Wang Jinze and watching the fight, couldn't help but punched hard. Well done, Lin Yuan. However, Wang Linhu, who was also watching the battle, shook his head and whispered, "Don't be too happy too soon. This round of attack is just a test. Li Qingnan's strength is not limited to this level." After hearing this, Zhao Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "You mean, this is not Li Qingnan's full strength?" "Of course not." Wang Linhu's eyes flickered slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "If he only had this much strength, then why did I lose to him in the first place?" At this moment, on the stage, the duel between Lin Yuan and Li Qingnan is still going on. Although Li Qingnan's attack was extremely fierce, Lin Yuan's defense was equally strong. As the giant claws of Tsang Lei continued to swing out, these strange green vines could not hurt Lin Yuan at all. As time went by, the number of vines cut by Lin Yuan increased. But at this moment, the corner of Li Qingnan's mouth curved up. "I have a pretty good idea of your strength. This boring game should end here." Just as Li Qingnan finished his words, a dazzling green light suddenly burst out from the broken root of the vine. Looking at the scene in front of them, the audience in the auditorium couldn't help but widen their eyes, with astonishment in their eyes. What no one expected was that, along with the appearance of the green light, the vines that had been cut off by Lin Yuan's giant claws actually grew out again. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, without showing much surprise on his face. Because Wang Linhu had already revealed this information to Lin Yuan before. This is one of Li Qingnan's abilities, regeneration. As long as he has enough energy, he can regenerate his vines infinitely. Chapter 90, The Overwhelming Sky Blue Demon Vine. Moreover, not only did Li Qingnan's originally broken vines grow back, but more new green vines also grew out. In an instant, the number of sky blue demon vines doubled. Swoosh swoosh. Accompanied by a whistling sound breaking through the air, dozens of sky blue demon vines came together to strangle Lin Yuan. With so many azure demonic vines, Lin Yuan naturally could not resist them with just his claws. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all. He roared and gathered the burning energy into his huge mouth. White-hot light. Boom! Along with a roar, a white-hot light emitting a scorching high temperature shot out from Lin Yuan's huge mouth, sweeping and cutting towards the sky-blue demon vine in front of him. The extremely high temperature of the incandescent light was sharper than a knife blade. Just like a hot knife cutting through butter, it easily cut through a dozen azure demon vines in an instant. Lin Yuan's move immediately caused exclamations from the people around him. The excitement of this battle obviously far exceeded their expectations. You know, both Lin Yuan and Li Qingnan are the best among the freshmen. This kind of showdown between geniuses is not something you can witness with your own eyes at any time. And those who originally had no confidence in Lin Yuan couldn't help but have a huge change of opinion at this moment. At the very least, judging from the current situation, Lin Yuan and Li Qingnan are now evenly matched. "Is this all you have?" Lin Yuan's voice rang in Li Qingnan's ears. This slightly contemptuous tone immediately made Li Qingnan frown. He obviously didn't expect that this round of his attack would still be blocked by Lin Yuan. Although his vines can regenerate infinitely, this also consumes energy. Moreover, Li Qingnan's self-esteem would never allow him to defeat Lin Yuan through a war of attrition. Even if we can win like this, it will be too ugly. He wanted to crush Lin Yuan in front of everyone with overwhelming force, so that he could prove his strength. Thinking of this, Li Qingnan's eyes immediately turned cold. "Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." Along with Li Qingnan's low shout, the green light bursting out from around him became more dazzling. Even more numerous sky blue demon vines grew out of his body. This is the terrifying thing about the plant-type beast soul. As long as Li Qingnan has enough strength, he will be able to split and grow countless sky blue demon vines. At this moment, hundreds of sky blue demon vines immediately attacked Lin Yuan. Looking at the scene before them, all the audience present couldn't help but hold their breath. I have to say that Li Qingnan's methods are simply too terrifying. This overwhelming sky blue demon vine is suffocating just to look at. Even Wang Linhu couldn't help but frowned and said in a deep voice, "The situation is not optimistic. It is unlikely that Lin Yuan can defend against such a dense attack." After hearing this, Zhao Ming's heart skipped a beat and he whispered, "If he can't defend himself, will Lin Yuan lose?" "It's very likely." Wang Linhu sighed and said, "With Li Qingnan's ability, if he succeeds, Lin Yuan's situation will be dire. I have already reminded him of this before." Zhao Ming shook his head helplessly, It's useless even if I reminded him. Li Qingnan's overwhelming attack is simply not something that ordinary people can withstand. Wang Jinza on the side did not say a word. He stared at Lin Yuan on the stage in silence, his eyes flickering slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Under the sweep of Lin Yuan's white-hot light, the arena was already covered with broken sky-blue demon vines, some of which had even been burned into charcoal. However, even so, Lin Yuan's incandescent light is just a beam of energy and cannot cover all directions. Under such circumstances, there will inevitably be blind spots. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, several sky-blue demon vines attacked Lin Yuan's body at an extremely fast speed. With the help of speed, the penetrating power of these sky-blue demon vines was extremely amazing. They instantly pierced through the scales on Lin Yuan's body and penetrated into his flesh. A pain of flesh and blood being torn apart immediately entered Lin Yuan's mind. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to suppress the pain. Pain is the body's self-protection mechanism. But the more the situation was like this, the more Lin Yuan could not let the pain interfere with his calm judgment. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the energy in his body was gradually being drained away. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly cold. He knew in his heart that the one that was drawing energy out of his body was the azure demon vine that had pierced into his body. This is Li Qingnan's second ability besides regeneration, energy absorption. As long as the azure demon vine pierces the opponent's flesh and blood, it can forcibly absorb the opponent's energy. If this situation is allowed to continue, the energy in Lin Yuan's body will become weaker and weaker, while the energy in Li Qingnan's body will become more and more abundant. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, it can almost be said that Lin Yuan is doomed to fail. Wang Linhu was defeated by this move of Li Qingnan at that time. Although he was stronger than Li Qingnan, he was also unable to break the ability of the sky-blue demon vine. With the energy in his body being absorbed, Wang Linhu was unable to exert his full strength and naturally fell into the hands of Li Qingnan. However, Wang Linhu at that time also revealed a piece of information to Lin Yuan. That is, Li Qingnan also had a duel with Chu Tianyi. However, Li Qingnan lost that match very badly. His sky-blue demon vine couldn't even touch Chu Tianyi, let alone absorb energy from the latter. Under such circumstances, Li Qingnan was completely unable to fight back in front of Chu Tianyi. But Lin Yuan's situation now is different. Because he couldn't completely avoid Li Qingnan's attack like Chu Tianyi did, relying on his own strength. In this case, he must think of another strategy to break the impasse in order to defeat Li Qingnan. As more and more azure demonic vines penetrated into Lin Yuan's body, a confident smile appeared on Li Qingnan's face. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you ready to beg for mercy? Chapter 91 Azure Ivy Shield. The function of energy storage crystal. This is the moment that Li Qingnan enjoys the most. For him, this confrontation was more like a hunt. At this moment, Lin Yuan was like a prey that had fallen into a trap, waiting to be eaten away bit by his vines. Beg for mercy? Lin Yuan grinned, his eyes filled with a fierce and violent light. I'm afraid you are not qualified yet. As he spoke, Lin Yuan used his thunder claws to cut off the vines in front of him and approach Li Qingnan step by step. However, looking at the scene in front of him, a hint of mockery flashed across Li Qingnan's eyes. In his eyes, what Lin Yuan is doing now is just a desperate resistance, and it is completely meaningless. Even if he cut off the vines in front of him, there would still be more sky-blue demon vines that would pierce into his body. If he continued at this speed, the energy in his body would have been completely absorbed by the sky-blue demon vine before Lin Yuan could reach him. However, when Lin Yuan was still 50 meters away from Li Qingnan, he suddenly stopped. At the same time, a faint blue light of energy burst out from the dorsal fin behind him. Looking at the scene before them, the freshmen who had seen Lin Yuan fight were all cheered up. Of course, they knew what the scene before them meant. What Lin Yuan is preparing now is the energy storage of atomic breath. Obviously, everyone can see that Lin Yuan is ready to fight to the death. Li Qingnan obviously also felt this terrifying energy fluctuation, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. Boom. The next second, accompanied by a loud bang, atomic breath emitting a destructive aura suddenly spurted out from Lin Yuan's huge mouth, like a dark blue beam of energy, blasting towards the direction where Li Qingnan was. Facing the extremely violent atomic breath in front of him, Li Qingnan did not hesitate at all, and immediately shouted, Azure Ivy Shield, gather. Just as Li Qingnan finished his words, dozens of sky-blue demon vines suddenly intertwined together in a spiral shape, and actually condensed into the shape of a giant shield. Obviously, Li Qingnan wanted to use this Azure Ivy Shield to forcibly block Lin Yuan's atomic breath. Boom! When the atomic breath collided with the Azure Ivy Shield, a dazzling blue light burst out immediately. The terrifying energy fluctuations swept in all directions. Even the audience in the auditorium were affected. After feeling the power of the atomic breath, all the freshmen present couldn't help but flash a look of shock in their eyes. If there were still people who had doubted before whether Lin Yuan was qualified to be ranked in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list, well, at this moment, no one has such doubts anymore. Based on the power displayed by this atomic breath alone, Lin Yuan is absolutely qualified to be included in the ranks of top talented freshmen. However, what they are more concerned about now is whether Lin Yuan's atomic breath can penetrate this thick azure ivy shield. Soon, the dazzling blue light and smoke dissipated one after another, and the scene on the ring finally appeared before everyone's eyes. I saw a huge charred hole on the extremely thick azure ivy shield, and even heat from the burning was rising. Obviously, Lin Yuan's atomic breath was indeed extremely powerful, so powerful that it directly penetrated the azure ivy shield. Unfortunately, after penetrating the azure ivy shield, this atomic breath also dissipated due to lack of follow-up power. After the atomic breath dissipated, even Li Qingnan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Before he knew it, a layer of cold sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. It was not until now that Li Qingnan realized that he had underestimated the enemy. He never thought that after having a large amount of energy absorbed by the sky blue demon vine, Lin Yuan could still unleash such a terrifyingly powerful attack. Fortunately, the defensive power of the azure ivy shield is strong enough, otherwise he might really be defeated by Lin Yuan. But no matter what, victory still belongs to him. After blocking this attack, Lin Yuan no longer had any means to threaten him. Li Qingnan just didn't believe that Lin Yuan could launch an attack stronger than this while his energy was being absorbed by the sky blue demon vine. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan in front of him suddenly laughed. After seeing the smile on Lin Yuan's face, Li Qingnan's pupils suddenly contracted. He never thought that under such circumstances, Lin Yuan could still laugh. Could it be that Lin Yuan has any other tricks up his sleeve? But the problem is that he clearly sensed the energy in Lin Yuan's body through the azure demon vine. With the remaining energy in Lin Yuan's body, it can only support him to release atomic breath once more. But the key point is, since he can block the next atomic breath, he can naturally forcibly block the second time. Just as Li Qingnan's thoughts were working rapidly, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. To be honest, your method is quite interesting. It's a pity that your defense is still too weak. Just as he finished speaking, the dorsal fin behind Lin Yuan suddenly lit up with a faint blue light again. Looking at the scene before them, the audience around them couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What exactly does Lin Yuan want to do? Could it be that he wants to try again? But even if we try again, what will change the outcome? However, just when most people were thinking this, something strange happened right before their eyes. The dark blue light surging on Lin Yuan's dorsal fin suddenly expanded in an instant, even to the point of being dazzling. Moreover, the energy fluctuations emitted were extremely astonishing. After feeling this fluctuation, Li Qingnan's expression changed instantly. Not only did he feel the emanating fluctuations, he also felt the energy that was continuously gushing out of Lin Yuan's body through the azure demon vine. But the problem is, where on earth did this new energy come from? At this moment, Lin Yuan's ferocious and violent gaze was immediately fixed on Li Qingnan's body. To be honest, if I didn't have this energy storage crystal, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to defeat you. Unfortunately, there aren't so many ifs in the world. So now, go to hell. Chapter 92. This is the first gift I give you. At this moment, Li Qingnan had no time to care about what Lin Yuan was saying. After feeling the pressure emanating from Lin Yuan, he only felt endless pressure. Even he, who had always been proud, felt the long-lost fear. He had only felt this kind of fear in Chu Tianyi before. Finally, the nuclear energy accumulated to the extreme in Lin Yuan's body. A majestic and mighty beam of dark blue light suddenly spurted out from Lin Yuan's huge mouth. In fact, Li Qingnan's judgment was not wrong. The energy in Lin Yuan's body was indeed only enough to support him to exhale the last atomic breath. But the key point is that after the battle with Yuan Lian, Lin Yuan took out the energy storage crystal, a Beast King-level beast weapon, from the golden treasure chest. It was the existence of this beast weapon that not only provided Lin Yuan with a large amount of energy at the critical moment, but also directly increased the power of the atomic breath by a full 50. Boom! The dark blue atomic breath suddenly penetrated in the direction where Li Qingnan was. Its momentum was so mighty that it seemed to tear the entire space apart. Facing this extremely terrifying atomic breath, veins popped out on Li Qingnan's forehead, and he shouted loudly, "Azure Ivy Shield, gather!" It was obvious that Li Qingnan in front of him had already pushed his own strength to the extreme. Under Li Qingnan's full force, Countless azure demon vines emitting green light suddenly grew out of his body and condensed into an extremely thick azure vine shield in front of him in a spiral manner. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them intently. They all wanted to witness with their own eyes whether Li Qingnan could block the atomic breath in the same way this time. Bang! Accompanied by a dull bang, the dark blue atomic breath and the turquoise blue demon vine collided with each other. What everyone present didn't expect was that under the bombardment of the atomic breath, the azure ivy shield in front of them actually exploded directly. Looking at the scene before them, all the audience couldn't help but widen their eyes filled with horror and shock. What on earth is going on? Why is the power of Lin Yuan's atomic breath so terrifying? Afterwards, before they could even react, the atomic breath that shattered the azure ivy shield continued to penetrate Li Qingnan without any loss of momentum. The terrifying impact force instantly blew Li Qingnan's body away, just as the faint blue light of the atomic breath dissipated. Li Qingnan's body was also blown out of the ring. In fact, he was not forced to stop until he suddenly hit the wall of the auditorium, and then he slowly slid down the wall, even leaving a trail of bright red blood. In his abdomen, the atomic breath directly pierced through a bloody hole, and blood continued to flow out. I have to say that the vitality of the sky blue demon vine is still quite strong. At the very least, even after suffering such serious injuries, he did not fall into a coma. But in this duel, Li Qingnan had undoubtedly lost. Not to mention that he had been knocked out of the ring. Even if he remained on the ring, he had completely lost his ability to fight. This failure obviously dealt a heavy blow to Li Qingnan. Li Qingnan was seen lying on the ground like a dead dog, his eyes full of despair and unwillingness, without any trace of his previous arrogance. It was not until this time that the freshmen who were watching the game gradually reacted. Did Lin Yuan win? Gulu, this is unbelievable. He actually beat Li Qingnan. Someone in the crowd swallowed silently. Then, someone couldn't help but curse. Fuck, they can win. This is simply too awesome. I really didn't expect that Lin Yuan could be so powerful. Although this sentence is straightforward, it truly expresses the thoughts of many people. The strength that Lin Yuan displayed in this duel can be said to have completely overturned their cognition. At the same time, they finally realized one thing. That is, Lin Yuan, perhaps he is really a dark horse who is not inferior to Chu Qianni at all. And they witnessed Lin Yuan's rise with their own eyes. At this time, Kong Jiao, the referee of this match, also walked onto the stage again. Without any hesitation, he walked forward, grabbed Lin Yuan's right hand, and raised it high. I declare that the winner of this match is Lin Yuan. From now on, Lin Yuan's ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking will rise from 18th to 4th. After defeating Li Qingnan, Lin Yuan naturally replaced the opponent's ranking. Win, Lin Yuan wins. Zhao Ming's face flushed with excitement. Damn, I knew this guy would win. It seems that I still underestimated him. Wang Linhu's eyes flickered slightly, and he whispered, I never thought that he could actually defeat Li Qingnan. You know, Wang Linhu has fought with Li Qingnan before and knows very well how strong the latter is. So, it's not that Li Qingnan is too weak, but that Lin Yuan is stronger. At the same time, Lin Yuan's victory also greatly stimulated his fighting spirit. It seems that I still have to find a way to become stronger. Otherwise, sooner or later you will be left far behind by these true geniuses. However, neither Wang Linhu nor Zhao Ming could understand Wang Jinza's feelings at this moment. At this moment, Wang Jinza was the most excited one among the three of them. After all, Wang Jinza bet a full 30 million on the handicap of this duel. This is definitely not a small amount of money. Under this circumstance, if Lin Yuan loses, he will lose all his money. Fortunately, Wang Jinza won the bet. Lin Yuan finally succeeded in defeating Li Qingnan. According to the odds when the handicap was closed, Wang Jinza could get at least 45 million. Just thinking of this number, Wang Jinza couldn't help but grin. 45 million. TSK, 45 million. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan, you are truly my god of wealth. Looking at Wang Jinza, who was grinning foolishly and muttering to himself, a look of surprise could not help but appear in Zhao Ming's eyes. Could this guy be crazy? After Kong Jiao read out the results of the competition, Lin Yuan still did not leave the arena. For a moment, everyone's eyes were once again focused on Lin Yuan. No one knows what Lin Yuan wants to do. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly turned his gaze to the audience and quickly found the location of the Wuxuan Gu. Then, Lin Yuan raised his lips slightly, smiled, and said, Wuxian Gu, this is the first gift I gave you. How is it? Do you like it? Chapter 93. Remove the firewood from under the cauldron and win over Wuxian Gu. After Lin Yuan said this, The freshmen in the audience reacted instantly. It turned out that the reason why Lin Yuan did not choose to step down from the stage was because he still had something to say to Wu Xiangu. In fact, anyone with a little bit of common sense can see that Li Qingnan attacked Lin Yuan because he was commissioned by Wu Xuangu. Otherwise, as Li Qingnan, who is ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list, would have nothing better to do than challenge Lin Yuan, who is ranked 14 places lower than him. And now, after defeating Li Qingnan, Lin Yuan also had no intention of swallowing his anger, but chose to directly confront Wu Xiangu. At this moment, the freshmen who were usually bullied by the list hunters felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Especially when they saw Wu Xiangu's ashen face, the feeling of joy in their hearts reached its peak. This feeling is like drinking a whole bottle of ice water in the hottest days of summer, which immediately clears away all the depression in my heart. This is what we call karma. Since the opening of the Hidden Dragon list, the list hunter, created by Wu Xiangu, has been expanding its strength without restraint. But what is harmed are the interests of these ordinary freshmen. The most frustrating thing is that the power of the list hunters is too huge, and they occupy more than half of the seats in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list. Ordinary freshmen like them, even if they choose to stick together, cannot fight against them and can only swallow their anger. And now, someone finally stood up and slapped these people in the face for them. Under Lin Yuan's gaze, Wu Xiangu finally couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up, staring at Lin Yuan, and said word by word, "Lin Yuan, please give yourself a way out. I advise you not to go too far. Is it too much?" Lin Yuan smiled and calmly asked, "Why do I feel that it is you who are going too far? My roommate Zhao Ming was severely injured by your men just because he challenged a member of your organization because he was dissatisfied with the rules you set. My other roommate, Song Lan, chose to stand up for him and was also severely injured by Yuan Lion. She is still lying in the infirmary. Now answer me, who did the worse?" After hearing Lin Yuan's words, the freshmen who originally didn't understand the whole story couldn't help but reveal a look of enlightenment on their faces. Originally, they thought that the reason why Lin Yuan stood against Wu Xiangu was simply because he couldn't stand the actions of the List Hunter organization. Unexpectedly, there are deeper reasons behind this. After hearing this, Wu Xiangu's expression became even uglier. He has always used force to overpower others and never reason with others. For him, the most important thing is the strong fist. This has been Wu Xiangu's code of conduct all along. It's a pity that Wu Xiangu never expected that Li Qingnan would be defeated by Lin Yuan. If this matter is not handled properly, not only will the prestige of the organization be destroyed, but he himself will become a laughingstock from then on. No matter what, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, I must come up with a way to save the current situation. Wu Xiangu's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly made a decision. When he raised his head again, there was a smile on his face. He looked at Lin Yuan, smiled, and said, "I think there are some misunderstandings between us. I'm deeply sorry about your roommate's incident. Perhaps it was indeed my failure to discipline the members of our organization, which led to them being too domineering. But after all, it's a competition, and sometimes we get a little heavy-handed. That's unavoidable." After hearing these words, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. No one expected that Wu Xiangu's attitude would change so quickly. It was clear that he wanted to eat Lin Yuan alive before, but in the blink of an eye, he put on such a gentle and friendly expression. Just when everyone had no idea what kind of medicine was sold in the Wu Xuangu gourd, he suddenly changed the subject. "In fact, both you and Song Lan are rare geniuses among the freshmen. To be honest, if it weren't for the previous conflicts, I would really admire you. But now think about it. What contradiction is impossible to resolve?" Wu Xiangu smiled and said, "If you think I did something wrong in this matter, I can apologize to your roommate on behalf of the entire organization. At the same time, I sincerely invite you and Song Lan to join our organization. With your joining, List Hunter will definitely be much different, and maybe we can become friends. Of course, as long as you are willing to join the organization, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." Ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, the school's weekly rewards are 100 top-grade Beast Soul Crystals, 20 Beast Spirit Pills, and 1 million in cash. And the rewards the organization gives out every week are twice this amount. And you don't need to do anything. You just need to join us, List Hunters, to enjoy this treatment. These were the conditions I offered Shen Song before, and now, I'm offering you the same conditions. After Wu Xiangu said this, the entire audience fell into silence. In the surrounding audience seats, one could almost hear a pin drop. At this moment, Wu Xiangu finally revealed his true intentions. What no one expected was that he actually chose to win over Lin Yuan. He wanted Lin Yuan to join the list hunter as well, and even offered the same conditions as Shen Song. The reward is twice as high as that of the top spot on the hidden dragon list. No one can resist such conditions, and it is enough to show Wu Xiangu's sincerity. I have to say, Wu Xiangu's move can be regarded as cutting off the source of the problem. If Lin Yuan really agreed to his request, then all of Lin Yuan's previous influence would disappear. At the same time, List Hunter will permanently reduce one enemy, thereby gaining an extra powerful general. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone present turned their eyes to Lin Yuan, because they all wanted to know what kind of answer Lin Yuan would give under this situation. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan finally spoke. He raised his lips slightly and asked calmly, "Let me ask you, when Chu Tianyi defeated you, did you also offer him such conditions?" Chapter 94 Lions and Tigers Never Walk with Jackals. After hearing this, even Wu Xiangu was slightly stunned. To be honest, he had considered that Lin Yuan would reject him, but he never thought that Lin Yuan would say such a thing. Wu Xiangu narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "Why are you asking this?" However, Lin Yuan did not answer his question, but continued to ask, "Also, are the rewards you promised to me also squeezed from those ordinary freshmen?" After hearing this, Wu Xiangu finally realized Lin Yuan's intention, and his expression turned a little ugly. Lin Yuan continued to speak calmly. "Wu Xiangu, this is the biggest difference between you and me. Do you know why Chu Tianyi didn't choose to join your organization? No matter how tempting the conditions you offer, he still won't be tempted. Because lions and tigers will not keep company with jackals and wolves, and Kuanping will not even bother to keep company with insects. You think that the organization you founded is so powerful that more than half of the top 10 on the hidden dragon list are members of your organization. But in reality, you are just a bunch of blood-sucking insects that wantonly suck the blood of ordinary freshmen. You are greedy and conceited. While enjoying your privileges, you deprive ordinary freshmen of their rights, and even feel proud of it. But do you know that in my eyes, both you and the organization you founded are nothing more than a joke, like a child playing house?" After Lin Yuan said this, the audience seats around the arena were almost dead silent. Everyone present stared at Lin Yuan in front of them in a daze, their eyes full of disbelief. No one expected that such words could come out of Lin Yuan's mouth. These words that Lin Yuan said could be said to be sharp and heart-piercing. Not only did he personally tear apart Wu Xiangu's pride, he also personally tore off the hypocritical veil of List Hunter, exposing the bloody and dirty reality to everyone. Even Wang Jinza, who thought he knew Lin Yuan well, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This guy is too bold, isn't he? What he said is simply murderous. After hearing Wang Jinza's voice, Wang Linhu, who was standing beside him, finally came to his senses and couldn't help but sigh. "Damn it, someone actually said I was too arrogant before. Damn it, compared to this guy Lin Yuan, I'm nothing." Although what Wang Linhu said sounded a bit vulgar at this moment, only swear words could best express his mood. After a moment of silence, the freshmen in the audience began to discuss in low voices. "Lin Yuan is too cruel. He dares to say anything. Isn't he telling the truth? If it weren't for the existence of the List Hunter, our freshman life would have been much easier. Yes, it is the List Hunter who has made the entire hidden dragon list a mess. Even the most basic fairness cannot be guaranteed." Alas, someone finally stood up and said something fair. "Wu Xiangu and his gang are a bunch of damn vampires." "You're right. It's absolutely despicable. They're trying to win over the strong freshmen and exploit us weak freshmen. It's shameless to the extreme." "Damn, this is so cool. Lin Yuan really said everything I've always wanted to say." At this moment, an unknown freshman stood up and started applauding first. All of a sudden, the rest of the freshmen followed suit and chose to stand up and applaud. Hundreds of freshmen in the audience seats on all sides stood up and applauded at the same time. The applause was like thunder. Even Kongjiu, who was still standing on the stage, looked around in surprise. It seems that the existence of List Hunter has really caused these freshmen to harbor resentment for a long time. Otherwise, Lin Yuan's words would not have resonated with so many people. At this moment, Wu Xiangu's face turned red and his body was shaking, as if he was about to fall down on the spot. He had lived for so many years and had never encountered such humiliation. Not only was she rejected by Lin Yuan, but she was also humiliated by him in this way. There were also the freshmen cheering and applauding all around. Are there no members of the organization among them? Although joining the organization does cost a certain amount of money, the organization also gives them corresponding protection. Some members who are not strong enough can still have rankings that do not belong to them. Isn't this the benefit that the organization brings to them? What a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Wu Xiangu's eyes were bloodshot. and he was so angry that he was about to spit fire. His fists were clenched so tightly that even his fingernails were embedded in his flesh. If Kongqiu hadn't been standing next to Lin Yuan, he would even want to go up to the ring right now and have a fight to the death with Lin Yuan. Lions and tigers don't associate with jackals and wolves, and Kuanping doesn't associate with insects? What qualifications does this guy have to say such things? Even if he did not create an organization, he could still be considered a top genius among the freshmen. The only ones who can suppress him are Chu Qianni and Shen Song. The rage in his heart made Wu Xiangu unable to calm down at all. His eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan on the stage. His eyes were full of cold, murderous intent. But at this moment, Lin Yuan spoke again. Lin Yuan had a faint smile on his face and said without hesitation, "Actually, I'm also curious. Why do you think you and I can reconcile? Are you so confident about the conditions you set? Thank you very much for offering me the same conditions as Shen Song. It's a pity that I have a bad habit, which is either not doing it or doing it to the extreme. So, next, no matter how you want to play, I will accompany you to the end. If you want to fight me personally, I will defeat you myself. If you want to send Shen Song to deal with me, I will defeat him as well. Now, the game has begun. Think carefully and make your choice." After saying this, Lin Yuan turned around and walked off the stage, not caring at all about the expression on Wu Xiangu's face. The freshmen in the audience were staring at the scene in front of them in amazement, their faces filled with shock. They really were confused about one thing. That is, it was obvious that Wu Xuangu had mobilized the entire power of List Hunter to target Lin Yuan. So why is it that Lin Yuan is now more like the villain? Chapter 95 Celebration Banquet. Song Lan's Reminder. The Beast University of Shanghai, off campus. Buy-in private restaurant, private room on the second floor. This private restaurant is considered one of the most high-end restaurants even in the surrounding area of Magic City. Even a normal meal would cost at least several $1,000s. And if you want to eat the highest standard of food, even if there are only a few people, it will cost at least 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. Although tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars is not a lot of money for Lin Yuan now, he still needs to think about spending that much money just on a meal. Moreover, the dishes in this private restaurant may not be available even if you have money. Because if you want to dine at this private restaurant, you must make a reservation in advance. Fortunately, Wang Jinza happened to be a VIP member of this private restaurant, so he was exempted from this process. Moreover, the cost of today's meal was also entirely paid for by Wang Jinza. In Wang Jinza's words, this meal was a celebration banquet specially prepared for Lin Yuan. There were not many people attending the celebration banquet. There were only Wang Jinza, Zhao Ming, Lin Yuan, Wang Linhu, and Song Lan who had just come out of the infirmary. To be honest, Song Lan's injuries may not have fully healed yet, but he should have no problem moving normally. Therefore, Wang Jinza and Zhao Ming forcibly pulled him out, saying that they wanted him to eat more good food to replenish his body. "Hello, guests. This is our menu. You can take a look at it. The dishes are all absolutely fresh. We even had a batch of Lord-level ingredients arrive a few days ago. If you are interested, you can try them." After placing the tableware for everyone, the waiter immediately distributed the menu he brought with him to everyone and introduced the dishes with a smile. After hearing this, Zhao Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned and scratched his head subconsciously. What are Lord-level ingredients? "Hello, guest." The waiter did not show any disdain. Instead, he patiently explained, Lord-level ingredients are made from meat cut from Lord-level monsters, or other edible parts. They are the specialty of our restaurant, and their prices are relatively higher than ordinary ingredients. After hearing this explanation, Zhao Ming couldn't help but look stunned, and smacked his lips and said, "Oh my goodness, I can actually have the good fortune to eat the meat of a Lord-level monster here." Wang Jinza glanced at him, chuckled and said, "You look so ignorant. It's just that we are unlucky today. If we were lucky, we might even be able to eat king-level ingredients." Zhao Ming's eyes widened as he said, "Royal-level ingredients, that means. Of course it's the meat from the emperor-level monster." Zhao Ming took a deep breath and couldn't help but say, using the meat of an emperor-level monster to cook, isn't this too extravagant? Lin Yuan smiled and said, "In fact, ingredients of this level are not as precious as you think. Think about it, if an emperor-level monster dies, it can at least produce tens of thousands of tons of meat, right? If I really store all this meat for you to eat, I'm afraid you may not be able to finish it in several years." The waiter at the side also smiled and said, "This guest is right, but it is still quite difficult to purchase royal-grade ingredients suitable for cooking. Moreover, we also hire the best chefs to cook ingredients of this level, and the taste is absolutely first-rate." At this moment, Zhao Ming also opened the menu in his hand. The dishes above are simply eye-opening. Red braised thorn-armored flying dragon meat, black flame snake dragonback meat, moon shadow black panther leg, blazing mad lion leg. Looking at the dishes on the menu that could only be cooked with Lord-level ingredients, Zhao Ming was truly eye-opening. Before this, he had never thought that parts of a lord-level monster could be used as ingredients for cooking, and that they could be cooked in such a wide variety of ways. Wang Jinzi smiled and said, "All right, stop reading. Serve us all the dishes on the menu that are made with lord-level ingredients. As for the other dishes, you can choose the right combination." "Yes, guest." After hearing what Wang Jinzi said, the waiter immediately put away the menu and turned away. Zhao Ming smacked his lips and said, "Isn't it a waste to order all of them?" "What a waste." Wang Jinzi waved his hand and said, "Even if we order all the dishes here, it would only cost a few 100,000. Do you know how much money I made today? A full 45 million. And all this is thanks to Lin Yuan. Come, I'll toast you." After saying this, Wang Jinzi directly filled his glass with red wine and prepared to clink glasses with Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "This is not my credit. It's just that you believe I can win, so you can make so much money. As for the wine, I won't drink it. I still have to practice in the evening." Zhao Ming was slightly stunned and said in disbelief, "No way. You are still going to practice tonight? Are you practicing to the point of going insane?" "No. It's a rare opportunity for us to get together today. We must not leave until we are drunk. I'll drink this first cup." After saying this, Zhao Ming didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the red wine glass in front of him, raised his head, and drank it all in one gulp. "Yeah, if you don't drink, then you don't treat us as brothers," Wang Jinzi said with a smile, and also raised his head and finished a whole glass of red wine. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but flash a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Afterwards, he had no choice but to pour himself a full glass of red wine and drank it in one gulp. "Okay, that's great." Zhao Ming grinned, immediately reached out his hand and patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. "That's more like it." At this moment, Wang Linhu came over with a full glass of wine and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you have successfully defeated Li Qingnan. From now on, you will have a place in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking." Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "It was just luck. Thank you for the information you provided me. If you hadn't told me in advance about Li Qingnan's beast soul ability, I might have really suffered a loss, and I might not even be able to win this duel." Although Lin Yuan said this, Wang Linhu knew in his heart that this was just Lin Yuan's humble words. He also watched the normal duel and naturally knew Lin Yuan's strength. To be honest, in his opinion, with Lin Yuan's means and abilities, he would be able to defeat Li Qingnan even without knowing any intelligence. Thinking of this, Wang Linhu couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't be so modest. Now you have already climbed to the 4th place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. This position is not something you can get to by luck. Since you are so confident in my abilities, how about we spar with each other when we are free?" After Lin Yuan said this, Wang Linhu was stunned for a moment, but then he quickly reacted and said cheerfully, "Of course there is no problem. However, when we spar, you must consider our friendship and try to be merciful." After saying this, both parties looked at each other and laughed, then clinked their glasses and drank the wine in their glasses. After everyone toasted Lin Yuan, Song Lan also stood up and walked towards Lin Yuan with a teacup. "I have to say, it is quite impressive to see a black man with a body as strong as an iron tower and a ferocious look walking towards you. But in fact, after getting along for a long time, you will find that Song Lan's personality and temper are actually the mildest in their dormitory." After walking in front of Lin Yuan, Song Lan immediately raised the teacup in his hand and whispered, "The doctor specifically told me not to drink alcohol until my injuries are fully recovered, so I drank tea instead. Thank you for this." Song Lan knew in his heart that Lin Yuan chose to do these things just to stand up for him and Zhao Ming. Although he didn't say much, he had already kept this friendship firmly in his heart. Lin Yuan smiled casually and said, "What's there to be polite about between roommates? Besides, since I want to improve my ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking, I can't avoid these people. Since I don't want to join them, I can only choose to defeat them." Even if people outside heard what Lin Yuan said, they would not have the slightest doubt, let alone think that he was too arrogant. Because Lin Yuan has proven his strength through his battle record. At this moment, Song Lan spoke up again and reminded, "But, next time, you'd better be as careful as possible. You humiliated Wu Xiangu in front of hundreds of freshmen today. He won't let you go so easily." Lin Yuan sneered and said, "Of course I know this, but no matter whether he comes to deal with me personally or sends Shinsong to deal with me, I will fight him to the end. Since you said so, I naturally believe that you can defeat Shinsong and Wu Xiangu." Song Lan pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "But you should also know that there are many ways to defeat a person, and you don't necessarily have to defeat him in a head-on battle. What I'm worried about is, they will trip you up in secret and use some shady tricks to deal with you." Given Wu Xiangu's personality, it's not impossible for him to do something like this. Chapter 96. It seems that I lost fairly. After Song Lan said this, everyone present couldn't help but frown, because what Song Lan said was not without reason. With Wu Xiangu's vengeful character, he will definitely take revenge on Lin Yuan. There were two choices before him. Either he and Shin Song took action and defeated Lin Yuan fairly, or they would do something secretly to trip up Lin Yuan. To be honest, no matter which method Wu Xiangu chooses to deal with him, Lin Yuan will not be surprised. At this moment, Wang Jinzi said calmly, "Don't worry, in the Magic City Beast University, it won't be that easy for him to play dirty tricks. At least, he can't do it under my nose." After hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Wang Linhu's face. He really didn't quite understand where Wang Jinzi got the confidence to say such things. However, if you think about it carefully, Wang Jinzi is able to grasp the intelligence of the entire Magic City Beast University and has a cash flow of at least tens of millions. His background should indeed be not simple. As for Lin Yuan, Song Lan, and Zhao Ming, they naturally knew Wang Jinzi's background. You know, Wang Jinzi is the son of Wang Ting, the principal of the Beast University in Demon City. It is certainly believable that he can say such things. If Wang Jinzi really targeted Wu Xiangu to death, at least the latter would not be able to cause any trouble within the Demon City Beast King. While the few people were talking, the waiters had already started bringing the dishes up one by one. Black Flame Snake Dragon Spine Meat, Braised Thorn Armored Flying Dragon Meat, Moon Shadow Black Panther Leg, Blazing Lion Leg. Many dishes that Lin Yuan had never seen before were brought up one by one. The fragrance immediately filled the entire room, making everyone's appetite wet. Zhao Ming couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said, "Okay, stop talking so much. Let's eat first. You're the reincarnation of a starving ghost." Wang Jinzi cursed with a smile, then said, "But it's getting late, and everyone should be hungry. Come on, pick up your chopsticks and eat." Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't be polite. He immediately stretched out his chopsticks, picked up a piece of black flame snake dragon spine meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. What he didn't expect was that this piece of snake meat melted in his mouth with a dense and mellow meaty aroma. Immediately afterwards, a burning sensation spread in Lin Yuan's mouth, as if he had drunk a very strong liquor. This feeling is really wonderful, at least Lin Yuan has never experienced it in his previous life. I have to say that the dishes cooked with these lord-level ingredients are truly extraordinary. At this moment, Wang Jinzi suddenly came over, winked, and asked, "By the way, where is your girlfriend? Why didn't you call her over?" "My little girlfriend?" Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, "Are you talking about Su Mushiwei?" "You are wrong. She is not my girlfriend. We are just classmates from the same place." Wang Jinzi said angrily, "You are too ignorant. Can't you see what others mean to you? If there's such a beautiful girl who likes me, I promise to let her take maternity leave when school starts. Don't come on." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, then said, "But I did contact Su Mushiwei, but unfortunately the call was not connected." Wang Jinzi was slightly stunned. The phone call is not going through? Could something have happened? She hasn't contacted me much recently. Maybe she has something wrong. Lin Yuan said, "But I asked her roommate before, and he said that she has been in seclusion recently. She should be practicing." "Practice?" Wang Jinzi's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. "Then you two are really a good match. Both of you are crazy about cultivation." Lin Yuan smiled and didn't say much. He knew in his heart that Su Mushiwei had always been lazy. The reason why I practice so hard, perhaps, is just to catch up with him. The monster city is huge. In the infirmary, Wu Xiangu pushed open the door, walked in, sat next to a bed, and remained silent. At this moment, the man lying on the hospital bed spoke up. "Wu Xiangu, did Li Qinan win?" The person lying on the hospital bed was none other than Yuan Lian, who had been defeated by Lin Yuan before. After he asked this, Wu Xiangu couldn't help but clench his fists, and finally shook his head silently. No, he lost. After hearing this, Yuan Lion, who was wrapped in bandages, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Li Qinan lost? How is this possible? He knew very well how strong Li Qinan was. But even Li Qinan was defeated by Lin Yuan? For a moment, Yuan Lion's eyes dimmed quickly, and he gave a helpless smile. "It seems that my loss is not unfair." Chapter 97, Vice Principal of Demon City Beast University, Li Xiangui. Afterwards, Yuan Lion looked at Wu Xiangu again and whispered, "So what are you going to do next? Should we continue to target this guy? Perhaps we can also choose to win him over. If we can get him to join our organization, then our organization's strength should be able to reach a new level." After hearing this, Wu Xiangu's mouth twitched fiercely, and he said with gritted teeth, "Give up. This guy is the same as Chu Qianni. In fact, he is even more hateful than Chu Qianni." Yuan Lian was slightly stunned, and a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. He obviously didn't know what had happened to make Wu Xiangu say such words. Then, Yuan Lion spoke again. Since we can't win him over, then it will be up to you or Shinsong to deal with him. Wu Xiangu nodded and said in a deep voice, I'll take care of it. Just take good care of your injuries. I got you a bottle of special healing essence liquid, which has the effect of regenerating severed limbs. As long as you apply it on the wound, your severed palm should be able to grow back soon. Don't worry, we'll definitely make it in time before the National Freshman Mix competition officially begins. After finishing speaking, Wu Xiangu directly took out a bottle of forest green liquid from his storage badge and placed it on the head of Yuan Lian's bed. Yuan Lian was stunned for a moment, and after he realized what was happening, he immediately said, No, this is too expensive. He knew very well the price of the healing essence liquid. This is a product developed by the Scientific Research Department of the Beast Soul Hall. Applying it on the wound can speed up recovery. However, the healing liquid cannot be mass-produced at present, so the price is naturally very high. Even the primary healing essence liquid costs at least tens of thousands of yuan per bottle. The price of a special healing liquid like this one that can regenerate severed limbs is at least over 5 million on the black market, and there is still no demand for it. However, Wu Xiangu gently patted the latter's shoulder and said without question, It's already this time? Why do you still care about these things? The real thing is to get well sooner rather than later. After all, I'm still waiting for you to compete alongside me in the National Freshman Fraternity competition. Yuan Lian pursed his lips, and although he didn't say anything else, his eyes were full of gratitude. Then, Wu Xiangu smiled and said, Okay, you can slowly recover here. I have some things to deal with, so I will leave first. After saying this, Wu Xiangu immediately left the ward. The moment he walked out of the ward, the smile on his face disappeared. Instead, his face was filled with gloom. Afterwards, Wu Xiangu walked towards a silver-gray building without any hesitation. That is the Academic Affairs Office of the Magic City Beast University, where all the senior leaders of the school work. After entering the Academic Affairs Office, Wu Xiangu took a few turns with ease and finally stopped in front of a door. Above the door, there is a sign with a line of small gold-plated characters on it. Vice Principal's Office. Wu Xiangu hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out and knocked on the door gently. Tap, tap, tap. Come in. Soon, a middle-aged man's voice was heard from inside the door. After getting permission, Wu Xiangu took a deep breath, then pushed the door open and walked in. The furnishings in this vice president's office are simple, with only 2 rows of bookshelves on the left and right, and a NAMA desk in the middle. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses was reviewing files at his desk. However, this middle-aged man had a pale and thin face, and his hair was a mixture of black and white. He looked like a ghost, and he would cover his mouth and cough from time to time. Wu Xiangu took a few steps forward, lowered his head, and stood respectfully in front of the middle-aged man. I'm afraid no one could have imagined that the usually arrogant Wu Xiangu actually had such a docile side. However, even after Wu Xiangu walked in, the middle-aged man did not even look at him, and was still reviewing files at his desk, as if Wu Xiangu did not exist. After being silent for 2 or 3 minutes, Wu Xiangu finally couldn't hold back any longer and whispered, Uncle. Uncle. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and said, I, Li Xiangue, don't have a nephew as useless as you, ahem. Before he could finish his words, Li Xiangue started coughing violently again. Facing Li Xiangue's scolding, Wu Xiangu kept his head down and remained silent, with no intention of arguing at all. Then, Li Xiangue's tone calmed down and he asked calmly, Do you know where you went wrong? Before Wu Xiangu could speak, Li Xiangue continued, You are wrong because you are too arrogant. You always think that things will develop as you expect, so you want to recruit Lin Yuan. You think you are a man of great courage, but you are actually a brainless idiot. Li Xiangue was not polite at all and his tone was full of mockery. Wu Xiangu clenched his fists, his face flushed red, but in front of Li Xiangue he didn't dare to say even a word in rebuttal. This is not only because Li Xiangue is his uncle, but also because of the other party's identity and strength. The thin middle-aged man in front of him, who looked like a ghost, was not only the vice president of the Magic City Beast University, but also a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. The Beast King level is the one that truly stands at the top of the Beast Soul Master pyramid. Even though Wu Xiangu claims to be a genius, he may not be able to reach this level in his entire life. Of course, none of the mistakes you made are important. Li Xiangue raised his head and looked at Wu Xiangu with a burning gaze. The real problem is that you are too weak. Whether it's Chu Qianni, Shinsong, or Lin Yuan who showed up now, they can all ride on your head. If you want to win them over, you must give up some of the benefits that originally belonged to you, and even then, you still have to consider their moods. And all this, in the final analysis, is because you were too weak. If you had the strength like Chu Qianni, you would have already stepped on Lin Yuan. But you didn't do that. Instead, you came to me for help. Because you were afraid. You were afraid of losing to Lin Yuan. You are afraid that you cannot afford the price of losing. Wu Xiangu, don't be so self-righteous. Your talent is not worth mentioning at all. The third place on the hidden dragon ranking is not your honor, but your shame. I provided you with the best training resources and helped you build the list hunter. You should be at the top of the list, looking down on all living beings. But look at you now, hesitant and timid. You have neither the will to fight nor the ambition to be a hero. You are nothing but a pile of mud. Chapter 98. Wu Xiangu's choice, Su Mushiwei comes out of seclusion. Li Xiangui's tone was filled with a sense of disappointment. Wu Xiangu, the favored child of heaven in the eyes of outsiders, was criticized as a worthless waste in his mouth. In fact, Li Xiangui is indeed qualified to preach, not to mention his current strength. You know, he also graduated from the Monster University in Magic City. During his freshman year, Li Xiangui has always occupied the top spot on the hidden dragon list, and no one can shake him. He can be said to be invincible among his classmates. Not only that, until graduation, Li Xiangui has always been the strongest among his peers. If we really have to make a comparison, Li Xiangui at that time was equivalent to Chu Tianyi today. They all possess extremely strong dominance and are far ahead of others on the list. I know you're not convinced, because you have your pride, cough cough cough. Li Xiangui started coughing violently again, and said in a hoarse voice, but pride also needs to be backed up by strength, otherwise it is just arrogance and conceit. Wu Xiangu, you have to know that I am your uncle, we are a family, and everything I do is for your own good. Wu Xiangu nodded and said in a low voice, I know, uncle. So what should I do next? Li Xiangui glanced at him and asked calmly, so what are you going to do? Wu Xiangu gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, I want to fight with Lin Yuan. After hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Li Xiangui's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Wu Xiangu would make such a choice. Li Xiangui stared at Wu Xuangu and asked, if you were to face Lin Yuan, are you sure you can win? After a few seconds of silence, Wu Xiangu shook his head, no. However, what Wu Xiangu did not expect was that after he finished speaking, Li Xiangui actually laughed for the first time in a long time. Yes, being able to make such a choice proves that you still have the spirit. Wu Xiangu was slightly stunned and said in astonishment, I thought you would say that I was impulsive. Impulsiveness is not terrible. What is terrible is cowardice. Li Xiangui said, failure is not terrible. Even if you fail, so what? The road of life is so long. If you only dare to fight when you are sure of victory, and you don't even have the courage to face a strong enemy, then from now on, you don't have to come to see me, because in my eyes, you are an absolute coward. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. Li Xiangui's words seemed to have successfully ignited Wu Xiangu's fighting spirit. After all, he rarely gets recognition from the other party. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, in that case, I will challenge Lin Yuan to a duel tomorrow. However, Li Xiangui shook his head and said calmly, there is no need for this. Wu Xiangu was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, why? In a dozen days, the National Freshman Social Competition will officially begin. Li Xiangui said, for you, this is the most important thing right now. As for other things, we can talk about them later. This is the first National Freshman Networking Competition, and all the prestigious schools take it very seriously. By that time, geniuses from all schools will gather in Yanjing. Only by shining brightly in the National Freshman Mix Competition can you prove to everyone that you are a true genius. When that time comes, you will find that what you are humiliated by now is just a trivial matter. After hearing this, Wu Xiangu nodded heavily and said, thank you for your teachings, uncle. I understand now. Well, now that you understand, let's go back and practice. I will help you deal with this matter. After saying this, Li Xiangui lowered his head again and began to review the files at his desk. The monster city is huge. Inside a high-level training room, a beautiful and cool girl slightly opened her eyes. The next second, a curtain of light appeared in front of her. And what emerged from the light curtain in front of him was Yu Qingxiu's face. Su Mushiwei, you really didn't guess wrong. Yu Qingxiu said, Lin Yuan actually defeated Li Qinan. To be honest, I didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so powerful. It really surprised me. Did Li Qinan lose? After hearing this, Su Mushiwei's cold face suddenly broke into a brilliant smile, but I'm not guessing, I just believe him. After all, he would never do anything without certainty. Looking at the smile on Su Mushiwei's face that was as warm as the sun, even Yu Qingxiu, who was also a girl, couldn't help but feel dazed, as if she had seen the dawn on the top of a snowy mountain. Then, Su Mushiwei spoke again. Qingxiu, I am about to come out of retreat. After I come out, we can have a good chat. When she said this, Yu Qingxiu was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and asked in surprise, you have successfully broken through? Chapter 99 Lin Yuan, who never gets drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. Su Mushiwei nodded and said with a smile, I'm lucky to have made a breakthrough, and I haven't let my teacher down. Yu Qingxiu also laughed, that's great. If you don't come out, I will become a widow alone in my room. Yu Qingxiu, who was usually aloof, rarely made a joke, and even Su Mushiwei couldn't help but smile. With your looks, if you really go out to socialize, won't you have a lot of suitors? I don't think those boys would be willing to let you become a widow. After hearing this, Yu Qingxiu couldn't help but curl her lips. Come on, this kind of thing depends on fate. I'm not like you, who already has a lover. Then, Yu Qingxiu changed the subject and asked, by the way, do you have any plans for this trip? Certainly. Su Mushiwei said calmly, I am ready to compete for the list. Competing for the ranking? Yu Qingxiu was slightly stunned. Are you finally ready to compete for the list? Well, the National Freshman Mix competition is about to begin. Su Mushiwei said, there are only 12 people who can be selected to participate in this genius feast, even if the substitutes are counted. So, you must be among the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list to have a greater chance of being selected. Yu Qingxiu nodded immediately and said, with your strength, there will definitely be no problem. It's a pity that my strength is still a little lacking. I probably have no hope of being selected. But I'm still very happy to see you shine. The words spoken by Yu Qingxiu were sincere and heartfelt. Although she looks cold and seems difficult to get along with, only after you truly become friends with her can you feel her warmth and kindness. At the very least, Su Mushiwei could feel that she was really happy for herself. In fact, Yu Qingxiu's talent is not bad, and he can be ranked among the top 100 in the Hidden Dragon list. But compared with those real geniuses, it pales in comparison. Afterwards, Yu Qingxiu asked again, since you want to be in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, have you decided who you want to challenge? You know, the top 10 seats are fixed. If Su Mushiwei makes the list, it means that someone will definitely be squeezed out of the top 10 by her. Su Mushiwei answered without hesitation, I am ready to challenge Wuxuan Gu. Black and Black Gu? After hearing this answer, a hint of surprise appeared in Yu Qingxiu's eyes. To be honest, Su Mushiwei's answer was both unexpected and expected. At this moment, Su Mushiwei spoke again, and said calmly, since he has chosen to target Lin Yuan, there is no reason for me to let him go. Although Su Mushiwei's tone was calm, there was an unquestionable firmness in her words, as if she could really make Wuxian Gu pay the price. Yu Qingxiu was slightly stunned, and then couldn't help but say, you are really protective of your shortcomings. Outside the campus of Shanghai Beast University, by in private restaurant. Everyone enjoyed the celebration banquet very much. Although we ordered a lot of dishes, fortunately everyone had big appetites, so there was not much waste, and we basically finished everything. Under the dining table, there were empty wine bottles scattered all over the place. How is it? The food in this restaurant is pretty good, right? Wang Jin's face flushed, he leaned back in his chair, and spoke with a smug look on his face. Zhao Ming chuckled and said in a very supportive manner, it's true, this expensive thing is just different. When I have money, I will eat here every day and treat this place as a canteen. Song Lan smiled helplessly. I'm afraid that's not necessary. Even the best food will get boring eventually. At this time, Wang Linhu joked, I say, your alcohol tolerance is really not very good. You haven't made Lin Yuan drunk yet. After he said this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Lin Yuan, only to find that Lin Yuan's face was not even red. Of course, this is not because Lin Yuan has a good alcohol tolerance, but because he secretly converted part of the wine he drank into evolution points. You know, eating is also a way to gain evolution points. Since meat can be consumed, alcohol can naturally be consumed as well. Although these wines could not convert many evolution points, they helped Lin Yuan avoid the embarrassment of getting drunk to a great extent. So much so that, after being forced to drink so much alcohol, Lin Yuan still looked like nothing had happened. Wang Jinzi scratched his head and said helplessly, damn, I didn't expect that this guy, who usually doesn't show off, can actually drink so much. This is fucking amazing. It can be said that he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. You know, during the meal, they were taking turns toasting Lin Yuan. Wang Jinzi, Zhao Ming, Wang Linhu, and Song Lan, 4 of them against 1, were unable to get Lin Yuan drunk, which was truly beyond their expectations. After all, no one could have imagined that Lin Yuan would have such a shameless way of cheating. Lin Yuan smiled and said, all right, let's stop here. We have almost finished the meal. Besides, if you keep drinking, you'll be drunk. Okay, it's getting late. Go check out. I also need to get ready to practice. After hearing this, Zhao Ming was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, no way? We still have to practice today. What else? Lin Yuan chuckled and asked, if I don't practice, when Wuxian Gu or Shen Song come to deal with me, will you fight for me? After hearing this, Zhao Ming couldn't help scratching his head and said with a silly smile, that's true. Lin Yuan, you should practice hard and try to defeat them all. Wang Jinzi on the side joked, don't worry, Lin Yuan doesn't need your supervision. The most terrifying thing in this world is that people who are more talented than you work harder than you. After hearing this, Zhao Ming seemed to be inspired and stood up suddenly. You are right, Lin Yuan, I will go to the training room with you. I will also start to practice hard. Maybe it was because he stood up too quickly, and he had drunk too much alcohol before. Zhao Ming's body shook and he almost fell down. Fortunately, Song Lan grabbed him in time. The scene before them also caused everyone to burst into laughter. Even Wang Jinza couldn't help but tease. Okay, with your alcohol tolerance, you should go back and have a good sleep before thinking about practicing hard. After saying this, Wang Jinza immediately stood up and went to pay the bill. The five of them spent a total of more than 300,000 yuan on this meal, and even Lin Yuan felt it was a bit extravagant. After all, this much money was enough for him to buy more than 300 inferior beast soul crystals, or 6 beast spirit pills. Although Lin Yuan is not very short of money now, it is difficult for him to change his previous ideas for the time being. Lin Yuan has also decided that after practicing tonight, he will go to the Beast Soul Hall tomorrow. You know, after betting on himself twice in a row, Lin Yuan is no longer short of money. Now that you have money, it's time to buy some things you need. Chapter 100. 100,000 inferior beast soul crystals. Do you have them? The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yuan walked out of the Demon City Beast University and prepared to take the off-campus bus to the Beast Soul Hall, which was closest to the school. To be honest, even though Demon City is an extremely prosperous metropolis, Lin Yuan has never left school since he enrolled in school, except for occasionally eating outside the school. Most of the time, he stayed in the training hall to practice and quietly improve his strength. Fortunately, he never felt bored because he already knew what he wanted. There weren't too many people on the bus in the morning, so Lin Yuan directly chose a seat by the window. Although autumn is approaching, the mornings in Shanghai are not too cold. The morning light outside the window poured down and shone on his face, making him feel warm all over. For Lin Yuan, this is a rare moment of relaxation. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan quickly chose to close his eyes. There is no way to practice on the bus anyway, so I might as well take this time to get a good sleep. Under Lin Yuan's active control, he fell into a deep sleep not long after closing his eyes. In this state, his body and mind will be able to relax like never before. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Lin Yuan turned his head and looked out the car window, and found that even the sunlight shining in from the window had become more prosperous and dazzling. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have slept for about 2 hours. This is not because Lin Yuan's perception of time is so strong, but because he set the alarm clock for himself before entering a deep sleep. Once the time comes, the body will automatically wake up from its sleeping state, with an error of no more than 5 minutes. After waking up, Lin Yuan sat in his seat and stretched his muscles as much as possible. If the time is calculated correctly, this bus should take no long to successfully reach the Beast Soul Hall. Sure enough, about 20 minutes later, the bus slowly stopped to the side. At the same time, the bus announcement sounded in his ears. The current bus stop is Beast Soul Hall Station. Passengers who need to get off in order. After successfully arriving at the destination, Lin Yuan immediately stood up and walked off the bus. At the same time, there were also many young people of the same age as Lin Yuan who also chose to get off at this stop. If nothing unexpected happened, these people should also be students of the Beast University in the Demon City, who came to the Beast Soul Hall, specifically to purchase the items they needed. It has to be said that as a recognized metropolis in China, even the Beast Soul Hall here is much more magnificent and majestic than the Beast Soul Hall in Jinhai City. The Beast Soul Hall in Jinhai City is just a building with a square connected to it. However, the Beast Soul Hall in the Demon City is a complex consisting of dozens of buildings. Moreover, each building is a skyscraper with more than 50 floors, towering into the sky, just like the ancient Tower of Babylon. In addition, the Beast Soul Hall here is divided into different areas. There are combat areas, business areas, mission areas, entertainment areas, consultation areas, and Beast Soul talent testing areas. Such detailed divisions made even Lin Yuan feel dazzled. At the entrance of the Beast Soul Hall, there are staff members who distribute maps for free. Lin Yuan picked up a map and quickly found the location of the commercial district on it. Afterwards, Lin Yuan walked towards the commercial district without any hesitation. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Yuan quickly arrived at the building where the commercial area was located. After entering the building, a professional woman in a suit came up to me and asked with a smile, "Hello, sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then answered, "Can you buy storage badges here?" After hearing this, the waitress's eyes lit up instantly. You know, even the cheapest storage badge costs over $1 million. As a shopping guide, the higher the price of the items the customer buys, the more commission she can get. She obviously didn't expect that such a big customer would come so early this morning. Thinking of this, the waitress immediately became more attentive. "Of course we have storage badges. Here, do you want me to take you up to have a look?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Okay." Afterwards, the waitress immediately took Lin Yuan to the 12th floor by elevator. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that the counters on this floor were filled with all kinds of storage badges. There were so many types that even Lin Yuan was dazzled. Fortunately, the waitress smiled and said, "My dear, if you need anything, I can introduce you." After getting Lin Yuan's approval, she brought Lin Yuan to a counter and introduced. All of the items displayed here are cost-effective storage badges, with a capacity ranging from 5 to 20 cubic meters. Among them, the cheapest one is this one. This storage badge is a defective product. It does not affect its use. It just has a smaller storage capacity. However, although the capacity is only 5 cubic meters, the price is also the cheapest, only 1 million. Then, the waitress picked up another bronze badge and introduced it. As for this storage badge, its capacity is a bit larger, reaching 20 cubic meters. It has twice as much storage space as the copper badge, issued by the Beast Soul Hall to Beast King level Beast Soul Masters, which is enough to meet the needs of most Beast Soul Masters. However, the price of this storage badge is not low. The lowest price we can offer is 5 million. 5 million. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. This price is quite reasonable. He remembered that Zhao Shanhe had told him before that a 10 cubic meter storage badge would cost at least 2 to 3 million. And, in fact, Lin Yuan can now apply for a bronze badge from the Beast Soul Hall, and he only needs to pay 1 million for the production cost. Because now, he is already a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. However, Lin Yuan still felt that 10 cubic copper badges might not be enough for daily use, so he thought about purchasing another storage badge for himself. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately asked, "Can a person wear 2 storage badges at the same time?" After hearing this, the waitress was slightly stunned at first, and then immediately smiled and replied, "Of course it is possible. However, if you need this, I recommend you buy this one." After that, the waitress took out a bronze ring from the counter and introduced it. The function of this ring is the same as that of the storage badge. It has the function of storage, and it is easier to carry and less likely to be lost. If you feel that a storage badge is not enough to meet your needs, I recommend that you buy this storage ring. Lin Yuan then realized that the reason why the storage items were made into the shape of badges was simply a recognition by the Beast Soul Hall for those powerful Beast Soul Masters. In fact, as long as the raw materials remain unchanged, storage props can be made into other shapes. That's good. Lin Yuan took the bronze ring from the waitress and asked, "What is the storage capacity of this ring?" The waitress immediately answered, "The capacity of this storage ring is 20 cubic meters, and the price is also 5 million. Of course, if you need something with a smaller storage capacity, we should have that here as well." "No, this is it." Lin Yuan said, 5 million, right? Where can I pay?" After hearing this, the waitress was slightly stunned, and then quickly said, "Come with me." She obviously didn't expect that although the black-haired young man in front of her looked young, he didn't seem to be short of money, and he was very decisive in doing things. However, this type of customer is exactly what they like the most. Unlike some people who come in and talk for a long time but end up buying nothing. Soon, Lin Yuan paid the bill at the front desk, and then put the bronze storage ring directly on the ring finger of his right hand. Lin Yuan originally had about 13 million in his hand, and in the duel with Li Qinan, he bid another 10 million on himself. According to the odds of 1 to 1.5, he directly won 25 million including the principal and interest. In other words, Lin Yuan now has a total of 28 million. Even after spending the 5 million, he still had 23 million left. At this moment, the waitress politely asked again, "Sir, is there anything else you need?" "Well, I want to buy some inferior beast soul crystals. You should have them here, right?" "Inferior beast soul crystal?" The waitress was slightly stunned, obviously not quite sure what Lin Yuan wanted to do with this thing. However, she still maintained a good service attitude and said with a smile, "We have beast soul crystals of any level. I wonder how many you need." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then reported the number in his mind. 100,000. "Do you have any?" 10, 100,000? After hearing this number, the waitress was so shocked that she opened her mouth, her eyes full of surprise. Chapter 101 The Expensive Lord-Level Beast Weapon. After a moment of shock, the waitress couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you want to buy 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals?" Lin Yuan nodded and asked, "Any questions?" To be honest, inferior beast soul crystals are not expensive, and can even be described as cheap. The market price of an inferior beast soul crystal is only 1,000 yuan. Even if there were 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals, it would only be worth 10 million. You know, the storage ring that Lin Yuan just bought is already worth 5 million. What really made her curious was why the black-haired young man in front of her wanted to buy so many inferior beast soul crystals. Could it be that the other party doesn't know how serious the side effects of inferior beast soul crystals are? Thinking of this, the waitress couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, why did you buy so many inferior beast soul crystals?" Lin Yuan glanced at her and said sincerely, "Feed the pigs with it." "Waitress, what did you say?" "Just kidding." Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "Actually, this is the case. My instructor is doing an experiment recently. He wants to study what kind of changes will occur when monsters take inferior beast soul crystals for a long time. That's why he asked me to purchase a large amount of inferior beast soul crystals to meet his experimental needs. So that's how it is." The waitress suddenly realized something and said with a smile, "So you are a student of the Magic City Beast University. No wonder you are so outstanding." In fact, this was an excuse Lin Yuan had thought of long ago. He also knew that if he purchased a large number of inferior beast soul crystals at one time, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Coming up with a reasonable excuse, even if it may not convince everyone, can at least prevent the other party from asking further questions and save you a lot of trouble. Then the waitress spoke again. "However, the quantity you requested is too large. I need to notify the supervisor." Lin Yuan nodded. "Okay, please hurry up." After the waitress left, she soon came back with a middle-aged man who looked like a supervisor. "My dear guest, I am glad to serve you." The middle-aged supervisor bowed slightly, smiled, and said, "Excuse me, do you need 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals?" "Right." Lin Yuan asked, "Can you prepare it for me today?" "Of course." The middle manager said, "I have arranged for someone to pack it for you. You can pick it up in 15 minutes. During this time, you can rest in the lounge or go shopping here. All the things we have here are of the highest quality and will definitely not disappoint you." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll come back in 15 minutes to get it. By the way, prepare another 100 beast spirit pills for me. Is that okay?" The middle-aged manager bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Of course, it's an honor to serve you." Up to now, Lin Yuan has spent 20 million. Among them, the storage ring requires 5 million, 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals require 10 million, and 100 beast soul pills also require 5 million. In other words, after spending these three sums of money, Lin Yuan only had 8 million left. Lin Yuan is not planning to touch the 8 million for the time being. No matter what, you still have to keep some money on you. Moreover, if one wants to practice in an advanced training room, even if the fee is waived by half, it will still cost 100,000 a day. However, even if he didn't plan to continue shopping, it didn't mean that Lin Yuan couldn't continue shopping here. After considering it, Lin Yuan first came to the area that specialized in selling beast weapons. The area of the Beast Divine Soldiers is divided into three parts: the Beast General Level Beast Divine Soldiers, the Beast King Level Beast Divine Soldiers, and the Lord Level Beast Divine Soldiers. As for the Beast King Level Beast Divine weapons, they will not be placed in this area because they are too rare and too precious. What's more, even if it was put on display, no one would probably be able to afford it. Lin Yuan first came to the area where the Lord-level beast weapons were located, and his eyes soon fell on a beast weapon in the shape of a sharp claw. This kind of beast weapon with sharp claws is the most suitable beast weapon for Lin Yuan. The pair of sharp claws in front of him were completely black and exuded a terrifying dark aura. Even through the external barrier, Lin Yuan could feel this terrifying aura. Soon, Lin Yuan set his eyes on the label of this beast weapon. Lord-level beast weapon, Claw of the Abyss. Attribute, Dark. Price, 55 million. After seeing the price of this beast weapon in front of him, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a breath. Although he also knew that the Lord-level beast divine weapons were very expensive, Lin Yuan obviously did not expect that the price of the Lord-level beast divine weapons would be so high. 55 million. At this price, I'm afraid I may not be able to afford it even if I sell it. But Lin Yuan also knew in his heart that such a high price was not without reason. After all, the target buyers of this level of beast weapons are mostly Lord-level beast soul masters. Since he possesses the strength of a lord, how could he not be able to come up with just a few tens of millions? Moreover, the improvement of the beast soul master's strength by the Lord-level beast divine weapon is also extremely significant. Just based on the aura that Lin Yuan felt from this Claw of the Abyss, he was able to conclude that if he was equipped with this beast weapon, his own strength would definitely make a qualitative leap, or even reach a new level. I can only say that expensive things usually have only one disadvantage, which is that they are expensive. If Lin Yuan could come up with so much money now, he would definitely buy this beast weapon for himself without hesitation. Afterwards, Lin Yuan continued to walk forward without any reluctance, and all the way he checked the Lord-level beast weapons displayed on the counter and their corresponding prices. Soon, he discovered that the pair of Claws of the Abyss, worth 55 million, was not the most expensive among the Lord-level beast weapons. In fact, they can only be ranked at the lower middle level. Among all the Lord-level beast weapons that Lin Yuan had seen, even the lowest-priced one was priced at 20 million. However, any high-quality Lord-level beast god weapon would be priced at over 100 million. 100 million yuan, what does this mean? It is even enough for a whole family to live a life without worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. It can only be said that those powerful beast soul masters are indeed too rich, so they can afford such expensive Lord-level beast weapons. After confirming that he really could not afford the Lord-level beast divine weapon, Lin Yuan once again settled for the next best thing and came to the sales area of the Beast King level beast divine weapon. Chapter 102. 20 million beast weapons, wind spirit runes. Compared to the Lord-level beast weapons, the beast weapons in the Beast King level area are simply much cheaper. The cheapest Beast King level beast god weapon can be purchased for only about 1 million. The slightly more expensive ones only cost a few million and rarely exceed tens of millions. Only those Beast King level beast weapons of truly excellent quality will be priced at over 10 million. However, after a horizontal comparison, Lin Yuan discovered that the Tsang Lei Claw he possessed was already considered the best among the Beast King level beast weapons. Lin Yuan made a rough estimate and found that his pair of Tsang Lei Claws could be sold for at least 20 million. This is already a very incredible price in the category of Beast King level beast divine weapons. Of course, Lin Yuan was using this Tsang Lei Claw quite smoothly and had no intention of replacing it for the time being, let alone selling it. At this moment, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly fell on a beast weapon with an extremely peculiar shape. The reason why it is said to have a strange shape is that this beast weapon is not in the form of a weapon or a piece of armor at all. Instead, they were suspended in the air, like talismans, with solid patterns and emitting green light. Lin Yuan had never seen this type of beast weapon before. Then, Lin Yuan subconsciously looked at the label on the side. Beast King level beast god weapon, wind spirit rune. Attribute, wind. Price, 20 million. After seeing this price, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that the price of this rune-like beast weapon in front of him would be so high. As a Beast King level beast weapon, its selling price can be as high as 20 million, which is enough to prove the quality of this beast weapon. At this moment, the middle-aged supervisor from before appeared behind Lin Yuan without knowing when. My dear guest, the 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals and 100 beast spirit pills you need are already prepared for you. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded, but his eyes did not move away from the beast weapon in front of him. The middle-aged manager also noticed this scene, walked up, and introduced Lin Yuan with a smile. My dear guest, you have a good taste. This beast weapon is considered extremely rare in the entire beast weapon market. Don't be fooled by its high price, but it is definitely worth the money. Oh, Lin Yuan glanced at the middle-aged supervisor and said, then tell me, what is so special about this beast weapon? The middle-aged supervisor smiled and introduced. The biggest advantage of this beast weapon is that it can be adapted to most beast soul masters. Besides that, there is another very important point, which is that it will not occupy the position of the beast god weapon on both the offensive and defensive ends, but will provide you with additional enhancements. Think about it carefully. In most cases, can a beast soul master only be equipped with one offensive beast divine weapon and one defensive beast divine weapon? After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan also nodded. Indeed. For him, the only parts that can be equipped with the beast weapon are basically the claws and torso. Just as the middle-aged manager said, they are the two ends of attack and defense respectively. Once you have a better beast weapon, you need to eliminate the previously equipped beast weapon. After hearing this, Lin Yuan roughly understood what the other party meant. Lin Yuan said, you mean that the number of beast weapons that a beast soul master can equip is limited. However, this type of rune-based beast weapon can break through this limit and provide additional attribute enhancement for the beast soul master. Yes, that's what I mean. If you are interested, I can show you a demonstration of this beast weapon in action. After saying this, the middle-aged manager stretched out his hand again and tapped a few times. The next second, a curtain of light quickly appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Soon, the scene of the battle appeared on the light curtain. The two sides in the battle were a netherworld ghost wolf, whose body was as black as ink and exuded the aura of the netherworld, and a thundercloud demon leopard, whose body was surrounded by violent thunder. However, Lin Yuan soon realized that these two ferocious beasts should be Beast King level beast soul masters who have fused their beast souls. After the battle started, Both sides immediately rushed towards each other. Lin Yuan knew something about the characteristics of these two beast souls. Both the Nether Ghost Wolf and the Thundercloud Demon Leopard were A-level gifted beast souls. When the talent levels of beast souls are almost the same, what beast soul masters compete with is their own strength and the characteristics of their beast souls. Soon, the Netherworld Ghost Wolf and the Thundercloud Demon Leopard started fighting. The strength of the two sides was not too different, but the Thundercloud Demon Leopard relied on its speed advantage to suppress the Netherworld Ghost Wolf. Under the crazy attack of the Thundercloud Demon Leopard, in just half a minute, the Nether Ghost Wolf had several wounds on its body. However, at this moment, a circle of green runes suddenly appeared on the body of the Nether Ghost Wolf. In an instant, the speed of the Netherworld Ghost Wolf suddenly increased, and it pounced out suddenly, with its bloody mouth full of sharp fangs, and bit directly at the neck of the Thundercloud Demon Leopard. The winner is decided. The picture on the light curtain also came to an abrupt end. If nothing unexpected happens, the purpose of Beast Soul Hall shooting this kind of video should be to allow buyers to have a more intuitive understanding of the function of this beast weapon. After watching the battle video, Lin Yuan was indeed tempted. Because this beast weapon called Wind Spirit Rune is indeed very suitable for him. Lin Yuan's biggest weakness lies in his own speed. Everything has its pros and cons. His huge size, while bringing him amazing strength and explosive power, also weakens his speed in disguise. This defect may not be apparent when fighting against beast soul masters who are weaker than oneself. But once he encounters a beast soul master of the same level, or even stronger than himself, then this defect will become his biggest shortcoming. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately made a decision in his heart. He is planning to buy this beast weapon. However, the money he had now was not enough to buy this beast weapon. Even if all is counted, there is still a shortfall of at least 12 million. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately said, "Would it be convenient for me to go out and make a phone call?" The supervisor nodded immediately. "Of course, please go ahead." Chapter 103 Returning to School, Zhao Shanhe starts class. After walking to a deserted place, Lin Yuan took out his mobile phone and made a call. Soon afterwards, Wang Jinza's voice sounded from the other end of the line. "Hello, Lin Yuan? It's really rare that you would take the initiative to call me." Lin Yuan did not exchange pleasantries with Wang Jinza and went straight to the point. "Do you have any spare money? Lend me some." "No problem. How much do you want to borrow?" Knowing Lin Yuan's character well, Wang Jinza did not ask any further questions and agreed immediately. Then, Lin Yuan said directly, 15 million. I will return it to you in a month at the latest." "Okay, I'll transfer it to you now." Wang Jinza asked curiously, "Shouldn't you have more than 20 million in your hand?" "It's all gone." After hearing this, Wang Jinza was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "This is indeed in line with your personality. I just guessed that once you have money, you will definitely think about improving your own strength first." "Okay, the money has been transferred to you. It should be in your account soon. If there is nothing else, I will hang up first." After Wang Jinza hung up the phone, Lin Yuan soon received the message that 15 million had arrived. To be honest, with Lin Yuan's personality, he doesn't like to trouble others, let alone borrow money from others. Because doing so would be like owing someone a favor. Lin Yuan never liked to owe favors to others, so he rarely bothered others. The reason why he asked Wang Jinza was that he really needed money to buy this beast weapon. Secondly, Lin Yuan truly regarded Wang Jinza as his friend. After walking back to the supervisor, Lin Yuan immediately said, "I've thought about it. Please put this beast weapon and the other goods I bought away for me." "Okay." The middle-aged manager immediately said, "Except for the storage ring you have already paid for, the remaining goods total 35 million. Do you want to pay by card?" Lin Yuan nodded and immediately handed over his bank card. After deducting this money, there was only 3 million left in Lin Yuan's bank card. In addition, he owed Wang Jinza 15 million. Money is something that is hard to earn but easy to spend. When it comes to spending money, it's like water flowing. Lin Yuan looked at the bronze ring on his ring finger and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Fortunately, my goal has been achieved. 100,000 inferior beast soul crystals should be enough for me to absorb for a long time." If he could absorb all of these 100,000 inferior beast soul crystals, he would be able to obtain at least 100 million evolution points. 100 beast spirit pills are enough to forcefully raise one's own talent to a higher level. By that time, his speed of absorbing inferior beast soul crystals will also become faster. In addition, Lin Yuan also obtained a very practical beast weapon, which not only made up for his own shortcomings, but also greatly improved his strength. Before leaving the Beast Soul Hall, Lin Yuan went to the hall to receive a storage badge, exclusively for Beast King level Beast Soul Masters, and paid 1 million. After all, the 100,000 inferior Beast Soul crystals alone were almost filling up the space in the storage ring. Lin Yuan still needs another independent space to place some other things. After completing this task, Lin Yuan's remaining balance was reduced to only 2 million. After leaving the Beast Soul Hall, Lin Yuan waited at the bus stop for a while and soon got the bus back to school. This trip was actually faster than I had expected. If nothing unexpected happened, I would be able to return to school smoothly around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just as Lin Yuan expected, when the time came to 1:30 in the afternoon, he successfully arrived at the gate of Magic City Beast University. He bought a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk at the convenience store at the school gate, and then started walking towards the training hall while eating. Obviously, this is Lin Yuan's lunch. However, at this moment, several familiar figures suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yuan. He looked carefully and found that they were Wang Jinza, Zhao Ming, and Song Lan. After seeing Lin Yuan, Zhao Ming was the first to wave at him with a smile. Lin Yuan, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Lin Yuan said, I just came back from outside. What are you doing? We're getting ready to go to class. Wang Jinza smiled and explained, you came at the right time. Do you want to go to class together? The courses at Shanghai University of Science and Technology are taught in a self-audited mode. That is to say, the school offers some regular courses every week, and students can choose whether to attend them. Lin Yuan was also quite picky about courses. He would not attend any courses, whether they taught basic theories or combat skills. Because, in Lin Yuan's opinion, he can learn those basic theoretical knowledge through self-study, and it will be more efficient and take less time. As for combat skills, Lin Yuan is more accustomed to using his own combat system. This is not arrogance, but confidence. Lin Yuan did not think that the combat system he had cultivated and trained was much worse than those so-called Lord-level Beast Soul Masters. Just as Lin Yuan was about to refuse, Song Lan suddenly said, Lin Yuan, this course is offered by teacher Zhao Shana, and it is not only for freshmen, but also for those students who have broken through to the Beast King level. If you have time, you'd better go and listen. Maybe it will be helpful to you. After hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. A course taught by teacher Zhao Shanha? Can you tell me roughly what it's about? Zhao Ming interrupted and said, it basically talks about the key to a Beast Soul Master's breakthrough from the Beast King level to the Lord level. As you know, Mr. Zhao is a very powerful Lord-level Beast Soul Master and is very prestigious in the school. Therefore, many students are very interested in his course. Then, Zhao Ming chuckled and said, although my talent is a little dull and I can't compare with you, I am about to break through to the Beast King level. Besides, I don't want to miss such a rare course. If you go too late, you may not be able to get a seat. Is this the key for a Beast Soul Master to break through from the Beast King level to the Lord level? To be honest, Zhao Ming's words did pique Lin Yuan's interest. What is different from those basic theoretical knowledge is that this may really be the perception and experience of a Lord-level Beast Soul Master himself. And these experiences can even be measured in value. No wonder even Song Lan would persuade him to listen. It just so happens that I can take this opportunity to return the storage badge I borrowed from Zhao Shana to him. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan nodded immediately and said, in that case, let's go together. Chapter 10 for the key to breaking through to the Lord level. Soon, Lin Yuan followed 3 other roommates into the classroom. However, this is more like a hall than a classroom. The design here is a bit similar to that of an auditorium, with seats closer to the front being lower and seats closer to the back being higher. Even though they had arrived at the classroom nearly 20 minutes in advance, the hundreds of seats in the classroom were almost full. Looking at the scene in front of him, a look of astonishment appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. Is Mr. Zhao Shana's class so popular? Of course not. The Demonic Beast University doesn't talk nonsense. As long as a teacher is truly capable, he will definitely be sought after. Zhao Ming looked around and couldn't help but sighed. I told you to come out earlier. Look, it's impossible to get a front row seat now. Song Lan chuckled and said, okay, there's no need to worry about the front or back row, as long as there's room to sit. Besides, even if there is really no place to sit, it is not impossible to stand and listen to the class. What's the big deal? Just look at me. Wang Jinza immediately walked to the front row and said to several students who looked like freshmen, classmates, it's like this. Several of us came a little late and didn't get a seat in the front row. I don't know, would it be convenient for you to give up your seat? Of course, as compensation, I can give each of you 5,000 yuan. After hearing this, a hint of excitement immediately appeared on the faces of these freshmen. You know, for an ordinary freshman, 5,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. What's more, they themselves have not reached the Beast King level and are just here to join in the fun. One of the freshmen stood up, looked back, and said, "Let's go. Let's sit in the back and listen to the class. There are seats in the back anyway." After he said this, a row of freshmen stood up immediately. Wang Jinza was so nervous when he saw the scene in front of him that he quickly said, "No, no, we only need 4 seats." After hearing this, several freshmen sat down regretfully. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhao Ming on the side couldn't help but open his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. Holy shit, there is such an operation. After coming to his senses, he muttered in a low voice, "Fuck, I've really learned a lot. Is this the power of money?" After spending 20,000 yuan, Wang Jinza successfully helped them secure 4 front row seats. Although it may not be of much use, it will definitely improve the listening experience. Soon, it was exactly 2 o'clock. Zhao Shanhe, dressed in a neat suit, also walked in from outside the classroom. After he came in, the whole classroom became quiet instantly, without any noise at all. I have to admit that the students at the Magic City Beast University are quite talented. To be honest, when Lin Yuan saw Zhao Shanhe, he even felt a little uncomfortable. After all, before this, he rarely saw Zhao Shanhe wearing formal clothes like a suit. Soon, Zhao Shanhe walked to the podium and glanced forward. After seeing Lin Yuan sitting in the front row, Zhao Shanhe was stunned, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly looked away and scanned the area so that no one noticed anything unusual. "First of all, students, I'm glad you can come to my class." Zhao Shanhe smiled and said, "To be honest, young people nowadays are very energetic and full of vitality. In front of you, I'm just like an antique. But anyway, thank you for giving me, an old antique, some face and coming here to listen to my insignificant experience." Zhao Shanhe's humor made many students present smile. After that, Zhao Shanhe did not waste any more time, but continued, "I believe that among all of you in the classroom, there should be quite a few who have broken through to the Beast King level. And the experience I want to share today is also very simple. I just want to tell you how to break through from the Beast King level to the Lord level." After hearing this, everyone in the classroom couldn't help but be cheered up. Obviously, this is what they care about most. If it weren't for this, how could so many students gather in this classroom? Perhaps in some small places, a Beast King level Beast Soul Master is already considered a powerful figure. But the problem is, this is not a small place, but the Magic City Beast University, one of the 2 top universities in China, where geniuses gather. It is no exaggeration to say that here, Beast King level Beast Soul Masters are as numerous as the hairs on cattle. For them, only by becoming a Lord level Beast Soul Master can they be considered to have truly entered the realm of mastery. But the problem is that it is not easy to break through from the Beast King level to the Lord level. There seems to be only one realm difference between the Beast King level and the Lord level, but in fact, there is a huge gap between them, like a chasm. There were even some students who had already broken through to the Beast King level when they first entered school, but they were unable to make further progress and break through to the Lord level until graduation. Some people also say that the Lord level is a threshold that distinguishes the true geniuses. Only a Beast Soul Master who has broken through to the Lord level is worthy of being called a genius. Before I start today's lecture, I have a question for you all. Zhao Ming said calmly. "What do you think is the most important thing for a Beast Soul Master?" "Of course it's strength." A voice immediately rang out from the back of the classroom. "We practice so hard. Isn't it just to improve our own strength?" After hearing this, Zhao Ming couldn't help but smile. Well said, the words are true. What all Beast Soul Masters pursue is strength. But have you ever thought about this question? What are the manifestations of strength? Of course it's strength. One force can break everything. Doesn't speed count? As long as the speed is fast enough, you'll still be invincible. If you ask me, explosive power is the key. The instantaneous burst is the key to winning with one strike. You are too superficial. Aren't these things known to a 3-year-old child? Putting these aside, a calm mind and rich experience are also manifestations of strength. After Zhao Shanhe asked this question, responses came one after another from below. Listening to the discussions around him, the smile on Zhao Shanhe's face grew even wider. Actually, you're both right. Everything you said can be regarded as a manifestation of strength. But there is another kind of power that can enhance your strength, but you have ignored it, or even never discovered it. And the power I am going to talk about next is the key to your breakthrough to the Lord level. Chapter 105, Chapter 1, Enlightenment in One Day, Emperor Liang, Jiangyang. After hearing this, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. Even the students who originally seemed a little inattentive could not help but sit up straight and wait attentively for Zhao Shanha's next words. Zhao Shanha did not keep the audience in suspense, but continued directly. For this kind of power that you have never come into contact with, there are actually many ways to name it. Some call it heart, some call it Tao. Heart. Road. After hearing these two words coming out of Zhao Shanha's mouth, everyone present couldn't help but look confused. To be honest, without Zhao Shanha's explanation, they really couldn't understand what connection these two words had with strength. Everyone here should know the origin of the ferocious beast, right? 1,000 years ago, when the blood moon was in the sky, countless space cracks appeared out of thin air above our blue planet. Countless huge beasts have descended upon the Earth through the space cracks. Moreover, under the shining of the blood moon, even the native plants and animals of Blue Star have undergone changes and turned into terrifying beasts. For mankind, that was undoubtedly the darkest era. Fortunately, at this most desperate moment, a beast soul master appeared among humans. A so-called beast soul master is a human who can transform into a ferocious beast. Someone awakens the savage elephant soul and can transform into a savage elephant as huge as a mountain. The trampling of its hooves is enough to split the mountains and crack the earth. If someone awakens the golden crow beast soul, he can transform into the great sun golden crow, with wings that cover the sky and block out the sun, and golden crow flames spewing from his mouth that can burn mountains and boil seas. Similarly, there are also people who awaken the Taotai beast soul and can transform into a giant Taotai beast. With their huge mouths opened, they can swallow the sky and the sun. Although what Zhao Shanha said was all familiar to them, but when it came out of his mouth, there was a deeper sense of history. With the continuous development of mankind, the number of beast soul masters can be said to be increasing day by day. But at the same time, problems arise. That is, more and more beast soul masters, after their strength grows to a certain level, will fall into a bottleneck, and may even be unable to make any progress for years or even decades, let alone reach the level of the first generation of beast soul masters. In response to this problem, the Beast Soul Hall conducted research for more than 10 years and analyzed countless samples, and finally found a commonality. That is, most of the beast soul masters who are stuck at a bottleneck are because they have not comprehended their own Tao. The so-called Tao is actually a person's state of mind. When your state of mind is in perfect harmony with your own beast soul, you will be on your own path. After Zhao Shanha said this, some people in the classroom looked thoughtful, while others still looked confused. Zhao Ming scratched his head and muttered softly, "Why does this sound so mysterious? Song Lan, do you understand?" Song Lan nodded and said, "I do have some insights, but I don't know if my insights are correct." Lin Yuan, who was standing aside, couldn't help but look thoughtful. To be honest, he had never heard anything like this before. Only when one's own state of mind is in harmony with the beast soul can one unleash greater strength. Lin Yuan felt that he seemed to have some insights, but it was like seeing flowers in the fog, and he couldn't see clearly. But at this moment, Zhao Shanha spoke again. "I know you may not understand what I am saying." Zhao Shanha said, "Take me as an example. In order to break through to the Lord level, I once walked for a full 6 months, just to visit all the famous mountains and rivers in China. You should know that the beast soul I awakened is the earth demon bear. So, I traveled to famous mountains and rivers just to feel the majesty and depth of the earth. I have also been in the company of bears, living with wild bears and imitating their every move. When you feel these, you will naturally be able to perfectly integrate with your own beast soul. The beast soul will truly become a part of you, and you will naturally be able to mobilize the power of the beast soul as you wish. It's like this." Just as he finished speaking, a khaki-colored giant bear shadow suddenly appeared behind Zhao Shanha, exuding a powerful and ferocious aura. The pressure that spread out in all directions was like a landslide. Faced with this kind of pressure, even a Beast King-level Beast Soul Master felt a little overwhelmed. As for those students whose strength has not even reached the Beast King level, their faces turned red, as if they were about to suffocate. Fortunately, Zhao Shanha raised his hand, and the shadow of the earth demon bear dissipated. You should have felt it, right? The power of the bear and the breath of the earth, these are all my powers. They are the powers I unearthed after I found my own Tao. Of course, since everyone's beast soul has different characteristics, everyone's Tao is naturally different. As long as it matches your beast soul, it is the right Tao. And this is also a kind of talent. There was once a student at Yanjing Beast University who awakened an S-level beast soul, the Golden Crow. His aptitude was not particularly outstanding, and his talent was only average among his peers. After reaching the 9th star of the Beast King level, he also fell into a bottleneck. People around him surpassed him one after another and broke through to the Lord level, but he has not yet broken through. But he is not in a hurry, because deep in his heart, he has already found his own path. He found a snowy mountain that towered into the clouds. Every day he would turn into a golden crow and soar to the top of the mountain, watching the sun rise. Day after day, year after year. In the 3 whole years, his strength has not improved at all, but he doesn't care, because his state of mind is changing every day. Until the end, he even felt that he was no longer a human being, but had truly become a golden crow, a great golden crow that could transform into the blazing sun. That day, he realized the truth. In just one day, his strength has directly broken through from Beast King level 9 stars to Lord level 6 stars. And his own beast soul also broke through from the original S level, Golden Crow, to the SSS level, Great Sun Golden Crow. This is the true enlightenment. Having said this, I believe many of you have already guessed who he is. That's right, the person I'm talking about is one of the current Beast King level Beast Soul Masters, the Fiery Sun Emperor, Jiangyang. Chapter 106. Chapter 2. If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. Emperor of the Fiery Sun, Jiangyang. After hearing this name, everyone in the classroom became excited. Most people have heard of this name. After all, there are not many Beast King level Beast Soul Masters, and almost every one of them can be said to be famous. As for Jiangyang, who was given the title of Emperor of the Fiery Sun, he was even more legendary. Just as Zhao Shan has said, before breaking through to the Lord level, Jiangyang could be said to be unknown. Although he is considered a genius, in a place like Yanjing Beast University where geniuses and evildoers are rampant, Jiangyang's brilliance is obviously not that dazzling. But all this changed on the day Jiangyang broke through to the Lord level. In just one day, he broke through from the 9th star of the Beast General level to the 6th star of the Lord level at a rapid speed. Such a terrifying breakthrough speed is quite explosive even in the history of Beast Soul Masters. Even his own Beast Soul broke through from the S level, Golden Crow, to the SSS level, Great Sun Golden Crow. To be honest, many people have heard of Jiangyang's deeds. But before this, many people believed that this was just to beautify Jiangyang's legendary story. After all, this kind of thing is really too unbelievable. Is there really a Beast Soul Master who can break through from the 9th star Beast General level to the 6th star Lord level in one go? Such a terrifying speed of strength growth is simply not something that humans can achieve, right? What's more, when Jiangyang's strength broke through, his beast soul also grew from S level to SSS level in one fell swoop. This is even more unbelievable. You know, the talents of beast souls are extremely difficult to change. Basically, from the moment the beast soul master awakens the beast soul, the talent of the beast soul has been determined. Unless there are some special circumstances that cause the beast soul to mutate, it is possible to change the talent of one's own beast soul. It is precisely because the experience of Emperor Jiangyang of the Fiery Sun is too bizarre that most people have doubts. But now, Zhao Shanha told them that everything that Emperor Jiangyang of the Fiery Sun had experienced was true. In the world of beast soul masters, there is indeed a kind of enlightenment. Even after enlightenment, the talent level of the beast soul can change accordingly. Zhao Shanha's words immediately made those students whose beast soul talents were not top-notch feel excited. Since Jiangyang can do it, why can't they? But what Zhao Shanha said next seemed to pour a bucket of cold water on these people. I know that after listening to Jiangyang's experience, you will definitely feel extremely excited. Zhao Shanha said with a half-smile. But you also have to know that enlightenment is sometimes not that easy. Do you know that there is an old Chinese saying, if one hears the truth in the morning, one can die in the evening? It means that if you attain enlightenment in the morning, you won't feel any regrets even if you die in the evening. And this also reflects the difficulty of enlightenment. It's the same in the world of beast soul masters. First of all, let me ask you, do you truly understand your beast soul? Do you know which path to take and what kind of understanding to achieve in order to perfectly match your beast soul? If you embark on a path that goes against your will, no matter how deep your understanding is, the final result may be the opposite of what you have achieved. And even if you believe in what you do, can you really stick to it day after day, year after year? Even if you face everyone's contempt and ridicule, even if you face the pain of not making any progress in your own strength for several years, can you stick to your original intention without any doubt or wavering? Just like Jiangyang, you only saw him gain enlightenment in one day, but do you know how he survived those 3 years? Even his teachers and elders had given up on him, thinking he was an incurable lunatic, but he still stubbornly practiced his own way. However, it is fortunate that he has the spirit of not turning back until he hits the wall. Otherwise, China would be missing a top-notch Beast King-level Beast Soul Master. After hearing what Zhao Shan has said, those students who had felt their blood boiling before couldn't help but frown. Obviously, they all realized that enlightenment was not as easy as they had imagined. This is a road full of thorns, full of pain and blood. Only those who can afford the price can reach the end of the road. At this moment, Zhao Shan spoke again. Even after I said this, do you still think that your will is strong enough to persevere no matter what kind of hardships you encounter and will never waver? Then what I am about to say may make you feel chilled. Jiang Yang's enlightenment in one day can be said to have shocked the entire Beast Soul Hall, because nothing like this has ever happened before. It is precisely because of this that the Beast Soul Hall attaches great importance to Jiang Yang. While providing him with sufficient training resources, it also conducts various tests on him in order to uncover the secrets in him. Finally, the test results show that Jiang Yang is indeed different from ordinary people. That is, his soul. Soul? After hearing this word, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. You know, in the world of Beast Soul Master, soul is not an illusory thing, but a real thing, and can be understood as a special kind of spiritual power. Even the connection between the Beast Soul Master and the Beast Soul is established through the soul as a bond. Once the soul dissipates, not only will the Beast Soul Master die, but his Beast Soul will also dissipate. However, for most Beast Soul Masters, they may not be able to come into contact with existence at the soul level. Therefore, when Zhao Shanhe mentioned this word, they felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Then, Zhao Shanhe looked around and slowly said, according to the test results, Jiang Yang's soul strength is twice that of a normal person. It is precisely because of this that he was able to so keenly sense the path he should take, and chose to contemplate the rising sun on the top of the snowy mountain day after day, and finally achieved a perfect fusion with his own beast soul. He even further tapped the potential of his own beast soul, allowing it to grow from an S-level Golden Crow to an SSS-level Great Sun Golden Crow. This also makes the Beast Soul Hall determine that the stronger a person's soul is, the more perceptive he will be. And this is also a kind of talent. Chapter 107-03 Song Lands Enlightenment, Way of Blessing. The words that came out of Zhao Shan's mouth were like a sharp knife, cutting through the false cloak and revealing the bloody and cruel reality before them. That is, even if you want to attain enlightenment overnight, you still need talent. In fact, it requires higher talent. Although the Beast Soul talent rating of the Blazing Sun Emperor Jiang Yang is only S-level, his soul strength is twice that of a normal Beast Soul Master. This also made his perception more acute, so he was able to gain enlightenment overnight and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. But the problem is that people like Jiang Yang are very rare. The Beast Soul Master has been developing for thousands of years, but there is only one Jiang Yang. Compared to the geniuses who can transform into dragons when encountering wind and clouds, there are more ordinary Beast Soul Masters who take one step at a time and try their best to become stronger. However, even though there is only one Jiang Yang, it does not mean that everyone has to become Jiang Yang. Zhao Shanhe smiled and said, after all, this Liang Emperor is just the most extreme example. There are also many Beast Soul Masters who have successfully found the right path and perfectly matched their own Beast Souls. They have finally successfully broken through the bottleneck and achieved the leap from the Beast King level to the Lord level. Like me, to be honest, compared to those real geniuses, I am at best mediocre. But even a mediocre person like me has found my own path. I use the dumbest way to travel around the mountains and rivers to feel the breath of the earth. I use the stupidest method to stay with bears and experience their power. It took me a full 6 months to achieve the perfect fusion with the Beast Soul. It was also from that time that I truly realized that the Beast Soul contains endless power, waiting for you to tap into it. When you truly enter this realm, you will realize why there is an insurmountable gap between the Lord-level Beast Soul Master and the Beast King-level Beast Soul Master. Zhao Shanhe's class lasted a full 2 hours. During this process, Zhao Shanhe gave many examples just to allow the students present to understand the concept of the so-called Tao more concretely. During this process, everyone listened with fascination, and no one showed even the slightest impatience. Okay, students, today's class ends here. Zhao Shanhe smiled and said, I hope you can remember what I said. If you haven't reached the Beast King level yet, then you can prioritize improving your strength and don't have to worry about other things. However, if your strength has already reached the Beast King level, then my suggestion is that you can start to consider what kind of Tao is more compatible with your own beast soul, because this will be the key to helping you break through to the Lord level. After saying this, Zhao Shanhe put away his lecture notes and turned to walk out of the classroom. After Zhao Ming left, the classroom suddenly became noisy. The voices of discussion were one after another. After all, what Zhao Shanha talked about in this class could almost be said to have opened the door to a new world for them. At this time, Wang Jinzi smiled and said, Zhao Ming, teacher Zhao Shanha has explained it in such detail, you should understand it now, right? I understand it, but the problem is that it's useless even if I understand it. Zhao Ming said with a bitter face, how would I know what Tao can be compatible with my beast soul? You also know that my beast soul is the eight-winged snake. Do you want me to be as cold-blooded as a snake? How about I just do what Mr. Zhao Shanha did and get a nest of snakes and study their habits every day? Just after saying this, Zhao Ming seemed to suddenly think of something, and he gloated and looked in the direction of Song Lan. According to this, Song Lan will have to chase butterflies every day, right? Isn't his beast soul the seven-colored glazed butterfly? Wang Jinzi laughed dumbly and said, what you said seems to make sense. However, when the two were teasing Song Lan did not react at all. Wang Jinzi turned around in surprise and found that Song Lan was lowering his head, with a look of deep thought on his ferocious face. But just a moment later, Song Lan suddenly raised his head, with a gleam in his eyes. I understand. Zhao Ming on the side was slightly stunned, and subconsciously asked, what do you understand? The path I've been taking has always been wrong. Song Lan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, you should still remember the battle between me and Yuan Lion. Of course I remember. In that battle, I used all the enhancements on myself and used a combat move that I created myself. After hearing this, Wang Jinzi and Zhao Ming couldn't help but nod it. To be honest, they still remember clearly the attacking method Song Lan displayed in that battle. After all, there are very few beast soul masters who have awakened auxiliary beast souls and can still have such strong offensive power. At this time, Song Lan spoke again. To be honest, the reason why I developed those offensive moves is entirely because I was unwilling to give up. I am unwilling to accept that I have only awakened the auxiliary beast soul. I am even more unwilling to accept this. Auxiliary beast souls are destined to have no combat capabilities. The two of them could naturally feel that what Song Lan said was absolutely the truth. However, before this, they had never thought that Song Lan would be so unwilling to awaken his auxiliary beast soul. In fact, from the very beginning, I was on the wrong track. I arrogantly want to develop the offensive capabilities of auxiliary beast souls and become a unique auxiliary beast soul master. But in fact, this idea is the most stupid one. Just like what teacher Zhao Shanha said just now, only by truly understanding the Tao that is compatible with the beast soul can one perfectly merge with the beast soul. What I did was completely contrary to this principle, which is why I made such slow progress and was left far behind by others. You know, Song Lan was admitted to the Magic City Beast University as the top student in the Magic City. In his heart, there is naturally a pride that belongs to him alone. However, repeated blows gradually dimmed his competitive spirit. Fortunately, until now, Song Lan finally realized his problem. Wang Jinzi looked at Song Lan and asked curiously, have you ever thought about what kind of Tao is most suitable for your own beast soul? Well, I have already felt the embryonic form of the Tao. Song Lan pursed his lips, and a light seemed to emerge in his eyes. I have thought about it for a long time. The characteristic of the seven-colored glazed butterfly is to provide various attribute enhancements for other beast soul masters. And this is also the path I should pursue, that is, the way of blessing. Chapter 108:04 The Backstage of Wuxuangu. After hearing this, a look of astonishment appeared on Wang Jinzi and Zhao Ming's faces. What surprised them was Song Lan's understanding. They obviously didn't expect that Song Lan would find the Tao that matched his own beast soul in such a short time. In their opinion, the so-called way of blessing is indeed very compatible with Song Lan's beast soul, seven-colored glazed butterfly. It seems that Song Lan is indeed qualified to be called a genius. It's not just about his beast soul talent, but also about his understanding. When most people were still confused about what Zhao Shanha said, Song Lan had already split open the fog and found the path he should follow. Even though he had only found his own path, it already meant that Song Lan was temporarily ahead at the starting line. At this moment, Wang Jinzi turned around and wanted to ask Lin Yuan whether he had also realized his own Tao. However, he then discovered that Lin Yuan had already left at some point in time. Teacher Zhao. After Lin Yuan's voice sounded, Zhao Shanha turned around immediately. However, after seeing Lin Yuan, Zhao Shanha's eyes did not show the slightest surprise. Instead, he smiled and said, I knew that you would come to see me after class. How is it? Are you able to understand what I said in class? Lin Yuan nodded immediately. I am indeed deeply touched. It's just, I don't know what kind of Tao can perfectly match my own beast soul. Unlike Song Lan, although Lin Yuan understood what Zhao Shanha said in class, he still had no idea what path he should take. Zhao Shanha waved his hand and said, don't be so anxious. After all, you have only just broken through to the Beast King level. As long as you can find your own path before breaking through to the Lord level, that will be enough. Moreover, your beast soul is indeed somewhat special and can even be said to be unique. To be honest, I have never seen an E-level beast soul grow so fast. Your beast soul has completely overturned my understanding of beast souls. Lin Yuan smiled, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond to Zhao Shanha's words. Fortunately, Zhao Shanha quickly continued, "By the way, what's the matter with you coming to see me?" Lin Yuan immediately took out the silver storage badge from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Shanha. "Yes, I'm here to return this to you. Since the storage badge itself is an independent space, it naturally cannot be stored in other storage spaces. Otherwise, you can even do infinite nesting." After seeing the silver badge in Lin Yuan's hand, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Isn't this my storage badge? Why, you can't use it?" Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern, but I already have my own storage tools now." Only then did Zhao Shanha notice that Lin Yuan was not only wearing a copper badge, but also a copper ring on his finger. Afterwards, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but laugh and said, "It seems that you have made a lot of money recently. You even have enough money to buy yourself some clothes. You should have made a lot of money from the betting that Wang Jinza opened, right?" After Zhao Shanha revealed the truth, Lin Yuan was not surprised at all. He just chuckled and nodded. To be honest, the method of making money by opening a market is not that clever. As long as Zhao Shanha paid a little attention, he would easily be able to find out the whole story. In the eyes of these teachers, what Wang Jinza did was just a childish trick. After Lin Yuan nodded, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but chuckle and said jokingly, "If I had known that this was so profitable, I should have placed a bet with you guys." Lin Yuan said calmly, "Teacher, it's not too late for you to place a bet now." After hearing this, Zhao Shanha was stunned for a moment, then he quickly reacted, "Are you still going to continue?" Lin Yuan did not give a direct answer, but said, "This is how I do things. Either I don't do it, or I do it to the extreme." Zhao Shanha looked at Lin Yuan deeply and said in a low voice, "To be honest, sometimes it is really hard for me to imagine that you are just a teenager." In his eyes, Lin Yuan possessed a ruthlessness and decisiveness far beyond his peers. Moreover, Lin Yuan has been like this ever since he met him. Zhao Shanha couldn't even see any signs of growth on the young man in front of him, as if he was born like this. It is precisely because of this specialness that Zhao Shanha pays more attention to him. Otherwise, the mere fact that Lin Yuan and he were both from Zhenhai City would not be enough for Zhao Shanha to help him to this extent. Then, Zhao Shanha continued, "However, if you want to attack Wuxuangu, you probably don't have much chance." Lin Yuan asked in confusion, "Why?" "Because he has gone out on a mission." Zhao Shanha explained, "This is the rule of the hidden dragon ranking. As long as you are not on campus, no one can challenge you." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. Then, doesn't it mean that anyone can maintain their ranking in this way? That's certainly not the case. Zhao Shanha said, "If you do not return to school for 10 consecutive days to accept a challenge, your ranking on the hidden dragon ranking will automatically be inherited by the first challenger who challenges you." However, it is estimated that Wuxuangu is not really out on a mission. He is probably just looking for an excuse to avoid the battle and prepare to practice in seclusion for a period of time. As you know, the National Freshman Social Competition is about to be held, and everyone is actively preparing for it. At the very least, before being selected to represent the Demon City Beast University in the competition, the black goo should not easily show its head. I guess, this should also be the intention of the person behind him. Who's behind him? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "Wuxiangu, does it also have a backer?" "Of course," Zhao Shanha said. "Otherwise, how can you think that he, a mere freshman, can stir up trouble in the Magic City Beast University and even establish an organization like the List Hunter?" To be honest, Lin Yuan had already noticed it before this. However, his guess was only confirmed by Zhao Shanha today. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked in a low voice, "Who is his backer?" Zhao Shanha smacked his lips, and finally said a name, the Vice President of Magic City Beast University, Li Xiangue. Chapter 109. Chapter 5. 100 Beast Spirit Pills. Talent Enhancement. Li Xiang Ghost. To be honest, although this name is not as famous as Wang Ting, Lin Yuan has indeed heard of it. After all, if Lin Yuan remembered correctly, the Vice President of the Demon City Beast University should also be a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. No wonder Wu Xiangu could act so recklessly. It turned out that there was a being of this level supporting him behind the scenes. Zhao Shanha jokingly said, "Are you afraid now that there is a Beast King level expert backing Wu Xuangu?" Lin Yuan shook his head and said calmly, "What do I have to be afraid of? This isn't school. No matter how shameless that Beast King is, he can't possibly attack him personally, right?" Zhao Shanha smiled and said, "It's true that he won't attack you personally, but for a person of that level, as long as he shows an attitude, someone will naturally target you on his behalf. Don't feel it's unfair, because this world is just so cruel. Whoever has the bigger fist speaks the truth." Lin Yuan did not refute Zhao Shanha's words, but smiled and said, "If it really doesn't work, I'll just drag you out to take the blame. With your strength, you should be able to help me hold on for a while, right?" After hearing this, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You have a nice idea. But you really overestimate me. If Li Xianggui really intends to deal with you, then there is nothing I can do. You have to know that no matter whether it is the Lord level or the Beast King level, they are all the same in front of the Beast Emperor level strongman. To those people, a Lord level Beast Soul Master is nothing more than a larger ant." Lin Yuan was slightly surprised and said, "There is such a huge gap between the Lord level and the Beast King level? Do you think the word Emperor in the Beast Emperor level was given for nothing?" Zhao Shanha shrugged and said calmly, "Those below the Emperor level are all ants. This is not just talk. Becoming a Lord-level Beast Soul Master is just one foot into the threshold of becoming a strong person. The ones who truly dominate this world are still the Beast King-level Beast Soul Masters. Only when you reach the Emperor level can you truly see the scenery at the top of the mountain." After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan nodded and said calmly, "Thank you for your teachings, teacher. I will work hard." Looking at Lin Yuan in front of him, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You kid, you are so boring. You always look so calm. Even I can't hit you. Okay. I also know that with your personality, you will definitely not let Wushuan Gu go easily. Whatever you want to do, just do it with confidence. If that old dog Li Xianggui doesn't want to become a laughingstock, he probably won't take action against you personally. However, nothing is absolute. You have to be careful too. If you really get into any trouble, come to me. Although I'm not a Beast King level Beast Soul Master, I still have some connections. No matter who it is, if they dare to touch my students, they have to ask for my opinion." Zhao Shanha's words made Lin Yuan feel as if a warm current was flowing through his heart. Of course, he knew that Zhao Shanha had completely regarded him as his own. Otherwise, he would not have made such a promise to Lin Yuan. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan said solemnly, "Thank you." Zhao Shanha was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. Just think of me as someone who cherishes your talent. To be honest, I also want to see how far you can grow." At this point, Zhao Shanha changed the subject and spoke again. "By the way, if there is a chance, you can also try to get some treasures or elixirs that can enhance your soul strength. You also know that the stronger a person's soul is, the stronger his perception ability will be. This will be very helpful for you to understand your own Tao. However, treasures and elixirs like these are also extremely rare and usually very expensive. If you really want to get them, you will probably have to pay a high price. I am just giving you a warning." Lin Yuan nodded. "Okay, thank you, teacher. I will remember it." After saying goodbye to Zhao Shanha, Lin Yuan came to the training hall again and opened a high-level training room with ease. After entering the training room, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that the extremely abundant energy all around him was constantly flowing towards his body. This wonderful feeling is like countless streams flowing into the sea, making every cell in the body excited. Even Lin Yuan had to admit that expensive things often have only one disadvantage, which is that they are expensive. Although it was not the first time that Lin Yuan entered the advanced training room, he still wanted to decide that the energy density here was simply not comparable to that of the primary training room. Afterwards, Lin Yuan sat down cross-legged and took out 100 Beast Spirit Pills from the storage ring. Looking at the pile of Beast Spirit Pills in front of him, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. Here, it is equivalent to a full 5 million. What he had to do today was to absorb all of these 100 Beast Spirit Pills into his body to improve his own talent. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately grabbed a Beast Spirit Pill and threw it directly into his mouth. The next second, the powerful power of the medicine burst out in his body like a volcano erupting. For a moment, Lin Yuan only felt that streams of boiling hot water were constantly hitting his limbs and bones. This feeling is extremely subtle. Amidst the pain, there is also a sense of relief as if one has been reborn. After about 10 minutes, the effect of the medicine in the body gradually subsided. The system prompt sound also rang in Lin Yuan's ears. "Ding, congratulations on successfully swallowing the Beast Spirit Pill and gaining Talent +1. Just as Lin Yuan expected, after absorbing this Beast Spirit Pill, his own talent was improved again. The higher his talent, the faster he can absorb inferior Beast Soul Crystals. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Only by improving your own talents first can you enhance your own strength more efficiently. This is like only by replacing a car with a better engine can the car reach a faster speed. This is also the reason why Lin Yuan bought so many Beast Spirit Pills. And now, he plans to absorb all the 100 Beast Spirit Pills within these 2 days. He also wanted to see to what extent these 100 Beast Spirit Pills could improve his own talent. Chapter 110, 1 coin per minute, a terrifying talent. As time goes by, one Beast Spirit Pill after another was swallowed by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was like a machine, repeating the swallowing action over and over again. For 2 whole days, Lin Yuan stayed in the high-level training room. Apart from eating and sleeping, he was always absorbing the beast spirit pill. For ordinary people, this is just like the life of an ascetic monk, but Lin Yuan is calm and composed. Because he knew in his heart that if he could not bear what ordinary people could not bear, then naturally he would not be able to see the scenery that ordinary people could not see. I have to say that the supporting services of the high-level training room are very good. As long as there is a need, meals can be delivered at any time, which saves Lin Yuan a lot of time. It takes about 15 minutes to absorb a beast spirit pill and fully absorb its medicinal power. If one wants to absorb all 100 beast spirit pills without wasting even a second, it will take at least 25 hours. It took Lin Yuan 2 full days to completely devour the 100 beast spirit pills. However, he soon discovered that the effectiveness of the beast spirit pill also had its limits. At the beginning, 1 beast spirit pill could provide him with some talent points. But later on, only a dozen beast spirit pills could provide him with a few talent points. It seems that as his talent improves, the effect of the beast spirit pill is gradually weakening. No matter what, even so, after swallowing and absorbing 100 beast spirit pills, Lin Yuan felt that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes, as if he had been completely reborn. In order to verify his guess, Lin Yuan directly took out an inferior beast soul crystal from the storage badge, held it in his palm, and began to try to absorb the nuclear radiation energy in it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. As the system prompt sounded, the energy contained in the inferior beast soul crystal in Lin Yuan's hand had been completely absorbed. The crystal that was originally emitting luster has now become a gray-white stone that has completely lost its luster. Lin Yuan glanced at the time and saw that only 1 minute had passed. At this moment, looking at the time in front of him, even Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of excitement. 1 minute. He now only needs 1 minute to absorb an inferior beast soul crystal. This means that under extreme conditions, he can obtain 60,000 evolution points in 1 hour. If you devote 12 hours a day to cultivation, you can gain an average of 720,000 evolution points every day. In 10 days, that would be a total of 7.2 million evolution points. The total number can be considered quite huge. You know, it only took Lin Yuan about 3 million evolution points to break through from Beast King level 2 to Beast King level 3. Although the further you go, the more evolution points are needed to break through, but 7.2 million evolution points are definitely enough for Lin Yuan to grow to the peak of the 4-star Beast King level, or even directly break through to the 5-star Beast King level. Moreover, this is only the level that Lin Yuan can achieve within 10 days. It is conceivable how terrifying his current talent has reached. Even though Lin Yuan hadn't rested for 2 days, he didn't feel tired at all at this moment. It's like you were playing a game, and each level up was originally extremely difficult, but now you can directly use cheats to increase the speed of gaining experience to 10 times the original speed. Often at this time, the human body will begin to secrete dopamine, making people feel extremely excited. If you start practicing with this momentum, you can often achieve twice the result with half the effort. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, sat down cross-legged, took out hundreds of inferior beast soul crystals, and began to absorb them one by one. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining. As the nuclear radiation within each inferior beast soul crystal was completely absorbed by Lin Yuan, the evolution points he accumulated were also gradually increasing. According to Zhao Shanhe, the National Freshman Friendship Competition will officially begin soon. But before that, Lin Yuan must improve his strength to the maximum possible. 5 days passed in a flash. During these 5 days, Lin Yuan remained in the high-level training room, practicing without distraction. Beside him, there were piles of empty shells of inferior beast soul crystals. You know, now he has to absorb thousands of inferior beast soul crystals on average every day. In just 5 days, Lin Yuan had absorbed a total of 5,000 inferior beast soul crystals. Correspondingly, the evolution points accumulated by Lin Yuan also broke through the 5 million mark. Lin Yuan was also prepared that after using all the 5 million evolution points to strengthen his own strength, he could officially come out of seclusion. Chapter 111, Chapter 7 Actual Combat Simulation, Golden-Eyed Iron Scale Monkey. I don't know to what level these 5 million evolution points can enhance my strength. His current strength is about mid-3-star Beast King level. 5 million evolution points would definitely be enough for him to break through to the 4-star Beast King level. But whether it is possible to break through all the way to the 5-star Beast King level is hard to say. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly stern. He took a deep breath and recited silently without hesitation. Consume 250,000 evolution points to increase the hardness of the scales. Consume 250,000 evolution points to increase the sharpness of the beast's claws. Consume 250,000 evolution points to increase the sharpness of the teeth. Consume 250,000 evolution points to increase the capacity of the biological nuclear reactor. In just a few seconds, Lin Yuan consumed a full 1 million evolution points. And the power of evolution points also began to change his body. At this moment, he is in a state of beast soul fusion. Because only in this form can the evolution points effectively strengthen his monster body. Lin Yuan could feel very clearly that his strength was increasing little by little, as if it was constantly climbing. Finally, after a few minutes, this feeling of rising strength gradually stagnated. Lin Yuan's strength also reached the late 3-star level of the Beast King. With 1 million evolution points, he evolved from the middle stage of Beast King level 3 stars all the way to the late stage of Beast King level 3 stars. For Lin Yuan, this result was already satisfactory. It's just right. I can take this opportunity to break through to the 4th star of the Beast King level in one go. A hint of determination flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes, and he once again began to continuously invest evolution points into his own evolution. 500,000. 1 million. 1 million and a half. After Lin Yuan consumed 500,000 evolution points, he successfully reached the peak of the 3-star Beast King level, and also felt the existence of a bottleneck. Without any hesitation, he consumed another 1 million evolution points, forcibly broke through the shackles, and successfully broke through to the 4-star Beast King level. In other words, Lin Yuan spent a total of 2.5 million evolution points before he broke through from the mid-stage 3-star Beast King level to the 4-star Beast King level. After completing the breakthrough, he only had 2.5 million evolution points left. It seems that my previous expectations were too optimistic. It is impossible to break through to the 5-star Beast King level in one go with only 5 million evolution points. Even if all the remaining evolution points were used to improve his own strength, he could only reach the middle stage of the 4-star Beast King level at best. For Lin Yuan, a breakthrough in Realm is like leveling up in a game. As long as you accumulate enough experience points, you can level up. However, the later the game progresses, the higher the experience points required for upgrading. Although there is no way to break through directly to the 5-star Beast King level, these evolution points will be of no use if they remain on Lin Yuan, so it is better to convert them into his own strength. Just as Lin Yuan expected, after the 2.5 million evolution points were exhausted, his own strength also reached the mid-level 4-star Beast King level. Although he failed to break through to the 5-star Beast King level in one go as he had initially imagined. But to be honest, this breakthrough speed can only be described as terrifying. You know, only 7 days have passed since Lin Yuan went into seclusion. If we exclude the 2 days of absorbing the Beast Spirit Pill, there are only 5 days. In just 5 days, he broke through a realm, and his strength soared from the middle stage of Beast King level 3 stars to the middle stage of Beast King level 4 stars. Anyone who heard about it would involuntarily gasp. However, growing strength too quickly is not necessarily a good thing. Just as Zhao Shan has said, the biggest gap between a Lord-level Beast Soul Master and a Beast King-level Beast Soul Master is that they have found their own Tao, which allows them to perfectly integrate with their own Beast Souls. But even though Lin Yuan had broken through to the Beast King level for such a long time, he still had no idea about the Tao that Zhao Shanha mentioned. If nothing unexpected happens, his Beast Soul should be based on the template of Godzilla, the King of Monsters. But the question is, what kind of Tao can match the King of Monsters in this legend? If he doesn't figure out the answer to this question, Lin Yuan won't be able to perfectly merge with his own Beast Soul. He might even be trapped by this hurdle, stuck at the peak of the 9th-star Beast King level, unable to make any further progress in strength. Such a result was obviously unacceptable to Lin Yuan. Fortunately, Zhao Shanha did come up with a solution to this dilemma. That is to find a treasure or elixir that can enhance the strength of one's own soul. According to Zhao Shanha, the stronger a person's soul is, the sharper their perception is, and the more they can sense the existence of Tao. You know, the fiery Sun Emperor Jiang Yang was able to attain enlightenment overnight, and his strength soared all the way, eventually becoming the Beast King level, because his soul strength was twice that of an ordinary person. If you really don't have talent in this area, then you can only make up for it through acquired abilities. However, Lin Yuan knew that these kinds of treasures and elixirs would definitely not be cheap. After all, which Beast Soul Master in the world doesn't want to break through to the Beast King level? Not to mention the Beast King level Beast Soul Masters. Even for the Lord level Beast Soul Masters, treasures that can enhance the strength of the soul are extremely sought after. Increasing the soul strength by 1 point means increasing the chance of reaching the Beast King level. Such value cannot even be measured by money alone. But this does not mean that Lin Yuan has no chance to obtain this kind of treasure. There was even an opportunity right in front of him. That is, the National Freshman Social Contest. As long as he can achieve good enough results in the competition, he will surely have the opportunity to obtain any kind of cultivation resources. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but become more determined to participate in this competition. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. It is detected that your strength has been significantly improved recently. Do you want to start the actual combat training mode? After hearing the sound suddenly ringing in his ear, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned, because it didn't sound like the system prompt sound. However, he soon realized that the voice came from the training room. As the voice sounded, a light curtain appeared in front of Lin Yuan. The images presented on the light curtain were all kinds of ferocious beasts, and even under each ferocious beast was its strength level. Giant Swamp Squid, the peak of the 3-star Beast King level, is good at fighting in swamp environments and possesses extremely strong vitality. Golden Hound, a 4-star Beast King level monster, is extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. Its body is covered with golden scales and it has a head similar to a wolf's but with a single horn. At the same time, there are extremely complex secret patterns on the scales on its head. Golden Pupil Iron-Scaled Monkey, a 5-star Beast King level monster, is covered with scales as strong as steel. It has extremely strong defense and a pair of golden pupils. If you look into their eyes, you will fall into hallucinations. Devil Snail Monkey, a 5-star Peak Beast King, is about 1 meter tall, thin, hunched over, covered in black scales, with a pair of emerald green eyes, but possesses terrifying power that is totally inconsistent with its body size. Looking at the ferocious beasts appearing on the light curtain, Lin Yuan quickly discovered a common point. That is, the strength of most of these ferocious beasts is similar to his. Basically, all of them are between the peak of 3 stars in the Beast King level to the peak of 5 stars in the Beast King level. Lin Yuan quickly realized that this should be the so-called actual combat simulation exercise. If nothing goes wrong, this should also be one of the functions that come with a high-level training room. It seems that the high-level training room that cost 200,000 a day was not opened in vain. Lin Yuan raised his head and said, "Can I choose all the beasts here?" Yes. The actual combat simulation function will simulate the real combat scene 100. Even the pain can be simulated 100, but after the battle, you will not be injured, so please feel free to fight. The actual combat simulation drill function can not only help you adapt to your own strength more quickly, but also help you improve your combat skills. At the same time, it can also make you more familiar with the characteristics of various ferocious beasts. Soon, a mechanical synthesized sound came from the light curtain in front of him. After hearing this answer, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nodded. I have to say, this is indeed a good feature for him. Improving combat skills and the like are secondary. The most important thing is to help him adapt to his strength after the breakthrough as much as possible. You know, he has just crossed a new realm, and his strength in all aspects has been significantly improved. Only by adapting to your own strength as quickly as possible can you burst out with ultimate combat power at the critical moment. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's gaze couldn't help but fall on the light curtain in front of him again. Half a minute later, Lin Yuan stretched out his hand and tapped the light curtain in front of him. I'll choose this one, a 5-star Beast King level beast. Golden-Eyed Iron-Scale Monkey. Chapter 112:08 Challenging the Golden-Eyed Iron-Scaled Monkey, defeated for the first time. Monster selection successful. Simulation progress, 15. 35. 55. The simulation of Golden-Eyed Iron-Scale Monkey was successful, and the actual combat simulation exercise begins. If you need to stop the drill, please feel free to give the order. Happy fighting. As the voice fell, the simulated, golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey also appeared in front of Lin Yuan. This, golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey is extremely huge, covered with scales like iron sheets, emitting a cold metallic luster. At this moment, its gaze was staring coldly at Lin Yuan, with ferocity and cruelty in its eyes. It feels as if it is not a simulated projection at all, but a real ferocious beast. I have to say that the realism of the actual combat simulation exercise is still quite high. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking this, the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey in front of him suddenly let out a beast roar. Roar. This violent beast roar caused the surrounding space to vibrate. But in the next second, the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey's figure instantly turned into a shadow and suddenly rushed towards the direction where Lin Yuan was. Although Lin Yuan had already prepared for the battle, he couldn't help but frown when the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey rushed towards him. Because the speed unleashed by the ferocious beast in front of him was simply too astonishing. Laugh. In just a blink of an eye, the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey had already arrived in front of Lin Yuan. Its fist covered with iron scales suddenly whizzed through the air and slammed towards Lin Yuan. Faced with this powerful attack, Lin Yuan almost subconsciously raised his claws to block it. Bang! Accompanied by a dull loud thud, Lin Yuan successfully took the attack from the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey. However, the enormous force forced him to retreat several steps, causing his claws to go numb. Is this the power of a 5-star Beast King? It's really terrifying. After stabilizing his body, a solemn look flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. To be honest, it is perfectly normal for this golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey to possess such strength. After all, its strength is one level stronger than Lin Yuan's, reaching the level of a 5-star beast king. There is naturally a reason why Lin Yuan chose a ferocious beast of this level as his opponent. In his opinion, only under sufficient pressure can he adapt to his current strength as quickly as possible. What's more, Lin Yuan didn't think that with his current strength, he would not be able to deal with a 5-star beast king level beast. Although Lin Yuan successfully blocked the first punch, the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey did not give up. A hint of ferocity flashed in its eyes, and it clenched its other fist and rushed towards Lin Yuan. It's never going to end, is it? The actions of the ferocious beast in front of him also aroused the ferocity in Lin Yuan's heart. Facing the punch containing terrifying power, he had no intention of defending or dodging at all. Instead, he suddenly opened his huge mouth. In an instant, scorching energy suddenly gathered and took shape from Lin Yuan's huge mouth. White-hot light. Boom. The scorching white energy light suddenly spurted out from Lin Yuan's huge mouth. Faced with such a terrifyingly powerful incandescent light, a hint of fear flashed across the eyes of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey in an extremely human way. However, its reaction speed was even faster than Lin Yuan had imagined. Just before the white-hot light was about to penetrate its body, the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey chose to retract its fist and jump away without hesitation. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he managed to avoid the bombardment of the white-hot light. However, when it raised its head again, Lin Yuan's Song Lei claw had already suddenly torn towards its neck. It was obvious that Lin Yuan's attack was intended to kill with one blow. This was a habit he developed during his career as a killer in his previous life, which was to never miss any opportunity to kill the opponent. Kong. But what Lin Yuan never expected was that when his Song Lei claw hit the neck of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey, it did not tear the latter's neck as he expected, but instead there was a sound of metal clashing. Moreover, Lin Yuan's Song Lei claw was also stuck by the neck of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted and an ominous premonition flashed through his heart. He never imagined that the neck of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey was covered with such a thick layer of iron scales. In other words, the defensive power of this weakness is even stronger than any other part of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey. There is no doubt that this was a fatal mistake for Lin Yuan. The golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey naturally would not miss this opportunity. It suddenly raised its head and looked at Lin Yuan. A strange golden light suddenly burst out from its golden pupils. Under the gaze of the golden pupil, Lin Yuan actually fell into an illusion. Faintly, he seemed to see the scene of the plane exploding again. This was exactly the last scene he saw before he died in his previous life. For a moment, past life and present life were intertwined, causing Lin Yuan's mind to fall into a moment of trance. At this moment, a piercing pain suddenly came from his chest. This intense pain instantly woke Lin Yuan up from his hallucination. Unfortunately, it's too late. The right hand of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey had already dug into his chest and forcibly tore his heart out. No matter how strong Lin Yuan is, he cannot survive without his heart. Soon, the reminder sound from the advanced training room also rang in his ears. The actual combat simulation exercise has been completed, the challenger has died, and the challenge has failed. Your injury has now recovered. Do you want to continue the challenge or change the target? After the drill was over, the projection of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey also dissipated. Moreover, Lin Yuan's injuries were completely healed, as if everything he had just experienced was just an empty dream. However, the pain of having his heart forcibly taken out still made Lin Yuan remember this failure very deeply. After all, if this really happened in the wild or on a battlefield, then I might really be dead now. Chapter 113, Chapter 9, Challenge Success. High-level meeting. After the state is restored, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to continue the challenge, but reviewed the previous battle. To be honest, the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey is indeed very strong, but it is not strong enough to be invincible. The main reason for his defeat was that he had not yet fully adapted to his current strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to seize the opportunity to kill with one blow so badly, but ended up making things worse. At the same time, Lin Yuan also deeply realized that in future battles, he must not easily substitute his past life experience. Because what he sees as a weakness may not be a weakness at all. Just like Lin Yuan had never expected, the neck of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey was even harder than any other part of its body. He was too impatient for success and ended up giving the beast an opportunity to seize it. Moreover, the latter was also very smart. He first used the golden pupil's ability to create illusions to force Lin Yuan into an illusion, and then, with lightning speed, he directly pulled out Lin Yuan's heart. Zhao Shanhe once told him that every ferocious beast may possess unexpected abilities. Never take the other person's life lightly unless it ends completely. Lin Yuan now understood what this meant. Even though he had learned about the ferocious beast's intelligence in advance, this battle was already so difficult. If I were to face this golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey without knowing anything, the possibility of me killing it would be even lower. After reviewing the battle, Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Continue the simulation. The simulated monster remains unchanged." After Lin Yuan said this, the light screen in front of him immediately responded. Monster selection successful. Simulation progress, 15. 35. 55. The simulation of golden-eyed iron scale monkey was successful, and the actual combat simulation exercise begins. If you need to stop the drill, please feel free to give the order. Happy fighting. Just after this voice sounded, the ferocious and brutal golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey appeared in front of Lin Yuan again, emitting a series of low growls from its mouth. "Hello, see you again." Lin Yuan grinned and opened his huge mouth, bursting out a beam of scorching white-hot light, sweeping directly in the direction of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey. After witnessing the opponent's amazing explosive power, Lin Yuan would never give the opponent the opportunity to get close so easily again. However, the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey was also extremely agile, and it always kept a distance from the white-hot light while twisting and turning. The scorching white-hot light couldn't hurt it at all. I have to say that the 5-star Beast King level is indeed difficult to deal with. If this continues, the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey's physical strength may not be completely exhausted before Lin Yuan's energy is exhausted. We must find a way to change the battle strategy. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately stopped emitting white-hot light. And after the white-hot light stopped, the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey would naturally not let go of this opportunity easily. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in its eyes, and its body instantly turned into a shadow, rushing towards the direction where Lin Yuan was. Roar. In just a few seconds, the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey had already rushed to Lin Yuan's front. Its arms opened at the same time, and its fists covered with iron scales were like two heavy hammers, hammering towards Lin Yuan's head from two different directions. If Lin Yuan allowed the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey's attack to hit him, his head would probably explode like a watermelon. However, not only did Lin Yuan not show any intention of defending himself, his eyes were full of mockery. "You've been fooled, idiot." Just as Lin Yuan finished his words, a circle of complex green runes suddenly appeared out of thin air around him. And with the help of these green runes, Lin Yuan's speed instantly increased, and his body instantly moved back one position. Looking at the scene in front of him, a look of astonishment flashed across the eyes of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey, because it obviously didn't expect that the huge black beast in front of it could actually burst out with such an amazing speed. However, its ability to react was also extremely fast. After the attack failed, it suddenly raised its head, and its golden eyes looked directly at Lin Yuan. Obviously, it wanted to create an illusion to forcibly control Lin Yuan. However, what caught its eyes was not Lin Yuan's pupils, but a dazzling and blinding blue light. Boom. Before Lin Yuan could even react, a dark blue beam of light emitting a violent aura shot straight towards the direction of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey. Bang. Accompanied by a dull bang, the body of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey was actually blasted away. By the time the smoke cleared, the chest of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey was already a bloody mess, and hoarse wails continued to come out of its mouth. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It seems that after his strength broke through to the mid-4-star Beast King level, the damage of his atomic breath also increased greatly. Even when facing a 5-star Beast King level beast, he was still able to cause such significant damage to it. Afterwards, Lin Yuan walked forward without any hesitation and suddenly stabbed its Song Lei claw into the heart of the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey, completely ending the opponent's life. The actual combat simulation exercise has been completed, the golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey has died, and the challenge is successful. Your injury has now recovered. Do you want to continue the challenge or change the target? After the prompt sounded, Lin Yuan also relaxed. This is his current strength. With the intelligence of the other party known in advance, he could even defeat a 5-star Beast King with the body of a 4-star Beast King. At the same time, in the school conference room of the Magic City Beast University. Although the meeting had not started yet, Zhao Shanhe arrived here early. After all, this meeting was convened by the principal Wang Ting himself, and all those who were qualified to attend the meeting were the school's senior officials. Although Zhao Shanhe is a highly prestigious Lord-level Beast Soul Master in the eyes of outsiders, he is not even ranked among the school's top leaders. Allowing him to attend this meeting can be regarded as a recognition of his ability by Wang Ting. Like other ordinary teachers, although they are also Lord-level Beast Soul Masters, they are not even qualified to attend the meeting. The content of this meeting was also clear. It was to formally decide the list of contestants for the National Freshman Mixing Competition. Chapter 114 I nominate Su Mushiue. When Zhao Shanhe arrived at the meeting room, Wang Ting had already arrived. As the principal, Wang Ting was not wearing formal clothes today. Instead, he was wearing a black outfit that looked like a martial arts uniform. Although he was just sitting there calmly, his whole body exuded a murderous aura, as if he was a wild beast that might devour anyone at any time. This invisible aura even made Zhao Shanhe, a Lord-level beast soul master, feel a lot of pressure. As the meeting time drew closer, more and more school executives walked into the conference room. Before long, the long table in the conference room was almost full of people. Wang Ting looked around and said in a deep voice, "Since everyone is here, the meeting can begin." However, just as Wang Ting finished speaking, a figure appeared again at the door of the conference room. Then, a slightly hoarse voice rang in everyone's ears. "Ahem. Sorry, I'm feeling a little unwell. I hope it won't delay my time, right?" As the voice rang out, a thin, pale-faced middle-aged man walked slowly in from outside the door, then pulled out a chair and sat down at the farthest place from Wang Ting. For a moment, almost everyone present looked at the pale man. Because the person in front of him was none other than the vice president of the Magic City Beast University, Li Xianggui. After sitting down, Li Xianggui made a gesture of invitation to Wang Ting and said with a smile, "Principal Wang Ting, I'm so sorry for being late and disturbing you. Please continue." Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. To be honest, he had heard a long time ago that Vice Principal Li Xianggui and Principal Wang Ting did not get along well. It seems that this is not a rumor, but a fact. The reason why these two people had a conflict was very simple. That's because of the position of the principal of the Magic City Beast University. You know, even before Wang Ting came to Magic City Beast University as the president, Li Xianggui was already the vice president of Magic City Beast University. At that time, almost everyone believed that Li Xianggui would be the next principal. After all, whether in terms of seniority or strength, Li Xianggui is definitely not inferior to anyone. However, who would have thought that at the critical moment when the old principal abdicated, Wang Ting suddenly appeared and took on the position of the principal of the Magic City Beast University. Even though this was the intention of the Chinese military department and the old principal was very satisfied with this successor, Li Xianggui could not swallow this. Li Xianggui has devoted so many years to the Magic City Beast University and has trained many outstanding students. Why? Why can Wang Ting sit in the highest position as soon as he arrives? Why must Li Xianggui be inferior to others? Naturally, he couldn't accept such an outcome. This also led to Li Xianggui's hatred towards Wang Ting, which almost grew day by day. Over the years, his open and covert struggles with Wang Ting have never stopped. Facing Li Xianggui's provocative apology, Wang Ting seemed to be accustomed to it and said calmly, "Teacher Zhao, since everyone is here, please go and close the door. Except for Vice Principal Li, no one else should be late." "Good." Zhao Shanhe immediately stood up, walked to the door and closed the door of the conference hall. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Xianggui's face couldn't help but become gloomy. Of course he knew in his heart that Wang Ting's two sentences were clearly directed at him. This guy really can't stand any loss. However, apart from a cold snort, Li Xianggui did not make any further response. After all, he and Wang Ting are both Beast King-level Beast Soul Masters. If they keep getting entangled in verbal disputes, they will be at a disadvantage. Afterwards, Wang Ting looked around again and said calmly, "I believe everyone already knows the purpose of calling everyone here for this meeting. That's to determine the list of contestants for the National Freshman Mixing Competition. This is the first National Freshman Networking Competition in the country. All the famous schools, including Yinjing Beast University, will participate. I don't want our students to lose face for our Magic City Beast University at this banquet. I wonder if you all have any suitable candidates? If you have a candidate you like, you can bring him up now for everyone to discuss and then make the final selection." After Wang Ting said this, most of the people in the conference room fell into deep thought, as if they were silently thinking about who to recommend. You know, recommending candidates is a thankless job. It would be even better if the recommended students achieved excellent results in the National Freshman Social Competition. But if the performance is not good, even if you are not held accountable, you will inevitably be considered to have poor vision. Seeing that everyone was silent, Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't it just asking you to recommend a few candidates? Is it that difficult? In that case, let me go first. I recommend Song Lan, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Demon City. If I remember correctly, his beast soul should be the SSS level 7 colored glazed butterfly. If this type of beast soul can be used properly, it will definitely shine in team battles." After Wang Ting said this, all the senior leaders of the college echoed him. Principal Wang Ting is right. Song Lan is indeed a good talent. With such a talented auxiliary beast soul master here, our Demon City Beast Master will definitely be able to gain an advantage in team battles. I think it's no problem too. As an auxiliary beast soul master, Song Lan is ranked so high on the Hidden Dragon ranking, which is enough to show his strength. Although Song Lan was defeated by Yuan Lian not long ago, no one mentioned it now. After all, Song Lan was the candidate recommended by Wang Ting himself, so he couldn't offend the principal, right? Now saying that Song Lan is not good enough, isn't that a disguised way of saying that the principal has poor vision? Besides, it is normal for an auxiliary beast soul master to be defeated by an offensive beast soul master. This does not mean that the role Song Lan can play is necessarily smaller than Yuan Lian. You know, auxiliary beast souls are rare in themselves. Auxiliary beast souls with SSS level talents like 7-colored glazed butterfly are even rarer and even more scarce than giant pandas. Moreover, a powerful auxiliary beast soul master can play a very significant role on the battlefield. Even, he can change the entire battlefield situation by himself. It is no wonder why Wang Ting has such high expectations for Song Lan. Under such circumstances, the proposal to include Song Lan in the official list of participants was quickly unanimously approved by all school leaders. The meeting had just begun, and one of the 12 places, including substitutes, had already been secured. At this moment, a cold female voice also sounded. I nominate Su Mushiwei. The beast soul she awakened is an S-level, 9-tailed snow fox. However, her beast soul has already merged with some of the royal bloodline, and has now grown to SSS level. That is to say, in terms of both talent and ability, I think she meets the criteria for participating in the National Freshman Fraternity Competition. Chapter 115 Nominate Lin Yuan, Li Xianggui's target. The person who spoke was a woman with a cold and beautiful face. She has long white hair like a waterfall, but this white hair does not make her look old at all. Instead, it sets off her beautiful facial features. Wang Ting nodded slightly and said, Does anyone object to teacher Ling Shuangyue's nomination? To be honest, when Su Mushiwei was mentioned, Zhao Shanhe subconsciously looked at her. After seeing Ling Shuangyue, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. After all, he was the one who admitted Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwei and personally sent them to the Monster University in the Magic City. However, Zhao Shanhe's attention has always been on Lin Yuan, so he naturally neglected Su Mushiwei. What he didn't expect was that Su Mushiwei actually became Ling Shuangyue's disciple. Although there are many teachers in the Magic City Beast University, Zhao Shanhe still has some understanding of the woman Ling Shuangyue. Because Ling Shuangyue's strength is even stronger than his. You know, among the Lord-level Beast Soul Masters, Zhao Shanhe is already considered a very powerful existence. Even among the Beast Masters in Demon City, there are not many Lord-level Beast Soul Masters who are more powerful than him. But Ling Shuangyue was not included in this. Because, although Ling Shuangyue is a Lord-level Beast Soul Master, in fact, she is only one step away from breaking through to the Beast King level. With Ling Shuangyue's strength, even if she meets a true Beast King level Beast Soul Master, she would probably be able to fight. There are even rumors that Ling Shuangyue had already been able to break through to the Beast King level. The reason why she has not taken that step yet is because she wants to be like the Emperor of the Fiery Sun, Jiang Yang, and after perfect enlightenment, step into the Beast King level. However, whether this rumor is true or not, it does not affect the fact that Ling Shuangyue is a woman with terrifying strength. Originally, the Demon City Beast University wanted to hire Ling Shuangyue as the vice president. It's a pity that Ling Shuangyue's personality was too cold and she was devoted to cultivation, so she had no time to take care of trivial matters, so she refused without hesitation. But what really made Zhao Shanhe curious was that a woman with Ling Shuangyue's personality would actually take the initiative to accept Su Mushiwei as her apprentice. Did he really appreciate Su Mushiwei's talent? Or was it just because of the latter's identity? Thinking of this, Zhao Shanhe's eyes couldn't help but begin to flicker slightly. Moreover, Su Mushiwei's talent was actually upgraded from S level to SSS level. You know, the talent of a beast soul can almost be said to be fixed from the moment it awakens. Improving the talent of a beast soul is almost harder than ascending to heaven. The Emperor of the Fiery Sun, Jiang Yang, attained enlightenment overnight and was able to upgrade his beast soul from S level to SSS level. Of course, in addition to this method, fusing the blood of high-level monsters can also enhance one's own beast soul talent. However, this method is also extremely difficult and demanding. Especially if you want to upgrade directly from S level to SSS level, you must fuse the bloodline of an Emperor-level monster. This means that one must hunt down a Beast King-level monster and obtain the corresponding materials from the monster before blood fusion can be achieved. In addition, the properties of the Beast King material must be consistent with the Beast Soul properties of the Beast Soul Master himself. Just like Su Mushiwei's 9-tailed ice fox, it has ice attribute. Therefore, the Beast King level materials used for Su Mushiwei's bloodline fusion must also be of ice attribute. Moreover, during the process of blood fusion, there must be a Beast King level Beast Soul Master of the same attribute to protect on the side. These conditions are all very harsh, and when combined together, the difficulty can almost be said to be extremely great. Unless they are the children of a truly distinguished family, few Beast Soul Masters can enjoy such treatment. After Ling Shuangyue nominated Su Muxiue, Wang Ting looked around the meeting table and asked with a chuckle, "Does anyone have any objection to the candidate nominated by teacher Ling Shuangyue?" After Wang Ting said this, everyone shook their heads. The vast majority of teachers present were aware of Su Muxiue's background. Even if she didn't know Su Muxiue's background, the student that Ling Shuangyue paid so much attention to must not be simple. Therefore, even to give Ling Shuangyue face, they would not reject her nomination. What's more, they don't think that Su Muxiue's strength would be that weak, even though she is not ranked high on the potential dragon list now. Since no one has any objection, let's temporarily include Su Muxiue in the list. After saying this, Wang Ting wrote Su Muxiue's name on the paper. At this moment, Meng Chanan also spoke up. "Principal, I nominate Chu Tianyi. I think this guy should be a good candidate. If I had the opportunity to participate in the National Freshman Social Competition, I would definitely shine." After Meng Chaman said this, everyone in the conference room looked at him strangely. Almost everyone was secretly cursing the old man for being a cunning fellow. After all, Chu Tianyi is now the #1 on the Demon City Beast potential dragon list. There would be absolutely nothing wrong if Meng Chanan nominated him. However, in fact, even if Meng Chanan did not nominate Chu Tianyi, the latter's name would definitely be on the list. There is no reason for the Demon City Beast King not to send such a powerful general to participate in the competition. That's why everyone thinks that Meng Chanan is a shameless old scoundrel. This time, Wang Ting didn't even let everyone vote, and directly wrote Chu Tianyi's name on the paper. So far, the names of 3 contestants have been confirmed. This means that there are only 7 spots left for the official contestants. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the opposite side of Wang Ting. "I nominate Wu Xiangu. He is currently ranked 3rd on the Hidden Dragon ranking and possesses an SSS level beast soul. It can be said that his own strength has been certified. So, I think he is qualified to represent our Demon City Beast University in the competition." The person who nominated Wu Xiangu was none other than Li Xiangue, the vice president. After he said this, several people sitting next to him echoed him. "I think Wu Xiangu is a really good kid. He is not only capable, but also very good at organization. It is not an exaggeration to even make him the captain of this participating team. Yes, I also heard that he has created his own faction and recruited a group of top freshmen. He is considered a leader among the freshmen. I am also very optimistic about this young man. It is rare to find a freshman who has talent, strength, and personal charm at the same time." Those who echoed Li Xiangue repeatedly and praised Wu Xuangu generously were naturally teachers from the same faction as Li Xiangue. After all, Li Xiangue has been operating in the demonic beast city for such a long time, it is normal for him to have several trusted aides in his own faction. However, the other teachers all sneered in response. New leaders? It's a relief that they can say this. The list hunter, created by Wu Xiangu, has damaged the interests of countless freshmen. If it weren't for the fact that the school spirit of Magic City Beast University is sufficiently liberal, organizations like this would have been forcibly banned by the school long ago. But they only said these words in their hearts. After all, no matter what, Li Xiangue is still the serving vice president, and there is no need to offend him because of a quick word. Moreover, putting all these aside, based on Wu Xuangu's own strength, it is indeed qualified to be selected into the official list of participants. It was precisely because of this that Li Xiangue's nomination for Wu Xuangu was quickly unanimously approved by everyone present. Seeing that the remaining places were getting fewer and fewer, Zhao Shanhe finally couldn't hold back any longer. He cleared his throat and said, "I nominate Lin Yuan." Not long ago, he defeated Li Qinan, who was ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. So, I think that with his ability, he should be qualified to be selected into the list of contestants. Ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list, that's enough to show how strong this kid is. Yeah, I've also heard about this little guy's deeds. I heard that he won for 12 days in a row, and his ranking jumped from 312th to the top 50 in one go. Ha ha ha, that's really interesting. Such a motivated young man is rare these days. However, at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out at the conference table. Zhao Shanhe, if I remember correctly, this Lin Yuan should be your student, right? And it seems like you two are from the same place. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose sneered and said, "I'm afraid it's not appropriate to recommend someone of yours at a meeting like this, right?" Zhao Shanhe frowned and glared at the other party. "Li Mu, what do you mean?" You know, Zhao Shanhe has a bad temper. Since the other party was so blatantly sarcastic to him, it was natural for him not to get angry. However, Li Mu responded bluntly. "What? Did I say something wrong?" The purpose of the principal holding this meeting is to select freshmen who are truly capable of participating in the National Freshman Mixing Competition, not to force you to squeeze your own people in. Li Mu's words were full of sarcasm. Faced with such an unreasonable opponent, Zhao Shanhe was extremely angry and slammed the table. "Even if he is my student, so what? He can be ranked 4th on the hidden dragon list. Doesn't that mean he's not qualified to be nominated? Li Mu sneered and said, I am qualified. Of course I'm qualified. I am too qualified. If your students are really talented, why would it be necessary for you, as a teacher, to nominate them? However, at this moment, Ling Shuangyue suddenly raised her head and said calmly, since you are so dissatisfied, let me nominate Lin Yuan. There should be no relationship between me and this kid, right? In my opinion, with his ability, he really deserves a place in the competition. After Ling Shuangyue said this, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but calm down and gave Ling Shuangyue a grateful look. To be honest, after calming down, Zhao Shanhe finally figured out what was going on. You know, although he and Li Mu have no intersection, there is definitely no hatred between them. The reason why Li Mu targeted him so much at this time was probably because of Li Xianggui's intention. After all, Li Mu also belongs to Li Xianggui's faction, and it can even be said that he is the latter's confidant. It seems that behind this, Li Xianggui didn't want Lin Yuan to participate in the competition. Whether it was to vent his anger for his nephew Wu Xiangu or for other considerations. In short, in Zhao Shanhe's opinion, Li Xianggui has stood on the opposite side of Lin Yuan. Ling Shuangyue's nomination temporarily blocked Li Mu's argument. However, at this moment, Li Xianggui tapped the table with his fingers and said in a hoarse voice, however, I heard that the beast soul talent registered by Lin Yuan when he entered school seemed to be only E-level. Li Mu immediately agreed, yes, I have read his enrollment file, and his talent rating is indeed only E. After these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the conference room. No one had expected that within the Demon City Beast University, there was a freshman with a beast soul talent rating of E-level. What is even more unbelievable is that this freshman actually made it directly to the 4th place on the hidden dragon list. Chapter 116 Lin Yuan comes out of retreat. Su Mushiwei challenges Shin Tsang. Then, Li Xianggui slowly said, isn't it embarrassing to let a freshman with only E-level beast soul talent represent our Magic City Beast University? Zhao Shanhe frowned and retorted, Vice Principal Li, we can't determine a person's upper limit based solely on their beast soul talent, right? If Lin Yuan didn't have the strength, how could he be ranked 4th on the hidden dragon ranking? Li Xianggui smiled and said calmly, although the hidden dragon ranking is a list for all freshmen, the ranking on the list cannot explain everything. Just like Song Lan and Su Mushiwei, although they are not among the top 10 of the hidden dragon list, aren't they still selected into the list? Besides, I didn't deny Lin Yuan's strength. Perhaps his current strength is indeed not weak, and he can even be compared with the geniuses among the freshmen. But who can guarantee that his growth rate can be comparable to those geniuses? Don't forget, his beast soul talent rating is only E-level. Teacher Zhao, I also know that you are thinking about your students and want to strive for as many opportunities as possible for your students. But this is the first National Freshman Fellowship competition. The results will affect the reputation of Magic City Beast University. So, I think that compared to the uncertainty of Lin Yuan, we have a safer option. After Li Xianggui said this, even Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but feel speechless. Only now did he realize that people of Li Xianggui's level were real old foxes. Compared with the reasons given by Li Xianggui, Li Mu's lame reasons seemed simply nonsense. Faced with Li Xianggui's words, Zhao Shanhe didn't even know how to refute it. While Zhao Shanhe was stunned, the other teachers couldn't help but shake their heads slightly. Of course, they could see Li Xianggui's intention, so they felt regretful. I don't know how this freshman named Lin Yuan offended Li Xianggui that he is being targeted like this. It's really pitiful. But at this moment, Wang Ting, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. In my opinion, Vice President Li's opinion is indeed very pertinent. After he said this, everyone in the conference room was stunned. No one expected that Wang Ting would agree with Li Xianggui's opinion. Haven't these two always been at odds with each other? Even Li Xianggui couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. He also didn't understand what Wang Ting was up to. However, Wang Ting soon spoke again. The school does need to consider the risks. This first national freshman competition is an extremely important opportunity for any school and it cannot be missed. At this point, Wang Ting changed the subject. However, since you also recognize the strength of the student, it would be too selfish and cruel to completely wipe out a student's chance just for the sake of the school's reputation. So, I have a compromise solution, which is to add this student to the list of substitutes. What do you think? After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but reveal a look of enlightenment on their faces. It turned out that the reason why Wang Ting agreed with Li Xianggui was not because he truly agreed with the other party's point of view, but simply to retreat in order to advance. Wang Ting made a big fuss about Li Xianggui's recognition of Lin Yuan's ability, with the purpose of slipping Lin Yuan into the substitute list. In this way, even Li Xianggui would no longer have the position to refute the plan proposed by Wang Ting. It has to be said that anyone who can become a Beast King level warrior is definitely not a stupid person. The game between these two old foxes is truly exciting. Zhao Shanhe took a deep breath, stood up solemnly, and bowed deeply to everyone. Thank you, Principal, for giving my students this opportunity. I, Zhao Shanhe, am willing to guarantee with my life that I nominate Lin Yuan. I have absolutely no selfish motives. I just don't want such a talented young man to be buried. I hope you will support me. Looking at the scene before them, all the teachers present were slightly stunned. They all understood Zhao Shanhe's character. But they obviously didn't expect that Zhao Shanhe would be willing to do this for his students. Zhao Shanhe's bow truly made everyone present feel his sincere attitude. Even the teachers from Li Xianggui's faction couldn't help but secretly admire Zhao Shanhe's true nature. However, Li Xianggui's expression couldn't help but darken. Under the circumstances, even he could not object, because he no longer had any reason to stop Wang Ting from adding Lin Yuan to the substitute list. And Zhao Shanhe's sincere attitude really touched everyone. However, no matter what, Li Xianggui's goal has been achieved. Originally, with Lin Yuan's strength, he was definitely qualified to be included in the official list of participants. But due to his interference, Lin Yuan was only selected into the substitute list. Although there is only a difference of 2 words between official members and substitute members, the treatment is very different. Of course, Li Xianggui did this not just to help Wu Xiangu. In his opinion, the grudge between Lin Yuan and Wu Xiangu is at most a conflict between children. What Li Xianggui really wanted to do was to take this opportunity to show off his skills to Wang Ting. He wanted to let Wang Ting know that even though he was the principal of Magic City Beast University, he alone could not have the final say in this school. However, Li Xianggui did not expect that Wang Ting did not confront him, but chose to give in. This made Li Xianggui feel that even if he achieved his goal, it would be like punching cotton. After a round of nominations, everyone became more relaxed. More and more teachers started nominating candidates, and some even argued fiercely over some of the candidates they were not sure about. To be honest, if Wang Ting hadn't been here, it's possible that they would have started fighting. After all, in the world of Beast Soul Masters, everything is based on strength. Whoever has the bigger fist has the more reasonable words. This meeting lasted for a full hour and a half. After the meeting, the 10 official contestants and 2 substitute contestants who would represent Magic City Beast University in the National Freshman Friendship Competition were officially determined. It's been a long time since I last saw the world outside the training room. Lin Yuan raised his head, closed his eyes, let the warm sunlight shine on his face, and took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. You know, he hasn't stepped out of the high-level training room for 7 days. In the dark training room, it is impossible to see the sun. In fact, if you don't look at the time, you may not be able to tell the difference between day and night. Days like this are naturally lonely, because loneliness is like the deepest darkness, which can drag people all the way to the end of the abyss. Therefore, when people face loneliness, they feel pain. People in the world can never bear the pain of loneliness and the suffering of solitude. But only those who face pain head-on can truly possess the talent and courage that others do not have. Lin Yuan is such a person. He walks on his own path, surrounded by loneliness. His eyes are cold but never waver, just like a pilgrim in the darkness. Now that I have chosen the path I want to take, no matter how lonely I am, it cannot destroy me. Either I am headed for destruction, or I am headed for success. At this moment, the sky is as blue as a mirror and the air is clear and fresh. But there seemed to be a flame burning in Lin Yuan's heart. During the 7 days of seclusion, the increase in strength seemed to have brought about a transformation in his state of mind. And the fire in my heart gradually evolved into the desire to fight. It's like a sharp blade, it will always draw blood. If he really wanted to find someone to fight, Lin Yuan's first choice would naturally be Wu Xiangu. Wu Xiangu's strength is enough to make him qualified to fight. The grudge between them also destined him to fight with Wu Xiangu. However, long before the retreat, Zhao Shanhe had already told him that they would soon begin to formally determine the list of participants for the National Freshman Mixing Competition. At such a critical moment, Wu Xiangu would naturally not leave any chance for others. After accepting the mission that required him to go out, he hid himself away to practice in seclusion. In other words, even if Lin Yuan wanted to challenge him, he no longer had the chance. But if I don't choose to challenge Wu Xiangu, who else can I challenge? He ranks 4th on the Hidden Dragon list, which means there are 3 people ranked before him. They are Wu Xiangu, Shen Song, and Chu Qianni who ranks 1st. If Wu Xiangu cannot be challenged, maybe I can challenge Shen Song? After all, the fact that Shen Song is ranked before Wu Xiangu is enough to prove his strength. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking this, a familiar figure suddenly walked in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a slightly surprised voice sounded in his ears. Lin Yuan? When did you come out of seclusion? I was just about to come look for you. The person who appeared in front of Lin Yuan was none other than Wang Jinze. However, what Lin Yuan did not expect was that Wang Jinze was actually looking for him. Knowing that Wang Jinze was in seclusion, given his personality, he would never come to see him casually if it wasn't something really important. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown and asked, "Did something happen?" "Nonsense. If there's nothing wrong, why would I come to you?" Wang Jinza pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "But if I say it, don't be surprised. Looking at your appearance, it shouldn't be an urgent matter." Lin Yuan glanced at him, then walked towards the cafeteria and said, "Since you're not in a hurry, I'll go eat." "No, I said it's not okay." Wang Jinza immediately grabbed Lin Yuan's sleeve and said quickly, "Your girlfriend is very fierce. She wanted to find trouble with Shinsong as soon as she came out of isolation. If you rush to the #1 ring now, you might be able to catch up with her." After hearing this, Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, "You mean Su Mushiwei want to challenge Shinsong?" Chapter 117, Who allowed you to look up at me? Lin Yuan really didn't expect that Su Mushiwei would challenge Shinsong directly as soon as she came out of seclusion. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, "No, Su Mushiwei's ranking should not even be among the top 100 of the hidden dragon list, right? Logically speaking, she shouldn't be qualified to challenge Shinsong directly." Wang Jinza immediately explained, "According to normal rules, this is correct. However, there is another rule in the hidden dragon ranking that you may not have noticed. That is, in order to promote competition, the top 10 students on the hidden dragon ranking must unconditionally accept 3 challenges every month. That is to say, during these 3 challenge opportunities, challengers can ignore the ranking restrictions. However, generally speaking, no one would choose to do this unless they are extremely confident in their own abilities." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. There is actually such a rule? If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to win for 12 days in a row. He could have simply picked someone from the top 10 on the hidden dragon list to challenge. As long as you can win, you can replace the opponent's ranking. However, by doing so, his own strength would be exposed, and if he challenged Yuan Lian again, the other party might not even accept the challenge. But since it's all over, there's no need to dwell on it anymore. There is no time to waste now, so let's rush to the ring first. Walk. After uttering this word, Lin Yuan ran towards the direction of arena #1 without any hesitation. "Hey, wait for me." Wang Jinza was stunned at first, then quickly caught up with Lin Yuan's pace. It takes less than 5 minutes. Lin Yuan and Wang Jinza had already arrived at the area where the #1 ring was located. Lin Yuan had a blank expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Wang Jinza naturally understood Lin Yuan's character. He knew in his heart that even if Lin Yuan didn't regard Su Mushiwei as his girlfriend, he still valued Su Mushiwei very much in his heart. At the very least, the relationship between Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwei is definitely more than that of ordinary friends. Even when Song Lan and Zhao Ming were injured, Lin Yuan was willing to win for 12 days in a row and then challenge Yuan Lian and Li Qinan to avenge them. Wang Jinza found it hard to imagine what Lin Yuan would do if something really happened to Su Mushiwei. The two walked along the entrance passage and soon saw the exit leading to the auditorium. After becoming a Beast King level Beast Soul Master, Lin Yuan's 5 senses were all greatly enhanced. Because of this, his keen hearing quickly caught the discussions coming from the audience. This is a completely one-sided crushing. Too strong, such terrifying strength. I have only felt such a sense of oppression from Chu Qianni. I never thought that after such a long time since the Hidden Dragon ranking was launched, there would still be a genius emerging. Yes, and she's actually a girl. Sigh. I'm so ashamed of myself. Don't underestimate her. Although she was unknown before, she is the last disciple of teacher Ling Shuangyue. Ling Shuangyue? Is she the teacher who is only one step away from entering the Beast King level? I never thought that a master of this level would have the leisure to take on a disciple. After Lin Yuan heard the discussions in the audience, the coldness in his eyes turned into astonishment. Because he found that the person these people were talking about seemed to be Su Mushiwei. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but quicken his pace. Finally, Lin Yuan and Wang Jinza walked out of the passage and came to the audience seats. However, the scene before him made Lin Yuan freeze in place. On the stage, a huge snow wolf was facing off against a snow fox with 9 tails. However, the snow wolf's body was covered with wounds of varying sizes, some of which were so deep that the bones could be seen. The 9-tailed snow fox's body was spotless, as if it had never experienced a battle, appearing elegant and otherworldly. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, 9-tailed snow fox, isn't it Su Mushiwei's beast soul? If that's the case, then the person confronting her should be Shinsong. Lin Yuan had seen before in the application provided by Wang Jinza that the beast soul awakened by Shinsong was named Sangshui Baiya. It seems that this should be the huge snow wolf in front of us. Roar. At this moment, the snow wolf, covered with scars, raised its head again and let out a loud roar. Obviously, Shinsong has not been defeated yet. He stared at the 9-tailed snow fox in front of him, his eyes filled with fierce fighting spirit. However, at this moment, Beside the nine-tailed snow fox, extremely sharp ice blades suddenly condensed out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, Su Mushiue's cold and ethereal voice rang in everyone's ears. Who allowed you to look up at me? Chapter 118, A Smile for One Person Only. Accompanied by the sound of Su Mushiue's voice, the sharp ice blades condensed around her suddenly whistled through the air and slashed towards the direction where Shinsong was. The speed of these ice blades was so fast that after images appeared, and even Lin Yuan was unable to accurately capture their trajectories. Looking at the scene in front of him, a look of astonishment flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. With this one strike alone, the strength displayed by Su Mushue is definitely above the 5-star Beast King level. When did this little girl become so powerful? Faced with Su Mushue's killing move, Shinsong naturally couldn't just sit there and wait to die. He gritted his teeth and burst out with all his speed, constantly moving left and right, desperately dodging the ice blade while rushing towards the direction where Su Mushue was. However, the ice blades that were attacking were too dense, and with Shinsong's speed, it was impossible to avoid them completely. The sharp ice blades that he was unable to avoid directly tore bloody marks on Shinsong's body. But even so, Shinsong still did not choose to give up. At least, the distance between him and Su Mushue was gradually narrowing. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. When the distance between the two sides was shortened to only 10 meters, a cold light flashed in Shinsong's eyes. Because he knew in his heart that if he wanted to turn the tables, he had to seize this opportunity. Extremely cold frost instantly covered his wolf claws. The next second, Shinsong's frost wolf claws suddenly swung towards Su Mushue's neck. Die. Shinsong's desperate attack not only unleashed all his strength, but also carried a bit of murderous intent. You know, he ranks second on the hidden dragon list, and his strength is second only to Chu Tianyi. But now, he was about to be defeated by a woman, Su Mushue. How could Shinsong accept this? What's more, after being forcibly suppressed by Su Mushue for such a long time, Shinsong's heart was already filled with rage. However, at this moment, Su Mushue's fox claws suddenly appeared out of thin air above Shinsong's head. What? When? After feeling the fox's claws hovering above his head, Shinsong instantly felt a chill rushing straight to his head. Because he didn't even notice when Su Mushue made her move. Bang! The next second, the fox claw emitting an icy breath suddenly pressed down towards Shinsong's head. Accompanied by a dull bang, Shinsong's huge wolf head was pressed directly to the ground by Su Mushue's fox claws. Dust was flying all around, and even cracks appeared on the ground of the ring. Shinsong subconsciously wanted to resist, but at this moment, Su Mushue's voice rang in his ears again. If you don't want to die, don't move. The voice was calm but carried a hint of eeriness, causing Shinsong's entire body to freeze in place. He had a premonition that if he dared to move, Su Mushue would smash his head without hesitation at the first opportunity. Obviously, the winner has been decided. Thinking of this, Shinsong's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of dejection. I give up. After these 3 words came out of Shinsong's mouth, the whole audience was in an uproar. Even though they had already foreseen the outcome of this battle, when Shinsong actually chose to admit defeat, the audience was still extremely shocked. You know, Shinsong's ranking on the hidden dragon list is just below Chu Tianyi. With such strength, he can definitely be called a genius. However, such a genius was defeated by Su Mushue. Moreover, it can almost be said that it was a complete defeat without any chance of fighting back. After Su Mushue appeared, it meant that in addition to Chu Tianyi and Lin Yuan, her name would also be added as the dark horse of this session. In fact, her performance was even more dazzling than Lin Yuan's. I never thought that a female beast soul master could be this strong. This is simply too cruel. Shinsong was being beaten the entire time. This is the first time I've seen Shinsong being suppressed so badly. This Su Mushue is indeed not simple. I don't know who is stronger, Su Mushue or Chu Tianyi. Then I think Chu Tianyi is stronger. I think it's because Chu Shin hasn't made a move for too long, and you have almost forgotten his dominance. Now that I think about it, Chu Shin's strength is indeed more terrifying. No matter who he fights, he always wins with overwhelming force. It's just like the arrival of the devil. Nonsense. Don't you think about it? During that period, all those who ranked high on the hidden dragon ranking were terrified when they heard the name Chu. They were all afraid that Chu would target them. When you reach Chu Tianyi's level, it's no longer easy to describe him as a genius. Genius? Haha. But you were just qualified to challenge him. Listening to the discussions around him, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. In his opinion, the strength displayed by Su Mushue was already quite powerful. But now it seems that in the eyes of these people, Su Mushue still cannot compare with Chu Tianyi? For a moment, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little curious. What kind of genius is Chu Tianyi, who is at the top of the hidden dragon list? After Shinsong admitted defeat, the referee walked onto the stage again and announced Su Mushue's victory. Instantly, the entire audience burst into applause. You know, Su Mushue is not only strong, but also has a beautiful face. She's at least a school beauty. Coupled with her cold temperament, she adds to her great appeal. Although in the eyes of these people, Chu Chanyi's status is still not something that Su Mushiwei can shake, but this does not prevent them from regarding Su Mushiwei as a goddess. There were even quite a few boys who clapped crazily, so enthusiastically that their palms turned red. However, Su Mushiwei seemed to be completely unconcerned about the cheers and applause from the whole room. She looked around as if searching for someone. Finally, she saw Lin Yuan standing in the corner. The moment she saw Lin Yuan, a hint of surprise clearly flashed in her eyes. She was as excited as a kitten seeing its owner come home. Even her face couldn't help but break into a brilliant smile. Looking at the scene before them, everyone in the audience couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. No one would have expected that Su Mushiwei, who was so cold and domineering on the ring just now, actually had such a side to her. Fuck, my wife looks so beautiful when she smiles. Love it. My God, my heart melts when my wife smiles. Fuck, you guys are so shameless. You just call someone your wife. Have you ever considered my wife's feelings? Although most of these are just jokes, they are enough to show how attractive Su Mushiwei is to these boys who have just reached adulthood. However, at this moment, Su Mushiwei walked directly down the stage and went straight to the audience seats. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Mushiwei came directly in front of Lin Yuan, raised her head slightly, chuckled and said, I originally wanted to challenge Wuxuan Gu, but that guy hid, so I went to challenge Shinsong. Then, Su Mushiwei pursed her lips slightly and said with dissatisfaction, Who asked them to bully you? Well, I did a good job, didn't I? Even when she said this, Su Mushiwei's face still had a gentle and sweet smile, as if she was a little fox waiting for her master's praise. Lin Yuan reached out his hand and gently rubbed Su Mushiwei's head. He chuckled and said, I never thought you've become so powerful. Su Mushiwei said proudly, Of course. At this moment, the audience was silent, yet filled with the sounds of heartbreak. Only then did they realize that Su Mushiwei's smile was not for them, but only for Lin Yuan. Chapter 1 1900's Instinct. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwei. No one could have imagined that the relationship between these two people was so close. Moreover, from what Su Mushiwei said, it seemed that she chose to challenge Shinsong just to stand up for Lin Yuan. It's just because Wuxuan Gu is not here, so we can only challenge Shinsong as the next best option. Thinking about it this way, Shinsong was really miserable. He did nothing, but was severely punished by Su Mushiwei. I never thought that the goddess who just made my heart beat would have someone else in her heart in the blink of an eye. Sigh, my fragile boyish heart. Fuck, no, I'm against this marriage. They are a perfect match made in heaven, and you, a monster, are the one to object? Ha 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 ha, brother, if you can talk, say more. Alas, it turns out that geniuses only favor geniuses. Ordinary people like us don't have any chance at all. Even Wang Jinza, who was standing next to the two of them, couldn't help but rub his nose and said helplessly, I say, Miss Su, when you two are showing your affection, can you consider the feelings of a single dog like me? Su Mushiwei was thin-skinned after all, and her cheeks immediately blushed when she heard what Wang Jinza said. At the same time, she was secretly delighted in her heart. Because when Wang Jinza was talking about how they were showing their affection, Lin Yuan didn't give any response. Does this mean that in Lin Yuan's heart, he has already tacitly agreed that their relationship has become closer? What's more, if Lin Yuan really didn't care, he wouldn't have rushed here in the first place. Thinking of this, Su Mushiwei only felt sweet in her heart, an indescribable joy. Love in adolescence is like this. The one in love is like beating a cowhide drum, beating it carefully and venting his or her emotions, worried that the other party will hear it, but also worried that the other party cannot hear it. At this moment, Lin Yuan chuckled and said, but it's really a coincidence. Su Mushiwei was slightly stunned and asked, what's a coincidence? Originally, I also wanted to challenge Shinsong. After hearing this, Su Mushiwei couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise in her eyes. Then, she couldn't help laughing. So, it was me who stole your prey? Wang Jinza, who was standing by, was almost numb from listening. He thought to himself, you two are chatting and laughing here. Have you ever considered Shinsong's feelings? After all, he is ranked second on the hidden dragon list. Can you give him some face? But then again, Shinsong is really pitiful. He clearly didn't do anything, but in the end he became the one who took the blame for Wuxuan Gu. However, Wang Jinza also keenly grasped a piece of information from Lin Yuan's words. That is, Lin Yuan now very likely has the strength to rival Shinsong. You know, according to the information collected by Wang Jinza, Shinsong possesses the strength of the peak 4-star Beast King level. Although Shinsong lost the previous battle with Su Mushiwei, it also proved his strength. In short, it's not that Shinsong is too weak, but that Su Mushiwei is too strong. From this point of view, after coming out of seclusion, Lin Yuan's strength should have had another significant improvement. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's character, he would never easily say that he was going to challenge Shinsong. Thinking of this, Wang Jin's eyes looking at Lin Yuan became even more strange. This guy, is he a monster? How long has it been since you entered school? Almost every once in a while, Lin Yuan's strength would make a qualitative leap. From 12 consecutive victories, to a big win over Yuan Lian, and then to defeating Li Qinan. It can almost be said that Lin Yuan's strength is improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, his improvement in strength is quite different from Su Mushue's. With Wang Jin's intelligence network, he naturally knew Su Mushue's background. Moreover, the reason why her strength can grow so fast is definitely inseparable from Ling Shuangyue. But Lin Yuan is different. He has no background and no backing, and at most only Zhao Shanhe takes care of him. He has reached this point today entirely by relying on himself. In Wang Jin's opinion, although Lin Yuan's beast soul talent is only E-level, he is definitely a genius who is not inferior to Chu Tianyi. No, to be more precise, Chu Tianyi is the orthodox genius, while Lin Yuan is more like a freak genius. Because his growth trajectory is full of weirdness. So what if the talent rating is only E? He can still stand above all the geniuses with his own strength. This is Lin Yuan. In previous years, it was already a great achievement for the Magic City Beast University to have a genius like Chu Tianyi in one class. Even in some years when geniuses are scarce, freshmen with strength like Shinsong and Wu Xiangu are already considered ceiling-level geniuses. But this year, it is completely different. In addition to Chu Tianyi, who was riding far ahead of others, there was also Lin Yuan. Even Su Mushue, who almost appeared out of nowhere, has a tendency to be comparable to the two of them. Geniuses like Wu Xiangu and Shinsong have even been reduced to being just background figures. Moreover, the demonic beast is not just an isolated case. You know, this year is called the Year of Genius Boom. In addition to the Shanghai Beast University, old and famous universities like Yanjing Beast University and Sichuan Beast University are also full of geniuses. It seems, this year's National Freshman Social Competition will definitely be more exciting than imagined. But, in fact, there is no difference. The reason why I want to challenge Shinsong is not for revenge, but just to verify my own strength. What Lin Yuan said was naturally the truth. Ever since he came out of retreat, a fighting spirit has been rising in his heart. He wanted to challenge a strong enough opponent to verify his own strength. This desire is somewhat similar to the hunter's instinct. Only when hunting can a hunter feel the value and meaning of his existence. Just like Lin Yuan, who was a killer in his previous life, he had actually saved enough money a long time ago, enough for him to spend in several lifetimes. But Lin Yuan still chose not to quit the organization. Firstly, the organization would not easily allow him to retire. Secondly, killing had become one of the few meaningful things in his life. Just as it is natural for lions and tigers to hunt, because for these beasts, the hunting instinct is deeply engraved in their genes. This is also the source of Lin Yuan's fighting spirit. He needs to challenge a stronger opponent. This feeling of longing for battle can never be satisfied even after going through many actual combat simulation trainings. Su Mushue naturally believed what Lin Yuan said. She blinked and said in a low voice, "It seems that I meant well but ended up doing something bad. It's not your fault." Lin Yuan smiled and said calmly, "Since Shinsong has been defeated by you, I will challenge someone else." After hearing this, Wang Jinza on the side was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "Who else do you want to challenge?" You know, there are only 3 people ranked above Lin Yuan. These 3 people are Chu Tianyi, Shinsong, and Wu Xiangu. Now, Shinsong has been defeated by Su Mushue, and Wu Xiangu is avoiding fighting again. If Lin Yuan wants to challenge, then he only has one last option. That is Chu Tianyi. Wang Jinza obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan actually wanted to challenge Chu Tianyi right now. "Are you sure you want to challenge him?" Wang Jinza said in a deep voice. "You have to know that this guy is not comparable to Shinsong and Wu Xiangu. Are you sure?" After Wang Jinza said this, Su Mushue finally reacted, and a hint of surprise couldn't help but flashed in her eyes. Wang Jinza was not wrong. On the Hidden Dragon list, Chu Tianyi could be said to have absolute dominance. In the eyes of the freshmen of the Magic City Beast University, he was simply like a god. Su Mushue actually had some understanding of Chu Tianyi's strength. Because after she came out of seclusion, she had asked Ling Shuangyue about the current situation of the Hidden Dragon list. Ling Shuangyue's answer to her was also very simple. That is, with Su Mushue's current strength, she can fight against anyone on the Hidden Dragon list. But there was only one exception. The person Ling Shuangyue was talking about was Chu Tianyi. Chapter 120, The Mighty Wind and Thunder Hidden in the Water. After Ling Shuangyue said this, Su Mushue couldn't help but feel a sense of awe towards Chu Tianyi. Because Su Mushue believed in the vision of her teacher Ling Shuangyue. You know, Ling Shuangyue is a beast soul master whose strength is infinitely close to the beast king level. The fact that Ling Shuangyue could give such a high evaluation to Chu Tianyi is enough to illustrate the latter's strength. Thinking of this, Su Mushiwe looked into Lin Yuan's eyes, and a hint of worry flashed across her face. Although she absolutely believed in Lin Yuan, the gap in strength could not be made up by her belief and support alone. What's more, Su Mushiwe didn't know how strong Lin Yuan was now. At the very least, based on the strength that Lin Yuan had shown before, he would never be a match for Chu Tianyi. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally spoke. To be honest, even I am not sure whether I can defeat Chu Tianyi. But I know in my heart that if I don't choose to challenge him, I will definitely regret it. If a person does not even have the courage to challenge a strong person, then he certainly does not have the qualifications to become a strong person. As for winning or losing, it doesn't matter to me at all. Even if I lose, it will just allow me to see clearly how big the gap is between me and the top of the hidden dragon ranking. And next time, I will win, because that position must belong to me. Lin Yuan's tone was very calm. But in the calmness, there is an unquestionable confidence. It was as if, in his eyes, nothing could stop him. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ears. You are worthy of being my student, Zhao Shanha. You really did not disappoint me as your teacher. After hearing the laughter, Lin Yuan and the others looked back and saw the familiar face of Zhao Shanha. Moreover, next to Zhao Shanha stood a middle-aged man with an elegant face. He was Ming Chang'an, whom Lin Yuan had met before. Ming Chang'an glanced at Lin Yuan with a long gaze and couldn't help but sighed. Old Zhao, you really have a good disciple. To be honest, even a Lord-level beast soul master like him was deeply touched by what Lin Yuan said just now. Especially that sentence. If you don't even have the courage to challenge a strong person, then you naturally don't have the qualifications to become a strong person. This is no longer just a matter of youthful ambition. In Lin Yuan, Ming Chang'an even vaguely felt the domineering aura of a beast king-level powerhouse. Zhao Shanha chuckled and said with a bit of pride, Meng Laogui, there is no need to be so envious of me. I found this disciple because of my discerning eye. Most people can't reach my level. After hearing this, Ming Chang'an couldn't help but roll his eyes and said unhappily, Come on, I'm praising you a few words, and you're still panting. After seeing the two of them, Wang Jinzi and Su Mushiwe also bowed slightly and greeted politely. Hello, Teacher Zhao and Teacher Ming. Zhao Shanha waved his hand, chuckled and said, All right, we're all family, no need to be so polite. Then, he looked at Lin Yuan again and said, Even if you really want to challenge Chu Tianyi, I'm afraid you don't have the opportunity. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Why? The reason is simple. Zhao Shanha directly took out a list from his arms and explained, the list of participants representing our Magic City Beast University in the National Freshman Friendship Competition has been announced. So, before the competition officially begins, the school hopes that you will focus on preparing for the competition instead of engaging in meaningless infighting. If someone really gets hurt, it will be very troublesome. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nodded. I understand. Then, he took the list from Zhao Shanha's hand, placed it in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. To be honest, the candidates on this list were pretty much what he had imagined. They were all names he was familiar with. Chu Tianyi, Wu Xiangu, Shinsong, Su Mushiwe, Li Qinan. However, what Lin Yuan did not expect was that his name appeared on the substitute list. In other words, he will participate in the National Freshman Mix competition as a substitute player. When Lin Yuan raised his head with a frown, Zhao Shanha had already guessed what he wanted to ask. Zhao Shanha shook his head regretfully and said, The list of all contestants this time was nominated by the teacher at the meeting. I nominated you, but Li Xiangue wanted to reject my nomination on the grounds that your beast soul talent rating is only E-level. In the end, Principal Wang Ting took a compromise approach and included you in the substitute list. Ming Chang'an at the side also sighed slightly. Lin Yuan, even if it is just a substitute spot, it is something your teacher has done his best to get for you. After saying this, Zhao Shanha and Ming Chang'an were both observing Lin Yuan's expression. But what they didn't expect was that Lin Yuan's expression was as calm as ever. No anger, no resentment, no grievance. There is only calmness like dead water. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Su Mushiwe at the side spoke first. Why? This is not fair at all. Li Qinan, Yuan Lion, which one of them was not defeated by Lin Yuan? Why are they selected to be on the official list of participants, but Lin Yuan has to be their substitute? No, I'm going to go find my teacher. At worst, I'll give my place in the competition to Lin Yuan. He deserves it more than me. However, just as Su Mushiwe turned around to leave, Lin Yuan grabbed her hand. This sudden touch made Su Mushiwe stunned. Then, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly at her, signaling her not to do so. From Lin Yuan's calm eyes, Su Mushiwe could tell that Lin Yuan had obviously accepted this fact. At this moment, Ming Chang'an also spoke up. Even if you go to find Ling Shuang Yuan now, it's useless. This list was unanimously approved by all school leaders at the meeting. That is to say, unless there are special circumstances, this list has been officially finalized and there is basically no possibility of modification. Even if you don't want to participate, you will just be removed from the list, and the vacant spot cannot be replaced by Lin Yuan. Zhao Shanhe remained silent, which was considered as an acknowledgement of Ming Chanan's statement. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. If I remember correctly, Li Xianggui should be Wu Xiangu's uncle, right? Right. Zhao Shanhe hesitated for a moment, but finally explained. However, the reason why Li Xianggui targeted you is not just to stand up for Wu Xiangu. More importantly, it's to fight against Principal Wang Ting. Everything he did was to give himself more say in the Demon City Beast University. Lin Yuan nodded and said self-deprecatingly, in other words, I am actually not important. I am just a victim in the struggle between the two of them. Although this is cruel, it is true. With Lin Yuan's current strength, it is impossible for him to be taken seriously by a strong man of Li Xianggui's level. Although Li Xianggui seemed to be targeting Lin Yuan, he was actually just doing it when he was fighting for power with Wang Ting. It's like if a stray dog bites your own dog, you naturally wouldn't take it as a big deal. But when you see that wild dog, you will also want to kick it hard to teach it a lesson. It was this lesson that made Lin Yuan lose the qualification to participate in the competition as a formal player. This is the tragedy of the weak. When you have no strength, even your destiny cannot be in your own hands. At this moment, Lin Yuan spoke again. Teacher Zhao, thank you very much for everything you have done for me. You don't have to blame yourself for this. As long as you can participate, even if you are a substitute, you still have a chance. Everything that belongs to me, I will take it back with my own hands. After hearing this, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After a long while, he finally reacted and nodded heavily. Okay, teacher believes you. To be honest, what surprised Zhao Shanhe the most was that Lin Yuan remained absolutely calm from beginning to end. It can be said that he accepted this matter at the fastest speed. It was as if this was not a setback at all for him. Even Zhao Shanhe was amazed by such a character. It was not until many years later that Zhao Shanhe truly realized it. Although Lin Yuan's eyes were as calm as water at that time, there was a mighty storm hidden in the water. Chapter 121. Another person on the substitute list. At this time, Wang Jinzi suddenly said, It's okay, Lin Yuan. I'll find a chance to talk to my dad and see if it's possible to include you in the official list of participants again. After all, with your ability, you shouldn't just participate as a substitute. Everyone present knew Wang Jinzi's identity and background, so he naturally had no intention of hiding it. However, Lin Yuan shook his head and said, Since your father included me in the substitute list at the meeting, he must have his reasons for doing so. Moreover, this is also a confrontation between your father and Li Xianggui. Since he chose to give in temporarily, it proves that he has not yet planned to completely break up with Li Xianggui. After hearing this, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise in his eyes. He was not a fool, so he naturally knew that Lin Yuan's analysis made sense. However, Wang Jinzi obviously did not expect that even under such circumstances, Lin Yuan still possessed such keen insight and analytical ability, as if he had completely detached himself from the matter. Then, Lin Yuan smiled again and said, Besides, compared to these, I think you might be more interested in this list. Stop talking nonsense. Don't forget that I am an intelligence officer. Wang Jinzi said confidently, I can guess whose name is on the list with my toes. However, Wang Jinzi did not notice that after he said this, Zhao Shanhe and Ming Chanan looked at each other and both of them smiled meaningfully. Lin Yuan smiled and said, How about this? Let's make a bet. If this list is unexpected enough, how about you treat us to a meal at Baiyun Private Kitchen today? Let's gamble. I'm not afraid of you. Wang Jinzi took the list directly from Lin Yuan and behaved with great confidence. Come, let me see. Chu Qiani, Shinsong, Wu Xiangu, Su Muxue, yes, and Song Lan. What's so hard about guessing this? I guessed even Song Lan. Even if he's not in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, he's a unique SSS-level auxiliary beast soul. Choosing him to participate in the competition will definitely not be a mistake. As Wang Jinzi read out the names one by one, the smile on his face became more and more confident, as if everything was within his expectations. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan smiled and said, My thought is, why don't you take a look at the substitute list? Substitute list? Wang Jinzi was slightly stunned and muttered to himself, Then I really want to see, besides you, which other unlucky guy has become a substitute. But just when he was halfway through his words, Wang Jinzi's voice suddenly stopped, as if someone had strangled him. This made Su Muxue curious, and she immediately leaned over. She wanted to see whose name Wang Jinzi saw that made him look so surprised. However, the next second, even Su Muxue was stunned. You know, there are only 2 names on the substitute list. And the name next to Lin Yuan was none other than Wang Jinzi. Su Muxue stared at Wang Jinzi, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly, and asked curiously, Fatty Wang, I can't believe you were selected too. Could it be that your father opened a back door for you? Wang Jinza rolled his eyes and said unhappily, who are you blaming? If my dad really gave me a back door, would he put me in the substitute position? Zhao Shanhe also said, given Principal Wang Ting's personality, if Wang Jinza really doesn't have the ability, he probably won't agree to let him be selected. Meng Chang'an also nodded and agreed. Indeed. Su Mushue's eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. I didn't expect that you were so true to yourself. Zhao Shanhe said with a smile, guess who nominated Wang Jinza? Su Mushue blinked and said, could it be you who nominated him? Zhao Shanhe was speechless and said, what are you thinking? I don't have such a bad heart. In fact, it was Vice President Li Xiangue who nominated him. He felt that Wang Jinza had great potential and specifically nominated him. After hearing this, Su Mushue couldn't help but reveal a hint of disbelief in her eyes. He was nominated by Vice President Li Xiangue? Isn't this possible? Could it be that the sun rises from the west? If I'm not mistaken, Vice President Li nominated Wang Jinza because he wanted to embarrass President Wang Ting. Lin Yuan said, in fact, most of the school's top management should know about the relationship between the principal and Wang Jinza. So, whether Principal Wang Ting accepts this nomination or not, it will be embarrassing. The only difference is that if Principal Wang Ting vetoes this nomination, it would be equivalent to admitting in front of all the school leaders that his son is a waste. If we accept this nomination, it will depend on how Wang Jinza performs in the National Freshman Mix competition. Su Mushue spread her hands and said, it sounds like there is no difference. It's just a matter of time before you lose face. Wang Jinza, you might as well make your words clearer. Don't worry. Since Principal Wang Ting has chosen to include you in the substitute list, it proves that your father still believes in you. But the problem is, I don't believe in myself. Wang Jinza said with a bitter face, my beast soul is not a combat-type beast soul at all. Lin Yuan glanced at him and asked again, speaking of which, what beast soul did you awaken? I've been with you for so long, and I haven't even seen your beast soul. Secret. At this time, do you still want to keep it a secret? Wang Jinza sighed helplessly. When you truly see my beast soul, you will understand why I must keep it a secret. Okay, since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask any more questions. Lin Yuan smiled and said, however, the bet still needs to be fulfilled. You will pay for tonight's dinner. Don't worry, that's no problem. Wang Jinza patted his chest and said confidently, I, Wang Jinza, lack everything except money. Lin Yuan smiled and said, don't brag. Remember to call Song Lan and the others, and tell them the good news that you have made the substitute list. After hearing this, Wang Jinza couldn't help but look bitter. It can be seen that he really has no confidence in his own abilities. At this moment, Zhao Shanhe said, don't look so sad. This is not a bad thing. Any freshman who is going to fight on behalf of Mata Beastmaster is eligible to receive high resource subsidies. Even if they are substitutes, they will be treated the same as regular members. After hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Although he had no shortage of resources for cultivation, he was very short of money. You know, in order to purchase the Beast King level Beast God weapon called Wind Spirit Rune, Lin Yuan still owes Wang Jinza a full 15 million. Wang Jinza asked, how many cultivation resources can I get? Each contestant has a resource quota of 50 million. Zhao Shanhe said, as for what you want, it's up to you to choose. Beast Soul Crystals, Elixirs, Beast Divine Weapons, Beast Soul Secrets. In short, as long as the Demon City Beast has it, we can provide it to you. Of course, the total amount must be kept below 50 million. 50 million. After hearing this number, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. I have to say that as a famous university, Shanghai University is really generous. There are 12 contestants, each with 50 million in resources, which adds up to a total of 600 million. Even the weekly reward that the top player on the Hidden Dragon list can obtain is only a mere 3 million. It can be seen that Shanghai Beast University really attaches great importance to this national freshman friendship competition. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately asked, if that's the case, can this 50 million resource quota be cashed in? Of course you can. Even if the school doesn't give you a discount. Even if you exchange all of them for high-level Beast Soul Crystals and take them to the Beast Soul Hall for a discount, the price shouldn't be much different. Zhao Shanhe said, but I don't recommend you do this. Because, in the Demon City, there are some good things that cannot be bought with money outside. It's not easy to get a resource quota of 50 million, and you can choose whatever you want. I suggest you choose carefully. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to enter the treasure house of the Demon City Beast next time. After hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately understood and nodded. Thank you for your reminder, teacher. I understand. Chapter 122. Even if my son is embarrassed, I will accept it. The monster city is huge. In the principal's office, Wang Ting stood by the window, overlooking the entire school. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly realize something. and said helplessly, "Mr. Ng, can you knock on the door before coming in next time? I'm used to it." He was answered by a slightly low voice. Immediately afterwards, a dark shadow slowly walked out from the shadows in the principal's office and stood silently behind Wang Ting. However, from beginning to end, the black shadow never stepped into the area where sunlight shines. It can be seen that the other party does not seem to be willing to be exposed to sunlight. Then, Wang Ting spoke again. "How did that kid react?" The shadow whispered, "Are you referring to Lin Yuan or your son Wang Jinza?" Wang Ting hesitated for a moment, then said calmly, "Since you have seen it all, tell me everything." Wang Jinza's reaction was as you expected. He was incredulous at first, and then he was obviously nervous and uneasy. Dark Shadow said calmly, "I'm wondering if it's a wise choice to let him participate in the national freshman mix competition. You should know that Li Xiang has bad intentions. If Wang Jinza does not perform well in the competition, he will definitely use this as an excuse to criticize you." Wang Ting smiled and said, "Since I have made this decision, no matter what the consequences are, I should bear them. No matter how badly that kid performs, I, as his father, will be the one who gets embarrassed in the end." As for Li Xiangwei, I really didn't take him seriously. I want to see if he has the ability to pull me down from the position of principal. Then, Wang Ting smiled again and said, "What's more, Mr. Ng, Wang Jin's strength is not as weak as you think. If I say that his current strength has reached the 4th star level of the Beast King, you might find it hard to believe it, right? Wang Jinza, Beast King level 4 stars? If he really has such strength, wouldn't he be able to compete with Shinsong?" After hearing this, the Shadow's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. If that's the case, why is he so unconfident in himself? This kid has always had low self-esteem since he was young, because his brother is so dazzling that he has always lived in the shadow. Wang Ting sighed slightly and said, "What's more, his beast soul is indeed weird, and it is difficult to play a role in actual combat. It is precisely because of this that he becomes less and less confident. The less confident he becomes, the more he wants to escape. Fortunately, this kid is quite sensible. He knows that his talent is not as good as his brother's, but he is willing to be a supporting role for his brother. He told me that one day he would establish the largest underground intelligence organization in China to completely pave the way forward for his brother." The Shadow nodded slightly. "It's a very ambitious goal, but it may not be that easy to achieve. Young people always have a fire burning in their hearts." Wang Ting chuckled and said, "At least, this kid is doing well in the Magic City Beast University. I am very pleased about this. This National Freshman Fellowship competition is the last chance I can give him. I still want him to try again. Even if he ends up being embarrassed, I'll accept it. Which father in the world doesn't want his son to be successful? Even Wang Ting, a Beast King level warrior, is no exception." Then, Wang Ting spoke again. "We have been busy talking about my son. How is Lin Yuan doing?" The Shadow was silent for a moment, then whispered, "He is very calm, very peaceful." Wang Ting was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Mr. Ng to give him such an answer. Yes, no resentment, no anger, just accepted everything calmly. The Shadow whispered, "To be honest, his performance was somewhat beyond my expectations. He doesn't give me the feeling of a freshman who has just become an adult. Even when I look at him, I have the illusion that we are the same kind." After hearing this, Wang Ting's eyes couldn't help but flash with a strange look. "It's really rare for you to give such an evaluation." He and Mr. Ng, the man in front of him, have known each other for at least 10 years, so he naturally knew how arrogant the other person was. Being regarded as a kindred spirit by such an existence was enough to show how highly Mr. Ng thought of Lin Yuan. Mr. Ying's answer was even more concise. "Because when I want to kill someone, I also have the same look as him, restraining all my emotions and never letting the other person see any clues. That being said, this kid is quite interesting." Wang Ting smiled and said, "How about this? After the National Freshman Friendship Competition is over, I will introduce this guy to you and let you take him as your apprentice, okay?" Mr. Ng shook his head and said calmly, "No need. I have no interest in taking in a disciple." Seeing that Mr. Ng rejected his proposal, Wang Ting did not insist any further, but shrugged. "That's a pity." After saying this, Wang Ting once again looked out the window and overlooked the scene on the campus. Lin Yuan. He silently chewed on the name in his heart, and a complex light flashed in his eyes. "I don't know how this kid will shine in the National Freshman Friendship Competition." That night, Wang Jinza fulfilled his bet and hosted a banquet for everyone at Baiyun Private Kitchen. This time the ceremony is much grander than last time. Not only did we invite Lin Yuan, Zhao Ming, Song Lan, and Wang Linhu, but also Zhao Shanhe and Meng Chang'an whom we met today. Even Su Muxue brought Yu Qingqiu to the banquet. A private room for 10 people was almost full. It is worth mentioning that in addition to Song Lan and Su Muxue, Wang Linhu was also selected into the official list of participants. Of course, this is no exception. After all, Wang Linhu does have the strength to be firmly in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list, and his abilities in all aspects are quite balanced. Naturally, he is a good candidate. However, regarding Wang Jin's inclusion in the substitute list, everyone's reaction was no different from Lin Yuan's. They were all shocked to the extreme. Zhao Ming even said mercilessly, "Is it true that even you can be selected into the substitute list?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jinze was immediately unhappy. "What? Are you questioning my ability?" Zhao Ming glanced up and down at Wang Jinze and found it difficult to see any strength in this fat man. He couldn't help but complain. "Damn, the world is so unfair. Even you have been nominated. The guy who nominated you, isn't he blind? As for the guy who agreed to the nomination, I think he was probably blinded by greed. Lin Yuan, do you know that you scolded both the principal and vice principal of our school in just 2 sentences?" Chapter 123 The Guardian of the Treasure House, Chun Tunri. The meal didn't end until 12 o'clock. Everyone drank a lot of wine. Even Su Muxue and Yu Qingqiu were no exception. However, Lin Yuan still followed his previous practice and converted all the alcohol he drank into evolution points. This also led to the fact that even though everyone was drunk, Lin Yuan was still as normal. In the end, it was Lin Yuan who was responsible for sending Su Muxue and Yu Qingqiu back to the dormitory. After doing all this, Lin Yuan did not sit idle, but went straight back to the training room in the school. It takes a long time for the ice to freeze 3 feet thick. For Lin Yuan, nothing can be a reason for him to slack off. What's more, the list of participants in the National Freshman Mixing Competition has now been finalized. What Lin Yuan needs to do is to improve his strength as much as possible. Lin Yuan stayed in the high-level training room for the entire night. In 12 hours, Lin Yuan once again gained nearly 720,000 evolution points by absorbing inferior beast soul crystals. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard the urgent prompt tone of the communicator. Beep, beep. Lin Yuan immediately raised his hand and tapped his watch a few times. The next second, the communication screen appeared in front of him. This call was from Wang Jinze. After Lin Yuan answered the call, Wang Jinze's fat face also appeared on the light screen. After the call was connected, Wang Jinze looked around subconsciously, and a look of shock involuntarily emerged in his eyes. Fuck, no way you are still practicing? Wang Jinze's eyes widened. Wait, could it be that after the dinner yesterday, you came back to practice directly, and have been practicing until now? Lin Yuan glanced at him and asked, "What's the matter? Is there any problem? Sometimes I really wonder whether you are a human or a robot." Wang Jinze couldn't help but complain, and then said, "Come to the dormitory now and gather. Teacher Zhao is going to take us to the school treasury to select the necessary training resources." So soon. After hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. Although Zhao Shanhe did tell them about this, Lin Yuan obviously didn't expect that they would be called over so soon. Wang Jinze chuckled and said, "Of course. Don't you think that the National Freshman Friendship Competition will be officially held in a few days? If we don't hurry up, will we be able to make it in time? Besides, even though we are the ones participating in the competition, if the results are not good, it will be a disgrace to the school. Do you think the school might not take this seriously? Okay, I'll come out now." Lin Yuan nodded and had to admit that what Wang Jinze said was indeed not unreasonable. After leaving the advanced training room, Lin Yuan went straight to the dormitory. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the dormitory. Zhao Shanhe, Song Lan, and Wang Jinze had been waiting for him for a long time. After Lin Yuan arrived, everyone was present. Zhao Shanhe immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll take you to the treasure house of the Monster University in the Magic City to have a look. By the way, I would like to remind you that both regular players and substitute players have a resource quota of 50 million. Once you exceed this quota, even if you pay for it yourself, it will still not work. Also, there are a lot of good things in the treasure house, all of which are the foundation accumulated by the Demon City Beast. So, when you choose things, remember to keep your eyes open and don't pick up things that are cheap. Do you understand?" "I understand." Hearing Zhao Shanhe's reminder, everyone nodded. To be honest, even without Zhao Shanhe's reminder, they would still know how important this opportunity was. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly asked, "What about Su Muxue and Wang Linhu? Do we need to wait for them?" "No," Zhao Shanhe explained. "Teacher Ling Xuanyue will take Su Muxue there, and the same goes for Wang Linhu. There will be other teachers to take him there. You are the only ones who are under my special responsibility. Okay, if there are no problems, let's get ready to go now. The treasure house of the Magic City Beast University is located in the southwest corner of the school. This place is usually deserted. Even young couples who are having a tryst rarely come here. However, for such an important treasure house, the guarding force around it should not be underestimated. In Zhao Shanha's words, even if it was a Beast King level warrior, it would be impossible to break into this place without permission. One can imagine how strict the guarding of this treasure house is. Soon, Zhao Shanha brought them to the gate of the treasure house. What Lin Yuan did not expect was that the person guarding the entrance to such an important place was actually an old man in his 70s. I saw that the old man had messy white hair, a wine jug on his waist, and yellowed cloth shoes. One foot was casually placed on a stool. However, the old man in front of him was not as kind as the other old men. On the contrary, his old face was covered with hideous scars, and his whole appearance was like that of a devil. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could stop a child from crying at night. Then, the scarred old man raised his head and glanced at everyone calmly. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Just one glance made Lin Yuan feel as if he was seen through. Afterwards, the scarred old man casually untied the wine gourd at his waist, unscrewed the lid, raised his head, and took a sip. After wiping the wine stains from the corners of his mouth, he slowly said, "Are these 3 young men all candidates on the list?" "Right." Zhao Shanha nodded and handed the document over respectfully. "This is the document signed by the principal. Please take a look." The scarred old man took the document, glanced at it casually, and said calmly, "Okay, go in. Everyone only has half an hour to choose. Once the time is up, you are not allowed to stay inside any longer." Zhao Shanha immediately said, "Don't worry, Mr. Chun. I know the rules. I will watch over these little guys." The scarred old man responded indifferently, smacked his lips, and said, "By the way, did you bring cigarettes? Give me a pack." After hearing this, Zhao Shanha was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he immediately took out a pack of good cigarettes from his storage ring and handed it to the scarred old man. After taking the cigarette, the scarred old man grinned and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, Zhao boy, you are still the best." Zhao Shanha also laughed. "Mr. Chun, next time if there is a chance, I will bring you a few more bottles of good wine." After hearing this, the scarred old man smiled even more. He immediately waved his hand, signaling Zhao Shanha to take his men in quickly. Zhao Shanha understood what he meant and immediately took Lin Yuan, Song Lan, and Wang Jinza into the treasure house. After entering the treasure house, Song Lan couldn't help but ask, "Who is this old senior?" Although the scarred old man did not emanate any pressure, Song Lan felt his whole body freeze the moment his gaze swept over him, as if he was being stared at by the most ferocious beast in the world. "Don't be fooled by his unkempt appearance," Zhao Shanha whispered. "He used to be one of the most powerful beast kings in China." Once, Lin Yuan keenly captured the key words in Zhao Shanha's words. "Yes." Zhao Shanha shook his head and sighed. "This old senior is named Chen Tunri. 20 years ago, he blocked the beast tide alone, hunted down a beast king-level beast, and saved the people of an entire city. It's a pity that it was that battle that left him with a hidden illness. It is said that his beast soul was damaged and has not recovered to this day. If you rest and recuperate, you may be able to live another 30 to 50 years. But if you force the beast soul to merge, every time you use the beast soul's power, the injury will be aggravated. Otherwise, why would a strong man of his level do such a job as guarding the gate? For him, this is equivalent to early retirement. However, with an old senior like Chen Tunri in charge of the treasure vault, even the principal can feel more at ease. This old man has an extremely vicious personality and behaves erratically. He doesn't give face to anyone. Only a few people can catch his eye." Wang Jinza glanced at him and said, "Teacher Zhao, why do I feel like you are just bragging about yourself when you say this? In my opinion, that old senior likes you very much." Zhao Shanha said with a bit of complacency. "Of course, Senior Chen and I get along very well. With Senior Chen's vision, he can naturally see at a glance how talented I am." "Yeah." Wang Jinza looked mischievous and said with a smile, "But I heard from my father that after you figured out the temper of this old Senior Chen, you came here every few days with good cigarettes and good wine, and that's how you became familiar with this old senior?" After hearing this, Lin Yuan and Song Lan both cast strange looks at Zhao Shanha. They obviously didn't expect that Zhao Shanha, who looked honest and loyal, actually had such a side to him. After being exposed by Wang Jinza, Zhao Shanha said with embarrassment, "What a fool of the principal to tell you everything. In fact, The fact that Elder Chun is willing to accept me and send me here already means he recognizes me. Otherwise, with his status and position, what good cigarettes and good wine can't he get? In fact, as long as he said the word, your father would immediately send someone to arrange it for him. It's just that Senior Chun is too lazy, and he doesn't want to trouble others. Songlan nodded and said, if I have time in the future, I will also think about sending something to the old senior. No matter what, he can be considered a hero of our China. No matter what, we cannot let the hero lose heart. After hearing this, Zhao Shanhe looked at Songlan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Of course he could tell that Songlan was serious and had no selfish motives at all. To be honest, even Zhao Shanhe at that time couldn't do that. Even Wang Jinzi couldn't help but pat Songlan on the shoulder and couldn't help but sigh. Old Song, to be honest, when I first met you, I really didn't expect that you could be so honest. But, to put it nicely, this is also a pure heart. Songlan smiled and said, I'm just speaking out what's on my mind. Wang Jinzi smacked his lips and sighed. But you and this old Senior Chin do have some similarities. At the very least, with the looks you two have, if you were to go out into the world, you'd be the type that would scare a child into tears. After hearing this, even Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but laugh. However, in order to maintain his dignity as a teacher, Zhao Shanhe coughed twice, barely stopped laughing, and said, okay, stop being funny here. Hurry up and go into the treasure house to pick something out. Don't forget, you only have half an hour. By the way, let me remind you that the treasure house of the demonic city Beast University is divided into 5 floors. Most of the things on the first floor are worth less than 10 million. Things on the second floor are usually worth between 10 million and 50 million. From the third floor onwards, the value is all over 50 million. So, with your resources, you can just select from the first and second floors. If we have enough time after we finish our selection, we can go up to the third floor to broaden our horizons. As for the fourth and fifth floors, you absolutely cannot go up there without special procedures, so you don't have to think about it. Chapter 124, An Unexpected Surprise, a Miniature Nuclear Reactor. After Zhao Shanhe said this, Wang Jinzi seemed very calm. After all, as Wang Ting's son, he knew as much about the Demon City Beast as Zhao Shanhe. As for Songlan and Lin Yuan, there was a hint of shock in their eyes. What they didn't expect was that the Demon City Beast University was actually divided into 5 floors. Moreover, the treasures on the third floor are worth more than 50 million. It is conceivable how precious the treasures on the fourth and fifth floors are. It may not even be able to be measured by money. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan was obviously more interested in the treasures in the treasure house. Okay, now that the rules are clear, you can go in now. Zhao Shanhe said, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Good. The 3 of them nodded and walked into the treasure house one after another. Soon, they entered the first floor of the treasure house. To be honest, the space here is even larger than Lin Yuan had imagined. It is at least as big as an entire football field. As for the surrounding environment, it did not appear to be magnificent, but rather very simple, with only rows of shelves filled with various items. Below each item, there will be a price and an introduction. Wang Jinzi looked at them and said, How is it? Have you decided what to choose? Lin Yuan shook his head and said, Not yet. I'm going to take a look first. Songlan also said, Me too. If you really want to choose carefully, I suggest you go to the second floor. Wang Jinzi said, Comparatively speaking, the first floor mostly has some common cultivation resources, and there are no particularly rare treasures. In other words, most of the things on the first floor can be purchased in the Beast Soul Hall. Also, if you think it's too troublesome to look through them one by one, there are files summarizing the items in the corners of each floor. You can look through the files first, determine what you want, and then look at them one by one. This way, the efficiency should be higher. Okay, thanks for the reminder. After reminding Lin Yuan and Songlan, Wang Jinzi immediately walked towards the second floor of the treasure house. Judging from his appearance, he should have already clearly figured out where to spend the 50 million resource quota before coming here. Moreover, unlike Lin Yuan and Songlan, for them, this 50 million resource quota is the key to improving their own strength. But for Wang Jinzi, it is somewhat dispensable. Whether it is his family background or his own ability to make money, it is destined that 50 million is not a particularly large number for him. Lin Yuan and Songlan looked at each other and also chose to follow Wang Jinzi's pace without staying on the first floor for too long. After climbing up the wide stairs to the second floor, the scene that appeared before their eyes was indeed significantly different from that on the first floor. Although the space on the second floor is equally spacious, the number of shelves is much less than that on the first floor. From this, we can also see that the treasures on the second floor are indeed much more precious than those on the first floor. Following Wang Jin's previous reminder, Lin Yuan did not wander around aimlessly, but came to the corner of the second floor and indeed saw the file that Wang Jin mentioned, which was specifically used to summarize the items. Lin Yuan casually flipped open the file, which recorded in almost every detail the treasures stored in the second floor of the treasury. Pills, secret techniques, beast weapons, special materials. There are all kinds of treasures, so dazzling that it can almost be said that everything is available. However, what made Lin Yuan feel regretful was that after a rough browse, he did not find any special treasure that could be used to enhance the power of the soul. It seems that this type of treasure is indeed extremely rare. At the very least, the value is definitely over 50 million. But to be honest, compared to other treasures, Lin Yuan is more eager to obtain special treasures that can enhance the power of the soul. After all, Lin Yuan already has enough Beast King level beast weapons. With the system, as long as he has enough evolution points, Lin Yuan will be able to improve his strength unlimitedly, so he does not need those expensive elixirs to assist in his practice. But if you want to break through to the Lord level, you must comprehend your own Tao. According to Zhao Shanha, the stronger one's soul is, the easier it is to comprehend one's own Tao. It is even possible to achieve perfect fusion with one's own beast soul, like the Emperor of the Fiery Sun, Jiang Yang. It is precisely because of these reasons that Lin Yuan wants to obtain a special treasure that can enhance his soul power. Unfortunately, the resource quota of 50 million is obviously not enough to meet his needs. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan could only settle for the second best and see if there was anything else he needed. While he was casually flipping through the pages, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly fell on the name of an item. His eyes widened with disbelief and astonishment. He obviously didn't expect that there would be such a thing in the treasure house of the Beast King in the Magic City. Treasure name, Miniature Nuclear Reactor. Treasure number, C23942. Treasure price, 30 million. Miniature Nuclear Reactor. At this moment, Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with burning intent, and even his breathing became rapid. For Lin Yuan, this is absolutely a good thing. Not to mention a mere 30 million. Even if it was 100 million, Lin Yuan would buy it without hesitation. Why can Lin Yuan obtain evolution points by absorbing inferior beast soul crystals? That's because the inferior beast soul crystal contains nuclear radiation. What's more, Lin Yuan now, just like Godzilla, the king of monsters in the movie, also has an atomic reactor in his body. If he remembered correctly, in the movie, Godzilla evolved directly into Crimson Godzilla because of the huge radiation shock wave brought by the atomic bomb explosion. It is conceivable how amazing the benefit of nuclear energy is to Godzilla. And now, a mini-nuclear reactor is placed in front of Lin Yuan. How could he miss this opportunity? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all. He immediately found the location of the mini-nuclear reactor, according to the number on the file. Placed on the shelf is a metal cube that looks like a Rubik's Cube and is full of a sense of technology. Lin Yuan slowly stretched out his hand and held the mini-nuclear reactor in his own hand. The reactor in his hand was about the size of a football and was still emitting a faint blue light. The cold touch made Lin Yuan feel as if he was holding a cold cube of ice. Although this miniature nuclear reactor looks inconspicuous, Lin Yuan knows in his heart that once it explodes, in the absence of a beast soul master to stop it, the huge kinetic energy generated will be enough to raise the entire Demon City Beast Metropolis to the ground. However, since the school was able to put this thing in the treasure house, it means that this miniature nuclear reactor is in a stable state. Afterwards, Lin Yuan once again looked at the introduction of this item. Item introduction: a nuclear reactor, also known as an atomic reactor or reactor, is a device that can maintain a controllable self-sustaining chain nuclear fission reaction to achieve nuclear energy utilization. The energy generated by nuclear fission is extremely huge. Please use it with caution. At the same time, the nuclear radiation generated by the nuclear explosion may also have an impact on the monsters, causing a certain degree of mutation. After seeing the introduction in front of him, Lin Yuan remembered that before the era of Beast Soul Masters officially arrived, humans also tried to use thermal weapons to deal with ferocious beasts. According to historical records and textbooks, 1,000 years ago, when the blood moon was in the sky, countless space cracks appeared out of thin air above the blue star. And it was at that time that countless huge beasts descended to the earth through the cracks in space. Moreover, under the illumination of the blood moon, even the native plants and animals of Blue Star underwent mutations and turned into terrifying beasts. At the beginning, Humans still fantasized about being able to use thermal weapons to fight against ferocious beasts. But soon, they discovered that ordinary thermal weapons could at most deal with some weaker beasts. A beast with the strength of a beast king can already ignore the sniper rifle sniping. Ferocious beasts with strength above Lord level can even withstand head-on bombardment from rocket launchers. Of course, under such circumstances, humans have no choice but to use their trump card, which is nuclear weapons. The most powerful and lethal weapon since the development of human history. Chapter 125: The Disadvantages of Nuclear Weapons. After humans chose to use nuclear weapons, they did achieve certain results initially. After all, the power of nuclear weapons cannot be underestimated. Even a Beast King level being might not be able to withstand a head-on bombardment from nuclear weapons. Relying on the power of nuclear weapons, humans have indeed destroyed several Beast King level monsters. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Everything has a price. It's just that it may not be visible at the beginning. The disadvantages of using nuclear weapons soon became apparent. That is, the mutation caused by nuclear radiation. It is well known that after a nuclear bomb explodes, a large amount of nuclear radiation will be generated and cover a large area. In fact, the destructive power caused by nuclear radiation is far more shocking than that caused by a nuclear bomb explosion. But no one could have imagined that nuclear radiation could actually cause monsters to mutate. After the mutation, the monster will become more ferocious and violent, and at the same time, it will also become more powerful. There are even statisticians who have compiled data specifically and found that the probability of a Beast King level monster being born in a nuclear radiation area is 50 times that of an ordinary area. What a terrifying concept this is. Although nuclear weapons can indeed destroy Beast King level monsters, areas contaminated by nuclear radiation will become a breeding ground for powerful monsters. Not only that, the resources humans obtain in the nuclear radiation area will also be greatly reduced. After the death of those powerful monsters, their flesh and blood will gradually form beast soul crystals. But after being killed by nuclear weapons or affected by radiation, the flesh and blood of those monsters will also be contaminated by nuclear radiation. In this way, the beast soul crystal ores formed after their death will all produce inferior beast soul crystals contaminated by nuclear radiation. After discovering this phenomenon, all countries signed an agreement without any hesitation to completely ban the use of nuclear weapons. After all, if we continue to use nuclear weapons to kill those powerful monsters, it would undoubtedly be like drinking poison to quench thirst. For the future of mankind, they naturally would not do something equivalent to suicide. Fortunately, even without nuclear weapons, mankind finally got through those extremely difficult years. Nowadays, powerful beast soul masters are emerging endlessly like mushrooms after rain. Nuclear weapons, which had long been banned, naturally faded from human sight. But what Lin Yuan didn't expect was that he actually found a miniature nuclear reactor in the treasure house of the Demon City Beast. The exchange price of this mini nuclear reactor is 30 million. In other words, after choosing to exchange this item, Lin Yuan only had 20 million resources left. But to be honest, Lin Yuan was already satisfied just to be able to exchange for this mini nuclear reactor. As for the remaining 20 million, it is estimated that they cannot be exchanged for anything good. So Lin Yuan plans to exchange them for some cultivation resources. By the way, pay back the 15 million owed to Wang Jinza. Half an hour passed quickly. Lin Yuan, Wang Jinza, and Song Lan gathered at the exit at the agreed time. Wang Jinza looked at Lin Yuan and Song Lan and asked curiously, "Where did you use your resource quota?" Song Lan said, "I spent 45 million to buy a beast weapon that suits me. As for the remaining 5 million, I just exchanged them for some beast spirit pills and high-level beast soul crystals. Anyway, these are quite practical and will definitely be useful when the time comes." Wang Jinza nodded and said, "Changing the beast weapon is indeed a good choice. In this treasure trove, the most cost-effective item is the beast god weapon. After all, the beast weapons that can be stored in the treasure house are usually top grade. If the beast weapons worth 45 million are sold outside, they can be sold for at least 60 to 70 million. Actually, I also exchanged for a beast god weapon, which is exactly 50 million, just enough to use up the resource quota." Song Lan smiled and said, "Then you are lucky." "Hey, what does luck have to do with this? I chose this just for the 50 million beast soldiers." Wang Jinzo waved his hands and said with a smug look on his face, "When I get outside, I will sell it directly. I can make at least 20 to 30 million yuan." After hearing this, Song Lan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "Didn't you choose the beast weapon that best suits you?" Wang Jinza said helplessly. To be honest with you, finding a beast weapon that matches me is harder than climbing to the sky. As for the details, don't ask too much. After you have seen my beast soul, you will naturally understand what I mean. To be honest, both Song Lan and Lin Yuan were very curious about Wang Jinza's beast soul. They all wanted to know what kind of beast soul could be so special that even the beast weapons that match it could not be found. However, since Wang Jinza was unwilling to say, they naturally would not ask any further questions. At this moment, Wang Jinza set his eyes on Lin Yuan and said, Lin Yuan, if I'm not mistaken, what you exchanged should also be the beast weapon, right? Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan shook his head, chuckled, and said, You really guessed wrong this time. I guessed wrong? That's impossible. Wang Jinza was slightly stunned, and then subconsciously asked, So what good things did you get in exchange? Lin Yuan said, I exchanged for 20 million high-level beast soul crystals. Don't I still owe you 15 million? This is a good opportunity to pay it off. After hearing this, Wang Jinza was stunned. No, are you crazy? You owe me money. Why are you in such a hurry? Do I look like someone who is short of the 15 million? If you want to pay it back, you can always pay it back slowly. There's no need to waste this opportunity. Lin Yuan naturally knew that Wang Jinza was anxious because he cared about him. After all, he knew better than anyone how important the national freshman mix competition was. And this 50 million resource quota is the last chance to improve one's own strength before the game. But Lin Yuan wasted this opportunity just to pay him back. How could Wang Jinza not be anxious? Fortunately, Lin Yuan interrupted Wang Jinza and said with a smile, Okay, don't worry, I know everything you said. In fact, I also got what I wanted most. Wang Jinza was stunned again. After he reacted, he asked, What did you get? Out of trust in Wang Jinza and Song Lan, Lin Yuan directly took out the miniature nuclear reactor, emitting a faint blue glow, and displayed it in front of them. That's it. Chapter 126 The Role of the Miniature Nuclear Reactor. When they saw the crystal in front of them that was emitting faint blue light and looked like a giant ice cube, Wang Jinza and Song Lan couldn't help but flash a look of confusion in their eyes. Afterwards, Wang Jinza couldn't help but ask, What on earth is this? Lin Yuan introduced briefly, Miniature Nuclear Reactor. After hearing these words, Wang Jinza was shocked and took a step back subconsciously. Nuclear bomb? Lin Yuan shook his head and explained. To be precise, there is a difference between a nuclear reactor and a nuclear bomb. To use an analogy, a nuclear bomb is like gunpowder, which will explode as long as it is ignited. A nuclear reactor is more like coal. Once ignited, it will burn slowly, releasing heat continuously and slowly. After listening to Lin Yuan's explanation, Wang Jinza seemed relieved. He patted his chest and said, I was scared to death. Does that mean this thing shouldn't be dangerous? Of course not. Song Lan at the side couldn't help but laugh. Do you think, if this thing is really that dangerous, would the school still put it in the treasure house? That's true. Wang Jinza scratched his head and said awkwardly, Sorry, it seems that I was too nervous. Then, Song Lan looked at Lin Yuan again and asked in confusion, But, by the way, what are you going to do with this thing? It works for me. Lin Yuan's answer was concise and to the point. To be honest, it's not that he doesn't trust Wang Jinza and Song Lan. It's just that some things are too troublesome to explain, so he simply doesn't need to explain. What's more, this mini nuclear reactor will become his trump card for some time to come, so the fewer people who know its function, the better. At this moment, Zhao Shanhe also walked over from a distance. After walking in front of the three people, Zhao Shanhe's attention was quickly attracted by the dark blue crystal in Lin Yuan's hand that looked like a Rubik's Cube. This is miniature nuclear reactor. After hearing Lin Yuan's answer, Zhao Shanhe was stunned for a few seconds, and then he quickly reacted. Lin Yuan had told him before that the reason he needed to use the inferior beast soul crystal was actually just to absorb the nuclear radiation contained in it. In this way, Zhao Shanhe naturally understood why Lin Yuan chose to exchange for this mini nuclear reactor. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanhe asked again, How much resource quota did you spend? Lin Yuan replied, 30 million. Zhao Shanhe nodded. This is not expensive. But, apart from you, I guess no one else can use this thing. After hearing the conversation between Lin Yuan and Zhao Shanhe, Wang Jinza and Song Lan quickly understood that Zhao Shanhe must know something, which is why he seemed so calm. So it seems that Lin Yuan did not lie to them. He spent 30 million to exchange for such a thing, and it was really useful. Wang Jinza grinned and said, Everyone has some secrets. Don't worry, I will definitely not tell anyone about this. That's good. Lin Yuan smiled and joked. I thought you were going to sell my information for a high price. Come on. Wang Jinzi curled his lips. Do you think I am such a person without any bottom line? Zhao Shanhe on the side said cheerfully. Okay, stop joking. If you don't get out now, it will be too late. After Zhao Shanhe handled the procedures for taking the treasures out of the warehouse, the three of them successfully left with the things they had exchanged from the treasure house. Lin Yuan also took the opportunity to put the mini-nuclear reactor into the storage batch. Zhao Shanhe looked at the three people and asked, there shouldn't be anything else happening today. What are you going to do next? Wang Jinzi yawned lazily. What else can I do? Let's go back and take a nap first. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then said, I should go practice. Song Lan also nodded. I should be the same as Lin Yuan. After hearing this, Wang Jinzi's face instantly turned dark. Damn, two kings of rolls. Can't you just lie down and relax for a day like me? Now I can't even sleep well during my nap. Okay, since you all have plans, I'll leave you alone. Zhao Shanhe said, by the way, 3 days later, that is, on Friday morning at 9 o'clock, remember to gather at the school gate. When the time comes, a special car will take you to the train station. Because this year's National Freshman Friendship Competition is held at Yanjing Beast University, we must go to Yanjing first. Clear. Everyone nodded. Then, Lin Yuan asked, will you go with us? Nonsense. How could I miss such a grand event? Zhao Shanhe grinned and said, besides, I still have to personally supervise the battle against you little brats. After coming out of the treasure house, Lin Yuan went directly to the training hall and opened a high-level training room for himself. After entering the training room, Lin Yuan did not rush to start practicing, but first took out the mini-nuclear reactor from the storage batch. To be honest, he knew that this mini-nuclear reactor was very important to him. But now he still doesn't know how to use this thing. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan directly held it in his hand, and then tried to absorb the energy in this miniature nuclear reactor, like he absorbed the inferior beast soul crystal. However, half a minute had passed and Lin Yuan did not feel any change at all, nor did he feel any energy flowing into his body. Most importantly, the system did not prompt him that he had gained evolution points. It seems that this approach is doomed to fail. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan quickly realized that there were only two paths before him. The first way is to directly smash this miniature nuclear reactor and let the energy inside leak out so that you can absorb it. But Lin Yuan himself was not sure whether this method would work. In fact, such operations are somewhat dangerous. If this miniature nuclear reactor explodes or a large amount of nuclear radiation leaks out, it will cause immeasurable harm to the Demon City Beast. Lin Yuan naturally couldn't afford such a risk. But if that's the case, Lin Yuan only has the second way to go. That is, to swallow this mini-nuclear reactor directly into the body. You know, when the beast's soul is fused, his stomach is like a huge atomic reactor. No matter how much nuclear energy is released, it can be completely absorbed by the atomic reactor. And even if it fails, it will not cause any harm to the outside world. Moreover, by doing this, the nuclear energy erupting from the mini-nuclear reactor will be concentrated in Lin Yuan's body, without any energy loss. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but make a decision in his heart, and even his eyes became firm. The next second, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and directly chose to perform the beast soul fusion. Since the volume of the high-level training room was limited, Lin Yuan also deliberately controlled his body size. Then, he turned his gaze to the miniature nuclear reactor in front of him. Then, without any hesitation, Lin Yuan grabbed the mini-nuclear reactor with his huge claws and put it into his mouth. However, at this moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yuan. System prompt. This item contains a large amount of nuclear energy. After taking it, your own strength will be greatly improved in a short period of time. After the duration ends, the remaining nuclear energy in your body will be automatically converted into evolution points. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be stunned, and even his movement stopped. It turns out that this miniature nuclear reactor is not as capable of directly obtaining a large number of evolution points as he had imagined. Instead, it is more like the buff potion in the game, which can greatly improve your strength in a short period of time. Chapter 127. Everyone assemble and get ready to go. Fortunately, at the last moment, a system prompt popped up in front of me. Otherwise, this mini-nuclear reactor would be completely wasted by himself. Of course, it's not a complete waste. After all, the system prompts have already said it. After the strength increase is completed, the remaining nuclear energy will be automatically converted into evolution points. It seems that, strictly speaking, the function of the miniature nuclear reactor should be divided into two stages. The first stage is to significantly improve one's own strength in a short period of time. The second stage is to permanently improve one's own strength after the amplification time ends. Lin Yuan was right in his guess. This miniature nuclear reactor was indeed a great treasure. From now on, this is the biggest trump card in his hand. Lin Yuan would never choose to use it easily unless it was absolutely necessary. Of course, even though the miniature nuclear reactor can greatly improve one's own strength in a short period of time, it is unlikely to be of much use in the national freshman mixing competition. To put it more clearly, it's not that we can't use it, but that we dare not use it. After all, greatly improving one's strength in this way is no different from cheating. In minor cases, the results will be invalid, and in serious cases, the qualification for the competition will be directly disqualified. However, even so, it still does not prevent this mini-nuclear reactor from becoming the most important trump card in Lin Yuan's hand. After clarifying its function, Lin Yuan put it back into the storage batch. Lin Yuan will naturally not waste the next period of time. Although he has to rush to Yinjing to participate in the competition in 3 days, even just 3 short days are enough for him to improve his strength to a higher level. 3 days passed in a flash. When Lin Yuan walked out of the training hall again, his energy, spirit, and soul had undergone earth-shaking changes. The reason is that he successfully made a breakthrough within these 3 days. Now Lin Yuan can obtain a full 720,000 evolution points every day by absorbing inferior beast soul crystals. In 3 days, that's a total of 2.16 million evolution points. Although it doesn't sound like a lot, but if you add the evolution points Lin Yuan had obtained before, it is enough for him to break through from the middle stage of Beast King level 4 stars directly to Beast King level 5 stars. For Lin Yuan, as long as he has enough evolution points, breaking through is as easy as eating and drinking. After walking out of the training hall, Lin Yuan immediately took out his mobile phone, checked the time, and found that it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. In other words, there is only 1 hour left before departure. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately rushed towards the school gate. When he arrived at the school gate, he found that most people had already arrived. Among them are Zhao Shanhe, Song Lan, Wang Linhu, and others. Even the principal Wang Ting had already been waiting for them here. Lin Yuan glanced to the side and actually saw Wu Xiangu, Shen Song, Li Qinan, and Yuan Lian. There is no doubt that all 4 of them were selected into the list of official contestants. After seeing Lin Yuan, Wu Xiangu's eyes immediately revealed an extremely strong hostility. As for Yuan Lian, he turned his head away with an awkward look on his face, not daring to look at Lin Yuan at all. Obviously, he still hasn't forgotten the battle in which he was defeated by Lin Yuan. Although Li Qinan had also been defeated by Lin Yuan, his personality was more free and easy than Yuan Lian. Not only did he not avoid Lin Yuan's gaze at all, but he looked back at Lin Yuan provocatively. However, in reality, Lin Yuan's attention was not on the 4 of them at all. Because, next to the 4 of them, there was another person standing. To be precise, he was a middle-aged man with a face as pale as a ghost. This middle-aged man looked as if he had not yet recovered from a serious illness, giving people a feeling of decadence and world-weariness. But there was a kind of arrogant contempt in his eyes. Although Lin Yuan had never seen the middle-aged man before, he recognized his identity at the first sight. The person in front of him was none other than the vice president of the Magic City Beast University, Li Xiangue. The reason why Lin Yuan was able to recognize the other person was thanks to Zhao Shanhe. While having dinner at Baiyin Private Kitchen that day, Zhao Shanhe, after drinking, denounced Li Xiangue as a sickly old dog with a lot of tricks in his body. Such a distinctive feature naturally made Lin Yuan recognize Li Xiangue at once. As if he had noticed Lin Yuan's gaze, Li Xiangue also raised his head, his eyes fixed on Lin Yuan like a poisonous snake. Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about Lin Yuan's identity. Wu Xiangu immediately came forward and whispered a few words to Li Xiangue. The next second, when Li Xiangue looked at Lin Yuan again, an intriguing smile appeared on his face. There is no doubt that Wu Xiangu has already reported Lin Yuan's identity to Li Xiangue. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan suddenly found it a little ridiculous. He lost his status as a formal contestant because of Li Xiangue, and in the end, the other party couldn't even recognize who he was. In this world where the strong are respected, everything is so absurd and yet reasonable. Whoever is strong enough will have the absolute right to speak. With Li Xiangue's strength, he could even crush Lin Yuan to death as easily as crushing an ant. If Wang Ting hadn't spoken for Lin Yuan, he might not even have been able to keep his status as a substitute player. Although he was filled with indignation, Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. He didn't say a word, just stared at Li Xiangue, engraving the other's face deeply into his heart. Lin Yuan has never been a magnanimous person. He just knows that before he truly has the strength to deal with the opponent, all he can do is to endure. One day, the dragon will get water and make the Yangtze River flow backwards. Whatever he endured today, he will make the other party pay it back 100-fold in the future. As if feeling Lin Yuan's beast-like gaze, Li Xianggui couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a slightly cold arc. Xiangu, the one you provoked, seems to be a little wolf cub. Wu Xiangu gritted his teeth and said gloomily, "Don't worry, uncle, I will find a chance to get rid of this guy myself." At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. "Lin Yuan, I'm here." Hearing the familiar voice coming from his ear, Lin Yuan subconsciously turned his head and saw Su Mushue's familiar face. Lin Yuan has become accustomed to the fact that the first person to call out his name in the crowd is always Su Mushue. However, this time, there was also a tall and stunning woman with white hair cascading down like a waterfall standing next to Su Mushue. This stunning woman had a cold face and was wearing a dark green cheongsam, which matched her white hair perfectly and made her facial features look more delicate and elegant, like a fairy from heaven. She and Su Mushue standing together looked like sisters. Although Su Mushue is already beautiful enough, her extraordinary temperament even slightly overshadows Su Mushue. If the former is winter snow, then she is polar ice, colder and harsher. If Lin Yuan guessed correctly, the woman in front of him who was as cold as ice should be Su Mushue's master, Ling Shuangyue. Chapter 128. Going to war on behalf of the school. Wang Jin's information. After feeling Lin Yuan's gaze, Ling Shuangyue also looked back in the direction where Lin Yuan was. After seeing him, Ling Shuangyue nodded slightly as a greeting to him. It was obvious that Ling Shuangyue knew Lin Yuan. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Mushue should have mentioned it to her. "Didn't we agree on 9 o'clock? Why are you all here so early?" Just when Lin Yuan wanted to say hello to Su Mushue, Wang Jin's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw him wearing a pair of slippers, walking slowly towards them. What's even more outrageous is that Wang Jin's wore a loose floral shirt on his upper body and baggy beach pants on his lower body, and he looked like he was going on vacation. After seeing Wang Jin's free and easy look, Wang Ting's face couldn't help but darken. Wang Ting said in a bad tone, "It's such an important matter. Why didn't you come earlier? Also, are you wearing this outfit for a competition or for a vacation?" Wang Jin scratched his head, but he didn't look embarrassed at all. "Dad, it's so troublesome to bring the luggage with us. Why don't we just wait until we get to Yanjing to buy the luggage? As for what you're wearing now, just wear whatever is comfortable for you. Besides, I'm not late, but there are still people who haven't arrived yet, right?" Anyway, everyone present already knew the relationship between Wang Ting and him, so Wang Jin simply didn't hide it. Wang Jin's words made Wang Ting so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. However, just as he was about to speak, a calm voice suddenly sounded in their ears. "Sorry, I'm a little late." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a stern young man with black hair and black eyes appearing in front of them. The coldness emanating from him was not like the coldness of Su Mushue that kept strangers away, but rather more like an empty indifference. It was like a lonely black eagle standing on the top of a cliff. Apart from the 10,000-meter-high sky, nothing else could catch his eye. Although Lin Yuan had never seen the other person before, he knew the other party's identity at the first sight of the black-haired young man in front of him. That is the current #1 on the hidden dragon list of Demon City Beast University, Chu Qianni. Although he did not release any pressure, his aura alone was far different from that of Wu Xiangu, Shen Song, and the others. Lin Yuan could hardly imagine who else could have such a cold and aloof aura besides Chu Qianni. After seeing Chu Qianni who was late, Wang Jinza couldn't help but grin, and pointed in the direction of Wang Ting. "See, Dad, I said someone hasn't arrived yet." Wang Ting slapped Wang Jinza on the back of his head in anger. He is #1 on the hidden dragon ranking. He is late, which means he has devoted all his time to cultivation. What about you, Wang Jinza? Don't be so double standard. However, after Wang Jinza and Chu Tianni arrived, the members representing Magic City Beast University to participate in the National Freshman Social Competition were officially gathered. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's get ready to go. Wang Ting immediately opened the car door and motioned for everyone to get in. This time, there are a total of 12 students representing our school in the competition. There are 5 teachers accompanying us. Of course, Vice President Li Xianggui and I will also go to Yanjing together to witness your performance in the competition. All of you are geniuses and elites carefully selected by us. I also hope that you can fight for the Demon City Beast King and don't let me down. Well, if I continue talking, you will think I am being too long-winded. Let's go, everyone, to the arena and face your battle. After hearing these words, everyone present felt their blood boiling, and they couldn't wait to appear on the field and win glory for the school. Soon, the contestants and accompanying teachers boarded the bus to the train station. After everyone was seated on the train, Wang Ting immediately said, "This year's National Freshman Friendship Competition is very important to all the prestigious schools. If you want to achieve good results in the National Freshman Friendship Competition, your own strength is important, but intelligence is equally important. Whether it's a competition arena or a battlefield, the principle is the same. That is, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Wang Jinza, next, it will be your turn to share with everyone the intelligence you have collected. Huh. Wang Jinza was originally sitting with his legs crossed and his head leaning against the window, preparing to take a quiet nap, but he was suddenly called by Wang Ting. What are you talking about? Stop playing dumb. I'm asking you to share some information. Wang Ting said unhappily, I've heard that you've been spending a lot of time collecting information about players from other schools these days. Wang Jinza blinked and said shyly, Dad, I collect this information to sell it for money. Of course, if you really want to hear this information, I can sell it to you at a 20% discount. After Wang Jinza said this, everyone in the bus was slightly stunned. I have to admit that Wang Jinza is really a talented person. As expected, Wang Ting's face darkened instantly, and he said with a fake smile, Good boy. I think you have a talent for business. You have even surpassed your father in business. While speaking, Wang Ting flipped his right hand and took out a belt directly from the storage batch. Then, Wang Ting pulled the belt in his hand, making a snap, snap sound, and said with a sneer, Look at the belt in my hand. Do you want to repeat what you just said? Wang Jinza, storage space is so precious. How can you use it to store miscellaneous items like belts? Wang Ting didn't say anything. He rubbed the belt in his hand and stared at Wang Jinza with a smile, which made the latter feel uneasy. After a moment of silence, Wang Jinza finally gave in. Is it okay if I don't charge you? You should just put away the belt. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction and said with a cheerful smile, That's more like it. Okay, everyone come and listen. This is the information that the principal spent a lot of effort to get back for you. After this farce, everyone couldn't help but feel much more relaxed. They also realized that Wang Ting did not have the airs of a principal. When they interacted with him on a daily basis, he did not seem to be dignified at all. Instead, he was like an interesting elder. However, this incident was just a small episode. What really interested them was the information Wang Jinza had. Chapter 129. Information from various schools. Terrifying geniuses. For a moment, everyone's eyes in the bus were focused on Wang Jinza. Only Chu Tianyi was indifferent to all this. He still sat in his seat with his eyes closed, meditating, as if nothing had anything to do with him. Song Lan's seat happened to be next to Chu Tianyi. Looking at the scene in front of him, Song Lan couldn't help but kindly remind him, Aren't you interested in the information about the contestants from other schools? If we really meet in the arena, it would be a good thing to get some information about the opponent in advance. After Song Lan said this, Chu Tianyi finally opened his eyes. He looked at Song Lan and asked calmly, Should I be interested? If we meet, we just need to defeat the opponent. If you can't even do this, it just means you're not strong enough. After saying this, Chu Tianyi closed his eyes again. However, a look of surprise appeared in Song Lan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Chu Tianyi would be so arrogant. But his arrogance did not give people a disgusting feeling. It seemed to make Song Lan feel that the other party really thought so and did the same thing. What a genius with a weird personality. After clearing his throat, Wang Jinza finally spoke slowly. It seems that everyone is very interested in the information about other schools. You all should know that in China, the only top universities that qualify as top schools are Yinjing Beast University and our Magic City Beast University. However, in addition to these two top-tier universities, there are quite a few first-class universities. For example, the Sichuan Beast University and Tian Beast University, which are always ranked in the top 5, the Zhenhua Beast University, which is famous for its militarized system, and the Jing'an Beast University, which is famous for its strong financial resources, and so on. These prestigious schools have the potential to become our strong rivals in the national freshman networking competition. But I believe that what you are most interested in is the situation of Yinjing Beast Master, right? Nonsense. Isn't our goal this time to maintain second place and fight for first place? Li Qinan said with a proud look on his face. Except for Yinjing Beast University, are there any other schools that are qualified to compete with us? However, after hearing this, Wang Jinza couldn't help but laugh. That may not be the case. This year is known as the Genius Blowout Year. All major schools have recruited a lot of geniuses, and there are naturally some dark horses among them. If you underestimate those top-notch schools, you will pay the price. At this point, Wang Jinza immediately raised his head, looked at Li Qinan, and said with a smile, Let's take the Sichuan Beast as an example. With your strength, you may not even be able to rank in the top 5. After hearing this, Li Qinan was stunned for a moment, and then he subconsciously said, This is impossible. It's impossible. Wang Jinza grinned, took out a stack of information directly from the storage badge, and distributed it one by one. There are detailed descriptions of the contestants of Sichuan Beast University in the intelligence. You can read it for yourself. The captain of the Sichuan Beast University is named Qinju Shan. Of course, he also has a nickname, called Kung Fu Panda. After hearing this nickname, Many people present couldn't help but smile. It is really this nickname that gives people a feeling of being not very serious. Don't laugh. Wang Jinzi said seriously, this guy's strength is much stronger than you think. According to the record of his last attack, his strength has at least reached the Beast King level 6 stars. However, it was also during that battle that he defeated a senior student at the Beast King level with 7 stars head-on. What he relies on is his kung fu. Chen Zhuchuan has practiced martial arts since he was young, and is particularly proficient in Tai Chi and Wing Chun. During the Beast Soul Awakening ceremony, he awakened the SSS level Earth Panda and showed an extremely amazing talent in practice. But what is most commendable is his actual combat ability. Since Chen Zhuchuan entered school, he has only challenged the strong, and almost every time he defeated the strong with the weak. Of course, the reason why he was able to do this is because he perfectly integrated the kung fu he mastered with his own beast soul. I believe that no one here dares to guarantee that they can beat him, right? And this guy is the strongest among the freshmen of Sichuan Beast University this year. Even the 5th-ranked Sichuan Beast has the strength of a peak 4-star Beast King. At this point, Wang Jinzi looked at Li Qinan again and asked, Li Qinan, can you guarantee that you can defeat a 4-star peak Beast Soul Master at the Beast King level? Faced with Wang Jinzi's question, Li Qinan was speechless for a moment. Although he himself is quite strong and has extremely special abilities, it would be a bit too arrogant to say that he can definitely defeat a Beast Soul Master of this level. But Li Qinan obviously did not expect that even the Sichuan Beast's overall strength was so strong. You know, he was ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list before. If it weren't for the rise of people like Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwei in the later period, he would never have fallen out of the top 5. He thought, if he were put in the Sichuan Beast group, he would at least be able to rank in the top 3, right? However, reality slapped him hard in the face. Now, you should understand. Wang Jinzi said calmly, arrogance will only lead to self-destruction. At least this year, the gap between those top-notch universities and our Magic City Beast University is not as big as you think. After hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Then, Wang Jinzi spoke again. Since you are most interested in the information about Yanjing Beast, then I will tell you about the situation of Yanjing Beast. The captain of the Yanjing Beast Master is named Qin Longxiang. He is a gifted child of a Beast Soul family. He possesses extremely high talent and strong strength. He is also a genius Beast Soul Master who has awakened the SSS level Beast Soul Ancient Savage Elephant. And his strength has reached the astonishing Beast King level 8 stars. After hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Beast King level 8 star? Are you sure this is just a freshman who just enrolled? However, Wang Jinzi seemed not to be shocked enough and continued. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you. That is, even as the captain, Chen Longxiang is not the strongest among the Yanjing Beast University participating teams. Chapter 130 The Terrifying Genius, Su Xiao. After Wang Jinzi said this, the entire bus fell into dead silence in an instant. Even Chen Longxiang, who is at the 8-star level of Beast King, is not considered the strongest among the Yanjing Beast University's team. For a moment, a look of disbelief flashed across the eyes of everyone present. Even Chu Tianyi suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight at Wang Jinzi with his sharp eagle-like gaze. Obviously, what Wang Jinzi said did catch his attention. Li Qinan couldn't help swallowing his saliva and asked, are you lying to us? Does Yanjing Beast really have a monster of this level? Then why are we still fighting? We should just withdraw from the competition as soon as possible. Wang Jinzi glanced at him, sneered and said, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. Don't you understand that there are always people who are better than you, and there are always things that are better than you? The man who is stronger than Chen Longxiang is called Su Xiao. To be honest, this guy just appeared out of nowhere, and I don't have any information about him. The strength is unknown, and the beast soul is unknown. The only thing we know is that he and Chen Longxiang had an appointment to fight during the Yanjing Beast formation. And in that duel, he won with a crushing advantage and became the captain of Yanjing Beast University. Moreover, Chen Longxiang had no complaints about this, and it was obvious that he accepted the defeat wholeheartedly. After hearing this, everyone's mood couldn't help but become a little heavy. Who exactly is this Su Xiao that Wang Jinzi mentioned? You know, Chen Longxiang possesses the strength of an 8-star Beast King. And in this situation, he was still able to defeat Chen Longxiang head-on. Doesn't that mean that Su Xiao possesses the 9-star level of the Beast King, or even, is infinitely close to the strength of a Lord-level Beast Soul Master? When the National Freshman Mix competition begins, they will officially become enemies with such monsters. Thinking of this, everyone's faces looked a little unhappy. Su Xiao and Chen Longxiang were like two huge mountains pressing down on them. As if he felt the atmosphere was too depressing, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but smile and said, why aren't you talking? The official competition hasn't even started yet. Why are you all so sad? If you ask me, we should just give it a try. If we win, we'll make a lot of money, and if we lose, we won't lose anything. Anyway, even if we lose to Yinjing Beast Master, we will still be second. We have been second forever. We are used to it. After Wang Jinzi finished saying this, he was slapped on the back of his head by Wang Ting. Damn it, I asked you to share intelligence, not to shake the morale of the army. What do you mean you will always be the runner-up? If you want to compete, then you have to fight for the first place. Wang Jinzi, feeling the pain, immediately covered his head and argued in a low voice. Who doesn't want to be number one? The problem is that their overall strength is stronger than ours, and this can't be changed by shouting a few slogans. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the corner. I will defeat him. After hearing this, everyone immediately looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person who spoke was Chu Tianyi, who was sitting in the corner. Chu Tianyi had a calm expression, but his eyes were filled with a fighting spirit as sharp as a blade. He said in a low voice, whether it's Su Xiao or Chen Longxiang, I will be their opponent. Then, Yuan Lion gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Chu Tianyi is right. Being timid before the battle is not our style. Right now, the national freshman mixing competition hasn't even started yet, and the battle hasn't even begun. Everything is possible. Wu Xiangu's eyes flickered, and he clenched his fist as well. We are all geniuses. Why are we not as good as them? Now that we see the gap, we should just try our best to catch up. Wang Linhu couldn't help but grin. At worst, I can fight them. Even if I get hurt, they dare to dethrone the emperor. All of a sudden, the originally quiet atmosphere in the bus became excited again. Even the Wang Linhu and Wu Xiangu, who were originally hostile to each other, became united in hatred of the enemy under such an atmosphere. After all, their previous hatred was nothing more than a personal grudge. But now, they are about to become comrades fighting side by side and go to battle for the school together. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Wang Ting couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is the spirit that students of our Magic City Beast University should have. However, you don't need to worry too much. The school has already made preparations for you. After you arrive in Yinjing, you will receive a 3-day short-term special training. After the special training is over, your strength should be further improved. After hearing this, the eyes of everyone present couldn't help but light up slightly. It seems that the school has prepared more than just the 50 million resource quota for them. At this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Since everyone is discussing this so enthusiastically, why not take this opportunity to decide on the captain's choice? The person who made this suggestion was Vice President Li Xiangue. After hearing this, Wang Ting remained calm and said calmly, since we are all Beast Soul Masters, let's follow the rules of Beast Soul Masters. Strength is respected and the strong prevail. In my opinion, it would be better for Chu Tianyi to be the captain. I have no objection to that. Li Xiangue nodded and said, however, although Chu Tianyi is strong, he lacks the ability to handle miscellaneous matters. If you ask me, we should create a vice-captain position to help him manage the team. Hearing this, Wang Ting obviously understood Li Xiangue's intention. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, since you said so, you must have a suitable candidate in mind, right? Li Xiangue grinned and said, in my opinion, Wu Xiangu and Song Lan are just right for this position. One of them has experience in managing organizations and is good at handling problems, while the other is thoughtful and considers issues more carefully. It will be more reassuring for everyone to have the two of them serve as vice-captains. Of course, if the principal wants to hear everyone's opinions, we can also take a vote. Wang Ting shook his head and said calmly, since Vice President Li has considered it so carefully, let's just make the decision. Chu Tianyi will be the captain and lead the entire team, while Wu Xiangu and Song Lan will serve as vice-captains to assist Chu Tianyi in management. Li Xiangue nodded slightly, with a smile on his face. Good. Chapter 131. Even a genius is not qualified to stop. After the positions of captain and deputy captain were determined, Wu Xiangu immediately cast a grateful look towards Li Xiangue. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Li Xiangue is trying to gain benefits for Wu Xiangu. You know, there is still a big difference between the deputy captain and ordinary team members. This means that he will get more opportunities to perform in the national freshman mix competition. Of course, a good blacksmith must have strong tools himself. With Wu Xiangu's current strength, it is unlikely to promote him to captain as an exception. In essence, this matter is still a power struggle between Li Xiangue and Wang Ting. Since the preparations for the national freshman friendship competition began, Li Xiangue has been forcing Wang Ting to submit again and again. But all his tactics were overt. Even if Wang Ting could see through them, he would be unable to do anything to him. However, Lin Yuan didn't care at all about who was the captain and who was the vice-captain. It didn't matter to him anyway. What he cared more about was the promise Wang Ting had made before. According to Wang Ting, after arriving in Yinjing, they will have a 3-day short-term special training. Moreover, after the special training is completed, their strength will be further improved. This made Lin Yuan feel a little curious. What kind of special training could allow them to improve their strength in just 3 days? However, since Wang Ting didn't say anything, Lin Yuan didn't dare to ask. In short, everything became clear after arriving in Yanjing. Soon, the bus arranged by the school took them to the train station. After their identities were confirmed, everyone changed trains. In addition, in order to ensure that they can get enough rest during the journey, the school also arranged a room for each of them on the train. After boarding the train, everyone returned to their respective rooms, and Lin Yuan was no exception. After Wang Jinza shared the information about each school, no one was interested in continuing the chat. The pressure that the Yanjing beast brought to them was really too great. Moreover, not only that, the strength of other famous schools should not be underestimated. It seems that it is not easy to achieve good results in this national freshman social competition. What's more, they also bear the reputation of the demonic beast king, so they cannot take it lightly. After returning to my room, the train had already started slowly. It takes 7 hours to drive from Shanghai to Yanjing, unless there are any unexpected events. In other words, it would take them less than half a day to reach Yanjing smoothly. As for the safety of this train, it can naturally be guaranteed. After all, on this train were 2 Beast King-level Beast Soul Masters, Wang Ting and Li Xianggui, as well as a Quasi-Beast King-level Beast Soul Master, Ling Shuangyue. If there really was a blind, ferocious beast that targeted their train, then it would just be bad luck for it. The space in the room is not too big. There is only a bed, a pair of single table and chairs, a wardrobe, and a separate bathroom. The total building area probably does not exceed 12 square meters. Of course, on a train where every inch of space is valuable, it is quite nice to have such a place to rest. Lin Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down in front of the desk, but he did not rush to practice. Instead, he took out paper and pen from the storage batch. Su Xiao, captain of the Yanjing Beast Brigade, his strength is unknown. Qin Longxiang, deputy captain of Yanjing Beast Team, 8-star Beast King level. These two are undoubtedly the 2 strongest freshmen mentioned in the intelligence so far. Even if we leave aside Su Xiao, whose strength is unknown, just Qin Longxiang, who is at the 8-star Beast King level, is someone that Lin Yuan cannot possibly be a match for now. Even though Lin Yuan had just broken through, his strength was only at the 5-star Beast King level. There is a gap of 3 stars between the 5-star Beast King level and the 8-star Beast King level. Such a huge gap cannot be made up by combat skills, beast weapons, and beast soul combat skills alone. What's more, Lin Yuan didn't think that Qin Longxiang, as a genius, would be much worse than him in terms of combat skills, beast weapons, and beast soul combat skills. In addition, Lin Yuan continued to write down the names of several people on the paper. Qin Zhishan, Han Yin, Li Shenjin. Without exception, the strength of these people is all above the Beast King level 5 stars. After writing down these people's names, even Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of emotion. We have to admit that there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the famous universities. Lin Yuan originally thought that he could break through to the 5-star Beast King level in such a short time, and that he would be considered a leader among his peers. Unexpectedly, just as Wang Jinza said, there are always people better than you, and ultimately I was too shallow. There are always many geniuses in this world. The so-called title of genius is merely an admission ticket to the top. It's a pity that too many geniuses died halfway on this road. Only those who have truly made it to the end are worthy of being seen by the world. Moreover, sometimes, there is a huge gap between commoner geniuses and geniuses from aristocratic families. Take Qin Longxiang, for example. He is a typical example of someone who was born into a family of beast soul masters. He has been able to enjoy all kinds of top-level resources since he was a child. It is no exaggeration to say that he uses pills as food. And when his beast soul awakens and shows his talent, his family will continue to increase their investment in him. Under such circumstances, even a pig can take off, let alone a genius of Qin Longxiang's level. If Qin Longxiang had not come from a noble family, but had been just a commoner genius, he would never have achieved what he has today. In fact, not to mention Qin Longxiang, even Su Muxue is the same. From Zhao Shan's previous attitude towards Su Muxue, it was not difficult for Lin Yuan to see that this little girl's background was definitely not simple. Otherwise, she would never have been favored by Ling Shuangyue. You know, the latter spent a huge price to raise Su Muxue's talent from S level to SSS level. If this were not the case, how could Su Muxue be among the top talents? This world has always been so realistic and cruel. Without resources, background, or family, you can only fight with your own life and squeeze every second of your time to fight. Fortunately, Lin Yuan did not have nothing. At the very least, he still has a system that can help him improve his strength as quickly as possible. You know, at the beginning, Lin Yuan had indeed only awakened the weakest E-level beast soul. However, the existence of the system is helping him to narrow the gap between himself and the genius. Of course, Lin Yuan's goal is not limited to this. What he really wants is to completely surpass these geniuses. Whether it's Su Xiao, Chen Longxiang, Chen Shan, or Chu Tianyi. Even the geniuses among these geniuses are not qualified to block his way forward. Chapter 132, Special Training. What the hell is a bath center? The next stop is Yinjing Station. Passengers arriving at the station are requested to take their luggage with them and get off the train in time. 7 hours later, the train arrival reminder sounded in Lin Yuan's ears on time. Only then did Lin Yuan realize that he had actually spent a full 7 hours studying the intelligence. I never thought that time would pass so quickly. Lin Yuan stood up and stretched his stiff muscles. I have to say that the information provided by Wang Jinze is quite comprehensive. When it comes to collecting intelligence, Wang Jinze seems to have an innate talent. Of course, Lin Yuan was not always studying intelligence during these 7 hours. He was more focused on conducting actual combat simulations in his mind. Whenever he saw information about a person, Lin Yuan would simulate a battle with that person in his mind. If he finds that his chances of winning are slim, Lin Yuan will write down this name. This method can not only help Lin Yuan understand his opponent more deeply, but also train his combat thinking. This is like a Go player playing against himself, which can also improve his Go skills. Of course, there is a difference between simulation and actual combat, especially when the intelligence may not be completely accurate. So, no matter what, Lin Yuan will not take it lightly. By the time Lin Yuan got off the train, almost everyone was already there. Zhao Shanhe carefully counted the number of people according to the list. After making sure that no one was still on the train, he nodded slightly, then turned around and asked, "Principal, are we going to check in at the hotel next?" However, Wang Ting shook his head. "Of course not. It's still early. Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhao Shanhe was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "What are we going to do now? Are you planning to take the students to visit Yinjing Beast University?" "We have to visit the Yinjing Beast University, of course. It will also be a good opportunity for our students to broaden their horizons." Wang Ting chuckled and said, "I have to admit that Yinjing Beastmaster is better than us in many aspects. If you stick to your old ways, you will only fall behind. Only by learning from others can you make progress. However, the day to visit Yinjing Beast University is not today. So you are going to lead the students." After hearing this, a hint of confusion flashed across Zhao Shanhe's eyes. He really couldn't figure out what else was so important. At this moment, Wang Ting spoke again. "Didn't I say it all? Once we arrive in Yinjing, the students will begin 3 days of special training." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinze couldn't help but widen his eyes, with a look of astonishment on his face. "This 3-day special training won't start from today, right? We've been in the car for so long. We should at least have some rest, right? I'm not even awake yet." Wang Ting slapped him on the back of his head in anger. "You are the only one who has too many things to do. What were you doing in the car?" Wang Jinze covered the back of his head with a look of pain on his face. "Dad, please stop hitting me on the head. I'll become stupid if you hit me. Come on, you're not smart." Wang Ting said casually. "I'll give you a beating. Maybe it will open your mind." Wang Jinze, "Are you sure I am really your biological child?" Wang Ting obviously had no intention of paying attention to him. He immediately looked around at everyone and said, "What do other people think? Does anyone want to go back to the hotel to rest? We can vote by raising our hands. Don't worry, I've always been a democratic person and I will never force anyone to do anything." However, everyone shook their heads. Not only did no one have any objections, but their faces were filled with excitement. Obviously, they all showed great interest in the special training that could improve their strength in a short period of time. Even Lin Yuan is no exception. He was very curious about what kind of special training could improve their strength to a higher level in just 3 days. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Jinze's face instantly turned into a bitter one. Sure enough, it was a wrong decision for me to participate in this national freshman social competition. These people are either crazy or introverted. In short, there is not a single normal person among them. Unlike me, I just want to have a good sleep. Alas, life is so difficult. Since everyone has no objection, let's get ready to set off. Wang Ting waved his hand and immediately led everyone towards the place where the special car would pick them up. The person in charge of picking them up was a middle-aged man with an unshaven beard. After seeing Wang Ting, a look of respect immediately appeared on the face of the middle-aged man. "Principal Wang, where are we going?" After Wang Ting got in the car, he lay down comfortably on the seat and said lightly, "Yinjing Tianqi Bathing Center." The bearded uncle nodded as if he understood what he meant. "Okay, everyone. Wasn't it a special training? What the hell is this bath center?" However, a gleam of light suddenly appeared in Wang Jinze's eyes. "My dad finally got it. After traveling for so long, you should go to a bath center to relax, find a girl to massage your shoulders and legs, etc. It will be so comfortable. Although everyone was filled with confusion, due to Wang Ting's identity, no one chose to ask questions in the end, and they just got into the car silently. The Yinjing train station is still some distance away from the city center. The special car drove for about half an hour before entering the city. After circling the city for another 10 minutes, we finally stopped at the entrance of Yinjing Tianqi Bathing Center. Looking at the magnificent building before them, the corners of everyone's mouth couldn't help but twitch. They originally still held out a glimmer of hope, thinking that Wang Ting was just playing a joke on them, or that the so-called Tianqi Bathing Center was just a code name. I didn't expect that this place is actually just a bathing center. There was even a middle-aged man who had just finished taking a bath and walked out with a satisfied smile on his face. Okay, stop standing there and come in quickly. Wang Ting strode into the bathing center with his head held high, then turned around and waved to the few people who were standing still, signaling them to follow him quickly. Everyone looked at each other and finally had no choice but to go in. After entering the bath center, 2 rows of waiters dressed in maid costumes immediately appeared in front of them and said in a sweet voice, "Dear guests, good evening. This is Tianqi Bathing Center. Is there anything I can do for you?" Chapter 133, A Medicinal Bath Worth 2 billion. Looking at the 2 rows of waitresses in maid outfits lined up in front of him, Song Lan couldn't help but freeze in place. After being stunned for several seconds, Song Lan finally said, "This place doesn't look like a decent place." Wang Linhu also nodded in agreement. "It feels like a brothel." Wang Jinza said righteously, "It's okay. Since you all think this place is not decent, I will lead the charge for you. Don't worry. I have always been upright and have always hated gambling and drugs since I was a child." After hearing this, the corners of Wang Linhu's mouth twitched fiercely. "You are incompatible with gambling and drugs? You didn't mention the word yellow at all." Wang Jinza coughed twice in embarrassment. "Don't worry about these details." However, at this moment, Wang Ting said, "Okay, stop with these useless welcome ceremonies and go find your boss." After hearing this, the etiquette ladies looked at each other, and finally someone stood up and trotted off to find the boss. If someone came in and asked to see the boss, they would definitely not bother to pay attention to him. It was because Wang Ting was so imposing and brought so many people with him that they thought he might be a big client, so they didn't dare to neglect him at all. Not long after, a plump man in a suit and slicked back hair came in front of Wang Ting. Afterwards, Wang Ting glanced at him casually and said with a smile, "Fatty Huang, long time no see. I hope you are doing well." After seeing Wang Ting, Fatty Huang was stunned for a moment, but after he reacted, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and even his attitude became respectful. "It is my great honor that Principal Wang can bring his students here and let me see the elegance of all the talented beast masters in the Demon City." After hearing this, the etiquette lady standing next to her couldn't help but look puzzled. "Headmaster? Student? The monster is big? Isn't this middle-aged man in front of me here to consume?" At this moment, they suddenly discovered that there seemed to be several young faces in the crowd, and they really looked like students. So, the dignified middle-aged man in front of me is Wang Ting, the principal of Magic City Beast University? You know, Yinjing Beast University and Modu Beast University are the 2 most advanced universities in China. As for the principals of these 2 schools, they are the most powerful beast soul masters in China. Even though they are not beast soul masters, they have heard of the name of Wang Ting, the principal of the Magic City Beast University. Considering that the National Freshman Social Competition will be held in Yinjing soon, this further confirmed their guess. But what confused them even more was why the principal of Demon City Beast University would bring students to such a place. The principal took his students to a brothel? Is this a relaxation activity before the National Freshman Mixing Competition begins? When you think about it this way, it seems quite reasonable. However, at this moment, Wang Ting spoke again. "Okay, Fatty Huang, stop flattering me. Have you prepared the medicinal bath I asked you to prepare for me?" Huang Ping nodded hurriedly, and the fat on his face trembled. "Of course I'm ready. How could I forget something you specifically asked me to do?" "That's good," Wang Ting said calmly. "In that case, take us there now." "Okay, everyone, please follow me." Huang Ping made a please gesture to everyone, and then walked in front of them. Naturally, everyone followed Huang Ping's steps without any hesitation. In fact, after listening to the conversation between the 2, they had already reacted. That is, Wang Ting brought them here. It seemed that he really had something important to do. At this moment, Huang Ping suddenly came up to Wang Ting and said with a sly look on his face, "Principal Wang, in addition to the medicinal bath we agreed on in advance, do we want some special services?" "Don't worry, I'm treating you. I won't charge you any money." However, After he said this, Wang Ting turned around and looked at him with a fake smile. Fatty Huang, are you looking for death? If other people really knew that he brought students from Magic City Beast University to this brothel to listen to music, would he still be able to be the principal of Magic City Beast University? Under Wang Ting's murderous gaze, Fatty Huang couldn't help but shudder and immediately didn't dare to say even a word. Soon, Huang Ping brought them to the central area of the hall. Here, there is an elevator that looks extremely luxurious. It is covered with gold-plated patterns and looks very stylish. After the elevator door opened, Lin Yuan and the others saw how spacious the interior of the elevator was. This elevator in front of us can accommodate at least 20 or 30 people at the same time. After everyone entered the elevator, Huang Ping also pressed the floor button. However, what surprised everyone was that the floor Huang Ping pressed was the second floor underground. Huang Ping smiled and explained to everyone. This underground second floor is an abandoned bathhouse, which is usually closed. Your principal found me earlier and said that he had collected a batch of materials and wanted to borrow this place from me before the National Freshman Mixing Competition officially begins so that you can take a medicinal bath and maximize your potential. After hearing this, everyone finally understood Wang Ting's intention. Soon, the elevator took them to the second underground floor. As Huang Ping said, there was indeed a huge underground bathing area here. It looked like a giant hot spring and could accommodate at least 30 or 40 people at the same time. Moreover, there is not only a rockery next to it, but also many rare flowers and trees planted around it. At this moment, this artificial hot spring is filled with hot water. The hot air like white mist floats up from the water, making you feel like you are in a fairyland. In addition, there were several waiters standing next to the artificial hot spring, constantly pouring something into it. Lin Yuan walked forward curiously and took a look, and found that most of what they poured into the hot spring were extremely precious medicinal herbs and extremely rare materials. For example, the juice squeezed from the petals of the ghost flower can help people calm their minds. This medicinal herb is extremely expensive, with 1 gram selling for thousands of dollars on the black market, but now it is poured into hot springs in buckets. For example, the powder is made from the horns of the savage blood elephant. This special material is also very expensive, with each kilogram costing up to 2 million. The reason why the price is so high is because the savage blood elephant is extremely rare. Moreover, an adult savage blood giant elephant at least possesses the strength of a lord. Due to their innate terrifying power, to kill a savage blood giant elephant, at least 2 or 3 lord-level B-Soul Masters are needed to work together. Moreover, using this special material for medicinal baths has the effect of enhancing chi and blood and is deeply loved by aristocratic families. And this bucket of powder in front of me must weigh at least 25 kilograms, right? If converted into money, that would be 50 million. These buckets of money poured into the hot spring are simply wasted money. When had Lin Yuan, who came from a commoner family, ever seen such a scene? He looked at the buckets of ivory powder being poured into the hot spring and couldn't help but mutter to himself. 50 million, 100 million, 150 million, 200 million. This was the first time he realized that spending money was such a simple thing. The money is no longer being spent like water. It is simply like a flood. Moreover, in addition to the medicinal herbs and special materials that Lin Yuan could recognize, there were many other materials that the waiter poured into the hot spring that he had never even seen before. It can be seen that Wang Jinzi really put a lot of thought into preparing this medicinal bath for them. However, what confuses Lin Yuan is that no matter how precious the materials are, the medicinal bath can only play an auxiliary role in improving strength. Could it be that this is the content of their special training? By soaking in a medicinal bath for 3 days, their strength will be increased? Just when Lin Yuan was feeling confused, Wang Ting's voice suddenly rang in their ears, interrupting his thoughts. Wang Ting clapped his hands and said, "Okay, the medicinal bath is ready for you. Line up and come down one by one to take a bath. I've made it clear to you in advance. This medicinal bath cost me 2 billion just for the medicinal herbs and special materials, and I paid for all of it myself. If you dare to waste it, or if you don't get a good score in the National Freshman Mix competition, you'll be done for if I don't beat you up. Okay, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and get some bath time." Chapter 134, Beast King Level. The Crystal Core of the Imperial Light Shadow Dragon. After hearing Wang Ting's words, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Although they all knew that Wang Ting had put a lot of thought into this medicinal bath, they obviously had not expected that the raw materials used to make this medicinal bath would be so expensive. You know, the resource quota that the Magic City Beast University distributed to each of them was only 50 million. More importantly, the money was not paid by the school, but by Wang Ting himself. It seems that, to some extent, this can be regarded as special treatment given to them by Wang Ting. Even Wang Jinza couldn't help but sigh in his heart that his father was really a complete prodigal son. At Wang Ting's urging, everyone took off their clothes and entered the hot spring. As the only girl in the team, Su Muxua changed into a white bathrobe that could better cover her figure in the locker room, then slowly soaked in the hot spring and deliberately chose a seat close to Lin Yuan. The temperature of the hot spring is extremely comfortable, the kind that makes people feel just hot, but not too hot. What's more, under the catalysis of various precious medicinal herbs and rare materials, the effect of the medicinal bath was quickly stimulated. Lin Yuan soaked most of his body in the hot spring. He could even clearly feel that the medicinal power generated by the bath was penetrating into his limbs and bones through every pore on his skin. Not only did the mind feel an unprecedented peace and comfort, but even the energy and blood in the body began to boil, like boiling water. This feeling of comfort, as if he was reborn, even made Lin Yuan want to moan out loud. The effect of the medicinal bath obviously did not just affect him alone. Everyone soaking in the hot spring had a look of comfort on their faces, and some even closed their eyes involuntarily. In just a few minutes, Lin Yuan felt that all his fatigue during the journey was swept away. Whether it was mental fatigue or physical exhaustion, they were all completely swept away. Lin Yuan now understood why those children from aristocratic families could grow so fast. For those civilian beast soul masters, practicing continuously for more than 10 hours is already the limit. Even excessive fatigue may affect the next day's practice. But the children of noble families don't have to worry about this at all. They can take a medicinal bath after a long period of practice, which can not only eliminate fatigue and reactivate the body, but also stimulate their potential as much as possible. It is no exaggeration to say that their conditions are completely incomparable to those of ordinary beast soul masters. This is the superiority that class brings to them. It is not without reason that the strong will always be strong and the weak will always be weak. Those beast soul masters from ordinary families would have to put in several times, or even dozens of times, more effort to achieve success. At this moment, Wang Ting also suddenly jumped into the hot spring, splashing countless water. Looking at the scene before them, everyone couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in their eyes. Wang Linhu asked directly, "Principal, why are you here too?" Wang Ting put his hands behind his head, glanced at Wang Linhu, and said lazily, "Why? I prepared the medicinal bath myself. Can't I enjoy it myself?" Wang Linhu, "What you said seems to make sense." Then, Wang Jinza turned his head and looked towards the shore, and asked, "Teachers, do you want to come down and take a dip? The hot spring water is very comfortable." However, Ling Shuangyue shook her head and refused bluntly. "No need. I don't have the habit of taking a hot spring bath in front of others." Zhao Shanhe also waved his hand. "Principal, I don't need it. Let's leave the opportunity to these young people." Wang Ting grinned and said, "All right, stop being so pretentious and come down quickly. The ingredients I prepared are more than enough for 30 people to soak together. What's more, the medicinal bath only plays a supporting role. It's not realistic to rely on the medicinal bath to significantly improve your strength in a short period of time." Wang Ting's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. To be honest, this is also what confuses everyone. Do medicated baths work? Of course. It's just like what Wang Jinza said. Medicinal baths play a greater role in assisting spiritual practice. If that is the case, then why did Wang Ting spend such a huge amount of money to build such a large-scale medicinal bath? And at this moment, Wang Ting finally gave the answer. He just flipped his right hand and took out a red gold crystal core directly from the storage badge. This crystal core looks flawless. Not only is the surface crystal clear, but it also radiates a red gold light from the inside. It is just like a flawless work of art. Moreover, Lin Yuan could feel that this red gold crystal core seemed to contain extremely powerful energy. Wang Ting held the crystal core in his hand and said with a smile, "I believe many of you should already know what this is, right? Yes, this is the crystal core that was born from the monster's body. It is not only their life core, but also their source of energy. However, the monster crystal core in my hand comes from a beast king level Emperor Light Shadow Dragon." After hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned, and subconsciously focused their eyes on the red gold monster crystal core in Wang Ting's hand. They obviously didn't expect that this red gold crystal core actually came from a beast king level monster. Compared to the shock in Lin Yuan and the others' eyes, there was something strange in Ling Shuangyue and Zhao Shanhe's eyes. Obviously, they had already figured out what Wang Ting wanted to do. At this time, Wang Ting said calmly, You should know that the crystal core of a Beast King level monster contains extremely huge and pure energy. But this level of energy is not so easy to absorb. If you are not strong enough, forcing yourself to absorb it will not only not help you at all, but will only cause you to explode and die. And this medicinal bath is specially designed by me so that you can absorb the energy within the Beast King level crystal core. Chapter 135, 3 Beast King Crystal Cores, 3 Energy. After hearing Wang Ting's explanation, everyone finally understood the value of this medicinal bath. It turned out that this medicinal bath was only to assist them in their cultivation. The real purpose is to absorb the energy within the Beast King level crystal core. I have to admit that Wang Ting was indeed generous. You know, the value of monster crystal cores has always been high. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, a monster crystal core of the Beast General level could be sold for tens of thousands. The price of a Beast King level crystal core is even higher than millions. As for the price of Lord level crystal cores, it fluctuates greatly, basically ranging from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. As for the value of the Beast King level monster crystal core, it cannot even be measured by money. After all, Beast King level monsters usually have their own territories. Even for a Beast King level Beast Soul Master, it is extremely difficult to kill a Beast King level monster. It is precisely because of this that the value of the Beast King level monster crystal core can naturally be imagined. This time, Wang Ting spent a huge amount of money to allow them to improve their strength before the national freshman mix competition began. Afterwards, Wang Ting directly poured his own Beast Soul power into this Beast King level crystal core. The next second, complex red gold patterns suddenly emerged from the crystal core of the Imperial Light Shadow Dragon, emitting a dazzling light. Well, soak it up, boys. Wang Ting grinned and placed the Beast King level crystal core directly into the center of the medicinal bath. At the same time, the red gold energy continued to surge out from the crystal core, floating in the medicinal bath like floating cotton. Everyone immediately calmed down and tried to absorb the energy from it. You know, such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. If I waste this opportunity, even if I have a Beast King level crystal core in front of me in the future, I probably won't be able to absorb the energy in it without the help of the medicinal bath. Lin Yuan also did not hesitate at all. He held his breath and concentrated on absorbing the energy that had merged into the pool water. The energy of the Beast King level was pure and violent. Once it entered his body, it seemed as if it was about to run wild. Fortunately, the mild medicinal power of the medicinal bath, like a gentle spring breeze and rain, immediately dissipated this extremely violent energy and truly integrated it into his limbs and bones. Lin Yuan now understood why rashly absorbing the energy within the Beast King level crystal core might lead to explosion and death. The reason is that the energy contained in the Beast King level crystal core is of too high a level. This is like introducing a group of villains into your kingdom. They will certainly not behave obediently, but will choose to burn, kill, and loot in your kingdom. The medicinal power of the medicinal bath is specifically used to transform these evildoers. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking this, the system's prompt sound began to ring in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing the Beast King level energy and obtaining 10,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing the Beast King level energy and obtaining 10,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing the Beast King level energy and obtaining 10,000 evolution points. Every time he absorbs energy, Lin Yuan can directly obtain 10,000 evolution points. You know, he only absorbed 1,000 evolution points each time from the inferior Beast Soul Crystal, through nuclear radiation. In other words, the speed of his cultivation while absorbing the energy of the Beast King level crystal core in the medicinal bath is nearly 10 times faster than usual. In just 3 days, it is equivalent to 30 days of hard training. This is naturally a rare opportunity for Lin Yuan. Just as Lin Yuan calmed down and prepared to concentrate on his cultivation, Ling Xuanyue's voice suddenly rang in their ears. Since the principal is so generous, it would be unreasonable for me, as a teacher, not to prepare some gifts for you. Just after saying this, Ling Xuanyue actually flipped her hand and took out a black-blue crystal core from the storage badge. This is the crystal core taken from the body of the Dark Ice Ghost Face Bear King. This crystal core is the same as the crystal core of the Imperial Light Shadow Dragon. Both are Beast King level. What they didn't expect was that Ling Xuanyue also took out a Beast King level crystal core. After Ling Xuanyue activated this black and blue Beast King level crystal core, Extremely cold frost energy immediately surged out from the crystal core and spread toward the entire medicinal bath pool. In an instant, the entire medicinal bath seemed to be so cold that it was about to frost. However, there was no conflict between these two Beast King level energies. Instead, they made the energy within the medicinal bath pool more abundant. But this is not the end. After Wang Ting and Ling Xuanyue expressed their opinions one after another, Wang Ting once again set his eyes on Li Xianggui and said with a chuckle, "Vice President Li, you must also want our students to achieve good results in the National Freshman Friendship Competition, right?" Li Xianggui narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Wang Ting deeply. Of course, he knew what the latter meant. Wang Ting wanted him to also produce a Beast King level monster crystal core. This guy must have discussed this drama with Ling Xuanyue in advance. After all, even Ling Xuanyue, a teacher, could produce a Beast King level crystal core. If the vice principal did not take any action, he would seem to be doing nothing. However, Li Xianggui was still able to produce a Beast King level crystal core. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Li Xianggui took out a black monster crystal core from the storage badge and said calmly, "This is a crystal core taken from the body of the Beast King level monster, Silent Shadow Crocodile. The energy contained in the crystal core is too dark. If you absorb it forcefully, it will easily cause a person to fall into a state of confusion. However, after being purified in the medicinal bath, the side effects of absorbing these dark energies should be reduced a lot. Like Principal Wang Ting and Teacher Ling Xuanyue, I hope that you can achieve good results in the upcoming National Freshman Friendship Competition. Since this opportunity is so rare, this Beast King crystal core can be regarded as a gift from me to you." As Li Xianggui waved his right hand, the third Beast King level crystal core also fell into the medicinal bath pool in front of him. Before this, no one would have thought that such a medicinal bath could actually gather 3 Beast King level energies. Chapter 136, Li Xianggui's Plan, Henadon. The crystal core of the Imperial Light Shadow Dragon, the crystal core of the Dark Ice Ghost Face Bear King, and the crystal core of the Silent Shadow Crocodile. At this moment, these 3 crystal cores were all in the medicinal bath, emitting their own light. The 3 different colors of energy, red gold, dark blue, and black ink, intertwined with each other, just like a dragon swimming in the water. But for Lin Yuan and his friends, this was nothing short of a feast. No one dared to waste even a moment of time, and everyone tried their best to absorb the energy within the medicinal bath. Lin Yuan now finally understood why so many people were fighting so hard for the qualification to participate in the National Freshman Mix competition. Even without the 50 million resource quota, the boost to their strength from this medicinal bath that integrated multiple Beast King level energies alone could only be described as immeasurable. At this moment, except Ling Xuanyue, everyone else walked out of the medicinal bath pool. Of course, Beast Soul Masters of the level of Wang Ting and Li Xianggui are certainly not trying to compete with these freshmen for these energies in the medicinal bath. On the contrary, Wang Ting and Li Xianggui stayed in the medicinal bath pool precisely to protect them and prevent the energy in the medicinal bath pool from rioting. After all, this medicinal bath contains the energy of 3 Beast King level crystal cores. If this energy were to run wild, it would definitely be enough to raise this place to the ground. For Lin Yuan, this is also a good opportunity to obtain evolution points. What's more, his situation is different from others. With the system, no matter how much energy he absorbs, it will only be converted into evolution points without causing any side effects to himself. In this way, Lin Yuan naturally had no worries. At this moment, he was like a black hole, madly absorbing the energy around him. The system's prompt sound also kept ringing in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing the Beast King level energy and obtaining 10,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing the Beast King level energy and obtaining 10,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing the Beast King level energy and obtaining 10,000 evolution points." Originally, when there was only one Beast King level crystal core placed in the medicinal bath, Lin Yuan's speed of absorbing energy was already fast enough. But now, there are 3 Beast King level crystal cores placed in the medicinal bath pool. In this way, Lin Yuan's speed of absorbing energy was greatly improved again. At the same time, Li Xianggui came to Wu Xuangu's side and stuffed a pill into his hand without changing his expression. After getting the elixir, Wu Xiangu couldn't help but look at Li Xianggui in confusion. Li Xianggui whispered, "This is Heinaden, which can greatly improve your efficiency in absorbing energy in a short period of time." You should also know that this is a great opportunity to improve your strength. You must not miss it. After hearing this, Wu Xiangu's eyes immediately showed a hint of joy, and he nodded heavily. Don't worry, uncle. Then, Li Xiangue reminded again. Although Henna Dawn can help you greatly increase the rate of energy absorption in a short period of time, you must also exercise restraint. After all, external forces are only external forces. If you blindly rely on the energy absorbed from the outside world, it will easily lead to an unstable foundation and a superficial realm. Wu Xiangu nodded again. I understand. After giving the reminder, Li Xiangue left Wu Xiangu very naturally, as if he had just chatted with the latter for a few words. After Li Xiangue left, Wu Xiangu swallowed the Henna Dawn without any hesitation. As the pill entered his stomach, a hint of excitement flashed in Wu Xiangu's eyes. In his opinion, this is his best chance to widen the gap with others. Soon, the medicinal power of this Henna Dawn was stimulated in his body. In an instant, the energy from all around began to flow towards the direction where Wu Xiangu was. Feeling this energy pouring into his body from all directions, Wu Xiangu felt that every pore in his body was dilated. Li Xiangue glanced at Wu Xiangu, then shifted his gaze to Wang Ting, and a sneer involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. So what if Wang Ting made him pay the price of a Beast King-level crystal core? Wang Ting prepared for so long, but in the end, didn't he still end up making wedding dresses for his nephew? Thinking of this, Li Xiangue felt his mood becoming more and more relaxed. Time passes by every second. Everyone was concentrating in the medicinal bath, absorbing the energy from the surroundings. Wang Ting was leaning against the edge of the pool, his hands open, leaning against the wall, looking at everyone lazily. At this moment, Zhao Shanha came up to him and said with a smile, Principal, what are you looking at? What else can we see? Of course, we are seeing how our students absorb energy. Wang Ting chuckled and said, I have invested a lot of money this time, so I don't want to lose everything. Don't worry, these are 3 Beast King-level crystal cores. Zhao Shanha sighed. Even if it is used on a pig, it is enough to upgrade that pig to the Beast King level. After hearing this, Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. What you said is really true. I don't know how much our students' strength will be improved after absorbing all this energy. It still depends on personal talent. Zhao Shanha said, the higher the talent, the higher the efficiency of absorbing energy. Look at Chu Tianyi. His speed of absorbing energy is obviously much faster than others. Wang Ting immediately looked in the direction of Chu Tianyi and saw that the 3 colors of energy, red gold, black blue, and ink black, were all lingering around Chu Tianyi and were continuously absorbed into his body in an extremely balanced posture. You're right, but talent isn't absolute. Wang Ting once again turned his gaze to Su Muxua and said with a smile. For example, this little girl, although her talent is not as strong as Chu Tianyi, she is focused on absorbing only one kind of energy. Her speed of absorbing energy is not necessarily much slower than Chu Tianyi's. There was only black and blue energy lingering around Su Muxua. Obviously, this is the Beast King level energy that escaped from the crystal core of the Dark Ice Ghost Face Bear King. It is precisely because this Beast King level energy is extremely compatible with Su Muxua's own attributes, so the latter's energy absorption speed has also increased a lot. It seems that when Ling Xuanyue took out this Beast King level crystal core, she already had some intention of paving the way for her apprentice. However, compared to Chu Tianyi and Su Muxua, this kid's speed of absorbing energy is a bit abnormal. Wang Ting turned his head again, looked at Wu Xiangu calmly, sneered, and said, If I am not mistaken, this guy should have taken the Henna Dawn given to him by Li Xiangue. After hearing this, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. So you have already seen it? Nonsense, you can see it, why can't I see it? Wang Ting couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, If I'm not mistaken, you came here just to tell me about this, right? Seeing that Wang Ting saw through his thoughts at a glance, Zhao Shanha couldn't help scratching his head in embarrassment and laughed. The principal is wise. Then, Zhao Shanha asked again, Since the principal has already discovered it, why not stop it? Stop it. What's there to stop? Wang Ting said calmly. The purpose of preparing this medicinal bath is to enable my students to improve their strength faster. In that case, there is no need for me to restrict him from taking Henna Dawn. To be honest, I have thought about preparing a Henna Dawn for each student before. After all, this pill is not expensive, at most 20 million per pill. Compared to the money I spent on preparing the materials for the medicinal bath, it's just a drop in the bucket. And the reason why I chose not to do so is simply because I don't want to force things to happen. You also know that although Henadon can indeed help beast soul masters greatly improve the efficiency of absorbing energy in a short period of time. But the key is that people cannot suppress their inner greed. Once they lose control of themselves and absorb too much energy, it will backfire and cause their realm to become empty and their foundation to become unstable. That's why I didn't choose to prepare Henadon. Li Xianggui usually claims to be smart, but he can't even see this point. He still wants his nephew to take advantage of him. In the end, he is just a fool. After hearing this, even Zhao Shanhe was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that Wang Ting's mind was so meticulous, and he took every aspect of the matter into consideration. Just as Zhao Shanhe was sighing inwardly, Wang Ting spoke again in a low voice. However, compared to Wu Xuangu, don't you think that your apprentice's performance is more amazing? After Wang Ting said this, Zhao Shanhe suddenly realized that he was only paying attention to the little movements of Li Xianggui and Wu Xuangu, and did not pay any attention to how efficient Lin Yuan was in absorbing energy. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanhe immediately looked around, trying to find where Lin Yuan was. Soon, Zhao Shanhe found Lin Yuan in the corner of the medicinal bath. However, the moment he saw Lin Yuan, an expression of disbelief and astonishment immediately emerged in his eyes. Chapter 137. This kid is weird. What Zhao Shanhe didn't expect was that there wasn't even the slightest energy fluctuation beside Lin Yuan. Whether it was the red gold energy, the dark blue energy, or the inky black energy, none of them appeared beside Lin Yuan. Such a strange scene formed a sharp contrast with other people. For a moment, even Zhao Shanhe was stunned. Could it be that Lin Yuan's talent is really so poor that he is simply unable to absorb Beast King level energy? Thinking of this, a hint of bitterness flashed across Zhao Shanhe's face. It seems that E-level talent still has certain limitations after all. However, Wang Ting seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, "You'd better take a closer look." Take a closer look? After hearing this, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then looked more carefully in the direction of Lin Yuan. The next second, Zhao Shanhe finally saw some clues, and a look of horror involuntarily flashed in his eyes. Looking at Zhao Shanhe's appearance, Wang Ting couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Now you see it." Zhao Shanhe nodded, but the shock on his face still did not disappear. Because the reason why there is no energy around Lin Yuan is not because Lin Yuan has no way to absorb energy, but because Lin Yuan absorbed energy too quickly. No matter which of the three Beast King level energies it is, as long as it approaches Lin Yuan, it will be absorbed instantly and completely, leaving no trace at all. How on earth was this done? Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but swallow. You know, even for a Lord-level Beast Soul Master like him, he probably can't achieve such a terrifying speed of energy absorption. Wang Ting seemed very calm. He chuckled and said, "You ask me, how do I know? Maybe this kid is just gifted. Who knows what's special about him? Okay, let's not think too much about it. Who doesn't have some secrets if they are qualified to be a strong person?" Zhao Shanhe nodded and said, "That's true." However, Zhao Shanhe was still extremely excited in his heart. After all, the faster the energy is absorbed, the faster Lin Yuan's strength can be improved. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity for Lin Yuan. At this moment, Li Xianggui also noticed something strange about Lin Yuan. I saw his pair of deep eyes staring straight at Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan, who was concentrating on absorbing the Beast King level energy at this moment, was completely unaware of it. This kid is weird. Li Xianggui frowned, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The speed at which this guy absorbs energy is actually faster than that of the Wu Xuangu that has taken Henadon. This is obviously abnormal. What's more, Lin Yuan's talent rating is only E. However, Li Xianggui watched for a long time but could not see any clues in Lin Yuan, and he had no idea how the latter did it. About 2 hours passed. Suddenly, a wave of energy like a volcanic eruption spread around Wu Xiangu, and he followed this momentum and successfully broke through the shackles. The huge Beast King level energy helped him break through from Beast King level 5 stars to Beast King level 6 stars in one fell swoop. Moreover, he was the first one to break through among all the freshmen. After successfully breaking through, Wu Xiangu let out a long breath. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and his face was full of excitement. The breakthrough of Wu Xuangu did attract the attention of several people. Shen Song, Li Qingnan, Yuan Lian, and others came over and expressed their congratulations to Wu Xiangu. Even Li Xianggui gave him a rare look of approval. However, not everyone paid attention to Wu Xuangu's breakthrough. People like Lin Yuan, Chu Tianyi, and Su Muxue are still practicing with great concentration. Even if they felt the energy fluctuations generated by the breakthrough of Wuxuangu, they probably would not be bothered to open their eyes to see. Wuxuangu was not in a hurry to continue absorbing energy, but looked around, wanting to see how fast other people were absorbing energy. After seeing Chu Tianyi, a hint of contempt flashed across Wu Xiangu's eyes. Even a genius like Chu Tianyi can only absorb Beast King-level energy at this speed. Sure enough, this opportunity was prepared for me. I am the real chosen one. At this moment, Wu Xiangu's gaze fell on Lin Yuan in the corner again. Why is this guy absorbing energy so slowly? No, it's not too slow, it's too fast. Lin Yuan's body was like a black hole, madly devouring all the energy around him. Looking at the scene in front of him, a look of disbelief immediately flashed in Wu Xiangu's eyes. How is this possible? Could it be that this guy also prepared Henadon? No, it's not possible. Even if he took the Henadon, the speed of absorbing energy would never be able to reach such an astonishing level. Damn it, how could I not even be better than this guy? Thinking of this, a ferocious look appeared on Wu Xiangu's face. Without any hesitation, he pushed the remaining medicinal power of Henadon in his body to the extreme, and once again began to absorb the power from the surrounding with all his strength. In an instant, 3 Beast King-level energies were absorbed into the body of Wuxuangu at the same time. There were even waves of energy appearing all around him. Of course, absorbing such high-level energy without any restraint like this is a huge burden even for Wuxuangu, who has taken Henadon. Soon, Wuxuangu's face gradually turned red, just like a cooked shrimp. However, even under this circumstance, he was completely unable to achieve Lin Yuan's amazing absorption efficiency. Unwilling to be inferior to Lin Yuan, he gritted his teeth and chose to speed up the absorption of energy again. In an instant, the vast and powerful energy, like a flood that had opened a floodgate, suddenly rushed towards Wu Xiangu's body. At this moment, Wu Xuangu's body finally reached its limit. With a muffled groan, scarlet blood actually flowed out directly from the mouth and nose of Wu Xuangu. Looking at the scene before them, Wang Ting and Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in their eyes. Of course, they could see that Wu Xuangu was competing with Lin Yuan. However, this way of competing is a bit crazy, isn't it? If it continues like this, Wu Xuangu will probably explode and die. Chapter 138, Too Good Talent or Too Bad Talent? Principle, if this kid continues like this. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Shanhe chose to speak. Although he also couldn't stand what Wu Xiangu did, no matter how much he couldn't stand it, Zhao Shanhe still couldn't bear to watch this kid die in front of him. But in comparison, Wang Ting seemed very calm and said lightly, "Okay, there's no need to worry so much. If anything really happens, Li Xiangue will take care of it anyway." After hearing this, Zhao Shanhe was stunned for a moment, but then he quickly reacted. What Wang Ting said was indeed correct. No matter what, Wu Xiangu is Li Xiangue's nephew. If something really happened to him, Li Xiangue would definitely not ignore it. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but feel relieved. At this moment, Li Xiangue also appeared behind Wu Xiangu with a gloomy face. He stretched out his hand, pressed it on Wu Xiangu's shoulder, and began to actively guide the violent energy in the latter's body. Are you crazy? Who told you to absorb energy like this? Although Li Xiangue had deliberately lowered his voice, there was still a hint of anger in his tone. At this moment, Wu Xiangu also realized how dangerous it was for him to do this, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. However, even under this circumstance, he was still unwilling to admit defeat easily, and gritted his teeth and said, "I don't accept it. How come that guy can absorb energy so quickly? With his talent, it's impossible for him to do that. He must have done something." After hearing this, Li Xiangue's eyes became even more angry. "You idiot! I gave you Henadon to improve your strength, not to let you compare with others. If you want to continue being stupid, I won't stop you. Just wait until you explode and die. Don't come looking for me." After hearing this, Wu Xiangu realized that his uncle was really angry this time. He lowered his head, not daring to say even a word in defense. At this moment, Li Xiangue snorted again and said, "And didn't you notice?" Wu Xiangu raised his head, his eyes full of confusion, and he obviously didn't realize what Li Xiangue was talking about. Li Xiangue sneered and said, "Although Lin Yuan did absorb a lot of energy, didn't you notice that his strength has hardly changed at all?" After he said this, Wu Xiangu subconsciously looked in the direction of Lin Yuan, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He had been paying attention to Lin Yuan's almost terrifying absorption speed, but ignored the changes in the latter's strength. After Li Xiangue's reminder, Wu Xiangu suddenly reacted. Compared with before, The aura emanating from Lin Yuan seemed to have not changed at all, and there was no sign of an impending breakthrough. The energy he absorbed into his body was like a drop in the ocean, leaving no trace at all. What is the reason for this? Wu Xiangu thought for a moment and soon came up with a guess. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be that Lin Yuan's own talent is too poor. This is why this situation occurs. No matter how much energy he absorbs, he cannot transform it into his own strength. Thinking of this, Wu Xiangu couldn't help but feel much more balanced. So what if this guy absorbs energy very quickly? The only way is to improve your strength. After all, the purpose of absorbing energy is to improve one's own strength. When Wu Xiangu looked at Lin Yuan again, there was already a hint of contempt in his eyes. This guy has absorbed so much Beast King level energy, but his strength hasn't improved at all. It's really a waste of resources. At this moment, Li Xiangue spoke again. Well, now that the knot in my heart has been resolved, there is no need to focus on this guy anymore. Remember, on the road of cultivation, your true opponent is always yourself. After hearing this, Wu Xiangu nodded immediately and said in a deep voice, "Uncle is right." Afterwards, Wu Xiangu calmed down again and began to absorb the energy from the surroundings gradually. Lin Yuan, who was concentrating on practicing, was completely unaware of all this. To be honest, even if he knew, he wouldn't bother to care. For him, now is a great time to practice, and he can gain a lot of evolution points every minute and every second. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Yuan waste his time on a clown like Wu Xiangu? Moreover, the reason why his strength did not increase significantly was because all the Beast King level energy absorbed into Lin Yuan's body was converted into evolution points by him. From the time he began absorbing Beast King level energy to now, Lin Yuan has obtained nearly 3 million evolution points. If he uses all these evolution points to strengthen himself, his strength will definitely make a qualitative leap. Without using evolution points to improve his strength would naturally not improve significantly. As time goes by, more and more people in the medicinal bath pool have broken through their current realm. The one who broke through after Wu Xiangu was Chu Tianyi. All I saw was the inky black Beast King level energy lingering around him, like a black dragon dancing wildly. Obviously, the Beast King level energy within the crystal core of the Silent Shadow Crocodile is more suitable for Chu Tianyi. As the inky black Beast King energy gradually subsided, Chu Tianyi's current realm also broke through to a new level. However, after the breakthrough, Chu Tianyi's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even open his eyes and continued to practice, as if this was just a trivial matter to him. Looking at the scene before them, Wang Ting and Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but flash a hint of approval in their eyes. I have to say that Chu Tianyi's character is much stronger than Wu Xiangu's. Not arrogant or impatient. This is the mentality that a top genius should have. After Chu Tianyi's breakthrough, more and more people broke through their own realm. Song Lan, Wang Linhu, Shun Song, Li Qingnian, even Wang Jinze, who had the least talent, made a breakthrough. Looking at the scene in front of him, a hint of anxiety appeared in Zhao Shanhe's eyes. Because, up to now, Lin Yuan has not made any movement, let alone any signs of a breakthrough. Chapter 139, Encounter with the Yanjing Beast Team. To be honest, even Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but feel extremely confused by the scene before him. Logically speaking, since Lin Yuan absorbed such a huge amount of Beast King level energy, even if he was a pig, he should have been able to break through. But Lin Yuan in front of him didn't move at all. This is like a person eating 3 or 4 bowls of rice for every meal, but not gaining weight at all. It is simply unbelievable. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Shanhe walked towards Lin Yuan. When he approached Lin Yuan, the latter also became very sensitive to his presence and opened his eyes immediately. After seeing that it was Zhao Shanhe, the vigilance in Lin Yuan's eyes weakened a little, and he asked doubtfully, "Teacher, what's the matter?" "Nothing. I just wanted to come and see how your training is going," Zhao Shanhe said with a smile. "If you encounter any problems in your cultivation, you can always tell me." Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "No problem. The energy here is abundant and very suitable for cultivation." "That's good, as long as there's no problem." Zhao Shanhe held it in for a long time, but finally chose to ask directly. "Actually, I just want to ask, why haven't you made a breakthrough yet?" After hearing this, Lin Yuan suddenly realized something. He looked around and found that most people had broken through their previous realm. Yes, it would be strange if you couldn't break through after staying in the medicinal bath filled with Beast King level energy for so long. No wonder Zhao Shanhe is so worried about himself. Because from the time he started absorbing energy until now, his strength has not changed at all. Looking at Zhao Shanhe's concerned look, Lin Yuan couldn't help scratching his head and said, "Sorry, I forgot about the breakthrough." Zhao Shanha. What do you mean by forgetting to break through? At this moment, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately chose to use his own evolution points to begin to strengthen his own strength. 1 million evolution points. 2 million evolution points. 3 million evolution points. As the evolution points continued to be consumed, Lin Yuan's momentum also began to rise continuously. After consuming a full 6 million evolution points, the energy in Lin Yuan's body finally broke through the shackles and reached the 6-star Beast King level in one fell swoop. After feeling the change in Lin Yuan's aura, Zhao Shanha was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but widen his eyes. What the hell is going on? Although it was true that he was worried about Lin Yuan, how could this kid break through so easily? Realm breakthrough. Can I control this thing? For a moment, Zhao Shanha felt that his cognition had been overturned. However, no matter what, it is definitely a good thing that Lin Yuan was able to break through. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanha immediately said, "After the breakthrough, you should have the strength of a 6-star Beast King, right?" Lin Yuan nodded. "That's right." After hearing this, a look of relief appeared in Zhao Shanha's eyes. In his eyes, Lin Yuan was the one he had watched grow up. Although there is no blood relationship between them, to Zhao Shanha, Lin Yuan is like a child he has watched grow up. Although he was happy for Lin Yuan in his heart, Zhao Shanha still said, "With your current strength, you are indeed the best in the Demon City Beast University. But even so, you should not be arrogant. You must know that there are always people who are better than you, and there are always better things. Especially the upcoming National Freshman Friendship Competition, which will see many talented people emerge. No matter what, we can't take it lightly." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "I will follow the teacher's instructions." After breaking through to the 6-star Beast King level, Lin Yuan did not linger in the joy of the breakthrough for too long, but continued to absorb the Beast King level energy from the surrounding area. After all, such opportunities are rare. For him, as long as he has a large enough number of evolution points, he can even break through to the 9th star of the Beast King level at any time. Even the energy of the Beast King level is limited. By the second day, the Beast King level energy in the medicinal bath pool began to gradually dissipate. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. These little guys really have big appetites. Originally, I thought that these Beast King level energies could at least last for 3 days. Now it seems that being able to survive today is already good enough. Zhao Shanha smiled and said, "Their generation is much better than us. When I was their age, I was probably still fighting with beast general level monsters." After hearing this, Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. "What you said is indeed true. It can only be said that every generation has its own talented people, and each of them has been the leader for hundreds of years. Our era will eventually pass, and the future will definitely belong to these young people. But we didn't have such good treatment as them back then. When I first broke through to the Beast King level, I would fight with others for even a Beast King level crystal core." After Wang Ting said this, even Zhao Shanha couldn't help but burst into laughter. Afterwards, Wang Ting spoke again. "However, the reason why these 3 Beast King level crystal cores could not last for 3 days is also related to that kid Lin Yuan. This guy has absolutely no moral principles. When it comes to absorbing energy, he's just like a bottomless pit. Although there are 12 freshmen here, at least 1/3 of the Beast King level energy was absorbed by this kid." After hearing this, even Zhao Shanha couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment and laughed awkwardly. What Wang Ting said was indeed true. Compared with other people, Lin Yuan absorbed much more Beast King level energy. However, at this moment, Wang Ting suddenly changed the subject. "Actually, I don't mean to blame this kid. It's his ability to seize the opportunity and absorb such a huge amount of energy. It's just that those who are capable should do more work. Since he has absorbed the energy, he must do some work. Even if he is just a substitute, he must perform well in the National Freshman Mix competition. Otherwise, I will never let him off easily." After hearing this, Zhao Shanha was stunned for a moment, but then he quickly reacted. At first glance, Wang Ting's words seemed to put pressure on Lin Yuan. In fact, his implication was that even if Lin Yuan was a substitute, he would definitely get a chance to play. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement in his eyes. He immediately patted his chest and assured, "Principal, don't worry. I, your student, will never let you down." He is a genuine person and never hides his emotions. What's more, he has enough confidence in Lin Yuan's strength. Although Lin Yuan is only a substitute, in Zhao Shanha's eyes, his strength is definitely not inferior to those regular players. After all, Among the official team members, both Yuan Lian and Li Qingnan were defeated by him. Just as Wang Ting predicted, with everyone absorbing it without restraint, the Beast King-level energy in the medicinal bath pool lasted only a little over 2 days before it was completely absorbed. After absorbing the Beast King-level energy, everyone has undergone a transformation that is almost complete. Among them, Wu Xuangu, who had taken Hainaden, broke through 2 realms in succession, directly from the late 5-star Beast King level to the late 7-star Beast King level. At this moment, he can be said to be very proud of himself. You know, when I heard that Chun Longxiang from Yanjing Beast University possessed the strength of an 8-star Beast King, the oppressive feeling I felt was like a mountain. But now, Wu Xuangu couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed. After all, he now possesses the strength of a late 7-star Beast King. To be honest, there is not much difference from the 8-star Beast King level. This made Wu Xuangu feel confident again. Except for Wu Xuangu, most of the others also made breakthroughs. As for Lin Yuan, although his current realm is only 6 stars of the Beast King level, he has accumulated a full 20 million evolution points. If all these 20 million evolution points were used to improve his own strength, Lin Yuan estimated that his strength could at least reach the 8th star of the Beast King level. However, Lin Yuan is not in a hurry to improve his strength now. Firstly, he planned to improve his strength step by step so that he could adapt slowly and exert his full strength. Otherwise, if Lin Yuan were to forcibly raise his own strength to the 8th star of the Beast King level in one breath, the combat effectiveness he could exert would only be around 80 at most. Secondly, Lin Yuan was not planning to break through in front of everyone. For Lin Yuan, hiding one's own strength can be said to have more advantages than disadvantages. It seems that everyone has made some breakthroughs in this special training. Wang Ting looked at everyone, clapped his hands, chuckled, and said, "However, rapidly improving strength in a short period of time can be said to have both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits, of course, I don't need to say more. As for the downside, it's that it can easily become unstable. So, in the next period of time, it is best for everyone to adapt to the current strength as much as possible. If possible, we can learn from each other. After all, actual combat is the best way to hone yourself." After hearing Wang Ting's words, everyone nodded slightly in agreement. Then, Wang Ting spoke again. "Well, thank you all for your hard work over the past 2 days. Later, let's go back to the hotel and have a good rest." After walking out of Tianqi Bathing Center, it was noon. No one had a good meal in the past 2 days. So, after coming out, Wang Ting immediately took everyone to a nearby restaurant and had a good meal. You have to know that they are all in their prime, and they have been hungry for 2 whole days. You can imagine how good their appetites are. Basically, as soon as the restaurant owner's dishes are served, they are immediately eaten up. Looking at this group of people who looked like starving ghosts, the restaurant owner's eyes almost popped out. In the end, a dozen people ate nearly 100 dishes before they finally stopped. By the end of the meal, everyone's stomach was so bloated that they could hardly walk. After tidying up, Wang Ting asked Zhao Shanhe to take them back to the hotel. He had a meeting to attend, so he took Ling Xuanyue directly to Yanjing Beast University. Because the hotel was not far from here, Zhao Shanhe did not choose to call a taxi, but instead prepared to walk everyone there, as a way to digest the food after dinner. After walking for about 20 minutes, the hotel they were going to stay in finally appeared in front of everyone. The hotel in front of us is mainly European style and looks luxurious and elegant. Although it is located in the city center, the surrounding environment is very quiet. There are not only bamboo forests, rockery, and green spaces, but also sparkling artificial lakes. If nothing goes wrong, based on the standards of this hotel, it should be considered a 5-star hotel. It can be seen that Yanjing Beast University has indeed put a lot of thought into their accommodation. Of course, Yanjing Beast King has always been wealthy, so it is impossible for him to be short of such a small amount of money. Zhao Shanhe said, "This hotel has been temporarily booked by Yanjing Beastmaster. During the National Freshman Mixing Competition, all those staying here will be freshmen from various schools. If you have a chance, you can get to know each other." Just as Zhao Shanhe began to introduce the situation of the hotel, a team of 7 or 8 people happened to walk out of the hotel. Among them, the most conspicuous are the 2 leaders. There was a man as tall as a bear. Even the loose martial arts uniform could not hide his muscular body. His whole body exuded a majestic and powerful energy. He looked like a human-shaped beast. The other person looked thinner. He was wearing a black shirt and black pants, and a black baseball cap. He seemed to be shrouded in shadow, but he exuded an extremely dangerous aura. The group of people in front of them immediately attracted the attention of Lin Yuan and the others. You know, Zhao Shanhe just said that all the people staying in this hotel now are freshmen from major prestigious universities. I don't know which prestigious school this group of people are from. However, at this moment, Wang Jinze, who had been staying at the back of the team, suddenly spoke. They are the representative team of Yinjing Beast University. Did you see the two people leading the group? They are Chen Longxiang and Su Xiao. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They obviously didn't expect that the group of people in front of them were actually the representative team of Yinjing Beast University. Chapter 140, Beast Soul Hall, Arena. There is no doubt that the tall and muscular man must be Chen Longxiang. The other thin young man with black hair and black eyes must be Su Xiao without a doubt. After hesitating for a moment, Song Lan said, "Should we go up and say hello?" Su Muxua nodded and said, "I think it's okay. Even if we are competitors on the court, we can still be friends off the court. Besides, the National Freshman Social Competition hasn't even officially started yet. Okay, in that case, let me go and say hello." After saying this, Wu Xiangu walked straight towards the group of people from Yinjing Beast University. After arriving in front of Chen Longxiang, Wu Xiangu took the initiative to extend his hand and said with a smile, "Hello, nice to meet you. We are from the Demon City Beast team, and I am the vice captain, Wu Xiangu." After hearing this, Chen Longxiang was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he immediately stretched out his hand and grinned. "Are you the freshman of this year's Demon City Beast University? Then you guys are really late. The freshmen from other schools have already moved in." At this moment, Chen Longxiang remembered that he had not introduced himself yet. He slapped his head and grinned. "Yes, I forgot to say that. I am the vice captain of the Yinjing Beast team. You can just call me Chen Longxiang. Brother Longxiang." Wu Xiangu was not at all restrained and directly called him brother. Then, he turned around and looked at Su Xiao, saying, "This must be your captain Su Xiao, right?" Wu Xiangu still had a polite smile on his face and took the initiative to extend his hand towards Su Xiao. However, the next second, something happened that no one expected. Facing the hand that Wu Xiangu stretched out to him, Su Xiao took a step back without saying a word and retreated behind Chen Longxiang. Looking at the scene before them, everyone in the Demon City Beast University couldn't help but be stunned. And Wu Xiangu's smile froze on his face. He obviously didn't expect that Su Xiao would be so disrespectful to him. What does this guy mean? Do you look down on them? No matter how strong Su Xiao was, his contemptuous attitude still made Wu Xiangu feel very annoyed. However, at this moment, Chen Longxiang came out to smooth things over. "I'm really sorry. Our captain's personality is like this. He doesn't like to interact with strangers. Please bear with me." Even though he said this, Wu Xiangu's expression was still somewhat ugly. But since the other party had already given him a way out, Wu Xiangu had no choice but to give in and could only reluctantly say, "It's okay." However, in Lin Yuan's opinion, what Chen Longxiang said might actually be true. Because, after Wu Xiangu stretched out his hand, Su Xiao was obviously stunned for a moment, as if his brain had suddenly crashed. After he came to his senses, he chose to retreat behind Chen Longxiang without saying a word. Moreover, from beginning to end, there was not a trace of contempt on Su Xiao's face. It seems that this guy is really not good at socializing with others. At this moment, Song Lan on the side asked, "By the way, where are you going?" Chen Longxiang turned his head and was about to speak when he was frightened by Song Lan's appearance. Because the Song Lan standing in front of him was not only as tall as him, but also had an extremely ferocious face. After calming down, Chen Longxiang asked, "Brother, what is your name?" Song Lan cupped his hands and said, "Vice Captain of the Demon City Beast team, Song Lan." It turned out to be Brother Song Lan. Chen Longxiang smiled and said, "Actually, we are planning to go to the arena in the nearby Beast Soul Hall. You also know that the National Freshman Mixing Competition hasn't started yet, right? So, now there are quite a few freshmen from other schools gathering there to learn from each other, and we also want to go and meet them." Song Lan nodded. "So that's how it is. If it's convenient, can we go with you?" They naturally would not miss such an opportunity. Even if you don't have the opportunity to compete on the field, even if you just watch the game, you will definitely gain something. At the very least, we can get a very intuitive view of the strength of freshmen from other schools. Although Wang Jinze did provide them with intelligence, intelligence was ultimately just intelligence. No information is as accurate as seeing it with your own eyes. And, to be honest, if there is a chance, they also want to find a few suitable opponents to compete with each other. After all, they had just greatly improved their strength in the medicinal bath. If you want to test how much your own strength has improved, the best way is naturally to prove it through actual combat. After hearing what Song Lan said, Chen Longxiang immediately smiled and said, "Of course, It's not inconvenient. Since you want to go too, just come with us. Zhao Shanhe at the side also said, since you want to go, then come with me now. I will complete all the check-in procedures for you here. Also, Chu Tianyi, Wu Xingu, and Song Lan. The three of you remember to keep an eye on everyone and don't cause any trouble for me. In Zhao Shanhe's opinion, they are no longer children, so there is naturally no need for him to follow them like a personal nanny. The sky is high for birds to fly, the sea is wide for fish to leap. The best option is to allow these talented young people in the Demon City to develop freely. After getting Zhao Shanhe's consent, everyone immediately followed Chun Longxiang and the others and walked towards the direction of the Beast Soul Hall arena. Basically, all Beast Soul Halls will set aside a special area as an arena, providing a place for Beast Soul Masters to compete against each other. Moreover, the arena for Beast Soul Masters above the Beast King level usually has a barrier to prevent the leakage of energy. Such a design is not without reason. You know, a Beast Soul Master above the Beast King level can easily transform into a giant beast of tens of meters in size. Once a behemoth of this magnitude starts fighting, the residual energy leaked out alone is enough to collapse all buildings within a 10-mile radius. It is precisely because of this that the establishment of the barrier becomes necessary. Only when fighting in an arena surrounded by a barrier can a Beast Soul Master completely let go and display his full strength. Perhaps the organizer, Yanjing Beast University, had considered in advance the needs of freshmen from various schools for competition venues. Therefore, the hotel they stayed in was not far from the Beast Soul Hall arena. It only took them about 15 minutes of walking to arrive safely. When they arrived, the place was already crowded with freshmen from various prestigious schools. Moreover, on the arena, someone is already dueling. I saw a giant beast with a huge body, honest face, and panda-like appearance, confronting a giant ape whose body was covered with red lines like flames. In comparison, the latter clearly exudes stronger power, and the red lines around him are like burning flames. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chun Longxiang couldn't help but grin. It seems we came at the right time. Chapter 141 Wing Chun, Kung Fu Panda. After Chun Longxiang said this, everyone's eyes turned towards the arena. If Lin Yuan guessed correctly, the giant beast that looked like a panda should be the captain of the Shuchuan Beast team, Chun Jushan. According to intelligence, the beast soul awakened by Chun Jushan is a giant panda. As for the other person, Lin Yuan doesn't know who it is yet. At this moment, Wang Jinza suddenly walked up to his side and said, the other person is the vice captain of the Jinghang Beast team, Fang Qi. After hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that he would be able to see the battle between the captain and the vice captain as soon as he arrived. Wang Linhu chuckled and said, it seems like there will be something interesting to watch this time. At this moment, the giant panda beast on the arena has already started fighting with the giant red flame ape. Roar! Accompanied by a roar. Scorching flames suddenly burned on the fists of the scarlet flame giant ape. The next second, he rushed out and attacked the opponent directly. It can be seen that what Fang Qi awakened should be a strong attack-type beast soul. Fang Qi was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already rushed in front of Chun Jushan. Then he raised his right fist high and slammed it hard towards Chun Jushan's chest. Looking at the scene before them, everyone couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in their eyes. No one expected that Fang Qi's explosive power would be so strong. The power of this punch is at least above the 7-star level of the Beast King. However, before the flaming ape fist could hit him, Chun Jushan had already turned sideways and narrowly avoided the punch. What a sharp battle mind. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Sometimes, you can analyze a lot of things just from some battle details. Chun Jushan's evasive movement was extremely small, with almost no unnecessary movement and no waste of any unnecessary energy. Moreover, he did not dodge when Fang Qi's fist was about to fall, but he had already made the dodge action when he first swung the fist. There is no doubt that Chun Jushan predicted the trajectory of the opponent's punch, so he was able to make such a judgment. The most important thing is that Chun Jushan was very confident in his judgment, and he had a relaxed feeling from beginning to end, as if he didn't think the opponent's punch would hit him. Even Lin Yuan had to admit that the fighting skills displayed by Chun Jushan were definitely not something that an ordinary Beast Soul Master could possess. This mature and sophisticated fighting style must have been accumulated through experience in countless battles. The captain of the Shuchuan Beast team is indeed no ordinary person. And the next second after Chun Jushan avoided his opponent's attack, he launched a counterattack. Bang! He just took a horse stance and threw a straight punch, which immediately hit Fang Qi's side, making a dull sound of flesh and blood colliding. However, under the impact of this punch, Fang Qi was only forced back one step. Even Fang Qi's own eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise, because he discovered that the power of Qin Zhushan's punch didn't seem as strong as he had imagined. Isn't this guy the captain of Shuchuan Beast University? How can the power be so weak? But before Fang Qi could react, Qin Zhushan threw another punch, still hitting his side with incredible precision. After 2 consecutive punches, even Fang Qi couldn't help but feel some pain. But he obviously didn't expect that this was just the beginning of Qin Zhushan's offensive. Bang! 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 Fang Qi had no time to launch a counterattack before Qin Zhushan's fist came crashing down like a violent storm. The dull sound of fists hitting flesh and blood was almost endless. The onlookers couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because they couldn't even see Qin Zhushan's punching movements, they could only see the overwhelming fist shadows. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Linhu was completely dumbfounded. What kind of boxing is this? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Didn't it say in the newspaper that Qin Zhushan perfectly integrated martial arts into the Beast Soul battle? Also, the boxing style he is best at is Wing Chun. Wing Chun is a standard fast punch. Its strength lies in close combat. Its punches are fast, and its defense is tight. The horse stance is flexible, and the movements are fast. It has both offense and defense and can defend and attack at the same time. It emphasizes the combination of hardness and softness and consumes little energy. In attack and defense, they often use dodging, close combat, pressing, and tight striking, with agile and fast movements, alternating between hardness and softness." In his previous life, Lin Yuan had been exposed to Wing Chun, but he was not proficient in it. After all, Wing Chun, is more about martial arts and fighting. But what Lin Yuan pursues is efficiency, the efficiency of killing. It is precisely because of this that, compared to the boxing style of Wing Chun, Lin Yuan in his previous life was more interested in the killing skill of Muay Thai. At this moment, Wang Linhu sighed again. Damn, I've really learned a lot. The battle between Beast Soul Masters actually happens like this. On the competition stage, under Qin Zhushan's storm-like attack, Fang Qi had almost no chance to fight back. Moreover, Lin Yuan also noticed that Qin Zhushan was wearing a pair of green boxing gloves on his claws. Every time Fang Qi punches someone, a turquoise light will burst out from the gloves. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan immediately said, "The gloves on his bare claws, should they be beast weapons, right?" "Yes, it is a beast weapon of the best Beast King quality, named Aoki Fist Gloves," Wang Jinza explained. "The effect of this beast weapon is that every time it attacks the enemy, it can extract a portion of the enemy's energy and blood to feed itself." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. So, this means that Qin Zhushan will become stronger as he fights more? Moreover, the effect of this beast weapon is somewhat similar to Li Qingnan's Beast Soul. Wang Jinza nodded and sighed. Yes, so, when fighting with Qin Zhushan, it's best not to let him get close to you easily. Otherwise, his close combat ability will be the nightmare of all Beast Soul Masters. Chapter 142. Who else is willing to fight with me? On the arena, the battle between Qin Zhushan and Fang Qi is still going on. Under the effect of the Aoki boxing gloves, every time Qin Zhushan hits Fang Qi with a punch, he can absorb the energy and blood from Fang Qi's body. Under such circumstances, Fang Qi's breath had begun to gradually weaken. But no matter what, Fang Qi is still a 7-star Beast Soul Master at the Beast King level. It is not so easy to defeat it completely. Just when everyone thought that Fang Qi was going to be suppressed and defeated by Qin Zhushan, Fang Qi unexpectedly launched a counterattack again. Secret technique. Red Flame 8 Body. Suddenly, a low roar erupted from Fang Qi's mouth. The next second, his body suddenly swelled up. His entire body was burning with scorching flames, emitting a terrifying aura. Under such terrifying power, even Qin Zhushan was forced to retreat. Because, if he didn't retreat, even he might be in danger of being burned by the flames. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Linhu couldn't help but reveal a look of amazement. I really didn't expect that Fang Qi actually mastered the secret technique. It seems that this should be his trump card. I don't know how Qin Zhushan should deal with this. Even Wang Jinza couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Qin Zhushan really put enough pressure on him. He even forced Fang Qi to reveal his secret skills. Using secret skills before the official competition begins is a big taboo. It is equivalent to letting all parties know the information for nothing. When it is used in a formal competition, the effect won't be so good. Lin Yuan does have some understanding of the secret techniques. The so-called secret techniques are similar to the special skills mastered by beast soul masters. Of course, this special skill is not necessarily an innate characteristic of the beast soul itself, but can be acquired through acquired learning. Moreover, the beast soul secret skills are also divided into different levels. Some powerful beast soul secrets can even be called priceless treasures. The beast soul secrets created by the beast king level beast soul masters are even more unique skills. Speaking of which, when Lin Yuan was in the treasure house of the Beast University in the Magic City, he wanted to choose and see if there was any beast soul secret skill that was suitable for him. However, Lin Yuan finally chose to use most of the resource quota to purchase the mini-nuclear reactor. Lin Yuan said calmly, however, this should also be Fang Qi's helpless move. After all, he is the vice-captain of the Jing'an Beast University. If he is defeated so easily by Chen Zhushan, it will definitely be a huge blow to the morale of the Jing'an Beast University. Even if this is just a competition, it does not mean we can ignore winning or losing. Sometimes, a team's momentum is more important than its overall strength. It is precisely because of this that Fang Qi resolutely chooses to expose his trump card. Even if there is no way to defeat Chen Zhushan, even if I lose, I have to lose beautifully. After activating Flame A Body, Fang Qi seemed to enter a violent state and immediately attacked in the direction of Chen Zhushan. However, what he didn't expect was that this time, Chen Zhushan had no intention of confronting him head-on. Instead, he simply gave up his previous close combat tactics and started a fight with Fang Qi with his extremely agile body. No one had expected that Chen Zhushan, with such a huge and sturdy body, could have such agile speed, which could even be described as erratic. Moreover, Chen Zhushan's ability to find opportunities is far stronger than Fang Qi imagined. Even if he showed just the slightest flaw, Chen Zhushan would seize it without hesitation and attack fiercely towards the flaw. Maintaining the Flame 8 body is also extremely physically demanding. What's more, Fang Qi had already been forcibly drained of a lot of his blood and energy by Chen Zhushan using the Qingmu boxing gloves in his hand. After just a few rounds, Fang Qi began to pant, obviously exhausted. At this moment, Chen Zhushan seized the opportunity and punched Fang Qi in the chest without hesitation. This powerful punch actually caused Fang Qi's body to fly backwards and fall heavily outside the arena. However, it was not difficult for everyone to see that Chen Zhushan's last punch was obviously more powerful. Otherwise, Fang Qi would not just be in danger of flying out of the arena. It can be seen that Chen Zhushan's overall strength is indeed one level higher than Fang Qi. Even in this situation, he can still consciously control his own strength, which is enough to illustrate the strength gap between the two sides. What a pity. If that guy had used his secret skills earlier, he might have been able to fight Chen Zhushan. The outcome might still be unknown. The beast souls of Wang Linhu and Fang Qi both belong to the fire element. Seeing Fang Qi's defeat, a hint of regret flashed across his eyes, and his tone couldn't help but reveal a bit of regret. With his vision, he could of course see that Fang Qi was defeated in the end because of physical exhaustion. However, Wang Jinza at the side chuckled and said, in fact, even if he had gone all out at the beginning and used his secret skills, the outcome would probably not have changed. Do you think that Chen Zhushan, as the captain of Sichuan Beast University, doesn't even have the secret skills of the beast soul? It's just, I don't want to use it so easily. This is really a pity. Even in the end, Fang Qi still couldn't force Chen Zhushan to reveal his trump card. Otherwise, it would be 100 benefits for us to learn more about Chen Zhushan. After hearing this, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but look at Wang Jinza again. This guy is indeed a professional intelligence expert. His way of thinking is different from that of normal people. When everyone was paying attention to the strength and outcome of both sides, only Wang Jinza was thinking about how to get more intelligence. After defeating Fang Qi, applause and cheers immediately broke out from all around. But amidst all the applause, Chen Zhushan showed no intention of stepping down. It was seen that it temporarily released the state of beast soul fusion and transformed into a black-haired young man with a slightly lazy expression. Then, he looked around and said with a smile, I wonder if there is any other genius here who is willing to come on stage and fight with me? Chapter 143. Just by going up to the stage, I can defeat him. Chen Zhushan's lazy tone revealed an extremely arrogant youthful spirit. His courage and spirit shocked everyone present. This is the arrogance that young people should have. Looking at Chen Zhushan on the arena, even Chu Qianni couldn't help but show a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. Only Wang Jinza shook his head slightly and sighed. This Chen Zhushan is not very wise. If the battle continues like this, his trump card will be exposed sooner or later. In Wang Jinza's opinion, the best option is to quit while you are ahead. However, Lin Yuan smiled and said, what you are considering is just the intelligence war. In fact, have you ever thought that Chen Zhushan doesn't care whether his cards are exposed or not? After hearing this, Wang Jinza couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He really hasn't thought about this issue. Then, Lin Yuan spoke again. In a sense, Shinju Shan doesn't look like a beast soul master, but more like a warrior. A warrior is someone who constantly hone himself in battle. I guess it was for this reason that Shinju Shan chose to challenge everyone before the National Freshman Friendship Competition. Hearing this, a hint of understanding finally flashed in Wang Jin's eyes. You mean, Shinju Shan wants to take this opportunity to break through his own limits again before the National Freshman Mixing Competition? Well, that should be the case. Lin Yuan said calmly. So, do you think Shinju Shan still cares whether his trump card is exposed? At this moment, Sumu Shue beside her suddenly blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Why don't you go up and try? I don't need that anymore. Lin Yuan smiled and said, That guy and I are on different paths. He was able to break through by constantly challenging the strong, but I may not be able to do that. Forget about making wedding clothes for others. Lin Yuan and Shinju Shan are indeed very different. If the latter is more like a warrior in his practice, he needs to constantly challenge the strong in order to hone himself and achieve a breakthrough in realm. Then, Lin Yuan is more like a killer. He needs to have a goal and then use the most efficient way to achieve it. However, just after Lin Yuan said this, Wu Xiangu on the side couldn't help but sneered and sneered. Just you? Are you worthy? Even Fang Qi, who is at the 7-star level of the Beast King, is no match for Shinju Shan. If you really go on stage, I'm afraid you might not be able to last even a minute. After being baptized in the medicinal bath, Wu Xuangu now has the strength of a late 7-star Beast King. Lin Yuan's current apparent strength is only at the 6-star Beast King level. It is precisely because of this that Wu Xiangu looks down on Lin Yuan so much. If before, Lin Yuan was still considered an opponent in Wu Xiangu's eyes. So, in Wu Xiangu's opinion, Lin Yuan is no different from trash now. After absorbing such a huge amount of Beast King level energy, he only broke through from Beast King level 5 stars to Beast King level 6 stars. If this isn't trash, what is? Facing Wu Xiangu's ridicule, Lin Yuan didn't care at all and just smiled disapprovingly. Looking at Lin Yuan's expression, Wu Xiangu couldn't help but become even angrier. This feeling was like punching cotton, making Wu Xiangu feel as if he couldn't vent his anger. Isn't he just a loser? Why are you pretending? When the National Freshman Mix competition starts, his true colors will be exposed. Lin Yuan seemed to be completely deaf to Wu Xiangu's weird tone, because he didn't care at all what this guy was muttering. After all, there is only one kind of person who cares too much about other people's opinions. Those are people who don't have enough confidence in themselves. Obviously, Lin Yuan is not among them, although his current strength is indeed only at the Beast King level 6 stars. But this does not mean that Lin Yuan only has this much strength. You know, Lin Yuan has a full 20 million evolution points. All of these evolution points were obtained by him absorbing Beast King level energy. If all of these 20 million evolution points were used to improve his own strength, Lin Yuan's current strength would at least be able to reach the 8th star of the Beast King level. It is precisely because of this that Wu Xuangu is just a clown in Lin Yuan's eyes. Even if he just looked at him for a second longer, Lin Yuan would be considered the loser. However, Wang Jinza looked at Lin Yuan thoughtfully, his eyes flickering slightly. To be honest, he knew Lin Yuan quite well. If Lin Yuan was really no match for Shinju Shan, he would definitely say it openly. However, Lin Yuan's attitude was that there was no need to be an enemy of Shinju Shan. Does that prove that in Lin Yuan's eyes, he does have the ability to fight Shinju Shan? It seems that Lin Yuan's strength is indeed not as simple as he shows now. However, this is just Wang Jinza's guess. Lin Yuan is his brother. The stronger he is, the happier Wang Jinza will be for him. At this moment, Chu Qianni, who had always been taciturn, suddenly spoke. I want to go on stage and fight him. His eyes were fixed on Shinju Shan on the arena, his eyes full of excitement of seeing a great prey. Ever since he topped the Hidden Dragon list at Demon City Beast University, Chu Qianni rarely had this feeling. However, at this moment, Song Lan stopped him and said, You are the captain of our Magic City Beast University. If you lose, it will be a big blow to the morale of our entire team. So, for the sake of the team, I think you should think carefully about it. After all, we are no longer individuals, but a whole. After hearing this, even Shin Song, who was standing by, said something fair. Song Lan is right. Anyway, when the National Freshman Mixing Competition starts, we'll have a chance to meet his opponents. And, apart from Shinju Shan, don't the other Beast Masters have any captain-level players on the field? After hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Chu Tianni's eyes. Of course he knew that what Song Lan and Shin Song said was not unreasonable. And he is not an unreasonable person, so he hesitated. But at this moment, Wu Xuangu's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. If you ask me, Chu Qianni doesn't even need to take action. Just me going up on stage is enough to defeat him. Chapter 144, Beast God Weapon. You are not the only one who has it. After Wu Xiangu said this, everyone couldn't help but flash a look of surprise in their eyes. Then, before everyone could react, Wu Xiangu leaped up and landed on the arena. He was standing opposite Shan, clasping his hands and introducing himself. Demon City Beast Team, Vice Captain, Wu Xiangu. Demon City Beast King? After hearing these 4 words, a gleam of brilliance suddenly flashed in Shan's eyes. As a student of Sichuan Beast University, he had naturally heard of the reputation of the 2 top beast universities, Yinjing Beast University and Moda Beast University. Even in Shan's heart, the geniuses of Yinjing Beast University and Demon City Beast University are the targets he wants to challenge on this trip. And now, Wu Xiangu, who claimed to be the deputy captain of the Demon City Beast, came on stage to fight. How could he not be excited? Captain of the Sichuan Beast Group, Shan, is here to teach me. Without any hesitation, Shan immediately assumed a fighting stance and directly merged his own beast soul. The next second, the giant panda of huge size appeared in front of everyone again. Even though he had just experienced a battle with Fang Qi, Shan did not show any sign of weakness at all. After feeling the oppressive feeling emanating from Shan, Wu Xiangu did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and also chose to fuse his own beast soul. A giant centipede, more than 10 meters long, with green light flashing all over and a golden head, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, on the back of this giant centipede, there are translucent wings growing, emitting a faint golden glow. This is the beast soul of Wu Xiangu, an SSS-level beast soul, the golden-winged centipede king. The power displayed by Wu Xiangu was not weaker than that of Fang Qi before, and was also at the level of 7 stars of the Beast King grade. As expected of the vice captain of the Magic City Beast University, his strength is really impressive. The golden-winged centipede king? This beast soul is quite rare. I don't know who will win the duel between Wu Xiangu and Shan. If you ask me, it won't be surprising whoever wins. One is the captain of Sichuan Beast University, and the other is the vice captain of Moda Beast University. Both sides are capable. What you said is really like listening to your words, just like listening to your words. After feeling the power emanating from Wu Xiangu, discussions began to arise among the people around. And Wu Xiangu couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile. To be honest, he enjoys the feeling of being the center of attention. At this moment, Song Lan walked to Lin Yuan's side, shook his head slightly and said, Wu Xiangu's temper is too impatient. I finally managed to persuade Chu Tianyi to stop, but I didn't expect him to come back again. Lin Yuan chuckled and said, I guess he wants to prove himself too much. In fact, Lin Yuan's guess was not unreasonable. After all, Wu Xiangu was originally ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, and he also founded the organization List Hunter. It can be said that he is in high spirits, and he even has the tendency to become the #1 in the Magic City Beast Kingdom. However, the successive rise of Chu Tianyi and Lin Yuan shattered his beautiful dream. Therefore, Wu Xiangu really needs a chance to prove himself. And now, he just broke through to the 7th star of the Beast King level. Seeing that the opportunity was right in front of him, how could Wu Xiangu miss it? Song Lan sighed slightly and said, then we can only hope that he can win this game. Although he did have some conflicts with Wu Xiangu before, Song Lan still knew the importance of the matter. Since they are now in the same team, they are all companions. Song Lan naturally hopes that Wu Xiangu can win. However, Lin Yuan knew clearly in his heart that although Wu Xiangu and Fang Qi both possess the strength of 7-star Beast King level, but the former's realm is definitely not as solid as Fang Qi's. After all, Wu Xiangu relied on Hainaden to absorb a large amount of Beast King level energy and was able to break through to the Beast King level 7 stars. In other words, his foundation is not solid. But this does not mean that Wu Xiangu is definitely no match for Shan. In order to defeat Shan, Wu Xiangu must have other means. Of course, seeing how confident Wu Xiangu is, he probably has some hidden cards. And just after both sides had merged their beast souls one after another, the battle between them officially began. Because he did not understand the characteristics of the Wu Xiangu beast soul, Shan did not act rashly, but adopted a more conservative defensive posture. Under such circumstances, it was Wu Xiangu that took the first step in attacking. The Wu Xiangu opened its ferocious mouthparts and spewed out a cloud of dark green poisonous mist directly in the direction of Shan. Lin Yuan had seen this move of his before when he fought against Wang Linhu. The toxicity of these poisonous mists is extremely strong. Once inhaled, they will have an impact on the body. If inhaled in large quantities, one will even completely lose the ability to fight. Obviously, Wu Xiangu wanted to use this trick to restrict Shan. However, at this moment, a green light suddenly burst out from Shan's body. Everyone looked closely and found that there was a set of bamboo armor around Shan, which looked like it was made of bamboos. Among the crowd, Wang Jinza was the most knowledgeable and recognized the bamboo armor at a glance. The Beast King level Divine Beast Weapon, green bamboo armor, can not only weaken the damage that is about to be sustained, but also has the effect of purifying filth. With such a beast weapon, the poisonous fog of Wu Xiangu should not have much effect. Sure enough, Just as Wang Jinzi said, the dark green poisonous mist of the Wuxuan Gu was directly isolated outside the body by the green light emitted by the green bamboo armor. It has to be said that Qin Zhishan's two Beast King level beast weapons, whether it is the green wood boxing gloves or the green bamboo armor, have greatly enhanced his strength. Similarly, it is also extremely suitable for his own attributes. After resisting the poisonous fog of Wuxuan Gu, Qin Zhishan launched a counterattack without hesitation. I saw his figure suddenly jump up and rush towards the direction where Wuxuan Gu was. Obviously, he wanted to forcibly close the distance with the latter so that the advantages of Wing Chun could be fully brought into play. However, Wuxuan Gu had already seen through Qin Zhishan's intentions. He just flapped his wings and suddenly soared into the air. The ability to fly is also one of the biggest advantages of Wuxuan Gu. Looking at the Wuxuan Gu rising into the air, even Qin Zhishan couldn't help but frown. The next second, before Qin Zhishan could come up with a countermeasure, dozens of sharp poison needles appeared in the dark green poisonous fog, like a storm, and attacked towards Qin Zhishan. At the same time, the voice of Wuxuan Gu also sounded quietly in his ears. Beast God Weapon. You are not the only one who has it. Chapter 145. Is this guy really a 7-star Beast King? These poison needles that shot out from the dark green poisonous fog are none other than Wuxian Gu's beast weapon, the bone-eroding poison needles. This beast weapon is also a top-grade Beast King level beast weapon. You know, Wuxian Gu's family background is not simple. Even Li Xiangue, the vice president of the Magic City Beast University, is his uncle. For someone like him, how could the rank of his beast weapon be so low? Before this, Wuxuan Gu had been hiding the bone-eroding poison needle in the dark green poisonous fog. Any normal person would think that this dark green poisonous fog is the killing move of Wuxuan Gu. But in fact, his real killer move is the bone-eroding poison needle, hidden in the poisonous fog. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Lin, who couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, and couldn't help but sigh. This guy is still so insidious. Lin Yuan said, to be honest, this can also be considered a kind of tactic. No matter what, as long as it works, it's a good tactic. Just as Lin Yuan said, although Wuxuan Gu's method seemed insidious, it did work. When the poison needle was coming towards him, Qin Zhishan didn't even have time to react. In an instant, more than a dozen bone-eroding poison needles pierced into his body. As the poison spread throughout his body, Qin Zhishan's breath gradually weakened. Looking at the scene in front of him, a hint of joy flashed in Wuxian Gu's eyes. My plan finally worked. Next, it's your turn to reap the fruits of victory. Even after being hit by the bone-eroding poison needle, Qin Zhishan still did not give up. I saw a green light blooming again on the green bamboo armor. Obviously, Qin Zhishan wanted to use the characteristics of green bamboo armor to detoxify himself. The toxin of the bone erosion poison needle is not so easy to cure. Wuxian Gu's cold laugh sounded again. What's more, the poison has already entered your body. Although Wuxian Gu said this, he was still worried that Qin Zhishan's condition would slowly recover. So, without any hesitation, he flapped his wings and swooped down from midair. At the same time, the body of the golden-winged centipede king rushed towards Qin Zhishan. Then, the sharp foot segments, like long nails, pierced into Qin Zhishan's body, wrapping itself tightly around the opponent's body. The black dragon Gu actually gained the upper hand? Looking at the scene in front of him, Song Lan couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. It seems that this guy is really capable. Lin Yuan said calmly, I can only say that Wuxuan Gu does have the advantage. Everything that is happening now should be within his expectations. However, it is probably too early to say that we can defeat Qin Zhishan. After all, the other party has not completely lost his ability to fight. However, after Lin Yuan said this, Li Qingnan sneered and said, it's really interesting that someone who doesn't even dare to go on stage is commenting on this. Lin Yuan glanced at him and couldn't help laughing. I was wondering who was talking. It turned out to be you. When you said this, did you ever think of the phrase, a defeated general? After hearing this, Li Qingnan's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. After all, he had indeed lost to Lin Yuan in the past, and this was an indisputable fact. But the past is the past, and the present is the present. Li Qingnan does not think that Lin Yuan can defeat him now. Thinking of this, Li Qingnan couldn't help but say, if you are really capable, come and compete with me again later. If you can still beat me, I will write the 3 words Li Qingnan backwards. However, Chu Qianni frowned and said, we are all members of the same team. Why do we have to fight among ourselves? Li Qingnan sneered and said, internal strife? No, I just want this guy to recognize himself. Because after the National Freshman Friendship Competition starts, this guy will come on the field and embarrass our people from Magic City Beast University. Facing Li Qingnan's sarcasm, Lin Yuan felt no emotion at all. Instead, he wanted to laugh. It seems that no one is impressed by my 6-star Beast King level strength. Then, Lin Yuan chuckled and said, since you want to compete with me so much, why don't we do something more interesting? Li Qinan was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "How do you want to play?" "It's very simple. Let's bet on who will win between Wu Xiangu and Qin Zhishan." Lin Yuan said, "I bet Qin Zhishan can win." After hearing this, Li Qinan couldn't help but frown. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan still thinks Qin Zhishan can win? If it were Qin Zhishan in his prime, he should be able to suppress the Wuxuangyu. But the problem is that under the effect of bone-eroding poison needle, Qin Zhishan's strength has already been greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Li Qinan immediately asked, "What do you want to bet with me?" Lin Yuan stretched out a finger and said calmly, "A Beast King level beast weapon." "Okay, I accept this bet." Li Qinan sneered and said, "I have no reason not to accept a free Beast King level divine beast weapon." Although his family background is not as prominent as Wu Xuangu's, it is still pretty good. He could still produce a mere Beast King level beast weapon. What's more, he didn't think Wu Xuangu would lose this battle. At this moment, on the arena, the Wu Xuangu, the golden-winged centipede king, had completely wrapped around Qin Zhishan's body and was constantly tightening, trying to wrap around the opponent until he completely lost his ability to fight. Judging from the situation before us, no matter how we look at it, Wu Xuangu has the advantage. It can almost be said that it is only one step away from victory. However, at this moment, a low growl suddenly came out of Qin Zhishan's mouth. As the low roar sounded, Wu Xiangu only felt a huge force coming from Qin Zhishan's body, as if it was trying to forcibly break free from its restraints. For a moment, a look of surprise flashed across Wu Xiangu's eyes. Hasn't this guy been poisoned by the bone-eroding poison needle? How is it possible to still possess such power? Qin Zhishan was also slightly stunned, because he found that the opponent's entanglement seemed not as strong as he had imagined. Thinking of this, Qin Zhishan no longer hesitated and suddenly burst out with all his strength. After forcibly breaking free from the entanglement of the Wuxuangyu, Qin Zhishan immediately launched a counterattack. His fist smashed down on Wu Xiangu's body like a violent storm. The quick attack advantage of Wing Chun's close combat was immediately brought into full play by Qin Zhishan. Crack! Under Qin Zhishan's fierce attack, the carapace on the body of the black goo was shattered into pieces. In an instant, dark green blood splattered in all directions. After suffering such trauma, even the Wuxuangyu couldn't help but let out a shrill wail. After seeing the scene before them, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. No one expected that in just a blink of an eye, the situation before their eyes had completely reversed. Qin Zhishan, who was originally at an absolute disadvantage, unexpectedly reversed the situation in an instant. However, to be honest, even Qin Zhishan himself did not expect such a situation to happen. He originally just wanted to give it a try. However, he did not expect that the opponent's strength was far weaker than he had imagined. To be honest, Qin Zhishan couldn't help but doubt whether this guy in front of him really had the strength of a 7-star Beast King level. Chapter 146 Wu Xiangu is defeated. Chen Longxiang gave a gift. Is Qin Zhishan really that strong? Even with the poison in his body, he can still display such strength. In my opinion, it's not that Qin Zhishan is strong, but that Wu Xuangu is too weak. Although this guy has some tricks, his hard power is not even as good as Fang Qi before. Tisk, is this the deputy captain level figure of Modeman? How disappointing. It seems that the students of Magic City Beast University this year are not very good. This is too lame. I don't know how strong the geniuses of Yinjing Beast University are. It has to be said that Wu Xuangu's performance was indeed disappointing to everyone. In the early stages of the battle, Wu Xiangu always kept the rhythm of the battle firmly in his own hands, using one trick after another to lure Qin Zhishan into his own trap. However, at the crucial moment to decide the outcome, Wu Xuangu's own strength was directly weakened, which was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, Wu Xiangu on the arena couldn't help but fall into panic. I am obviously the same as him. Both are Beast King level 7 stars. Why is there such a huge gap in strength? Logically speaking, even if Qin Zhishan was at the peak of the 7-star Beast King level, he was in a poisoned state at the moment. So how could he possibly burst out with such amazing combat power? However, Qin Zhishan did not give him time to react, and his fist immediately attacked Wu Xiangu's body like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of muffled sounds, the shell on the Wu Xuangu's body actually shattered into pieces. The dark green blood immediately splashed in all directions. The intense pain made Wu Xiangu's eyes turn blood red. But he also knew in his heart that if he didn't find a way out of the impasse, he would definitely lose. Thinking of this, Wu Xuangu didn't hesitate at all and immediately opened its ferocious mouthparts. The 2 centipede jaws, like sickle blades, immediately bit towards Qin Zhishan. As long as the fangs can penetrate Qin Zhishan's body, the Wu Xuangu will be able to inject the poison into it. Under the dual erosion of the golden-winged centipede king's toxin and the bone-eating poison needle, Wu Xiangu didn't believe that Qin Zhishan could still maintain his current combat power. However, Chen Zhushan seemed to have anticipated the trajectory of his attack and easily dodged the biting jaws by turning sideways. Then, he punched out again, hitting the mouthparts of Wu Xuangu hard. This punch was so powerful that it hurt Wu Xiangu so much that he almost cried. Chen Zhushan naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. He continued to press forward and launched another round of fierce attack. At this moment, the people in the audience were almost dumbfounded. Among them, the most shocked was Li Qing'an, because Lin Yuan had already made a bet with him when Wu Xuangu still had the upper hand. In other words, from that time on, Lin Yuan had already predicted that Wu Xuangu would be defeated. Wang Jinzi stared at Lin Yuan blankly and asked curiously, "Oh my god, Wu Xiangu is actually going to lose. How did you know that? Is this hard to tell?" Lin Yuan smiled and said, "As the saying goes, strength can defeat skill. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is just empty talk. Wu Xiangu is too confident. He thinks he is also a 7-star beast king. In fact, his foundation is not as solid as Chen Zhushan's, so he can't exert his full strength." Wang Jinzi nodded thoughtfully, "So that's how it is. No wonder Wu Xuangu performed so poorly. This is the weakness of human nature. We are always unable to face our own shortcomings." Lin Yuan said calmly, "If Wu Xiangu had been more low-key and patiently polished his strength, he wouldn't have lost so badly." After hearing this, Li Qing'an's face turned a little ugly while he was shocked by Lin Yuan's vicious look. Because Wu Xiangu's defeat means that he will lose a Beast King-level beast weapon to Lin Yuan. Moreover, everyone heard their bet, so he had no way of denying it. Although Li Qing'an was not unable to take it out, he still felt a little painful. "Give up. I give up." Wu Xiangu realized that he had no hope of turning the situation around, so he finally chose to admit defeat. If he doesn't admit defeat, he will only lose more miserably. After Wu Xiangu chose to admit defeat, Chen Zhushan also stopped immediately. After all, the National Freshman Social Competition hasn't officially started yet, so there's no need to fight to the death in such a place. Afterwards, both of them released their beast soul fusion state. Chen Zhushan clasped his hands towards Wu Xiangu and said, "Your poison is very powerful. I almost lost." Wu Xiangu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a low voice, "My skills are inferior to others. I admit defeat." In fact, Wu Xiangu also knew that the other party's words were just to save his face. In the previous game, he could be said to have used up all his means. But even so, he still had no chance of winning. There is indeed a huge gap in strength between him and Chen Zhushan. At this moment, Wu Xiangu felt ashamed just standing on the arena. After saying that, he hurried off the stage. But what no one expected was that Chen Zhushan still remained on the competition stage. There is no doubt that he is waiting for the arrival of the next challenger. After defeating Fang Qi and Wu Xiangu, 2 vice-captains of prestigious schools, in succession, Chen Zhushan became the talk of the town for a while. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. "In your current state, can you still accept my challenge?" After hearing this familiar voice, Lin Yuan immediately turned around and found that the person who spoke was actually the deputy captain of Yanjing Beast University, Chen Longxiang. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Could it be that Chen Longxiang is also ready to take action? However, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. To be honest, he also wanted to see how powerful this famous Chen Longxiang was. After Chen Longxiang said this, a conflicted look appeared on Su Zhao's face. Afterwards, he reached out his hand, tugged at the corner of Chen Longxiang's clothes, and whispered, "Chen Longxiang, the principal had specifically told us not to cause trouble, and also told me to keep an eye on you. It's okay, just for fun." Chen Longxiang grinned and said, "If the principal really wants to hold me accountable, it is my responsibility alone. It has nothing to do with you." Since Chen Longxiang had already said so, Su Zhao did not persuade him any further, but nodded silently. Immediately afterwards, Chen Longxiang turned around again, took out a small wooden box from his storage badge, and threw it directly onto the arena. Chen Zhushan was slightly stunned, but still subconsciously caught the wooden box. After he opened the wooden box, the fragrance of medicine immediately emanated from the box. At the same time, Chen Longxiang's voice also sounded in his ears. "This is Qingbi Dan, which has the effect of detoxifying and quickly restoring physical strength. If I fight you now, even if I win, it will be an unfair victory. This Qingbi Dan is my gift to you. Once the drug takes effect and removes all the toxins from your body, I will fight you again." After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in their eyes. They knew the price of Qingbi Dan. The price of this kind of pill is even more expensive than the beast spirit pill, and the market price has reached 200,000 per pill. And Chen Longxiang just gave him such a pill just to have a fair fight with him. Even Wang Jinzi couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a descendant of a noble family from a beast soul family, he is generous in his actions. Lin Yuan at the side couldn't help but laugh and said, "You talk as if you are not from an aristocratic family. Then I'm different from them." Wang Jinzi said with a smug look on his face. They are all squandering their fortunes, but I started from scratch and started my own business. The nature of our business is different, okay? In response to Wu Xuangu's gift, Chen Zhushan did not act pretentiously. He immediately picked up the pill and threw it directly into his mouth. In that case, thank you very much, Brother Long Xiang, for the gift. Wait until I fully recover, then I will fight you with all my strength. Chapter 147 The Real Monster, Chen Longxiang. After taking the Qingbi pill, Chen Zhushan sat cross-legged on the arena, closed his eyes, and began to digest the medicinal power. The people around did not disperse, but waited patiently. After all, Chen Zhushan had already proved his strength in the previous 2 battles. Most people have heard of Chen Longxiang's reputation. For them, this is the real peak showdown. In order to be able to witness this duel with my own eyes, what would it matter if I waited a little longer patiently? Time passes by every second. After the medicinal power of Qingbi dance spread, the dark green poisonous marks on Chen Zhushan's body gradually faded away. When Chen Zhushan opened his eyes again, his aura had recovered to its peak state. Then, Chen Zhushan stood up, swept away his previous lazy posture, and his eyes seemed to flash with thunder, staring in the direction of Chen Longxiang. I am fine. Brother Longxiang, please come on stage and fight. Ha ha, okay. Chen Longxiang laughed loudly, jumped up immediately, and easily leaped onto the arena. Without much talk, the 2 of them merged their own beast souls one after another. Naturally, everyone had already seen Chen Zhushan's beast soul. What made them even more curious was, of course, Chen Longxiang's beast soul. As Chen Longxiang's beast soul true form was revealed, an astonishing momentum immediately swept in all directions. After a roar, a giant elephant with an extremely huge body and exuding an ancient aura appeared in front of everyone. You know, Chen Zhushan's size is already quite large, but Chen Longxiang's size is more than twice as big as his. This is Chen Longxiang's beast soul, the ancient savage elephant. Chen Longxiang raised his trunk high and exhaled an extremely hot breath from his mouth and nose. Such a terrifying aura. Is this guy really just a Beast King level Beast Soul Master? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. If I remember correctly, please report that this guy should be Beast King level 8 stars, right? In Lin Yuan's opinion, the aura exuded by Chen Longxiang now is completely incomparable to that of an ordinary 8-star Beast Soul Master at the Beast King level. Even if he used evolution points to strengthen his own strength to the 8th star of the Beast King level now, it would probably be difficult for him to have such an amazing momentum as the other party. Right? Wang Jinzi nodded and said, but we cannot rule out the possibility that his strength has improved during this period of time. That's true, Lin Yuan said. Even we can improve our strength so quickly in a short period of time. There is no reason why others would stand still. Then, Wang Jinzi spoke again. Moreover, a true genius cannot be judged by his rank alone. If he really is the kind of person who has comprehended the Tao that suits him at the Beast King level, even a Beast King level Beast Soul Master would have the potential to defeat a Lord level warrior. After hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flicker. It seems, enlightenment is far more important than I imagined. On the competition stage, Chen Zhushan also felt the aura emanating from Chen Longxiang. However, instead of revealing the slightest bit of timidity, his eyes revealed an unprecedented fighting spirit. You know, fighting with the strong is what he has always been looking forward to. Only by fighting with a truly strong person can he break through his own limits. In a sense, this is the path that best suits Chen Zhushan. This is his way of martial arts. Come on, show all your strength and fight me. Chen Zhushan assumed a fighting stance, and his green wood boxing gloves and green bamboo armor all emitted emerald green light. Obviously, Chen Zhushan must use all his strength to face this powerful opponent Chen Longxiang. And at this moment, Chen Longxiang also moved. An all-out fight? That's exactly what I want. Secret technique, savage elephant trampling the mountain. Just as the words fell, the huge ancient elephant immediately raised its huge elephant hoof high and stomped towards the direction where Chen Zhushan was. The reason why this secret skill is named Barbarian Elephant Trampling Mountains is because the power of the elephant's hooves trampling down can even cause mountains to collapse. Faced with such a powerful attack, Chen Zhushan naturally did not dare to be negligent at all and also crossed his arms in front of him. Secret technique, green bamboo guard. In order to resist the trampling hooves of Chen Longxiang, Chen Zhushan had no choice but to use his own beast soul secret skills. As the secret technique was performed, a row of green bamboo forest phantoms appeared out of thin air in front of Chen Zhushan. The phantom of the bamboo forest in front of him exudes a jade-like emerald green light, and it seems to have extremely strong defensive power. There is no doubt that this is a battle between spear and shield. No one knows whether Chen Zhushan's bamboo forest guard can withstand Chen Longxiang's barbarian elephant trampling the mountain. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the arena. Bang! At this moment, Chen Longxiang's elephant hoof, with the force of crushing mountains and splitting the earth, heavily trampled on the phantom of the bamboo forest. Along with a loud bang, the virtual shadow of the green bamboo forest in front of him suddenly appeared with countless fine cracks like spider webs, and then completely collapsed and shattered. However, the power of the elephant's hoof did not diminish at all, and it continued to trample on Chen Zhushan's body. Under the terrifying force of the elephant's hooves, Chen Zhushan's body flew backwards and even flew out of the arena. Looking at the scene before them, everyone present couldn't help but look shocked. No one expected that the battle would end so quickly. Chen Zhushan, who defeated Fang Qi and Wu Xuangu successively, couldn't even withstand a single blow from Chen Longxiang and was killed instantly. Chen Longxiang's strength was beyond the expectations of everyone present. Is this the strength of Yanjing Beastmaster? This is too terrifying. Yeah, compared to the vice captain of Mata Beast, the strength of both sides is not even on the same level. Such a strong person is only the vice captain of the representative team of Yanjing Beast University? How strong can a captain-level existence be? There is no doubt that Chen Longxiang's performance truly shocked everyone present. In their eyes, Chen Longxiang is simply a monster. But at the same time, they did not forget that Chen Longxiang was just the deputy captain. The captain of the Yanjing Beast team is not him, but Su Xiao. If that's the case, can we say that Su Xiao's strength is even higher than that of the monster Chen Longxiang? Chapter 148. How about I spar with you? Not only Lin Yuan and the others were watching the battle, but even Wu Xiangu, who had just finished the game, was also watching this fight. Although he was also injured, his injury was not too serious and was enough for him to stay on the sidelines and watch the game. At this moment, the emotions in his eyes can only be described as complicated. Amidst the surprise and shock, there was also a bit of shame and embarrassment. The existence that he thought was invincible was killed instantly in front of Chen Longxiang. The funny thing is, before this, he even thought that there was not much gap between him and Chen Longxiang. After all, after absorbing the Beast King level energy, his own strength also reached the Beast King level 7 stars. According to intelligence, Chen Longxiang's strength is only at the 8th star level of the Beast King. There doesn't seem to be much difference between the 7-star and 8-star Beast King levels. It was not until now that Wu Xiangu realized how ridiculous his idea was. The gap in strength between himself and Chen Longxiang was like a chasm as huge as an incandescent chasm. In front of him, Chen Longxiang was like an insurmountable mountain. Compared with a monster like Chen Longxiang, he is not even worthy of being called a genius. Is this the genius of Yanjing Beast University? There was bitterness in Wu Xiangu's eyes. This was the second time today that he had suffered such a heavy blow. The first time was when he was defeated by Chen Zhushan. The second time was when Chen Longxiang demonstrated his strength. He fainted. At this moment, the medical staff in the Beast Soul Hall also rushed to Chen Zhushan's side. After checking his body, they turned their heads helplessly and looked at Chen Longxiang. My classmate, it's just a sparring match. Is it necessary to use such heavy hands? Chen Longxiang scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm sorry, because I said in advance that I would go all out, so I couldn't stop for a while. But this guy shouldn't be in any serious trouble. Well, the injury is not too serious. He just fainted. The medical staff immediately said, after you wake up, you should be fine after a few days of rest. That's good. At this time, Chen Longxiang had already released himself from the state of beast soul fusion and grinned at the medical staff. Looking at his harmless appearance now, it is hard to imagine that this guy is the extremely domineering ancient elephant from before. At this moment, another figure jumped up and leaped directly onto the arena, standing opposite Chen Longxiang. Next, it's my turn to challenge you. After hearing this, Chen Longxiang immediately raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He found a stern-faced, black-haired young man who was staring at him with extremely cold eyes, as if he was staring at his prey. However, a hint of doubt flashed across Chen Longxiang's eyes. Who are you? The demonic beastmaster, Chu Tianyi. The black-haired young man in front of him, with a stern face, immediately gave his name. After hearing this name, Chen Longxiang was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, Are you the captain of the Magic City Beast University? To be honest, although he had never seen Chu Tianyi, he knew that this was the name of the captain of the Demon City Beast team. After all, Yanjing Beast and Moto Beast can be considered as archenemies. Chen Longxiang knew a little about the information about the Demon City Beast King. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement flashed across Chen Longxiang's eyes. Since he is qualified to be the captain, it proves that Chu Tianyi must be the strongest among the freshmen of Demon City Beast University. Although Chen Longxiang does not need to break through his own limits by fighting with strong people like Chen Zhushan. But for him, the opportunity to fight against a strong man still makes him feel quite excited. However, at this moment, another figure jumped onto the arena. I think winning one game is enough. The one who came to the arena was none other than Su Xiao. He seemed a little nervous and whispered, "If we continue like this, the principal will really punish us." After hearing this, Chen Longxiang seemed to feel that there was some truth in it, but he was still a little unwilling to accept it. He scratched his head and asked tentatively, "Can't you play one more round?" Su Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, "If you really want to find someone to fight, I can accompany you." After hearing this, Chen Longxiang seemed to recall some bad memories, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Forget it. I'll just end it." Looking at the scene before them, everyone present couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They obviously didn't expect that Chen Longxiang was so afraid of Su Xiao. Then, Chen Longxiang turned around and looked at Chu Tianyi with an apologetic look on his face. "I'm really sorry. You have seen the situation. Our captain has said that I am not allowed to continue the competition. However, I believe that after the competition officially opens, there will be a battle between you and me." After saying this, Chen Longxiang followed Su Xiao off the arena. Chu Tianyi frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, and also walked down the arena silently. He himself is not good at speaking, and in this situation, he doesn't know what to say. Since there is no chance to fight with the opponent, he can only choose to step down. For a moment, the atmosphere at the Demon City Beast University could be said to be extremely depressed, because most of them have the same idea as Wuxuan Gu. That is, after absorbing the Beast King level energy in the medicinal bath pool, his own strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and has even caught up with the pace of Yanjing Beastmaster. However, it now seems that things did not develop as they imagined. The battle between Wu Xiangu and Chen Zhushan has made them realize that there is a huge gap between themselves and the real geniuses, both in terms of foundation and strength. To be honest, if Chu Tianyi could defeat Chen Longxiang, it might give them some confidence. However, facing Chu Tianyi's challenge, Chen Longxiang directly chose to avoid the fight. Under such circumstances, the shadow of defeat in the first battle immediately hung over everyone's mind. Even Lin Yuan felt this depressing atmosphere. To be honest, these people usually claim to be geniuses, and trampling on their pride and letting them know that their talents are worthless is undoubtedly the cruelest thing for them. Chapter 149 Red Pupils, Mysterious Middle-Aged Man. Even though Chen Longxiang and Chu Tianyi have both stepped down, but the competition on the arena did not stop there. After all, there are many talented freshmen from all the prestigious universities. The previous battles had already made them itchy. I can also take this opportunity to compete with geniuses from other schools. However, there are no more battles of this level as before. Most of the captains of the major prestigious schools are very restrained, because they all know that if they lose, it will affect the morale of the entire team. Even the deputy captain level rarely takes action. This also resulted in the fight on the arena becoming much less entertaining. If the previous battle was equivalent to a Gundam duel, so the current fighting can almost be said to have regressed to the era of cold weapons. Originally, Lin Yuan wanted to see the strength of the ordinary members of the Yanjing Beast team. It's a pity that the members of Yanjing Beast University are all very disciplined. Except for Chen Longxiang, no one else stepped onto the competition stage. But what made Lin Yuan most curious was Su Xiao's strength. Although Chen Longxiang is indeed very strong, Lin Yuan has already seen his strength. Only Su Xiao is completely unknown, and there is not even any information about him. However, Lin Yuan knew in his heart that the person who was qualified to be the captain and made Chen Longxiang willing to be under him could not be a simple person. While Lin Yuan was still speculating on Su Xiao's strength, Wang Linhu, Shen Song, Li Qingnan and others were itching to get started and went on stage one after another to join the battle. However, in the absence of freshmen at the captain and vice-captain level participating in the battle, and with all the members of Yanjing Beast University avoiding the battle, with their strength, it would be a complete dimensionality reduction attack when facing ordinary players from other prestigious schools. All of them won without any surprise. Even Yuan Lian, who was the weakest among the few, went on stage to fight against a member of the Beijing Hangzhou Beast University and won easily. This somewhat saved some face for the Demon City Beast and also improved the impression of these people a little. Now it seems that Demon City Beastmaster really has some abilities. Nonsense. After all, the Magic City Beastmaster is also a top-level Beastmaster on par with the Yinjing Beastmaster. After all, it has a solid foundation. But the strength of their vice-captain is really not satisfactory. If you ask me, among the ordinary players that Madu Beastmaster just played, there are some who are stronger than him. I really don't know how they chose this vice-captain. Among these people, the one who is stronger than Wuxuan Gu is naturally Shinsong. In fact, those who are qualified to watch the game here naturally have a vision that cannot be too bad. Before being baptized in the medicinal bath, Shinsong's strength was indeed stronger than Wuxuan Gu. After all, on the Hidden Dragon list, Shinsong has always been ranked second, while Wuxian Gu is only ranked third. It was because Wuxuan Gu absorbed a large amount of Beast King level energy in the medicinal bath pool through the Heinaden that it was able to surpass Shinsong and break through to the Beast King level 7 stars. But even so, Shinsong still reached the peak strength of the 6-star Beast King level. Moreover, without the help of external medicinal power, Shinsong's foundation is actually more solid than Wuxuan Gu. The most important thing is that Wuxuan Gu was defeated by Chun Jushan, while Shinsong defeated his opponent with a crushing force. It is precisely because of this that, judging from appearance alone, others naturally think that Shinsong is stronger. Hearing these discussions around him, Wuxian Gu's face couldn't help but become even uglier. At this moment, Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at Su Muxue and asked casually, "Why don't you go on stage and play?" Su Muxue blinked and said with a smile, "If you don't want to play, what fun will it be for me to play? What's more, these people are too weak. Except for the first few, the really strong ones are probably still sitting on the sidelines." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that you have high standards. Apart from Chun Jushan and Chun Longxiang, no one else is worthy of your attention. Are you looking down on me?" Su Muxue snorted. "They can't even beat Shinsong, so don't even think about trying to seduce me." After she said this, Lin Yuan remembered that Shinsong seemed to have been defeated by her. Then, Su Muxue added again, "However, the only one who can surely beat me should be Chun Longxiang." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. "So, are you sure you can deal with Chun Jushan?" After hesitating for a moment, Su Muxue answered, 7-3. "He has 7 and you have 3? Su Muxue pouted and said with a dissatisfied look on her face, "Of course it's 7 for me, and 3 for him." After hearing this answer, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He obviously didn't expect that Su Muxue would actually think that he had a greater chance of winning. It seems that this little girl must have a hidden card in her hand. Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "It seems that you are more powerful than I thought." Su Muxue raised her flawless chin proudly and said with a hint of pride, "Of course, don't you see who I am? Don't worry, if there's an opponent you can't handle, just leave it to me. I'll protect you." Lin Yuan laughed dumbly and said, "That couldn't be better." Although he is indeed no match for Chun Jushan now. However, if he used all his evolution points to strengthen his own strength and broke through to the 8th level of Beast King in one go, he should be able to easily defeat Chun Jushan. But if you want to kill the enemy instantly with one strike like Chun Longxiang did, it might still be a bit difficult. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately said, "Since there is no point in staying here, why don't we go back to the hotel and rest first?" Su Muxue nodded immediately and said, "I think it's okay." You know, they had been soaking in the medicinal bath for 3 days and 3 nights, and even had time to check into a hotel, but they came directly here, so they would still feel a little tired. However, at this moment, Song Lan on the side suddenly said, "The principal is here." After hearing this, Lin Yuan and Su Muxue subconsciously looked towards the door and saw Wang Ting's figure. However, in addition to Wang Ting, there was also a middle-aged man in black martial arts uniform beside him. This middle-aged man had thick arms and a slim waist, a face as firm as a rock, and an expression that showed his anger without being intimidating. Although his facial features were ordinary, his pair of scarlet eyes alone radiated a sharp gleam, and it seemed as if magma was rolling in his eyes. What was somewhat unexpected to Lin Yuan was that even when standing next to Wang Ting, the aura of this middle-aged man was not suppressed at all. Instead, he was in a state of confrontation with Wang Ting. Chapter 150. Principal of Yinjing Beast University, Su Dian. Although the red-eyed man did not speak, he exuded an aura that was extremely similar to Wang Ting's. That is the aura of the superior. There is no doubt that the middle-aged man in front of him is in no way inferior to Wang Ting in terms of strength or status. At this moment, a new student from Yinjing Beast University appeared. "Hello, Principal." The freshmen, including Su Xiao and Chun Longxiang, All looked respectful and bowed slightly to the red-eyed man. After hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. Headmaster? Could it be that the middle-aged man with red pupils in front of me is the principal of Yinjing Beast University? For a moment, Lin Yuan subconsciously turned his gaze to Wang Jinze. Wang Jinze certainly understood what Lin Yuan wanted to ask and said softly, "You guessed right. He is the president of Yinjing Beast University, Su Dian." At this moment, Su Muxue, who also saw Su Longyan, couldn't help but frown and hid directly behind Lin Yuan. It was as if she didn't want the middle-aged man next to Wang Ting to see her. Lin Yuan naturally noticed Su Muxue's abnormality and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Su Muxue shook her head and bit her lips lightly, seeming unwilling to say more. However, before this, Lin Yuan had never seen Su Muxue like this. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly thought that the reason why Su Muxue didn't want to study at Yinjing Beast University was because there were people there she didn't want to see. Could it be that the person Su Muxue doesn't want to see is the president of Yinjing Beast University? Before Lin Yuan could figure it out, Wang Ting smiled and said, "Principal Su's Yinjing Beast University is really as famous as it is said to be. I have heard about the battles just now. It seems that Chun Longxiang from your school has never lost a single battle, right?" Su Dian smiled and said calmly, "We only competed twice in total. It was just luck. Come to think of it, I have specifically told them before not to cause trouble everywhere. But now it seems that what I said has fallen on deaf ears." Wang Ting laughed and said, "Young people are full of energy, which is normal. You want to put lions and tigers in cages? How can you do that?" Su Dian chuckled and said, "What you said makes sense, but I didn't lock these little brats in a cage. I just think that the National Freshman Mix competition is their real battlefield. As for these little fights before the competition, they are not necessary." At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the two principals, Wang Ting and Su Dian. The two of them are not only the presidents of the highest institutions of learning in China, but also beast soul masters standing at the top of the Chinese pyramid. However, unlike others, Lin Yuan's attention was focused on Su Dian's surname. Wang Ting's call of Principal Su was like a flash of lightning in Lin Yuan's mind. Su Dian, Su Muxue. Does this same surname mean something? Could it be that Su Dian and Su Muxue are related? You know, Zhao Shana had told him before that Su Muxue's family background was not simple. Now it seems that, judging from Su Muxue's various behaviors, she does seem to have a close connection with the president of Yinjing Beast University. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan asked in a low voice, "Is the president of Yinjing Beast University your relative?" If you want to get the answer, the fastest way is naturally to ask Su Muxue directly. After a moment of silence, Su Muxue finally gave an answer. "He is my nominal father. But there is no relationship between him and me. There was none before, there is none now, and there will be none in the future." Su Muxue's tone was extremely decisive, as if she had some deep hatred with Su Dian. However, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. Although he thought that there was a blood relationship between Su Dian and Su Muxue, he did not expect that the relationship between the two was so close. If you really look at the appearance, Su Muxue's facial features are somewhat similar to Su Dian's. At this moment, Wang Ting smiled and said, "I think we should leave first, so as not to put too much pressure on them. If we stay here and watch the battle, it will affect the performance of these brats." "Good." Su Dian nodded, but his eyes were still looking around, obviously absent-minded. Finally, his eyes fell on Su Muxue, who was hiding behind Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan noticed his eyes. It was an extremely complicated look, showing apology, regret, helplessness, and pity. Although Lin Yuan didn't know what happened between the two of them, but he could feel that there was no malice in Su Dian's eyes. When he found that Su Muxue seemed unwilling to look at him and was even deliberately avoiding him, a bitter feeling could not help but well up in Su Dian's eyes. He pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't speak. Finally, Su Dian shifted his gaze to Lin Yuan again, but at the same time, his eyes also changed. All the previous complicated emotions disappeared, and Su Dian's eyes became indifferent and majestic again. There seemed to be a burning flame in his red pupils, making Lin Yuan feel as if he was being stared at by a giant red dragon. As expected of a beast king-level warrior, he could bring such terrifying pressure just by looking at him. However, there was no trace of fear on Lin Yuan's face. He looked at Su Dian calmly, his eyes neither humble nor arrogant. After staring at Lin Yuan for a long time, Su Dian nodded slightly, turned his head slowly, and said calmly, "Let's go." Wang Ting had naturally seen everything that had just happened. He chuckled and said, "Don't you want to take a few more glances?" That's not necessary. Su Dian smiled and said calmly. Who is the guy standing in front of Shuer? Are you talking about Lin Yuan? Wang Ting said calmly. That guy is Zhao Shanha's last disciple, and also the substitute for our Demon City Beastmaster. A substitute? After hearing this, Su Dian couldn't help but frown, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 151 Successful Breakthrough, Beast King, Level 8 Stars. The arrival of Wang Ting and Su Dian seemed to be just a small episode. After the two of them left, the arena quickly returned to its previous rhythm of freshmen from each school challenging and competing with each other. However, geniuses like Chun Longxiang's level have never appeared on the competitive stage again. For a moment, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little uninterested. Beside him, Su Muxue has been looking uneasy ever since Su Dian appeared, and no one knows what she is thinking. Although Lin Yuan was indeed curious about Su Muxue's background, out of respect for her, Lin Yuan did not want to mention it proactively. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately said, "If you're tired, I will take you back to the hotel to rest now." Su Muxue nodded and said softly, "Okay, let's go." Just as Lin Yuan was about to take Su Muxue away, he suddenly felt as if someone was watching him. With his keen insight, this certainly couldn't be just his illusion. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan frowned and immediately looked around, and sure enough, he saw a familiar figure. Wu Mashuan. After recognizing the other person, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Wu Mashuan would appear here. At this moment, Su Muxue also noticed Lin Yuan's gaze. She followed Lin Yuan's gaze and saw Wu Mashuan as well. Then, she said, "Don't you know? Wu Mashuan ended up attending Jibei Beast University. With his strength and talent, he should be considered one of the best in Jibei Beast University." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nodded slightly. At the beginning, in the duel with him, Wu Mashuan even violated the rules and took the blood burst pill in order to defeat him. But even in this situation, he was still defeated by Lin Yuan with a crushing force, which was a very ugly display. Lin Yuan thought that under such circumstances, no prestigious school would choose to accept Wu Mashuan. Unexpectedly, Wu Mashuan finally entered Jibei Beast University. However, if Lin Yuan remembered correctly, although Jibei Beast University was a famous school, its ranking was not high, and it was at the bottom among the famous schools. From Wu Mashuan's resentful eyes, it was not difficult for Lin Yuan to see that this guy still hated him until now. But Lin Yuan didn't care at all. In his eyes, Wu Mashuan was just his defeated opponent. What's more, Lin Yuan didn't think that Wu Mashuan's current strength could threaten him. Lin Yuan didn't take the encounter with Wu Mashuan to heart and took Su Muxue back to the hotel. The check-in procedures had naturally been completed long ago, so the two of them returned to their room smoothly. Originally, Lin Yuan wanted to ask Wang Jinze and Song Lan if they wanted to come back together. However, if you think about it carefully, Wang Jinze will definitely have to stay there even if it is just to collect intelligence. As Song Lan was the vice captain of the Magic City Beast University, it was naturally inconvenient for him to leave before the other team members left. So, Lin Yuan had no choice but to bring Su Muxue back first. The rooms in this hotel are quite luxurious. They are not only equipped with luxurious upholstered beds, desks, wardrobes and hangers, coffee tables, and chairs, but also with private bathrooms. The room in front of me is at least up to the standard of a 5-star hotel suite. It can be seen that Yinjing Beast University has indeed put a lot of thought into their accommodation. Lin Yuan went straight into the bathroom, took a simple cold shower, then put on a bath towel and sat directly on the floor. The stimulation of cold water not only eliminated his fatigue, but also made his mind clearer. Although Lin Yuan did not play, this trip to the arena was not without gain for him. At the very least, he saw what a true genius is. The biggest beast in Yinjing, Chen Longxiang. This guy's radiance is just like the scorching sun. Compared with him, both Wu Xiangu and Shin Song seemed extremely dim in front of him. Perhaps, in their team, only Chu Tianyi is qualified to fight with him. However, Lin Yuan had never seen Chu Tianyi fighting. Therefore, he could not judge who was stronger between Chu Tianyi and Chen Longxiang. What's more, even Chen Longxiang is not the strongest among the Yinjing beasts. Above him was the stern young man named Su Shao. Thinking of this, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The Yinjing beast is really a demon running rampant. If you want to be able to compete with these geniuses, you must have more powerful strength. Now, I still have a full 20 million evolution points. If all these evolution points were used to improve my own strength, at least I could raise my strength to the level of 8 stars in the Beast King rank. You know, Chen Longxiang is only at the 8-star level of the Beast King. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately chose to use evolution points to start strengthening himself. In an instant, the evolution points that Lin Yuan had accumulated for a long time began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. 20 million. 18 million. 16 million. Correspondingly, Lin Yuan's momentum began to rise step by step like a growing bamboo. 10 minutes later, as the aura emanating from Lin Yuan suddenly increased, his own realm also successfully broke through to the 7th star of the Beast King level. Has this already reached the Beast King level 7 stars? Lin Yuan took a look at the evolution points and found that there were still 12.6 million left. In other words, he only spent 7.4 million to be promoted to the Beast King level 7 stars. However, for Lin Yuan, this is not enough. Continue. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and continued to break through. At this rate of progress, it shouldn't be difficult to break through to the 8th star Beast King level. The reason why he did not choose to break through in the medicinal bath was that he did not want to expose his strength to others. Learning to hide oneself is one of the required courses for an assassin. Only what you hold in your hand and is unknown to anyone else can be called a trump card. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes, as if there was a flash of thunder. He stood up slowly, exhaled a long breath, and all the muscles and bones in his body vibrated. Now, he finally succeeded in breaking through to Beast King level 8 star. Chapter 152. You are from the Demon City Beast University. Finally a breakthrough. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand, clenched his fists, and felt the power surging from his body. He could clearly feel that the power of an 8-star Beast King was much stronger than a 6-star Beast King. Although Lin Yuan still doesn't know whether he is a match for Chen Longxiang. But he was able to conclude that if he faced Chen Zhushan, he would have nearly a 90% chance of winning. To break through from the Beast King level 7 stars to 8 stars, Lin Yuan consumed a full 8.6 million evolution points. In other words, Lin Yuan only had 4 million evolution points left. At this rate, to break through to the 9th star level of the Beast King, at least 10 million evolution points would be needed. With only the remaining 4 million evolution points, it is naturally impossible to make further breakthroughs. However, if all these evolution points are consumed, it should be able to improve strength to some extent. But Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He had just broken through 2 realms in succession. The power in his body was like a floodgate opened, pouring out continuously. He planned to wait until he adapted to his current strength, and then use these 4 million evolution points to further consolidate his realm. The next 2 days were calmer than expected. Freshmen from all the prestigious universities all live in this hotel, and there is no friction between them. And on the 3rd day, the important day finally arrived. Because today is the day when the National Freshman Social Competition officially opens. At 8 o'clock in the morning, everyone was already waiting in the hotel lobby. Of course, not only them, but also freshmen from other major prestigious universities gathered in the hotel lobby. In addition, the freshmen of all the prestigious universities have all changed into the uniforms of their respective universities. The style of the school uniform is somewhat similar to that of a martial arts uniform. Although it looks loose, it still fits the body very well. In addition, a metal school nameplate is sewn on the right side of the chest of the uniform to distinguish freshmen from different schools. At the same time, although the uniforms of various schools are of the same style, the colors are very different. Like the color of the school uniform of Yanjing Beast University, which is white. The color of the school uniform of Mada Beast University is black. One is black and the other is white. They seem to be 2 opposite ends. However, the most eye-catching one is the Sichuan Beast. Because the color of their school uniforms is all as bright green as bamboo, exuding a sense of vitality. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Wang Jinza couldn't help but laugh and said, "Fortunately, the school uniforms don't include hats, otherwise the Sichuan Beast University people would curse at us." Lin Yuan was speechless and said, "What are you thinking about all day long?" At this moment, Su Mushiwei walked out from behind the group of people. "Sorry, I'm a little late." As Su Mushiwei spoke, she used the rubber band in her hand to tie her hair into a high ponytail, which added a bit of elegance and competence to her. However, the loose black martial arts uniform could not completely cover her curvy figure. Looking at the scene before them, everyone in the Demon City Beast University couldn't help but be a little dazed. Although they already knew that Su Mushiwei was very beautiful, her look today was particularly stunning, with a kind of pure beauty without any embellishment. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Mushiwei naturally stood beside Lin Yuan, as if that was her place. As for Lin Yuan, he didn't seem too surprised. After all, he and Su Mushiwei had known each other for so long, and he had seen everything about her before, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Lin Yuan simply turned his head and asked in a low voice, "Are you feeling better?" Su Mushiwei smiled and said, "Yeah, it's much better now." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Don't worry about things that may affect you. Just prepare for the next game." Su Mushiwei responded, and then asked curiously, "What have you been busy with these days? How come I can't find anyone? I wanted to invite you to visit Yanjing City together before the game." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "I have been busy practicing these past 2 days, and I have made some breakthroughs." After hearing this, Su Mushiue was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. You made a breakthrough? Su Mushiue's words immediately attracted the attention of others. For a moment, everyone in the Demon City Beast team focused their attention on Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan really broke through, wouldn't that prove that he now also possesses the strength of a 7-star Beast King level? However, at this moment, Lin Yuan said calmly, Yes, I have digested as much of the Beast King energy as possible in the past few days, and have successfully broken through to the middle stage of the 6-star Beast King level. After Lin Yuan said this, a look of contempt appeared on the faces of Wu Xiangu and the others. There were bursts of sneers from the crowd. Breaking through from the early stage to the middle stage of the 6-star Beast King level, can this be considered a breakthrough? This guy, isn't he really here to make people laugh? Wu Xiangu now feels more and more that the guy in front of him is simply a waste. However, he really couldn't figure out how this piece of trash had caused such a mess for the list hunter before. Even Su Mushiue couldn't help but burst out laughing and chuckled softly. That's indeed a lot of progress. Su Mushiue's smile was naturally not a mockery. It was just because she knew Lin Yuan too well. The more serious his tone was, the less likely it was that he was telling the truth. Of course, Lin Yuan must have made a breakthrough, but Su Mushiue didn't know to what level. Anyway, it was definitely impossible for him to be a mid-level 6-star Beast King. If anyone really believed Lin Yuan's lies, they would be in real trouble. At this moment, Wang Ting came over with Zhao Shanhe and Li Xianggui. Boys, are you ready? Wang Ting put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, Seize this opportunity, because this may be the most glorious moment in your life. When the National Freshman Friendship Competition officially opens, all the Beast Soul Masters in the country will focus their attention on you. I don't have any requirements for your ranking. It doesn't matter whether you are first or last. My only request is that you fight with distinction and let everyone know that you are from the Demonic Beast University. Chapter 153 The Curtain of the New Era is unveiled by you. In fact, the talented freshmen from various universities were all mentioned to some extent in the information Wang Jinze provided to them. But Lin Yuan really had no impression of this captain of Beijing Hangzhou University. At this moment, Wang Jinze's voice suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ears. You are looking at that guy too, right? His name is Han Yintong. He is only 14 years old this year, and he is a true genius. Only 14. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be stunned, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Isn't the Beast Soul Awakening ceremony usually held at the age of 18? Wang Jinze nodded and said in a low voice, According to common sense, this is indeed the case. But have you ever heard of the term natural beast soul? Born as a beast soul? A hint of doubt flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. Although he was not very clear about the concept, he seemed to have heard of it. Fortunately, Wang Jinze seemed to have seen Lin Yuan's confusion and immediately explained. The so-called natural beast soul refers to some special beast soul masters who have awakened their own beast souls when they were just born. A beast soul master like this naturally does not need to undergo an acquired awakening ceremony. And beast soul masters who are born with beast souls are also regarded as lucky people in the beast soul master world. Just imagine, a normal beast soul master needs to be 18 years old to awaken the beast soul, while those beast soul masters with natural beast souls have awakened their beast souls since birth and are naturally endowed with a more superior growth environment. At the same time, most beast soul masters who are born with beast souls usually have good talents. Wang Jinze looked in the direction of Han Yintong again. Take this kid for example. Although he is only 14 years old, his strength has already reached the level of Beast King level 8 stars. Moreover, the beast soul he awakened is also extremely special. It is called Word Beast and has the ability to make its words come true. It can almost be said to be a perfect beast soul that combines offense, defense, and assistance. What you say is what you do. Lin Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He obviously had not expected that there were human beast souls that could possess such miraculous abilities. To be honest, I originally thought that the captain of Jinghang Beast University would be Feng Qi. Wang Jinze said helplessly. You saw it too. This kid is only 14 years old. He looks just like a child. I didn't expect that Jinghang Beast University would actually send him out and make him the captain. It can be seen that Jinghang Beast University is determined to win this National Freshman Friendship Competition. Hearing this, a hint of curiosity flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. How come such a genius hasn't been taken away by Yanjing Beast King and Modu Beast King? Speaking of this, you probably won't be able to guess the reason. Wang Jinze chuckled, but did not keep the question secret. Instead, he said directly, The main reason is that Jinghang Beast University is closer to home, so it is convenient for his parents to take care of him at any time. After hearing this, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. To be honest, he really didn't expect it to be such a ridiculous reason. Although Han Yintong is not from a Beast Soul family, his parents are both Beast Soul Masters with Beast King level strength. Because he was born with a natural Beast Soul, his parents attached great importance to his training in this aspect. Perhaps because he spent too much time on cultivation, his ability to take care of himself is almost zero. More importantly, due to his natural Beast Soul, Han Yintong himself was also affected by the Beast Soul and couldn't even speak easily. Originally, his parents also considered Yanjing Beast King and Modu Beast King as the best choices, but Han Yintong refused to leave his parents, so they had to settle for the second best, and Jinghang Beast King got a big bargain. After listening to Wang Jin's words, Lin Yuan now understood what kind of person this captain of the Beijing Hangzhou Beast University was. In summary, he is a child with special abilities and great strength, but also a very immature mind. However, in the world of Beast Soul Masters, strength is everything. As long as one possesses the power to destroy the world, even if the opponent is just a baby, he is still an extremely terrifying existence. While Lin Yuan and Wang Jinze were talking, representative teams from a total of 12 prestigious schools had already entered the venue one after another. At the same time, Su Dian's voice rang in everyone's ears again. Dear students, no matter which school you come from, I welcome you to participate in this National Freshman Social Competition. I believe that everyone present here should have heard more or less that this year is known as the Year of Genius. Because, compared to the past, this year there are more gifted and talented freshmen appearing in our field of vision. And everyone present here is the best among them. In the eyes of us older generations, you are the hope of the future. After Su Dian said this, a hint of pride involuntarily flashed in the eyes of everyone present. Yes, the reason why they can stand here is because their talent and strength are superior to all the freshmen of the same period. Then, Su Dian spoke again. Since this is a world of great contention, we must fight. That's why we're joining forces with various schools to launch this first national freshman networking competition. Because we just want to see who is truly the most powerful genius of this era. Which school is worthy of winning the first championship of this competition? And you should also know the history of this martial arts arena. Know what happened here hundreds of years ago today. That's right. In that era, there were tens of thousands of Beast Soul Masters who used their lives to build a great wall of flesh and blood for us, blocking 10 Beast King level beasts and tens of millions of beast tides outside the gates of Yanjing Base City. Because of their sacrifice, Chinese civilization can continue. But now, I would say that the old times are gone. Now we no longer have to live in fear of the threats posed by those ferocious monsters. Today, we have a place to rest. We have built our own home, and we have reignited the flame of humanity. Perhaps it is time for us to announce to the world that a new era has arrived. And today, the reason why we chose to gather you here is not just to announce the National Freshman Mixing Competition. At the same time, I also hope that the curtain of this new era will be unveiled by your generation, with your own hands. Chapter 155, The End of the Black Dragon King, Nidhogg. Su Dian's words made all the freshmen present feel as if the blood in their bodies began to boil. Everyone present here is a genius from a major prestigious university. Just ask yourself, who doesn't want to lead the trend and create a new era? And now, the opportunity is right before their eyes. This era of great contention has already begun. Only the winners are worthy of engraving their names in this era. At the same time, millions of Beast Soul Masters across the country were watching this live broadcast. Su Dian's words also cheered them up. It seems that this year's freshmen are indeed not simple. Yes, after all, times have changed. There weren't that many Beast King level Beast Soul Masters among the freshmen who enrolled before. Now, almost all the freshmen who are qualified to represent the major prestigious schools in the competition are high-level Beast King level. High-level Beast King I've been practicing for so many years, and I've only just reached the Beast King level. The talent of today's young people is really terrifying. Isn't this a good thing? Only when this generation becomes truly powerful can we humans better fight against those ferocious monsters. Yes, the older generation has made great contributions. Now, it's up to the young people. I don't know if there will be a few freshmen who can break through to the Lord level in this freshman fellowship competition. He has only been enrolled for less than a year, and he has already broken through to the Lord level? Even Yanjing Beast University may not have such a monster, right? It's possible. As far as I know, the deputy captain of Yanjing Beast University has already reached the 8th star of the Beast King level. As for whether he can break through to the Lord level during the competition, it depends on his luck. So, the champion of this year's National Freshman Friendship Competition has already been chosen by Yanjing Beast University. A Lord-level Beast Soul Master versus a Beast King-level Beast Soul Master. Isn't that a dimensionality reduction attack? Don't be too confident. Other famous schools also have many talented students. It's still unknown who will win in the end. Obviously, an event like the National Freshman Mixing Competition has already attracted much attention. Even before the competition officially opened, these people had already started discussing online the final rankings that the major prestigious schools might achieve. Of course, the two universities that are most discussed are Yanjing Beast University and Modu Beast University. After all, in China, only these two universities are truly qualified to be called top institutions of higher learning. The world has always been like this. Only when you stand in a high enough position will the world focus its attention on you. I've said so much, and I hope you don't think I'm being long-winded. Just think of it as an old guy who can't help but talk a little more in front of you. Su Dian smiled and said, "Next, I will introduce to you the competition system and rules of this National Freshman Friendship Competition. Once I finish explaining the competition rules, it means that this competition will officially begin." After hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but become more serious. For them, this is the most important thing. Then, Su Dian continued, "The schedule of this National Freshman Friendship Competition is divided into 3 stages. They are Survival Battle, Ring Battle, and Team Battle. Among them, the Ring Battle and the Team Battle should be easy to understand. The so-called Ring Battle is a 10-on-10 elimination match. The winner can stay on the ring until there is no one left on one side. This competition is more about comparing individual combat capabilities. As for the Team Battle, it is a multi-person battle based on the school. The purpose is to test the team's ability to work together. In fact, the originally discussed competition system only included the Ring Battle and the Team Battle. But in order to better test your overall strength, and also to make the National Freshman Mixing Competition more exciting, after discussion, we finally decided to add this Survival Battle event. The location of the Survival Battle is the Dragonbone Mountains in the far suburbs of Yanjing. Freshmen from all the schools need to undergo a 10-day survival trial in the Dragonbone Mountains. After hearing this, many people showed surprise on their faces. A hint of doubt flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He turned to Wang Jinza and asked in a low voice, "What is this Dragonbone Mountains? You don't even know about Dragonbone Mountains?" Wang Jinza said in surprise. "Then you should know that when Yanjing Bay City was first established, 10 Beast King-level monsters united and prepared to destroy Yanjing Bay City in one fell swoop, right?" Lin Yuan nodded. Of course he knew about this. Even the martial arts stage in front of us has been preserved to this day to commemorate that event. For human beings, only by remembering suffering can we move forward better. Then you should know that among the 10 Beast King-level monsters, the most powerful one is the End Black Dragon King. Wang Jinza said in a deep voice, "That Emperor-level Black Dragon is as huge as a mountain. When its wings are spread out, it can even cover the sky and the sun. A giant dragon monster of this level can easily destroy a small city with just one breath." After hearing this, a look of shock flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. Can a city be destroyed with one strike? Such amazing destructive power is quite terrifying even among the Beast King-level monsters. This End of Black Dragon King was named Nidhogg. This name comes from Norse mythology. It refers to the black dragon entrenched in the roots of the world tree. It is the embodiment of despair and disaster. It is one of the few monsters in Norse mythology that even the king of the gods is afraid of. According to the Norse mythology epic, Prozetta, the world tree that supports the world has 3 main roots. One is in Asgard, the home of the gods. One is in Jotunheim, the land of giants. And the last one is in Niflheim, the land of fog. The black dragon Nidhogg lives at the root of the tree. Then, before Lin Yuan could ask, Wang Jinza continued, "I believe you must be very curious about why a Beast King-level dragon that appeared in the Chinese territory was named after a Norse mythology? Because this End of Black Dragon King is not a native monster of our China at all. Instead, they were extradited from the Western world by despicable means, with malicious intent." Chapter 156, Dragonbone Mountains. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This Black Dragon King, named Nidhogg, was actually lured here from the Western world? Wang Jinza said in a deep voice, "They have no way to deal with this End Black Dragon King, so they extradited it here." Whether they use our power to kill the Black Dragon King or use it to weaken our strength, it will be beneficial to them. Human nature is so despicable that as long as we are not on the verge of extinction, we are destined to scheme against each other and fight against each other. Fortunately, we finally survived that apocalypse. All 10 Beast King-level monsters, including the Black Dragon King, were killed. But we also paid a huge price for it. Just to kill Nidhogg, Yanjing Base City sacrificed 3 Beast King-level warriors. You have to know that in that era, Beast King-level warriors were even rarer than they are now. Not only that, the Chinese military even brought in 10 nuclear bombs. After locking onto Nidhogg's position, they bombarded its body with all of them, thus completely destroying it. After Wang Jinzi said this, a look of astonishment flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He knew very well the power of a nuclear bomb. The destructive power of a nuclear bomb explosion is even enough to destroy a city. However, in order to kill the Black Dragon King Nidhogg, the Chinese military used a full 10 nuclear bombs. It is conceivable how terrifying the power of this Beast King-level monster is. Then, Wang Jinzi spoke again. You also know that the nuclear radiation produced by a nuclear bomb explosion will accelerate the mutation of monsters. In the long run, this is undoubtedly a short-term solution. But under that situation, the Chinese military no longer had any choice. If we don't choose to do this, Yanjing Base City will inevitably be destroyed. Lin Yuan nodded. It is indeed a difficult decision. However, even after Nidhogg was killed, its body did not completely decay. It stood like a huge mountain in the outskirts of Yanjing Base City. Wang Jinzi said. Over time, a special mountain range was formed at the location where Nidhogg's body was. This is the origin of the Dragon Bone Mountain Range. So that's how it is. A hint of realization flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that this so-called Dragon Bone Mountain Range actually had such a special origin. Then, Wang Jinzi changed the subject and said, speaking of which, due to nuclear radiation, a number of extremely powerful mutant beasts have been born in the Dragon Bone Mountains over the past few hundred years. There are even some terrifying Beast King-level beings among them. This is the consequence of misusing nuclear bombs. The seeds planted today have borne fruit today. Fortunately, after surviving that catastrophe, many powerful beast soul masters have emerged in the Yanjing Base City. The overall strength of the Chinese military has also gradually grown stronger. Under these circumstances, the mutated monsters affected by nuclear radiation were quickly eliminated. But the Dragon Bone Mountains, as a witness to that period of history, has been preserved until now. Although those powerful mutant beasts have been eliminated, there are still countless Beast King-level mutant beasts within the range of the Dragon Bone Mountains. Even in the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains, there are still many Lord-level monsters. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and gained a general understanding of the Dragon Bone Mountains. No wonder all the schools finally agreed to use this place as the test site for survival trials. For freshmen like them, this is indeed the best test site. There is a certain degree of danger, but it is not so serious that it is too late to rescue. Those freshmen who have no confidence in their own abilities will naturally not choose to easily step into the depths of the mountains. Once a freshman encounters any danger in the Dragon Bone Mountains, he can give up the trial and ask for rescue at the first opportunity. In this way, it can be said that their lives and safety are well protected. Although they will one day step onto the cruel battlefield, they are now just a group of fledglings. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something, his eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately asked, by the way, is there still any nuclear radiation left in the Dragon Bone Mountains now? Wang Jinzi obviously didn't expect Lin Yuan to ask such a question. After being stunned for a moment, he couldn't help scratching his head and answered, it should still exist. After all, there are still many mutant monsters in that area. But don't worry, hundreds of years have passed, and the nuclear radiation has almost dissipated. At most, there is only a little bit left deep in the Dragon Bone Mountains. What's more, we are all already Beast King-level Beast Soul Masters. This level of nuclear radiation will not have much impact on us. After hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up completely. It seems that what he expected was correct. You should know that nuclear radiation is actually some ultrafine particles with high energy. After the atomic bomb explodes, uranium will split at the atomic energy level, and a large amount of matter in the atomic nucleus, protons, neutrons, etc., may be consumed at an extremely fast speed and collide everywhere. This phenomenon is called nuclear radiation. The nuclear radiation generated by the explosion of 10 nuclear bombs could possibly last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. After all, the half-life of nuclear radiation is extremely long. Wang Jinza originally thought that Lin Yuan asked this question because he was afraid of the effects of nuclear radiation. But in fact, what he didn't know was that for Lin Yuan, nuclear radiation was not a harmful energy at all. On the contrary, it is a training resource that can greatly improve his strength in a short period of time. Chapter 157, I will find you as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's breathing couldn't help but become a little rapid. You know, the nuclear radiation contained in the inferior beast soul crystal alone is enough to make him receive a large amount of nuclear radiation. The nuclear radiation within the Dragon Bone Mountains is the residue left over from 10 nuclear bomb attacks. Even if the nuclear radiation in the periphery had indeed dissipated a lot, as Wang Jinza said. But the nuclear radiation level deep in the Dragon Bone Mountains is definitely not low. Otherwise, it would be impossible to breed so many powerful mutant monsters. At this moment, Su Dian on the martial arts stage continued to explain the rules. The rules of the survival battle are very simple. Every student from any school who can successfully survive in the Dragon Bone Mountains for 10 days will receive 10 points. At the same time, both regular members and substitute members can participate in this survival battle. That is to say, if a school has 12 students, and all of them survive in the Dragon Bone Mountains for 10 days, they can get a total of 120 points. However, this is only the most basic survival score. In addition to survival points, students can get an extra point for each Beast King level monster they kill, up to a maximum of 10 points. Of course, I also know that this challenge is too easy for you and cannot test your full strength. Therefore, we have also added a new rule for those students who need a higher level of challenge. That is, every time a student kills a Lord-level monster, he or she can get 2 extra credits, and there is no upper limit. After hearing this, all the freshmen were in an uproar. A Lord-level monster? Is this something we can handle? That's right. With our strength, wouldn't that mean we're just delivering ourselves to the Lord-level monsters for a treat? You can't say that. Just because we can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. What you said means that even in Yinjing Beast University, there are no Lord-level freshmen, right? According to what you said, what is the meaning of establishing this rule? Are you stupid? I asked you to hunt Lord-level monsters, but I didn't ask you to challenge them one-on-one. Can't you work as a team? That's right. Beast King level Beast Soul Masters have successfully defeated Lord level monsters. Even if we can't do it, 4 or 5 people surrounding and killing a Lord level monster should be enough, right? It has to be said that those who are gifted in cultivation usually have very sharp minds. Soon, someone captured the key information in Su Dian's words. That is, Su Dian only said that points can be obtained by hunting Lord level monsters, but he did not specify how to hunt. If this is the case, it proves that any method is allowed as long as it does not violate the rules. Not only can freshmen from the same school cooperate with each other, but freshmen from different schools can also join forces. Anyway, there is only one ultimate goal, which is to gain points by hunting Lord-level monsters. As for how the points should be distributed, they can also discuss it among themselves. From this perspective, the degree of freedom in this survival trial is indeed extremely high. Listening to the discussions of the freshmen, Su Dian couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He obviously didn't expect that this group of freshmen would understand their intentions so quickly. It seems that the survival battle in this national freshman social competition will be more exciting than imagined. Speaking of which, it's not that no one has opposed holding the survival battle in this format, believing that such a competition system will lead to fighting and deception among the freshmen of each school, which is too cruel. However, such objections were directly rejected by Su Dian. After all, the real world of Beast Soul Masters is 100 times more cruel than this. If one does not even have this level of psychological endurance, then he is destined not to become a powerful Beast Soul Master. After the discussion gradually died down, Su Dian continued, after the survival battle begins, you will be randomly teleported to any location outside the Dragon Bone Mountains. You can choose to hunt monsters first, or you can choose to find companions first. However, I want to remind you that in the process of survival, you will not only face threats from ferocious beasts, but also threats from other schools. After all, if you are eliminated, your school will lose some points, and other schools will also lose a competitor. So, don't think that you can just find a random place to hide and spend 10 days in peace. In order for your school to get ahead at the starting line, please, never take it lightly at any time. To be honest, most of the freshmen have already realized the cruelty of this battle for survival. But there were still some freshmen who didn't react until they heard what Su Dian said, and their expressions changed. Only then did they realize that what was truly terrifying was not the mutated beasts within the Dragon Bone Mountains. Okay, Now that everyone is clear about the rules of the survival battle, Su Dian clapped his hands and said, "Then, next, there will be special vehicles to take you to the Dragonbone Mountains and place you in different locations. Okay, freshmen, see you in 10 days. Good luck." After Su Dian said this, everyone's faces showed surprise. They obviously didn't expect that the survival war would start so quickly. The opening ceremony of the National Freshman Friendship Competition had just ended, and they were about to be transported to the Dragonbone Mountains to begin the first round of competition. Lin Yuan looked back and found that a dark heavy truck had stopped behind them at some point. There is no doubt that this is the special vehicle responsible for transporting them to the Dragonbone Mountains. Attention, freshmen from all schools, please board the bus in an orderly manner. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and sunglasses stood up with a serious face and began to direct order. After a moment of surprise, the freshmen from various schools boarded the heavy trucks behind them without any hesitation. Just as Lin Yuan was about to get on the bus, Su Mushua suddenly grabbed his hand. After feeling the delicate touch, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, Lin Yuan subconsciously turned his head, and Su Mushua also looked at him. Su Mushua pursed her lips and said seriously, "No matter where you are dropped off, I will find you as soon as possible." Chapter 158 Terrifying Perception. After hearing this, Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently. Su Mushua smiled and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will protect you. The two of us will definitely be able to pass the survival test." Before the beast soul awakened, it was Lin Yuan who always protected her. Now, it is her turn to protect Lin Yuan. What's more, Su Mushua now has enough confidence in her own strength. Soon, students from all the universities boarded the heavy trucks. Before they got on the car, a man in military uniform was already standing inside the car, waiting for them to arrive. There are only 2 rows of seats in the heavy truck, which can accommodate 12 people. After everyone was seated, the man in military uniform spoke in a deep voice. "Hello, freshmen. It's our first time meeting. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Wu. I am affiliated with the Chinese military, and I am your security officer. If you encounter irresistible danger in the Dragonbone Mountains, you can contact me immediately through the watch. After you contact me, I will rush there as soon as possible according to the coordinates you sent. However, once you choose to ask me for help, it will be regarded as giving up the challenge of survival." While speaking, the man in military uniform named Chen Wu began to distribute black watches to everyone. This black watch has a metallic luster and looks full of technological beauty. However, the above function is extremely simple. The first function is to record the number of monsters hunted. The second function is to request rescue. If Lin Yuan guessed correctly, there should be a positioning chip inside the black watch. Under such circumstances, after issuing a rescue call, Chen Wu was able to identify their location immediately and rush to rescue them. Although Lin Yuan could not sense the strength of the man in military uniform, in his opinion, the other party at least possessed the strength of a Lord-level Beast Soul Master. Moreover, he cannot be an ordinary Lord-level Beast Soul Master. Otherwise, it would be impossible to protect their safety in the crisis-ridden Dragonbone Mountains. It has to be said that Huaxiao attaches great importance to the first National Freshman Friendship Competition. Even a lot of strong men from the military were deployed to provide them with protection. There are 12 schools in total, which means that the Chinese military will have to deploy at least 12 late-stage Lord-level Beast Soul Masters. Fortunately, among the 3 Chinese military departments, the Chinese military undoubtedly has the most profound foundation. China has 3 departments, namely the Military Department, the Education Department, and the Law Enforcement Department. Among them, the Military Department is responsible for killing. The Ministry of Education is responsible for cultivating talents. The Law Enforcement Department was established to catch criminals. It is precisely because of this that among the 3 departments, the Military Department has the strongest overall strength. The overall strength of the Education Department is slightly weaker, and the Law Enforcement Department is the weakest. But nothing can be generalized. Although the overall strength of the Law Enforcement Department is relatively weak, there are many strong people within the department. After all, those wanted criminals are all extremely vicious criminals. If you want to hunt them down, you must have a powerful Beast Soul Master to take action. After everyone put on the black watches, Chen Wu took out another stack of black eye masks and said, "Okay, before the vehicle enters the Dragonbone Mountain range, please put on the eye masks." Wang Jinza asked in surprise, "Why do you still wear an eye patch? Senior, do you have any special hobbies?" After he said this, Chen Wu's face instantly turned dark. However, he still patiently explained, "After entering the Dragonbone Mountains, you will be randomly placed in different locations. So, to ensure fairness, you must be blindfolded so that you cannot know where the others are being dropped off. Wang Jinza nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Afterwards, Chun Shuwu looked around and asked, before entering the Dragonbone Mountains, if you have any questions, you can ask me now. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly said, Senior, I have a question. Chun Shuwu nodded slightly. Go ahead. Lin Yuan asked, Excuse me, if you hunt monsters in the Dragonbone Mountains, do you own the crystal cores yourself, or do you need to hand them over to the school? After hearing this question, the corners of Chun Shuwu's mouth twitched violently. While everyone was thinking about how to pass the survival trial, this guy was still thinking about the ownership of the monster core. Moreover, why does this guy think that 12 prestigious schools would be without a few talents like him? Chun Shuwu took a deep breath and patiently explained, Don't worry, all the proceeds from hunting monsters will belong to you. Lin Yuan nodded. That's good. Working for the school is definitely not cost-effective. With Lin Yuan's selfish character, he can only kill 10 Beast King-level monsters at most, and then lie down after accumulating enough points. But if all the spoils belong to him, then Lin Yuan might consider hunting a few more monsters. The vehicle was bumpy all the way, and time passed by every second. With everything in front of them in complete darkness, everyone's concept of time became a little fuzzy, and they had no idea how much time had passed. Only Lin Yuan was silently calculating the time in his heart. From the time the heavy truck started moving until now, a total of 25,761 seconds has passed, which is more than 7 hours. You know, the driving speed of heavy trucks is not slow. With the structure of a heavy truck, it can run at high speed, even in the wilderness. It seems that the Dragonbone Mountains are still some distance away from Yanjing. After more than 7 hours, the door of the heavy truck opened for the first time. Then, Chun Shuwu directly threw one of them out. Because he was blindfolded, Lin Yuan didn't know who was the first person to get off the car. With his perception ability, he could only sense Wang Jinza and Su Muxue who were sitting next to him. After the first person got off the vehicle, the heavy truck began to make multiple turns and frequently change speeds. The reason for this may be that the terrain of the Dragonbone Mountains is too complex, or it may be intended to disrupt their senses and prevent them from remembering the journey. However, this did not have much effect on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's experience as an assassin in his previous life gave him extremely strong perception. Even with his eyes blindfolded, he could use his hearing and other senses to roughly judge the current speed of the car. Moreover, for every turn and speed change of the vehicle, Lin Yuan would make a rough judgment in his mind, remember every detail, and even directly draw a rough route map. In this way, Lin Yuan can even remember where everyone lands. Even, as long as these people don't run around, Lin Yuan can rely on his memory to find the location of each of them. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't care about others. For him, the only thing he really cared about was where Song Lan, Wang Jinza, and Su Muxue got off the car. Chapter 159: The Sudden Roar of the Beast. As time goes by, there are fewer and fewer people left on heavy trucks. Now you. At this moment, Chun Shuwu's voice suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ears. However, the latter's hand did not reach in the direction where he was. After a few seconds, Lin Yuan felt that his left side was empty. If I remember correctly, this should be where Wang Jinza is. It seems that among the three of them, Wang Jinza was the first to get off the car. Lin Yuan didn't say anything. He just silently noted down the location where Wang Jinza landed. The heavy trucks continued to move forward. About 6 or 7 minutes later, Su Muxue, who was on Lin Yuan's right, was also taken off the heavy truck by Chun Shuwu. It seems that even the order of getting off the bus is completely random. Otherwise, after Wang Jinza got off the car, it should be his turn first. But for Lin Yuan, this is a good thing. After all, only in this way could he remember the location where Wang Jinza and Su Muxue got off the car. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's good luck did not last long. Because after Su Muxue got off the car, it was 15 minutes later that Chun Shuwu's voice sounded in Lin Yuan's ears again. Relax, young man. After hearing this, Lin Yuan quickly felt a huge force lifting him up. Immediately afterwards, his body lost balance and he fell heavily to the ground. After rolling several times, he barely managed to stabilize his body. This is too rough. Lin Yuan climbed up from the ground with a grin on his face, tore off the blindfold on his face, and exhaled a long breath of foul air from his abdomen. According to the speed the heavy truck was traveling just now, he was now at least 15 kilometers away from Su Muxue. Moreover, this was the case when Su Muxue did not take any action at all. It seems that I must hurry up and seize the time. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all, and immediately chose to merge with the beast's soul, transforming into a giant black beast. In this state, even on a rugged mountain road, Lin Yuan can still burst out with extremely amazing speed. However, at this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 100 evolution points. After hearing the system prompt sound in his ear, Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly reacted. That's right. According to Wang Jinza, there is still a lot of nuclear radiation remaining in the Dragon Bone Mountains. Although Lin Yuan only obtained 100 evolution points this time, this was enough to show that the residual nuclear radiation in the Dragon Bone Mountains could be absorbed by him. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. If this is true, doesn't it mean that as long as he stays here, even if he just breathes, he can continue to become stronger? Sure enough, 10 seconds later, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Yuan's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 100 evolution points. If you can gain 100 evolution points in 10 seconds, then 600 evolution points can be gained in 1 minute. 1 hour is 36,000 evolution points. That's a total of 864,000 evolution points a day. If you really stay in the Dragonbone Mountains for 10 days, that would be 8.64 million evolution points. Even for Lin Yuan, this is not a small number. You know, he only needs about 10 million evolution points to increase his strength from Beast King level 8 stars to Beast King level 9 stars. What's more important is that his current location is only the outermost part of the Dragonbone Mountains. In other words, the concentration of nuclear radiation here is the thinnest. Once he enters the depths of the Dragonbone Mountains, the efficiency of absorbing nuclear radiation should be able to be further improved. But for Lin Yuan, the most urgent thing now is to meet up with Su Muxue, Wang Jinza, and others as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated and headed directly towards the direction where Su Muxue was according to the route remembered in his mind. His speed was not slow at all. At full speed, it only took Lin Yuan 10 minutes to reach the place where Su Muxue had gotten off the car before. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan did not find Su Muxue nearby. Obviously, after getting off the car, Su Muxue did not choose to stay where she was. This made it much more difficult for Lin Yuan to find her. After all, nearly 25 minutes had passed since Su Muxue got off the bus. If they didn't figure out which direction Su Muxue was heading and started searching blindly, the distance between them might become farther and farther. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately began to observe the surrounding environment. Soon, he noticed that there were still some pieces of melting ice in the bushes nearby, which obviously showed signs of being frozen by frost. Lin Yuan's mind moved, and he immediately walked forward, pushed aside the bushes, and sure enough, he saw a series of fox footprints. You must know that Su Muxue's animal soul is the nine-tailed snow fox. If nothing unexpected happens, these footprints must have been left by Su Muxue. It seems that she was also very cautious. After getting off the car, she chose to fuse the beast's soul immediately. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately followed the footprints left by Su Muxue. After following for several thousand meters, the footprints on the ground disappeared. Because the ground in this area is no longer a muddy wetland, but a grassy area filled with fallen leaves, and there are no traces of footprints. Fortunately, due to the characteristics of the nine-tailed snow fox, wherever Su Muxue passes, some ice chips will be left behind. Lin Yuan followed the ice chips and continued to track Su Muxue's whereabouts. As time passed, the traces of ice chips under Lin Yuan's feet became fresher and fresher. From this, it can be seen that the distance between him and Su Muxue is getting closer and closer. At this rate, finding Su Muxue is only a matter of time. However, at this moment, a loud roar of a beast suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Roar! As the beast roared, filled with brutality, countless mountain sparrows in the forest were startled and flew away. Lin Yuan also frowned, and a hint of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. Because the direction from which the beast's roar came was exactly in the direction where Su Muxue was in front. Chapter 160. Reap the benefits while sitting back? After hearing the roar of the beast, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all. He immediately burst out at full speed and rushed towards the direction where the roar came from. About 5 minutes later, Su Muxue's figure finally appeared in front of Lin Yuan. However, just as Lin Yuan guessed, at this moment, there were 3 Beast King-level monsters gathered in front of Su Muxue. There is no doubt that the roars that Lin Yuan heard before came from the mouths of these 3 monsters. Lin Yuan looked carefully and found that the three monsters in front of him had different shapes. One of them was a giant toad with black bumps and poisonous sores all over its back. If Lin Yuan guessed correctly, this monster should be called Ink Poison Demon Clam. The reason for this name is that the liquid spewed out by this ink poison clam is not only highly poisonous, but also has the color of ink. The other two monsters are the Netherworld cats, which are known for their speed and have ghostly figures, and a mutant demon dog that is completely red and has 3 heads. Judging from the appearance alone, this monster that looks like a 3-headed hellhound is more like a mutated monster affected by nuclear radiation. Generally speaking, the strength of this mutated monster is stronger than that of ordinary monsters. The beast roar that Lin Yuan heard earlier naturally came from the mouth of this 3-headed fire dog. I have to say that Su Mushua's luck is indeed a bit bad. I rushed all the way here, but I didn't even see the shadow of a monster. As a result, when he arrived at Su Mushua's place, he encountered 3 Beast King-level monsters in one breath. Even though Su Mushua possessed the strength of a 7-star Beast King, she was still unable to cope with the situation when fighting against 3 Beast King monsters at the same time. What's more, according to Lin Yuan's perception, the 3 monsters in front of him have all reached the late stage of Beast King. However, just as Lin Yuan was about to help, the corner of his eye suddenly fell on the jungle beside him, because he actually saw 3 figures in that jungle. Those who appeared in the Dragonbone Mountains during this period were naturally freshmen from prestigious schools like them. The uniforms of the 3 people in front of me are azure blue. The school emblem on the uniforms indicated that the 3 of them were from the Haiyu Beast University. Lin Yuan didn't know much about this Beast University. He only knew that it was built in a coastal city. After all, among the 12 famous universities, Haiyu Beast University can only be ranked in the lower middle position at best. However, these 3 freshmen from Haiyu Beast University gathered together so quickly. I don't know if it was just good luck or if they had some special means. Boss, we are lucky. One of the skinny young men with a hooked nose said excitedly. We actually encountered a Beast King-level monster so early, and there are 3 of them. The boss he mentioned was another brown-haired young man with triangular eyes, and his temperament looked extremely gloomy. At this moment, the baby-faced young man at the side said weakly, the one surrounded by the 3 monsters seems to be a freshman at the Magic City Beast University, right? Is she in danger? Should we rescue her as soon as possible? After hearing this, the hook-nosed young man couldn't help but sneer and said, Feng Liang, are you okay? Don't you understand the situation? After the survival battle begins, except for the students of our school, all the freshmen from other schools will be our competitors. To put it bluntly, that's the enemy. Being able to eliminate a member of the Magic City Beast University at the beginning of the survival battle is simply a great thing. You actually want to save him. The gloomy young man also nodded. Qian Xuan is right. The so-called survival trial tests more than just our ability to survive. From the moment the survival battle began, all the prestigious schools have been in a state of competition. If you want to reach the top, you must step over others. To be honest, even if she hadn't encountered these monsters, we wouldn't have let her go. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame her bad luck. Perhaps it was because Lin Yuan's senses were sharp enough that he heard every word of the conversation between the 3 people. It can be seen that these 3 people from Haiyu Beast not only have no intention of helping, but are also ready to reap the benefits. With their strength, it would be somewhat difficult to deal with these 3 Beast King-level monsters. Therefore, they planned to wait until Su Mushue and the 3 monsters fought to the death, and then come out to enjoy the fruits of victory. At this moment, Su Mushue had no idea of their plans. After all, what she is facing now is a 3-headed Beast King-level late-stage monster. Such pressure made it impossible for her to pay attention to the surrounding environment, so she naturally did not notice the 3 people from Haiyu Beast. In other words, Su Mushue had no idea that even if she really defeated the 3 monsters, she would not be able to leave here safely with the presence of Haiyu Beast and the other 2. Thinking of this, a hint of cold murderous intent flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. To be honest, he didn't think that the actions of the 3 freshmen from Haiyu Beast University were wrong. If it were him, he would probably make the same choice. However, some things are not right or wrong, but the position matters. Since these people are already prepared to attack Su Mushue, in Lin Yuan's eyes, they have already been sentenced to death. At this moment, the battle between Su Mushue and the 3 Beast King-level monsters in front of her officially broke out. Facing the 3-headed monster in front of her, Su Mushue took a deep breath, without any fear in her eyes, and chose to attack first. The cold frost and snow immediately fell around Su Mushue, as if forming a territory that belonged to her alone. Immediately afterwards, several sharp ice blades emitting cold air suddenly condensed around Su Mushua's body and cut towards the three monsters in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Roar! Facing Su Mushua's extremely fierce attack, the three-headed fire dog immediately took a step forward, emitting bursts of beast roars from its mouth. Then, it opened its huge mouth, and the scorching flames condensed into a fireball in its mouth and spewed out directly in the direction of the ice blade. Boom! In an instant, the scorching fireball and the extremely cold ice blade collided in midair. With a loud bang, all the ice blades were directly exploded into ice chips all over the sky under the impact of the fireball. Chapter 161 The Last Choice. Give it a try. Seeing that her attack was so easily blocked by the three-headed fire dog in front of her, even Su Mushua couldn't help but frown. You know, she didn't mean to hold back at all in that attack just now. It seems that the strength of the three-headed fire dog in front of us should not be underestimated. Afterwards, Su Mushua did not hesitate at all and immediately stepped back, trying to keep a certain distance from the three monsters in front of her. After all, the nine-tailed snow fox is not a monster that is particularly good at close combat. Keeping a certain distance from the enemy is more suitable for Su Mushua to fight. However, at this moment, the ink poison demon clam suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a ball of venom that looked like ink directly in the direction of Su Mushua. Fortunately, Su Mushua reacted immediately and chose to dodge sideways, thus narrowly avoiding the venom. Squeak! The venom, which was as colorful as ink, fell on the ground and directly corroded a big hole. Whether it was grass, trees, or stones, they were all corroded completely. Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Mushua couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She didn't expect that the toxin of this black poison clam would be so corrosive. If she hadn't managed to avoid the venom, the consequences would have been disastrous. Thinking of this, Su Mushua couldn't help but become more vigilant. Now, there are only two choices before her. One is to choose to run away directly, but under the pursuit of these three monsters, the possibility of escaping can almost be described as negligible. As for the second option, it is to press the emergency button on the watch. In this way, Chen Shuowu will rush to rescue her as soon as possible to ensure her safety. But the battle for survival has just begun and Su Mushua is about to be eliminated. She cannot accept such an outcome. In this case, maybe I still have a choice. That is to give it a try and kill these three Beast King level monsters. How can you know that you can't do something if you haven't tried it? Thinking of this, Su Mushua's eyes gradually became firm. But at this moment, Su Mushua suddenly frowned, as if she found something wrong. When were there only two monsters left in front of me? Where did that shadowy cat go? Just when Su Mushua realized this, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside her. It was the phantom cat. The battle between beast soul masters and monsters has always been like this. Even a small mistake could put you in danger. The shadowy cat suddenly attacked Su Mushua's side and swung its claws to kill, without mercy. Sizzle. Along with the sound of flesh tearing, 3 scarlet blood marks appeared on Su Mushua's body. Fortunately, even in pain, Su Mushua remained calm. There was a cold flash in her eyes, and her sharp fox claws tore towards the shadow cat fiercely. The shadow cat naturally wouldn't choose to confront Su Mushua head-on, and immediately wanted to retreat by relying on its own speed. However, at this moment, a very human look of astonishment flashed across its eyes, because its limbs were forcibly frozen by frost at some unknown time. Under such circumstances, the speed that it was so proud of was no longer of any use. Su Mushua's fox claws slashed down the shadow cat's head with incredible precision. Along with the splattering of blood, the wailing of the shadow cat also echoed in all directions. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Su Mushua could launch a counterattack despite being surrounded by 3 monsters, and even severely injure one of them. It seems that this little girl is not as weak as I imagined. Lin Yuan originally wanted to take action, but after seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but suppress the urge to take action. Everyone needs to grow. Even Su Mushua is no exception. For her, this was also a test. If she can really survive this disaster successfully, then both her mentality and strength will be greatly improved. Therefore, Lin Yuan is still prepared to wait and see for a while. When Su Mushua can no longer hold on, he will naturally choose to take action. However, after this successful attack, Su Mushua did not choose to pursue the victory, because she knew in her heart that what she had to face was not just 1 Beast King level monster, but 3. Sure enough, just as she was dealing with the shadow cat, The ink poison demon clam opened its huge mouth again and spewed another ball of inky black venom towards her. Fortunately, this time, Su Muxue was already prepared. Su Muxue immediately turned her head, mobilized the ice energy in her body to the extreme, and then sprayed it out of her mouth. The extremely cold frost energy condensed into an ice wall in front of Su Muxue at an extremely fast speed, easily resisting the corrosion of the venom. The next second, Su Muxue's foxtail suddenly lashed towards the ice wall in front of her. Looking at the scene before them, the three freshmen from Haiyu Beast University couldn't help but flash a look of surprise in their eyes, because they couldn't figure out what Su Muxue was trying to do. Isn't this ice wall in front of us condensed by Su Muxue herself? But why does she want to destroy it now? Bang! Before they could react, the ice wall exploded with a loud thud. What was even more unexpected to them was that, under the whip of the fox's tail, the sharp fragments of the ice wall actually swept directly in the direction of the ink poison demon clam, as fast as a bullet. Faced with such overwhelming ice wall fragments, the ink poison demon clam had no room to dodge. The sharp ice chips, as sharp as knife blades, penetrated deeply into its body, almost instantly turning it into a hedgehog. Success. Seeing that her moves were successful, even Su Muxue's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of joy. It was a sudden flash of inspiration that made her come up with this idea in this extremely critical situation. In just less than half a minute, she had severely damaged two Beast King-level monsters, the Shadow Cat and the Ink Poison Clam. But Su Muxue knew in her heart that she couldn't let her guard down now, because the three-headed fire dog, which is a mutated monster, is the strongest among the three monsters. Chapter 162 The Real Purpose is revealed. Seeing that the other two monsters had suffered heavy damage, the three-headed fire dog also realized the threat posed by Su Muxue. Its three heads were raised high, and it let out a long roar at the same time. Immediately afterwards, a burning flame ignited directly on its body, as if it had turned into a flaming shadow, rushing towards the direction where Su Muxue was at a high speed. There is no doubt that this three-headed fire dog wants to fight Su Muxue head-on. Naturally, Su Muxue was unwilling to give it this opportunity. She immediately activated her own frost energy, condensed dozens of frost blades, and attacked in the direction of the three-headed fire dog without hesitation. However, the three-headed fire dog's body was far more flexible than she had imagined. The three fire dogs were seen running at high speed, twisting and turning, and easily avoiding the attack of the ice blades. It never rains, but it pours. Just as the three-headed fire dog was closing in step by step, the ink poison clam and the shadow cat also joined the battle. The ink poison demon clam opened its huge mouth, and its dark red tongue filled with sticky venom lashed towards Su Muxue like a long whip. The shadow cat also seized this opportunity, bursting out at its full speed, and attacked from Su Muxue's side like a ghost. This isn't just being attacked from the front and back, this is being attacked from three sides. The more critical the situation is, the more of a test it is for Su Muxue. The current situation does not allow her to make any mistakes, and she must make the best judgment. Su Muxue dodged sideways at the first moment, avoiding the toad tongue that was lashing at her like a whip. No matter what, she couldn't let the attack of the ink poison demon clam hit her, because in addition to the barbs, the toad's tongue is also covered with venom. Once the venom enters the body, under such circumstances, it is equivalent to chronic death. And the target that Su Muxue was really preparing to deal with was that shadowy cat. At this moment, both the three-headed fire dog and the black poisonous magic clam were still a certain distance away from her. Only this shadowy cat was lingering around her, looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. More importantly, this shadow cat is the weakest among the three monsters. It is better to cut off one finger than to hurt 10 fingers. It seems that the claw just now has not taught you a lesson yet. Su Muxue and the shadow cat looked at each other, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Looking at Su Muxue's eyes, the shadow cat instinctively sensed a sense of crisis and immediately wanted to withdraw. Unfortunately, it's too late for it to escape now. Freeze. Su Muxue opened her mouth and spewed out a ball of extremely cold air directly in the direction of the shadow cat. Click, click. In just a few seconds, frost quickly covered the body of the shadow cat and completely froze it into an ice sculpture. This shadowy cat, at most, possesses the strength of a 5-star Beast King. Su Muxue, who possesses the 7-star strength of the Beast King level, is naturally a dimensionality reduction attack in front of it. The next second, Su Muxue did not hesitate and swung out with her claw, smashing the shadow cat's head with one claw. Blood mixed with ice chips splattered everywhere, and the first Beast King level monster died, tragically, in Su Mushue's hands. However, at this moment, a scorching fireball whizzed over from not far away and directly hit Su Mushue's body. This firebomb was naturally spewed out from the mouth of the three-headed fire dog. Under normal circumstances, Su Mushue might have a chance to dodge. But in order to kill the shadow cat in front of her, she was destined to take the firebomb head-on. Under the impact of this firebomb, Su Mushue's body flew backwards 4 or 5 meters until she hit the trunk of a giant tree, and then she stopped. No one knows whether it is due to the nourishment of the flesh and blood of the end black dragon or the influence of nuclear radiation. The trees in the Dragonbone Mountains are also extremely huge, often tens of meters high. When Su Mushue stood up again, shaking her body, there was a large burnt mark on her fur, which was as white as ice and snow. It was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. However, Su Mushue's gaze remained extremely firm. At the very least, she had successfully killed a Beast King-level monster. Next, there are only 2 left. However, at this moment, the 3 freshmen from Haiyu Beast University who were hiding in the dark could no longer hold back. "Boss, things have changed." Qian Chuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "That girl's strength seems to be stronger than I imagined. She can even kill a Beast King-level monster." The gloomy young man said, "Nonsense, he is a freshman at the Magic City Beast University. It is normal for him to have such strength. Get ready to fuse the beast souls. We can start now." Fong Liang, who had a baby face, was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "Now? What else?" The gloomy young man gave him a bad look and said, "Do you want to wait until she kills all 3 Beast King-level monsters and pockets all the points before having a fair fight with her? You know, their purpose is not only to eliminate Su Mushue, but also to get more points. If they kill these 3 Beast King-level monsters, they can get at least 3 points. But now, the Shadow Cat has died at the hands of Su Mushue. That's why they couldn't help but want to take action. Their goal was clear, which was to get rid of Su Mushue first, and then deal with the 3-headed fire dog and the ink poison demon clam. Although the 3-headed fire dog was extremely powerful, the ink poison demon clam was already seriously injured. With the strength of the 3 of them, it is definitely more than enough to deal with 2 Beast King-level monsters. As the eldest of the 3, the gloomy young man merged his own beast soul without hesitation. The next second, a poisonous scorpion that seemed to be covered in silver armor and emitting a cold metallic luster appeared in front of the other 2. The gloomy young man's name is Xiao Han. He is the deputy captain of Haiyu Beastmaster and a 6-star Beast King level Beast Soul Master. For a prestigious school like Haiyu Beast University, which is ranked low, a freshman with 6 stars in the Beast King level is already considered to be quite powerful. And his Beast Soul is exactly the S-level Beast Soul, the Silver Moon Poison Scorpion. Seeing that Xiao Han had already merged his Beast Soul, the other 2 no longer hesitated and immediately merged their Beast Souls one after another. For a moment, the energy fluctuations generated by the fusion of the Beast Souls immediately attracted the attention of Su Mushue and the 2 monsters. Chapter 163. So, you are so weak? At this moment, the 3 freshmen of Haiyu Beast have already integrated their own Beast Souls one after another. In addition to Xiao Han's Silver Moon Poison Scorpion, there is also Qian Chuan's Iron Armored Beast. This is also an extremely special Beast Soul. Although it is not very offensive and its movements are extremely clumsy, it has extremely strong defensive capabilities. As for Fong Liang's Beast Soul, it was somewhat special. It was actually a dark blue jellyfish floating in the air. After seeing the 3 people in front of her, a hint of joy immediately appeared in Su Mushue's eyes. However, Su Mushue soon realized that meeting Beast Soul Masters from other schools in the Dragonbone Mountains might not be a good thing. Thinking of this, a hint of vigilance appeared in Su Mushue's eyes again. At this moment, Xiao Han's eyes fell on Su Mushue, and he said in a deep voice, "Fong Liang, you go first, trap her for me." Good. Although Fong Liang felt that it was a bit shameless to take advantage of someone's misfortune, he chose to obey Qian Chuan's order without hesitation. I saw several jellyfish tentacles like ribbons hanging directly from his body, and like ropes, they were winding towards the direction where Su Mushue was. Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Mushue already understood that the 3 people in front of her were enemies, not friends. Facing the entangled jellyfish tentacles, Su Mushue exhaled a ball of extremely frosty air without hesitation, trying to freeze it into an ice sculpture. Su Mushue's move really worked. In just a moment, the tentacles of the jellyfish in front of her were covered with a thick layer of frost, and even its movements became slow. However, in the next second, something strange happened. Sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, flashes of lightning appeared on the tentacles of the jellyfish that were frozen into ice. The violent thunder rolled over the jellyfish's tentacles, instantly causing the frozen ice to crack and shatter. Before Su Mushua even had time to react, the tough jellyfish tentacles quickly wrapped around Su Mushua's body. Moreover, electric currents were continuously released from the tentacles of the jellyfish, as if it wanted to completely paralyze Su Mushua. Idiot, don't you know that Fong Liang's beast soul is the thunder jellyfish? Xiao Han sneered, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Next, it's my turn. Just as he finished his words, the silver scorpion tail flashing with cold light suddenly pierced towards the direction where Su Mushua was. The sharp sting at the end of the scorpion's tail contains extremely strong neurotoxin. Once injected into Su Mushua's body, she will completely lose her ability to fight in just a few seconds. When Xiao Han thought about the fact that he could personally eliminate a genius from the Magic City Beast University, his heart was filled with excitement. Is it going to end? A bitter smile appeared on Su Mushua's lips. I have indeed tried my best, but unfortunately the final result is still not satisfactory. She also said that she would definitely protect Lin Yuan, but now she has to break her promise. However, at this critical moment, a huge black beast shadow suddenly appeared and blocked Su Mushua. Then, Lin Yuan's voice sounded faintly in their ears. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune is not the behavior of a gentleman. At the same time, the sharp silver-white scorpion tail pierced Lin Yuan's body with a tremendous force. After Lin Yuan suddenly appeared, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. No matter who the opponent is, once his neurotoxin is injected into the body, the whole body will be paralyzed and lose all combat ability. Calm. However, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, his scorpion tail was actually shattered apart. However, there was only a white mark on the scales on Lin Yuan's chest. How is this possible? Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiao Han's eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. His scorpion tail couldn't even break the opponent's defense. Could it be that the other party, like Qian Chuan, also has a beast soul that focuses on defense? At this moment, the black giant beast in front of them looked at them with an almost pity look. So you are so weak. Lin Yuan. After seeing Lin Yuan appear, a hint of surprise appeared in Su Mushua's eyes. Then, she quickly reminded, "Be careful, they." But before Su Mushua could finish her words, Lin Yuan's claws had already slapped toward Xiao Han. Bang! Accompanied by a dull bang, the huge body of the Silver Moon Scorpion actually flew backwards and only stopped after breaking the trunks of 3 giant trees. However, Xiao Han obviously could not withstand such terrifying force and fainted on the spot. Then, Lin Yuan turned around, looked at Su Mushua with his dark golden eyes, and asked calmly, "What did you tell me to be careful about just now?" "Nothing, nothing." Su Mushua widened her eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She clearly remembered that Lin Yuan only had the strength of a 6-star beast king. But the power that Lin Yuan's claw just unleashed completely overturned Su Mushua's cognition. This guy, when did he become so strong? Even more shocked than Su Mushua were Qian Chuan and Fong Liang. They obviously didn't expect that Xiao Han, the strongest among the 3 of them, would be killed instantly by the black beast in front of them. Roar! At this moment, the 3-headed fire dog that had been ignored by everyone suddenly roared. Obviously, the mutated monsters are much more ferocious than ordinary monsters. Even when facing the powerful Lin Yuan, the 3-headed fire dog's eyes did not show any fear, but were filled with ferocity and brutality. Qian Chuan and Fong Liang looked at each other. Even though they didn't say anything, they instantly understood what the other meant. For them, the only way to survive now is to cooperate with this 3-headed fire dog to get rid of Lin Yuan first. Although they don't want to cooperate with monsters, the current situation forces them to make this choice. Fong Liang immediately retracted the jellyfish tentacles that were wrapped around Su Mushua's body and turned to wrap around the direction where Lin Yuan was. However, Lin Yuan ignored it. His dark golden animal eyes stared coldly and indifferently at the 3-headed fire dog. It seems you are also tired of living, right? Chapter 164. Victory in Battle, Gold-Level Treasure Chest. As he spoke, a fierce murderous intent suddenly spread out from around Lin Yuan. Even Fong Liang and Qian Chuan, who were standing by, couldn't help but shiver. The next second, Lin Yuan started like a heavy truck. And, at this moment, a circle of green runes suddenly appeared on Lin Yuan's body. This is exactly Lin Yuan's beast weapon, Wind Spirit Rune. With the help of the Wind Spirit Rune, Lin Yuan's speed suddenly increased. Under the dual explosion of strength and speed, the jellyfish tentacles that were originally wrapped around Lin Yuan's body were actually torn apart. The intense pain made Feng Liangqing involuntarily let out a wail. Lin Yuan proved with his own actions that in the face of absolute power, any means are futile. However, Lin Yuan's target has not changed. It is still the three-headed fire dog. Roar! Along with a roar, the three-headed fire dog raised its head and continuously condensed scorching fire bombs in its mouth and fired them towards the direction where Lin Yuan was. However, what it didn't expect was that Lin Yuan did not dodge or retreat, but continued to rush towards it while carrying the fire bomb. Boom, boom, boom. The flaming bombardments continuously bombarded Lin Yuan's scales, making bursts of rumbling sounds. But Lin Yuan's speed did not slow down at all. It was as if the attack of the three-headed fire dog had no effect on him at all. When the smoke cleared, Lin Yuan's demon-like beast shadow suddenly rushed out and appeared in front of the three-headed fire dog. At this moment, a hint of fear finally flashed in the eyes of this extremely ferocious mutant monster. Because the shadow of death has already loomed over its head. It's time to end it. Lin Yuan's eyes were cold, and he opened his huge mouth directly, gathering the scorching nuclear energy into his huge mouth. Boom! White-hot light. The white-hot light, several times hotter than the fire bomb, instantly penetrated the body of the three-headed fire dog. The latter didn't even have time to utter a wail before he died at Lin Yuan's hands. At this moment, 2 consecutive system prompt sounds rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Beast King level Beast Soul Master and receiving the reward. Gold Treasure Chest X1. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Beast King level Mutant Monster and receiving the reward. Gold Treasure Chest X1. After hearing the system prompt sound in his ear, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. I have to say, his luck is pretty good. The victories in both battles actually earned him treasure chest rewards. However, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to open the treasure chest, but turned around and looked at Feng Liang and Qian Chuan. Are you going to give up on your own, or are you ready for me to help you? After hearing this, Qian Chuan and Feng Liang both shuddered uncontrollably and quickly said, we will give up. Then, without any hesitation, both of them pressed the emergency buttons on their watches. This means that they have lost the right to continue participating in this battle for survival. Afterwards, Lin Yuan came directly to the corpse of the three-headed fire dog without any hesitation, cut open its head with his claws, and successfully found a red crystal core in the middle head. This is his trophy, so Lin Yuan naturally would not miss it easily. While Lin Yuan was killing the 3 fire dogs, Su Muxue also killed the ink poison demon clam, which was already seriously injured. In an instant, the 3 monsters died one after another at the hands of Lin Yuan and Su Muxue. After obtaining the crystal cores of the ink poison demon clam and the nether spirit cat, Lin Yuan immediately said to Su Muxue, "Let's go, leave here." Good. Su Muxue nodded, then asked, "Where are we going?" Lin Yuan said, "Go find Wang Jinza. That guy's strength is even weaker than Song Lan. If we don't find him quickly, he will most likely be eliminated. Although Song Lan is an auxiliary beast soul, he still possesses certain combat capabilities. Even if he cannot win, he can find a way to escape. Moreover, as long as he can get along with his teammates, Song Lan will be able to play his role. But Wang Jinza is different. Not only is this guy not very strong, even Lin Yuan doesn't know what his beast soul is." After hearing this, Su Mushue's eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. "That's true. But, do you know where he is?" Lin Yuan nodded and said, "If he didn't run around after getting off the bus, I should still be able to find him." A hint of surprise flashed across Su Mushue's eyes. "How did you know?" "While in the car, I had already noted the approximate location where he would get off." Lin Yuan pointed to his head, chuckled, and said, "How else do you think I found you?" Hearing this, a blush flashed across Su Mushue's face. She also said that she wanted to protect Lin Yuan, but unexpectedly, she was rescued by Lin Yuan again. Moreover, the strength displayed by Lin Yuan was beyond her expectations to a great extent. Su Muxue followed behind Lin Yuan and asked curiously, "What is your current strength?" "Strength." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then said calmly, "Probably Beast King level 8-star mid-stage." Hiss. Su Muxue widened her eyes and couldn't help but take a breath. No wonder Lin Yuan could easily crush Xiao Han and the others. It turned out that his strength had reached the same level as Chun Longxiang. Then, Su Muxue couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't I take a bath in the medicinal bath like you guys?" "Can." Su Muxiue originally wanted to say it, but at that time, Lin Yuan was obviously only at the 6-star level of the Beast King. However, before she could say anything, she reacted. Were you deliberately hiding your strength at that time? It's not a good thing to let others know your strength. Lin Yuan said calmly. Besides, I'm just a substitute. There's no need to deliberately show myself off. After hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, Su Muxiue was stunned at first, and then she couldn't help but shudder. It is estimated that Xiao Han and the other three would never have imagined that the one who easily defeated them was just a substitute from Moda Beast. I can only say, anyone who really treats Lin Yuan as a substitute will be in big trouble. Chapter 165 Wang Jin's Mark, The Mysterious Dome. The black, giant beast transformed by Lin Yuan was running at high speed in the giant forest. Although speed is not Lin Yuan's advantage, with the blessing of the beast weapon, Wind Spirit Rune, his speed has been improved to an extremely fast level. Su Muxiue followed closely behind Lin Yuan. Even though she had run at her fastest speed, she still couldn't keep up with Lin Yuan's pace. Logically speaking, it would be best to release the beast's soul state in order to travel through this giant forest. After all, maintaining the state of beast soul fusion not only consumes one's own energy, but also makes it easy to be discovered by the monsters in the Dragon Bone Mountains. It was because Su Muxiue did not realize this before and rashly merged the beast's soul that she was besieged by the three-headed monster. But now, the situation is different. In order to find Wang Jinza as soon as possible, Lin Yuan must ensure that he maintains the fastest speed. At this moment, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly stopped. Su Muxiue asked in confusion, "What's wrong? We're already here. So soon." A hint of surprise flashed across Su Muxiue's eyes. However, although only less than half an hour had passed, the distance they had traveled was at least 40 or 50 kilometers. Yeah, but he doesn't seem to be here. Lin Yuan looked around but did not see Wang Jinza. Su Muxiue said, "After all, he has been out of the car for so long, it's impossible for him to stay there forever. What's this?" At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly turned his gaze to one of the giant trees. Su Muxiue was slightly stunned, then subconsciously followed Lin Yuan's gaze and found a mark on the tree trunk. It looked as if someone had deliberately carved it with a sharp stone. This seems to be the school emblem of our Magic City Beast University? Well, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be left by Wang Jinza. Lin Yuan said, "This guy is very smart. This way, we can follow the marks he left and find him." However, this approach is also quite risky. If people from other academies see it, they will most likely follow the mark to hunt him down. Su Muxiue said, "If that's the case, then we should find him first." That's right. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and immediately followed the marks left by Wang Jinza. Basically every 2 or 3 kilometers, Lin Yuan could find a school emblem mark left by Wang Jinza on the surrounding tree trunks. Judging from the distance and frequency, Wang Jinza should not have chosen to merge his own beast soul, but instead maintained his human form while traveling. It can be seen that Wang Jinza is still quite clever and more cautious than Su Muxiue. However, just when Lin Yuan found the 9th mark, the mark suddenly broke. No matter how hard Lin Yuan and Su Muxiue searched, they couldn't find the location of the next mark nearby. Lin Yuan and Su Muxiue looked at each other, and both saw a bad premonition in each other's eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, something must have happened to Wang Jinza. Then, the two began searching around again. Not long after, Su Muxiue's voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears again. "Lin Yuan, come and see, there are footprints left by monsters here." Lin Yuan immediately came to Su Muxiue's side, and sure enough, he saw a messy set of monster footprints on a muddy ground with fewer fallen leaves. Judging from these footprints, there should be more than one monster chasing Wang Jinza. However, judging from the size of these footprints, these monsters should not be too big. After hearing this, Su Muxiue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a monster that's too ferocious. No matter how weak Wang Jinza's strength is, he is at least a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. As long as the opponent is not a too powerful beast, even if Wang Jinza cannot defeat the opponent, he can at least deal with it for a while. But we still have to hurry up. After all, we don't know exactly when Wang Jinza got into danger. After saying this, Lin Yuan immediately chased in the direction where the monster's footprints extended. About 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan suddenly frowned. He turned his head and asked, "Did you hear any sound?" "Sound?" Su Muxiue was stunned at first, then held her breath and began to listen more attentively. Soon, she heard a series of sounds like the clashing of metal. Clang, clang, clang. These sounds are chaotic, yet crisp and powerful, just like the collision of metal. Su Muxiue asked in confusion, What is that sound? I don't know either, Lin Yuan said in a deep voice. However, it is most likely related to Wang Jinza. We will know when we go over and take a look. Good. The two reached an agreement and immediately rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. The direction from which the sound came was almost completely consistent with the direction of the monster's footprints, which indirectly confirmed Lin Yuan's guess. The giant trees around them began to gradually become sparse, and a flat green area appeared in front of Lin Yuan and Su Muxue, and the monster finally appeared in front of them. Just as Lin Yuan expected, what appeared before his eyes was indeed a group of monsters, and their bodies were not very big, only about 7 or 8 meters at most. The appearance of these monsters is somewhat similar to that of Velociraptor. This dragon, which has long been extinct on Earth, is also known as Velociraptor and Velociraptor, which means agile thief in Latin. The Velociraptors in front of us have long and strong tails, low skulls, and slightly upturned snouts. Their means of attack are naturally their sickle-like talons. If Lin Yuan didn't remember, the way Velociraptors hunt is to stand on one foot, first hook the prey with the sharp claws on the front limbs, then jump up, stab the prey's abdomen with the sickle foot, and then bite the prey's neck and other vital parts hard, rip it open, and kill it instantly. Normally speaking, the body length of a normal velociraptor is only between 2 and 3 meters. However, I don't know if it was affected by the inner core radiation of the Dragon Bone Mountains, but the size of these velociraptors in front of us has reached 7 to 8 meters. However, even so, they only have the strength of the early Beast King level. Logically speaking, no matter how weak Wang Jin's strength is, it should be more than enough to deal with these velociraptors in front of him. But the next second, a look of astonishment appeared in the eyes of Lin Yuan and Su Muxue, because, in front of them, there appeared a giant eggshell that was nearly 20 meters high. Chapter 166. You are responsible for the killing. I am responsible for the haha. What the hell is this? Looking at the giant eggshell in front of her, Su Muxue couldn't help but widen her eyes. The giant egg in front of me is grayish-white all over, just like thick fog. Although the surface of the eggshell is rough, it is not uneven. And now, Lin Yuan finally realized where the sound of metal clashing that they had heard before came from. It turned out that it was the sound made by the velociraptors using their sickle feet to continuously attack the giant egg in front of them. However, what surprised Lin Yuan even more was that even though these velociraptors had been attacking for such a long time, there was not even the slightest trace of anything on the surface of the gray-white giant egg in front of him. One can imagine how hard this gray-white giant egg in front of us is. But what puzzled Lin Yuan was why there was such a giant egg here. Could it be that it was left here by a giant beast? And also, why did he chase all the way here but didn't see Wang Jinza? It's impossible that the guy has been eaten up by these velociraptors. This is also unlikely, because Lin Yuan did not see any blood on the ground nearby. Moreover, given Wang Jinza's personality, if he really encountered a life-threatening danger, he would probably have pressed the distress button on his watch long ago. At this moment, the group of velociraptors also sensed Lin Yuan's breath extremely keenly. They immediately stopped their attack and looked at the black beast in front of them that was emitting terrifying pressure with extreme vigilance. At this moment, an extremely familiar voice suddenly sounded in the ears of Lin Yuan and Su Muxue. Lin Yuan? Su Muxue? Are they really you? That's great. After hearing Wang Jin's voice, both Lin Yuan and Su Muxue were slightly stunned, because Wang Jin's voice came from the gray and white giant egg in front of him. What are you guys still standing there for? Help me drive these velociraptors away. It was not until this moment that Lin Yuan finally realized an astonishing fact. That is, this gray-white giant egg in front of me is very likely Wang Jin's beast soul. Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Now he finally understood why Wang Jinza had always been reluctant to expose his beast soul. Lin Yuan would never have thought that this guy's beast soul was actually an egg. However, the most important thing at the moment is to drive these velociraptors away from Wang Jinza. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately took a step forward and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Roar! Along with this roar, the aura of the Beast King level 8 star suddenly spread out from Lin Yuan's body and swept towards the group of velociraptors in front of him. Accompanied by bursts of shrieking sounds, the group of velociraptors immediately showed expressions of fear and fled in all directions. Damn, we finally got rid of these dragon cubs. After escaping danger safely, Wang Jinza couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, "These guys are just like hyenas. Once they set their sights on you, they won't let you go. If you hadn't arrived in time, they would have had to sharpen their claws here for a long time." Su Muxue asked, Are you not hurt? Wang Jinzi said with disdain. Do I look injured? You think you can hurt me with just these dragon cubs? Are you kidding me? Lin Yuan at the side bluntly exposed Wang Jinzi. You are being chased all over the ground by a few Beast King level early stage velociraptors, and you still have the nerve to say that? After Lin Yuan said this, Wang Jinzi's momentum instantly weakened a bit. You can see that my beast soul is just an egg. What kind of fighting ability do you expect from an egg? Can it roll around and crush these velociraptors to death? The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched a few times, and the scene described by Wang Jinzi emerged involuntarily in his mind. He had to admit that Wang Jinzi's words were indeed correct. Although Lin Yuan had already realized that Wang Jinzi's beast soul might be somewhat unusual. But he obviously didn't expect it to be so unusual. This thing is even more useless than the E-level beast soul he awakened. What's the use of an egg? Do you cook and eat it when you are hungry? An egg this big can indeed last for a long time. That being said, Wang Jinzi's beast soul is not completely useless. Wang Jinzi seemed to have noticed something strange in Lin Yuan's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Hey, why are you staring at me like that? To tell you the truth, although my egg's offensive power is a little weak, its defensive power is first-rate. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Try? Forget it. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, I'm afraid that if I strike you with my claws, I'll knock all your egg yolks out. The imagery of Lin Yuan's words was so vivid that Su Muxue, beside him, burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Wang Jinzi said with a dark face. If you can really break my eggshell, Fatty will take your last name from today. It was not until now that Lin Yuan realized that Wang Jinzi seemed to be really serious. However, to be honest, Lin Yuan was also very curious about how strong the defensive power of Wang Jinzi's eggshell could be. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately said, Since you are so confident, I will take action. Come on boldly. Wang Jinzi's eyes were defiant and his tone was even more arrogant. However, even so, Lin Yuan still did not choose to attack with all his strength. He first controlled his own strength to about 5 stars of the Beast King level, and then suddenly swung it out to kill. In Lin Yuan's opinion, Wang Jinzi should be able to withstand an attack of this magnitude no matter what. Come. The next second, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, a recoil force came towards Lin Yuan, causing his claws to go numb. However, what Lin Yuan did not expect was that his attack did not leave even a trace on Wang Jinzi's eggshell. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but flash a hint of shock in his eyes. You know, defending and defending without getting hurt are two completely different things. Since Wang Jinzi was able to defend against a full-strength attack from a 5-star Beast King without getting hurt, it meant that his upper limit on damage tolerance was several levels higher than this. At this moment, Wang Jinzi sneered with great contempt. Push harder. Haven't you eaten? Now that the upper limit of Wang Jinzi's injury tolerance has been roughly determined, Lin Yuan naturally doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. Violent lightning immediately appeared on his claws. This is exactly the effect of the beast god weapon, Song Lei Claw. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan pushed his own strength to the extreme. The aura of the 8-star beast god weapon suddenly spread out from around Lin Yuan. After feeling this terrifying power, even Wang Jinzi's expression changed, and he even had the thought of asking Lin Yuan to stop. However, before Wang Jinzi could open his mouth, the claw filled with violent thunder had already swung towards him. The terrifying power suddenly erupted from Lin Yuan's claws. In an instant, Wang Jinzi's egg-shaped body was actually slapped away by Lin Yuan's claw. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of dull bangs, Wang Jinzi's eggshell broke the trunks of 3 giant trees in succession before it barely stopped. Looking at the scene in front of her, even Su Muxue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. When Lin Yuan really starts fighting, he really isn't joking at all. At this moment, Wang Jinzi was almost cursing in his heart. Damn, I treat you as a brother, and you want to kill me? The power of Lin Yuan's claw made him feel as if he was directly knocked away by a heavy tank traveling at 200 miles per hour. Su Muxue asked with concern, Fatty Wang, are you okay? Wang Jinzi gritted his teeth and pretended to be relaxed. Hey, this is just the beginning. It's just average. After hearing this, Su Muxue could hardly hold back the smile on her face. This guy's mouth is harder than the stone that Niuhua used to mend the sky. Afterwards, Lin Yuan immediately walked forward and checked on Wang Jinzi's condition. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that his claw, which he had used all his strength to strike, only left a claw mark on Wang Jinzi's eggshell. In other words, even after suffering such a heavy blow, Wang Jinzi's eggshell still did not break. For a moment, Even Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash with disbelief. How hard is this guy's eggshell? Judging from the current situation, the defensive power of Wang Jinza's eggshell can even withstand Lord-level attacks. Wang Jinza shook his body, and with great difficulty, he stood up the eggshell again, and said proudly, "See, in front of Fatty's eggshell, your attack is not worth mentioning at all. I admire you," Lin Yuan said with a half-smile. "In that case, why not take another claw from me?" After hearing this, Wang Jinza's expression changed instantly. If he received another claw, wouldn't that be the end of his life? Thinking of this, Wang Jinza hurriedly coughed twice in embarrassment. "Forget it, Fatty. I'm feeling a little unwell today. Let's talk about it another day." Su Muxue at the side chuckled and said, "Okay, Lin Yuan, stop teasing him and think about what we should do next." Wang Jinza quickly echoed, Yes, it's more important to do the right thing. Otherwise, let's go find Song Lan first, so that we will have all our people together. Also, with Song Lan here, our team's configuration will be more reasonable. Lin Yuan will be in charge of attack, I will be in charge of defense, Su Muxue will be in charge of control, and Song Lan will assist us." Wang Jinza was beaming with joy, as if a bright future was just around the corner. However, Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "Your plan is good. But unfortunately, I don't know where Song Lan got off the bus." With his eyes blindfolded, the only thing Lin Yuan could sense was when Wang Jinza and Su Muxue got off the car. After explaining all this to Wang Jinza, the latter finally understood how Lin Yuan found him. So, it's not easy to find Song Lan in such a large area like the Dragon Bone mountain range. Wang Jinza paused for a moment, then changed the subject and said, "But even if there are only 3 of us, it's enough to kill people." Su Muxue glanced at him and asked curiously, "How do you kill people indiscriminately?" Wang Jinza said seriously, "You are responsible for the random killing, and I will be responsible for Ha." Su Muxue, what a great killing spree. At this moment, Lin Yuan said, "Actually, I do have my own plan. But my plan is a little special. You can choose to follow me, or you can choose to continue trying your luck and see if you can find other people to form a team with." Chapter 167. You will become stronger just by breathing. To be honest, the reason why Lin Yuan looked for Su Muxue and Wang Jinza as soon as he got off the car was naturally to protect them. However, everyone has their own aspirations, and Lin Yuan will not require them to follow him. At this moment, Su Muxue took the lead in expressing her opinion. "We finally got together, so of course I'll follow you." Wang Jinza did not hesitate at all and grinned. "I also think that it will be safer to follow you." For Wang Jinza, following Lin Yuan is naturally the best choice. Otherwise, even a velociraptor at the early stage of the Beast King level would be able to ride on his head and pee and shit. Then, Wang Jinza spoke again. "Okay, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us what your plan is." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, my plan is very simple, which is to keep moving forward until we enter the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains." After hearing this, Wang Jinza was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, "Do you want to lead us to hunt Lord-level monsters? Can we really do it with just the 3 of us?" Lin Yuan hesitated for a while and asked, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Nonsense, of course it's the truth." Lin Yuan said, "If it were me and Su Muxue, we should be able to deal with weaker Lord-level monsters. But if you are included, then it's hard to say." Wang Jinza, "What do you mean, if I'm included, it's uncertain?" Then, Lin Yuan spoke again. "In fact, have you ever thought that the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains are actually safer than the outer areas?" After hearing this, Wang Jinza and Su Muxue were both slightly stunned, because what Lin Yuan said really went against their understanding. Logically speaking, the monsters deep in the Dragon Bone Mountains would only become stronger and more ferocious. How could they be safer than the outskirts? However, at this moment, Lin Yuan spoke again. "Think carefully. What is the most important thing for the freshmen of each college now?" Wang Jinza thought for a moment, then answered, "Of course it's to get more points." "That's right," Lin Yuan said. "After all, in this survival trial, the most important thing is points. You can earn 1 point for every day you survive, up to a maximum of 10 points. Every time you kill a Beast King level monster, you can also get 1 point, up to a maximum of 10 points. Of course, after reaching the points limit, you can also hunt Lord-level monsters. Every time you kill a Lord-level monster, you can get 2 points, and there is no upper limit. However, you should also know how difficult it is to hunt down Lord-level monsters. Unless the team has formed a certain size, no one will act rashly. Under this circumstance, Only after they have gained enough survival points and points for hunting king-level monsters will they consider hunting lord-level monsters. It's like an exam. The best option is to get the points you can first, and then consider the more difficult additional questions. Wang Jinza also nodded. That's indeed the truth. Then, Lin Yuan spoke again. So, we can do the opposite. Since everyone holds this view, then in the early stages of the survival war, the most intense competition must be in the outskirts of the Dragon Bone Mountains. If we continue to stay on the periphery, we will not only have to consider the threat from monsters, but also have to be on guard against freshmen from other colleges. At this moment, a thoughtful look flashed across Wang Jinza and Su Mushua's eyes. I have to admit that what Lin Yuan said is indeed not unreasonable. In this survival trial, the biggest threat is not the ferocious monsters, but the beast soul masters from other academies. Just like Su Mushua before, with her strength, she is fully capable of fighting the three-headed beast king-level monster alone. However, the three freshmen from Haiyu Beast University almost caused Su Mushua to fail. If Lin Yuan had not appeared in time, Su Mushua would probably have been eliminated by now. There are indeed many lord-level monsters within the Dragon Bone Mountains, Lin Yuan said. However, the stronger the monster, the stronger its territorial awareness. In other words, as long as we are not discovered by the lord-level monster in the area, we can almost be said to be absolutely safe. Even if we are unlucky and encounter a lord-level monster, we can still try to escape. The more Wang Jinza thought about Lin Yuan's method, the more feasible it seemed to him, and his eyes gradually brightened. Lin Yuan, you are truly a genius. You can actually come up with this idea. Lin Yuan smiled and said calmly, it's just reverse thinking. In fact, everything Lin Yuan said was just an excuse he made up on the spur of the moment. He had only one goal, and that was to enter the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains. Because the concentration of nuclear radiation there is far greater than that outside. You know, even if he just stayed in the outskirts of the Dragon Bone Mountains, he could get 864,000 evolution points every day. In other words, as long as the concentration of nuclear radiation is high enough, Lin Yuan can even become stronger just by breathing. Chapter 168 National Live Broadcast, Su Xiao Takes Action. 6 hours later, in a quiet and dense forest, Wang Jinza turned around and asked, have we entered the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains now? During these 6 hours, they had been on the road all the time and encountered several beast king-level monsters along the way, but they were all easily suppressed by Lin Yuan. Of course, during this process, they also met beast soul masters from other academies. However, when those people saw that they had formed a team of 3 and were students of Demon City Beast University, they immediately chose to retreat and did not want to conflict with Lin Yuan and the others. Lin Yuan, who was busy on his way, naturally didn't bother to get entangled with them. Facing Wang Jinza's question, Su Mushua thought for a moment, then answered, probably not yet. After all, we haven't encountered a lord-level monster yet. Wang Jinza, what the hell will happen if we really encounter a lord-level monster? However, at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly said, we probably haven't really entered the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains yet. After all, this mountain range is so vast. How can we reach its depths in just a few hours? However, the direction we are heading should not be wrong. I don't know if you have noticed that the frequency with which we encounter monsters has begun to decrease. Wang Jinza thought for a moment, and finally nodded. What you said does seem to make sense. In fact, Lin Yuan has only one criterion to judge whether there is any mistake in the route forward. That is how concentrated the nuclear radiation is. The closer you get to the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains, the higher the concentration of nuclear radiation will be. For Lin Yuan, this is just like a radar. Up to now, the evolution points Lin Yuan obtained every 10 seconds have increased from 100 points to 200 points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 200 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and obtaining 200 evolution points. The system's reminder sound would ring in Lin Yuan's ears every 10 seconds, just like an alarm clock. Under such circumstances, the number of evolution points that Lin Yuan could obtain every day doubled from 864,000 points to 1,728,000 points. However, Lin Yuan was still not satisfied. Because, in his opinion, this place is not yet deep into the Dragon Bone Mountains. The concentration of nuclear radiation here is far from reaching the limit. You know, the survival battle only lasts for 10 days in total. In other words, Lin Yuan could only stay in the Dragon Bone Mountains for 10 days at most. Since time is so precious, Lin Yuan naturally has to maximize his own interests. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from above Lin Yuan and the others' heads. Lin Yuan and the others looked up and discovered that there was a small drone-like machine hovering above their heads. Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Muxiue was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "Why is there a drone here?" Wang Jinzi said, "Have you forgotten that this National Freshman Fellowship competition is broadcast live? It is said that thousands of drones equipped with cameras have been deployed for this survival battle alone. In other words, our every move is actually being broadcast live. Of course, this also has an advantage. That is, if we really encounter any danger, even if we don't choose to press the distress button, the military will quickly approach us so that they can ensure our safety in the first place." Su Muxiue nodded. "So that's how it is." And a strange look flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. "It seems that I have to be more careful. If some of your secrets are exposed, you will be in big trouble." Fortunately, if Lin Yuan only absorbed nuclear radiation from the outside world, he would not leave any traces at all, and no one would notice anything unusual. At this moment, the images of this survival battle are being broadcast live to the outside world. Hundreds of millions of viewers across the country are watching their every move. This National Freshman Social Competition is undoubtedly the hottest event at the moment. All of a sudden, all major online platforms were paying attention to this event. The two top universities that attract the most attention are naturally Yinjing Beast University and Madu Beast University. After all, in the eyes of the public, only those who graduated from these two prestigious schools can be called true geniuses. I feel like the students at Yinjing Beast University and Modu Beast University are both very good this year. I've already seen quite a few outstanding ones. Nonsense. This year is known as the year of the explosion of geniuses. Those who can enter these two top schools are naturally the most talented beast soul masters. That Chu Tianyi should be the captain of the Demon City Beast University, right? His strength is really terrifying. Even when surrounded by 7 Beast King level monsters, he was able to force his way out of the siege by himself, and even killed 3 Beast King level monsters. If you ask me, Chen Longxiang from Yinjing Beastmaster is just as powerful as Chu Tianyi. His beast soul is too oppressive. Just the pressure he radiates can make a Beast King level monster unable to move at all. Yes, the most terrifying thing is that such a ruthless person is only the vice captain of Yinjing Beast University. I really don't know how terrifying their captain's strength is. Look, the camera cuts to Su Xiao. This guy is the captain of Yinjing Beast University. At this moment, the live broadcast of the survival battle has switched to a black-haired young man. The black-haired young man was dressed in white, and there was an indescribable coldness in his eyes. In front of him were 3 freshmen from Beijing Hangzhou Beast University. But these 3 new students from Beijing and Hangzhou have been surrounded by Beast King-level monsters. Chapter 169, The 10 Ancient Evils, The 9 Nether Beasts. At this moment, the eyes of the 3 freshmen from Beijing Hangzhou Beast University were filled with despair. In front of them, 9 Beast King-level monsters of various shapes were staring at them with ferocious eyes. If they want to break out of the encirclement, it means that each of them must deal with 3 Beast King-level monsters. For them, this is harder than climbing to the sky. After all, they are not top talents like Chen Longxiang and Chen Jushan. Being able to fight 2 Beast King-level monsters alone is already their limit. What's more, in addition to these ferocious beasts, there was also Su Xiao watching them. Even if they could escape from the encirclement of the 9-headed monster, Su Xiao had no reason to let them go. Give up resistance, we have no chance. One of the freshmen from Beijing Hangzhou Beast University couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes filled with sadness. To be honest, no one would be willing to accept this situation. After all, the battle for survival has just begun, and they are about to be eliminated. Once these 3 are eliminated, the ranking of Jinghang Beast University will inevitably be affected. However, just as he was about to press the distress button on his watch, Su Xiao suddenly moved. He stretched out his fingers and counted to himself, 1, 2, 3, 9. What a pity, it seems there is still 1 missing. Although Su Xiao's voice was not loud, it was heard clearly by the 3 freshmen from Beijing Hangzhou Beast University. For a moment, the 3 of them were stunned. What does this guy mean? Could it be that this guy wanted to wait until they were eliminated, and then fight this 9-headed Beast King-level monster alone? To them, such an idea was like a fairy tale and completely beyond their understanding. But at this moment, Su Xiao took action again. He just chose to fuse the beast's souls without any hesitation. The next second, a ferocious beast surrounded by black energy appeared in front of everyone. This is the first time that Su Xiao has displayed his own beast soul since the start of the national freshman competition. And his beast soul is none other than the Nine Nether Beast, one of the 10 ancient evils. Su Xiao's beast soul has a head shaped like a wolf's head, but it has a pair of huge and ancient gray horns on its head, and there is a scarlet vertical eye between its eyebrows, which is extremely ferocious. Moreover, its body is covered with dense black scales, which are hard and cold, and sparkle like black gold. In the gaps between the scales, there are long blood-red hairs that are half a foot long. Behind it, there are 9 tails, and at the end of each tail there is a not-so-big head of a ferocious beast, shaped like the skull of an evil dragon, and it looks hideous and terrifying. After feeling the fierce and terrifying aura emanating from the Nine Nether Beast, the 3 freshmen from the Jinghang Beast University even felt their breathing stagnate for a moment. After Su Xiao merged his own beast soul, those Beast King level monsters also responded quickly. All the monsters' eyes fell on Su Xiao at the same time. Obviously, they felt a great threat from the Nine Nether Beast. Therefore, we must get rid of this guy first. Roar! Accompanied by the roars of beasts, all the monsters rushed towards the direction where Su Xiao was. Looking at the monster rushing towards him, there was no fear in Su Xiao's eyes. The next second, his figure instantly turned into a residual shadow, so fast that the 3 people from Jinghang Beast University could not see his movements clearly at all. Laugh! The sharp claws of the Nine Nether Beast were like blades, instantly cutting the throat of one of the monsters. In an instant, scarlet blood gushed out. The monster's eyes gradually dimmed before it could even react. Even though it covered its neck tightly with its claws, it still could not stop its vitality from slipping away. Su Xiao didn't even look at it, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When the 3 freshmen from Beijing Hangzhou Beast University saw Su Xiao again, there was already a bloody heart on his claws. There is no doubt that in just a few seconds, Su Xiao flashed in front of another monster again, forcibly tore the opponent's chest, and took out its heart. Looking at the scene in front of them, the 3 freshmen from Beijing Hangzhou Beast University had an expression of disbelief and shock in their eyes. These ferocious and brutal Beast King-level monsters were like paper in front of Su Xiao. Is this the strength of Captain Yanjing Beast? Someone swallowed uncontrollably and couldn't help muttering to himself. In less than a minute, all 9 Beast King-level monsters in front of him died tragically at the hands of Su Xiao. At this moment, Su Xiao's claws were already covered with scarlet blood, which added a sense of ferocity and brutality to the Nine Nether Beast. Even though these 9 Beast King-level monsters had been dealt with by Su Xiao alone, they were not happy at all. Because, to them, the Su Xiao in front of them was far more terrifying than all the 9 Beast King-level monsters combined. However, just when they were facing a formidable enemy, Su Xiao didn't even look at them. Su Xiao simply took out the crystal cores from all the monster corpses and left without looking back. Among the 3 people from Jinghang Beast University, someone wanted to step forward and talk, but was stopped by his companions. Are you kidding? I just managed to escape a disaster. Why would I go and provoke this evil star? Only after they were sure that Su Xiao had left and walked far away did the 3 of them feel their tense spirits completely relaxed. At this moment, one of them said quietly, "Tell me, why did this guy choose to let us go?" Logically speaking, after the survival battle began, their major prestigious schools were already in a state of competition. Eliminating them will only bring benefits and no disadvantages to Yanjing Beast King. However, Su Xiao had no intention of making things difficult for them, and simply chose to let them go. After a few seconds of silence, another person spoke up. "Tell me, is there a possibility that he doesn't take us seriously at all, and doesn't regard us, Jinghang Beast, as competitors?" After these words came out, they immediately fell into a longer silence. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest knife. Perhaps, this is indeed the reason why Su Xiao chose to ignore them. For a true genius like Su Xiao, they might not even be in his eyes. Thinking of this, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. However, what they didn't know was that after walking for a distance, Su Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and he seemed a lot more relaxed. Luckily they didn't talk to me. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to say. Thinking of this, Su Xiao couldn't help but sigh slightly. How come even in a place like this, he still can't change his habit of getting nervous when he sees people? It's better to go to the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains as soon as possible. We shouldn't encounter other people there. However, it seems that I need to kill a Beast King level monster to get the full 10 points. But there should also be Beast King level monsters deep in the Dragon Bone Mountains, right? Thinking this, Su Xiao immediately rushed towards the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains. Not only are there Lord level monsters there, but he won't meet any other people. For someone with severe social anxiety like him, it's like a paradise. As for finding other members of Yinjing Beast University, this was completely out of the consideration of Captain Su Xiao. That kind of thing is really not suitable for him, so let Chen Longxiang take charge of it. Chapter 170. The young people in your school are really unique. The scene of Su Xiao's attack was accurately captured by the drone's camera and broadcast to audiences across the country. For a moment, Su Xiao's strength amazed countless beast soul masters across the country. You know, Su Xiao almost instantly killed the 9-headed beast king-level monster in just 1 minute. Moreover, during the entire battle, Su Xiao did not use any secret skills or beast weapons. He relied entirely on his own strength to crush these beast king-level monsters. Judging from his performance in this battle alone, even some lord-level beast soul masters may not be able to do it. And this is enough to show how terrifying Su Xiao's strength is. No wonder he could become the captain of Yinjing Beast University. There is indeed a reason for it. In their opinion, if nothing unexpected happens, Su Xiao should be the ceiling-level existence among this class of freshmen. And now, Su Xiao has begun to move towards the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains. I have to say that Su Xiao is really a man of great skill and courage. He dared to try to enter the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains alone. It seems that it won't be long before they will be able to see Su Xiao fighting a lord-level monster. Deep in the Dragon Bone Mountains, inside a dark and secluded cave, Lin Yuan put his hands behind his head, crossed his legs, and lay comfortably on the ground. In order to lie more comfortably, he even laid a layer of hay on the ground. Then, Lin Yuan turned his head, looked towards the cave entrance, and asked, "How is it going? Is the meat ready?" "Almost there, almost there." Wang Jinzi chuckled and said, "I have to say, the meat of these 3 fire dogs is really good. They smell delicious." A bonfire had already been lit at the entrance of the cave. Wang Jinzi was holding a bunch of bamboo sticks and roasting them over the blazing bonfire. The bamboo sticks were filled with the meat of the 3-headed fire dog that Lin Yuan had killed before. In order to ensure that there would be enough dry food during these days, Lin Yuan deliberately cut a lot of meat from the 3-headed fire dog when collecting the beast crystals. The reason why the meat of the 3-headed fire dog was chosen is naturally because the meat of the shadow civet cat is too sour and astringent, while the meat of the ink poison clam has a certain degree of toxicity. Then, Lin Yuan spoke again. "Remember to fan the air so that the smoke doesn't drift in." "Okay." After hearing this, Wang Jinzi immediately took out a fan and fanned himself while grilling the skewers. Su Muxue at the side asked weakly, "Is it not a good idea for us to do this?" Lin Yuan said, "What's wrong with this?" Su Muxue hesitated for a moment and finally said, "I feel like we are not participating in a survival battle now, but more like a vacation." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This girl is good in every way, except that she is too honest sometimes. Fortunately, at this moment, Wang Jinzi waved and said, "Okay, why think so much? The skewers are cooked. Come and eat." After Wang Jinzi said this, Su Muxue's eyes lit up immediately. She didn't care about anything else and ran over excitedly. At this moment, the skewers in Wang Jinzi's hand had already been grilled to the point of sizzling with oil. The meat skewers were shiny and greasy, and Wang Jinzi also sprinkled a lot of cumin and chili powder on them, which made people salivate. Looking at the barbecued skewers in front of her with the aroma of meat, Su Muxue couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Then, Wang Jinzi handed her 2 skewers directly. "Eat them first. If they're not enough, I'll grill more." Su Muxue had no intention of being pretentious. She immediately took the skewers and started to eat them with relish. Wang Jinzi asked with a smile, "How does it taste?" Su Muxue's mouth was full of oil, and she said incoherently, "It smells so good." Wang Jinzi laughed and said, "That's right. Since you've chosen to play badly, why not make yourself feel more comfortable? Besides, isn't the core goal of a survival war to survive? Look, aren't we surviving well now? Besides, it's not like we're not going to hunt monsters anymore. We're just going to enjoy it for a few days." Wang Jinzi's words stunned not only Su Muxue but even Lin Yuan. I have to say, this guy really has some potential to do pyramid selling. At this moment, a drone appeared above them. The camera mounted on the drone was watching them like eyes. Wang Jinzi was not polite either. He grinned and waved at the drone above his head. "Come on, say hello to the audience in front of the TV first." Lin Yuan originally didn't know why the drone could always find their location. However, he figured it out later. If nothing goes wrong, the black watches they are wearing should be equipped with a positioning system. Based on the positioning, the drone can naturally find their location quickly. What's more, they are one of the few freshmen who have stepped into the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains in the past few days, so it is normal for them to receive more attention. But I have to say that Wang Jinza is really shameless. Not only does he act like a loser with a sense of righteousness, he even has the nerve to actively greet the audience. The audience who were watching the live broadcast were also confused by Wang Jinza and his team's actions. I can't hold it anymore. Are these three people really here to participate in the survival trial? Why are they having a barbecue? If you don't talk about a survival war, I would believe you if you said they were here for a spring picnic. Seeing them heading deeper into the Dragonbone Mountains, I thought they were here to hunt Lord-level monsters. Why did they suddenly become like this? You know what? They are quite smart. They know that there are fewer monsters in the depths of the Dragonbone Mountains. Compared to the outskirts, it is actually safer. Haha, you call this smart? If they encounter a Lord-level monster, won't they be wiped out immediately? These three are actually freshmen at the Magic City Beast University. They're truly talented. The school has lost face because of them. Did you see that? That little fat guy is actually still greeting us. Ha 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 ha. This kid is really heartless. The heretical behavior of Lin Yuan and the other two immediately caused quite a stir. Even in the conference room of Yinqing University of Veterinary Medicine, leaders from various prestigious universities were watching this live broadcast. After seeing this scene on the screen, the leaders of various prestigious universities couldn't help laughing. Especially the principal of Beijing Hangzhou Beast University who was sitting next to Wang Ting. He almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He tried hard to hold back his smile, patted Wang Ting on the shoulder, and couldn't help but say, "Old Wang, these young people from the Magic City Beast University are really unique." Chapter 171. Is this kid reliable? After he said this, before Wang Ting could react, Su Dian's face couldn't help but turn ugly. Principal Jing Heng obviously noticed this and asked curiously, "Principal Su, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Ting said with a smile, "It's okay, don't worry about him. I believe that the students of our Magic City Beast University are just recuperating now. Once they have recovered enough energy, they will surely perform brilliantly in the survival battle." After he said this, Su Dian beside him also nodded. I think what Principal Wang Ting said is right. We shouldn't make hasty conclusions about students so easily. After hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Principal Jing Hong's eyes. If he remembered correctly, hadn't Yanjingmen and Modeman always been at odds with each other? Why did Su Dian start speaking up for Wang Ting? In fact, Principal Jing Heng had no idea that among the three talents in his eyes, one was Su Dian's daughter. To be honest, if you don't know Su Dian well, you wouldn't even know that he has a daughter. At this moment, Su Dian winked at Wang Ting, and then walked directly out of the meeting room door. The latter understood what he meant and immediately followed Su Dian out, leaving Principal Jing Heng standing there alone with a bewildered look on his face. Could there really be some shameful relationship between these two old guys? Soon, Wang Ting followed Su Dian out of the meeting room. The latter took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette, lit it skillfully, put it in his mouth, and then asked, "Do you want to smoke?" Wang Ting shook his head. "You know, I quit smoking a long time ago. I haven't smoked for a long time, except when I'm really upset." As he said this, Su Dian couldn't help but reveal a hint of annoyance on his face. If the teachers at Yinjing Beast University saw Su Dian like this, they would definitely be surprised. After all, in their eyes, Su Dian, known as the Red Dragon Emperor, has always been an invincible existence. Even when facing a Beast King-level monster, Su Dian was able to remain calm. After seeing Su Dian's expression, Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that you really care about your daughter." "Nonsense." Su Dian frowned and said, "I only have this one daughter. Is that kid reliable?" Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and quickly responded, "Are you asking about the substitute named Lin Yuan?" Su Dian frowned and said, "Who else can I ask?" "To be honest." Wang Ting spread his hands and said, "I don't know much about this kid. He was brought up by Zhao Shanha. If Zhao Shanha hadn't strongly recommended this guy, he wouldn't even be on the list of participants." Zhao Shanha. After hearing this name, Su Dian's eyes couldn't help but soften a little. Although Zhao Shanha was not their teacher at Yinjing Beast University, he did have some impression of Zhao Shanha. After all, in recent years, Zhao Shanha has been regarded as a Lord-level Beast Soul Master with considerable talent and strength. At the same time, he is also one of the few Beast Soul Masters who is most likely to break through to the Beast King level. It is not surprising that Su Dian has some impression of such a person. Moreover, what impressed him most was Zhao Shanha's honest and straightforward temper. Since Lin Yuan is the person he has his eyes on, his character shouldn't be too bad, right? Thinking of this, Su Dian couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Then, Wang Ting smiled again and said, "Okay, don't worry about it. Didn't you see that my son was hanging out with that guy? And look at them now, aren't they quite safe? Since this is a battle for survival, then naturally survival comes first. I think their thinking is quite correct." After hearing this, Su Dian couldn't help but snorted coldly. "You still have the nerve to say that. Your son is even more shameless than you." It's fine if he just found a place to hide, but he even had the nerve to greet the camera. Like father, like son. Wang Ting. I was trying to comfort you out of good intentions, but you got mad at me instead. However, he also knew that Su Dian was in a bad mood, so he didn't care too much. As if to ease the atmosphere, Wang Ting casually said, by the way, how's Dao Song? The Dao Song he mentioned was none other than his other son, Wang Jin's elder brother, Wang Dao Song. After hearing this name, Su Dian's eyes also changed. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, to be honest, having a son like this is a blessing you earned in your previous life. Dao Song is definitely the most talented beast soul master I have ever seen in the past 40 years. Chapter 172. If you don't give up, Zhe is willing to be your adoptive father. After hearing this, even Wang Ting couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although he also knew that his son was very outstanding, he obviously did not expect that he would receive such high praise from Su Dian. It seems that this kid has indeed grown a lot after leaving me. Then, Wang Ting suddenly said, in fact, the one who really bothers you is not Lin Yuan, but your daughter Su Mushiwei. After Wang Ting said this, Su Dian couldn't help but fall into silence. Because Wang Ting had indeed predicted what he was thinking. He didn't care at all about how Su Mushiwei performed. For Su Dian, as long as his daughter is safe and happy, that's all that matters. But the problem is that in Su Mushiwei's eyes, it seems that he no longer exists as a father. Sometimes, indifference is more heartbreaking than hatred. Wang Ting reached out his hand, patted Su Dian on the shoulder, and said, okay, brother Su, don't worry about this. Just let everything take its course. After a long silence, Su Dian couldn't help but sigh. Yes, some things, if you don't make up for them right away, you may never have the chance again. Deep in the Dragonbone Mountains. After finishing the barbecue at the entrance of the cave, Lin Yuan lay back on the haystack comfortably and remember to collect some dry firewood later, otherwise it might be cold to sleep at night. Oh, by the way, let's see where there is spring water. If there is running water, we don't have to boil water to drink. Wang Jinzi smiled and said, don't worry, I promise I can handle these little things. Su Mushiwei, who was standing aside, had a strange look on her face. These two people turned a survival trial into a wilderness survival game. Then, Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Su Mushiwei. If you are free, go with him. Otherwise, I'm afraid he will be in danger. Su Mushiwei didn't think much about it and nodded immediately. Okay. Wang Jinzi asked in confusion, why don't you go with me? Lin Yuan responded as a matter of course. Didn't you see that I was practicing? Wang Jinzi, you call lying on a haystack with your legs crossed cultivation? Is there anyone who practices like you? Although I, Wang Jinzi, am a little weak. I have never seen pork, but I have seen a pig run, right? No matter how talented a beast soul master is, it is impossible for him to practice like Lin Yuan, right? However, at this moment, the aura emanating from Lin Yuan suddenly surged out of nowhere. Obviously, Lin Yuan has made a breakthrough to a new level again. His strength has already broken through from the middle stage of Beast King level 8 stars to the late stage of Beast King level 8 stars. After feeling the change in Lin Yuan's aura, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but widen his eyes, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. How the hell is this possible? Isn't this guy Lin Yuan lying down the whole time? How can one break through even when lying down? This is so unscientific. Then, Lin Yuan raised his head and said with a smile, see, I told you I was practicing. For a moment, Wang Jinzi stared at Lin Yuan, his eyes full of undisguised desire. Please tell me the secret method of practicing while lying down. If you don't give up, I'm willing to be your foster father. After hearing this, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. This fatty Wang is really bold enough to even go so far as to make him his godfather. If Wang Ting heard this, he would hack me to death with his knife, right? However, looking at Wang Jinzi's determined eyes, Lin Yuan quickly realized that this guy seemed to be really serious. Come to think of it, with Wang Jinzi's lazy personality, if there really was a secret method in the world that could be practiced while lying down, he would naturally get it at all costs. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but say helplessly, okay, don't do this. My method is not suitable for everyone. If you can really use it, then I naturally can't hide it. Oh well. Wang Jinzi failed to obtain the secret method he had always dreamed of, and a hint of sadness flashed across his eyes. Then I'll go out to find firewood. After Wang Jinzi walked out of the cave, Su Mushiwei immediately followed him. After all, even though Wang Jinzi's beast soul had extremely strong defense, even high-level beast king-level monsters couldn't do anything to him. But his fighting ability is almost zero. He is basically the type who cannot fight back even if he is beaten. Lin Yuan felt more at ease when he asked Su Mushiwei to follow him. After the two of them left, Lin Yuan also opened the system panel. After all, he still had 2 gold-level treasure chests that had not been opened. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately chose to open the 2 gold-level treasure chests at the same time. Then, the system prompt sounds rang in Lin Yuan's ears one after another. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the gold treasure chest and obtaining 50,000 evolution points. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining a Beast King level beast weapon. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the gold treasure chest and obtaining 50,000 evolution points. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining a Beast King level secret skill. The 2 gold level treasure chests provided him with a total of 100,000 evolution points, a beast weapon, and a Beast King level secret technique. For Lin Yuan, 100,000 evolution points are naturally nothing. After all, now he can earn millions of evolution points a day even if he doesn't do anything. As for the Beast King level beast weapon, Lin Yuan took a look and found nothing special about it. It was a claw-type beast weapon named Soul-Destroying Claw, which could cause certain damage to the enemy's soul while attacking it. It's a pity that part of this beast weapon conflicts with the Songlei Claw. In comparison, Lin Yuan still feels that Songlei Claw is easier to use. After all, what Songlei Claw enhances is real explosive power. But what really concerned Lin Yuan was the Book of Beast King level secret skills. Previously, the battle between Qin Longxiang and Qin Zhushan made him truly feel the power of the secret technique. Whether it was Qin Zhushan's Guardian of the Bamboo Forest or Qin Longxiang's Barbarian Elephant Trampling the Mountain, both made Lin Yuan feel unprecedented shock. Although he had not been able to obtain the secret skills from the treasure house of the Magic City Beast University before, Lin Yuan had now successfully opened a book from the golden treasure chest, which made up for his regret. I don't know what kind of secret skill I will get this time. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately had an idea. Immediately afterwards, an ancient book emitting a crimson glow appeared in front of him. Chapter 173, the 9th transformation of the Beast God, the Tiger Transformation. After this red ancient book appeared in Lin Yuan's hands. The relevant introduction of the ancient books also appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Secret Technique, Beast God 9 Transformations Tiger Transformation. Level, Beast King. Introduction, the 9 transformations of the Beast God, divided into 9 volumes. Each of the 9 transformations of the Beast God corresponds to a ferocious beast. When the user performs it, he will also gain corresponding amplification. This volume contains the first of the 9 transformations of the Beast God, named Fierce Tiger Transformation. After using it, one can gain the power of a tiger. Moreover, in this volume of secret techniques, it is also noted that a Beast King level Beast Soul Master can only comprehend the first 3 of the 9 transformations of the Beast God at most. As for the subsequent 6 transformations, one can only comprehend them when reaching the Lord level and the Beast King level respectively. In other words, what Lin Yuan got was just a part of the 9 transformations of the Beast God. But it is precisely this that can further illustrate the value of this secret technique. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated. He immediately reached out and opened the red ancient book in front of him. However, what Lin Yuan did not expect was that after he opened the ancient book in front of him actually turned into a stream of red light and instantly merged into his mind. In an instant, all the content about 9 transformations of the Beast God Tiger Transformation was poured into Lin Yuan's mind. In just 1 second, he was able to fully comprehend it. For Lin Yuan, this is naturally a good thing. After all, if ordinary Beast Soul Masters want to comprehend the secret skills, they often need to expend a lot of energy and practice countless times. However, with the help of the system, he was able to understand it instantly and skip the entire process. This feeling is just like the peerless genius in martial arts novels whose Rin and Du meridians are opened and who can easily gain enlightenment about any martial arts. After comprehending the secret technique, Lin Yuan immediately walked out of the cave and chose to merge his own beast soul. Lin Yuan transformed into a black giant beast and used this secret technique without hesitation. Secret Technique, Tiger Transformation. Roar. A roar like a tiger's roar came out of Lin Yuan's mouth. The next second, red tiger stripes appeared on the black scales on his body. His own momentum also instantly rose to a higher level. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt that his own strength had temporarily surpassed the limit and reached the 9th star of the Beast King level. This is the effect of Tiger Transformation, which can greatly increase Lin Yuan's explosive power in a short period of time, just like a furious tiger. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan pushed his own strength to the extreme and suddenly swung out with a claw to kill. Crack! Lin Yuan's claw was as powerful as thunder, and the red tiger stripes around his body also burst into light like flames. The strong wind created by just this one claw was enough to cut a giant tree in half in an instant. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with the power of his claw. Moreover, the secret skill of Tiger Transformation does not consume much physical energy. With Lin Yuan's current physical strength, he can even maintain Tiger Transformation for at least half an hour. However, Although Tiger transformation can significantly improve his explosive power, it is still slightly inferior to secret skills such as Bamboo Forest Guardian and Barbarian Elephant Trampling the Mountain. Of course, this is only the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the Beast God. If the next few changes can be gathered, the power of 9 transformations of the Beast God should be able to undergo a qualitative change. In the next 4 days, Lin Yuan and his companions have been staying in this cave. Daily life can be said to be a straight line. Collect firewood, make fire, barbecue, eat, sleep, and rest. Their actions completely paralyzed the audience watching the live broadcast. If, at the beginning, they could still understand that Lin Yuan and the others were merely gathering their strength. But it has come to this now. Even if I want to help them wash, I have no excuse. Regain your energy? This has been going on for 4 whole days. If we continue to recuperate, do we plan to rest until the end of the survival battle? Whenever the live camera cuts to other people, they are basically either fighting monsters for their lives or fighting against freshmen from other colleges. But when it comes to Lin Yuan and his friends, the style of the picture becomes different. These 3 people were either sleeping leisurely or wolfing down barbecue. They were simply enjoying themselves. The most outrageous one was the little fat guy. This guy came to participate in the survival battle and actually brought chili powder and cumin with him. Sprinkle these 2 seasonings on the sizzling barbecue, and the aroma seems to overflow the screen. Is this a national freshman networking competition or a wilderness food show? Brothers, are we here to watch the survival battle live broadcast to see you guys enjoying life? In fact, many people hoped that these freshmen from the Magic City Beast University would encounter a Lord-level monster right away and quickly eliminate these conspicuous monsters. It's a pity that things don't always go as planned. Lin Yuan and his friends seem to be favored by the goddess of luck. For 4 consecutive days, not to mention Lord-level monsters, even King-level monsters were rarely encountered. Of course, Lin Yuan had anticipated such a situation long before. Beast King-level monsters usually dare not set foot in the territory of Lord-level monsters. The probability of running into a Lord-level monster within its territory is also not very high. As the golden crow set in the west and the jade rabbit rose in the east, the sky and the earth gradually became dark, and it was obvious that night had fallen. But for Wang Jinza, that means it's time to barbecue. Wang Jinza licked his lips excitedly, immediately relit the bonfire, and placed the skewers of meat that had been skewered in advance on it. Then, Wang Jinza asked with a puzzled look on his face, "By the way, why haven't we seen any drones coming over recently? I guess they think there's nothing interesting here." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Do you still want those drones to come over and broadcast us eating barbecue?" Wang Jinza scratched his head and said, "That seems to be true." With the experience of these few days, Wang Jinza's grilling skills have become more and more proficient. While grilling skewers, Wang Jinza sighed, "To be honest, this kind of life is comfortable, but it lacks excitement." Lin Yuan glanced at him and asked calmly, "Then what is considered exciting?" "For example, encountering a Lord-level monster or something." Wang Jinza said cheerfully, "Okay, don't be so nervous, it's just a joke. I'm sure I can't wait to lie down until the survival battle is over." However, at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly said in a low voice, "Fatty Wang, has anyone ever told you that you have a bad mouth?" After hearing this, Wang Jinza felt a chill in his heart, his scalp went numb, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. When he looked at Su Mushiwei again, he found that Su Mushiwei also had a nervous expression on her face. Could it be? Wang Jinza couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and turned his head slowly with great difficulty, looking behind him. The next second, 2 pairs of dark yellow vertical pupils as big as millstones happened to look at each other. For a moment, Wang Jinza felt as if his heart suddenly stopped beating. After all, the scene in front of him was too horrifying. He never thought that such a huge monster as big as a mountain would appear behind him. Wang Jinza's survival instinct almost prompted him to merge with the beast soul instantly. In an instant, a huge gray-white egg appeared in front of the giant beast. This sudden change also frightened the giant beast. With a roar, the giant beast immediately slapped the gray-white giant egg in front of it with one claw. Bang! This claw of it seemed to contain tens of thousands of tons of power. With a dull thud, Wang Jinza's egg-shaped body was actually knocked away dozens of meters and hit the rock wall of the cave heavily. However, Wang Jinza's defense is indeed more amazing than Lin Yuan imagined. Even if he managed to withstand the claw, only a few cracks appeared on his eggshell. But this is enough to prove how powerful the giant beast in front of us is. If nothing unexpected happens, this giant beast should be a Lord-level monster without a doubt. The moment Wang Jinza was knocked away, Lin Yuan and Su Mushiwei had already prepared for battle and each had fused their own beast souls. And under the light of the campfire, Lin Yuan was finally able to see the true appearance of the giant beast in front of him. Chapter 174, Lord-level Monster, Two-Headed Earth Dragon. The appearance of the giant beast in front of us is somewhat similar to that of the ancient Stegosaurus. Not only is it covered with ochre-colored scales, but it also has a row of huge yellowish-brown bone plates on its back. However, under the influence of nuclear radiation, the giant dragon in front of him actually had two heads. This is also why, when Wang Jinza turned his head, he looked into two pairs of beast eyes at the same time. However, what concerned Lin Yuan even more was how the dragon beast in front of him managed to appear behind Wang Jinza without them noticing. At this moment, Su Mushiwei didn't hesitate at all and attacked with a killing move. Secret technique. Ice Fox Breath. Su Mushiwei opened her huge mouth and spewed out extremely cold frost in the direction of the dragon beast. She knew clearly that with the huge gap in strength between the two sides, she could only go all out to get a chance for Lin Yuan. Click, click. Under the influence of the ice fox's breath, a thick layer of frost instantly condensed on the body of the two-headed dragon beast, forcibly imprisoning it in place. Lin Yuan naturally would not miss the opportunity created for him by Su Mushiwei, and he also used the secret skills he had just acquired. The 9 transformations of the beast god, tiger transformation. As the scarlet tiger stripes appeared around Lin Yuan, his momentum instantly rose. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan swung out with his claws like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Kong. Lin Yuan's claws collided with the ochre-colored scales of the two-headed dragon beast, and there was a sound of metal clashing. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that the defense of this two-headed dragon beast was so amazing. You know, this attack of mine at least unleashed the power of a 9-star beast king. However, even so, his attack failed to tear through the opponent's defense, and only left a deep claw mark on the scales of the two-headed dragon beast. Although it did not cause any serious damage to the opponent, the two-headed dragon beast in front of it still felt pain. With a wailing sound, the two-headed dragon beast in front of him actually drilled directly into the ground. Its movements are so smooth and natural, just like a fish swimming in a lake. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that the two-headed dragon beast in front of him was actually an earth dragon. At this moment, Wang Jinza warned, Lin Yuan, be careful. Just like Lord-level beast soul masters have realized their own, Tao, Lord-level monsters usually also awaken certain special abilities. Just as Wang Jinza finished his words, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to shake violently. In just a moment, several cracks appeared. Before Lin Yuan and the others could even stand firm, the next round of attack from the two-headed earth dragon came again. I saw dozens or even hundreds of stones suddenly shooting out from the cracks as fast as bullets. The target of these stones was none other than Su Mushiwei. Obviously, after reaching the Lord level, the monster's intelligence is no less than that of humans. It was precisely because of this that the two-headed earth dragon quickly determined that Su Mushiwei was the one most likely to be defeated among the three of them. Therefore, it launched an attack on Su Mushiwei first, wanting to get rid of the latter first. Fortunately, Su Mushiwei is no longer the young girl she once was. Facing the opponent's attack, she exhaled a ball of extremely cold air without hesitation and condensed an ice wall directly in front of her. However, the stone whizzing through the air was too fast. Just in the blink of an eye, the ice wall condensed by Su Mushiwei was smashed through and turned into a sieve. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Wang Jinza rolled over and rolled in front of Su Mushiwei, blocking all the remaining stones for her. It hurt so much. The intense pain made Wang Jinza grimace involuntarily. Su Mushiwei was slightly stunned, then whispered, "Thank you. Are you okay?" Wang Jinza grinned. "Don't worry, this level of attack can't even knock out my egg yolk." When Lin Yuan heard that Wang Jinza was still in the mood to talk nonsense, he knew that this guy was probably not in any serious trouble. However, the current situation is urgent, and we must find a way to force this two-headed earth dragon out from under the ground. Otherwise, they will always be in a passive situation. After the two-headed earth dragon drilled into the ground, he could hardly even sense its breath. Lin Yuan obviously did not expect that this two-headed earth dragon actually possessed such unusual abilities. It seems that this Lord-level monster was able to approach them silently from underground by relying on this ability. If we don't find a solution quickly, the next round of attack from this two-headed earth dragon will soon follow. At this moment, Su Mushiwei and Wang Jinza were also waiting for Lin Yuan to make a decision. You know, in their 3-person team, Lin Yuan is the real backbone. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Let's run away." "What did you say?" After hearing this, Wang Jinza and Su Mushiwei were both stunned and even wondered if they had heard it wrong. However, Lin Yuan quickly repeated, "No time to explain, run away with me, quickly." After saying this, Lin Yuan immediately ran away in one direction. Under such circumstances, Wang Jinza and Su Mushiwei naturally no longer had any hesitation and immediately chose to escape with Lin Yuan. Although they didn't know why Lin Yuan made such a decision, they still chose to believe in Lin Yuan unconditionally. But even as they were running away, the ground behind them kept rising, as if a giant beast hidden beneath the ground was chasing them. Its speed underground is even faster than on flat ground. The speed was so fast that it even exceeded the three people's imagination. Wang Jinzi said in a cold sweat, "No, Lin Yuan, this guy is too fast. There is no way we can escape." However, after he said this, a cold light suddenly flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. "Who told you? We are really going to escape?" The next second, Lin Yuan suddenly turned around, his eyes fixed on the rising ground, murderous intent in his eyes. The reason why he chose to escape was simply to find out the location of this two-headed earth dragon. This is the solution Lin Yuan came up with. He knew in his heart that this two-headed earth dragon would never let them go easily. Since we cannot determine the opponent's position, we will use this method to force this two-headed earth dragon to expose its own position. As long as you know the other party's position, the next thing to do will be very simple. That is, to force the other party out from underground. Lin Yuan took a step forward and opened his huge mouth. Energy as hot as magma suddenly gathered and took shape in his huge mouth. Immediately afterwards, a beam of white energy, like a silk thread, suddenly pierced through the direction of the bulge in the earth. Chapter 175 sees the weakness and impose the death penalty. Boom. Accompanied by a loud roar. The ground in front of me exploded with a loud bang. The power of this white-hot light was so great that it blasted a huge hole in the ground. Under such circumstances, the two-headed earth dragon was naturally also affected accordingly. All I could see were the ochre-yellow scales around its body, which were covered with cracks. The area directly hit by the white-hot light was charred black and even emitted the stench of burnt flesh and blood. Obviously, Lin Yuan's incandescent light can indeed forcibly penetrate the two-headed earth dragon's defense. However, Lin Yuan did not choose to pursue the victory, but turned his head suddenly. Su Mushiwei. Relying on the combat experience she had accumulated previously and the tacit understanding between her and Lin Yuan only called out her name, and Su Mushiwei had already understood the former's intention. Su Mushiwei once again displayed her secret skill, and another, ice fox breath, spewed out from her mouth. However, this time, what she froze was not the body of the two-headed earth dragon, but the ground beneath it. In just a blink of an eye, a thick layer of frost condensed on the ground. In this way, the two-headed earth dragon can no longer sneak into the ground as easily as before. Looking at the scene in front of them, even Wang Jinzi couldn't help but flash a hint of excitement. Lin Yuan, beat it hard for me. He had to admit that Lin Yuan was top-notch in both his battle ideas and his ability to respond to situations. Sometimes, Wang Jinzi even found it hard to imagine that the guy in front of him was really just a teenager who was not even 20 years old. Before Wang Jinzi could figure out the answer to this question, Lin Yuan had already launched an attack on the two-headed earth dragon. His huge tail was like a steel whip, lashing towards the two-headed earth dragon. Bang! The latter hadn't even had time to react before he was hit hard on the body by the tail whip. Its power was so great that even the ice beneath the two-headed dragon began to crack. And this time, Lin Yuan obviously didn't intend to give the other party another chance to sneak underground. I saw the green, wind spirit rune, suddenly emerge from around Lin Yuan. With the help of this beast weapon, Lin Yuan's figure instantly turned into a shadow and suddenly pounced towards the two-headed earth dragon. Although the two-headed earth dragon in front of him was a lord-level monster, it only had the strength of an initial lord level at most. When the opponent was unable to sneak into the ground, Lin Yuan, who had activated Tiger Transformation, was even able to suppress the opponent with force. After a brief confrontation, claw marks appeared on the body of this two-headed earth dragon. However, under such circumstances, the two-headed earth dragon's extremely strong defensive characteristics were fully demonstrated. Even though this two-headed earth dragon endured so many attacks from Lin Yuan, the injuries caused by these attacks were at most superficial injuries and could not pose any fatal threat at all. The ice beneath the two-headed earth dragon was about to shatter completely. By that time, the two-headed earth dragon will be able to dive into the ground again. For it, the underground is its real home ground, where it can attack or defend. After this lesson, it would not be so easy for Lin Yuan to force it out from the ground in this way again. Right now, the best way is to fight quickly and decisively. After all, I am still too weak. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed silently in his heart. If he also possessed the strength of a lord, it would probably not be so difficult for him to kill this two-headed earth dragon. At this moment, an extremely human look of contempt appeared on the two heads of the two-headed earth dragon. Obviously, in its eyes, Lin Yuan has reached the end of his rope. And when it burrows into the ground again, it will surely torture these human beast soul masters to death. However, just as the two-headed earth dragon was thinking this, Lin Yuan's voice sounded faintly in its ears. From the look on your face, you really don't think I can kill you? After Lin Yuan said this, a hint of vigilance flashed in the eyes of the two-headed earth dragon, and its two heads stared at Lin Yuan. Then, Lin Yuan spoke again. Choose for yourself, the left head or the right head? In an instant, a sense of crisis suddenly surged into its heart. Don't you want to choose? In that case, I'll help you choose. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan suddenly took a step forward, and his sharp black claws directly grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the right head of the two-headed earth dragon. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan exerted force suddenly and forcibly pried open the jaws of the two-headed earth dragon. At the same time, the two-headed earth dragon seemed to finally realize what Lin Yuan was trying to do, and immediately began to struggle frantically. The left head even tried its best to bite towards Lin Yuan. However, no matter how the other party bit him, Lin Yuan still did not react. Even though the pain continued to come, Lin Yuan's dark golden beast eyes were still full of coldness. It's like the god of death waiting to pronounce death. Since most attacks come from the outside, organisms will evolve harder scales during the evolution process to resist external attacks. Lin Yuan said calmly and indifferently, "This also means that the defense inside a living organism will be much weaker than the defense outside its body. This is the law of biological evolution, and also, it is the weapon I use to kill you." As Lin Yuan was speaking, the scorching white light once again condensed and took shape in his huge mouth. And this time the incandescent light is far more dazzling than before. This is because, in order to kill the two-headed earth dragon, Lin Yuan chose to use the power of energy storage crystal without hesitation. When the energy within the energy storage crystal reaches full value, this special beast weapon can increase the power of the user's next energy attack by 50. This means that Lin Yuan's attack will be a true Lord-level attack. White-hot light. Boom. This dazzling white beam instantly burst into the body of the two-headed earth dragon from its huge mouth. In an instant, the right head of the two-headed earth dragon suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, extremely hot energy spread out from the body of the two-headed earth dragon. In just a moment, this horrific heat energy instantly burned the monster's internal organs into ashes. No matter how hard its scales are, its interior is still fragile. Lin Yuan seized upon this weakness and sentenced it to death. As the huge body of the two-headed earth dragon fell to the ground with a loud bang, the system's prompt sound also rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Lord-level Beast Soul Master and receiving the reward, Platinum Treasure Box X1. Chapter 176, The Mysterious Black Baby Dragon. After hearing the system prompt sound in his ear, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. It seems that my luck is pretty good. Just by killing a Lord-level monster for the first time, he successfully obtained a platinum-level treasure chest as a battle reward. At this moment, Wang Jinzi and Su Muxue, who were standing aside, had expressions of shock on their faces. Because, in this battle, Lin Yuan could almost be said to have killed a Lord-level monster entirely by his own strength. During the entire battle, at most Su Muxue helped a little, helping Lin Yuan to limit the ability of this two-headed earth dragon. It turns out, Lin Yuan already has the strength to fight against Lord-level monsters alone. No wonder he could enter the depths of the Dragon Bone Mountains so confidently. Now, in Wang Jinzi's eyes, Lin Yuan has become a member of the first echelon, just like Su Xiao, Chen Longxiang, and Chu Tianyi. I'm afraid no one could have imagined that such a ruthless man who could beat a Lord-level monster was actually just a substitute for the Demon City Beast King. Afterwards, Lin Yuan used his claws to tear open the head of the two-headed earth dragon. What he didn't expect was that there was a beast crystal in each of the two heads of this two-headed earth dragon. 2 Lord-level beast crystals? A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. I didn't expect it to be a double yolk egg. You know, the value of a Lord-level beast crystal is much higher than that of a beast king-level beast crystal. The price of a beast king-level crystal core is about 1 million. The price of Lord-level crystal cores fluctuates greatly, basically ranging from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. However, the strength of this two-headed earth dragon is only at the initial Lord level at most. A monster crystal core of this level should be worth around 10 million. 2 crystal cores, that would be 20 million. For Lin Yuan, this is a considerable amount. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and directly put it into his storage badge. Afterwards, Lin Yuan picked up the body of the two-headed earth dragon with one claw and dragged it in front of Wang Jinzi. Come on, let's try this roasted earth dragon meat today and see how it tastes. After hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in Wang Jinzi's eyes. Although he had eaten the meat of Lord-level monsters before, the taste of killing them with his own hands was different after all. Then, the 3 of them took the earth dragon's body back to the bonfire that had been lit previously. But after seeing the scene in front of him, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Where are my fucking skewers? All the skewers he had grilled before have now disappeared. For a moment, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but look at Lin Yuan and Su Muxue with suspicion. Lin Yuan laughed and scolded angrily. What are you looking at me for? That two-headed earth dragon appeared so suddenly. Do you think I would be in the mood to eat your skewers before fighting? That's true. Wang Jinza scratched his head. Logically speaking, Lin Yuan and Su Muxue should not have time. Then why did the skewers disappear out of nowhere? Could it be that I really saw a ghost? Just when Wang Jinza was feeling confused, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Come and take a look. Is this the bamboo skewer you use for grilling? After hearing this, Wang Jinza walked over immediately and soon saw bamboo sticks scattered around in the bushes, some of which still had barbecue residue hanging on them. Looking at the messy scene in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. He chuckled and said, "It seems that your skewers have been eaten up by someone while we were away. You damned little thief, don't let me catch you." Wang Jinza was annoyed. "Otherwise, I will definitely teach it a lesson." Lin Yuan keenly observed that there were jagged teeth marks on these bamboo sticks, which looked like they were left by wild beasts. Based on this point alone, it is possible that he is a human beast soul master. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, the beast that stole their skewers should not be too big, at most the size of a puppy. At this moment, they suddenly heard the sound of animal teeth gnawing on flesh. For a moment, Lin Yuan, Wang Jinza, and Su Muxue all looked at each other subconsciously. It seems that the thief has not gone far and should be hiding in the bushes nearby. Thinking of this, Wang Jinza immediately tiptoed towards the direction where the gnawing sound came from. Then, without any hesitation, he pushed aside the bushes in front of him. Then, a young black dragon, covered with dark scales and the size of a puppy, was seen eating the barbecue on a bamboo skewer in big mouthfuls. I have to say that this little guy's perception ability is quite sharp. The moment Wang Jinza lifted the bushes, it immediately turned around, stared at him with its pair of pitch-black eyes, and began to grin. After seeing the appearance of the young black dragon in front of him, Lin Yuan immediately remembered a movie he had watched in his previous life called How to Train Your Dragon. The little black dragon in front of him was extremely similar to Toothless in the movie. Not only were they both small in size, but their bodies were also covered with black scales, and they had a pair of dragon wings like bat wings. They looked like a black kitten with huge wings. As the little black dragon bared its teeth, Wang Jinza couldn't help but grin. Look at this little guy, he's really fierce. However, at this moment, the little black dragon in front of him seemed to be angered by Wang Jinza. It immediately opened its mouth and quickly condensed a fist-sized ball of black flame, which suddenly spewed towards the direction where Wang Jinza was. Careful! After feeling the energy fluctuations of this ball of black dragon flame, Lin Yuan's expression immediately changed, and he subconsciously took a step forward, blocking Wang Jinza. Fortunately, at this moment, except for Wang Jinza who released the state of beast soul fusion for the convenience of movement, Lin Yuan and Su Muxue still maintained the state of beast soul fusion. Squeak! Under the burning of the black dragon flame, the black scales on Lin Yuan's body were actually burned through, leaving a bloody hole. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Jinza couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his whole body fell into a daze. He obviously hadn't expected that the dragon fire spewing out from the mouth of the seemingly harmless little black dragon in front of him would actually possess such terrifying power. Chapter 177. Does this count as recognizing a thief as your father? What the hell is this? After a moment of shock, Wang Jinza finally came to his senses and couldn't help swallowing. Wang Jinza naturally knew very well how strong Lin Yuan was, but he obviously didn't expect that the young dragon in front of him, which looked only the size of a puppy, actually had such amazing destructive power. This breath of dragon flame actually burned through Lin Yuan's scales. All I can say is that it was a good thing that Lin Yuan blocked the attack for him. Otherwise, I would probably have become a charred corpse now. When he thought of this, Wang Jinza couldn't help but feel a little scared. It seems that we cannot be careless at any time within the Dragon Bone Mountains. Seeing Lin Yuan injured, Su Muxue's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of anxiety. The next second, she immediately activated her own frost energy, wanting to use Ice Fox Breath to forcibly freeze the body of the young black dragon in front of her. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up to stop her, etc. After Lin Yuan said this, although Su Muxue was a little surprised, she temporarily stopped what she was doing. The reason why Lin Yuan asked Su Muxue to stop was because he suddenly discovered that the black young dragon in front of him didn't seem to have any ill will towards him. At this moment, the black young dragon was tilting its head, staring blankly at Lin Yuan in front of it, with curiosity in its eyes. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't seem to have any intention of hurting it, the little guy seemed to become a little bolder. It came straight to Lin Yuan, stretched out its head, and sniffed the scent on Lin Yuan's body with its nose. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Jinza couldn't help but remind him, Lin Yuan, be careful. This guy might be some special monster. Lin Yuan nodded. Don't worry, I know what's going on. The reason why he did not choose to attack the black dragon was because he did not sense any murderous intent from the other party. At this moment, something happened that Lin Yuan had never expected. The black baby dragon in front of him actually lay down in front of Lin Yuan very actively and rubbed Lin Yuan's giant claws with its head very intimately. It even stretched out its tongue and licked the wound on Lin Yuan's scales. Looking at the scene before them, Su Muxue and Wang Jinzi couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Who can tell them what is going on? How could the evil dragon that was originally breathing fire become so docile in the blink of an eye? It's just like a kitten trying to please its owner. What kind of weird cat sucking? Oh no, it's a dragon sucking physique. At this moment, Su Muxue leaned down slightly, looked at the black dragon in front of her, and couldn't help but say, "You know what? This little guy looks pretty cute." However, as if sensing Su Muxue's approach, the black young dragon immediately turned its head and growled at her with an unfriendly look. Su Muxue obviously didn't expect that the little guy's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. For a moment, he was frightened by the sudden roar of the beast and took several steps back. After seeing this scene, Lin Yuan raised his hand and slapped the black dragon on the head with his claws. Don't be so rude. Although Lin Yuan's claw was not heavy, it was definitely not light. But what the two of them didn't expect was that after being hit by the claw, the black young dragon had no intention of fighting back. Instead, it covered its head and whimpered, looking at Lin Yuan pitifully. For a moment, Wang Jinzi subconsciously looked at Su Muxue, and both saw a look of disbelief in each other's eyes. Su Muxue couldn't help but ask, why is this little dragon so close to Lin Yuan? Could it be that it really regards Lin Yuan as a relative? Wang Jinzi nodded in agreement. It feels a bit like recognizing a thief as a father. Lin Yuan, if you don't know how to speak, just shut up. However, to be honest, Lin Yuan himself was also very curious as to why this mysterious young dragon that suddenly appeared in front of him was so close to him. Could it be that there is something special about him? To be honest, the biggest special thing about him is the system he has. However, the black young dragon in front of him could not possibly sense the existence of the system. In that case, there is only one possibility left. That is, what really makes this black young dragon close to him is the nuclear energy contained in his body. You know, his abdomen is like an atomic reactor. Moreover, Lin Yuan could indeed feel that the black young dragon in front of him was also constantly emitting nuclear radiation to the outside world. It seems that, if nothing unexpected happens, this black dragon should also be a monster that has mutated due to nuclear radiation. However, compared with ordinary mutated monsters, the black baby dragon in front of him seemed to be more special. Among them, the most special thing is that although it is so small in size, it possesses such powerful strength. Moreover, the little black dragon in front of him was obviously still in its infancy. It is able to possess such amazing strength at just its infancy. Lin Yuan even finds it hard to imagine how terrifyingly powerful this black dragon will be if it is allowed to grow up. At this moment, Wang Jinzi spoke again. Hey, Lin Yuan, what are you going to do with this little guy? Are you going to kill him or let him go? I have to say that Wang Jinzi's question is quite practical. If they chose to kill this black baby dragon, seeing how close this little guy was to Lin Yuan, the three of them couldn't bear to do it. But if we choose to let it go, it is hard to say whether it will grow into a monster that poses a huge threat to humans in the future. After Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, he suddenly asked, has there ever been a precedent of a beast soul master raising monsters before? After hearing this, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. I have never heard of this before. If you're interested, I can check it out for you when we get back. You know, monsters are usually extremely ferocious, and there are almost no monsters that get close to humans. Under such circumstances, raising monsters naturally becomes nonsense. Lin Yuan did not expect that even the knowledgeable Wang Jinzi had never heard of such a thing. It seems that if I really adopt this black baby dragon, I will be the first person to try something new. At this moment, Wang Jinzi finally realized Lin Yuan's intention and couldn't help but ask, you don't want to keep this guy by your side, do you? Lin Yuan nodded, not hiding his thoughts at all. I'm going to give it a try. However, if this little guy really poses a threat to humans, I will not be merciful and will kill it myself. Chapter 178, a drone appears, and the secret is revealed. The reason why Lin Yuan wanted to adopt this black dragon cub was naturally not just because this little guy was close to him. More than that, he was curious about what secrets were hidden in the black young dragon in front of him. Moreover, if it can be tamed, Lin Yuan's combat effectiveness will be greatly enhanced. After all, Although this black dragon is small in size, it possesses strength comparable to that of a lord-level monster. Of course, no matter how close the black dragon in front of him was, Lin Yuan still did not take it lightly. Before deciding to adopt the black dragon cub, Lin Yuan planned to do an experiment. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately said, "Su Mushua, Wang Jinza, please protect me." Good. Although the two didn't understand what Lin Yuan wanted to do, they agreed immediately. Afterwards, Lin Yuan picked up the black baby dragon in front of him and placed it 10 meters away from him. The little guy tilted his head, looking confused. However, Wang Jinza and Su Mushua already understood what Lin Yuan wanted to do. The next second, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and directly chose to cancel the state of beast soul fusion and turn back into a human being. That's right, he just wanted to see if he, in human form, could still let the black dragon in front of him get so close. If the other party showed even the slightest hostility during this process, Lin Yuan would kill him without hesitation to prevent future troubles. Lin Yuan's experience as a killer in his previous life has made him develop a special character. That is, no matter when, he will never put himself in danger. But to be honest, Lin Yuan is also gambling now. After all, he was much more fragile in human form than in beast soul form. It is precisely because of this that he needs the protection of Su Mushua and Wang Jinza. Of course, if he really encounters danger, Lin Yuan will choose to fuse the beast soul first. Fortunately, even after returning to human form, the black dragon in front of him did not show any obvious hostility. Instead, it tilted its head and looked at Lin Yuan eagerly. Then, Lin Yuan waved at it directly. "Hey Xiaohei, come here." Wang Jinza was very upset. "You are calling a dog here? Even the dogs in the countryside may not be willing to pay attention to you if you call them that way." However, what Wang Jinza did not expect was that in response to Lin Yuan's call, the black young dragon in front of him actually trotted towards him happily, shaking its head while running, and looked extremely happy. "Wang Jinza, are you sure this is really a dragon?" "No, let me try." Wang Jinza, who didn't believe in evil, also stretched out his hand towards the black dragon in front of him. "Hey, Xiaohei, come to my side." However, this time, the black dragon in front of him showed a very human expression of contempt. Then, it turned its head and spit a ball of black dragon flame onto the ground beside it, which looked like it was spitting. Hu Tut. Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Mushua was almost going crazy with joy. "I never thought that this little guy actually has two faces. Oh my god, this little thing really only recognizes Lin Yuan." The corners of Wang Jinza's mouth twitched fiercely twice, and he complained, "It really is like recognizing a thief as your father." While Wang Jinza was speaking, the black baby dragon in front of him had already dived into Lin Yuan's arms. Fortunately, this guy is only the size of a puppy, so it is relatively easy for Lin Yuan to hold him. However, before Lin Yuan could hold him for long, he began to hear regular snoring in his arms. Ha-hoo, ha-hoo. What made Lin Yuan laugh and cry was that after the black baby dragon crawled into his arms, it fell asleep immediately and slept soundly. At least, from now on, even if Lin Yuan is in human form, this black dragon cub is still very close to him. In fact, perhaps because of Lin Yuan, the black young dragon even put away its hostility towards Wang Jinza and Su Mushua. Otherwise, the black dragon flame would not only be spit out on the ground, but directly on Wang Jinza. Survival Trial, Day 7. Dragonbone Mountains, deep inside. Master Wang, who had been playing around for the whole day, took out the skewered earth dragon meat from the storage badge as usual. After lighting the bonfire, Wang Jinza placed the skewers of meat on it as usual. However, compared to a few days ago, the amount of barbecue Wang Jinza placed this time was a lot more. After all, they now have one more mouth to feed. Moreover, the black young dragon had a huge appetite and could eat the equivalent of 3 people's food in almost every meal. Soon, the aroma of barbecue filled the air. Su Mushua chuckled and said, "Fatty Wang, your participation in this survival battle was really worthwhile. Your barbecue skills are really becoming more and more sophisticated." Wang Jinza. For a moment, I didn't know whether you were praising me or insulting me. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Don't doubt it. Of course I'm praising you. Look how greedy Xiaohei is." Wang Jinza then noticed that Xiaohei, who was lying on Lin Yuan's shoulder, was staring at the barbecue in front of him. Not only were his eyes thick with envy, but he was even about to drool. During these few days, the black dragon baby adopted by Lin Yuan has become extremely familiar with them. At the very least, he would not easily show his teeth to Wang Jinza and Su Mushua anymore. Moreover, Lin Yuan discovered that this little guy's IQ was at least equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. Although this little guy usually ignored Wang Jinzi when it was time to barbecue, the little black dragon saw Wang Jinzi as if he had seen his own father, with a fawning look on his face and his tail wagging like an electric fan for fear of missing a bite. And Lin Yuan also gave this little guy a very rustic name. That's right, his name is Xiaohei. I guess this little guy himself never thought that as a noble dragon, he was given a name that is so common among local dogs. Fortunately, Xiaohei did not show any dissatisfaction with this, so the name was naturally finalized. Okay, don't be so impatient. Lin Yuan rubbed Xiaohei's head and said, the barbecue won't run away, so stop drooling. Xiaohei raised his head, like a cat being stroked, with a look of enjoyment on his face, seeming to be enjoying it extremely. Then, Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Su Muxue and Wang Jinzi. There are only 3 days left before the end of the survival trial. Calculating the time, we should set out to hunt some monsters. At the very least, we have to get the full 10 points for hunting Beast King level monsters. After hearing this, Wang Jinzi and Su Muxue couldn't help but nodded. For them, the points from the survival battle are still quite important. After all, the points they get from the survival battle can determine the rankings of major prestigious universities. What's more, they have lived in comfort for long enough, and it's time for them to stand up. At this moment, a drone equipped with a camera suddenly flew towards them. After seeing the drone in front of him, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wow, this is really rare. They actually remembered us. If I remember correctly, we haven't seen this thing for several days, right? Just after Wang Jinzi said this, he suddenly remembered something. His face changed, and he subconsciously looked at Xiaohei, who was lying on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Now that drones equipped with cameras have appeared, it means that the secret of their raising this black dragon cub will soon be exposed. Chapter 179 cut off the live broadcast. After realizing this, Wang Jinzi subconsciously looked at Lin Yuan. If they act now, they might still have a chance to hide the black dragon before the drone captures them. However, the final decision on what to choose will still be left to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head. There's no need to hide it. Even if you can hide it for a while, you can't hide it forever. Lin Yuan said, after the survival war is over, we won't be able to hide it even if we want to. After hearing this, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but sigh helplessly. That's true. Although this black dragon had only been with them for 2 or 3 days, they still loved this little guy very much. But in the final analysis, after the survival battle is over, what to do with this black dragonfly is not something they can control. Then, Wang Jinzi spoke again. Don't worry, I will go to my father to plead for mercy. After all, even if it's a monster, this little guy hasn't hurt humans yet. Just because it may pose a threat to humans in the future, we cannot kill it for this reason. If this is true, then what is the difference between us humans and beasts? I have to admit that Wang Jinzi does have a chivalrous heart. Although this guy seems a little unreliable at ordinary times, he is still very reliable at critical moments. Xiaohei didn't understand what he was saying at all. He blinked his pitch-black eyes and stared at Wang Jinzi with curiosity. Although this little fellow is intelligent, his personality is like that of a naive child, and he is completely unaware of the dangers of the world. Yanjing Beast University, in the conference room. Hey, aren't these the 3 freshmen from the Demon City Beast University? After seeing the live broadcast from the drone, the president of Beijing Hangzhou University of Beast Science couldn't help but grin and said, this is really rare. I can relax for a while again. After saying this, the president of Beijing Hangzhou Veterinary University put his hands behind his head and crossed his legs on the table, looking relaxed and contented. You know, Jingheng Beastmaster has been coveting the position of Modu Beastmaster for a long time. For the Monster University in Shanghai, being the runner-up for eternity is a shame, but for the Monster University in Beijing and Hangzhou, being able to become a top-notch university on par with the Monster University in Beijing is absolutely an unparalleled honor. It is precisely because of this that the worse the freshmen of Shanghai Beast University behave, the happier the president of Beijing Hangzhou Beast University smiles. At this moment, the principal of Beijing Hangzhou Beast University suddenly turned around and said to Wang Ting with a half-smile, by the way, old Wang, I heard that one of those 3 people seems to be your son? How dare you let your son be a substitute? This is beneath your status as the principal of the Magic City Beast University. After hearing the sarcastic words of the president of Beijing Hangzhou Beast University, the corners of Wang Ting's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. Given his personality, if there weren't so many people in the meeting room, he would have probably fought with the old guy a long time ago. Wang Ting glanced at the other party and said with a fake smile, "Of course, we are the Magic City Beast University, and our main principle is fairness and justice. Even if he is my son, if he is not strong enough, he can only stay on the bench. This kid is indeed a little bit weaker than his brother in terms of strength. However, being able to survive the survival trial until now is still pretty good. If I remember correctly, by now, your Jingheng beast has been eliminated and only 5 people are left, right?" Wang Ting's words were flawless and a perfect counterattack against the other party. "So what if my son sucks? I have an older son. You know, Wang Ting's eldest son, Wang Daocong, is a well-known genius who can suppress all the geniuses of his time by himself." To use Su Dian's own words, the fact that Wang Ting could give birth to such a son was simply a great honor for his ancestors. As for Wang Jin's poor performance in the survival trial, it's better to play badly than to be eliminated, right? Look at your Jingheng Beast University. There are only 5 people left after being eliminated, and you still have the nerve to gossip here? As expected, after Wang Ting said this, the president of Beijing Hangzhou Beast University's face instantly darkened. Listening to the 2 people mocking each other, Su Dian on the side couldn't help but shook his head. How can a principal like him still be so childish and compete like a child? At this moment, a puzzled voice suddenly sounded in the conference room. "Huh, look, what is that?" The person who spoke was none other than the principal of Haiyu Beast University. He looked at the live broadcast screen with a confused look on his face, his eyes full of confusion. The other people in the meeting room followed his gaze and noticed something unusual. "I saw a small black beast lying on the shoulder of the freshman named Lin Yuan. It was just because it was too dark and the camera mounted on the drone was not clear enough that they did not notice the little black beast. This looks like a baby dragon." Soon, someone in the conference room identified the true appearance of the black beast lying on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Judging from its appearance and the black dragon scales covering its body, it is undoubtedly a black baby dragon. It really looks like a baby dragon. Could it be the cub of some monster? Impossible. Monsters are born cruel and violent. Even their cubs are no exception. How could they be so close to humans? That's true. Is there something special about this young dragon? Or does the new student of the Demon City Beast University have some special ability that can attract monsters to get close to him? After these words were spoken, everyone looked at Wang Ting. After all, in their opinion, the person who knows Lin Yuan best is Principal Wang Ting. However, Wang Ting spread his hands and said helplessly, "Don't look at me. To be honest, I don't know much about this student's background. However, as far as I know, he doesn't seem to have any similar special abilities." After hearing what Wang Ting said, everyone was upset. It's really like listening to your words. If you listen to your words, it's the same whether you said them or not. But at this moment, Su Dian suddenly stood up. I saw that his brows were furrowed and his expression was extremely serious. "Notify the staff to cut off the live broadcast immediately." After Su Dian said this, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. From Su Dian's tone, they could all hear that he seemed to attach extraordinary importance to this matter. Chapter 180: The Secret of Dragonbone Mountains. After Su Dian spoke, the staff in charge of the live broadcast quickly cut off the live broadcast and turned the live camera to other places. For a moment, all the audience who were watching the live broadcast were confused. What happened? Why did the scene just get cut away? That's right, I want to see that bad trio again. I am dying of laughter. The name of the badass trio is so fitting. I have to say, those 3 people really enjoyed the barbecue. Last time I saw them eating barbecue, they had 3 bowls of rice with it. It cured my anorexia that I had suffered from for many years. I guess the principal of Magic City Beast University couldn't stand it anymore. I agree. Seeing his students playing like this makes my blood pressure go up. Hey, did you notice that there seems to be a little black dragon lying on one of the men's shoulders? Really? I didn't even notice it. I was just looking at that girl. I have to say, that girl is really pretty. Damn it, the director is so ignorant. He cut it off right away, and I haven't seen enough. Because the live broadcast was cut off in a timely manner, not many people noticed the black dragon lying on Lin Yuan's shoulder. At this moment, in the conference room of Yinjing Beast University, Wang Ting nudged Su Dian with his elbow and whispered, "Brother, you are a little confused because of your concern, right? I know Su Muxue is your daughter, but there's no need to worry so much, right?" However, Su Dian's expression did not soften at all. He glanced at Wang Ting and said in a deep voice, "It's not because of my daughter. The problem lies with that young dragon." After hearing this, Wang Ting was slightly stunned. That baby dragon? Any questions? Although it is indeed rare to see monster cubs that will actively approach humans, it doesn't need to make Su Dian make such a big fuss, right? right? But at this moment, Su Dian uttered a name coldly. Nidhogg, have you forgotten? After hearing the name, Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Then his pupils suddenly contracted, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Of course he knew what the name meant. Nihult is the name of the End Black Dragon King from hundreds of years ago. For the Yinjing base city, that beast tide was an unprecedented disaster. The End Black Dragon King Nihult was the most terrifying beast king-level monster in that beast tide. In order to kill Nidhogg, the Yinjing base city not only sacrificed 3 beast king-level powerhouses, but also mobilized 10 nuclear bombs, and only then successfully killed him. The Dragonbone Mountains where this survival trial takes place were formed by the corpse of Nihult. It is conceivable what kind of nightmare this black dragon, which was powerful enough to cover the sky and the sun, brought to the Yinjing base city hundreds of years ago. Afterwards, Su Dian looked around and spoke again in a low voice. I'm sure everyone has heard about the Black Dragon Rebellion hundreds of years ago. That's right. The massive beast tide led by the End Black Dragon King Nidhogg hundreds of years ago was named the Black Dragon Rebellion. And how many people present here would not have heard of such a disaster that almost destroyed the entire Yinjing base city? However, even if you have heard of it, it happened hundreds of years ago. It is precisely because of this that many people only know about this catastrophe, but do not know much about the specific details of the incident. But Su Dian is different. You know, not only did he grow up in the Yinjing base city, but as the principal of Yinjing Beast University, he can also be considered to be in a high position. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Dian's understanding of the Black Dragon Rebellion will naturally be better than theirs. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the conference room were focused on Su Dian. The latter did not choose to keep the secret, but said in a deep voice, "To be honest, I have read all the files about the Black Dragon Rebellion and know the whole story of this disaster. And what I want to tell you is that in history, the image of the Black Dragon King Nidhogg is almost identical to the young black dragon you saw on the screen before." After Su Dian said this, almost everyone in the room was shocked. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. After a few seconds of silence, someone finally spoke first. Principal Su means that the Black Dragon King from hundreds of years ago has come back to life again. For a moment, the expressions of the top leaders of major universities in the conference room all became extremely strange. You know, the last Black Dragon King Nidhogg has been dead for hundreds of years, and even his bones have turned into mountains. Under such circumstances, if he could be resurrected, it would be as terrifying as a ghost story for them. The principal of Jinghang Beast University snorted coldly. So what if he is resurrected? Since we can kill it once, we can certainly kill it a second time. What's more, our strength is no longer what it used to be. Back then, we sacrificed 3 Beast King-level seniors to create the opportunity to use a nuclear bomb to kill Nidhogg. But now, times have changed. Even if Nidhogg is resurrected, what can we do? We are enough to kill him again. What is there to be afraid of, a mere dragon emperor? I, Jiang Tianqi, am willing to lead the charge. Jiang Tianqi is the name of the president of Beijing Hangzhou Beast University. After he said this, there was immediate applause and cheers in the conference room. Well said. Count me in, too. I want to see how powerful this Black Dragon Emperor is. What Jiang Tianqi said was indeed correct. Times have changed. In today's China, there are already too many powerful beast soul masters. And they are no longer the group of people who struggled to survive under the iron hoof of the monster. Not to mention the resurrection of the End Black Dragon King Nidhogg. Even if the Black Dragon Rebellion were to be repeated, the current Yinjing base city would have been able to easily withstand a disaster of this level. At this time, the principal of Haiyu Beast University said slowly, "The resurrection of Nidhogg is indeed nothing to worry about. However, what I want to say is that if it really resurrects in the Dragonbone Mountains, we should get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the location of the Dragonbone Mountains is too close to the Yinjing base city, and it is difficult to ensure whether it will have any impact." After hearing this, everyone nodded involuntarily. It has to be said that the concerns of the principal of Haiyu Beast University are indeed not unreasonable. Once a monster of Nidhogg's level is resurrected, even if they are able to kill it, the battle is likely to spread to the nearby Yinjing base city. But Su Dian shook his head and said, "I think you must have misunderstood. I didn't mean that Nidhogg might be resurrected. Think about it. How could a monster that has been dead for hundreds of years be resurrected?" "That's true." Jiang Tianqi nodded, then asked doubtfully, "But didn't you just say that the black dragon looked exactly like Nidhogg? Could it be that this is the cub hatched by Nidhogg? That doesn't make sense. Nidhogg has been dead for hundreds of years. Even if there were cubs hatching, they couldn't have waited until now, right?" Jiang Tianqi's confusion was also the confusion of most people present. Su Dian did not explain directly, but said, "In fact, after the death of the Black Dragon King Nidhogg, there is still a mystery that has not been solved yet." Wang Ting looked at Su Dian and asked curiously, "What mystery?" "That is, Nidhogg's crystal core. Until now, it has not been found." Su Dian said calmly, "Its crystal core does not exist in its head." Even though the military used the most advanced detection equipment at the time, they were unable to find the crystal core inside Nidhogg's body. You know, there must be a crystal core inside the monster's body. If this is the case, there is only one possibility. That is, Nidhogg hid his crystal core before he died. Under the historical background at that time, the Beast King level monster crystal core was definitely an extremely important strategic resource. As for the monster crystal core in the body of the end Black Dragon King Nidhogg, its importance is naturally self-evident. Under such circumstances, the Chinese military was unable to find the location of the crystal core in Nidhogg's body. One can imagine how well Nidhogg hid his crystal core. Then, Su Dian spoke again. "You all know what happened afterwards. Every once in a while, a Beast King-level monster will be born in the Dragon Bone Mountains. The military suspects that this is not just due to the impact of nuclear radiation, but may also be partly due to the Beast King-level crystal core that was not found that year." After hearing Su Dian's explanation, everyone in the conference room was shocked. Before this, no one had ever imagined that such a huge secret was hidden in the Dragon Bone Mountains. Wang Ting frowned and said in a deep voice, "So, you think that the Black Dragon is very likely related to Nidhogg's crystal core that has not been found yet?" Su Dian nodded and said, "Yes. I have reason to suspect that this Black Dragon was born with the help of the power of that crystal core. Perhaps, we can regard this Black Dragon as the continuation of Nidhogg's life." Chapter 181 Underground Cave, Demonic Nightmare, Dragon Crocodile. Although what Su Dian said was just his guess, but it has to be admitted that Su Dian's speculation was indeed based on reasonable facts. If this were not the case, it would be difficult to explain why the appearance of this black young dragon was so similar to Nidhogg. "Don't worry too much, everyone," Su Dian continued. "Even if this black dragon is really the continuation of Nidhogg's life, it is only in its infancy now and can hardly pose any threat to us. So, I suggest that the survival trial continue, and we should not interfere too much with the contestants before the survival battle is over." Jiang Tianqi nodded. "That makes sense. Since there is no threat for the time being, the survival trial should continue as usual. There is no need for us to worry too much. Otherwise, it would be a bit embarrassing if something went wrong in the first national freshman social competition." "Yeah, it's really good." Wang Ting pondered for a moment, and finally agreed with Su Dian's point of view. "However, since it is a disaster, it must be solved in the end. Especially Nidhogg's crystal core. It's best to find it and get rid of it as soon as possible." In the past few years, Yanjing Bay City has begun to expand towards the Dragon Bone Mountain Range. If this hidden danger is not completely resolved, even if 1 or 2 more Beast King-level monsters are born, I'm afraid it will be enough to cause us trouble. Su Dian immediately stated, "Principal Wang Ting is right. When the survival trial is over, I will report this matter to the military and work with the military to completely resolve all the hidden dangers in this mountain range." At this moment, Lin Yuan and the others had no idea what kind of waves this black young dragon lying on his shoulder had caused. All they saw was that the drone equipped with the camera flew over and then quickly flew away. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "What is going on?" Wang Jinzhou on the side said cheerfully. "Maybe he thought we were too boring and was too lazy to come over and show us the screen." Su Muxue smiled and joked. "It is also possible that your father missed you and sent the drone to take a look at you." "You can't say that." After hearing this, Wang Jinzhou couldn't help but shiver. What a joke. If his father knew that he was acting like a jerk here all day, he would probably skin him alive when he gets home. However, even though the drone had left, Lin Yuan still felt a little uneasy. He also didn't know whether the senior leaders of the major universities had discovered Xiao Hei's existence. If they find out, no one knows how they will choose to deal with Xiao Hei in the end. It seems that we will only know the outcome after the survival trial is over. Deep in the Dragon Bone Mountains, inside an underground cave. This underground cave is not only located in the deepest part of the mountains, but also extremely hidden. At this moment, an extremely huge black shadow was crawling slowly in the cave, holding the corpse of a giant beast in its mouth. This underground cave is filled with the corpses of various monsters, and it looks eerie and terrifying. Soon, this hideous black shadow crawled all the way to the deepest part of the cave. There seems to be an independent space here, which is as big as a football field. It is because of this that it is large enough to accommodate the body of this giant beast. The surrounding stone walls seem to be covered with fluorescent powder, emitting a faint blue glow. The next second, the terrifying black shadow opened its huge mouth and placed the corpse of the monster it hunted at the entrance. Then, it crawled directly into the stone cave in front of it. The ground inside the stone cave rises continuously from the entrance to the center, like a miniature mountain range. This terrifying black shadow continued to crawl towards the center along the raised slope. Its pair of animal eyes were as black as ink, emitting a deep and cold aura, and its pupils were as big as millstones. Under the reflection of the fluorescent stone wall, the shape of the black shadow finally appeared. It turned out to be a giant demon crocodile of extremely huge size. The black scales on this giant demon crocodile are as big as tiles, appearing rough and hard, and emitting a dark and cold light like metal. And, more importantly, although the giant demon crocodile in front of him has the body of a giant crocodile, on this body grows the head of a giant dragon. Such a hideous appearance is as if a crocodile and a dragon were forcibly fused together. If nothing unexpected happens, this giant demon crocodile should have some dragon blood in its body. In other words, this is actually a dragon crocodile. Demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. Soon, the nightmare dragon crocodile crawled to the top of the raised part. At this moment, its dark and pitch-black crocodile eyes were filled with excitement. However, when it saw the scene in front of it, the excitement in its eyes quickly faded, gradually turning into astonishment and then anger. All it saw before its eyes were several shattered pieces of crystal core. Moreover, these crystal core fragments have completely dimmed and completely lost their former luster. Looking at the scene in front of it, this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile was furious to the extreme. Roar! It raised its head and let out an extremely furious roar. As the roar sounded, even the entire underground cave began to shake violently. However, even so, the nightmare dragon crocodile still seemed unwilling to give in. It moved forward and carefully swallowed all the crystal core fragments into its mouth. But it soon discovered that these shattered crystal core fragments had already lost all their energy. At this moment, murderous intent was flashing in the eyes of this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. It just wanted to know who had sneaked into this underground cave and crushed this crystal core during the time it was out hunting. However, after its anger, the nightmare dragon crocodile quickly calmed down. You know, even it can't break this crystal core. And within this Dragon Bone Mountains, there should be no monster more powerful than it. Could it be a human? You know, these days, it has indeed sensed a lot of human presence within the Dragon Bone Mountains. There was even a human being who appeared within 2 or 3 kilometers away from it. However, at that time, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile forcibly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. After all, a monster with this level of strength has intelligence that is no different from that of humans. Under such circumstances, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile naturally understood that once it chose to kill this human beast soul master, it would inevitably bring about a lot of unnecessary trouble. Today, it has the strength of a peak 9-star lord. It is only one step away from becoming a beast king-level monster. At this critical juncture, the nightmare dragon crocodile naturally does not want any mistakes to happen. The reason why it has such powerful strength now is all thanks to that mysterious crystal core. It still remembers that 5 years ago, it was not the nightmare dragon crocodile it is today, but just a beast king-level monster that had mutated due to the influence of nuclear radiation. Just because it accidentally stepped into the territory of a lord-level monster, it was seriously injured. Although he luckily managed to survive, he was already on the verge of death. Fortunately, it was not destined to die. During its escape, it accidentally discovered this cave, and luckily found the crystal core deep in the cave. Moreover, it also discovered that within that crystal core, there was extremely huge energy. For it, which is on the verge of death, it is simply a gift from God. Without any hesitation, it immediately sealed the exit of the underground cave, hid inside the cave, crawled beside the crystal core, and absorbed the energy inside the crystal core day and night. In the process of absorbing energy, the injuries on its body were quickly and completely healed. In just a few days, he recovered from a seriously injured and dying state to his prime. Not only that, it also turned a disaster into a blessing, broke through the current realm directly and successfully. This also made it realize the value of this crystal core. However, The nightmare dragon crocodile at that time had not yet realized that the crystal core in the underground cave was the crystal core of the end Black Dragon King Nidhogger. To it, this crystal core is simply a treasure that can change its destiny. After its injuries were fully recovered, it used this underground cave as its base, and except for occasionally going out hunting, it never stepped out of the cave even for a single step. This also means that under the influence of the crystal core energy, its own strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. In just half a year, he successfully broke through from the Beast King level all the way to the Lord level. Moreover, as it absorbed a large amount of energy from the crystal core, a trace of the Black Dragon Emperor's blood appeared in its body, and it successfully evolved into the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile. After breaking through to the Lord level, the first thing the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile did was revenge. It quickly found the Lord level monster that had previously severely injured and nearly killed it, and killed it with the most brutal means, tearing it into countless pieces of flesh and blood. After killing the Lord level monster, the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile also occupied the opponent's territory. The pleasure of successful revenge also completely stimulated the demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile's desire for power. As long as you have power, you can have everything. And its power all comes from the crystal core inside the underground cave. Thinking of this, an extremely crazy idea suddenly popped up in the mind of the demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile. If I swallowed the crystal core directly, would I be able to gain unprecedented power? Chapter 182: The Fog of Nightmare. This thought became more and more intense in the mind of the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile. In the end, the desire for power overwhelmed everything. It returned to the underground cave again, wanting to directly swallow the crystal core. However, the moment the crystal core was swallowed, the demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile instantly regretted it. Because, at this moment, an indescribable amount of energy suddenly gushed out from the body of the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile, like a volcanic eruption. This unprecedented huge energy seemed to be able to forcibly tear the body of this Nightmare Dragon Crocodile apart. Only then did it realize how stupid its thoughts were. What it absorbed before was completely the energy that naturally escaped from this crystal core. However, the energy within this crystal core is simply not something it can withstand. If you choose to forcibly devour all the energy within this crystal core, there will be only one outcome, and that is explosion and death. Fortunately, after feeling the threat of death, the demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile did not hesitate at all and used up all its strength to spit out the crystal core from its mouth. From then on, the demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile never thought of swallowing this crystal core again. For it, simply absorbing the energy emitted from this crystal core is enough to rapidly increase its own strength. Just like that, this demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile, relying on the help of the crystal core, grew all the way into a Lord-level 9-star monster. It is only one step away from the Beast King level. The Nightmare Dragon Crocodile has made preparations. Once it breaks through to the Beast King level, it will devour the crystal core immediately. If nothing unexpected happens, it should have the strength to withstand all the energy within this crystal core by then. By that time, I can leave this mountain range. No matter it is any monster or human beast soul master, no one can stop it. But what the demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile never expected was that just when it had planned everything, the crystal core that it had hidden deep in the underground cave shattered directly. At this moment, a look of surprise suddenly flashed in the eyes of this demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile, because it actually found a pool of liquid next to the shattered crystal core fragments. Moreover, it was extremely keenly aware that there seemed to be traces of life hidden in these liquids. What is going on here? Just as the demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile was feeling confused, it noticed again that the pool of liquid seemed to have formed a straight line, continuously dragging towards the distance. Looking at the scene in front of him, such a scene suddenly emerged in the mind of the demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile. That is, during the time when it was not in the underground cave, the crystal core shattered directly and gave birth to a life. The life form born from the crystal nucleus left the underground cave as if it had just hatched from an eggshell, dragging the mucus dripping from its body. Thinking of this, even the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile itself found it a little unbelievable. How could a crystal nucleus that had been dormant for such a long time suddenly hatch into a new life form at this time? However, the scene before it forced it to believe this possibility. After all, how could this crystal core shatter for no reason? Apart from it, it is impossible for anyone else to discover this extremely hidden underground cave, let alone enter the depths of the cave and crush the crystal core. Even if we take a step back, Taking the crystal core away is definitely a better option than crushing it. Thinking of this, the nightmare dragon crocodile has become more and more convinced of his guess. Perhaps a new life really has been born within this crystal core. The nightmare dragon crocodile no longer hesitated and immediately followed the trail of liquid. After tracking all the way to the end of the trace, a look of surprise appeared on the face of this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. Because what appeared in front of it was a gap leading out of the cave. But this gap is so narrow that even the end of its claws cannot pass through it. However, since that life form was born from the crystal nucleus, its size should not be that big, and it can indeed pass through this gap. Looking at the gap in front of it, the eyes of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile gradually became cold. Everything it can achieve today is thanks to that mysterious crystal core. No matter what, it absolutely cannot tolerate this crystal core getting out of its control. Now that the crystal core is shattered, it does not mean that the energy within the crystal core has disappeared. Energy is always conserved. It never disappears, but only transfers. There is no doubt that the energy within the crystal core was transferred into the body of that new life. As long as I can find it in time and devour it, perhaps I can still successfully break through to the Beast King level. After this thought came to mind, the eyes of the nightmare dragon crocodile became cold and crazy. For it, this can be said to be its last chance to break through to the Beast King level, and it cannot be missed at all. We must find the life form born from the crystal nucleus. The nightmare dragon crocodile suddenly turned its head and quickly crawled out of the underground cave. At this moment, it was late at night, and the pitch-black night covered the entire earth like a piece of black cloth. However, the nightmare dragon crocodile raised its head high and let out a roar that shook the earth. Roar! This roar soon echoed in all directions. It was not that the nightmare dragon crocodile wanted to vent its emotions for no reason, but it was issuing orders to all the monsters in its territory, asking them to gather in front of it. You know, all Lord-level monsters have their own territories. If you want to survive in their territory, you must obey them. In other words, Lord-level monsters are qualified to dominate all monsters within their territory. And this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile can definitely be called the most powerful Lord-level monster in the Dragonbone Mountains. It is precisely because of this that the scope of its territory is also unprecedentedly vast. Within its territory, there are not only Beast King-level monsters, but also more than a dozen other Lord-level monsters. Now, all it has to do is to gather all the monsters above the Beast King level in front of it, just to find the life form born from the crystal nucleus. As the roar of the nightmare dragon crocodile echoed, the monsters in its territory began to gather in its direction. However, this is just the beginning. Afterwards, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile opened its huge mouth again, and a magic mist emitting a dark aura immediately overflowed from its mouth and quickly spread around. Obviously, it wanted to use its own Devil's Nightmare fog to completely cover the entire area. Chapter 183, Mysterious Black Fog. Requests for help are blocked. The black fog is getting thicker and thicker. However, it was late at night and not many people noticed this unusual change. The next day, the sun rose. However, even the early morning light could not penetrate the thick black fog. This black fog was like a barrier, completely isolating the area within the black fog from the outside world. After waking up from a nap, Wang Jinza was completely confused. What's going on? Wang Jinza's eyes widened, and he said blankly, I just woke up. Why is it still dark? Am I dreaming? At this moment, Lin Yuan on the side suddenly said, You are not dreaming. The sky is already bright, but a thick black fog suddenly appeared. You know, Lin Yuan only needs 4 hours of deep sleep every day. Therefore, his sensitivity to time is naturally much stronger than Wang Jinza's. You said this was fog? Wang Jinza couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and couldn't help but swear. Fuck, I've never seen such thick fog in my life. The black fog that enveloped the surroundings was not so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, but it was almost there. Moreover, being in the black fog, Wang Jinza always felt inexplicably depressed. Lin Yuan was very calm, and simply said, You see it now. Su Muxue frowned and said, This black fog seems to be a little strange. It doesn't look like it was formed naturally. After a moment of silence, Wang Jinza couldn't help but say, Could this be the special ability of a Lord-level monster? It's not impossible, Lin Yuan said. However, the fact that it can affect such a wide range proves that the strength of this monster should not be underestimated. Besides, I just tried to fuse my own beast soul. After the experiment, I came to a conclusion. That is, being in the black fog, our strength will be weakened to varying degrees, roughly between 10 and 20. After hearing this, Wang Jinza couldn't help but widen his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that the black fog before his eyes could actually have the effect of weakening the beast's soul. Although the reduction is not huge, if we combine it with the range covered by the black fog, we can see how terrifying this ability is. At this moment, Lin Yuan couldn't help but lower his head and think. Come to think of it, he had killed Lord-level monsters before. It is impossible for an entry-level Lord-level monster to possess such terrifying abilities. In other words, if the Black Mist was really released by a monster, then the opponent must be at the late Lord level, or even at the Beast King level. But before the survival battle began, the person in charge of the military clearly told them that no Beast King level monsters had been born in the Dragonbone Mountains for many years. That's why they chose this place as the location for the survival trial. Now it seems that something unusual has happened here that even the Chinese military did not expect. At this moment, Wang Jinza couldn't help but say blankly, "Such a big thing happened. Why didn't you two wake me up?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and asked, "If I wake you up, can you solve this problem?" No. Then why did we wake you up?" Lin Yuan asked back. "Is it just to make your death more peaceful?" Wang Jinza, "That makes sense. Don't be so direct next time." Then, Wang Jinza spoke again. "However, since such a big change has happened, it is impossible for the school and the military to sit idly by, right? If all else fails, let's use our watches to send a distress signal." However, after he said this, Su Mushua beside him shook her head and said calmly, "What you can think of, we have naturally thought of it a long time ago. You're wearing a watch too, so you should check it yourself." After hearing this, Wang Jinza subconsciously looked at his watch, only to find that the watch could not be started normally. Even if it was forced to start, only a bunch of garbled characters would appear. Lin Yuan explained, "If nothing unexpected happens, the black fog contains a special magnetic field, and this magnetic field interferes with the electromagnetic signal, causing our watches to fail. That means we can't even send out a distress signal properly now." This time, Wang Jinza was stunned for several seconds. He obviously didn't expect that the situation would become so bad after he just took a nap. However, even if we can't send out a distress signal, I guess the school and the military will soon be able to detect the abnormality. After all, it's not just our watches that are out of order. The drones equipped with cameras are probably out of order as well. Lin Yuan's words more or less gave Wang Jinza some comfort. Then, Wang Jinza asked again, "What should we do next? Are we just going to stay here forever?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and said, "If you want to go out, I will definitely not stop you." Wang Jinza immediately shrank his neck. "Then I'd better stay here." Wang Jinza was absolutely unwilling to leave the cave easily before figuring out the situation outside. "That's all we can do now." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "But I will go out and investigate the situation later. Before the rescue arrives, we should at least get some intelligence." Although Lin Yuan was unwilling to take risks, he even more disliked leaving his fate in the hands of others. Your own destiny must naturally be firmly in your own hands. This black fog seems to be getting thicker. Su Xiao looked around and couldn't help but frown. This was already his 8th day traveling alone in the Dragonbone Mountains. However, in the middle of the night, Su Xiao was very keenly aware of a biting cold, which woke him up immediately. He doesn't have any companions and has always been a lone ranger, so he has to be more vigilant at all times. After waking up in shock, Su Xiao noticed that he was surrounded by black fog. Moreover, the black mist seemed to have life and was still spreading outward. This strange black fog gives off a feeling that something is wrong everywhere. Moreover, he didn't know if it was Su Xiao's illusion, but he always felt that under the cover of the black fog, the monsters became more ferocious. However, it is worth mentioning that until now, Su Xiao still did not notice the abnormality of the watch. Because even in such a situation, Su Xiao never thought of giving up the survival trial and asking for help from the outside world. It is conceivable how confident he is in his own strength. This black mist seems to have a certain impact on my strength. However, just as Su Xiao was muttering to himself, a whistling sound suddenly exploded in his ears. Immediately afterwards, an extremely sharp beast claw suddenly cut through the black fog in front of Su Xiao and tore towards him. Chapter 184. Black fog is everywhere. Su Xiao's face turned stern. He reacted instantly and immediately merged his own beast soul. In an instant, the nine-nether beast, which was surrounded by a dark aura, appeared in the black fog. Sizzle, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn. The sharp teeth of the nine-nether beast actually tore off the beast's claw in front of it. A shrill wailing sound immediately rang out from the black fog. At the same time, Su Xiao finally saw the true appearance of the monster in front of him. It turned out that the monster that secretly attacked him was a shadowy cat. However, this shadow cat is not an ordinary beast king-level shadow cat, but a lord-level existence. Compared with the shadow cat that Su Muxue encountered before, the one in front of Su Xiao was not only larger in size, but also had more intricate shadow patterns on its body. You know, the shadow cat is extremely good at hiding its own breath. Now, under the cover of the black fog, this characteristic of it has been brought to the extreme. It was precisely because of this that Su Xiao waited until the shadow cat's sharp claws had already attacked him before he could react. Fortunately, his reaction was quick enough, and he integrated his own beast soul in time. If it were any other beast soul master, he would have died on the spot. Seeing that the attack failed, the shadow cat immediately retreated back into the black fog. However, it obviously had no intention of letting Su Xiao go, but was patiently waiting for the opportunity to attack again. Unfortunately, Su Xiao obviously wasn't going to give it another chance. What the shadow cat didn't expect was that the 9 nether beast in front of it actually closed its eyes. Looking at the scene in front of it, a hint of surprise flashed across the eyes of the shadow cat. It obviously didn't expect that under such circumstances, the other party would actually actively close its visual perception. Could it be that this guy has given up struggling? However, just as the shadow cat was thinking this, Su Xiao's voice suddenly rang faintly in its ears. No need to hide. I've found you. The next second, Juyo Beast's figure instantly turned into a residual shadow and disappeared on the spot. Its speed was so fast that even the shadow cat was shocked. Before it could react, the figure of the 9 nether beast appeared in front of it again in an instant. No matter how thick the black fog is, it still can't hide the stench of your blood. A hint of coldness flashed across Su Xiao's eyes. That's right, this is how he was able to find the trace of the phantom cat in the vast black fog. The beast soul of the 9 nether beast possesses an extremely strong sense of smell. The reason why Su Xiao closed his eyes was simply to enhance his sense of smell. He had bitten off the shadow cat's claws not only to cause damage to it, but also to be able to determine the enemy's location by the smell of its blood. Secret technique, 9 nether soul capture. Facing the shadowy cat in front of him, Su Xiao did not hesitate at all and immediately used his secret skills. In an instant, a strange dark purple light suddenly burst out from the bottom of Juyo Beast's eyes. Su Xiao's secret technique is to directly attack the enemy's soul. Under the influence of 9 netherworld soul capture, the shadow cat seemed to have its soul taken away and was frozen in place in a daze. Su Xiao naturally would not miss this opportunity. He used his sharp claws to tear open the chest of the shadow cat and directly took out the latter's heart. After losing its heart, the shadow cat's eyes dimmed instantly and it gradually lost its vitality. The shadow cat never imagined until its death that the beast soul master in front of it could kill it so easily. It clearly sensed that the opponent was only at the beast king level. But it's too late to regret now. After killing this lord-level shadow cat, Su Xiao was not in a hurry to cancel the state of beast soul fusion. In his opinion, there are countless dangers hidden in the black fog. Maintaining the state of beast soul fusion will consume more physical strength, but it will also be safer. Moreover, Su Xiao was very keenly aware that the strength of these monsters did not seem to be weakened at all in the black fog. Looking at the endless black fog, Su Xiao couldn't help but frown. Things seemed to be becoming more and more unusual. Deep in the mountains, next to a campfire, several freshmen from the Demon City Beast University were gathered together. Although the campfire burned brightly, it did not offer much of a view. The black fog all around was like a quagmire, constantly swallowing up all the light. Under such circumstances, everyone looked unhappy. Where on earth did this black fog come from? The first person to speak was Li Qingnan. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Still can't contact the school?" Song Lan shook his head and said, "I've checked everything. Everyone's watches have lost their function. They must have been interfered by some special magnetic field. Then what should we do? Are we just going to stay here and wait to die?" Li Qingnan couldn't help but flash a hint of fear in his eyes. Who knows where this black fog came from? At this moment, Yuan Lion said, "Don't worry. With so many of us missing, the school can't possibly not notice. It shouldn't be long before help is sent over." Wang Linhu whispered, "However, before the rescue arrives, we still have to rely on our own strength. I don't know if you have noticed that after the black fog spread, the frequency of our encounters with monsters has increased. Even within a short period of time, we encountered 2 lord-level monsters in succession." They also realized what Wang Linhu said. According to convention, there can only be 1 lord-level monster in an area. Otherwise, They would fight each other over territorial conflicts until a winner was decided. However, this time, they encountered two Lord-level monsters in succession within just half a day. Fortunately, those two Lord-level monsters only have the strength of the initial Lord level. Relying on their numerical advantage, they managed to defeat the two Lord-level monsters with difficulty. However, even so, they all suffered considerable injuries. At this moment, Song Lan spoke again. You say, the reason for this situation is that there are more powerful monsters driving these Lord-level monsters? After Song Lan said this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly, because they knew in their hearts that Song Lan's speculation was not unreasonable. But they remained silent because they are unwilling to accept this fact. If there really is a monster of this level existing in the Dragonbone Mountains, it means that all of them are in danger and may die here at any time. Song Lan sighed slightly. I don't know where the others are. It would be great if we could find Chu Tianyi and Lin Yuan. Their team has a total of 5 members, all of whom are freshmen at the Magic City Beast University. They are Song Lan, Wang Linhu, Yuan Lian, Li Qingnan, and Wu Xiangu. Their division of labor was also very clear. Wang Linhu, Yuan Lian, and Wu Xiangu were the main attackers. Li Qingnan was responsible for control, and Song Lan was responsible for assistance. I have to say that this kind of team configuration is indeed quite reasonable. Moreover, the 5 of them all possess the strength of the late Beast King level. It is precisely because of this that their 5-man team has the capital to fight against Lord-level monsters. However, after Song Lan said this, Wu Xiangu sneered with contempt. Chu Tianyi is indeed very strong, but forget about that waste Lin Yuan. If you ask me, we haven't met him for so many days, maybe he has been eliminated. Even if he hadn't been eliminated, I don't think he would dare to enter the depths of the Dragonbone Mountains. Although they temporarily formed a team, it did not mean that the relationship between Wu Xiangu and them had eased. At the very least, for Wu Xiangu, the hatred he had for Lin Yuan had not diminished in the slightest. After Wu Xiangu said this, Song Lan couldn't help but frowned. It's meaningless for you to talk like this, right? Since we all went to the same school, we are teammates. Even if you don't like it, there's no need to mock it, right? Teammate. Wu Xiangu sneered. What qualifications do you have to be my teammate? There were only a few of them here, and they were surrounded by black fog. In such a depressing environment, the true nature of the Wuxuan Gu was fully exposed. Even Li Qingnan and Yuan Lian felt that Wu Xiangu's words were a bit too much. At the very least, after spending these days together, the relationship between them and Song Lan has improved a lot, and they think Song Lan is still someone worth associating with. At this moment, Wang Linhu stood up, dusted himself off, and said calmly, in that case, Song Lan and I, 2 useless guys, will not bother you anymore. We will just leave the team. Chapter 185, 200 chapters. If we have different ideologies, we cannot work together. After Wang Linhu said this, Song Lan also stood up and said calmly, Wang Linhu is right. Lin Yuan is my friend. I cannot allow anyone to slander my friend for no reason. We have different ideals and cannot work together, so I'm sorry. Obviously, although Song Lan expressed it more tactfully, his meaning was the same as Wang Linhu's, which was to leave the team. After hearing this, Wu Xiangu's face couldn't help but darken. He obviously didn't expect that these 2 people would be so decisive. Just because of 2 words I said, they chose to leave the team. Li Qingnan frowned and said in a deep voice, Are you crazy? You choose to leave the team at this time. Don't you know how dangerous this black fog is? What he said was indeed correct. If Wang Linhu and Song Lan left the team, with only the 3 of them left, if they encountered a Lord-level monster again, they would not be able to match it at all. Of course, the situation of Wang Linhu and Song Lan is even more dangerous. After all, among them, Wang Linhu's strength can only be ranked average at best, and Song Lan is an auxiliary beast soul master. If they encounter a powerful monster, they may even die. At this moment, Yuan Lian quickly tried to smooth things over. Okay, let's all take a step back. That's just Wu Xiangu's personality. Don't be offended. It's indeed his fault. There's no need for you to make such a fuss that you have to leave the team, right? However, Wu Xiangu did not appreciate it at all and said coldly, Am I wrong? For a beast soul master with only E-level talent to be selected for the competition, it was because others begged for him. Since you like to protect this loser, then just go ahead and protect him. There's no need to threaten me with leaving the team. But I hope you have better luck and don't die in this black fog. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one will collect your bodies. After Wu Xiangu said this, both Yuan Lian and Li Qingnan's faces froze, because they all knew in their hearts that once such words were spoken, there would be no room for maneuver. They obviously didn't expect that Wuxuan Gu could be so extreme. Song Lan and Wang Linhu did not choose to continue arguing with him. Just as Song Lan said, if we have different ideals, we cannot work together. In this case, there is naturally no need to argue. Song Lan and Wang Linhu looked at each other and said calmly, "Let's go." The latter nodded and immediately followed the former's steps. The two figures disappeared into the black fog and left without looking back. It's over now. After the two left, Li Qingnan's face turned bitter and he couldn't help but sigh. Wang Linhu's departure is secondary. After all, there are Wu Xiangu and Yuan Lian in the team who can take charge of the main attack. In fact, the strength of Wu Xuangu is much stronger than that of Wang Linhu. What really made him feel uncomfortable was that Song Lan left with Wang Linhu. Originally, they didn't know why Principal Wang Ting attached so much importance to Song Lan. But now they know. Because fighting side by side these days has allowed them to truly witness the role of Song Lan. This was the first time they realized that the role of auxiliary beast souls could be so great. With the enhancement of 7-colored glazed butterfly, the strength displayed by each of them in battle can be raised to a higher level. It is not an exaggeration to say that Song Lan's existence is the key to their ability to fight against Lord-level monsters. What Li Qingnan didn't expect was that after he sighed, Wu Xiangu suddenly turned around and glared at him fiercely. "Why are you crying so sadly? Did someone die in your family? Only 2 people left. If they want to leave, let them go. Even without them, we can still survive in this black fog." Yuan Lion on the side said, "But the problem is, without Song Lan, if we encounter a Lord-level monster again, we might be in danger." Even he, Song Lan's former rival, now recognizes his role. However, Wu Xiangu said with contempt, "What does it matter? Do they really think they are so important? At worst, we can just find people from other schools to form a team. I don't believe that we are the only ones trapped in this black fog." After leaving the team, Wang Linhu couldn't help but look at Song Lan and asked, "Where are we going next?" After hearing this, Song Lan's ferocious face couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness. "Didn't you propose to leave? I thought you had an idea." Wang Linhu scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "It's not like you don't know me. I am just so impulsive." "It's okay, I don't blame you," Song Lan said. "I can't stand him commenting on Lin Yuan like that. To be honest, after spending these days together, my impression of them has changed. I didn't expect that Wu Xiangu hasn't changed." Wang Linhu snorted coldly. "That guy is just a dog that can't change its eating habits." Then, Wang Linhu changed the subject and said, "However, our current situation is really not optimistic. If you and I join forces, I guess we can only deal with late-stage Beast King-level monsters at best. If we encounter a Lord-level monster, we'll probably be in danger." The strength of Wang Linhu is at the 7-star level of the Beast King. However, with the enhancement of Song Lan's Beast Soul, he can even fight against 8-star or even 9-star Beast King-level monsters. The strengthening effect of 7-colored glazed butterfly on the Beast Soul is so amazing. Even among auxiliary Beast Souls, 7-colored glazed butterfly can be said to be the most top-level existence. It's a pity that within the black fog, the strength of both him and Song Lan was suppressed to a certain extent. Song Lan nodded and said, "To be honest, the biggest threat to us is not the Lord-level monsters, but the herds of monsters. If it was just a Lord-level monster, they could choose to escape. But if they were surrounded by a herd of beasts, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. This is the terrifying thing about the beast herd." Moreover, under the influence of the black fog, all the monsters began to become more ferocious. Wang Linhu was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "I don't know what happened to Lin Yuan. Is that guy really eliminated?" "In this case, being eliminated is actually a good thing." Song Lan smiled bitterly and said, "At least, you can still save your life, right? Unlike us, we don't even know if we can survive." The corner of Wang Linhu's mouth twitched. It seems to be true. "However, I think Lin Yuan should not have been eliminated yet." Song Lan suddenly said, "Didn't you realize that we didn't meet not only Lin Yuan, but also Su Mushiwei and Wang Jinza? You mean, the 3 of them are likely to stay together?" Wang Linhu quickly reacted and said, "If that's the case, it would be great if we could meet them. With only the 2 of them, it was still too dangerous to walk in the black fog. It would be great if we could reunite with Lin Yuan and the others. Even if they don't meet them, if they can meet freshmen from other colleges, it will provide them with some additional security. At this point, the most important thing to consider is no longer the competition with other schools, but how to survive." The vast black fog before their eyes was like a curtain of despair, shrouding them in the shadow of death. Yinjing Beast University in the conference room. The live broadcast of the survival war has been urgently stopped. The reason, of course, lies in the sudden appearance of a large patch of black fog deep in the Dragonbone Mountains. Under the influence of the black fog, all drones equipped with cameras became useless. Until now, no one knows how this mysterious black fog appeared. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the conference room. Then, before anyone could open the door, the man pushed it open and walked in. The person who walked into the conference room was a middle-aged man with a serious face, about 30 years old, wearing a straight and capable military uniform. Seniors, the preliminary investigation results on the black fog have come out. So, I will be responsible for explaining the situation to you all in the military department. The middle-aged man saluted and then took out a document from his arms. After he said this, everyone immediately gathered around him. Su Dian spoke first, his eyes showing anxiety. Then tell me, what is the situation now? How did that black fog form? Will the students in the black fog be in danger? The man in military uniform shook his head and said, the cause of the black fog is still unclear. However, after preliminary investigation, we have obtained the following intelligence. Chapter 186, Chapter 201. Even the Beast King level monsters are no exception. According to preliminary investigation results, the black fog will interfere with the magnetic field, thus affecting the electromagnetic signal and making it impossible for any electronic device to function normally. At the same time, a large number of monsters are moving within the black fog. Their purpose is unknown, and the reason for the formation of the black fog is also unknown. Inside the black fog, the strength of beast soul masters will be suppressed, but the strength of monsters will not be affected at all. Instead, they will become more ferocious and violent. At the same time, more importantly, there are suspected to be multiple Lord-level monsters within the range of the black fog. According to common sense, there shouldn't be so many Lord-level monsters in one area. So, the military speculated that these Lord-level monsters must have received orders from higher-level monsters. That is to say, a Beast King-level monster is suspected to have appeared in the depths of the Dragonbone Mountains. After hearing this conclusion, everyone in the conference room couldn't help but show a look of shock in their eyes. Beast King-level monster? Dragonbone Mountains, how long has it been since a Beast King-level monster appeared in this area? How come a Beast King-level monster was born at this critical juncture? Under such circumstances, they also decided to set the location of the survival battle within the Dragonbone Mountains. Doesn't that mean that they pushed these students into the fire pit with their own hands? After realizing this, everyone's faces couldn't help but look a little ugly. Wang Ting frowned and said, could this black fog be the work of that Beast King-level monster? Very likely. The man in military uniform said, but we can't be sure yet. Due to the existence of the black fog, it is impossible to count the number of students' casualties. But it is undoubtedly extremely dangerous within the range of the black fog. The only thing to be thankful for is that the black fog is only limited to the depths of the Dragonbone Mountains. So, the new life outside the Dragonbone Mountains will not be affected by the black fog for the time being. This is indeed good news for them. After all, those who would take the initiative to enter the depths of the Dragonbone Mountains should be freshmen who are extremely confident in their own strength. These freshmen should also have a certain ability to protect themselves. At this time, Jiang Tuanqi said, in this case, there is no need to rush to evacuate the freshmen outside the Dragonbone Mountain range, for the time being. Let's give priority to rescuing the freshmen trapped in the black fog. The man in military uniform nodded and said, I have already notified all security personnel in the Dragonbone Mountains and asked them to enter the black fog. With their strength, they should have no problem dealing with ordinary Lord-level monsters. As long as the freshmen in the black fog can meet them, there should be no danger. However, the biggest threat in the black fog right now is the suspected Beast King-level monster. If we want to temporarily transfer a Beast King-level Beast Soul Master from the military now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Jiang Tuanqi was very perceptive in hearing the other party's hidden meaning, and immediately responded, so what does the military mean? The military hopes that the school can send 2 Beast King-level experts as representatives to enter the black fog and find out the situation. The man in military uniform took a deep breath and said in a murderous tone, if there really is a Beast King-level monster, I hope it will be killed on the spot. Beast King-level monsters are certainly scary. But in front of these people, they are not a threat at all. After all, who among those who are qualified to become the principal of a prestigious school is not a Beast King-level Beast Soul Master with extraordinary abilities? You know, the core of the Ministry of Education lies in its major prestigious universities. It is no exaggeration to say that more than half of the top experts in the Ministry of Education have gathered in this conference room alone. I see what you mean. Wang Ting stood up and said calmly, in that case, I will go there myself. After all, my son is still trapped in the black fog. As a father, I cannot just stand by and watch. Just after Wang Ting expressed his opinion, Su Dian also stood up. I'll go too. After hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Especially the man in military uniform, his face was full of shock. He originally just wanted to find two Beast King-level warriors to find out the truth about the Black Fog as requested by the military. Unexpectedly, these two giant Buddha statues were brought out. The president of Yinjing Beast University and the president of Moda Beast University both volunteered. For a moment, the man in military uniform began to feel sorry for the Beast King-level monster in the Dragonbone Mountains. I don't know if it violated the heavenly rules, which is why it was targeted by these two top powers at the same time. Lao Su, what are you doing here? Jiang Tranchi said helplessly. Originally, I wanted to stretch my muscles, but I didn't expect you to get there first. Wang Ting at the side smiled and said, then I advise you not to fight with him. After all, his situation is similar to mine. After all, his daughter, like my son, is trapped in that black fog. Daughter. After hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Jiang Tranchi's face. He never knew that Su Dian actually had a daughter. Wang Ting chuckled and explained, maybe you don't know yet? One of the three people who teamed up with my son was his daughter. Jiang Tranchi's eyes widened, and he subconsciously asked, are you talking about the three-man group that lost money? As soon as he said this, Jiang Tranchi immediately realized that he had said something wrong and quickly covered his mouth. Damn, I was careless. So when he was being sarcastic before, he also brought Su Dian's daughter in? Damn, no wonder he looked so strange when he looked at Su Dian. And this Wang Ting is also a mean guy. He had known about this for a long time, but no one even mentioned it to him. Originally, he just wanted to harm Wang Ting, but now he has offended Su Dian as well. However, at this moment, Su Dian obviously did not pay attention to him, but looked directly at the man in military uniform. When do we leave? The man in military uniform immediately said, if you two are ready, you can set off now. Good. Su Dian nodded. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He would never allow anything to threaten his daughter's life, even a Beast King-level monster. Chapter 187 Chapter 202 Everyone is in despair. Chen Longxiang is determined. In the vast black fog, a team of 7 people was moving forward cautiously. And this team is none other than the freshman team of Yinjing Beast University led by Chen Longxiang. Everyone, be alert and don't take it lightly. Chen Longxiang's voice soon rang in everyone's ears. The reason why he was so cautious was that this black fog was full of dangers and one could lose his life if he was not careful. Even Chen Longxiang himself was tense to the extreme. Then, Chen Longxiang raised his head again and asked, Brother Xiahou, what's the situation nearby? Hovering above them was a giant eagle. The feathers on its wings were as hard as steel, presenting a streamlined beauty. The brother Xiahou that Chen Longxiang mentioned was none other than Xiahou Falcon, a member of the Yinjing Beast team. His beast soul is the S-level beast soul, Iron Feather Eagle, which is a very good combat beast soul. However, what Chen Longxiang needs most now is not Xiahou Falcon's fighting ability, but to let the other party provide them with vision. You know, eagles usually have extremely good eyesight, which is closely related to their unique eye structure. Unlike humans who have only one fovea on the retina of each eye, eagles have 2 grooves, the central fovea and the lateral fovea. One is used to receive images of objects in the front field of vision, and the other is used to receive images of objects directly in front, so the eagle's field of vision is very wide. Under normal circumstances, the eagle's field of vision can reach 36 kilometers, which is about 6 times that of humans. It is precisely because of this that Chen Longxiang chose Xiahou Falcon to be responsible for reconnaissance and check whether there is any danger around. Even within the black fog, Xiahou Falcon still had an extremely broad vision. Before this, they relied on the vision provided by Xiahou Falcon to avoid danger many times. Soon, Xiahou Falcon's voice came from midair. Don't worry, there is no danger for the time being. After hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For them, this is undoubtedly the best news. Chen Longxiang immediately said, in this case, let's stop and rest for a while. Although the black fog had only been spreading for less than a day, during this period of time, their spirits were in a tense state, and they had experienced several battles of varying sizes, and their bodies and minds were already exhausted. However, just as they were about to sit down and take a breath, Xiahou Jun's voice came again from midair. Be careful. Be careful. There is a monster approaching us quickly from the northwest. Judging from its size, this monster is probably at the late lord level. Xiahou Falcon's voice was rapid and sharp, even a little frightened. A late lord level monster. After hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but feel a tightness in their hearts. Monsters of this level are simply not something they can face. Even Chen Longxiang's eyes flashed with anxiety, and he immediately asked, are you sure this monster is coming for us? I'm not sure yet, but this monster is getting closer and closer to us. After hearing Xiahou Falcon's answer, a cold light flashed in Chen Longxiang's eyes. Then, he gritted his teeth and said without hesitation, run. Faced with monsters of this level, their only choice is to escape. At this moment, there was still a glimmer of hope in Qin Longxiang's heart. If the monster is not targeting them, then they may still have a chance to escape. After Qin Longxiang spoke, everyone did not hesitate at all. They immediately merged their own beast souls, burst out at full speed, and fled in the opposite direction. However, at this moment, Xiahou Falcon's frightened voice rang in everyone's ears again. This monster is coming right for us. It's starting to speed up. For a moment, everyone present couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten, as if a huge hand was tightly grasping their hearts. In terms of speed, how could they possibly compare to the late Lord-level monsters? But if they can't escape, then they will all die here. Qin Longxiang shouted in a deep voice, "What are you all standing there for? If you stay where you are, you will die. If you keep running, you may still have a chance of survival." Then, Qin Longxiang took a deep breath and said calmly, "If necessary, I will stay and cover you." After Qin Longxiang said this, everyone present couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. Under the current circumstances, what Qin Longxiang said is not just talk. They could feel that Qin Longxiang was indeed determined to die. You know, among them, Qin Longxiang is undoubtedly the one with the highest talent and the strongest strength. To put it bluntly, if they really fled separately, then the person most likely to survive would only be Qin Longxiang. However, even under such circumstances, Qin Longxiang was willing to stay and cover them. For a moment, these people couldn't help but look at Qin Longxiang with a little more respect in their eyes. However, they also know that now is not the time to be pretentious. That late Lord-level monster was constantly approaching them. Time passed by minute, and the whole team was trying their best to escape. However, despite this, the monster that Xiahou Falcon mentioned was still chasing towards them at a very fast speed. And now, they can already see the appearance of the monster clearly. What they didn't expect was that the monster in front of them was actually a crocodile as big as a mountain, with scales on its body like rough and hard black tiles, densely packed and layered. The most important thing is that this giant crocodile of astonishing size actually has a black dragon head, which looks very oppressive. At this moment, this giant nightmare crocodile was approaching them rapidly like a speeding train. Wherever it passed, even the earth cracked apart, stirring up waves of mud. The eyes of this nightmare dragon crocodile had already turned blood red at some point, just like two gigantic red lanterns, staring at them coldly, as if filled with endless chill. Looking at the scene before them, everyone present couldn't help but gasp, fear involuntarily evident in their eyes. Is this really a Lord-level monster? How could a Lord-level monster have such a huge size? What kind of monster is this? Damn, could this be a Beast King-level monster? Damn it, didn't they say that there haven't been any Beast King-level monsters in the Dragonbone Mountains for a long time? Why do you treat me like this? I don't want to die. Under such heavy pressure, someone finally couldn't hold back and completely collapsed. This kind of thing is naturally normal. After all, they are just a group of children who are not even 20 years old. In school, they can be gifted and ambitious. But once they truly face the fear of death, the fear and cowardice in their hearts will naturally emerge. 5,000 meters. 4,000 meters. 3,000 meters. As the nightmare dragon crocodile was running at full speed, the distance between it and them was getting closer and closer. They could even smell the stench emanating from this nightmare dragon crocodile. Even the black fog around became much thicker. At this moment, everyone's spirits were as tense as a taut string, and they didn't know when the nightmare dragon crocodile following behind them would choose to attack. When the nightmare dragon crocodile was only 1,000 meters away from them, it suddenly raised its head. After realizing this, everyone, including Qin Longxiang, couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile was preparing to attack them from a distance of 1,000 meters? At this moment, the nightmare dragon crocodile opened its huge mouth and began to suck the surrounding black fog into its mouth. The black mist was continuously compressed in its huge mouth and finally gathered into a fog ball that was condensed to the extreme and still emitted black gas. Roar. With a low roar, this inky black nightmare black fog bomb actually whizzed through the air and came straight towards them. The target of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile's attack was the iron-feathered eagle hovering in the air. Facing the whistling black fog bomb of the nightmare, Xiahou Falcon's pupils suddenly shrank and he wanted to dodge immediately. However, the speed of this nightmare black fog bomb is simply astonishingly fast. It was clearly only a distance of nearly 1,000 meters, but it seemed to arrive in an instant. Bang! With a wailing sound, Xiahou Falcon fell directly from mid-air. Even the eagle feathers on his body, which were as hard as steel, were shattered into pieces, and it was obvious that he had suffered severe damage. Looking at the scene before them, everyone's eyes were filled with despair and fear. You know, although Xiahou Falcon's strength is not as strong as Qin Longxiang, his level of 7 stars as a beast king can be regarded as a mainstay among them. But no one expected that this nightmare dragon crocodile could not only attack them from 1,000 meters away, but also easily severely injure Xiahou Falcon with just one strike. At this moment, Chen Longxiang gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "All of you who are left, take Xiahou Falcon and go first. I will cover your rear. It has come to this, and it is time to fulfill my promise." Thinking of this, Chen Longxiang took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became firm. Chapter 188:03 What is the purpose of these monsters? But one of the freshmen from Yinjing Beast University spoke in a whisper. In fact, even if he didn't say it, everyone knew what he meant. If Chen Longxiang was left behind to cover the rear, he would almost certainly be killed. Before he could finish, Chen Longxiang interrupted him. "Stop talking, hurry up, take Xiahou Falcon and escape." After saying this, Chen Longxiang resolutely turned his head and faced the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him, with determination in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. For some reason, Chen Longxiang's heart began to beat violently. The rapid heartbeat seemed to be beating right beside his ears. Facing death, he not only did not feel any fear, but instead felt his adrenaline soaring. Bring it on. Chen Longxiang took a deep breath and stared at the nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him. No matter what, he had to stop the monster in front of him. Even if, only for a moment. "I'm a genius." Chen Longxiang roared angrily and immediately used his most powerful secret skill. Secret technique, savage elephant trampling the mountain. In an instant, the ancient wild elephant transformed by Chen Longxiang immediately raised its elephant hoof high. Then, he suddenly trampled towards the other party. Of course, he knew that he would definitely lose this battle. After all, his strength is only at the Beast King level 8 stars. Under the suppression of the black fog, he couldn't even exert his full strength. But the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him possesses a strength that is infinitely close to that of the Beast King. However, what if we are doomed to fail? At least, I still have the courage to fight. At the same time, a hint of surprise flashed across the eyes of this nightmare dragon crocodile. It didn't expect that the human beast soul master in front of it, who was so weak, actually dared to block it. What's the difference between this and seeking death? The nightmare dragon crocodile naturally would not have the slightest mercy. Since the other party is looking for death, then just help him. Thinking of this, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile did not hesitate at all and immediately burst out with all its strength. Its crocodile tail covered with black scales suddenly lashed towards the direction where Chen Longxiang was. The phantom of the wild elephant stepping on the mountain shattered instantly. Bang! Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a dull bang, Chen Longxiang's body flew backwards and fell heavily on the ground. All of a sudden, intense pain spread throughout Chen Longxiang's body. The gap is still too big. A hint of bitterness could not help but appear on Chen Longxiang's face. The strength of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him was far stronger than he had imagined. It is impossible to compete with it with your own strength alone. Just one strike broke countless bones. It seems that I am still too weak. If he could be given another year, perhaps he would have the strength to kill this nightmare dragon crocodile. It's a pity that this world is so cruel and there is no if. However, just as Chen Longxiang closed his eyes and prepared to wait for death, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Boy, you did a great job. You are a real man." After hearing this, Chen Longxiang was stunned at first, then subconsciously raised his head. He saw a figure in military uniform appear in front of him without him knowing when. Chen Longxiang then remembered that when entering the Dragonbone Mountains, the military had assigned a security officer to each school's freshmen to ensure their safety. If nothing unexpected happens, the man in military uniform in front of me is one of them. The man in military uniform spat on the ground and said in a deep voice, "To be honest, I don't know if I can be a match for this beast. Boy, remember my name, Jinxue Wu. If I die, remember to go to the military to collect a pension for me. However, I was able to save a genius like you before I died. This is enough for my life." After saying this, Jinxue Wu did not hesitate at all and immediately chose to merge his own beast soul. After he completed the fusion of the beast soul, a one-horned rhinoceros covered with red gold scales appeared in front of Chen Longxiang. Moreover, the giant one-horned rhinoceros in front of him exudes extremely astonishing power. This is Jinxue Wu's beast soul, the one-horned golden-scaled rhinoceros. You know, anyone who can be chosen by the military as the security chief for these new students must have some ability. Just like this Jinxue Wu, he is a Lord-level 5-star peak beast soul master. With his strength, it is more than enough to deal with ordinary Lord-level monsters. However, what he was facing was not an ordinary Lord-level monster, but a nightmare dragon crocodile that was infinitely close to the Beast King level. It was precisely because of this that he informed Chen Longxiang of his funeral arrangements in advance. Like Chen Longxiang, he was also determined to die. Because he is a soldier, and this is his duty. Immediately afterwards, Jinxue Wu charged directly towards the nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him without any hesitation. Roar. To this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile, Jinxue Wu's behavior of actively charging towards him was undoubtedly a provocation. As the roar sounded, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile opened its huge mouth and spewed out a stream of black dragon flame emitting scorching high temperature from its huge mouth. Squeak, squeak, squeaka. The black dragon flame continued to burn Qin Shi Huiwu's body. Fortunately, the red gold scales on Qin Shi Huiwu's body protected him from some of the burning damage. Secret technique: golden scale light. At this moment, Qin Shi Huiwu did not hesitate at all and immediately used his secret skills. The next second, the golden scales covering his body suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. Rays of golden light, like a holy shield, enveloped Qin Shi Huiwu's body, shielding him from the burning dragon flame. However, just as Qin Shi Huiwu forced his way to the front of the nightmare dragon crocodile, the latter simply raised his claws and rushed towards him to kill him. The claw of the nightmare dragon crocodile seemed to possess a force of thousands of tons, with extremely amazing explosive power, leaving Qin Shi Huiwu no room to dodge. Bang! Accompanied by a dull bang, the golden light shield on Qin Shi Huiwu's body suddenly shattered. Immediately afterwards, Qin Shi Huiwu's figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Fortunately, his strength is stronger than Qin Longxiang, and he has the protection of a golden light shield, so the attack from the nightmare dragon crocodile is not enough to completely deprive him of his combat ability. It only took Qin Shi Huiwu a moment to stand up again. He used his secret skills again, and, with the help of the golden light shield, he once again charged towards the nightmare dragon crocodile. The order he received was to ensure the safety of these freshmen at all costs. A soldier is someone who will carry out his superior's orders to the end even if he knows it's a dead end. Beast, come again! A roar burst out from Qin Shi Huiwu's mouth, and he sounded like a madman. However, no matter how crazy the attack is, it cannot make up for the gap in strength. This time, Qin Shi Huiwu was directly blown away by the huge tail of the nightmare dragon crocodile. At this moment, Qin Shi Huiwu felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Damn it, this beast is really cruel. At this time, Qin Shi Huiwu suddenly turned his head and looked at Qin Longxiang in the distance and couldn't help frowning. Why don't you leave? Do you want to be buried with me by staying here? Senior. Qin Longxiang wanted to say something, but nothing came out of his mouth. Of course he understood that in this situation, escape was the best option. Moreover, this was an opportunity that Qin Shi Huiwu had created for him at the cost of his life. But for some reason, Qin Longxiang just couldn't move. Roar. However, what neither of them expected was that at this moment, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile in front of them suddenly raised its head and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. This roar even made Qin Shi Huiwu and Qin Longxiang's hearts tremble. But the next second, an even more unbelievable scene appeared. The nightmare dragon crocodile in front of them simply chose to ignore them and turned around to rush in another direction. Looking at the scene in front of them, they were both stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. Even until the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile completely disappeared from their sight, they still hadn't reacted to what had happened. Afterwards, Qin Longxiang quickly walked up to Qin Shi Huiwu and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "What is going on? This guy's just going to let us go like this?" "You ask me. Who should I ask?" Qin Shi Huiwu responded unhappily, then said with a grin, "Okay, stop talking and let me take it easy." Obviously, the two heavy blows from the nightmare dragon crocodile did cause him considerable damage. Qin Longxiang nodded immediately, but he still felt extremely confused in his heart. How could a ferocious monster like the nightmare dragon crocodile let them go so easily? After a few seconds of silence, Qin Longxiang couldn't help but speak up. "Senior, do you think it's possible that the reason why this monster left in such a hurry is because it has something more important to do than killing us?" Qin Shi Huiwu thought for a moment and grinned. "You educated people should be smarter. But even if that's the case, there's still nothing we can do. After all, in front of this monster, the two of us are not even worth a dish." As he said this, Qin Shi Huiwu couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Anyway, we're both lucky. We managed to survive. All we have to do now is wait here for the military or the school to send someone to rescue us." Just as Qin Shi Huiwu was about to cancel the state of beast soul fusion, his expression suddenly changed, and a hint of vigilance suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Be careful." Just as he finished his words, two Lord-level pterosaur monsters suddenly flew over their heads, their wings whistling through the air and stirring up gusts of air. However, these two Lord-level pterosaur monsters also chose to ignore them. The direction they were flying was exactly the direction where the nightmare dragon crocodile had disappeared before. Even the dumbest person would have thought that there must be some connection between the two. For a moment, even Qin Longxiang couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What on earth do these monsters want to do?" Deep in the Dragonbone Mountains, inside a huge forest. "This is the third Lord-level monster we have encountered today, right?" Lin Yuan frowned, and in front of him was the corpse of a giant beast that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. This monster is also a mutated monster affected by nuclear radiation, and it possesses at least Lord-level strength. and this is the third Lord-level monster they have encountered since leaving the cave. Logically speaking, this situation would hardly occur before. After all, every Lord-level monster has its own territory and rarely appears in the same area. However, since the Black Fog spread, everything seemed to become chaotic. All the monsters are starting to become extremely aggressive. Moreover, the frequency of appearance of Lord-level monsters has also increased. Things are becoming more and more dangerous within the Black Fog. At this moment, the only one who didn't feel threatened was probably the little black dragon. At this moment, it was lying next to the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, digging with its little claws. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Wang Jinza couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn, this little guy is really carefree. Su Mushiwei on the side said with a smile, come on, during the battle just now, Xiaohei played a much more important role than you. What Su Mushiwei said was indeed true. Just now when fighting with this Lord-level monster, the black dragon flame that Xiaohei spewed out of his mouth easily burned through the scales on the Lord-level monster's body, which allowed Lin Yuan to kill the opponent easily. From this point of view, Xiaohei's role is indeed much greater than Wang Jinza's. Wang Jinza was just about to open his mouth to argue, but at this moment, the roars of beasts suddenly rang in their ears. Moreover, these waves of beast roars seemed to come from all directions. For a moment, the expressions of the three people, including Lin Yuan, changed. Wang Jinza was the first to react. He said in a deep voice, it's a beast tide. Damn it. We are surrounded by a beast tide. Chapter 189. Chapter 4 The Surrounding Beast Tide. Lin Yuan and the others knew it clearly. Being surrounded by a tide of beasts in this black fog is undoubtedly more terrifying than encountering a Lord-level monster. For Lin Yuan now, it is not difficult to kill a low-level Lord-level monster. But if you want to break out of the beast tide, it depends on the scale of the beast tide. More importantly, once the beast tide breaks out, it will attract monsters from the surrounding areas to join in continuously. Even within the beast tide, there may be Lord-level monsters. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's expression couldn't help but become solemn. He turned his head and looked at Su Mushiwei and whispered, be careful, it may be a fierce battle next. Su Mushiwei nodded, her eyes also full of seriousness. As for Wang Jinza, Lin Yuan did not give him any special reminder. After all, this guy's beast soul is just an egg. It's good enough that he can preserve himself in battle. Don't expect him to make much contribution. Then, Lin Yuan turned his head again and looked at the little black dragon. This little guy's combat capability can definitely be described as quite strong. Although its size is only the size of a puppy, its combat power is much stronger than that of an initial Lord-level monster. If it weren't for the existence of this little black dragon, Lin Yuan and his companions would not have been able to kill the Lord-level monster so easily. Just as his eyes turned to the little black dragon, he discovered that the little guy had actually taken out a crystal core directly from the skull of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Immediately afterwards, before Lin Yuan even had time to react, the little black dragon casually threw the crystal core into its mouth. Crack, crack. The dull chewing sound came directly from the little black dragon's mouth. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Grass. This is a Lord-level crystal core. If it were put outside, it could be sold for at least tens of millions. As a result, this little guy ate it as a snack. After eating, the little black dragon lazily lay down and burped comfortably. Afterwards, Lin Yuan clearly felt that the aura emanating from the little black dragon also became slightly stronger. It seems that devouring the Lord-level crystal core does bring it a lot of benefits. But even so, Lin Yuan was not going to let it develop such a bad habit. Any Lord-level crystal core costs tens of millions. If you eat this thing as a snack, the landlord won't have any surplus food at home. Lin Yuan's way of making this little guy remember is also very simple. He just stretched out his hand and grabbed the little black dragon in front of him, then raised his hand and slapped it, threatening, "Don't eat anything carelessly in the future, do you understand?" Ouch. The little black dragon whimpered and nodded aggrievedly. After teaching the little black dragon a lesson, Lin Yuan let it go. The most urgent thing now is to find a way to break through the encirclement of the beast tide. Unfortunately, there was no reconnaissance-type beast soul master in their team, so naturally they had no idea of the scale of the beast tide. In this case, I can only choose to go all out. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately began to consume his own evolution points and began to strengthen his own strength. These days, although to outsiders, Lin Yuan has been playing badly. But in fact, only Lin Yuan himself knew that in a place with strong nuclear radiation, even if he closed his eyes and slept, he could get a large number of evolution points anytime and anywhere. And now, it is time for him to convert all these evolution points into his own strength. As Lin Yuan's mind moved, the evolution points he had accumulated for a long time immediately began to be consumed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million, 7 million, 10 million. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan consumed tens of millions of evolution points. And his own strength also directly broke through to the 9th star of the Beast King level. In an instant, the aura emanating from Lin Yuan increased sharply, causing Su Muxue and Wang Jinza on the side to feel a sense of oppression. Wang Jinza looked at Lin Yuan with a look as if he had seen a ghost. You have made another breakthrough? Lin Yuan did not reply, but continued to use evolution points in silence to strengthen his own strength. He wants to take this opportunity to use up all his evolution points. Call. Dozens of seconds later, Lin Yuan raised his head and let out a long breath. Then, his own attribute panel appeared in front of him. Beast Soul, Giant Black Lizard. Status, Growth Stage. Talent Rating, SS Level. Level, Beast King Level 9 Star Midterm. Height, 32 meters. Weight, 13.7 tons. Attack Method, Bite, Claw. Skills, White Hot Light, A Level. Atomic Breath, S Level. Beast God Weapons, Claw of Blue Thunder, Beast General Level. Black Scale Armor, Beast General Level. Energy Storage Crystal, Beast King Level. Wind Spirit Rune, Beast King Level. Remaining evolution points, 0. Evaluation. You have successfully climbed to the top of the Beast King level, but you have also fallen into a bottleneck. You must comprehend your own Tao before you can make further progress and enter the Hall of the Lord level Beast Soul Master. All the evolution points have been completely consumed. Lin Yuan's own strength was also completely fixed at the middle stage of the 9th star of the Beast King level. Among all the freshmen from prestigious schools, perhaps only Su Xiao, the captain of Yinjing Beast University, can match his strength. However, until now, I still have not been able to touch the existence of Tao. Lin Yuan could clearly feel that both Chen Longxiang and Chen Zhushan seemed to have touched the existence of Tao. Unlike Lin Yuan, who relies on cheating the system to improve his strength, they are indeed true geniuses. And it is precisely because they have comprehended their own Tao that they are able to burst out with strength even greater than their current level. Moreover, it seems that this bottleneck can only be broken through by Lin Yuan himself. In other words, without enlightenment, even if Lin Yuan has more evolution points, his strength will be stuck at the peak of the 9-star Beast King level. Thinking of this, even Lin Yuan himself couldn't help but feel helpless. What exactly is Tao? Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart, because until now, he still hadn't found the answer. However, now is not the time to dwell on these things. For him, the most important thing now is to lead Wang Jinza and Su Muxue to break out of the encirclement. When Lin Yuan discarded all distracting thoughts, only the murderous intent remained in his eyes. Chapter 190-05 The Potential of a Top Predator. Roar. The roars of beasts all around were getting closer and closer. Careful. At this moment, Su Muxue suddenly let out a cry of surprise. I saw a black shadow suddenly flew out from the dense forest and headed straight for Lin Yuan. It was actually a ghost cat. However, judging from its aura, the shadow cat only has the strength of a late beast king at most. A beast king at the late stage dares to seek death? A ferocious look flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes, and dazzling thunder quickly lingered over the giant claw. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan's thunder claw suddenly swooped towards the direction of the shadowy cat. Laugh. Lin Yuan's claw was so fast that it even left a shadow of lightning in the air. In just a moment, Lin Yuan's sharp claws pierced through the chest of the shadowy cat. Flash sale. Before the shadow cat even had time to react, it had already become a corpse. Looking at the scene before them, Wang Jinza and Su Muxue couldn't help but flash a hint of shock in their eyes. Although they noticed that Lin Yuan had become stronger, they obviously did not expect that he would be so strong. Leave. Lin Yuan casually took out the monster crystal core from the body of the shadow spirit cat and said with murderous intent, "Let me lead you to fight your way out of the encirclement." Lin Yuan's tone was so calm, yet it carried an unquestionable confidence. Su Muxue and Wang Jinza naturally had no doubts and immediately followed Lin Yuan. To be honest, Lin Yuan actually didn't know which was the appropriate direction to break out. However, his idea is also very simple. As long as you keep killing, you will eventually be able to fight your way out. After choosing a direction, Lin Yuan immediately prepared to break out with the two of them. At this moment, a giant tiger with flames burning all over its body suddenly rushed out from the giant forest and appeared in front of them. Su Muxue was startled and immediately prepared to launch an attack. Fortunately, before she could make a move, Lin Yuan stopped her in time, etc. Although Su Muxue hadn't reacted yet, she still subconsciously listened to Lin Yuan's words. At this moment, the giant tiger in front of him, with red flames burning all over his body, suddenly spoke. "It's you guys. Haha, I knew I didn't hear the voice wrong." After hearing this familiar voice, Su Muxue immediately knew the other party's identity. If he remembered correctly, the giant tiger in front of him with flames burning all over its body was the beast soul of the king-scaled tiger, the red flame violent tiger. Although they are surrounded by a tide of beasts at the moment, it is a happy thing to meet their companions. At this moment, Wang Jinzi suddenly asked, "Brother Linhu, why are you alone? Where are the others?" "And me?" After Wang Jinzi asked this question, another familiar voice soon sounded in their ears. Lin Yuan looked up and found a colorful magic butterfly hovering above the king scale tiger, emitting a brilliant light like colored glass. The demon butterfly in front of him was none other than Song Lan's beast soul, the seven-colored glazed butterfly. "Great, it turns out Song Lan is with you." After seeing Song Lan's beast soul, a hint of surprise appeared in Wang Jinzi's eyes. Then, Wang Linhu's voice sounded again. "Okay, the situation is urgent now, so I won't say any more. Song Lan and I are being chased by a Lord-level monster." Wang Linhu's tone was filled with anxiety. "Luckily, we found you. If the five of us work together, we should be able to fight." "A Lord-level monster?" Wang Jinzi raised his eyebrows, looking a little disdainful. To be honest, he no longer takes the Lord-level monsters seriously. After all, after the Black Fox spread, there were already 3 Lord-level monsters that died in their hands. At this moment, Wang Linhu looked at Wang Jinzi in confusion and asked, "Why haven't you merged the beast soul yet?" Now that he is facing a powerful enemy, Wang Jinzi has not yet chosen to fuse the beast soul, which really caught him off guard. Speaking of which, until now, he still doesn't know what Wang Jinzi's beast soul is. However, what Wang Linhu didn't expect was that Wang Jinzi smiled and said, "Fusing beast souls? I don't think that's necessary." Just as Wang Jinzi finished speaking, a sharp scream suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Along with the scream, an extremely huge two-headed pterosaur appeared in front of them. This two-headed pterosaur was green all over, with 2 fat tumors growing on its 2 heads, which looked extremely disgusting. "Careful." After the green two-headed pterosaur appeared, Wang Linhu's expression changed and he immediately spoke up to remind it. Although he reminded them immediately, he was still a step too late. The green pterosaur in front of them suddenly flapped its wings, creating a hurricane-like force wind that swept towards them. Song Lan, who was originally in mid-air, was the first to suffer and was immediately knocked heavily to the ground by the fierce hurricane. Wang Linhu was not feeling well either. The fierce hurricane was like a blade, instantly cutting bloody marks on his body. But on the other side, Sumu Xue and Wang Jinzi chose to hide behind Lin Yuan at the same time. After spending so many days together, they have already formed a unique tacit understanding between them. So, there was no need for Lin Yuan to say much. The two of them already knew what to do. Knock, knock, knock. The strong wind swept over Lin Yuan's body, making a sound like the clashing of metal. When the hurricane dissipated, there were only dozens of shallow scars on Lin Yuan's armor. Looking at the scene before them, Wang Linhu and Song Lan couldn't help but widen their eyes. They obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan could actually withstand the attack of the Lord-level monster. After the hurricane subsided, Lin Yuan's voice also sounded faintly. "If you're done, then it should be my turn next, right?" The two-headed pterosaur let out another sharp, long roar. It was extremely keenly aware that the black giant beast in front of it could threaten its existence. At this moment, Lin Yuan opened his huge mouth without any hesitation. The next second, a faint blue light emanated from his dorsal fin. Nuclear energy rapidly gathered in the atomic reactor inside Lin Yuan's body. Finally, an atomic breath emitting a destructive aura gathered and formed from Lin Yuan's huge mouth, and suddenly spewed out in the direction of the two-headed pterosaur. Boom. This atomic breath instantly penetrated one of the heads of the two-headed pterosaur. But at this critical moment, the two-headed pterosaur burst out with all its speed and forcibly adjusted its own position. However, even so, Lin Yuan's atomic breath still penetrated one of its dragon wings. After one of the dragon's wings was broken, the two-headed pterosaur's body quickly lost balance and was about to fall to the ground. However, this two-headed pterosaur is, after all, a Lord-level monster, and it quickly readjusted its balance. But the power of the atomic breath has already made this two-headed pterosaur feel extremely fearful. It didn't dare to be an enemy of Lin Yuan anymore. It flapped its remaining dragon wings suddenly, turned around and wanted to escape. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the two-headed pterosaur. After sensing the other party's breath, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the two-headed pterosaur. Isn't this the new life that the nightmare dragon crocodile asked them to find at all costs? Although the two-headed pterosaur had never seen the little black dragon, it was extremely familiar with the other's breath. Because the nightmare dragon crocodile had already collected all the liquid that remained on the ground after the little black dragon broke out of the core in the underground cave, and let all the monsters under its command sense the remaining breath on the liquid. As long as you find one with the same breath, it will be the new life form that the nightmare dragon crocodile is looking for. But this two-headed pterosaur never expected that the opponent's body was so small. Just as this thought appeared in the mind of the two-headed pterosaur, the little black dragon in front of him just opened his mouth. Immediately afterwards, a ball of inky black dragon flame suddenly spewed out from its mouth, In just a moment, the remaining half of the two-headed pterosaur's wing was instantly turned into ashes under the burning of the black dragon flame. A shrill howl suddenly sounded from the mouth of this two-headed pterosaur. After losing 2 dragon wings in succession, it was finally unable to stop its falling trend. But at this moment, the little black dragon in front of it instantly turned into a shadow, rushed to its front at an extremely fast speed, and forcibly bit off its neck. Scarlet blood immediately gushed out from the wound on his neck. But the little black dragon did not stop, but continued to bite the other party madly. Only at this time did they realize that the little black dragon in front of them was far from being as harmless as it usually appeared. On the contrary, this black dragon, even though it has not even fully grown up, has shown the potential to be a top predator. At this moment, there was only astonishment and disbelief in the eyes of Wang Linhu and Song Lan. Everything that happened just now, whether it was Lin Yuan's strength or this mysterious black young dragon, was completely beyond their expectations and made them feel unprecedented shock. Chapter 191:06 Let your fate hang on the edge of a knife. What shocked them the most was Lin Yuan's strength. How could they have imagined that after just a few days of not seeing each other, Lin Yuan already possessed the strength to rival a lord-level monster? To them, this was simply like a fairy tale. You know, the 5-man team they formed with Wu Xiangu, Li Qinan, and Yuan Lian could only barely deal with lord-level monsters. The strength displayed by Lin Yuan is already stronger than their entire team. With such strength, looking at the freshmen of major prestigious universities, perhaps only Qin Longxiang, Su Xiao, and Chu Qianni can compare with him, right? In an instant, the way they both looked at Lin Yuan changed. Neither Song Lan nor Wang Linhu expected that Lin Yuan would hide his strength so deeply. Then, the two of them set their eyes on the black dragon again. The shock brought to them by the black baby dragon in front of them was no less than that brought by Lin Yuan. In the battle just now, the role played by this black young dragon was no less than that of Lin Yuan. They saw with their own eyes that the black young dragon simply spewed out a ball of black dragon flame, which instantly burned one of the two-headed pterosaur's wings to ashes. You know, this two-headed pterosaur is a lord-level monster. One can imagine how terrifying the temperature of this ball of black dragon flame is. But the next second, an even more unbelievable scene appeared. The black baby dragon came to Lin Yuan's side like a pug, and even rubbed his paws actively. However, Lin Yuan frowned, stretched out his huge claws, and said in a deep voice, "Take it out." The little black dragon hesitated for a while, and finally reluctantly spit out a monster crystal core from its mouth. And this monster crystal core is exactly the crystal core of the two-headed pterosaur. Obviously, this was something it had secretly hidden in its mouth when it was madly biting the two-headed pterosaur. However, perhaps because it was afraid of being scolded, it did not choose to swallow it directly like last time, but temporarily hid it in its mouth, wanting to see Lin Yuan's reaction. This is like a child stealing food. He knows his parents won't allow him to do so, but he just can't help himself. After Lin Yuan spoke, the little black dragon chose to spit out the monster crystal core obediently. Good. Lin Yuan rubbed the little black dragon's head and threw the crystal core to it again. Eat it. After hearing this, the little black dragon was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he immediately showed a look of surprise. Then he swallowed the crystal core into his mouth quickly as if he was afraid that Lin Yuan would go back on his word. Looking at the greedy look of the little black dragon, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. The lord-level crystal core is indeed precious, but for Lin Yuan, what is more important is to cultivate the habit of Xiao He to hand over the spoils. Since this is the case, there must naturally be rewards and punishments. Only by giving him a big beating, and then a sweet treat can this little guy be made obedient. At this moment, Wang Linhu finally couldn't help it and asked curiously, "This baby dragon was raised by Lin Yuan?" Wang Jinza nodded and said, "To be precise, it was Lin Yuan who picked it up." "You saw it too. This little guy was born not long ago. It probably thinks Lin Yuan is its mother. It follows her everywhere every day. It will show its teeth to anyone who touches it except Lin Yuan." After hearing this, Wang Linhu couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. "I really didn't expect that there are monsters in this world that are close to humans." But this was not what shocked Wang Linhu the most. What he didn't expect was that the black dragon in front of him was actually still in its infancy. He is able to possess such terrifying strength even though he is still a child. If it grows into its complete form, how powerful will it be? Wang Linhu couldn't even imagine it. At this moment, what made him most curious was the origin of this black young dragon in front of him. However, from what Wang Jinza said, it seemed that they did not know the origin of this black dragonfly. Then, Su Mushiwei asked curiously, "There are only 2 of you. How did you think of coming to this place?" Wang Linhu sighed and immediately explained the whole story. After hearing the whole story, Wang Jinza was furious. Damn, what the hell is this Wu Xuangu? Just relying on him, he dares to look down on Lin Yuan? Fuck, I'm not bragging, If Wuxian Gu was here, I guarantee he wouldn't be able to take even one move from Lin Yuan. Wang Linhu and Song Lan looked at each other and thought, you don't need to brag. They have already seen how strong Lin Yuan is. No matter how powerful the Wuxian Gu is, can it be as strong as a Lord-level monster? Only now did they realize that before this, Lin Yuan had been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. His current strength is probably even stronger than Chu Chanyi. Not to mention, now beside Lin Yuan, there is a black baby dragon whose strength is comparable to that of a Lord-level monster. Just as Wang Jinza was about to continue talking, Lin Yuan's eyes swept over him. Okay, stop bragging. Don't forget, we are not completely out of danger yet. After Lin Yuan said this, everyone realized that they were still in the midst of a beast tide and the situation was not optimistic. After realizing this, Su Muxue immediately looked at Song Lan and asked, what's the situation over there? It's not optimistic. Song Lan shook his head. There are monsters everywhere. I'm afraid the scale of the monster outbreak this time is quite large. Wang Jinza asked tentatively, if that's the case, why don't we break out in another direction? No. Lin Yuan said, if it is really a large-scale beast tide, it will be useless even if we change direction. So, don't have any illusions and get ready for battle. While several people were talking, the monsters around them were attracted by the noise of the previous battle. Suddenly, the ground bulged up, and a beast king-level earth dragon suddenly rushed out from the ground, biting the king-scale tiger's belly with its sharp teeth. Fortunately, Wang Jinza reacted immediately, merged his own beast soul, and directly knocked Wang Linhu aside. Kong. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the earth dragon felt as if it was gnawing on a block of iron. Not only did it fail to break Wang Jinza's eggshell, but it almost broke its own teeth. Roar. Wang Linhu, who was almost attacked by the earth dragon, roared angrily, then pounced on it and bit off the opponent's neck with one bite. Brother Linhu, can I be considered as your grandfather saving your life? Wang Jinza laughed loudly, his tone full of pride. However, Wang Linhu stared at him with an expression that was almost like he was trying to hold back a laugh. Brother Jinza, is this your beast soul? It's really special. You know what? I've never seen anyone's beast soul that's actually in the shape of an egg. Ha 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 ha. After holding it in for nearly half a minute, Wang Linhu couldn't help laughing out loud. The corners of Wang Jinza's mouth twitched fiercely twice, and finally he said helplessly, forget it, laugh if you want to, I'm used to it anyway. As the earth dragon launched a sudden attack on them, the number of monsters gathering around it increased. Fortunately, most of the monsters that appear now are Beast King-level monsters. These monsters can be easily dealt with by Lin Yuan and Xiaohe working together. At the same time, Song Lan also displayed his abilities. Song Lan flapped his wings, and an ancient word emitting a faint purple light suddenly emerged from his body. Speed. This mysterious and ancient word burst out with an incomparably dazzling dark purple light, enveloping everyone's body. In an instant, their speed was all significantly improved. But Song Lan's methods are obviously not limited to this. Because, soon, a second set of ancient characters condensed on its butterfly body. And this time, it is orange-red power. Rays of orange-red light, like snakes, penetrated into the bodies of Lin Yuan and others, instantly increasing their strength significantly. These are not even Song Lan's secret skills, but merely the basic abilities of the seven-colored glazed butterfly. This is the power of seven-colored glazed butterfly, as a top-level auxiliary beast soul. If the teammates are close to Song Lan, their own strength will be greatly enhanced. This kind of ability can only be used to its greatest effect on the battlefield between beast soul masters and monsters. No wonder Wang Ting thinks so highly of Song Lan. As long as Song Lan can grow up normally, even just him alone, he will have the ability to change the battle situation in an area. It goes without saying how important this ability is. Old Song, I never thought you were so powerful. Wang Jinza smacked his lips and couldn't help but sigh. Although his beast soul was just an egg, he could also feel the boost brought to him by Song Lan's ability. However, Song Lan said, don't worry, it's not over yet. Just as he finished speaking, two ancient characters in different colors appeared on his butterfly wings again. Among them, the lake blue one with ancient characters is called God. The other ancient word was as black as ink, exuding an ominous aura, and it was called Decline. Immediately afterwards, the two divine characters turned into butterflies all over the sky. These butterflies were only about half the size of a palm, densely packed together, covering the entire battlefield. Lake blue butterflies landed on Lin Yuan and others, and merged into their bodies. The pitch-black butterflies landed on the bodies of the monsters around them and merged into their bodies. After the pitch-black butterfly merged into the bodies of these monsters, their breath quickly weakened. Obviously, Song Lan's seven-colored glazed butterfly not only has the ability to strengthen teammates, but also has the ability to weaken enemies. After integrating with the lake blue butterfly, Lin Yuan and the others clearly felt that their thinking became clearer, and even their senses became sharper than ever before. Everything in the world was clearly visible, as if they had entered this subtle state of martial arts. The so-called God refers to divine thoughts, consciousness, and mental power. The function of the lake blue butterfly is to strengthen and amplify these. Although this is not considered an improvement in strength, the effect that can be achieved by fighting in this state is even more significant than the improvement in strength and speed alone. At this moment, Lin Yuan's eyes were extremely cold, as if he had turned into a killing machine, constantly slaughtering all the monsters he could see. And beside Lin Yuan, there was only the incessant screams of the monsters. The remains and blood of various monsters were flying everywhere. Looking at the scene before them, Wang Jinzi, Song Lan, Su Muxue, and Wang Linhu all had horror in their eyes. The number of monsters that died at Lin Yuan's hands alone was even greater than the number killed by the four of them. Lin Yuan's efficiency in killing monsters can only be described by the word horrifying. Even though only a dozen minutes had passed, the corpses of the monsters that died at Lin Yuan's hands could probably be described as piled up like a mountain. The scarlet blood stained Lin Yuan's body, making him look like an extremely ferocious beast. But what they didn't realize was that Lin Yuan, who was killing continuously at this moment, seemed to have touched something. He was no longer killing for the sake of breaking through, but simply killing for the sake of killing, and he even began to enjoy the pleasure of killing. That feeling of tearing someone's flesh and blood with sharp claws. That feeling of crushing the enemy's head. The feeling of biting your neck with sharp teeth. That feeling of controlling your life with your own hands. He has been a docile sheep for too long and has forgotten that he is actually a bloodthirsty lone wolf. In a trance, Lin Yuan recalled the feeling of his first murder after becoming a killer, the first time his hands were stained with blood. He still remembers the trembling, throbbing, excited, and fearful feeling very clearly. Maybe this is what he is looking for. Kill everything, end everything, destroy everything. Even if his fate hangs on the edge of a knife, the tip of his knife will always move forward. Chapter 192 Chapter 207 The Nightmare Dragon Crocodile is coming. 2 hours later. The originally dense forest has now become devastated by this war. Around the broken giant trees were the remains of monsters and coagulated blood all over the ground. Just by looking at this hell-like scene in front of us, we can realize how fierce the battle was that had broken out here before. But at this moment, Lin Yuan woke up from his previous state. He looked puzzled and asked, "Why aren't there any monsters coming? What else could it be? You killed them all." At this moment, there was even a hint of fear in Wang Jinzi's eyes as he looked at Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan did say that he would lead them out of the siege, that was right. But Wang Jinzi never imagined that Lin Yuan would choose to directly slaughter all the monsters in an entire area. Especially at the end, Lin Yuan was killing to the point of being almost crazy. He just stayed where he was and let the monsters around him keep rushing towards him, as if he was enjoying the process of killing. However, no matter how crazy Lin Yuan acted, they could not just sit there and watch, and could only choose to bite the bullet and continue fighting. Fortunately, Lin Yuan took on most of the pressure for them. After nearly 2 hours of fierce fighting, they finally eliminated all the monsters in the area. At this moment, Wang Jinzi suddenly asked, "Lin Yuan, do you know how many monsters you have killed in total?" After hearing this, Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head silently. To be honest, he really doesn't remember. In the flow state just now, he seemed to be left with only the desire to kill and the instinct to fight. Wang Jinzi took out a sack directly from his storage badge and poured all the monster crystal cores inside onto the ground. A whole sack full of monster crystal cores. They all fell to the ground, just like a small hill. I have to say that Wang Jinzi's positioning of himself is quite accurate. He doesn't have much fighting ability anyway, so instead of being a mascot and wandering around on the battlefield, he might as well do something useful. So while everyone was fighting desperately, Wang Jinzi was collecting monster crystal cores from all over the battlefield. Once a monster targets him, he immediately turns into an egg and shouts for help. Wang Jinzi's beast soul may not be good at other things, but its defense is really strong. Unless a monster with Lord-level strength takes action, there is no chance of breaking his eggshell. After seeing the mountain of monster crystal cores in front of him, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise, and he immediately stretched out his fingers to count them. "Okay, no need to count." Wang Jinzi waved his hand and said, "I've counted them for you. There are a total of 143 Beast King level crystal cores, plus 2 Lord level crystal cores." After hearing this number, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little bit unbelievable. They actually hunted down hundreds of Beast King level monsters in just half an hour? Moreover, more than half of them were due to Lin Yuan's efforts, including the 2 Lord level monster crystal cores. Lin Yuan took away the 2 Lord level crystal cores, and then said, "The remaining Beast King level crystal cores will be divided equally among everyone. I think you have no objection, right?" Naturally, no one would have any objections. If the distribution was based on contribution, it would be reasonable for Lin Yuan to take half. What's more, if it weren't for Lin Yuan, they would never have been able to escape from the encirclement of the beast tide. From this point of view, even if all the monster crystal cores belonged to Lin Yuan, they would not have any objection. 2 Lord-level crystal cores, each worth tens of millions. Although the quality of these Beast King-level crystal cores varies, the average price is at least 2 million. 143 Beast King-level crystal cores, that's 286 million. After calculating the value of these monster crystal cores in his mind, even Lin Yuan himself couldn't help but be shocked. Before he knew it, his assets were calculated in billions? However, Lin Yuan is not a miser. To him, if he cannot improve his own strength, no matter how much money he has, it will be meaningless. Lin Yuan casually picked up a Lord-level crystal core and threw it to the little black dragon beside him as if teasing a dog, as a reward for it. The Lord-level crystal core worth tens of millions was swallowed directly into Xiaohei's mouth. What Lin Yuan felt sorry for was that after killing more than 100 monsters, no more monsters continued to approach them. Otherwise, he could have continued to immerse himself in that state for a while longer. It can also provide deeper help for him to comprehend his own Tao. At this moment, even Song Lan started to speak up. Something seems to be wrong. Judging from the scale of this wave of beasts, there should be far more than 100 monsters. Wang Jinzi didn't feel anything was wrong, and said with a smile, maybe it's because we killed too quickly and killed all the monsters in this area. Or maybe Lin Yuan is too powerful and scared these monsters. Impossible. Song Lan said decisively, after the beast tide breaks out, they will regard human beast soul masters as their mortal enemies. Just like flies attracted to a garbage dump, they will just keep coming to us. Unless we completely kill them all. Wang Jinzi said with a relaxed look, Song Lan, I know you are always very cautious, but aren't you a little too cautious this time? What if there are more monsters surrounding us? As long as Lin Yuan is here, can't we kill as many as we want? In my opinion, these monsters are simply sending us money. However, just as Wang Jinzi finished his words, at the end of the endless black fog, 2 scarlet blood suns suddenly rose up. For a moment, everyone was stunned. How could there be a blood-red sun in this black fog? But in the next second, Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a sense of crisis instantly filled his heart. No, that's not right. That's not a bloody day at all. It's the pupil of a monster. It was only because the black fog was too dense and the 2 pupils were too huge that they mistook them for 2 scarlet blood suns. Damn it, what level of monster is this to be so huge? As everyone was staring at them, the 2 blood suns suddenly moved and began to approach them at an extremely terrifying speed, as powerful as thunder. As the monster rushed over at high speed, a huge black shadow as big as a mountain appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 193, 208. Nowhere to escape. Death threat. What the hell is this? Looking at the horrifying scene in front of him, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but reveal a look of horror in his eyes. As the huge monster in front of them continued to approach, a terrifying sense of oppression immediately enveloped them. This feeling of oppression was enough to make everyone present feel suffocated. After feeling the breath of the monster in front of him, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. He could feel that the monster in front of him was definitely not an ordinary Lord-level monster. There is such a terrifying monster in the black fog. For a moment, everyone even forgot to escape. Even the little black dragon flew directly to Lin Yuan's shoulder, buried its head in his neck, and began to tremble. Obviously, the appearance of this monster made the little black dragon feel fear. Moreover, along with the appearance of this huge black shadow, the black fog around it became unprecedentedly thicker. After feeling the changes around him, Lin Yuan's expression gradually became solemn. Because he realized that the black fog covering the entire area should have been created by the monster in front of him. Lin Yuan, let's run away. Wang Jinzi couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his tone full of fear. Of course he knew that Lin Yuan was very strong. When facing this extremely terrifying monster in front of him, even Lin Yuan would not be its opponent. The shadow of death had already enveloped all of them without them noticing. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "Do you really think we can escape?" After he said this, everyone fell into silence. Because what Lin Yuan said was right. With the gap in strength between the 2 sides so huge, even escaping became a luxury for them. Wang Jinzi gritted his teeth and said, "We can't just sit there and wait to die, right? If we run away separately, 1 or 2 of us will surely survive." When he said this, he actually hadn't considered whether he could survive. After all, among all people, his beast soul is undoubtedly the one with the worst mobility. Even though its defense is much stronger than that of an ordinary beast soul, it may not be able to withstand the attack of the giant beast in front of it. But right now, this is the best choice they can make. Then, Wang Jinzi's eyes turned red, and he said viciously, "Lin Yuan, if you can get out alive, remember to tell my father and tell him not to be too sad. Also, if possible, let him kill this guy himself to avenge me." However, after hearing this, Lin Yuan said nothing, his eyes still fixed on the monster in front of him that was running towards them at high speed. The huge beast in front of them was moving at an extremely fast speed. In less than half a minute, it was only nearly 1,000 meters away from them. At the same time, they finally saw the true appearance of the monster in front of them. What appeared in front of them was a giant black crocodile as big as a mountain. Its back was raised like a dragon's vein, and the black scales covering it exuded a cold luster like steel. But hanging above the giant crocodile's body is a black dragon head. Although it looks like two different creatures mixed together, it appears extremely natural and harmonious. And its pair of crocodile eyes, as red as blood, exuded a terrifying ferocious light, as if it was ready to devour someone. After seeing this nightmare dragon crocodile, Song Lan couldn't help but frown and whispered, "Lin Yuan, have you noticed that this monster seems to be staring at you?" In fact, Lin Yuan had already noticed it without Song Lan saying anything. The pair of scarlet crocodile eyes of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him had been staring at him from beginning to end. Is there something special about me, or does this nightmare dragon crocodile regard me as its prey? Roar. Before Lin Yuan could figure out what was going on, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him suddenly let out a terrifying roar. For a moment, even the entire space began to vibrate violently, and Lin Yuan and his companions felt as if their eardrums were about to be torn apart. As the roar sounded, vast black fog immediately gushed out from the mouth of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan's eyes were stern, and he immediately warned, "Be careful, it's about to attack." Although Lin Yuan reminded everyone, he also knew in his heart that among these people, only he had a chance to withstand the attack of the nightmare dragon crocodile. Soon, the rolling black mist that gushed out of the mouth of the nightmare dragon crocodile was sucked into its mouth again, and began to compress and condense continuously, and finally condensed into a nightmare black mist bomb that exuded a destructive aura. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, the nightmare black fog bomb condensed from the black fog immediately whistled towards the direction where Lin Yuan was, and its speed was even faster than the speed of sound. Here we come. The demonic nightmare black mist bomb kept tearing the air apart, and it almost appeared in front of Lin Yuan instantly. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had already made preparations. He let out a roar, and a faint blue glow continued to appear on each section of his dorsal fin. In order to take on the attack from the nightmare dragon crocodile, all he could do was mobilize all his strength and use his most powerful killing move. S-level skill, Atomic Breath. In order to strengthen this, Atomic Breath, Lin Yuan even chose to use the energy within the energy storage crystal, without hesitation. A dark blue beam of energy immediately gushed out from Lin Yuan's mouth and penetrated forward. The power of this, Atomic Breath, is even enough to instantly kill ordinary Lord-level monsters. Boom. With a loud bang, the energy beam from the Atomic Breath suddenly collided with the black fog bomb of the nightmare in midair. However, what Lin Yuan did not expect was that when the two collided, the light of the Atomic Breath began to dim rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the demonic black mist bomb in front of him was still as powerful as ever. There is no doubt that even if he has used his killing move, it still seems so pale and powerless in the face of the absolute power gap. But just when the light of the Atomic Breath was about to completely dim, a crisp hissing sound suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Ouch! The black young dragon that had been lying on his shoulders suddenly spread its wings, soared into the air, and actually opened its mouth and spewed out a black dragon flame, also in the direction of the demonic nightmare black mist bomb. Chapter 194 Chapter 209 Even if it is a big gamble, I am willing to do it. Squeak, squeak, squeaka. Under the burning of the black dragon flame, the black fog lingering above the demonic nightmare black fog bomb was constantly burned into nothingness. Under such circumstances, the power of the demonic nightmare black mist bomb finally gradually weakened. I'll help too. Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Mushiwei used her secret skills without hesitation. Ice Fox Breath. Although she only has the strength of the late Beast King level, she also wants to do her best in this situation. An extremely cold breath of frost immediately spewed out from the mouth of the nine-tailed ice fox. In an instant, the four energies of Atomic Breath, Black Dragon Flame, Devilish Black Mist Bomb, and Ice Fox Breath mixed together, overwhelming each other, and finally exploded completely. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. The violent energy immediately spread out in all directions. As for the center of the explosion, a huge pit was directly blown out. Although he barely managed to block the attack from the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile, Lin Yuan's face still looked a little ugly. After all, this was only the first attack of the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile, and it had already consumed the energy within the energy storage crystal. Moreover, this attack was not blocked by Lin Yuan alone, but the combined strength of him, Su Mushiwei, and the little black dragon. It is conceivable how terrifying the power of this Nightmare Dragon Crocodile in front of us is. At this moment, Song Lan's voice suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Lin Yuan, it seems that this monster's target is not you. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then immediately looked in the direction of the nightmare dragon crocodile. In the previous battle, Lin Yuan was concentrating on how to resist the opponent's attack. It was not until now, at Song Lan's reminder, that Lin Yuan noticed that the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile's gaze had already unconsciously shifted from him to the black young dragon. No, that's not right. To be precise, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile's gaze has always been on the little black dragon. Just because the little black dragon was lying on his shoulder at the beginning, Lin Yuan felt that the nightmare dragon crocodile was always staring at him. Moreover, the dragon crocodile in front of him seemed to have some similarities with this little black dragon. After realizing this, Wang Jinza couldn't help but ask, Lin Yuan, you didn't kidnap its cub, did you? After Wang Jinza said this, everyone's expressions couldn't help but become a little strange. Now that he said that, it seemed like this was really possible. If that's the case, then as long as they return this black dragon cub to it, will the nightmare dragon crocodile in front of them choose to let them go? Although Wang Jinza and Su Mushiwe both like this little black dragon, their lives are at stake now. But Lin Yuan frowned and said nothing, because he always felt that this matter was not as simple as he had imagined. He could not see any kindness in the eyes of the nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him, only greed and desire, as if the little black dragon in front of him was a rare delicacy in the world. Moreover, the only thing about this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile is its head, which is a black dragon skull, while its body is that of a giant crocodile. Judging from the appearance alone, the little black dragon's bloodline is actually pure, while the nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him is more like a hybrid of a dragon and a crocodile. How could a dragon crocodile with insufficient blood purity give birth to a black dragon with higher blood purity? This is obviously not common sense. At this moment, the nightmare dragon crocodile suddenly jumped up, opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, and fiercely bit the little black dragon in the air. For the nightmare dragon crocodile, this black dragon cub born from the Beast King crystal can be said to be its only hope of breaking through to the Beast King level. No matter what, it must devour this black dragonfly. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Wang Jinza couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and couldn't help but burst out a swear word. Fuck, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. What's wrong with this guy? At this moment, everyone finally realized it. There is no doubt that the target of this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him is indeed the little black dragon. However, what it really wants to do is not to take it away, but to swallow it. Fortunately, perhaps because of its small size, the little black dragon was not only extremely flexible, but also extremely fast. After realizing the intention of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile, its body instantly turned into a shadow and it immediately dodged to the side, easily avoiding the bite of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. Moreover, while dodging, the little black dragon also spewed out several black dragon firebombs in succession, shooting towards the blood-red eyes of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. It has to be said that the little black dragon is quite smart. It knows very well that the defense of the nightmare dragon crocodile is extremely strong. With its strength, even its attack may not be effective. Therefore, it directly chose to attack the weakest point of the nightmare dragon crocodile's defense, which was its eyes. The demonic nightmare dragon crocodile never expected that the little black dragon would actually take the initiative to counterattack. It was caught off guard and was directly hit in the right eye by several black dragon firebombs. The nightmare dragon crocodile raised its head and immediately let out a wail. The little black dragon's attack worked. Looking at the scene before their eyes, everyone couldn't help but flash a hint of joy. Only Lin Yuan's expression remained extremely solemn, because he knew in his heart that although the little black dragon did cause some damage to the nightmare dragon crocodile, that was when the other party was completely unprepared. What's more, this injury is not fatal at all. Next, as the nightmare dragon crocodile was on guard, it would be difficult for the little black dragon to succeed. Sure enough, just as Lin Yuan expected, after a successful attack, the little black dragon immediately wanted to pursue the victory and spit out more than a dozen black flame dragon bullets in the direction of the right eye of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. But this time, a cold and contemptuous look flashed in the eyes of the nightmare dragon crocodile. Immediately afterwards, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile opened its huge mouth and spewed out a large cloud of black mist. This ball of black fog quickly condensed and formed a black fog barrier, stretching between it and the little black dragon. All the black flame dragon bombs were completely blocked by this black fog barrier, just like a drop in the ocean, without causing any ripples. The next second, dozens of black fog chains suddenly extended out from the wall like black fog barrier, like snakes, and blocked the direction of the little black dragon at an extremely alarming speed. Relying on his speed advantage, the little black dragon twisted and turned in the air, constantly dodging the black mist chains that were wrapping around him. However, the black fog chains extending from the black fog barrier are constantly increasing, and the space left for the little black dragon to dodge is also being compressed. Once the little black dragon is imprisoned by these black fog chains, death is the only thing waiting for it. Moreover, even if the little black dragon died, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile in front of them might not let them go. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yuan, because they were all waiting for Lin Yuan to make a decision. Wang Jinzi whispered, "Lin Yuan, let's give up Xiao He and run away. There is no other way. Even if we stay, we can't save Xiao He." Although Wang Jinzi is very sentimental, he is also very rational. He couldn't possibly ignore the lives of everyone present just because of a monster cub with whom he had only been together for a few days. Songlan whispered, "It can't escape. With the strength of this monster, how long do you think this little black dragon can last? It would be easy for it to kill us. No matter how far we run, we will be caught up." Although Wang Jinzi knew in his heart that what Songlan said was indeed true, he still said unwillingly, "That's better than staying here and waiting to die, right?" At the same time, Su Mushiue walked silently to Lin Yuan's side. After seeing Su Mushiue, Lin Yuan finally spoke, "Are you scared?" "No." Su Mushiue shook her head and said seriously, "Maybe it's because I'm by your side, so I don't feel scared." After hearing this answer, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. I don't know when it started, but Su Mushiue has already regarded him as her backbone. Then, Su Mushiue spoke again. "I also said that I would protect you. Unfortunately, it seems that there is no such opportunity anymore. However, no matter what decision you make, I will support you unconditionally. Even if we have to die, let's die together." "You won't die." Lin Yuan shook his head and spoke calmly. Under such circumstances, the dead end was clearly inevitable. Su Mushiue didn't understand where Lin Yuan got the confidence to say such words. But she still nodded and said, "I believe you." As long as it was said by Lin Yuan, he would choose to believe it unconditionally. At this moment, the little black dragon, who was constantly dodging the black mist chains, was finally forced into a dead end. Dozens of black mist chains were bound to its dragon body, completely imprisoning it, making it unable to move at all no matter how hard it struggled. Ouch, ouch. The little black dragon turned its head with great difficulty, its dark dragon pupils staring straight at Lin Yuan, its eyes full of grievance, and it kept uttering sorrowful cries. Obviously, it also knew that it was about to die, but until now, Lin Yuan had no intention of saving it. The little black dragon's eyes were desperate and helpless, like a puppy abandoned by its owner. Although Lin Yuan had never had a pet before, in his eyes, the little black dragon looked like a puppy. As long as you wave your hand, it will come to you. As long as you touch its head, it will be extremely pleased and raise its head on its own initiative. Even when you abandon it, it will only look at you with pitiful and aggrieved eyes. From the moment he looked into the eyes of the little black dragon, Lin Yuan had already made a decision in his heart. You must save it yourself. Moreover, Lin Yuan not only wants to save it, but also wants to keep everyone safe. To be honest, Lin Yuan didn't know how much he would have to pay. But the only thing he knew was, even if this would be a huge gamble, Lin Yuan would still be willing to do it. Chapter 195, Nuclear Reaction, Red Lotus of Karma. Compared to the desperate and helpless little black dragon, the blood-red eyes of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile were filled with extremely hot excitement. Because it is really only one step away from achieving its goal. As long as he could devour the black baby dragon in front of him and absorb the energy in its body, perhaps he would be able to successfully break through to the Beast King level. Thinking of this, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile felt the blood in his body boiling. The Beast King level is already within reach. The nightmare dragon crocodile could no longer hold back. I saw it suddenly opened its huge mouth and swallowed in the direction of the little black dragon. But at this moment, a beam of scorching white-hot light suddenly swept over from not far away. Squeak, squeak, squeaka. This white-hot light is like a burning lightsaber. In just a moment, all the black mist chains wrapped around the little black dragon's body were cut off by this lightsaber. Ouch! After successfully escaping from the trouble, the little black dragon let out a low roar of great surprise. Then, without any hesitation, it flapped its dragon wings and quickly flew behind Lin Yuan. Obviously, the person it trusts the most is Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan did not choose to take action until now, it was also him who rescued it at the most dangerous moment. Roar. Looking at the scene in front of him, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile let out an extremely furious roar. It obviously didn't expect that the human beast soul master in front of it would be so ignorant of life and death. Even though it was so weak, it still dared to stand in front of it and stop it from devouring the black dragon. For a moment, the blood-red eyes of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile were filled with anger and murderous intent. Only by eating Lin Yuan alive can it relieve the hatred in its heart. As the murderous aura spread out, everyone around Lin Yuan felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. They all realized that the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile in front of them was really angry. And in the previous battle, they finally realized how terrifying the power of this nightmare dragon crocodile was. Although its strength has not yet reached the Beast King level, it can definitely be regarded as a top-level existence among the Lord-level monsters. Monsters of this level are simply not something they can contend with. But what no one expected was that facing the furious demonic nightmare dragon crocodile, Lin Yuan's expression did not change at all, and he remained as calm as water. Not only did it not show any fear, it even took a step forward on its own initiative, and its dark golden eyes stared straight into the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. I still remember that when I was a kid, I used to wander the streets. Lin Yuan said to himself. At that time, I was thin and small, and I could only eat from the trash can. I still remember that day I was very lucky. I actually found a large piece of butter bread in the trash can. It was called butter bread, but in fact it was just yellow bread covered with a layer of low-quality butter. But for me at that time, this was already a rare delicacy in the world. Even though this piece of bread was several days past its expiration date, and even though mold had started to grow on some parts of it, it was one of the few lucky days for me. I took the bread into my arms like a thief, wanting to find a place where no one was around to enjoy it as soon as possible. At that time, I even began to imagine how smooth the butter on the bread was and what it tasted like. But when I ran out of the alley excitedly, I was kicked by someone. They were a group of kids about my age, but they were much stronger than me. In front of them, I had no chance to fight back at all. I could only let them swear and punch and kick me. And amid their ridicule and insults, I finally understood what they meant. It turns out that this piece of moldy butter bread was deliberately placed there for fishing. They just wanted to see if there would be any unlucky homeless people who would want to pick up the piece of bread they threw away. It turns out that day was not my lucky day, but my day of suffering. Finally, they beat me up and threw the moldy bread into the stinking ditch. To those kids who had a better life, I was like a bug they picked up. When you get tired of playing with it, just throw it away or step on it to death. To be honest, I'm not afraid of being beaten, but why couldn't they leave the unwanted, moldy bread for me after beating me? After I made sure that all of them had left, I fished the piece of butter bread out of the stinking ditch. Fortunately, there is still a small area on the butter bread that has not been soaked by the sewage. I just scraped that little piece of cream with my finger and put it in my mouth. That piece of cream is really sweet, just as sweet as I imagined. Lin Yuan spoke these words as if he was talking to himself. After hearing these words, even Su Mushiwei, who was most familiar with Lin Yuan, couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Because she had no idea that Lin Yuan had such an experience. Logically speaking, Lin Yuan and she went to the same school, so how could he be wandering on the streets? But what she didn't know was that what Lin Yuan said was not his experience in this life at all, but his experience in his previous life before he became a killer. Someone once said that childhood is a microcosm of life. The character a person develops will be entirely related to his experiences at that time. So, to this day, Lin Yuan still remembers that piece of butter bread. However, before Lin Yuan could finish his words, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile completely lost its patience. It let out a series of low growls and immediately burst out with all its strength, rushing towards where Lin Yuan was. Bang! Instantly, a huge force came, and it actually knocked Lin Yuan's body out. Although Lin Yuan is huge in size, he seems dwarfed in front of this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. More importantly, the power of the two is not on the same level. Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan was knocked away by the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile, a hint of anxiety flashed in Su Mushiwei's eyes. The little black dragon flew directly towards Lin Yuan without any hesitation. Looking at the scene in front of him, the eyes of the nightmare dragon crocodile were filled with ferocity and cruelty. In its opinion, with the strength of the human beast soul master in front of it, it is impossible for him to withstand even its full-strength attack. After all, according to its perception, Lin Yuan's strength has not even reached the Lord level. But at this moment, a scene that the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile had never expected appeared. In the deep pit where Lin Yuan flew out, the huge shadow actually stood up again. There is no doubt that Lin Yuan is not dead yet. Just when everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, something strange happened to Lin Yuan's body. Squeak, squeak, squeaka. Every scale on his body was making a slight sound, and the air around him was rapidly heating up. Even the ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet seemed unable to withstand such high temperatures and kept cracking. This feeling was as if the blood in Lin Yuan's body was burning crazily. Boom, boom, boom. Then, a muffled sound like beating a drum continued to ring in everyone's ears. This seems to be Lin Yuan's heartbeat. Song Lan reacted quickly, and a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. They obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan's heartbeat could be as loud as thunder. What changes happened to Lin Yuan? Roar. At this moment, Lin Yuan raised his head and let out a deafening roar. Then, the scales all over his body emitted a strange red color and continuously emitted scorching steam, as if thousands of degrees of hot molten magma was flowing under the scales. Even the black scale armor that Lin Yuan was originally wearing was completely melted into a pool of molten iron. Although this is only a beast general level beast weapon, it is enough to prove how terrifying the temperature of Lin Yuan's body has reached at this moment. In this form, Lin Yuan looked like an ancient demon god born from magma. The reason why Lin Yuan's body underwent such a drastic change was because he swallowed the mini-nuclear reactor directly into his mouth. Lin Yuan knew long ago that this would be a huge gamble. Fortunately, he made the right bet. Miniature nuclear reactor can indeed greatly enhance his strength. He is now completely evolved from Godzilla. Crimson Godzilla. At this moment, Lin Yuan's aura is constantly rising. Even the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him, after sensing Lin Yuan's aura, couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear and vigilance in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Yuan raised his head again, and his dark golden eyes stared coldly at the nightmare dragon crocodile. I haven't finished telling that story yet. You probably don't know what I was thinking about when I was eating that piece of butter. I only had one thought at that time. That is, if one day I become strong enough, then I will never allow anyone to take my things away from me. Chapter 196, Chapter 211, Red Lotus Atomic Breath, Black Mist Cocoon. Just as Lin Yuan finished speaking, he took a step forward. A dazzling red light was emanating from the dorsal fin. Then, Lin Yuan opened his huge mouth, and scarlet burning energy gathered and took shape from his mouth. This was no longer just any ordinary incandescent light. In the Red Lotus form, the original incandescent light has been upgraded to a more powerful Red Lotus Pulse. In an instant, endless destructive heat spread out from Lin Yuan's huge mouth like an expansion, forming a pulse of flames carrying terrifying heat. Boom. With a loud roar, the extremely hot Red Lotus Pulse suddenly penetrated in the direction of the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile. Roar. After feeling the power of this attack, even the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile couldn't help but flash a hint of fear in its eyes. It didn't dare to hesitate at all and immediately spewed out a large ball of black mist from its mouth, trying to use the black mist barrier to forcibly block Lin Yuan's attack. However, the power of this Red Lotus Pulse was far more astonishing than the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile had imagined. Buzz. Accompanied by a roaring sound, the thick black fog instantly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye and was burned into nothingness. It even seemed as if the entire world was completely distorted by this extremely terrifying Red Lotus Pulse. After forcibly piercing through the black fog barrier, the Red Lotus Pulse continued to be powerful and directly slammed into the body of the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile. Along with a shrill wail, a large, hideous bloody hole was burned directly on the body of the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile. The charred flesh and blood gave off a disgusting stench. Looking at the scene before them, everyone present couldn't help but reveal a look of disbelief in their eyes. What on earth happened to Lin Yuan? They had no idea why Lin Yuan's strength suddenly increased to such an extent in such a short period of time. Could it be that Lin Yuan used some special secret technique? No, there shouldn't be such a possibility. After all, the gap in strength between Lin Yuan and the demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile is more than just a little bit. No matter how powerful the secret technique is, it is impossible for a Beast Soul Master's strength to leap several levels in a short period of time. Unless it is some special forbidden technique. But that kind of forbidden technique usually has great side effects, and even requires burning a large amount of one's own vitality. Thinking of this, a look of worry appeared on their faces. Song Lan said in a deep voice, "Don't join the battle for now. I'll go see if I can help Lin Yuan." Good. Everyone, including Su Muxiue, nodded and retreated away from the battlefield. This is not because they are afraid, but because they know in their hearts that this level of battle is not something they can participate in at all. Staying on the battlefield would not only fail to bring any help to Lin Yuan, but would instead add to his burden. But Song Lan is different. He is an auxiliary beast soul. No matter how strong Lin Yuan is, he can still bring a certain boost to Lin Yuan. The next second, the colorful glass butterfly took off and hovered above Lin Yuan's head. It was not until he got close to Lin Yuan that Song Lan realized how terrifying the heat waves emanating from Lin Yuan were. If he got any closer, Song Lan felt that he wouldn't even be able to withstand such scorching heat. Then, Song Lan used his abilities without any hesitation. The triple-colored lights of strength, speed, and spirit immediately enveloped Lin Yuan's body. In an instant, Lin Yuan's momentum rose again. "Thank you very much." Lin Yuan glanced at Song Lan and nodded slightly. With the boost from the seven-colored glazed butterfly, Lin Yuan's chances of winning against the Nightmare Dragon Crocodile increased by several %. But Song Lan was obviously not satisfied with this. He flapped his wings, and the ancient secret word, decline, immediately turned into thousands of pitch-black butterflies, like a pitch-black ink river, rushing towards the direction of the demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile. Roar. The demonic Nightmare Dragon Crocodile roared angrily and spewed out a large ball of black dragon flame from its mouth, instantly burning all the black ink butterflies to ashes. Obviously, Song Lan's strength is not enough to cross levels and weaken the strength of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. After burning all the pitch-black butterflies, the scorching black dragon flame continued to burn towards the direction where Song Lan was. Obviously, in the eyes of the nightmare dragon crocodile, Song Lan is just an annoying fly. Only by slapping this fly to death first can it continue to compete with Lin Yuan. No need to hide. At this moment, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang in Song Lan's ears. Before he could even react, Lin Yuan's huge red claws, which seemed to be forged from molten lava, suddenly slapped towards the black dragon flames that were sweeping in front of him. Laugh. What Song Lan didn't expect was that the extremely scorching black dragon flame in front of him was easily extinguished by Lin Yuan in an instant, as if he had put out a bonfire. Only then did Song Lan truly realize that Lin Yuan's strength had already reached a level that he could not even imagine. Lord level 8 stars? Lord level 9 stars? Or Beast King level? Even Song Lan couldn't tell how amazing the limit of Lin Yuan's strength was. All he knew was that he had made all the contribution he could. Next, it depends on Lin Yuan himself. Just as Song Lan stepped aside, Lin Yuan and the nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him let out deafening roars one after another and then charged towards each other at the same time. This is the world of monsters. Only the most cruel and bloody way can determine the winner. Bang. Accompanied by a dull bang, two huge black shadows collided with each other at the same time. For a moment, even the ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake violently. Cracks spread across the earth. It was obvious that even the ground could not withstand this level of impact. And at the moment when the two bodies collided with each other, Lin Yuan raised his huge claws that were as red as molten lava without hesitation and forcefully pierced into the body of the nightmare dragon crocodile. The latter's scales, which were as hard as alloy, were as brittle as thin paper in front of Lin Yuan. The demonic nightmare dragon crocodile was not willing to be outdone. It opened its bloody mouth full of serrations and bit towards Lin Yuan's body. Crack. The teeth of the nightmare dragon crocodile were extremely sharp, and they easily bit through Lin Yuan's scales and even broke a piece of his bone. However, the scorching heat in Lin Yuan's blood directly burned the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile's huge mouth full of blisters. Is this all you have? Lin Yuan seemed to feel no pain from having his bones bitten off. He sneered contemptuously, then suddenly slapped the head of the nightmare dragon crocodile with his claws. Bang! Lin Yuan's attack was so powerful that it knocked the nightmare dragon crocodile dizzy. No one had expected that the 9-star Lord level nightmare dragon crocodile would be just like a toy in front of Lin Yuan in the red lotus form. Ouch! Even the little black dragon flapped its wings, as if cheering for Lin Yuan. Roar! The demonic nightmare dragon crocodile roared again, and quickly withdrew, putting some distance between itself and Lin Yuan. In its roar, there was anger, reluctance, and even a hint of fear. That's right, with Lin Yuan's current strength, he has already reached a level that is enough to make the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile feel fearful. Before this, it had never thought that the human beast soul master in front of it could actually force it to this point. At this moment, the nightmare dragon crocodile opened its huge mouth, and the surrounding black fog was forcibly sucked into its mouth again. Looking at the scene in front of him, Song Lan's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance, and he immediately warned, Lin Yuan, be careful. In fact, Lin Yuan had already realized it without Song Lan's reminder. There is no doubt that the nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him is obviously ready to go all out. In this case, what Lin Yuan has to do is naturally to stick with him to the end. When two people meet on a narrow road, if you advance, you will live. If you retreat, you will die. Then let's compare and see whose killer move is stronger. There was murderous intent in Lin Yuan's eyes, and the dorsal fin behind him lit up with a scarlet light again. However, this time, what gathered in his huge mouth was no longer thermal energy, but nuclear energy. But in the red lotus form, even the nuclear energy changed from the previous dark blue to a bright red like magma. Correspondingly, the power of the red lotus breath was also increased to an unprecedented level. Even when Lin Yuan used the energy storage crystal, before, the power of the atomic breath could not be compared to what it is now. After all, what Lin Yuan swallowed was a miniature nuclear reactor. Enormous nuclear energy is running wildly in the atomic reactor in his body, providing him with an endless supply of energy. Lin Yuan even felt that if this battle continued, this extremely violent red lotus energy would soon burn his body to ashes. And now, Lin Yuan finally found an outlet for this huge and violent energy. Boom. After the energy was gathered to the extreme, the red energy beam immediately penetrated the direction of the nightmare dragon crocodile like an angry dragon. This is Lin Yuan's most powerful killing move in the red lotus form. Crimson Lotus Atomic Breath. As the red lotus atoms spewed out from Lin Yuan's mouth, the black mist bomb in the nightmare dragon crocodile's mouth also condensed into shape. But what Lin Yuan didn't expect was that the nightmare black mist bomb condensed by the nightmare dragon crocodile this time was not only much larger than before, but also burning with blazing black flames. There is no doubt that the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile has fused the black mist and dragon flame together in order to maximize the power of this attack. The demonic nightmare dragon crocodile opened its huge mouth to the extreme, and a huge dragon flame black mist bomb as big as the black sun immediately rushed towards the direction where Lin Yuan was. In just a moment, this huge dragon flame black mist bomb collided with the red lotus atomic breath that erupted from Lin Yuan's mouth. Instantly, a terrifying energy wave spread out in all directions. Even the surrounding space was distorted. Looking at the scene before them, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. They really couldn't imagine that this was a battle between lords, the pressure that could erupt. But what they care more about is who will be better between Lin Yuan and this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. Although the dragon flame black mist bomb and the red lotus atomic breath collided with each other, these two energies did not form a crushing force in the first moment, but continued to crush each other, and the scene seemed to be frozen. Obviously, although Lin Yuan is very powerful in the red lotus form, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile, which is only one step away from the beast king level, is not completely without the ability to fight. But at this moment, Lin Yuan took the initiative to take a step forward. As he took a step forward, an even more dazzling red light bloomed from the breath of the red lotus atoms. At this moment, Lin Yuan's dark golden pupils emitted an icy light, as if he were an emperor ruling the world. He approached the direction of the nightmare dragon crocodile step by step, and the red lotus atomic breath spewing out of his mouth became brighter and brighter. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan's voice, like thunder, exploded in the ears of the nightmare dragon crocodile. "You are not worthy enough to fight with me." Boom. Just as Lin Yuan finished his words, the dragon flame black mist bomb could no longer withstand the explosive energy of the red lotus atom's breath, and exploded in the air, scattering black flames all over the sky. And just as the dragon flame black mist bomb exploded, Lin Yuan's red lotus atom breath finally lost its hindrance and poured down onto the body of the demon nightmare dragon crocodile like a magma waterfall. Squeak, squeak, squeaka. Under the burning breath of the red lotus atoms, the scales, flesh, and even bones of the nightmare dragon crocodile were gradually burned to ashes. The breath of the red lotus atoms before my eyes was just like the heavenly fire in myths and legends that could burn everything in the world. Under this pain that was no less than tearing out skin and bones, even the nightmare dragon crocodile could not help but let out a series of extremely shrill wails and screams. There is no doubt that Lin Yuan won this battle. After suffering severe damage from the red lotus atomic breath, the nightmare dragon crocodile in front of them obviously could no longer pose any threat to them. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but reveal a hint of relief in their eyes. At this moment, all they felt was relief. A life and death crisis was successfully resolved by Lin Yuan. But at this moment, the nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him once again let out a shrill roar. However, there was no trace of despair of dying in this roar, but instead it was filled with desperate madness. After hearing this roar, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown, and an ominous premonition flashed through his heart. Then, a scene occurred that made everyone present feel unbelievable. Suddenly, a large amount of black mist began to gush out of the mouth of the nightmare dragon crocodile. Moreover, black mist began to gush out not only from its mouth, but also from the gaps between every scale on the body of the nightmare dragon crocodile. After seeing the scene before them, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment, because they had no idea what had happened to the nightmare dragon crocodile. This guy, is he planning to self-destruct? Looking at the strange scene in front of him, Wang Jinza couldn't help but swallow his saliva and whispered, "I heard that those beast king-level monsters, in order to prevent their crystal cores from being obtained by human beast soul masters after death, will choose to self-destruct before dying." Wang Linhu shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. If this guy really chooses to self-destruct, why would the process be so slow? Besides, we are far enough away now. Even if this monster really chooses to self-destruct, it still won't affect us. However, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. I always feel that something is not right about this matter." Although Song Lan did not speak, his eyes were fixed on the scene in front of him with a frown. Like Lin Yuan, he also felt an ominous premonition. At this moment, the black mist that surged out of the body of the nightmare dragon crocodile seemed to have life, and it directly wrapped up its broken body, as if forming a huge black cocoon. Chapter 197, 212 chapters breaking out of the cocoon, a beast king-level monster. What the hell is this? After seeing the black cocoon in front of him, a strange look flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Could it be that this is the nightmare dragon crocodile's special method of healing its own injuries? If this is true, it would be impossible for Lin Yuan to do as it wishes so easily. What's more, Lin Yuan could feel that the nuclear energy in his body would soon be exhausted. And when the nuclear energy in the microatomic reactor is completely exhausted, he will naturally no longer be able to maintain his current Red Lotus form. In other words, there is not much time left for him. He must end the battle as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated and gathered energy again and exhaled another stream of red lotus atoms towards the black mist cocoon in front of him. Boom. The scorching red lotus energy was all poured onto the black mist cocoon. But what was beyond Lin Yuan's expectation was that under the bombardment of the red lotus atomic breath, the black mist cocoon in front of him did not show any signs of breaking. What's even more terrifying is that the black mist covering the body of the nightmare dragon crocodile seemed to have life and began to wriggle continuously, actually directly absorbing the energy from the breath of the red lotus atom into it. For a moment, even Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of suspicion. The black fog in front of me is so strange. Before this, he had no idea that the nightmare dragon crocodile had such incredible abilities. He suspected that even the nightmare dragon crocodile itself did not know that the black fog had such an effect. Otherwise, it should have been able to use this ability in the previous battle. If energy can be absorbed by the black fog, then I wonder if physical attacks can break through the defense of the black fog in front of us. After this thought came to his mind, Lin Yuan no longer wasted time and immediately came to the black mist cocoon, raised his huge red claws high, burst out with all his strength, and suddenly tore the black cocoon with one claw. Kong. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that the black mist cocoon in front of him seemed to have no shape, but when his giant claws fell on it, he found that this black cocoon was even harder than steel. Not only did Lin Yuan's claw fail to damage the black mist cocoon at all, but he was also knocked back several steps by the recoil force. Seeing that both attempts failed, Lin Yuan's expression couldn't help but become a little ugly. If he couldn't break through the black mist cocoon before him, when the nightmare dragon crocodile's injuries recovered and he could no longer maintain the red lotus form, he would not be able to fight it at all. At this moment, the colorful glass butterfly transformed by Song Lan suddenly flew to Lin Yuan's side. His face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Lin Yuan, get ready to escape. This guy is most likely not healing, but evolving." Evolution? After hearing these two words, Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, because he realized that Song Lan's guess was very likely true. You know, this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile already possesses the strength of a peak 9-star lord. It is only one step away from evolving to the Beast King level. And at the moment of life and death, it is also possible to forcibly break through one's own limits. That is to say, after this monster emerges from the black cocoon. Yes, maybe it will be a Beast King level monster. Song Lan whispered. If this is the case, running away is our only choice. Although there is only one level difference between the Beast King level and the Lord level, there is actually a world of difference between them. Even Lin Yuan in the Red Lotus form is definitely no match for the Beast King level monster. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew in his heart that Song Lan was right. If they didn't escape now, they would all die here when the nightmare dragon crocodile broke out of its cocoon and evolved into a Beast King level monster. Although Lin Yuan also wanted to kill the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile himself, his reason still made him make the right choice. In that case, let's run away. However, just as Lin Yuan was making his decision, a slight sound suddenly rang in his ears. Crack. To him, this slight sound was like a bolt of thunder out of the blue. Lin Yuan turned his head in disbelief and found that a crack had appeared out of nowhere on the black mist cocoon in front of him. There is no doubt that the previous sound was the sound of the black cocoon shattering. For a moment, even Song Lan couldn't help but widen his eyes. How could it be possible, so fast? Logically speaking, the process of evolution also takes a certain amount of time. Crack, crack, crack. Before Lin Yuan and Song Lan could recover from their shock, more and more cracks began to appear above the black mist cocoon. If nothing unexpected happens, this is a sign that the nightmare dragon crocodile is about to break out of its cocoon. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure immediately spread out from the cracks in the black mist cocoon to the surroundings. Obviously, Song Lan's guess was correct. The demonic nightmare dragon crocodile was indeed going to evolve into a Beast King level monster within this black fog cocoon. You run away first. After feeling this Beast King level pressure, Lin Yuan's face darkened and he immediately signaled everyone to retreat. Although he may not be a match for the Beast King level monsters, but under the current circumstances, he is the only one who can stand out. While he could still maintain the Red Lotus form for a while, he could at least delay the nightmare dragon crocodile that had evolved to the Beast King level as much as possible to buy time for others to escape. Roar! Immediately afterwards, a roar suddenly came from the cocoon of black mist. As the roar sounded, the black mist cocoon that wrapped around the body of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile immediately shattered into pieces. Damn it, it's coming. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately prepared for battle. As the black mist cocoon shattered into pieces, the nightmare dragon crocodile, which had completed its evolution, finally appeared in front of him. Compared with before, the evolved demonic nightmare crocodile has 2 more bulges on its back, as if it was about to grow the wings of a black dragon. Even on the black dragon head of the nightmare dragon crocodile, there was a circle of black and gold dragon scales, which looked like an emperor's crown. However, Lin Yuan also noticed very keenly that the breath of the nightmare dragon crocodile seemed unstable, and the injuries on its body had not yet fully recovered. There is only one possibility for this situation to occur. That is, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him has not yet fully evolved. In order to hunt them down, this nightmare dragon crocodile did not hesitate to end its evolution process prematurely. It is conceivable how much this guy hates Lin Yuan. But in fact, what Lin Yuan guessed was not the whole reason. For the nightmare dragon crocodile, killing Lin Yuan and the others is certainly important, but the more important reason lies in the black baby dragon. Once Lin Yuan chooses to escape with others, he will definitely take the black dragon baby with him. And this is definitely not something that the nightmare dragon crocodile can tolerate. Even if it ended its evolutionary process prematurely, as long as it could successfully devour the energy in the black dragonfly's body, it would still be able to consolidate its beast king level, or even go further. At this moment, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile stared at Lin Yuan in front of it, its eyes full of ferocity and cruelty. It must use the blood of the human beast soul master in front of it to wash away the humiliation it had endured before. Sizzle, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn. The bulge on the back of the nightmare dragon crocodile was actually torn apart out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, 2 jet black dragon wings spread out from its back. The next second, the nightmare dragon crocodile suddenly flapped its wings, and its huge body suddenly soared into the air. The demonic nightmare dragon crocodile in midair looked down at Lin Yuan like an emperor. It opened its huge mouth and spit out more than 10 demonic nightmare black mist bombs. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a series of loud roars, deep pits were blasted out one after another around Lin Yuan by this terrifying energy. Even Lin Yuan himself had to withstand the bombardment of several demonic nightmare black mist bombs. The scales around his body cracked and shattered, and scarlet blood flowed out from the wounds, and was quickly burned into bloody steam by the high temperature. For a moment, Lin Yuan's surroundings seemed to be shrouded in blood mist. After enduring the bombardment of several demonic nightmare black mist bombs, Lin Yuan felt as if his internal organs were about to be dislocated. It has to be admitted that even though the nightmare dragon crocodile has not even completed its evolution, his current strength compared to before has undergone an almost earth-shaking change. Lin Yuan, are you okay? Song Lan's concerned voice immediately rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Don't worry, you won't die. Lin Yuan spat out a large mouthful of blood and said in a deep voice, however, I may not be able to hold on for too long. If you can escape, then run first. He could feel that the energy in the mini-nuclear reactor was almost gone. But even if he could continue to maintain the Red Lotus form, he estimated that he would not be a match for the nightmare dragon crocodile. Now, he almost has 1 foot on the edge of the cliff, only 1 step away from death. However, even under this situation, Lin Yuan still did not feel the slightest fear. He was never afraid of death. After all, he had already died once. The only thing he felt was regret. It's a pity that I came to this world but didn't have the chance to see the scenery on the top of the mountain. A regretful smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Man proposes, God disposes. He also didn't expect that he gambled everything, but in the end he still lost by 1 step. After all, no one could have imagined that the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile would be able to survive and evolve to the beast king level under such circumstances. But at this moment, the little black dragon rushed to Lin Yuan regardless of everything, and growled ferociously at the nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and his eyes couldn't help but become softer. Little guy, I didn't raise you in vain. But, just run away if you need to. There's no need to die with me. Just as he finished speaking, the dorsal fin behind Lin Yuan lit up again with a scarlet light. There is no doubt that Lin Yuan wanted to use up all the energy in his body to burst out a red lotus atomic breath again. Even if he cannot kill the nightmare dragon crocodile in front of him, as long as he can cover everyone's retreat, then his goal will be achieved. However, just as Lin Yuan was about to burn his boats, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Is this the beast king level monster mentioned in the intelligence? Such a weak monster is worthy of being called the Beast King. After hearing this familiar voice, everyone present couldn't help but flash a look of astonishment in their eyes. Then, everyone looked up and saw two familiar figures, standing on the sky with their arms folded across their chests, like gods, looking down at the scene below. Chapter 198 Chapter 213 The Wrath of the Red Dragon Emperor. After seeing the two familiar figures, Lin Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because the ones who appeared above the sky were none other than Su Dian and Wang Ting. You know, the only one who can fly in the air without fusing with his own beast soul is a Beast King. These two people are the principals of Yanjing Beast University and Modu Beast University respectively, and are among the strongest Beast King level powerhouses in the world. Since they have all shown up, it proves that what happens next has nothing to do with Lin Yuan. I'm lucky to have saved my life. Lin Yuan grinned and laughed silently. Then he directly canceled the state of beast soul fusion and turned back into a human being. Because he knew in his heart that as long as the two principals were here, the nightmare dragon crocodile would not be able to kill him even if he had no fighting ability. Wang Ting was wearing a black suit, and his majestic tiger eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Standing next to him was Su Dian, who was wearing a scarlet martial arts uniform. He looked like a burning flame, and his tightly furrowed brows were like a bound tiger, with a bit of suppressed rage. Dad, I'm here. After seeing Wang Ting, Wang Jinza immediately released the beast soul fusion and waved towards the former with excitement. Wang Ting glanced at him and said with a look of disdain, "You can't even deal with a small crocodile. Don't say you are my son when you go out. I can't afford to lose face like this." Wang Jinza. Listen to yourself. Are you talking human language? You call this a little alligator. You really have two eggs under your eyebrows. You can only blink, but not look. However, Wang Jinza only dared to complain about these words in his heart and definitely didn't dare to say them out loud easily. After all, he had barely escaped a disaster, and he didn't want to be slapped to death by his own father again. Then, Wang Ting looked at Su Dian on the side, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you want to make the move, or should I?" There is no doubt that Wang Ting did not take this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile, which had just broken through to the Beast King level, seriously at all. Although Wang Ting expressed disdain, what he really cared about was Wang Jinza's safety. Since he saw that Wang Jinza was still alive and well, Wang Ting naturally felt no pressure. "Let me do it." Su Dian spoke in a deep voice. Although his eyes were as calm as water, it seemed as if an angry lion was hidden within the calm surface of the water. Ever since he heard the news that a Beast King-level monster might appear in the Dragon Bone Mountains, Su Dian has been on high alert. It was not until just now that he saw that his daughter was fine that he breathed a sigh of relief. But after seeing the anxiety and fear on his daughter's face, Su Dian felt his heart tighten again. At the same time, a nameless rage rose from his chest, as if it was going to burn everything in the world. It was because Wang Ting realized this that he took the initiative to ask Su Dian whether he wanted to take action. After all, it would be easy for any of them to deal with a monster that had just evolved to the Beast King level. But if Su Dian kept this emotion in his heart, Wang Ting was worried that it would make this guy sick. Therefore, for Su Dian's sake, Wang Ting was very gentlemanly and gave him the opportunity to take action this time. "It's just right. I can also let this guy show off in front of my daughter." Although Su Dian and Wang Ting have not yet demonstrated their strength, the sense of smell of this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile as a Beast King level monster still allows it to sense the danger extremely keenly. It flapped the black dragon wings behind it, raised its head high, and let out a series of low growls towards the two people above. Wang Ting glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, "Old Su, if you want to take action, then hurry up. Otherwise, if this hybrid bastard continues to bark at me like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but kill it directly." "No." Su Dian responded indifferently, but his eyes were always on Su Mushua. In a trance, he seemed to see his daughter when she was a child, still babbling, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. Those days, I really missed them. Although he was not strong enough at that time, he was extremely happy every day. "Don't worry, my daughter, as long as Daddy is by your side, he will never let you get hurt." Then, Su Dian turned his head, and the smile on his face faded. Instead, there was endless coldness. The next second, Su Dian chose to merge his own beast soul without any hesitation. In an instant, an extremely terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. After feeling this pressure, even the nightmare dragon crocodile couldn't help but flash a hint of fear in its eyes. After completing the fusion of the beast's souls, a huge red dragon with flames burning all over its body immediately appeared in the sky. Looking at the scene before them, everyone present couldn't help but flash a look of shock in their eyes. In their eyes, the giant red dragon in front of them is the one that can truly be called a dragon. Compared with Su Dian's beast soul, the half-dragon, half-crocodile demonic nightmare dragon crocodile is just a hybrid reptile that is not worthy of being on the table. Even Wang Ting's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise. I haven't seen him take action for such a long time. I never thought his strength has improved to this level. Obviously, the strength displayed by Su Dian in his rage had even completely exceeded Wang Ting's expectations. Roar! After feeling the pressure from the huge red dragon in front of him, the nightmare dragon crocodile also completely exploded. It raised its head and sucked the surrounding black fog into its mouth. Then it spewed out dozens of nightmare black fog bombs in the direction of Su Dian. There is no doubt that in order to fight against Su Dian, the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile has already used all its strength. All the nightmare black fog bombs, emitting a breath of annihilation, penetrated towards the direction where Su Dian was at an extremely fast speed. However, facing the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile's all-out attack, Su Dian still maintained a contemptuous and cold look on his face. The next second, Su Dian opened his mouth and uttered a word indifferently like a monarch sitting high on the throne. Burn. Just as Su Dian finished speaking, the demonic black fog bomb in front of him suddenly began to burn out of thin air. Dozens of demonic nightmare black mist bombs instantly turned into burning fireballs and finally turned into ashes, floating in the air. And this is just the beginning. With Su Dian as the center, the scarlet red light, like a burning flame, immediately spread out in all directions. In just a moment, all the black fog within a radius of several thousand meters was completely dispelled. It seemed as if the entire world was shrouded in this red area. And within this area, Su Dian is the only ruler. After expanding his own territory, Su Dian immediately looked at the nightmare dragon crocodile with indifferent eyes. Now it's your turn. After the black fog around it was completely dispelled, a hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the nightmare dragon crocodile, because it finally realized how big the gap in strength was between itself and the human beast soul master in front of it. Although both sides are at the beast king level, there seems to be an insurmountable gap between it and the other. The nightmare dragon crocodile didn't hesitate at all. It turned around and tried to escape. But how could Su Dian give it a chance to escape? Before the nightmare dragon crocodile could escape, the ground beneath its feet suddenly ignited with burning flames and condensed into walls of fire. These scorching walls of fire stretched across the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile on all sides, like a cage, locking it in place. Immediately afterwards, Su Dian opened his dragon mouth, and a red dragon flame emitting a destructive aura, like a sky fire burning the world, spewed out from his mouth and swept towards the direction of the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. Under the burning of dragon flames, the nightmare dragon crocodile let out an extremely shrill scream. Scales, flesh, bones, internal organs, everything on its body was gradually melted away under the burning dragon flame. In the flaming cage, the nightmare dragon crocodile rolled and wailed in extreme pain, with a large amount of black mist pouring out of its body. But even the black mist could not provide it with any protection. In just a few seconds, it was burned into nothingness by the dragon flame. No one had expected that the red dragon flame spewing out of Su Dian's mouth could be so terrifying. Looking at the scene in front of him, a smile appeared on Wang Ting's lips. You know, every Beast King level Beast Soul Master has his own title. And in the world of Beast Soul Masters, there is a saying that has been circulating. That is, there are only wrong names, but no wrong titles. As for Su Dian, after he broke through to the Beast King level, the title he was given was Red Dragon Emperor. The Red Dragon Emperor who looks down upon the world. At this moment, what this nightmare dragon crocodile is enduring is the wrath of the Red Dragon Emperor. Enough to burn away all the anger in the world. Inside the cage formed by the wall of fire, this burning torture lasted for a full half-minute. After the dragon flame was extinguished, all that was left before everyone's eyes were ashes on the ground and an inky black monster crystal core. This is the strength of Su Dian. In just half a minute, he burned a Beast King level monster into ashes. Chapter 199, Chapter 214, What price did he pay? The scene before them could almost be said to have overturned the cognition of all of Lin Yuan and his companions. They obviously didn't expect that the Beast King level demonic nightmare dragon crocodile would be so vulnerable in front of Su Dian. It seems that even if they are both at the Beast King level, there are still differences in strength. The gap between a monster like the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile, which has just entered the Beast King level, and a strong man like Su Dian is even less than the gap between the Lord level and the Beast King level. So strong. I wish Su Dian was my father. After witnessing Su Dian's terrifying strength, even Wang Jinza couldn't help but sigh. Why? Do you think being my son is unfair to you? At this moment, Wang Ting's voice sounded faintly behind Wang Jinza. After hearing this voice, Wang Jinza immediately felt a chill on his back and shivered uncontrollably. Wang Jinza couldn't help swallowing his saliva and asked weakly, "Dad, when did you come?" "Oh, I came here just before you wanted to recognize someone else as your father." Wang Ting patted Wang Jinza's shoulder with a smile, but the latter felt his legs go weak and he almost knelt down on the spot. Looking at the scene of loving father and filial son, even Song Lan and Wang Linhu couldn't help laughing. "All I can say is, if you don't seek death, you won't die." They still admired Wang Jinza's courage. After burning the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile to ashes, Su Dian also released the state of beast soul fusion, changed back into a human form, and slowly fell from midair. Wang Jinza immediately ran over, clasped his hands, and said, "Thank you, Principal Su, for helping us out and saving us from this difficult time." As soon as Wang Jinza said this, Wang Ting reached out his hand and hit him on the back of the head, saying unhappily, "Your father came all the way here, and you don't even know how to thank him first?" Su Dian smiled and said calmly, "Don't worry, there will be no danger anymore." The appearance of a Beast King level monster in the Dragon Bone Mountains this time is indeed beyond the school's expectations. I hope that all students will bear with us. While Su Dian was speaking, his eyes were always on Su Muxue. However, the latter had no intention of paying any attention to him and just took care of the injured Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan has fallen into a coma. To be precise, he was already at the end of his strength long before Su Dian and Wang Ting arrived. Although Lin Yuan used the energy within the micronuclear reactor to forcibly activate the Red Lotus form, this also placed a great burden on his body. This is like forcing a car with ordinary performance to drive at a speed of 200 to 300 miles per hour. After a long time, the engine will naturally be damaged. After the crisis was resolved, Lin Yuan's spirit completely relaxed. Pain and fatigue surged from his limbs and bones like a tide, causing Lin Yuan to faint immediately. Even though Lin Yuan was covered in blood, Su Muxue showed no sign of disgust. She wiped the blood off him and bandaged his wounds. Su Dian looked at Su Muxue as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he stopped talking. Wang Ting seemed to have noticed his inner struggle and walked silently to his side, saying, "Such a rare opportunity. Aren't you going to say anything?" Su Dian was silent for a moment, and finally shook his head silently. For him, as long as his daughter was still alive and safe, it was already the best outcome, and he didn't dare to ask for too much. The distance from the Yanjing Beast to the Dragon Bone Mountains was not far, but along the way, he felt as if he was being eaten by thousands of ants. He simply couldn't imagine how he would accept the fact if Su Muxue was really dead. Su Dian even began to regret why he organized the National Freshman Friendship Competition. If it weren't for this damn competition, his daughter would never have been in danger. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly said, "Come to think of it, we really have to thank this kid. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid." Although Wang Ting didn't finish his words, Su Dian already understood what he meant. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, Su Muxue and Wang Jinza would probably have been dead by the time they arrived. However, what confused Wang Ting and Su Dian even more was how Lin Yuan, with his strength, could contend with this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. Although this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile is not very strong among the Beast King level monsters, a monster of this level is definitely not something that a freshman like Lin Yuan, who has just entered the school, can contend with. More importantly, judging from the traces of battle at the scene, it seemed that Lin Yuan and the nightmare dragon crocodile had experienced a fierce battle. For a moment, the eyes of Su Dian and Wang Ting were both focused on the unconscious Lin Yuan. This kid, how did he do it? Thinking of this, Wang Ting grabbed Wang Jinza by the collar and pulled him over. Wang Jinza thought his father wanted to beat him, so he immediately put his hands on his head and took a defensive stance. Looking at Wang Jinza's cowardly look, Wang Ting almost laughed out of anger. "I think I am a prominent figure in the area, so how come I gave birth to such a thing?" Wang Ting said unhappily. "Okay, stop doing this. I'm not going to beat you up." After hearing this, Wang Jinza couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Wang Ting asked again, "Tell me what happened just now." "Just now?" Wang Jinza was slightly stunned, but then he quickly realized that what Wang Ting wanted to ask was about Lin Yuan. Since his father had already spoken, Wang Jinza naturally would not hide anything and immediately told Wang Ting the whole story in detail. After listening to Wang Jinza's narration, Wang Ting and Su Dian subconsciously looked at each other, and both saw something strange in each other's eyes. If what Wang Jinza said was true, that is to say, this demonic nightmare dragon crocodile had not yet broken through to the Beast King level, and only possessed the strength of the peak 9-star Lord level. It was not until Lin Yuan forced the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile into a desperate situation that it broke through its shackles and successfully evolved to the Beast King level. But this was not what surprised them the most. But Lin Yuan was actually able to force a Lord level 9-star peak monster into a desperate situation? Wang Ting knew that although his son seemed unreliable at ordinary times, he would never exaggerate in matters like this. But if this is true, it is too unbelievable. How on earth did this kid Lin Yuan do it? The only thing Wang Ting can be sure of now is that this is definitely not Lin Yuan's own strength. If a freshman who has been enrolled for less than a year can possess such amazing strength, then his talent can only be described with the 4 words unparalleled genius. If he really possessed such talent, Lin Yuan could even become the youngest Beast King level Beast Soul Master in history. And what Wang Jinza said next indeed confirmed their speculations. According to Wang Jinza, Lin Yuan's strength indeed suddenly increased when he was fighting against the demonic nightmare dragon crocodile. In the view of Wang Ting and Su Dian, this was obviously done with the help of external forces. As for the strength that Lin Yuan usually displayed, it was roughly around the 9th star of the Beast King level. Logically speaking, such strength can definitely be regarded as the ceiling level among the freshmen. But the fact was that Lin Yuan's record of forcing the nightmare dragon crocodile into a desperate situation with his own strength was so dazzling that Wang Ting and Su Dian no longer felt any ripples in their hearts. Su Dian pondered for a moment and said, "Do you know how this guy did it? Even if I use external forces, it's probably not an easy task to raise my strength from Beast King level 9 stars to Lord level 9 stars in one go, right?" Wang Ting nodded. Of course I know this. Of course he knew what Su Dian meant. If you want to significantly improve your strength, you must pay a price. Whether Lin Yuan was overdrawing his talent or his life, it was definitely not a good thing. Thinking of this, Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh slightly. He also couldn't bear to see that a genius, who hadn't even grown up yet, had his future completely ruined because of such a thing. Especially, such a genius is a student of their Magic City Beast University. Su Dian glanced at Lin Yuan and said in a low voice, "Wait until he wakes up and ask about his condition first. If the situation is very bad, the Ministry of Education will give him some compensation. After all, this time our investigation was indeed not detailed enough, and there were gaps in the intelligence. Also, we can give him some compensation in our personal capacity. Like you said, if it weren't for this kid, everyone present might not be able to survive." Wang Ting nodded. This is the only way. Anyway, let's wait until he wakes up. To be honest, what they were most concerned about was what price Lin Yuan would pay. Although they were somewhat curious about how Lin Yuan managed to improve his strength so quickly in such a short period of time, they would not choose to ask too many questions after Lin Yuan woke up. After all, everyone has their own secrets. If we must dig deep into the matter, we will only restrict the freedom of these geniuses. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the corner and pounced directly on Lin Yuan. It was the little black dragon. Afterwards, the little black dragon put his head on Lin Yuan's chest with a nervous look on his face. Only after he heard Lin Yuan's heartbeat did the little guy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was obvious that this little guy was still very concerned about Lin Yuan's safety. After the little black dragon appeared, Wang Jinza immediately stopped Wang Ting with a nervous look on his face. "Dad, don't do it. This monster has always been raised by Lin Yuan and has no ill intentions towards us." "Nonsense, of course I know that," Wang Ting said unhappily. "Who do you think was embarrassed when the drone live broadcasted you guys eating barbecue?" After hearing this, Wang Jinza couldn't help but scratch his head, with an awkward smile on his face. Then, Wang Ting's voice sounded again. "But, do you really know the origin of this dragon cub?" Wang Jinza was slightly stunned, and answered subconsciously. "Could it be the cub of that dragon crocodile? That doesn't seem right. I think the dragon crocodile seems to have been trying to swallow this little guy. No matter how cruel the monster is, it won't drool at its own son, right?" Wang Ting said calmly. "You know nothing, yet you dare to keep this dragon cub by your side. You are really brave." After saying this, Wang Ting walked straight forward and picked up the little black dragon. His strength was naturally not something that the little black dragon, which had not yet grown up, could contend with. No matter how the latter struggled, it could not break free from Wang Ting's hand. Then, Wang Ting spoke again. To tell you the truth, according to our speculation, this little dragon cub is very likely reincarnated from the remaining energy of the end Black Dragon King Nidhogg. That is to say, to some extent, this little fellow is the young version of the Black Dragon King of the end Nidhogg. Chapter 200 Chapter 215 Is this little black dragon the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor? Hiss. After hearing this, Wang Jin's eyes widened. He couldn't help but take a breath, and even stuttered when he spoke. This little fellow is Nidhogg. Wang Jinza was very familiar with the name of the end Black Dragon Emperor. You know, this was the peerless ferocious beast that almost destroyed the Yanjing base city hundreds of years ago. Wang Ting glanced at him and asked, "Do you think your father would lie to you?" No. Wang Jinza swallowed his saliva and said, "I just think this news is too shocking." Then, Wang Jinza asked tentatively, "If this little guy is really the reincarnation of the Black Dragon Emperor, then how should we deal with him?" Originally, he thought, if this little black dragon was just an ordinary monster, perhaps he could plead with Wang Ting to keep the little black dragon. But now, things are becoming a little troublesome. Wang Ting said, "My opinion alone won't count in this matter. I think we need to hold a meeting to discuss it before we can make a final decision. But at least, this little guy hasn't shown any harm so far." Looking at the little black dragon grinning at him, Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. Nidhogg, who is said to have the power to destroy the world, now looks actually kind of cute. After the death of the nightmare dragon crocodile, the black fog that covered the entire area gradually dissipated. At this moment, the low roar of propellers suddenly came from the distance. I saw a heavy helicopter breaking through the clouds and slowly approaching, like a ferocious beast bathing in the skylight. The heavy helicopter in front of us is obviously of military grade, and its size is at least 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary civilian helicopter. After the heavy helicopter slowly landed, 2 men in military uniforms opened the cabin door, jumped down, came in front of Wang Ting and Su Dian, and saluted. "Your military department is quite quick in its actions." Wang Ting glanced at them and said, "The Beast King-level monster has been dealt with. Let's send the students back first. We will stay here and see if there is any more danger." "Good." After hearing this, the 2 men in military uniforms couldn't help but flash a look of shock in their eyes. You know, after they received the order from the military, they went out almost immediately. Even if he was a little slower than Su Dian and Wang Ting, he was just a little behind them at most. However, within no more than half an hour, the 2 principals had found the Beast King-level monster and eliminated it. One can imagine how efficient these 2 principals are. Then, Wang Ting spoke again. "By the way, after the black fog dissipates, the communication function should be restored. Remember to send more people to search around here to see if there are any new students waiting to be rescued. The Ministry of Education will classify this black fog incident as confidential, and it must not be easily disclosed to others. Do you understand?" The 2 men in military uniforms nodded immediately and said seriously, "Understood." Deep in the Dragonbone Mountains, in a dense forest, Wu Xiangu, Li Qingnan, and Yuan Lian were fleeing in panic. Chasing after them was a giant spider of enormous size. This spider is dark purple all over, with a high bulge in its abdomen. When viewed from above, the black and white stripes on its back look like a hideous ghost face. The one who could force the 3 of them to flee was naturally a lord-level monster. Moreover, the ghost-faced demon spider in front of him at least possesses the strength of a 3-star lord. If Song Lan and Wang Linhu were still in the team, perhaps they could deal with the ghost-faced demon spider in front of them. But after the 2 of them left the team, they were no longer a match for even the initial lord-level monsters, let alone the 3-star lord-level ghost-faced demon spider in front of them. "Li Qingnan, what are you standing there for? Why don't you use your vines to trap it?" Wu Xiangu roared angrily, his tone full of impatience. The ghost-faced demon spider in front of him had a natural resistance to toxins. This means that the toxin of the black poison has no effect on it. Under such circumstances, Li Qingnan was the only one in the entire team who could hinder the ghost-faced demon spider from a long distance. However, after hearing this, Li Qingnan couldn't help but look bitter and wanted to curse in his heart. Because, from the beginning, he had been the one delaying this ghost-faced spider. But the problem is, how could it be so easy to hold back a lord-level monster? With such a huge gap in strength between the 2 sides, Li Qingnan has been dragging on until now, and his own physical strength has long been exhausted. If the situation continues to develop in this way, When the ghost-faced spider catches up with them, they will be the first to die. Although they are all companions, when faced with life and death, even companions can be abandoned at any time. What's more, there is black fog all around, and all communication equipment is interfered by the magnetic field and cannot function. In this case, even if Wu Xiangu and Yuan Lian deliberately abandoned me, there would be no evidence to prove their wrongdoing. Thinking of this, Li Qingnan gritted his teeth and said immediately, I have exhausted my physical strength. Isn't it time for you to help out? Even if we have to die, let's die together. If you hadn't forced Song Lan and Wang Linhu away before, we wouldn't have ended up like this. After hearing this, Wu Xiangu's face instantly turned dark. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Li Qingnan coldly. Say it again if you have the guts. Isn't it? At this point, Li Qingnan could no longer care about anything else and immediately gritted his teeth and said, Wu Xiangu, you are too arrogant and conceited. At this moment, you still want me to risk my life to stop this demon spider. Have you ever considered my life or death? I said, either we all work together to stop this demon spider, or we die together. Don't treat me like a fool. Under the threat of death, Li Qingnan finally exploded completely. After all, why should he obey Wu Xiangu's orders when he might not even be able to survive? After hearing these words, Wu Xiangu's face became extremely gloomy. He stared at Li Qingnan intently and said in a deep voice, Good, very good. Remember, you asked for this. Yuan Lian, let's go. Since he wants to die, let him die. As soon as Wu Xiangu said this, not only Li Qingnan, but even Yuan Lian's expressions changed. Originally, Li Qingnan just wanted to force Wu Xiangu and Yuan Lian to fight with him. But they obviously didn't expect that Wu Xiangu could be so ruthless that he chose to give up Li Qingnan without hesitation. At this moment, even Yuan Lian couldn't stand it anymore and whispered, Wu Xiangu, we are all classmates after all. At this time, we should not fight among ourselves. Internal conflict? Do I look like I'm having an internal conflict with him? Wu Xiangu said with a fake smile. Or are you like him and don't want to live anymore? You know, Wu Xuangu can be said to be the strongest among the three of them. If Wu Xiangu abandoned the two of them, they would almost certainly die at the hands of this ghost-faced demon spider. Thinking of this, Yuan Lian didn't dare to speak anymore. Compared to standing up for Li Qingnan, his own life is more important. And at this moment, Li Qingnan finally recognized the true face of Wu Xuangu. At this moment, his heart was already filled with despair and unwillingness. He was wondering, if he had not chosen to follow Wu Xiangu, but had chosen to leave the team like Song Lan and Wang Linhu, would the situation be different? However, there is no regret medicine in this world, and people do not have the right to choose again. Even if I have to blame someone, I can only blame myself for being too stupid and following the wrong person. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, the ghost-faced spider that had been following closely behind them suddenly opened its ferocious mouthparts and spewed out several balls of emerald green venom. Squeak, squeak, squeak. These venoms are extremely corrosive and all fell onto the body of the azure demon vine, making a teeth-grinding corrosive sound. After being corroded by the venom, Li Qingnan's breath weakened rapidly. However, Wu Xiangu on the side had no intention of attacking. Instead, he sneered and said, Did you see that? Even God won't let you live. Li Qingnan took a deep breath, and the despair in his eyes had turned into madness. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take a few more people with me before I die. Fortunately, he still had a little bit of physical strength left, which was enough for him to grow some vines to forcibly trap the Wu Xuangu. However, just as this crazy idea emerged in Li Qingnan's mind, the black fog around him suddenly dissipated.